The National Archaeological Team never expected that a simple archaeological excavation would unearth you, who had been sleeping for 100 years, which scared them into quickly posting in the comments section, to ensure the safety and longevity of the whole family. The contents recorded in the tomb murals were even more shocking to everyone present. The young man who had just disappeared not only helped Nuwa mend the sky but also fought alongside the Yellow Emperor to defeat Qiyu. Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states after your teachings, and Tang Taizong, with your guidance, established the golden age of the Tang dynasty. This extraordinary and eternal life story made everyone present envious. Therefore, everyone eagerly searched for the secret of eternal life in the tomb chamber. And at this moment, you have arrived at a luxurious mansion, Tianji Pavilion. This building was once constructed by you, and later entrusted to the servant Su Shimen for management. You casually threw 2 silver coins to the taxi driver and got off the car. But before you could take a few steps, you were stopped by the angry female driver Song Zian. Hey, you took the ride but didn't pay. What are you doing with these scraps? Don't you accept silver coins? You have lived for so long. No matter how the dynasties change, gold and silver are hard currencies, but now it seems a bit unusual. I don't know how to distinguish real silver from fake. So take this back, give me banknotes, or you can pay with your phone scan. Miss Song, to be honest, I don't have money on me right now. How about this? You come in with me. Someone will pay for the fare on my behalf. Song Zian laughed in anger. Don't joke around. That's the home of a 120-year-old living immortal. Who do you think can just walk in? Especially today hosting a divine feast. Only one person is qualified to enter. No matter how many nobles and wealthy merchants fight to get in. You think you're more special than them? You hesitated for a moment, thinking that my servant has also made a name for himself now. Ignoring Song Zian, you turned and walked towards Tianji Pavilion on your own. Seeing this, Song Zian stomped in frustration, gritted her teeth, and reluctantly followed you. Outside the Tianji Pavilion, a long line had already formed, with various wealthy and distinguished individuals bidding at high prices for the unique opportunity to enter the Tianji Pavilion. However, you remained calm and composed, walking straight past the line towards the gate of the Tianji Pavilion. Hey, who is that kid? Why is he cutting the line? Exactly. So many of us are waiting in line properly. What's his identity to just cut in like that? The people present were either wealthy or noble, and they were furious. Their imposing aura intimidating. Song Ziyu blushed with embarrassment, and in a low and angry voice, she reminded you, you are really impolite. So many important figures are scolding you for not waiting in line, and you don't even have the courtesy to apologize and explain. Do you know their status and position? Even if the emperor came, it wouldn't be worth my respect and explanation. Let alone, I never need to wait in line when I come to the Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Song Ziyu suspected that she had encountered a lunatic, leaving her speechless with anger. At this moment, you have arrived at the gate and raised your hand to knock on the door. Who dares to knock on the door of my Tianji Pavilion? A stern voice came from inside the door, followed by a graceful and beautiful woman appearing. You have 1 minute to give me a reasonable explanation for why you are knocking on the door. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. I have seen the sea turn into mulberry fields, and witnessed the endless changes of dynasties in the mortal world. I have lived for thousands of years and stood alone in the world. Why do I need to explain to you? Even Su Shimen is not qualified to ask for my explanation. Hearing this, Song Zian's face turned pale with fear. Only a madman would dare to confront Miss Lu from the Su family. Su Lin, in anger, ordered, "Guards, get rid of this madman. If he dares to resist, break his legs." Several security guards rushed out instantly. However, you stood still and spoke loudly. "Su Shimen, come out and see me." In the study, an old man trembled violently upon hearing your voice. It had been 100 years, and he had truly returned. The next moment, the old man actually crawled out of the Tianji Pavilion. Several security guards stood in front of you. "Kid, get out of here," they said, pushing you. You raised your hand and with a wave, a burst of energy appeared out of thin air, causing the guards to retreat. What kind of trick was this? Su Lin frowned and asked the guards, "What's going on? Can't you handle one madman with so many people? If you don't get rid of this madman today, you will all resign." The guards looked helpless and turned back to you. "I showed mercy just now. If you come again, you will not only lose face but also your lives." Hearing this, the guards were shocked and hesitated to approach. "What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, a figure rushed out, an old man in Tang costume with white eyebrows and hair. Everyone was excited as if a living immortal had arrived. Su Lin hurriedly greeted him. "Grandpa Zhang, the situation is like this." Before Su Lin could finish speaking, Su Shimen knelt in front of you. "Master, it's really you." Seeing this, Su Lin was surprised. "Grandpa Zhang, if your feet are not good, don't go out. It's dangerous for elderly people to fall. Let me help you up. But Su Shimen remained kneeling on the ground. Please get up. Upon hearing your words, Su Shimen stood up in fear. Master, let's talk inside. You then pointed to Song Zian in the distance. I owe her money, so help me repay her first. Su Shimen dared not delay. Miss, how much does our master owe you? Even if we have to sell all our assets at Tianji Pavilion, we will definitely repay the debt to you. Being able to speak with a living immortal, Song Zian felt honored. It's not much, just 53. Su Shimen's eyes widened in shock. 53? Was this an insult to the master? Song Zian was frightened by the aura of the living immortal. It's okay, I don't need it. Please don't be angry. Living immortal, Su Shimen roared. Stop. I must fulfill the master's orders. 53 it is. I will give you the money now. I don't carry change on me, so you don't need to give me back the change for this 100. I will go in to serve the master first. Su Lin hurriedly followed. Grandpa Zhang, it's almost time for the immortal banquet to begin. The master is here. Why bother with an immortal banquet? Su Shimen caught up with you quickly. Suddenly, you stopped in your tracks, reached out and grabbed Su Shimen's thin wrist. You won't live past today. Hearing this, Su Lin's face turned extremely angry. Nonsense. What are you talking about? How dare you curse my grandpa Zhang? Are you tired of living? Su Lin, shut up. How dare you speak to the master like that? You are the one who deserves to be slapped. Su Shimen's face gradually darkened. The master is right. I indeed cannot live past today. I am already old. My physical functions are severely declining. I have already calculated for myself. Today I will pass away peacefully. Xiao Su, have you lived long enough? Master, I am fortunate to have served you in this lifetime. You have imparted to me the skill of physiognomy. Relying on these skills, I have been able to enjoy the glory and wealth of the world. Now that I have grandchildren, I can say that I have no regrets. I am asking you, have you lived long enough? Well, master, you look at Su Shimen with a sigh in your heart. As I expected, people all seek longevity, but who can know how painful it is for those who truly achieve longevity? I will extend your life by 3 years. Help me for 3 more years. After 3 years, our fate as master and servant will be fulfilled. With that said, a few cold rays shoot out from your fingernails and enter Su Shimen's body. When Su fixed his eyes on it, he realized that it was actually a few silver needles. Asshole, what did you do to my great-grandfather? Su Li shrieked and tried to go pull out those silver needles. Su Shimen, however, hastened to stop it. Su, stop. This is the master's famous medical skill, the life renewal and soul restoration needle, capable of renewing one's life against all odds. Throughout the ages, how many princes and lords in this world have longed for the needle bestowed by your lordship, but have been unable to ask for it. It is a great fortune for me to be able to extend my life by 3 years today. Su, you dared to be rude to the Lord many times. Now kneel down for me and kowtow to the Lord to make amends. In the face of Su Shimen's violent anger, Su Jia had an unbelievable look on his face. She had always been great-grandpa's favorite junior, and since she was a child, she was even regarded as the jewel in the palm of everyone's hand in Tianji Pavilion. Now great-grandfather wants her to kneel down and make amends to an outsider? How could she accept it? Great-grandpa, I'm ignoring you guys. Su finished speaking and angrily left without looking back. Su Shimen became more and more irritated, unbridled. He couldn't help but to grab Su Jia back and make Su Jia confess properly. Yi Wuchen, however, waved his hand. Forget it, why bother with a junior? Su Shimen then gave up, and he suddenly asked again. Master, this time you have reappeared on Earth. I wonder what you are up to. Yi Wuchen twisted his head to look at Su Shimen, seemingly smiling, his vision deep and boundless. Su Shimen hurriedly knelt on the ground. Master, forgive me. I deserve to die. That's the kind of question the little one shouldn't be asking. Only then did Yi Wuchen withdraw his sight and said faintly, Get up. This time I've come to meet the deceased, and also take a walk and stroll around this human world to see how it has changed in 100 years' time. Beyond that, there is something extremely important. Right about this time, only to see that Su Jia, who had just left, unexpectedly hurried in, interrupting Yi Wuchen's words that he had not yet been able to finish. Great-grandpa, something big is wrong. There's a large group of people outside, aggressive and about to break in. They're from the Zhao family, and the one at the head is none other than Zhao family heir Zhao Tianji. Those who were able to make a character like Su Jia so terrified were by no means ordinary characters. Su Shimen explained to Yi Wuchen. Master, Zhao Tianji is Zhao Er's great-grandson. Yi Wuchen fell into reminiscence. Zhao Er. I remember he was my family's bookkeeper back then. He was too shallow and crude in his math and financial skills, and then I taught him for a while before he got sloppy. When these words came out, Su, who was on the side, was immediately amused, only to hear Su sneer. The Zhao that my great-grandfather spoke of is the richest man in the country today. Not that bookkeeper you're talking about. You're hilarious to be able to associate your family's bookkeeper with the richest man in the world. Don't be afraid to laugh when you say that out loud. Yi Wuchen just smiled bashfully. This expression made Su feel more and more like she was right. In her heart, she also grew more and more contemptuous of the man in front of her. Who knows? Su Shimen, however, suddenly became furious. Su, shut up. That richest man, Zhao was indeed the bookkeeper of the master's family back then. His lordship isn't wrong. They are one and the same. It was by relying on the business lessons taught by his lordship that Zhao was able to win many battles on top of the shopping mall and eventually become the richest man in the country. Su was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 6 Ignorant Youngsters. Zhao the richest man who was already over 100 years old, had worked as a bookkeeper for a young man? If that hadn't been said by her great-grandfather himself, otherwise she would have just smacked the person who said such a thing on the spot. But even though great-grandpa said it, Su still couldn't believe it. However, Su Shimen ignored Su Jie and continued to explain to Yi Wuchen. Master, Zhao has gone rogue. He has not only failed to do serious work for his lordship all these years, but has taken a selfish interest. He's already over 100 years old, and he's starting to become greedy for life and death, going so far as to expect to live forever. That's why he came to me 3 times, trying to find out where his lordship was. As death approached, he had begun to become unscrupulous, threatening me repeatedly to reveal the whereabouts of his lordship. I'm afraid that his heir has come to the door today with someone who was not good. Yi Wuchen exuded a cold smile. He had lived a long life and had seen too many of these people long ago. Is Zhao the only one? He opened his mouth to ask. Su Shimin answered truthfully. Besides Zhao, there's also Wang Rui and Li Feng. Back then, Wang Rui was nothing more than the master's caretaker's guard, and Li Feng was a farmer in the master's medicinal fields. If it wasn't for master instructing Wang Rui in martial arts back then and teaching Li Feng the art of healing, then they would be nothing. Su had been shocked beyond words when she heard this. Wang Rui, but he is the current head of the Martial Alliance. He was invincible in all his martial arts across the world. Li Feng, on the other hand, is the world's godly doctor today. He has taken over heaven and earth with his medical skills, and has saved countless lives. These 2 people are famous in the world and are worshipped by the world. Such a top-notch character was once the retainer and farmer of the young man in front of him? How is that possible? Suddenly, boom! Only to see the door of Tianji Pavilion violently kicked open. Subsequently, only to see a young man strutting in, leading a group of bodyguards. Where's Su Shimen? Get out of here! Although this young man was dressed in an expensive designer suit, his whole person was full of hostility and unbeatable, and following him was an old man who stood out. This old man looked to be around 60 years old. He wore green clothes and cloth shoes, and his face had an extremely striking hawkish nose. In particular, his pace was calm and steady, and his entire aura was full of tyranny, so it was clear that he was not an idle person either. Su Jie stepped forward and angrily rebuked. Bold, Zhao Tianqi, Tianji Pavilion is not a place where you are allowed to be reckless. It turned out that this young man in a suit was none other than Zhao Tianji. Only Zhao Tianji sneered. Tianji Pavilion? The Tianji Pavilion used to be awesome, but now that our Zhao, Wang, and Li families are allied, Tianji Pavilion is nothing. Speaking here, Zhao Tianji's gaze looked toward Su Shimin. Living God, my old man said today is your last chance. As long as you reveal the whereabouts of that elder, then you can continue to brood. Otherwise the whole Tianji Pavilion will be restless. Zhao Tianji's words were already filled with coercion. Su was furious, only to see her wave her hand, and a large group of security guards immediately ran out behind her. Blast out all these people who rushed to Tianji Pavilion to cause trouble. As Su gave the order, the security guards immediately rushed towards Zhao Tianji. Zhao Tianji disdainfully explained to the green-clothed old man beside him. Elder Tang, there's no need to show mercy when you strike. It's time to make an example of me. The old man named Tang Lao's eyes flared with a stern aura as he stepped forward to face these imposingly rushing security guards alone. When the first security guard rushed in front of Tang Lao gave a cruel smile, then pushed his palm violently. Boom! Tang Lao's withered palm unexpectedly carried infinite power and blasted at the guard's chest. The security guard's entire body was sent flying backwards like a broken sack, and in the process knocked over several of his companions behind him. Hiss! The Tianji Pavilion crowd looked towards the security guard and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air in unison, only to see that the security guard's chest had been deeply sunken, obviously not alive. This Elder Tang was so vicious. Once you strike, you kill. Tang Lao's terrifying power instantly shocked the Tianji Pavilion security guards. Zhao Tianji, on the other hand, lit a cigarette without haste, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled the smoke before speaking. Elder Tang is a grandmaster level expert. No one can beat him with a hand of bagua palm. My family's old man went through a lot of trouble to borrow Elder Tang from the Martial Arts Alliance to hold down the fort. Speak, living God, where are the elders? Otherwise, your dainty great-granddaughter is going to die. When the Tianji Pavilion crowd heard this, their faces immediately became incomparably ugly. A master of the clan level. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there would be no more than 6 experts of this level. Although Tianji Pavilion also had strong people, it was far from enough compared to this kind of Zhongshu level expert. With just one Elder Tang alone, he was able to slaughter the entire Tianji Pavilion. Despair had begun to flood Su's beautiful eyes. Su Shimin was about to come forward to speak. Yi Wuchen, however, reached out to stop Su Shimin. Since they're coming after me, I'll handle it. Yi Wuchen's words were like a holy decree, and as soon as he spoke, Su Shimin respectfully stepped back to stand behind Yi Wuchen. And these words were also heard by Zhao Tianji's group. Zhao Tianji curiously surveyed Yi Wuchen. You're the Eldritch? Really? You Tianji Pavilion really think I'm easy to fool and want to find a random piece of trash to muddle through, right? Zhao Tianji had never seen an Eldritch, but his great-grandfather, Zhao had a look of awe and trepidation whenever he mentioned elders. So in Zhao Tianji's mind, the elders are bound to be majestic and terrifying. Definitely not as weak as this young kid in front of him. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. You're Zhou's descendant, aren't you? When Xiao Zhao used to manage the accounts for me, he liked to cheat and always wanted to take shortcuts. So after he worked for me for 2 years, I fired him. It seems that this bad nature of his cannot be changed even if he lives to be 100 years old. Zhao Tianji's face turned ironic at his words. His great-grandfather, Zhao was the richest man in the country. Who dares to dishonor it when it is sought after, worshipped and respected by countless people? And this kid in front of him, he dared to humiliate great-grandpa in public. The sin is unforgivable. Little, you have big dog guts. Regardless of whether you're real or not, daring to disrespect my great-grandfather is looking for death. Elder Tang, break his arms and legs before checking his identity. If it's a fake, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Zhao Tianji viciously inhaled a mouthful of smoke and ordered in a stern voice. Elder Tang didn't hesitate. And with a cold smile, he walked towards Yi Wuchen. The oppressive force of his patriarch-level powerhouse came head-on, causing the Tianji Pavilion security guards to feel trembling and step back. Su couldn't help but try to advise Yi Wuchen not to send himself to his death either. But Yi Wuchen opened his mouth indifferently. Your bagua palm seems to be strong and powerful, but the foundation is unstable. Especially the second layer of the foundation is a mess. It can be said to be outwardly unimpressive. Ignorant junior, retreat now and still live. Even if Tang Lao's temper was good, he couldn't help but feel a twitch on his face when he heard this. How dare a young man in his 20s call himself a 60-year-old man, an ignorant junior? And even more so, he devalues his famous stunt as worthless. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? You're the ignorant junior. Let's see who dies. Tang Lao let out a furious roar and pushed his palm fiercely towards Yi Wuchen. Su couldn't help but twist her head, unable to bear to see Yi Wuchen die a horrible death on the spot. She also couldn't help but be irritated. Why did this brat call people ignorant juniors indiscriminately, thus completely enraging them? Isn't he really afraid of death? However, only a muffled sound was heard. Boom! A silhouette was sent flying. Not Yi Wuduan. Instead, it's Donald Trump. Tang Lao fell heavily to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices, with only outgoing air and no incoming air. The whole room was stunned. Chapter 7, Killing Without Forms. Zhao Tianji was stunned. Even the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground in fear. The group of bodyguards around him looked at Yi Wuchen as if they had seen a ghost. A trick. In just one move, the martial arts patriarch was killed on the spot. I'm afraid that this kind of terrifying strength is only possible for the Martial Alliance leader in the world today. What the hell are you? Zhao Tianji asked in shock and trembling. Even Su Jie, who had previously looked down on Yi Wuchen, couldn't help but stare at Yi Wuchen with his eyes tightly fixed, as if he wanted to see through this mysterious man. Yi Wuchen replied, aren't you looking for me? Zhao Tianji finally understood. You're an eternal life? There really are elders in this world? Either way, don't say this young man didn't give you a chance. My great-grandfather explained that you must be captured back alive and sliced and studied in the lab to figure out the secret of your longevity. You now obediently go back with me to pay respects to my great-grandfather. And if you can really help my great-grandfather achieve immortality, then you'll have died a worthy death. Do you hear me? Zhao Tianji's tone was still impulsive. He's used to being high and mighty and bossing people around, but he doesn't yet understand the situation he's in, and he has his backbone. That's the Zhou family, the richest family. Su Shimin couldn't hold back any longer as he stood out and snapped. Unbridled. When Zhao sees his lordship, he must also kneel and bow obediently. Who are you to be so rude to the master? Zhao Tianqi immediately pointed at Su Shimin and cursed. Old man, get the hell out of my way. Other people call you a living fairy. Believe it or not, I'll make you a dead fairy today. Su Shimin was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. He was at least an elder who was highly respected by the world, but now that he was being scolded by a junior pointing at his nose, it made him so angry that his body was trembling. He couldn't help but step forward and just want to smack this dude's big ear. Zhao Tianji, however, waved his hand, only to see that the bodyguards around him unexpectedly pulled out pistols from their arms in unison, aiming them at Yi Wuchen, Su Shimin and Su Jie. Facing the blackened muzzle, Su Shimin couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He only heard Zhao Tianqi sneer at Yi Wuchen. Little scum, you're too wild. So what if you are an elder? So what even if you can kill Tang Lao? I poo. I'm telling you, times have changed a long time ago now. It's not popular to practice martial arts these days. It's now popular to use guns. Having a gun in his hand gave Zhao Tianji an infinite amount of backbone. Su's heart hung in the air. How can flesh and blood stand up to a gun? She barely managed to squeeze a smile on her face. Mr. Zhao, have a word. She then anxiously whispered at Yi Wuchen. Apologize to him. Don't be a hero. Even if you're great at martial arts, great-grandpa and I can't be implicated by you. Su Jinka knew deep down that this person Zhao Tianqi was a madman, and he really dared to kill people. Yi Wuchen, however, suddenly said, is this the pistol that's going to be around in 100 years? 100 years ago I traveled to the West and also studied firearms. I also designed a pistol myself and gave the design drawings to a young blonde. The name of that gun? It's called a barge pole. The bodyguards heard this and looked odd. They were all from the military, so of course they had heard of barges. It was a weapon of the last century and was also called the most classic pistol in the world at that time. The design of the barge pole gun. And this guy in front of me came up with it? This kid is not in his right mind. Zhao Tianji said impatiently. Martyr, you're really tired of living. So much nonsense at the end of your life? Shoot him to break his arms and legs, then drag him back. The bodyguards got the order and immediately raised their guns to aim at Yi Wuchen. They were about to pull the trigger immediately, wanting to break Yi Wuchen's legs. Seeing the situation, Su Shimin tried to step forward to block the bullets for Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen, however, just slowly raised his finger. Snap! He snapped his fingers crisply. Suddenly, boo! The heads of all the bodyguards unexpectedly exploded. The scene was like a watermelon being smashed by a heavy hammer. Red blood, sticky pulp, and white broken bones splattered everywhere. Everyone was frozen by this horrifying scene. The bodies of the bodyguards who had lost their heads tumbled to the ground one by one, smashing with a dull thud. The crowd looked at Yi Wuchen in shock, snapping his fingers and killing people. This kind of means is no different from ghosts and gods. How the hell did he do that? A hint of fear began to flow out of Su's eyes. She had always thought of this man, good-natured and harmless. But it wasn't until this moment that she realized that this man really did kill people. It's definitely not his first time killing someone. God knows how many lives he actually carried on his back. Zhao Tianji, who was surrounded by the bodyguards in the center, was now even more so when the bodyguards exploded his head, generating plasma spilling all over him, making him look as if he was a bloody man. He woke up as if from a dream, looking at the plasma all over his body in horror, and then looking at Yi Wuchen with disbelief. Are you a human or a ghost? His voice shivered, his legs trembled, only to see his crotch quickly become wet. A large area, unexpectedly, was scared to pee. This son of the richest family, the young master of a rich family who had seen the world, but he was actually scared to pee by a man. Don't kill me, please, let me go. Zhao Tianqi fell to his knees paralyzed, crying and begging for mercy. He's really scared. He had been scared out of his wits, fearing that he too would die with his head blown off just like these bodyguards. He still had the good life of being a top rich second generation to enjoy. He didn't want to die like this. Yi Wuchen said indifferently. Zhao doesn't deserve me to meet him personally yet, and he doesn't deserve to live forever. Take a message for me to tell Zhao to wait for me at the place where he kowtowed to me for the first time in 10 days. Mindful of the former friendship between master and servant, I'll give him 10 days to account for the aftermath. Of course, don't say I didn't give him a chance. If he is not convinced, he can also use all his means against me within these 10 days. After saying that, Yi Wuchen waved his hand. When Su Shimin heard this, he knew that Zhao was going to be finished. If the king of hell wants a man to die on the third night, will he keep him until the fifth night? And the master, but he's scarier than the king of hell. Su Shimin immediately ordered the Tianji pavilion security. Take this dog and throw it out. The security guard stepped forward and yanked Zhao Tianji to his feet. At this time, Zhao Tianji had already been scared to the point that his legs were weak, and he couldn't even stand up. and was dragged away by the security guards as if they were dragging a dog. Outside the Tianji pavilion, Song Zian and the crowd of bigwigs waited with apprehension. When they saw Zhao Tianji rushing inside Tianji pavilion with a group of bodyguards, they had a premonition that something big was going to happen here. The son of the richest family, Zhao Tianji, has brought people to break into the Heavenly Chance pavilion, and judging by their aggressive behavior, I'm afraid they're here to cause trouble. Although the Tianji pavilion is powerful, I'm afraid it's hard to compete against the richest man in the country. What's more, I've also heard that the Zhao family has already allied themselves with the Divine Doctor and the Martial League Alliance leader. You guys probably don't know that the old man following Mr. Zhao is the famous patriarch, Elder Tang. With him in charge, I'm afraid that Tianji Pavilion is going to suffer a great disaster. Everyone looked grave. They were all filled with pessimism about the fate of Tianji Pavilion today. The Tianji Pavilion led by the living immortal had always been kind and peaceful, and never liked to fight with others. On the contrary, the richest family, the Zhao family, gangs up and does whatever it takes in pursuit of profits. Now that the Zhao family had come prepared, they would definitely not show mercy. I'm afraid it's the end of Tianji Gu. I'm afraid. Song Zian's big, beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with worry as well. That silly boy. He won't be implicated, will he? He's silly, but I hope he doesn't talk nonsense in there. Any ordinary person who was involved in the conflict between the richest man in the world and the Tianji Pavilion, then there was only one ending. That is to be pressed to death as easily as an ant. There's not even a place to reason. Suddenly, only to see the door of the Tianji Pavilion open and someone walk out from inside. Immediately, the audience recognized it. Look, it's Mr. Zhao. He's coming out. Could it be that Zhao Tianji has already destroyed the Tianji Pavilion? Nope. It seems like something's not right. Zhao Gengzi, how he looks like being dragged out by security? Chapter 8, The World Shakes. In the midst of the crowd's dismay, only to see the Tianji Pavilion security guards drag Zhao Tianji to the front door and then unceremoniously throw him out. Judas, throw a dog. The son of the richest family was in a sorry state, as if Zhao Tianji had suffered a great mental stimulation. He fled the place screaming after he slowed down. The crowd of onlookers grew more and more confused. How dare the Tianji Pavilion treat Mr. Zhao like this? Why is Mr. Zhao covered in blood and as if he's suffering from shock? Where's Elder Tang? Why can't we see Elder Tang? And the bodyguards brought by Mr. Zhao, how come none of them can be seen? Heavens, could it be that the Zhao family's operation has failed this time? Just now, inside the Tianji Pavilion, what exactly happened? Could it be that the living god was so ingenious that he had set up a trap long ago to make Mr. Zhao return home in a crushing defeat? The crowd couldn't help but look at each other with shock in their gazes. Tianji Pavilion, indeed, is not to be deceived. Zhao Tianji came in a rage, but ended up in a sorry state and was thrown out directly by the Heavenly Hall. But just by looking at Zhao Tianji covered in blood, one could tell that the clash between the two sides was extraordinarily grueling this time around. It may even have taken a human life. Everyone had a premonition that something big was going to happen. Hurry up and leave. After making such a big commotion, the divine feast won't be held today. That's right, and I'm afraid I'm going to get a little tainted if I stay any longer. It was feared that an even more terrifying and tragic fight would have to break out between the richest Zhao family and the Heavenly Hall. Even the Martial Arts Alliance and the Divine Healer sect, as well as many more forces would be involved. When that happens, I'm afraid the world will shake. Even this part of the Tianji Pavilion will be bloodied. No one wants to be implicated and get into unnecessary trouble. The bigwigs who had originally gathered at the entrance of Tianji Pavilion ran clean in the blink of an eye. Song Zian was the only one who was still standing at a loss for words. Why isn't that stupid kid out yet? What a rush! What's he still doing in there? Song Zian kept looking towards the gate of Tianji Pavilion, wanting to see that little cutie's figure. And what happened in the Tianji Pavilion was also quickly passed on to the ears of various forces by various people with good intentions. Shenandoah. Above Green Mountain, a lofty manor stood. On the plaque hanging at the gate of the lodge, 4 large gilt characters stood out. Tianwu Villa. This was the centerpiece of the Martial Arts Alliance, the private residence of the Martial Arts Alliance sect master. 100 years ago, a strange man suddenly came out of nowhere in the martial arts world. This strange man, named Wang Rui, no one knew where his strong martial arts skills came from, much less his origins and background. But he fought all over the world and eventually became recognized as the best in the world. And he then enlisted the world's martial arts heroes and founded the Wushu Union, and was elected by the martial arts world as the head of the Wushu Union. Nowadays, the Wushu Union has spread its power all over the world, and there are countless talented people under its door like Cruciancarp in the river. Wang Rui, moreover, has been recognized by media magazines as one of the most influential people in the world. At this point, in a corner of the Tianwu mountain villa, in a small, remote courtyard. Jingle bells. The phone is ringing. A cranberry-haired old man picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, an anxious voice immediately rang out. Alliance Master. Something big has happened. Zhao Tianqi has failed. Elder Tang and 9 of his bodyguards were killed, and it was said to be the work of a young man whom the living goddess called Master. The old man suddenly trembled when he heard the word Master. An incredulous expression spread across his aged face, as if he had heard something shocking and appalling. What followed? The old man no longer had the heart to hear. He slowly put down the phone and came to the top of the lodge, lifting his eyes to look out over the rolling clouds of the mountains, as if his mind could not be tranquilized for a long time. Senior, he really lived this long? He really came back. As he said this, the old man slowly raised his own hands to examine them. Only his hands were covered with age spots and were as dry as sun-dried orange peels. My essence and blood have begun to dry up. I won't live for many years. This time, I must get the way to longevity from his lordship. I've been practicing martial arts for 100 years, and now I'm out of my league. Master, this time, I may not be unable to win against you. Imperial capital. A gilded medical center stood on the busiest street, the Church of the Divine Healer. Here, it is the holy place in the hearts of all the doctors in the world, and also the temple of the forefront of medical research, because the owner of this place is the world's recognized #1 in medical skills, Divine Dr. Li Feng. Li Feng appeared in the apricot grove a century ago and shocked the audience with his acupuncture skills, making 36 famous old Chinese doctors feel inferior. Subsequently, Li Feng even solved 4 of the 5 most difficult diseases in the world's medical world with his own hands, making him famous in the world. Now a century later, Li Bong has become a legend, and at this moment, this legendary figure was actually sitting disheveled in the underground chamber of the Divine Healer Hall. Failed again. Why is it that my medical skills have reached the state of perfection, yet I have never been able to refine an immortality pill? My time is running out. If I can't make a breakthrough in human lifespan, I'll really die of old age. Li Feng looked at the bottles, jars and various utensils on the ground and fell into deep despair. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Li Feng picked up the phone impatiently. However, after hearing only 2 sentences, Li Feng's eyes suddenly erupted with a bright light. It was the desire to live. The old master has actually come back. He can really live forever. Ha 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 ha. There's hope for my immortality. I must find out the secret of immortality from his body, and I want immortality too, even if it costs anything to do so. Magic City. A large building loomed, 100 stories high. This is the tallest building in the country and also the headquarters building of the Zhao Group. The Zhao Group was the #1 consortium in the country. It had industries all over the world and its wealth was even harder to count. The Zhao family, which controls the group, is also the richest family in the country. The head of the family, Zhao was even recognized as the richest man in the country. At this point, the highest floor of the headquarters building, which surprisingly has a luxurious ward. The ward has the world's best medical instruments and the most specialized medical team. And in the center of the ward was a wide hospital bed. A frail old man lay on top of the hospital bed. The old man had a sickly look on his face, was breathing weakly, and was covered in various tubes connected to medical equipment. Obviously, the old man was terminally ill, like an oil lamp that was about to burn out. He is the richest man in the country. Zhao. A woman in a professional suit stood by the hospital bed. She was Zhao secretary, Dong Zhao. My subordinates have finished reporting everything that young Master Tianqi encountered in Tianji Pavilion. I don't know if Dong Zhao has any instructions on this, or not, the secretary inquired respectfully. On the hospital bed, Zhao struggled to open his cloudy eyes. He craned his head to look out the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. I can't die yet. If I die, my children who are no good, they have no skills but only want to fight for the inheritance. Group of companies will collapse. Family will fall apart. I want to live. I want to live. Master, don't blame me. A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhao's eyes. He then waved his hand toward the female secretary. The female secretary rose hastily and opened the door of the ward. Outside the door, only a group of richly dressed men and women walked in. Dad, Grandpa, Eunuch. As soon as these people came in, their faces were piled up with a sad expression clustered to the side of the hospital bed. They are Zhao's children's family. Zhao said weakly. Make a will and whoever catches the Eternal One will inherit my estate. He's definitely going to Dragon Snake Mountain tonight. Ask the King of Terror to deal with him. When Zhao's children's families heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. Any of them want to be the heir apparent, and it all hinges on who catches the elders. Chapter 9, Let's make a bet. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, everything seemed to have subsided. with only a field of corpses to prove how vicious and tragic it had just been. Yi Wuchen stood calmly in front of these corpses. His white clothes were actually not stained with a single drop of blood. It was as if the killing just now had nothing to do with him. Su also came back to her senses at this time. She looked at the bodies with a bitter look on her face. With so many people dead, the Zhao clan will definitely not settle down. This time, things are completely out of control. Although that man had defused today's crisis in Tianji Pavilion, he had completely buried Tianji Pavilion's future. In the face of the Zhao family's fury, I'm afraid that Tianji Pavilion will be capsized. Su Shimin, however, snorted coldly. Make a scene? His lordship has never been afraid to make a scene. Su Jia looked at Su Shimin in surprise. Great-grandpa, that's the Zhao family, the richest family. And now that the Zhao family has allied with the Wang family and the Li family, their power is even greater than unimaginable. If we move Zhao Tianji, then who can withstand the wrath of the three families? This is no longer the era of fighting and killing. Although that man is very powerful, how can he alone withstand the power of the three families? Su Shimin said disdainfully. The three families of the district are still not even close to being in his lordship's eyes. If the three families dare to betray his lordship, then their end is not far off. So listening to his great-grandfather's words, he couldn't help but be filled with shock inside. The Zhao family, but the richest family. The Wang family, but the family of the Martial Alliance's alliance master. The Li family, but it's a family of miracle doctors. These three families wanted money, force, and prestige, and together they could even shake up half of the country. These three behemoths can't even get into that young man's eyes? Su couldn't believe it. Although she didn't know how Yi Wuchen had just killed Elder Tang and these bodyguards, but she believed that Yi Wuchen was only one person even if he was powerful. No matter how strong an individual was, he could never resist the three great families. Suddenly, Su Shimin dragged Su Jia to Yi Wuchen's face. Su, I am ordering you to be responsible for assisting his lordship in all matters and fulfilling all of his lordship's needs. We, the Su family, have been the master's most loyal servants for generations. From now on, you must always keep one thing in your mind. Master, that's your master. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to the master to recognize him. The moment Su heard this, she immediately turned red with shame. To impose a master on her, a great beauty? Unbearable. Immediately, Su broke away from Su Shimin's hand. Great-grandpa, you're really old-fashioned. It's the 21st century. Where else would someone give a slave? Let me recognize a strange man as my master. I could never do that. Su Shimin was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. How could his own great-granddaughter not understand all his hard work? There is no telling how many people in this world desire to serve his lordship, but anyone who could have the honor of having served the Lord would eventually become a powerful man of the party. The wealth, fame, and status that the Su family was able to sit on now were all obtained because Su Shimin himself had served his lordship back then. Su Shimin loved this great-granddaughter the most, which is why he tried to do everything he could to give this rare opportunity to Su Jia. But Susan didn't understand. She also came in front of Yi Wuchen and said provocatively, "You, of all people, not only come from an unknown source, but you also compel people. I don't believe that there could really be an immortal person in this world. I'm even less convinced that you're the same lord that great-grandfather served 100 years ago. You just look like the old master that great-grandfather used to know, and then used it to cheat. You can fool great-grandpa, but you can't fool me." Although Su knew that Yi Wuchen's force was very strong and could kill Elder Tang and those bodyguards, but her years of higher education had taught her that there was no such thing as immortality in this world. When Su Shimin saw that Su was being rude, he couldn't help but hastily try to stop him. Yi Wuchen, however, slightly raised his hand and stopped Su Shimin. "Su, no harm done. There are countless people who have not believed in me throughout the ages, and I cannot possibly count them all. Prepare an identity for me. I'm going to walk around and get a good look at the times." Su Shimin hurriedly handed over an ID card and a black card with unlimited overdraft. "Master, I'm ready. I also ask your lordship's permission to allow the old slave to continue to follow your lordship and serve at your lordship's left and right. Relying on the energy of Tianji Pavilion, it could prepare Yi Wuchen for all kinds of luxury cars, mansions, status and fame." But Su Shimin knew that his lordship never liked fuss, so 2 cards are enough. Yi Wuchen took the 2 cards and then said, "Little Su, when I go to Zhaoer, you can follow. I'm going to the Dragon Snake Mountains tonight to run some errands, so I'll come back in the morning." Su Shimin didn't dare to ask more questions. He only needed to obey his lord's explanation. After Yi Wuchen finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. However, Su Jia stopped in front of Yi Wuchen. "Hey, you still haven't explained the question I asked, or else you simply admit you're a liar." Su Shimin was furious and raised his hand to try to slap Su Jia. Yi Wuchen, however, looked at the huge Tianji pavilion and suddenly said, "This place, it was built 100 years ago, on the day of completion. I had planted a seed with my own hands where your feet stood. That is the last remaining imperial house tree seed in the world, and it will emerge from 100 years of gestation in the earth. Counting the time, it should be able to break the ground at midnight tonight. The emperor's house tree is a strange tree that has gone extinct in ancient times. Mountains and seas classic Zhongshanjing in the record, and 30 miles north," said speaking of the mountains, on which more jade, more cudgel, more cypress, there is a wood, the name of the emperor house, leaf shaped such as pepper, anti-injury red real, can protect the evil. Su sneered, "Stop bragging. I grew up in the Tianji pavilion since I was a child, and I never knew that His Excellency Tianji had any more seeds of the imperial house tree. Seeds planted especially 100 years ago are less likely to survive to this day. Don't try to fool anyone with your cheap lies." Yi Wuchen smiled faintly without explanation. The thing that annoyed Su Jie the most was Yi Wuchen's look of coldness. She was instantly annoyed. "Okay, since you're so confident, let's make a bet. If a tree seed really breaks through the ground at midnight tonight, then I, Su, will recognize you as my master. If no tree seed breaks the ground and appears tonight, you'll kneel in front of my Tianji pavilion for 3 days and admit that you're a liar." Su's own feet are on compacted concrete. What species of tree in this world could possibly burrow through concrete and emerge? This bet, Su was confident of a solid win. "Let's see if the kid in front of us has the guts to take it." Yi Wuchen nodded slightly. "Good." After saying that, he drifted away. Su Jie shouted at Yi Wuchen's back, "I'll send my men to surround this place right now. You won't be able to pull any tricks. When the time comes, don't be afraid to come and honor the bet." Before her voice finished shouting, Yi Wuchen had already disappeared from her sight. Su Jie's heart became more and more exasperated. She, Su Demei, had never been so coldly ignored by a man. Su Shermin couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "Su, you're so unintelligent. You don't know anything at all." Suat said seriously. "Great-grandfather, these days we only believe in science. I know that your time was full of ignorance and foolishness. Believe in some kind of immortality. Believe in some kind of sacred tree from the Sermon on the Mount. All this weirdness is ingrained in your heads. I'm going to personally stand guard today to break down the feudal superstition and dismantle that charlatan. All, we'll see at the stroke of midnight." Chapter 10, Treasure in the Mountain. Yi Wuchen had just left the Tianji pavilion when he saw the female driver Song Zian running to Yi Wuchen alone in a hurry. "It's really good to see you're okay. It all scared me to death just now. I thought something big was going to happen to Tianji pavilion. By the way, what did you encounter in there? Why was the living god so nice to you? Surprisingly, they even let you into the Heavenly Chance pavilion?" Yi Wuchen didn't expect Song Zian to not leave and to wait for him specifically. "Have I not paid the fare I owe you for the Tianji pavilion?" he asked without answering. Song Zian hurriedly replied, "Paid. The living god has given me the fare. You are my passenger, after all, and I am responsible for you. Now that I see you're okay, I can finally call it a day and go home." Seeing that Yi Wuchen didn't answer, Song Zian didn't pursue the question. After all, what was going on between the living goddess and Mr. Zhao was not something she, a female cab driver, should know. Yi Wuchen, however, suddenly said, "It's just as well if you're there. Give me another ride. Don't worry this time, you won't be owed a fare." Song Zian replied full of concern. No, the living god gave me a couple dozen extra dollars for the fare. By the way, where are you going this time? I'll give you a free ride." Yi Wuchen replied, "I have a lot of places to go and I want to charter your car for a long time." After living for a long time, there were very few things that could make Yi Wuchen interested in doing, except for one thing, that is to find out the mystery of one's immortality. In order to find this answer, Yi Wuchen had already traveled around the human world for endless years, making many thorough preparations. This time, he came out of the ancient tomb after sleeping for 100 years in a dream. That is, he had full confidence. Song Zian was beaming with joy. A chartered car? It's at least $400 a day to start. Being able to have someone charter a car for a long period of time makes it a lot easier to make that money naturally. Yi Wuchen nodded. "Money is not a problem. First take me to Dragon Snake Mountain. I'm going there, to visit an old friend." Song Zian was filled with hesitation after hearing the destination. "Dragon Snake Mountain? Are you sure you want to go to that place? I don't know what's been going on there lately. I hear it's been a big mess." In the end, even the military was alarmed. And now the entire Dragon Snake Mountain has been blocked off, so outsiders can't even think about going in. And Dragon Snake Mountain is far away. It would be dark if we got there. There was something unspoken in Song Zian's words. It wasn't so much that she feared the strange happenings at Dragon Snake Mountain, but she had other concerns. If she ran a long distance, Then she wouldn't be able to get back in time to take care of her sick mother in the hospital, which made her a little hesitant. Yi Wuchen said, "I'll hire someone else if there's a problem." Song Zian replied with a clench of her teeth. "No problem. We can leave now." For her mother's affairs, she could start by asking a relative to help look after her. And this opportunity to be able to charter a bus for a long period of time was not something she wanted to pass up. Yi Wuchen nodded and got into the cab. The vehicle sped up and headed straight in the direction of Dragon Snake Mountain. Dragon Snake Mountain. At this time, the various entrances to Dragon Snake Mountain had been completely blocked. Some heavily armed soldiers could even be seen on martial law. "Salute!" With a loud shout, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. Only a valiant female general stepped forward. She was heroic and tall, but her stunning face was frosty. Ling Rohan. She was the youngest female general in the country, and her whole being shone as brightly as the gold star above her shoulder patch. It was said that she was young, yet her strength had already reached the appalling sect master realm. It is a generation of heavenly talents. Martial arts realms are categorized into third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, first-rate martial artists, grand martial artists, and grandmasters. The sect master realm. That meant that one could already start a sect and become a generation of masters. Under the heavens, I'm afraid that there are only a mere 6 Zongshire powerhouses known to the world. All those patriarchs were already elderly people in their 70s and 80s, and only Ling Rohan was juxtaposed among them at an early 20s age. Yet it was such a genius who had a grave gaze at this moment. The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, came to Ling Rohan's side to report. Reporting to General. According to the intelligence we have received, multiple experts have arrived at Dragon Snake Mountain one after another. One of the most powerful masters is the King of Terror. King of Terror. Hearing this name, even the patriarch-level powerhouse Ling Rohan couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. The King of Terror is a powerful and mysterious powerhouse outside of the country. He wore a demonic mask and had a horrible, terrifying appearance. But it wasn't just his terrifying appearance that allowed him to be known to the world as the King of Terror. Rather, it was because of his great strength and cruelty. Countless horrific tragedies outside the country have come from him. There were even rumors that the King of Terror's strength had already surpassed the level of a Zongshire. The world was no longer settled on what level was above the sovereign master, because such people are so rare, and their power had already surpassed common perception, reaching an unimaginable level. It was important to know that there were only 2 recognized powerhouses in the country who had surpassed the level of a Zongshire. One is that protector of war in the army. The other was the head of the Martial Alliance. Female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed. "I don't know who spread the news that a treasure has appeared on Dragon Snake Mountain tonight, but it has actually attracted strong people from all walks of life to come in droves. General, it's amazing that an offshore powerhouse like the King of Terror is here. Should we ask for external assistance?" Ling Rohan's face was helpless. The Protectorate War God and the Martial Alliance Master have extraordinary identities and are no longer beyond my ability to invite. And I don't believe that King of Terror can surpass the Sovereign. As soldiers, it is our duty to destroy these strong enemies who have violated our borders. The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, could only remain silent as she sniffed. Ling Rohan continued to ask, "Lieutenant Wang, have all the villagers in the Dragon Snake Mountain been moved?" Wang Xiaoyu replied, "Most of the villagers in the mountains have finished moving. But there are still a very small number of hunters, vagabonds and monks who cannot be contacted, and I'm afraid it's too late to move them. It's just that there are a lot of people coming from the periphery. Some of them are reporters from the news media and some of them are of unknown origin, but we've kept them all out and won't let them enter the Dragon Snake Mountain." Ling Rohan looked at the rolling hills in front of her with a pair of beautiful eyes. The sun had slowly set behind the mountains and night was about to fall. Dragon Snake Mountain. Something big is going to happen tonight. We must do everything we can to protect the people, without fear of sacrifice. Prepare to follow me into the Dragon Snake Mountain, and be sure to help destroy these villains who have entered from outside the country. It was getting dark. Dragon Snake Mountain was completely hidden in the night. 2 beams of light came down the panhandle and quickly approached Dragon Snake Mountain. This was the cab that Yi Wuchen was traveling in. "Big brother, up ahead is the Dragon Snake Mountain. This is as far as I can take you, as the road ahead has been blocked by the army. There's an observation deck over there. I'll walk you there," Song Zian explained to Yi Wuchen while driving. The car came to a lookout on the outskirts of Dragon Snake Mountain. This is a large flat area on the hillside that was originally used for photography and astronomers to view and photograph. "Why are there so many people here at night?" Song Zian couldn't help but marvel after parking her car at the observation deck. It was just a surprising number of vehicles and people gathered here. Many people held up their binoculars and looked towards the Dragon Snake Mountain. There were even people who set up tents on the landscape platform, apparently wanting to camp here. There were also people who seemed to be media reporters. who were already carrying long guns and aiming them into the distance to shoot. And there were also presenters who were broadcasting live. A beautiful reporter was right next to the cab, reporting into the camera. According to the information received by this station, a treasure will be revealed in the Dragon Snake Mountain tonight. This news has caused a large number of treasure hunters to flock to the area, including some well-known explorers, some famous martial arts masters, and even a number of tourists who came to join in the fun. And the military's sudden blockade seems to do away with that rumor and add a veil of mystery to what's about to happen on Dragon Snake Mountain this evening. Our reporter, Mullen, will be reporting live from the scene. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian had just gotten out of the cab when they heard the voice of the beautiful reporter. This made Song Zian curious. There are actually treasures in the Dragon Snake Mountain? I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but it must be worth a lot of money, right? Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. Worth it? It's just a broken stone tablet. Song Zian froze at his words. Broken tablet? If it was really a broken stone tablet, how could it have provoked so many people to fight over it? She doesn't believe it. At this point, a voice suddenly rang out. Where did that come from? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. And a broken stone tablet? You're brain dead. With this wild voice, only a few silhouettes suddenly appeared and stopped in front of Song Zian and Yi Wuchen. Chapter 11, A Vision from Heaven. Appearing in front of them were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. They are wearing mountaineering equipment, and this equipment is professional and expensive. The whole body set down close to $100,000. It's not hard to see that these 4 people were from very solid and wealthy families. Song Zian, on the other hand, seemed to recognize 2 of the 4 as she was surprised. Lo Shui, Wu Tian, why are you guys here? The one known as Lo Shui was the only female among the 4, and she was surprisingly a rare beauty. Despite wearing outdoor sportswear, her delicate and exquisite curves could not be hidden, especially since her skin was blown out and white and clean. Not at all what an outdoorsman should look like. It's clear that she either does very little outdoor exercise or spends an extreme amount of money on maintenance. Le Shui was also surprised to see Song Zian. Zian, we came to explore tonight. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence to meet you here. Le Shui's smile was full of enthusiasm, and it was obvious that she and Song Zian were very close. Song Zian introduced to Yi Wuchen in a low voice. This is my bestie. We grew up together and are very close. Don't you think she's not very old? But she's already taken over the family business and has done quite a bit. Especially she also likes all kinds of thrilling extreme sports. What with mountain climbing, rafting, wingsuit flying and so on, she's great at them all. While saying that, Song Zian's gaze towards Le Shui was filled with envy. Le Shui is not only beautiful, but her family is rich and especially very capable. Such a well-rounded woman who is morally, intellectually, physically and spiritually beautiful is a dazzling jewel wherever she goes. On the contrary, Song Zian herself, because of her poor family, which made Song Zian envious of Le Shui, could not help but feel a slight inferiority complex. Yi Wuchen sensed Song Zian's inferiority complex and he smiled slightly. You're good too. Song Zian couldn't help but be stunned, and a warmth surged in her heart. I didn't expect this silly boy to know how to comfort people. At this point, the man called Wu Tian sneered. Zian, is this silly boy the boyfriend you found? Look at him all dressed up and down in his ground-up clothes. I'm afraid he's not even worth $1,000. Is he? Zian, your vision is too poor to find a cargo like this. He's still dumb as a 250. And he's talking about broken stone tablets. He just doesn't know. This young man told you that the treasure that came out of the Dragon Snake Mountain tonight, that's something to behold. Celestial crystals. Ever heard of them? That's a real heavenly treasure. 100 times more expensive than an extremely rare diamond. Someone found a fist-sized heavenly crystal stone on Dragon Snake Mountain today. That's why it caused so many people to come and grab it. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Celestial crystal stones were precious. It is an extremely rare mineral resource in the world. A fist-sized heavenly crystal stone was simply unheard of. That had to be at least 200 grams or more. According to the value estimation, then it must be worth at least $5 billion. That's 5 billion. This was only the book value. In reality, this fist-sized heavenly crystal stone could simply be called priceless. No wonder it drives so many people crazy. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed lightly. I didn't realize that the mere heavenly crystal stones had become the treasure in your mouths. Young man, your eyes are too small. Those words made everyone almost curse. A mere heavenly crystal stone? It was an unprecedented fist-sized heavenly crystal stone. 5 billion. In this person's mouth, it is only worthy of the name a mere heavenly crystal stone? Simply great. Wu Tian was simply furious and laughed. Zian, where did you find a boyfriend? How dare a poor man wearing ground floor goods look down on heavenly crystal stones, and call me a young man? This sand sculpture. What a laugh. Song Zian hurriedly explained. Wu Tian, he's not my boyfriend. He's the employer who chartered my car. Song Zian was also helpless. This employer really seems to be a bit of a douchebag, especially when he talks big and rambles. And today he said that the living god is his servant. Yi Wuchen, however, glanced at Wu Tian and said, looking at your face, you have fat lips, a sunken adulterous door, upper 3 white eyes, and excessive nasal flesh. This is the face of lechery, indicating that you are a person with a messy private life. In particular, your unsteady stride, weak sweat, and puffy eyes indicate that your body has a serious kidney deficiency. Young man, no moderation. Otherwise in less than 2 years, you will lose your fertility and be cut off from your children. As soon as these words came out, both Le Shui and Song Zian couldn't help but to laugh. Wu Tian was a notorious playboy, and everyone knew that he had a messy private life. It's just that no one dares to say it to my face on a regular basis. Wu Tian's face instantly reddened into a pig liver color. Brat, what are you babbling about? I'm warning you, keep your foul mouth shut and don't get yourself into trouble. The words were filled with hostility. Wu Tian was not a good-tempered person. Now that he was being exposed to his face, it caused an extremely strong hatred to well up in Wu Tian's heart. Yi Wuchen simply ignored Wu Tian. He glanced at Wu Tian and his traveling companion again, then said, look at your faces. Your seals are black, your noses are knobbly, your lower stops are uneven, and your eyes are red. This is a great evil omen that foretells bloodshed for you tonight. Go back where you came from if you want a crack. If you go any further, live or die at your own risk. Now not only was Wu Tian getting more and more exasperated, even Le Shui's face was unsightly. This guy, he cursed them with a bloodbath? If it wasn't for Song Zian's face, Le Shui would have disliked her. Song Zian asked in surprise at his words, and you can read faces and tell fortunes? Ha? Yi Wuchen replied indifferently. A little bit. Song Zian asked. Then show me what face I have. Yi Wuchen's line of sight shifted to Song Zian's face and looked at it seriously. This look caused Yi Wuchen to be slightly surprised. He then answered truthfully. Your face, which is hard to come by in 1,000 years, is called the 9-in Jade woman. The so-called 9-in Jie female is a in year, month, day and hour of birth, and fate, fortune are in. Body meridians in the 3-in meridians is different from normal women, so it is called the 9-in Jie female. Such a facial destiny is very rare and special. Yi Wuchen has only seen 3 people from ancient times. Song Zian was surprised. Does that mean that I'm a lucky man? Yi Wuchen shook his head slightly. On the contrary, the fate of the 9-in Jie female is ill-fated. They are prone to all sorts of cross-currents, and it's hard for them to live past the age of 25. If I'm not mistaken, you lost your brother when you were 3, your father when you were 5, and this year, at 24, is the year you lost your mother, and next year, I'm afraid, will be the year of your death. When Wu Tian heard this, he laughed so hard that he spat out his saliva. Lo Shui, on the other hand, glared angrily at Yi Wuchen. Shut up. What kind of person curses someone like that? You're too much. And Song Zian's face turned pale. She knew deep down that Yi Wuchen was right about everything. When she was 3 years old, her brother was drowned for going down to the river to bathe. When I was 5, my father was killed in a car accident. And this year, her mother became seriously ill. Everything is right on. Is my mother hopeless? Song Zian's face was gloomy and her eyes became a little red. She didn't care if she lived or died, but she did care about her mother. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. It's fate that I get to ride in your car. Since it's fate, I'll help you change your life. It is very difficult to go against the grain. In ancient times, people of face reading in feng shui, once there is a chance to change the fate of heaven and earth, often will be used on top of the princes and nobles, hoping to exchange for their own and their descendants' glory and wealth. And Yi Wuchen was different. He doesn't help the powerful. He only helps those who have a destiny. Song Zian sniffed and thought, you know all this. Did the living god teach you a couple of tricks today? The living god's ability to read faces and change fortunes is one of the best in the world. In Song Zian's opinion, it must be that the living god had taught Yi Wuchen 2 hands, so that Yi Wuchen could speak with a clear mind. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled gently. Su Shermin isn't qualified to teach me. Instead, he's good at what he does, and I taught him. Yi Wuchen's words caused the crowd to look at each other in disbelief. This guy is out of his mind. What kind of person is Su Saimin? That's a 120-year-old living god. This brat dares to say he's the teacher of the living god? Shame on you. Yi Wuchen continued. It's not hard to guess the answer even if you don't look at each other. The news of the heavenly crystal stones is just something that Zhao put out to muddy the waters. In order to deal with me, Zhao will definitely set up a killing trap in the Dragon Snake Mountain. At this point in time, the Dragon Snake Mountain is already treacherous for regular people. Whoever enters, dies. That was more than enough to make the crowd almost laugh. The richest man in the world, Zhao came back to deal with this poor guy in front of him? Even if you want to deal with it, what's the point of having a killing game? It's a fart. Wu Tian couldn't help but curse. Kid, I've been putting up with you for a long time. If you're sick in the head, get it cured. Don't give me a hard time. He hadn't finished his sentence. Suddenly, rumble rumble rumble. A loud noise suddenly erupted in the middle of the Dragon Snake Mountain, as if it were an earthquake. The ground shook. Next moment, only a white light was seen rushing up from the depths of Dragon Snake Mountain. The night was, for a moment, as bright as day. A vision from heaven. Yi Wuchen raised his head to look at the rushing white light, his eyes burning. Time. Chapter 12 Exploring the Dragon Snake Mountain at night. Such a vision caused the crowd on the viewing platform to turn pale with fear and scream in shock. News reporters rushed to stabilize their minds and report everything that was happening on the scene. Soon, the strange changes in Dragon Snake Mountain also triggered a large area of concern. Shenandoah, Tianwu Villa. After Martial Alliance Master Wang Rui heard the report from his men, his face was grave. It's really, surprisingly true. What he said 100 years ago has actually come true. Wang Rui's voice trembled a little. Can I really beat him? At this moment, this person who was recognized as the highest martial artist in the world, his invincible heart of martial arts, actually faltered. Imperial capital, the Church of the Divine Healer. Divine Dr. Li Feng looked at the news report of Dragon Snake Mountain on the TV screen and also had a panicked face. 100 years ago, he said that 100 years from now, a vision would fall from the sky on Dragon Snake Mountain. That's because there's something present that he needs. A man who can predict what will happen 100 years from now. His skills are really unpredictable. Li Bong raised his own hands. The world called his hands the hands of God, for they could cure all diseases and raise the dead. But now, Li Feng only felt that his hands were so weak. Magic City, Zhao Group Building. Zhao Erf was lying on the hospital bed and saw the vision of Dragon Snake Mountain from the projection on the wall. His cloudy eyes became filled with panic. Dragon Snake Mountain really has a treasure showing up. Why? I had sent people to search for so many years in the Dragon Snake Mountain and found nothing. I thought his prophecy was false, but now it has come true. Afterwards, Zhao Er's eyes but surged with excitement. But I've already set it up. He can divinely calculate for 100 years, and I can set it up for 100 years. He said, that thing on Dragon Snake Mountain has the secret of immortality. I'm saved. Get this secret. I can go on living. Excited, Zhao Er waved at his children's families. The Zhao family also understood that it was time for them to act. Who will become the heir of the Zhao family depends on who can bring back the elder and the secret of the elder tonight. Deep in the Dragon Snake Mountain, a century-old dilapidated temple sits here. As the ground shook, only a white light unexpectedly emerged from the compound of this ancient temple and shot up into the sky. In the middle of the meditation room, a young monk ran out in a panic. He stared dazedly at what appeared within that mass of white light, his eyes filled with endless shock. It actually exists. They had been investigating the area for decades without finding it, dismissing it as a fanciful legend. I didn't realize that it really showed up. Dragon Snake Mountain. Observation deck. The ground shaking just now lasted less than a minute before it had subsided. Even the rushing white light disappeared, and darkness continued to envelop the land. Calm was restored all around, as if nothing had happened. The stunned crowd raised their eyes and looked around. What just happened? Was it an earthquake? Or a mudslide? What's with that white light? Is it a searchlight for rescue? It's so scary. I almost peed my pants just now. Song Zian and Li Shui were both stunned as well. Wu Tian and the other two also stood in place not knowing what to do. It's good that it's all over. Peace was restored all around as well. Yi Wuchen suddenly said to Song Zian, I'm going to meet an old friend in the mountains. You wait here for me. Song Zian couldn't help but ask, how are you going to get in? The entire Dragon Snake Mountain has been sealed off by the army. Yi Wuchen replied without looking back. I can get in if I want to, and there's no place in the world I can't go. Whether it was a forbidden place in an ancient palace, a killing formation in the midst of millions of troops, or a rift valley where people were rare, Yi Wuchen walked as if he was walking on the ground. After saying that, he took it upon himself to walk towards the middle of the Dragon Snake Mountain. Lu Xue shook her head straight at the sight. Say one thing, do another. Isn't it true that a mere heavenly crystal stone can't get into this guy's eyes? Now he's not also gone into the mountains to look for treasure. Who's going to believe you when you talk about seeing old friends? In Lu Xue's mind, her impression of Yi Wuchen had gotten worse and worse. Wu Tian also couldn't help but say it's Song Zian. Zian, you find a normal man too, right? This is a ing psycho. Long ago I told you to be good with this young man, but you were reluctant to do so. Otherwise this young man will make you eat and drink spicy food. Now want to reconsider being this young man's woman? After Wu Tian finished speaking, a pair of lustful eyes sized up Song Zian's body for a good while. He had been salivating over this great beauty for a long time. Le Shui kicked Wu Tian in disgust. If you want to play with women, go play with someone else. Don't play with my bestie. Le Shui had long known exactly what kind of a commodity Wu Tian was. Wu Tian shrugged his shoulders full of concern and didn't continue to say much. Le Shui's family situation was not worse than Wu Tian's, so for Le Shui's warning, Wu Tian would not hastily retort to be offended, only to see Le Shui whispering at Song Zian again. Zian, this guest of yours really looks a bit abnormal. You can return this list before you get into trouble. Even Le Shui felt that Yi Wuchen's spirit was sick. Song Zian was helpless and didn't know how to explain. Lo Shui, you guys really want to go into the Dragon Snake Mountain? Ha? She could only change the subject. Lexi nodded. Wu Tian paid for the news that there are heavenly crystal stones in the Dragon Snake Mountain, and we're going to go exploring. Despite the military blockade, the guide we hired was able to find a hidden trail that would get us in and out without any problems. Song Zian tensed as soon as she heard this. It's going to be dangerous in there. Le Shui pointed to two other tall men behind her. Don't worry, we hired bodyguards and professional guides, and it's not like we're going to fight someone for the heavenly crystal stones. We're just going to watch the fun. Nothing will happen. It's rare to come across such a big bustle. How can we miss it? This one is going to be exciting. Le Shui's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. This made Song Zian extremely helpless. She didn't understand why these rich kids always liked to pursue excitement when they didn't live a good life with their fine clothes. Whenever she saw Le Shui risking her life to play extreme sports, Song Zian would be scared to death. Instead, Le Shui was happy to be there. This was really incomprehensible to Song Zian. Lo Shui, can you guys go into the mountains later and help take care of my employer? He's a silly one. I'm really afraid something will happen to him. Song Zian pleaded with Le Shui. Le Shui was a little reluctant, but she agreed. Zian, for your sake I'll take care of him when I can. Well, we need to hurry up and get into the mountains. After Le Shui finished speaking, she waved her hand towards Wu Tian and the others, so they also brought their equipment and started heading towards the depths of the Dragon Snake Mountain. In place, Song Zian was the only one waiting worriedly. Tianji Pavilion. The night is late. The hour of the sun is also approaching, and in the middle of the courtyard of the Tianji Pavilion, there was actually a beauty with a high and cold temperament sitting in meditation. It's none other than Su. She herself stood guard in the courtyard, waiting for the arrival of the Zizi. Da, da, da. A footstep sounded. Listening to this familiar footsteps, Su knew that it was his great-grandfather, Su Shimen, who had come. Su, still on guard? Su Shimen looked at Su, who had been sitting quietly, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This great-granddaughter of his is good at everything but being too competitive. Su replied seriously, Great-grandfather, I must prove today that it is impossible for anyone to live forever. Didn't that liar say that at midnight tonight the seed he planted 100 years ago would break through the ground? I'll stand guard here tonight and expose his deception myself. Speaking of this, Su stomped her foot even harder. Her heels made a dull sound on the concrete floor. Great-grandpa, this is 10 centimeters of thick concrete. Even if you hit it with a sledgehammer, you won't be able to break it open easily, let alone a seed. There's no way in this world that there exists a species of tree that breaks up this concrete in one night. Su had a confident look on her face. Su Shimin couldn't help but sigh. Su grew up with a very high starting point, causing her to be so high-minded that she didn't know that there were people beyond the sky in this world. It was especially unlikely that Su would understand a divine figure like the old master. At this point, Su glanced at the time of his cell phone and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Look, great-grandfather, it's now the hour of the sun. Am I right? That kid is a liar. What seeds planted 100 years ago are simply used to fool you old people. When I send for him tomorrow, I'll make sure to publicize his deception. Su spoke with gusto. Suddenly, click, a strange sound came out. This sound came from the ground underneath Su's feet. Su Jie was startled and hastily jumped away towards the side, only to see that where she originally stood, the concrete floor unexpectedly cracked with countless cracks, spreading towards the surroundings as if it was a spider web. The concrete floor began to bulge upward and looked as if something is about to come out of the ground. Chapter 13, Who is he to be my master? In the midst of Su's unbelievable gaze, only to see that the concrete floor in the courtyard was toppled by a powerful force, followed closely by what was finally emerging from below. That turned out to be a sapling. The sapling was no more than the size of a palm, with only 2 verdant leaves growing on it. But who would have thought that it would be so powerful that it would be able to burrow through the concrete? Su looked at the sapling in front of him and only felt greatly shocked. However, the next scene was even more shocking to her. It was amazing to see the sapling growing at a rapid pace. In a short period of time, the sapling surprisingly grew rapidly from the size of a palm to a height of 1 meter. It is also getting thicker branches and more leaves, and it hasn't stopped growing. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. By the end of the day, the original sapling had grown into a large, sturdy tree more than 10 meters tall. The tree was so lush and leafy that it looked like a huge green umbrella, and the tree is magnificent. Standing there alone, it had an ineffable noble aura, as if it were a noble king among the trees. This aura made even So, who was standing under the tree, feel nothing but awe. The imperial house tree, surprisingly, had really grown. Only this kind of tree, which exists only in myths and legends, grows rapidly after 100 years of gestation. Yi Wuchen's prediction came true, realized in a startling way. How could this happen? How can this be true? How can any tree top through concrete and grow so fast? This should never have happened. Su disheveled and looked at everything in front of him. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed the fact otherwise. Her worldview, completely turned upside down. Until now, Su still felt that this was difficult to accept. Su Shimin said faintly, 100 years ago, I was in charge of supervising the construction of the Celestial Pavilion, but the Tianji Pavilion was built 3 times in a row, but it collapsed. I was so puzzled that I had to consult his lordship. Master told me that the Tianji Pavilion was built for stargazing to peer into the heavens. It was because it led to the leakage of the Heavenly Chance that the Heavenly Chance Pavilion was difficult to build. So his lordship traveled to the north and searched for the last seed of the imperial house tree in the world. He planted the seeds with his own hands and changed the feng shui of the Tianji Pavilion with the magical ability of the emperor's house tree seed to ward off calamities. After that, the Tianji Pavilion was built, and it was indeed completed and built smoothly. Su listened and asked in a daze, Great-grandfather, so you knew about this a long time ago. Why didn't you, then, tell me? Su Shimin smiled helplessly. Would you have believed me if I had told you before? I know your nature too well to accept it until it is verified with my own eyes. Su couldn't help but be mute and silent. That's right. Before, no matter what Su Shimin said, she wouldn't believe it, because she had decided that there would be no elders in this world. And even more so, she had decided that Yi Wuchen was a liar. Until now, the facts were all in front of him, which finally made Su completely convinced. Wrong. I lost this bet. At this moment, this proud daughter of heaven finally bowed her head and admitted her mistake. She grew up being competitive and trying to be first in everything. And today, she lost so completely. Su Jiao's eyes were filled with tears. Her pride and self-esteem had been completely shattered this night, which made her feel deeply aggrieved. Su Shimin gently patted Su's shoulder and comforted him. There is no shame in losing to his lordship. May I ask how many people throughout the ages have been worthy enough to compete with his lordship? Su Jia looked at Su Shimin in a daze as she was about to open her mouth. Suddenly, only to see a red flower blossom on that huge imperial house tree. However, these flowers are fleeting and quickly wither. Immediately afterward, the large tree surprisingly began to bear fruit on top of it. A single fruit grows out of the branches of the tree, and the heavy branches are bent and hanging down. These fruits were intensely fragrant and shaped like tiny gourds, with a faint golden light emanating from their bodies. Su was dumbfounded by what she saw. From the time a sapling broke through the ground, to thriving, to blossoming, it surprisingly only took a total of more than 10 minutes. These fruits in particular were bizarre and very strange, and were not mortal at first glance. Su Shimin surveyed the fruits and came to a realization. This is the imperial house fruit, which is said to have the effect of reversing qi and turning misfortune into good fortune. I also didn't realize that this fruit actually exists. I am called the living god by the world, but every time I relieve someone of a disaster, I have to pay a great price. Leaking information will result in retribution. That's precisely why I can only organize the divine feast once a year. But this emperor's house fruit, however, only needs to be taken to allow one to ward off disasters. The effect of this single imperial house fruit is worth a divine feast. Su Shimin couldn't help but be greatly shocked as he looked at the divine fruits that filled his eyes. Su was surprised. So this one fruit, isn't it worth a lot of money? Su Shimin despised it. Is it worth more than that? Simply priceless. Su was shocked at his words. It is important to realize that the value of the living god, Su Shimin, has long been too high to measure, and the priceless treasure that came out of his mouth would inevitably be worth as much as an unimaginable amount. Su couldn't help but reach out his hand. So he wanted to pick an emperor house fruit. Getting such a fruit was equivalent to getting a priceless treasure. With so many fruits, it would undoubtedly bring the strength of the entire Tianji Pavilion and the Su family to an unprecedented peak. Su Shimin suddenly bellowed, "Stop!" Su was taken aback and stopped in a hurry. I only heard Su Shimin say seriously, "This tree belongs to the Lord. and the fruit that bears on it belongs to the Lord. Everything in the celestial pavilion is likewise his lordship's. Only his lordship has the authority to make the distribution. Su was a little surprised to see the incomparably serious expression of his great-grandfather. It was hard for her to understand this thing called loyalty. More than that, she couldn't imagine that one person would be loyal to another to such an extent. Su Min continued. Su, since you lost the bet, then you should fulfill the bet. From now on, his lordship is your master. It's an honor for you, and an honor for my Su family. Early tomorrow morning, remember to go to Dragon Snake Mountain to greet his lordship. Su couldn't help but be annoyed. I'm not going to. Su, who was deeply influenced by modern thinking, really found it hard to accept that she had to be a maid for someone. Su Shimin snapped, unbridled. If you don't honor the bet, then I will expel you from the house. Our Su family will completely sever our relationship with you, and we will never see each other again. You're on your own. After Su Min finished speaking, he angrily whisked his sleeves away. Su stood in place aggrieved. It was the first time since she was a child that she had seen her great-grandfather get so angry. But after all, a willingness to bet is a willingness to lose. Despite the reluctance, there was no one else to blame. Her eyes began to flicker as a stubbornness rose in her heart. I'd like to take a good look at what makes him my master. Chapter 14, Deep Mountain Deserted Temple. Dragon Snake Mountain. The mountains were silent at night. The trees are heavily shadowed and twisted horribly. In the middle of the mountain forest, a group of people were walking quickly. They were none other than Wu Tian, Lo Shui, a bodyguard and a guide. The four had walked out of breath, but seemed to be chasing a man's back. Lo Shui couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. Why is that guy still ahead of us? We've been chasing him for half a day, and I can't believe we haven't caught up with him yet. In Lo Shui's line of sight, Yi Wuchen's figure could be seen far ahead of them. Because she was entrusted by Song Zian, Lo Shui decided to call Yi Wuchen to accompany her. But who would have thought that after entering the Dragon Snake Mountain, they had been chasing Yi Wuchen for almost an hour, but they could never catch up. This is not an unusual situation. It was important to know that the four people present, in addition to Wu Tian's physical quality that was first class, but even so, the four were still unable to catch up with Yi Wuchen's footsteps. Boss, that guy we're chasing isn't right. After half a day of chasing, even the guide was fed up. I grew up here in the Dragon Snake Mountains, and no one walks the mountains better than me. But the man in front, he's so light on his feet, it's as if he's floating, and it's as if he's very familiar with the terrain here. The route he took is exactly the kind of trail that we can use to bypass the army blockade into Dragon Snake Mountain. Is he a human or a ghost? A hint of horror showed on the guide's face even at the end of his words. Wu Tian disdainfully said, "What the hell kind of ghost? He's nothing but a... How dare you guys go after a psychopath? I think you guys are the ones who are sick. That psycho can go wherever he likes. We're here to find treasure. What do we care?" Wu Tian originally had a problem with Yi Wuchen, but at this moment, he couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. "Look, there's a light over there." The bouncer, sharp-eyed, pointed to the light and called out. The guide looked away and explained. "There is a temple there. This temple is very old, said to be over 100 years old. Especially this temple is situated deep in the mountains in a very remote location. Not many incense burners come to donate money, resulting in that temple being broken and poor. There used to be only one old presiding officer guarding the temple alone, and when that old presiding officer died of old age a year ago, the temple was deserted for a while. But 2 days ago another young presiding officer came and took over the temple." "Ha, that guy we've been chasing is heading towards the temple?" The crowd rushed to look. As expected, Yi Wuchen's figure was seen heading towards the temple without any hurry. Lo Shui instantly made up her mind. "Let's tag along and see." With Lo Shui having made up her mind, the group moved quickly. Even though Wu Tian was not happy but had no choice but to follow. Finally, at the gate of the temple, the four of them finally caught up with Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen looked at the four people who were chasing after him and said indifferently, "Now you turn your heads and go back before it's too late to avoid disaster." Yet how could the four retreat? Wu Tian even sneered. "Boy, don't be a sycophant here and act like you're a good Samaritan. I saw through it long ago. You want to keep the treasure all to yourself, don't you? Otherwise, how did you know that this way around the blockade to get in?" Speaking of this, Wu Tian's sight looked towards this dilapidated ancient temple. "If I'm not mistaken, the treasure is inside. Since we're here, there's no way we're going to let you keep it all to yourself." Wu Tian's statement made Lo Shui, the guide and the bodyguard all agree quite a bit. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. It is hard to persuade the ghosts of the dead with good words, and mercy does not help the self-dead. He had already said what he needed to say, and if these people still wanted to find their own deaths, then he couldn't care less. and his silence fell on the ears of the onlookers, and was misunderstood as weakness of heart. Lush US soothed. And don't be afraid. There's a lot of us but we won't bully you. I promised Xian that I would try to cover you. This made Yi Wuchen look at Le Shui one more time, but he didn't say much. Instead, he looked his eyes towards this ancient temple in front of him. 100 years. Yi Wuchen sighed softly. 100 years ago, he had projected in the Heavenly Chance Pavilion that after 100 years this place would have a surge of Earth's chi, which would cause a stone tablet buried in the Dragon and Snake Mountain during the ancient times to come out. And that stone tablet was the key to Yi Wuchen's search for the mystery of longevity. So, Yi Wuchen sent one of his men to build a temple here to gather the Earth's chi to change the feng shui, to ensure that the stone tablet would come out in the temple. Today, it's time. Yi Wuchen withdrew his mind and reached out, then pushed open the door of the ancient temple. Squeak! After the dilapidated gate was pushed open, a compound appeared in the crowd's sight. To one's surprise, there was already someone waiting for the crowd in the middle of the compound. Amit Ba, only to see that it was a young monk, who wore a green cloth monk's garment, and he rushed towards the crowd and chanted a Buddha's name with his hands folded. Afterward, the young monk's gaze gathered on Yi Wuchen. Schizo, you're finally here. The poor monk, Ming Jing, has been waiting here for a long time for the monks? Doubts flooded the hearts of Le Shui Wu Tian and the others as they heard the words. Been waiting long? It seemed that this young monk had already known that Yi Wuchen was coming tonight. Yi Wuchen glanced around, a hint of despair surging in his eyes. It seems that Gohai has passed away. Seeing the young monk, Yi Wuchen understood that the person he had arranged here back then was bound to have aged and died. The young monk who called himself Ming Jing replied. The old presiding officer had already ascended to the ultimate bliss with honor a year ago, and before he passed away, he had explained to the poor monk that he should wait here for the scholar. He said that one day a vision will fall from the sky, and the schizo will surely pay a visit. Now that you have arrived, then it is time for the poor monk to fulfill his mission and hand over that out-of-this-world exotic treasure to you. The monk will wait a moment. The poor monk will go fetch it now. After saying that, Ming Jing turned around and walked towards the middle of the room. Yi Wuchen, however, was a bit gloomy. 1 year. He didn't realize that Gohai had died just a short year ago. For Yi Wuchen, who had experienced long years, a year was too short. Short to deplorable. And when Wu Tian and the others on the side heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Wu Tian, in particular, immediately rejoiced. Surprisingly, there really is a treasure. I wonder if this treasure is worth anything. Is it that fist-sized heavenly crystal stone? The bodyguard and guide couldn't help but be delighted. Only Le Shui looked at Yi Wuchen suspiciously. She always felt that something didn't seem quite right. The young monk called Ming Jing was obviously meeting Yi Wuchen for the first time, but he was able to recognize Yi Wuchen at a glance among so many people. At this point, only to see that Ming Jing had walked out of the house holding a large stone tablet. Sure, master. This is the exotic treasure that emerged from the ground not long ago, Ming Jing said, placing the stone tablet in front of Yi Wuchen. This stone tablet was about 1.5 meters high and 1 meter wide. The whole body was crystal clear. The material looked somewhat like glass or diamonds, but in the depths it was as if there were streams of light surging. Extremely gorgeous. Wu Tian's eyes instantly widened after seeing this stone tablet. Celestial crystals. Geez, such a big piece. This, how much is this worth? He couldn't help but tremble at the sound of his shriek. The three of them, Lo Shui, the guide and the bodyguard, were also completely stunned by such a large piece of heavenly crystal stone. Chapter 15. Tianjing Stone. But it was a very rare ore. It's worth, like, 100 times more than diamonds. So far, the largest Tianjing stone unearthed in the world is only the size of an egg. That piece of heavenly crystal stone alone had already been sold at a sky-high price, and it was simply unheard of to see such a large heavenly crystal stone presented in front of the crowd at this time. Its value could not be estimated even by a rich second generation like Wu Tian. Get rich. This is really rich. A priceless treasure. This is truly priceless. Wu Tian's eyes were dead set on the stone monument made of heavenly crystal stone, and he simply couldn't move his eyes away from it. Even Le Shui couldn't help but feel a surge in her heart. Her family was also wealthy, but when confronted with such a huge amount of wealth, it made it difficult for her to keep her composure. After all, the value of this stone tablet was even more enormous than the foundation that their Le family had worked for generations to create. Ha! What's he doing? Le Shui glanced at her afterglow. But she actually found that Yi Wuchen's face unexpectedly did not have any excitement and joy, but instead had a look of deep thought. The way he looked, he was actually looking at the words carved on the stone tablet. It was only then that Le Shui noticed that the surface of the stone tablet was engraved with words that were thick at the head and thin at the tail, shaped like a tadpole. Tadpoles. Le Shui couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wu Tian was puzzled. What's a tadpole? Le Shue replied. Tadpole script, a mysterious script passed down from ancient times, is feared to be thousands of years old. When Wu Tian heard this, he became more and more excited. So this thing is even an antique? Now it's worth even more. This trip, we've really come to the right place. Heavenly crystal stone alone is already valuable enough to be amazing. And now with the addition of antique value, the combination of the two will be worth an unbelievably high level. Lo Shui, however, looked at Yi Wuchen with some doubts. You know tadpoles? Yi Wuchen replied. Recognize. Lu Shui couldn't help but sneer. Tadpole writing is so old that no one has been able to recognize it for a long time. And even Guo Moruo, a great archaeologist who has studied it for many years, could only recognize 3 characters. Could this kid in front of me be even better at ancient writing than the archaeologists? Le Shue then asked tentatively. And what does it say? Yi Wuchen replied. It's not your place to know. Le Shue despised it, posturing. Sure enough, this kid doesn't know. It doesn't matter if you don't know. If you don't know and pretend to know, then you will only make people laugh. Yi Wuchen, however, didn't care about Le Shue's opinion as he was still staring at the tadpole writing on this stone tablet. A few moments later, he finally read all the text. This caused Yi Wuchen to let out a long breath. I thought this was the end, but I didn't realize it was actually the beginning. From whence you came, you must return in the end. What was written on this stone tablet was a way to get to a mysterious place. That place is called the Abyss. Yi Wuchen was no stranger to this place. Billions of years ago, Yi Wuchen, who had lost his memory, walked out of the abyss. Since then, he has been living forever and ever, about all the memories in the abyss, but he had forgotten them all. Even how to return to the abyss, he could no longer recall. Yi Wuchen believed that as long as he returned to the abyss, then the secret of his longevity would definitely be solved. And now, at last, he has been given the clue to return to the abyss. Returning to the abyss requires preparation for many things, one of which is the 9 Jade Lady, which I happened to meet. Is all this, in the underworld, its own destiny? Even though Yi Wuchen had already penetrated the heavens and known the earth, he was surprisingly unable to see through it for a moment. All the mysteries can only be revealed by going to the abyss. At this point, Monk Mingjing suddenly asked, Monk, have you already comprehended the heavenly chances on this profound tablet? Yi Wuchen nodded slightly. Akane asked again. So what exactly is this heavenly opportunity? Yi Wuchen replied. About everlasting life. Excitement suddenly welled up on Mingjing's ancient face. Sure enough, in this world, you are the only one who can read this ancient lost script. Then tell me what you have read of the secret of everlasting life. As Mingjing spoke, he took a step forward, an oppressive meaning filling his entire body. Yi Wuchen still had the same reply. It's not your place to know. Akane, however, took another step forward. The poor monk thinks that it's better for the Shifu to speak up. His originally charitable face had become surprisingly hideous for a few moments. Even his words took on a threatening tone. This monk's sudden transformation caused the rest of the bystanders to be a bit puzzled. Yi Wuchen, however, said, It seems that Zhao has had mischievous intentions for more than a day or two. As a monk, you are also willing to be a dog for Zhao? When these words came out, the crowd was once again astonished. Lu Shui looked at Yi Wuchen suspiciously. This was the second time Yi Wuchen mentioned Zhao tonight. Could it be that what's going on here really has something to do with Zhao? How is that possible? Zhao was the richest man in the world, so how could he still exert so much effort to deal with an ordinary man? Unless, he's not ordinary. Akane sneered. I can't refuse the offer that Mr. Zhao gave me. So, you might as well translate the tablet honestly. No one can leave without leaving behind the secret of immortality. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly and disdainfully. Wu Tian, who was on the side, suddenly and violently pulled out a dagger from his pocket and pointed it at Yi Wuchen and Mingjing. Nobody move. This celestial crystal stone belongs to me. No one is going to steal it from me. Wu Tian grimly waved his dagger and yelled madly. His move came as a big surprise to all. Le Shue exclaimed. Wu Tian, what are you doing? Wu Tian said excitedly. This heavenly crystal tablet is a priceless treasure. Once I get it, I won't have to earn any money in my life. It's mine. I'll fight anyone who dares to steal from me. Wu Genius didn't care about Mingjing and Yi Wuchen. His heart had long been blinded by endless desires, and at this moment, all he could see was this stone tablet. At this point, the guide and bodyguard on the side looked at each other. In the next moment, they were only seen pulling out their daggers as well and pounced ferociously towards Wu Tian. Why should you take this treasure all by yourself? We have a share too. With this baby, I can be richer than you. A rich kid, too. Our destiny is about to change. It is mine. I'll kill anyone who dares to grab it. Obviously they were also blinded by this great wealth at the moment and wanted to snatch it up. For a moment, Wu Tian, the bodyguard and the guide fought together, none of them wanting to give this wealth away. Le Shui watched this in disbelief and couldn't help but cry out. Stop it! Stop it! You guys! Stop fighting! If you keep fighting, you'll kill someone. However, the three of them were already bewildered at this point. They did not stop Le Shui's advice at all, and were still fighting each other. In a short period of time, the three of them were already drenched in blood, and all of them had suffered serious injuries. Monk Ming Jing, however, didn't bother to look at the three. His eyes never left Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, shook his head slightly. People die for money, birds die for food. It's just a piece of broken stone tablet. How could it make you guys lay down your lives to fight like this? Then what's the point of keeping this broken stone tablet? After saying that, Yi Wuchen's palm suddenly pressed on top of that stone tablet. Boo! A muffled sound was emitted. Only the stone tablet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Next moment, the entire stone monument shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless pieces. Chapter 16, Never heard of it. A stone monument made of heavenly crystal stone just turned into countless fragments in the sight of everyone. A rare treasure of great value was destroyed in this way. So hard, everyone's pupils, including Ming Jing's, shrunk violently. The wizard and the bodyguard couldn't be bothered to fight. They hurriedly got down on the ground and panicked to grab the pieces of the monolith. Even if it was just some fragments of heavenly crystals, they could still be sold for quite a lot of money if they were taken out, even though they had already been stabbed, and blood and guts were constantly flowing out of their wounds. They were still frantically trying to grab the stone tablet fragments. It was a daunting sight. Wu Tian, on the other hand, stared incredulously at Yi Wuchen. Are you crazy? Do you know how much this is worth? It is priceless. You break it, and its value drops at least a few thousand times, tens of thousands of times. Do you know that? He roared madly towards Yi Wuchen, not caring about the bleeding wounds on his body. At this moment, Wu Tian's eyes were red and his forehead was rippling with veins. A look as if he was a desperate man who had been robbed of his most precious thing. Yi Wuchen, however, returned with disdain. It's just a mere piece of heavenly crystal stone. It's taken too seriously by you guys. The value of this tablet lies solely in the words on it. If I didn't have those words, this is something that I wouldn't even want as a gift. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Hiss! You don't even want to give it to him? A few people suddenly remembered that the man couldn't look at the heavenly crystal stones before he entered the mountain in the first place. At first they just thought the man was pretending. Until now, he could have slapped this worldly rare heavenly crystal stone without hesitation, much less bothering to pick up the valuable pieces on the ground. It shows that he really doesn't look at this stuff. Wu Tian was so infuriated that he pointed at Yi Wuchen. You, he wanted to retort, but he was speechless. A rare treasure in his eyes, but disliked and despised by others as if it were trash. How does that leave him with a rebuttal? He was so angry that he was trembling so much that he couldn't even speak. But, when he was furious to the extreme, his anger caused him to spray a mouthful of blood directly out, pissed off to the point of spitting blood. On the other side, Le Shui stared blankly at Yi Wuchen, unable to calm her heart. Is he unaware of the value of celestial crystal stones? Or does really treat money like dirt? Le Shui doesn't know. She'd never met anyone who didn't love money. Much less have I seen someone who not only doesn't move in the face of great wealth, but can destroy it without batting an eyelid. Such people are either noble to the core, either rich beyond belief. Even Ming Jing's gaze was filled with surprise when he looked at Yi Wuchen. I really underestimated you. Even I am moved by treasures of this level. I'm afraid even the richest man in the world couldn't say something like I wouldn't even give it away when confronted with it. And you actually trashed it just like that? You're still annoying. Ming Jing couldn't help but grit his teeth a little when he said this. After all, this stone tablet, he also wanted it. Yi Wuchen glanced at Ming Jing, then said, you don't have the compassion of a monk. Instead, you are filled with greed, hostility, and killing intent. Especially since you are surrounded by countless unjust souls and have deep sins in your body. You are bound to be a tenfold great villain. People like you are even more annoying. Ming Jing laughed angrily when she heard this. He was seen pulling out a hideous and terrifying demon mask from his arms, and then slowly putting it on his face. Cut the crap. Before you die, you are entitled to know my name. After the young monk put on the demonic mask, his entire aura became eerie. It's like an evil ghost crawling up from hell. Yi Wuchen, however, waved his hand. It's not necessary. There are countless nameless curmudgeonly rats who have died at my hands. Your name is not good enough for me to remember. Throughout history, there were only a handful of people who were qualified enough to make Yi Wuchen remember their names. Which one of them is not the pinnacle of excellence in a certain field? Ming Jing sniffed and his anger blazed. He grunted coldly. I'm not a curmudgeon. I am the king of terror. In this world, but anyone who hears my name will be afraid. 4. I am terror incarnate, the king of darkness. After he said that, he only saw the murderous aura surging madly from Ming Jing's body. Such a strong murderous aura caused goosebumps to rise on the bodies of everyone present. Chill to the bone. The moment this name came out, Lo Shui, Wu Tian and the others' faces changed dramatically as if they had seen a ghost. King of Terror. This monk, surprisingly, is the King of Terror? That's a fearsome presence outside of the country. Countless bloodshed was his doing. Countless lives were lost at his hands. Countless experts were helpless against him. Bloody, brutal, powerful, and vicious are synonymous with him. Such a demon in the human world would appear in this temple in the middle of the deep mountains? Fake. Fake, right? Le Xue's voice trembled. She could hardly imagine that a minor character like herself would one day encounter the ferocious and renowned King of Terror. But no one who has seen the King of Terror has survived. If it was the real King of Terror, then everyone present would have to die. Wu Tian was even more paralyzed with fear. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't see anything. A big man, at this moment, was scared as if he were a child crying and screaming. When the name of the murderer comes out, people lose their nerve. Akane, who was wearing a demon mask, was very content to enjoy the fear-inducing effect. However, Yi Wuchen, said indifferently, the King of Terror? Never heard of it. What? Everyone looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. I can't believe I've never heard of the King of Terror. Did you say that on purpose? Or is it ignorance? They didn't know that Yi Wuchen had truly never heard of it. Yi Wuchen has been sleeping for 100 years. There were only a handful of strong people from 100 years ago that he could remember. Not to mention these newly minted juniors. Dare to look down on me? The King of Terror's body exploded with rage. In his opinion, Yi Wuchen was deliberately provoking, and those who dare to provoke the King of Terror will die a miserable death. Ha ha ha. You've got guts. You really do. Let's see if you can still be so ballsy when you die by my hand in a while. The King of Terror laughed hideously and was about to make his move. Suddenly, a footstep sounded steeply outside the temple. It would take dozens, if not hundreds, of people marching in unison to make those footsteps. At the same time, a column of torchlight cut through the darkness. Someone's coming, and there were a lot of people. A high voice, too, came in from beyond the wall. Listen up inside. We're here on official business. Chasing a murderer. All of you, hold your heads and crouch down. If you dare to make any unusual moves, shoot on sight. Accompanying this human voice was the sound of a mass of footsteps emerging from all directions, apparently having surrounded the temple. Subsequently, boo! The door to the temple was kicked open. A large group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in. Leading the way was a valiant female general, Ling Ruhan. Chapter 17 One Punch. Seeing this group of aggressive soldiers in front of them, Le Shui Wu Tian and the others couldn't help but have their heads buzz. A sound came from the ground, and their hearts snapped up. The army has been alerted. This is a big mess. Although Le Shui Wu Tian, the two rich kids had a bit of background, they were not worth mentioning in front of the army. They originally only want to sneak in, can find the treasure on the search, cannot find the treasure to come together and leave. But who would have thought that they would be caught by the army? Especially when Le turned his sight to the three people who had fought over the stone tablet earlier. His head went blank. It's over. Only to see the guide and bodyguard already lying on the ground dying from bleeding from the knife wounds on their bodies, looking afraid that they would not survive. And Wu Tian was still holding a dagger, covered in blood and with a number of wounds on his body. It's like being caught in flagrante delicto at a murder scene. Sure enough, when the soldiers saw this scene, they raised their guns and aimed them at Wu Tian. Drop your weapons. Hold your head down, or die trying. A stern, shocking cry. Wu Tian was so scared that he hurriedly threw away the bloodied knife in his hand, then held his head and got down. His face turned pale and he also realized that he was in big trouble. When he looked at the blood on his body, he looked at Yi Wuchen, who was on the side. Before entering the Dragon Snake Mountain, Yi Wuchen's words surfaced in his ears, only to hear him suddenly call out, I killed someone. I'm going to be shot. Blood and light. We really do have blood on our hands. I'm so sorry. Why did I come here to hunt for treasure? Aha! I'm so sorry. Wu Tian finally came to his senses completely at this moment. All of this really fulfilled Yi Wuchen's words. If they had listened to Yi Wuchen and not entered this Dragon Snake Mountain, then nothing would have happened. His heart regretted it to the core. Too bad it's late. The soldiers rushed up and pressed Wu Tian over and cuffed him. The dying guides and bodyguards, too, were quickly carried down to be resuscitated. Yi Wuchen, however, sized up the soldiers. Is this what the army will be like in 100 years? At this point, female General Ling Rohan came forward. Her chilly starry eyes scanned the scene. In an instant, she saw the monk with the demon mask, King of Terror. Ling Rohan couldn't help but have her pupils shrink violently. Intelligence is accurate. The King of Terror is really here. At that moment, Ling Rohan snapped. King of Terror, I am Ling Rohan. This is the territory of my dragon kingdom, and you should abide by the laws of this land. Now that you're here, come back with me to be investigated. On the side, the female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu had already nervously raised her pistol and aimed at the King of Terror. Le Shui and the others were shocked at his words. Surprisingly, it was Ling Rohan. She was the youngest female general in the country and at one time an icon to the general public. The King of Terror laughed recklessly at his words. If it's your Dragon Kingdom's God of War and Martial Alliance Master coming, then I'll still back off. Just a little girl like you. How dare you clamor in front of me? Give it to me. Get out. Finally, the King of Terror's smile tightened, only to see him raise his right foot and stomp down hard towards the ground. This kick was like a cannonball blasting into the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire earth trembled ferociously. A terrifying force spread out along the feet of the King of Terror, instantly striking the surrounding soldiers. Boo! 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 Only to see those soldiers flying out one after another as they were blasted by the terrifying power. The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, was even blasted to the ground. Even Ling Rohan stomped back 3 steps. What power! After Ling Rohan stood firmly, her face became extremely grave. Strength beyond that of a sovereign was truly terrifying. The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, came back to her senses and hastily waved her hand. Fire! Fire! With Wang Xiaoyu's order, the soldiers raised their guns to aim at the King of Terror and pulled the trigger. Ping! 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 The gunfire was continuous. However, the King of Terror just sneered. The patriarch is already unafraid of firearms, let alone me. With just a wave of his hand, a terrifying force formed in front of him like an invisible barrier. The bullets shot into this barrier and were actually forced to a hard stop, suspended in mid-air. Not rolling? Then die. Only to see the King of Terror waving his hand again. Those hanging bullets unexpectedly folded their direction and flew back, shooting at those soldiers. Boo! 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 A large number of soldiers were hit by bullets and fell to the ground screaming. Wang Xiaoyu was completely stunned. I didn't realize that even firearms couldn't fight against this person in front of me who was like a demon. Ling Rohan hurriedly ordered in a loud voice. Everyone pull back. Only I can deal with him. At the same time, Ling Rohan's body was brewing with power, ready to fight the King of Terror. The King of Terror, however, grunted coldly. By you? Can't handle me yet. Only to see the King of Terror bulldozing up and slapping his palm towards Ling Rohan. Ling Rohan's complexion changed drastically as she hurriedly reached out but resisted. Boom! Terrifying power swept around, blowing the fallen leaves inside the temple. Ling Rohan was sent flying above the wall by this powerful force, almost on the verge of smashing through the wall. Put! Only to see Ling Rohan violently spurting out a mouthful of blood, clearly having suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. One move. The King of Terror had defeated this youngest female general with just one move. She gave the King of Terror a horrified look and ordered hastily. Retreat! Everyone retreat quickly. The King of Terror is no longer an enemy we can fight. We've got to call for backup. The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, woke up like a dream and immediately led all the soldiers to leave. Le Shui was also terrified at the sight. She didn't dare to stay at all and hurriedly withdrew along with the soldiers. As Ling Rohan was preparing to leave, she saw that Yi Wuchen was actually still standing in the same place. Come on, don't get killed. Ling Rohan anxiously called out towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. I'm staying. If I don't stay, none of you will escape. Ling Rohan looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. This guy's crazy, right? Haven't you seen the horror of the King of Terror? General, go. Wang Xiaoyu hurriedly fled the temple as she yanked over Ling Rohan, who was still in a daze. Ling Rohan took one last look at Yi Wuchen, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel sad for him. This man, I'm afraid, will have to die here. But now that the situation is critical and this guy won't listen to advice, he really couldn't care less about him. Everyone didn't dare to stop their footsteps and desperately fled towards the bottom of the mountain. The King of Terror, however, didn't go after them. His goal for the night wasn't to kill the group. His eyes were firmly fixed on Yi Wuchen. From what my boss says, you're strong. One move to destroy the sect master. Kind of interesting. I'd like to see how strong you are. Yi Wuchen waved at the King of Terror. Then cut the crap and come on. The King of Terror smiled cruelly. Then his body coalesced with power. He slammed his foot on the ground, and a deep pit was immediately made by him on the ground. Borrowing this terrifying power, the King of Terror rushed towards Yi Wuchen like a cannonball. I am Terror incarnate. The King of Darkness. On your knees. Tell the secret of immortality on the tablet. The King of Terror had rushed to Yi Wuchen in an instant. his palm ruthlessly slapped towards Yi Wuchen's face. With this palm, even a car could fly. However, next, amidst the King of Terror's horrified gaze, it was only Yi Wuchen's fist that unexpectedly came after him and accurately bombarded the King of Terror's cheek. Boom! With a heavy punch, the King of Terror was smashed to the point where he slumped directly in front of Yi Wuchen. Chapter 18. Is that man a god? What? The King of Terror, who was lying on the ground, was in a daze. He was punched down before he could react at all. This situation is unprecedented. Yi Wuchen looked down at the King of Terror on the ground and shook his head slightly. Incarnations of terror? This contemptuous questioning caused the King of Terror's pride to instantly take a violent blow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Die for me. The King of Terror leapt up violently from the ground. He was as imposing as a rainbow, and his hands violently opened up, slapping fiercely towards Yi Wuchen's solar plexus. Yi Wuchen did not avoid or dodge, and threw another punch. This punch, also incredibly fast, instantly struck the King of Terror's abdomen. Boom! The King of Terror was sent flying by this punch before falling heavily in front of Yi Wuchen again. He was punched so hard that he could only feel his internal organs being stirred up by the punch. Yi Wuchen shook his head once again. The King of Darkness? The King of Terror is going crazy. He roams the world with a ferocity and bloodshed that is frightening to behold. But never before had I been so humiliated. Aha! You're dead. You will be the first to die under my killing moves. The King of Terror's killing intent mentioned an extreme point at this moment. One could only see the muscles of his body squirming, and a terrifying power was rapidly brewing. It's like a volcano that's about to erupt. Boom! Terrifying power erupted out, and the entire ground trembled. Strong chi waves swept around the King of Terror, causing him to transform into a huge skeleton and bite down towards Yi Wuchen with one mouth. The aura is appalling. However, Yi Wuchen still slammed his fist out, hitting this huge skeleton head squarely. Boom! The skull shattered in response and went up in smoke. The King of Terror appeared, and he was smashed by this punch and once again slumped down in front of Yi Wuchen, spitting blood from his mouth. The King of Terror, who had been arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago, was as if he were a dog lying on the ground unable to stand up. Yi Wuchen shook his head once again. Your kung fu, it's a mess. The King of Terror's heart broke when he heard this. He has brought nothing but fear to people since he became famous. Still, for the first time, there is actually someone who evaluates his martial arts as a poor mess. Put. The King of Terror was so furious that he couldn't help but spray out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was actually carrying pieces of internal organs. Yi Wuchen's 3 punches had completely destroyed the King of Terror's internal organs, and at this point, he was on the verge of death. He slowly raised his head and asked with the last of his strength, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Wuchen did not reply. The name? It's just a code name. And what exactly is he? He doesn't know himself. All of that could only be unlocked by going to the abyss according to the guidance of the tadpole writing on the stone tablet just now. The King of Terror gets no answers and can only die with regret and remorse. His eyes were round and dead. This devil, who had a fierce reputation and shook the country, who had stirred up a storm of bloodshed and created a series of horrific tragedies, had finally perished, dead, without a ripple. Yi Wuchen's eyes looked towards those stone tablet fragments on the ground, and in his heart, he couldn't help but resound with the contents of the tadpole text above again. 19 Jedi Girl, Wood of Heavenly Destruction, Earthly Spirit Stone, and Water-Soaked Dragon Armor. By obtaining these 4, the passage to the abyss can be opened. I've already found the 19 Absolute Daughter, so all I need to do next is to search for the other 3 items, and I'll be able to return to the abyss. In time, all secrets will be unlocked. Although the remaining 3 items Yi Wuchen didn't have a clue right now, he wasn't in a hurry. He had a long enough time to take his time finding these things. Suddenly, a footstep sounded outside the temple. Immediately following, a man was seen walking into the temple. The man looked to be around 30 years old. He had a disheveled head and ragged clothes, looking like a beggar, especially since he was covered in dew, grass clippings, and wind and frost. It was obvious that he had lived in the mountains for a long time. His eyes scowled and his whole body bowed humbly and slightly. The man's eyes froze in place in fear after seeing the King of Terror on the ground. Kills people. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The man then fell to his knees in fear and begged for mercy towards Yi Wuchen. After witnessing a murder, the man's mind is terrorized to the core. Yi Wuchen looked at the man's face and pondered. What's your name? He opened his mouth to ask. The man replied hastily. My name is Zhang Maokai. I'm just a vagabond in the Dragon Snake Mountain, and I come to this temple to beg for food when I'm hungry on weekdays. I was so hungry tonight that I thought I'd come here to beg for some fasting. Please don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I won't say anything nonsense. The man, who called himself Zhang Maokai, was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. Yi Wuchen heard this name and then pinched his fingers. This calculation made his heart flutter. This person's destiny is actually related to the Wood of Heaven's destruction? Interesting, really interesting. Yi Wuchen's skill in divination and projection had long been learned. Su Shimen, with just a little guidance from Yi Wuchen, could rely on fortune-telling to make a fortune and become the world's living god. Now that Yi Wuchen observed Zhang Maocai's facial features and combined it with his name, he realized that relying on Zhang Maocai could even find the Wood of Heaven's destruction. It's really not a big deal to get it. It was only that Zhang Maocai's current connection between his destiny and the Wood of Heaven's destruction was still weak, and he still needed to wait for the right time. Immediately, Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. If I have not miscalculated, you have lived a life of poverty, have been married, and have conceived a daughter. But you have been wandering for 7 years, and your destiny with your daughter has not yet manifested itself. I think you have not yet seen your daughter, and may not even know the news. The vagabond Zhang Maocai instantly froze at his words. I have a daughter? He looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise, not knowing if what Yi Wuchen said was true or not. But Zhang Maocai has indeed been wandering for 5 years. 5 years ago, he became a door-to-door son-in-law because his family was too poor to afford a wife. But his mother-in-law's family didn't treat him as a human being and bullied and abused him. So he left home in anger and wanted to do something. But he didn't realize that his career was thwarted and he ended up becoming a vagabond, which he did for 5 whole years. This is true in 1,000 ways. But he didn't know that he already had a child? Yi Wuchen continued. You and I are destined to be together. So today, I'll change your fate to send you a rich and prosperous life. All you have to do is to bring these heavenly crystal stone fragments on the ground and the demon mask down the mountain before dawn. Then you can change your name successfully. From then on, success and wealth. Of course, I'm not doing you a favor for nothing. I want you to do something for me. Zhang Maocai tensed up. This murderer wants him to work? Is going to commit a crime? Do what? Zhang Maocai asked in fear. Yi Wuchen replied. There's no rush. The time is not right. When the time comes, I will naturally seek you out. After saying that, Yi Wuchen drifted away and had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the temple, Zhang Maocai knelt dumbfounded on the ground. He looked at the demonic mask that was on the body of the King of Terror, and then looked at the crystallized celestial crystals on the ground. Can I really change my fate? Can I really become rich? Can I really ever be bullied again? That man, is he divine? Chapter 19, The Hidden Master. It's getting light. The shadowy dragon snake mountain becomes clear. The leaves are green and the wind is warm, and the morning sun is soft, while at the bottom of Dragon Snake Mountain, there was tension and austerity. Rumble. Only an armored fighting vehicle and a heavy tank slowly drove over, its gun aimed at the exit of Dragon Snake Mountain, and the soldiers were standing by as if they were the enemy. Behind the military formation, Ling Ruhan and the female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, looked grave. The King of Terror is strong beyond imagination. This transfer of heavy weapons should be able to counter him, Ling Ruhan said as she stared into the depths of the Dragon Snake Mountain. Last night she had temporarily retreated, but she had not given up. As a soldier, you don't stop until the mission is accomplished. Wang Xiaoyu, who was on the side, asked with some apprehension. In the face of heavy weaponry, the King of Terror might not dare to go head-to-head with us, but if he were to escape, could we keep him? This is a question that hits the soft spot. Ling Ruhan's face showed distress as she replied helplessly. If the King of Terror really escaped, then there will be big trouble. At that time, the only way to salvage the situation is to go and ask Lord Wargod or the Martial League Alliance leader. Speaking of this, Ling Ruhan couldn't help but recall the man who insisted on staying behind in the ancient temple. At first, Ling Ruhan thought that he must be out of his mind. Now that I think about it, the unknown man was probably planning to sacrifice himself to give the crowd a chance to escape. No wonder he said we couldn't escape if he didn't stay. I'm afraid he's sacrificed now. Ling Ruhan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and sadness in her heart. She couldn't help but blame herself for not being strong enough to protect the man. Wang Xiaoyu twisted her head toward the back. General, as the day breaks, more and more people are rushing over to join in the fun. Should I take someone to disperse them to avoid an accident? Ling Ruhan followed Wang Xiaoyu's line of sight and saw that a large number of tourists and media reporters had already arrived at the scene. Once we get into a fight, I'm afraid it will cause chaos when the time comes. Immediately, Ling Ruhan was about to order the evacuation of the crowd. Suddenly, all that could be heard was the crowd cooing and letting out some sort of gasp in unison. It was as if they had seen some sort of shocking sight within their sight. Following closely behind, even Wang Xiaoyu shrieked, General, look, someone's coming out of the mountains. Ling Ruhan hurriedly turned her head to look, only to see a silhouette slowly walk out in the middle of the mountain forest. Is it the King of Terror? Ling Ruhan's heart instantly hung in the air, and she couldn't help but want to order fire. However, When the figure approached, Ling Rohan finally got a good look at him. It was a man who looked like a beggar. Not the king of terror, nor is the poor man who self-sacrificed. Everybody hold your fire. Ling Rohan hurriedly ordered the soldiers to prevent accidental injuries. The man who was like a beggar finally walked up to Ling Rohan. Ling Rohan's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently, because she saw what was in this beggar's hand, the characteristic demonic mask of the King of Terror. On it, there was blood dripping. His coat pocket was still stuffed with celestial crystal stones. Did he kill the King of Terror? Ling Rohan didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly went forward to salute. Senpai, may I ask your name? The beggar-like man replied with some trepidation. I am called Zhang Maokai. Zhang Maokai saw the gold star on Ling Rohan's shoulder badge and finally realized that she was a general. This caused Zhang Maocai's heart to instantly become fearful and reverent. Ling Rohan pointed at the demon mask on Zhang Maocai's hand. May I ask Senior Zhang? The King of Terror he is dead? The King of Terror's demonic mask is never far away. Now that the bloodstained demon mask is in someone else's hands, it means that the King of Terror is afraid that something bad has happened to him. Zhang Maokai wanted to reply, but the excessive nervousness and awe that came from facing a general caused him to open his mouth but not be able to speak, so he could only nod, indicating that the King of Terror was indeed dead. Hiss! Ling Rohan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Not only her, but the reporters nearby couldn't help but show unbelievable expressions. The King of Terror, the ferocious maniac who roamed the borders of the country, died just like that? Ling Rohan hurriedly waved her hand towards the female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu. Check it out. Wang Xiaoyu would understand. She jumped into an SUV and sped towards the deep mountains. She was going to verify the facts for herself. All the journalists and spectators present couldn't help but be filled with anticipation as well. If the King of Terror died, then it would really be a big sensational news. Soon, Wang Xiaoyu has returned in her automobile. General, the King of Terror is really dead. Just one more body. The body of the King of Terror. In her SUV. This time, the whole room roared. Ling Rohan took a deep breath, then instantly stood upright and saluted towards Zhang Maokai. Senior Zhang, thank you for helping to kill the King of Terror. You are the one who has defused this crisis in Dragon Snake Mountain, and I salute you on behalf of all the members. Ling Rohan's expression was as respectful as it could be. The mask of the King of Terror is in the hands of Zhang Maokai. Who killed him if not Zhang Maokai? As for Zhang Maocai's beggar-like appearance, that was not a problem at all. Ling Rohan had seen it herself, and many of the Supreme Masters tended to be mavericks with distinctive tastes in images. Zhang Maokai was taken aback. He hastened to explain. No, not. However, before he could finish his sentence, a gasp of surprise was emitted from among the crowd of onlookers. I know him. He's been living in the Dragon Snake Mountains. I see him all the time. It was a villager from the Dragon Snake Mountains chanting. Zhang Maokai was relieved that someone was finally going to explain it for him. Who knows? That villager said excitedly. I had thought he was just a beggar hiding in the mountains. So, he's actually a tall man who lives in seclusion in this big mountain. In the past, it was really me who had the eyes to recognize him. Tai. The crowd got even more enthusiastic when this was said. The hidden Highlander. Wind and water. Return to the mountains. Do not ask the world. The absolute master. I didn't realize that in the middle of modern society, such people really existed. A topic like this is undoubtedly extremely explosive. So the villagers who had seen Zhang Maokai before opened their mouths. I know him too. No wonder I said. He doesn't farm or work. What does he live on, living in the mountains all day? It turns out he's a reclusive master. That's right. I've seen him go for months without eating and yet he's still fit and healthy. Now that I think about it, he's really something. I have also seen him in the mountains. In the twinkling of an eye he disappeared in front of my eyes. I searched for a few hills but I couldn't find him. So he can be light. The more the villagers traveled through the evil. It's called three's a crowd. Once the villagers had decided that Zhang Maocai was a hidden master, they would infinitely expand some of the untrue details of their daily life, constantly linking them towards the hidden master, and finally coming up with some twisted delusions. Instead, the crowd felt that this delusion was the truth. After all, even the King of Terror died at his hands. This is hard evidence. When Ling Rohan heard these words, she was more and more sure that this beggar-like man in front of her was the worldly master who had a real figure that did not leak. Elder Zhang, thank you for quietly giving your time all these years, secretly guarding Dragon Snake Mountain. Your selfless spirit of giving without expecting anything in return really deserves to be learned by all of us. Ling Rohan's admiration for Zhang Maokai grew stronger. Zhang Maokai became more and more anxious this time. He doesn't have a job and yet he's alive and well? That's just because he often goes to the temple to beg for food. What disappeared in the blink of an eye? That was actually him accidentally falling into a tree hole. There are too many other misunderstandings that don't work that way at all. So he desperately tried to explain to tell the truth. I'm really not. I'm not the master. And I didn't kill the King of Terror. The man who killed the King of Terror is actually. Chapter 20, the first in the world. Zhang Maokai hadn't finished his words, but Ling Ruhan had already shaken her head, only to hear Ling Ruhan say seriously, Elder Zhang, I understand your feelings of not being greedy for credit and your spirit of wanting to remain anonymous as a worldly superior, but a talent like yours really shouldn't be buried in obscurity. Please also allow me to recruit you on behalf of the army to serve as the chief instructor of our special operations team, putting your skills to good use. The crowd was shocked. Chief instructor of special forces. The special forces, that's the most elite squad in the country. And those who have been able to serve as the chief instructor of the special warfare teams in the past have never been among the best. The last person who served as the chief instructor of the special warfare unit was the famous protectorate war god. Zhang Maokai was horrified at the news. How much does he weigh and how can he be a special forces instructor? I'm really not. The one who killed the King of Terror. Really wasn't. Zhang Maokai became more and more anxious and stammered in his explanations. He had been wandering alone among the mountains for too long and had been disconnected from society for so long that he had lost the ability to communicate normally. And the more anxious he was, the less he could say please. The reporters and spectators, on the other hand, couldn't help but swarm around at this point. They surrounded Zhang Maokai and spoke in a chorus. And please be sure to do an interview with our station. We promise it will be broadcast on the most watched interview program in the country. Mr. Zhang, on behalf of our group company, I'm willing to offer you an annual salary of $10 million to guide your security work. Senior Zhang, our Wushu Association is willing to ask you to guide our work as vice president, to contribute to the cause of martial arts transmission, and to carry the martial arts forward. Mr. Zhang, please also endorse our fitness products. I'm willing to pay $50 million for the endorsement. I want to ask Mr. Zhang to play a role in a commercial action blockbuster, and I'm willing to pay $60 million for the role. Brother Zhang, I wonder if you have a boyfriend. I want to be your woman and give you children. A courting word, a tantalizing offer, a warm invitation. These things kept hitting Zhang Maocai's brain. He's been poor for too long, suffered too long, been looked down upon for too long, and at this moment, he became that brightest star, having the most glorious moment, facing the most irresistible temptation. Wealth, status, and fame, one after the other, rolled in. Zhang Maokai couldn't hold it at all. As long as he accepts this, then he can straighten up and be a man from now on. His dream, then, can be realized. He can return home with honor and raise his eyebrows, trampling under the feet of all those who looked down on him in the beginning. The temptation was too much for him to resist. Is this the man who gave me riches? Zhang Maokai would think of what Ji Wuchen had said to him in the middle of the temple, which made him realize in a flash. At the same time, the last bit of concern in Zhang Maocai's heart was completely dispelled. Since all this fame and fortune is a gift from someone else, the big deal is to help him out in the future. It's a richness that's not to be taken for nothing. Even if you end up losing it, then at least you had it. It's better than being a beggarly pauper at the bottom of the social ladder for the rest of your life. So, Zhang Maokai accepted openly. He raised his head and straightened his back, looking out at the crowd clustered around him. Now that you have chosen to accept it, fall into this fame and fortune completely and enjoy it. That's right. I killed the King of Terror. I'm number one in the world. In this moment, Zhang Maokai was incomparably inflated and even shouted out the words of the world's number one. He screamed and rang out across the room. The people present couldn't help but stare. Subsequently, the whole room roared. The journalists in the room caught a whiff of breaking news for a split second, and they went wild with it. Number one in the world. Number one in the world. Number one in the world. Such cries resounded through the mountains. Everyone was thrilled to witness the reappearance of a hidden master. Ling Ruhan listened to the cheers of the crowd and did not correct them. After all, in today's world, there were no more top-tier powerhouses than the Martial Alliance Master and the Protectorate War God. And the fact that this senior Zhang in front of him was able to kill the King of Terror meant that he was already qualified enough to enter the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. At senior Zhang's level, his strength was bound to be among the top 3 in the world, if not the top in the world. The emergence of such a powerful hidden master is bound to be a blessing for my Dragon Kingdom. Excitement couldn't help but appear on Ling Ruhan's clear face. More and more people began to shout world's number one, celebrating this out-of-this-world powerhouse. While everyone was cheering to their heart's content, no one noticed that a silhouette had long since walked out of the mountain forest unnoticed. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. He walked unhurriedly towards a cold and colorful figure in the distance, knowing that the woman had been waiting for him for a long time. That woman was no one else It was none other than Su Jie. Something wrong? Yi Wuchen came in front of Su Jie and asked. Su Jie looked at Yi Wuchen with a pair of beautiful eyes that were complicated. Her face was filled with haggardness as she hadn't slept all night and had already come to the bottom of Dragon Snake Mountain early in the morning to wait for Yi Wuchen. For a moment, she said, "Our bet. I want to slow it down a bit. Let's play again. If I still lose this time, then I will definitely honor my previous bet and recognize you as my master." Su blushed slightly. She had been strong since she was a child, and it was the first time she had said such words about not being able to afford to lose. It filled her mind with embarrassment. Yi Wuchen sneered. "I don't have time for your nonsense. Since you can't afford to lose and don't want to honor the bet, then I'm not a petty person either. The previous bet between you and me is null and void, and you don't have to recognize me as your master. So, you should be satisfied?" After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. While he had a lot of time on his hands, it wasn't worth wasting it on someone like that. Su Jie, on the other hand, was furious at this. She thought highly of herself, and was even more so amongst the Tianji Pavilion's industries, never having been belittled like this. Although Su knew that she was the one who had played the trick first, she was still unconvinced. She couldn't help but stop Yi Wuchen and said in a loud voice, "Though you came here from 100 years ago, times have long since changed nowadays. In the modern world, you wouldn't have worked a long time ago. You're the equivalent of an old fart. To be qualified to be my Su master, one must be a dragon and phoenix among men. If you can prove yourself and convince me, then I'll honor the bet." Yi Wuchen bypassed Su Li and continued to walk forward, not bothering to pay attention to this woman. During the endless years, he had seen all sorts of people, and had long since stopped competing with people. Su Jie was angry and annoyed when she saw this. She once again chased after him and stopped Yi Wuchen. "Let's bet again, please, just once. If you can rely on your own ability, start from nothing and make enough to make $100 million in a month, then you've proven your ability. At that time, I will personally come before you to kowtow and recognize you as my lord. Make $100 million a month. This is the kind of request that only those business wizards can make. But those business wizards can make so much money only by relying on powerful platforms, broad connections and once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. It would be really hard for someone to make $100 million a month from nothing. It would undoubtedly be even more of a fool's errand if we were to ask an antique who was completely out of touch with the modern world 100 years ago to do this. This was simply an impossible task in Su's opinion. To this, Yi Wuchen just smiled faintly. Then, he was only seen pulling out the black card that Su Shimen had given him that allowed for unlimited overdrafts and handing it over to Su Jie. Handing over this card meant that Yi Wuchen was truly out of money on him now. He's literally going into business empty-handed. Su was overjoyed. "You agree to bet with me? It must be built from nothing, and must not rely on anything from the Tianji Pavilion or your connections from 100 years ago. If you win, from now on I'll be your slave and servant for the rest of my life, loyal and faithful for the rest of my life. And if you lose, then all of our bets are null and void, and I no longer have to recognize you as my master." Even if it was Su Jie herself, she relied on a huge industry like Tianji Pavilion to earn a net profit of 100 million a month, and that money wasn't even her personal. If she was left with nothing, it would be incredibly difficult for her to make $1 million a month, not to mention $100 million a month. She's a sure winner. Yi Wuchen, however, suddenly said, "What's the point of betting so small? Why gamble on something that can be done easily?" Chapter 21, If I don't make $1 billion, I'll lose. Su was shocked. That's a small bet? Easy peasy? This man, what does he want? Only to hear Yi Wuchen continue. "Let's double it 10 times. $1 billion. Within a month. If I don't make enough for $1 billion, count me out." Su Zhong froze. Is this guy crazy? 100 million is already an impossible task. $1 billion? That's a fool's errand. When this is said, that's what you said. I didn't force you. Su Jie was afraid that Yi Wuchen would back out. Yi Wuchen replied, "If I win, I don't need you to recognize me as your master. I only have one request. That is that from now on, you will never appear in front of me, because you're really annoying." After saying these words, Yi Wuchen left straight away without looking back, and that pissed Susan off half a dozen times. Annoying? Her whole Su big beauty. Do not know how many men around as if licking dogs want to see her without being able to. Now, she was surprised to be disliked by this man multiple times. Even the requirement of the $1 billion bet turned out to be to never see her again. This has dealt a huge blow to Su's self-esteem. Even humiliating. Su Jie stared at Yi Wuchen's back and gritted her teeth. "Good. I promise. I'll be watching you. Don't you dare try to cheat." After saying that, Su stomped her foot and left in a huff, and Yi Wuchen had already returned to the landscape platform and came to the cab. He looked towards the car window. only to see Song Zian sleeping soundly inside the car. In order to wait for her employer, Song Zian slept in the car all night. Knock knock. Yi Wudu knocked on the car window. Song Zian woke up quickly. She got her head out of the cab and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Big brother, you're finally back. Have you finished your business? Ha, are you the only one back? Where are Wu Tian, Le Shui and the others? Song Zian kept looking towards Yi Wuchen's back, but saw no sign of her best friend. Yi Wuchen replied, some can come back, some can't. You might as well focus on your own business first. Remember what I told you? The Ninjia female has an ill fate and bad luck, and very rarely survives past the age of 25. Now that you are 24 years old, this is the year of great misfortune, constant transgressions, and even woe to your family, grudging your father, your mother, your sons, your daughters, and your friends. I am willing to guard you safely through this year, and after you get through this you will have peace in your life. Everything will go well, and your family will be healthy. When it's done, I want you to do me a favor. Song Zian listened in confusion. She waved her hand hastily. Big brother, I can't understand a word you're saying. Can you make it simple so I can understand it? She only felt that it was too difficult to communicate with Yi Wuchen. This guy talks and is always so godawful and confusing. Yi Wuchen then patted Song Zian's cab. Your car. I'll cover it for a year. In return, you do something for me in a year. Song Zian came to a realization. I got it. No problem. Chartering a bus for a year is a great way to make a lot of money. In response, Song Zian was naturally happy. Yi Wuchen suddenly asked again. By the way, I want to start a small business. I wonder what has the most foot traffic right now. What business has the lowest cost? Although Yi Wuchen didn't lack talent, he didn't know too much in the face of this world 100 years later. So, he was going to listen to the advice of the people of this era first. Song Zian pondered for a while, then took out her cell phone and waved it towards Yi Wuchen. The most traffic places now, of course, on the internet. As far as the least expensive business, I think it's live streaming. Live streaming only requires a cell phone these days, and it's really quite lucrative if you do it right. Of course, I'm just a cab driver. I don't have much business acumen, and that's all I can think of. Yi Wuchen had long noticed that everyone in this era seemed to have a cell phone, and the phone is, seemingly, very rich and powerful. So Yi Wuchen snatched the cell phone from Song Zian's hand. Lend me your research. Song Zian couldn't help but complain. Hey, this is my cell phone. Don't you have a cell phone yourself? Yi Wuchen replied without lifting his head. No. Song Zian was completely speechless. She couldn't believe that in this day and age, there would be young people without smartphones? It's only the septuagenarians who don't have it, I guess. Yi Wuchen, however, had already gotten into the car while studying his cell phone. Take me somewhere quiet and less crowded and show me how to do that. Live. Song Zian was helpless. Who made him his employer? So she could only get into the car and drive Yi Wuchen away. Magic City. Zhao Group Building. Zhao is lying on a hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. And in the hospital room, another middle-aged man was making a phone call. Do. The call never got through. This made the middle-aged man complain. What's going on with the King of Terror? The phone hasn't been working. It's dawn and he's not replying if things are done or not. Our Zhao family paid such a huge price to invite him to deal with someone. And this is the attitude he has? This middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Tianqi's father, Zhao Jiaya. Zhao Jiaya was in his late 50s, but was well-maintained and extremely dignified in his suit. Among the Qiu group, Qiu Kaiyu was also the backbone of the center. On the hospital bed, Zhao waved his hand. The female secretary immediately stepped forward and removed the oxygen mask from Zhao face. Zhao said weakly, "Don't wait, King of Terror, must be dead. It seems, that person's strength is far beyond imagination." Zhao's cloudy old eyes became grave. He knew his lordship was strong. But how strong is his lordship? 100 years ago, he couldn't see through it. 100 years later, he could still only see the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Jiaya, however, said unconvincingly, even if he's powerful, he's still a human being. And as long as he's a human being, I don't believe he can be powerful to any extent. That child Tianqi is too young and hasn't suffered any setbacks. That's why he was frightened by him at the Tianji Pavilion. After Zhao Tianqi came back from the Tianji Pavilion, he was scared to the point that he was mentally deranged for a while, and kept saying that he had seen a ghost under his breath. And then he gradually got better after treatment by a psychiatrist. Zhao Jiao saw his son being bullied like this, which made him furious long ago. That's why Zhao Jiao was the staunchest supporter of this plan to invite the King of Terror to deal with the elders. Grandpa, you're old and don't have the courage of the young. You are already fearful of the elder, but I am not afraid of him. You can rest assured that you'll leave the matter of the eldritch to me. I'll definitely clean him up. After finishing his speech, Zhao Jiaya turned around and left the hospital room. Now the Zhao family is rich and powerful. He couldn't believe that there would still be someone that the Zhao family couldn't clean up. On the hospital bed, Zhao looked at Zhao Jiao's departing back and shook his head in disappointment. He then rushed to the female secretary and ordered. Jia Yao is too impulsive. He doesn't know how strong the master is. He will suffer. Help me call Martial League Alliance Master Wang Rui, Divine Dr. Li Feng. I'm going to ask them personally to meet for tea. Chapter 22 Live Fortune Telling. Park. Bench. Song Zian was instructing Yi Wuchen to use his cell phone to broadcast live. See, if you tap here you can successfully create a live room, and then tap this to start broadcasting. Now the live broadcast competition is all about talent. I don't know what some of your talents are, so I can help you carry out the name of your live broadcast room, Song Zian said while muttering in her heart. She could sort of see that Yi Wuchen really knew nothing about the use of smartphones. This made Song Zian more and more surprised. It was the first time she'd seen a young person who didn't know how to play with a smartphone. However, Yi Wuchen's ability to learn and comprehend was truly superb. When Song Zian casually said something, Yi Wuchen was able to quickly comprehend it and was able to learn by example. It had only been a short while, and Yi Wuchen had already begun to master the use of smartphones. Yi Wuchen had an idea after a little thought. Talent? I know. I'll do a live fortune telling. Just by seeing Yi Wuchen tapping a few times on his cell phone screen, a fortune-telling live room had been created successfully. Song Zian couldn't help but be shocked. Why did you create a fortune-telling livestream? Didn't even discuss it with me. Oops. This is bad. Yi Wuchen looked at Song Zian in doubt. Only after Song Zian's explanation did Yi Wuchen understand. It turns out that there used to be a lot of people playing live fortune tellers on the internet, but recently they have all been scolded and retired from broadcasting one by one, because a fake anchor has appeared on the network. Ino Lin. Lin Inua is a well-known anchor and a famous internet celebrity. She hated scammers who faked and lied on the air. That's why Lin Ino started to fight counterfeiting live on the internet, exposing the tricks of all kinds of crooks, so that the crooks would suffer the scorn of the netizens and the punishment of the law. This has also made Lin Ino famous, while at the same time those network live on the fraudsters are scared to death, no longer dare to cheat in the live room. So come on. You want to rely on live fortune telling to fool people now. It doesn't work anymore. The general environment is like this. You now play live fortune telling that is a dead end, Song Zian said to Yi Wuchen in a serious tone. At the same time, she sized up Yi Wuchen and stroked her chin as she continued. Then again, you're a good-looking fellow. I do think, if you dress up fashionably, you might be able to attract a rich woman to eat with your face. Those rich women are so generous when it comes to rewarding them on the air. Song Zian's words were full of jokes and banter. However, she really thought that Yi Wuchen looked handsome, especially that vicissitude of temperament and deep eyes. It is easy to make those worldly ignorant girls indulge. Unfortunately, it's the clothes dressing that's too old-fashioned. Obviously young lads, but dress like bad old men from the last century. Yi Wuchen replied lightly. Nothing, just live fortune-telling. I'm not afraid of counterfeiting because I have the real thing. After saying that, Yi Wuchen continued to tap a few times on his cell phone. Live streaming, starting immediately. Seeing that she couldn't stop it, Song Zian could only say helplessly, and real skill? You think you're a living god? At this point in time, we can only pray that we're lucky and don't run into the fake anchor woman Lin Inua. At this point, only to see a flash on the screen of the phone, a PK popped up. This meant that an anchor had started to connect with Yi Wudu. Subsequently, the image on the screen split into two. Half of it was Yi Wuchen's image, and the other half was surprisingly a beautiful female anchor. One could only see that this beautiful anchor woman had clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, and exquisite features, especially when she was wearing a JK uniform. She looked youthful and beautiful throughout. The moment she saw this beautiful anchor woman, Song Zian had a bitter look on her face. What a fear! The first person you connected to PK was coincidentally met with Lin Ino. It's over. Your broadcasting career is just beginning to end. Song Zian felt sorry for Yi Wuchen, but anyone who has been faked by Lin Inuo will never want to eat the bowl of live broadcasting in the future. Lin Inuo's fans were not only numerous, but also extremely battle-hardened, with one person's mouthful of spit being able to spit someone to death. Sure enough, only to see pop-up comments flying wildly on the screen, those fans were already cracking up. Novo has been on vacation for so long, I didn't expect that there would be a liar who dares to open a live broadcast to tell fortunes. This dead liar, simply bold and packs a punch. This charlatan clergyman is really stupid and doesn't know how to package himself. Doesn't he know that the more white-bearded old men come to tell fortunes the more people believe them? This guy is even younger than me. Who would believe him? Goddess Nano, expose this dead liar. Make sure he can't screw people over anymore. The fans are up in arms. On the other end of the network, Lin Inua was also observing Yi Wuchen. Only Lin Inua's heart was filled with contempt. Another live fortune teller. She didn't know how many of these scammers she had dismantled in the past few months. A big man with arms and legs. Why don't you go find a serious job, but come to play some live fortune telling? Pitfalls and deceptions. Immediately, Lin Inua was the first to ask a question. Hey, this fortune teller named Yi Wuchen. You tell fortunes, do you charge? This was also Enoch Lin's usual question. If it's not a scam, then the harm isn't too great. If you want to cheat people out of their money, then this kind of scammer needs to be cleaned up. Yi Wuchen nodded his head. Collect. Lin Inua sneered. How dare you charge for that? Yi Wuchen replied calmly. I don't steal. I don't rob. I don't cheat. I eat with my skills. Why don't I dare to collect money? Lin Inua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Live fortune tellers? And they have the nerve to say they don't cheat? And how do you charge for that? Lin Inua asked. Yi Wuchen continued to reply. First time fortune teller, $1. Second fortune telling, 100,000. After that, it depends on the fee. When this offer came out, everyone couldn't help but stare. Even Song Zian, who was on the side, couldn't help but scratch her head in confusion. Lin Inua asked directly, why are you charging so much? The fans on the air were briefly quiet as they all tried to figure this out as well. Yi Wuchen replied, the first time I tell fortunes, most customers won't trust me, and by charging $1 it allows me to solicit customers. But as long as the guest can completely trust me after I've done the math once, and will continue to come back to me, that's why the second time the charge is $100,000. A client who will come back to me after the second time must be in serious trouble, so the fee will have to be detailed. So much so that everyone heard it. First, the low price attracts customers, and after the customers get a taste of it, they take the opportunity to raise the price. The routine is simple, but there's a real job to be done here. Lin Inua couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrows. It was the first time in all her years of counterfeiting that she had encountered such a situation. Previously, the scammers are intended to make a fortune and run, hit a shot for a place, dare to put a long line to catch a big fish are very few. If a customer counts the first time with you, will they really count the second time? Are you that confident? Lin Inua's words also took on fire. Yi Wuchen, however, still had the same bland look. Try it and you won't know. Chapter 23, Fighting Fake Netflix. The entire live broadcast room was instantly abuzz because of Yi Wuchen's words. Asterisk 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 how crazy is this deceitful goddamned maniac? The boy's hair isn't even on his head. I wouldn't have it that he can actually tell fortunes. In this world, if you want to say that there are people with real skills, there is only one person, the living god of Tianji Pavilion. Other than that 99% of them are all liars. Let's see how my goddess Nono will dismantle his tricks, and when the time comes, we'll manhandle him together and let him know that he'll regret it. The fans have swarmed. A fire also rose in Lin Inua's heart. A liar who dared to be so arrogant in front of her. The goddess of fighting? Lin Inua couldn't hold back any longer as she sneered. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I'd like to see if your skills are worthy of your confidence. Subsequently, only to see on the screen of the live broadcast, Yi Wuchen received $1 reward. And the one who rewarded this dollar was none other than Lin Inua. Yi Wuchen asked when he saw the money arrive, may I ask what you're counting? Lin Inua deliberately made things difficult. You're counting my past, the great things that have happened in my life. But don't say some ambiguous charlatanism. I want specifics. Lin Ino has been fighting counterfeiting for so many years. She is experienced and knows the tricks of these charlatans. Many fortune tellers will take advantage of the differences in people's focus by speaking in vague and general terms and drawing on life experience. For example, some fortune tellers will say, you're likely to have some setbacks next year. As a matter of fact, not only next year, but also every year in the life of ordinary people will encounter setbacks. As the saying goes, 9 times out of 10, life is not as good as we would like it to be. In addition, the fortune teller will also say, you sometimes feel that you are too soft-hearted, you are a kind-hearted person, and so on, but the vast majority of people think that they are very kind, and there are times when people, even when they know that they have done something unkind, think that they are forced by circumstances, compelled by necessity, or that they have bitter feelings or hidden agendas. It is these generalized and vague words that can make the ignorant think the math is accurate. That's why Lin Inua made the algorithm clear from the start, breaking Yi Wuchen's trick of trying to cheat people. Yi Wuchen, however, didn't care. Okay, then let me look at your face first. Immediately, Yi Wuchen took a closer look towards Lin Inua's face, but this survey made his brow furrow. It seemed that he had encountered some situation that made even Yi Wuchen feel troubled. Song Zian anxiously asked on the side, what's wrong? Yi Wuchen had always been calm and collected in her impression, and it was the first time she had seen Yi Wuchen frown. Yi Wuchen replied, "Her skin is unnaturally white, not a blemish in sight, not like the effect of makeup, especially since her face is also oddly shaped, and not quite right for what her whole face should be. Anyway, her face is weird, like a disguise, which would make me misjudge." Because he was separated by a screen, Yi Wuchen could only face each other. However, you need to see the real face of the face. If you wear a human skin mask, or use a disguise, then it is easy to make mistakes in the face. When Song Zian heard this, she immediately understood. "You're silly, she's got her beauty face on." Nowadays, when girls broadcast live, they like to turn on all those messy functions like skin resurfacing, face slimming, and beauty makeup. If you don't get it, just have her turn off her beauty face and take off her makeup. Yi Wuchen really didn't know much about this, so he relayed Song Zian's words to Lin Yinhua. As these words were conveyed, the entire live broadcast room immediately exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is too much. How dare he want to see Goddess Nano's plain face? Doesn't this guy realize how important beauty is to an anchor woman? The last time I watched a beautiful anchor woman, after accidentally turning off the beauty filter, she directly turned into a big mom. Scared me to death. No, don't listen to him. You can't destroy your perfect image in our fans' hearts. Even Lin Yinhua, the corners of her mouth twitched. In all her time on the air, she's never been on camera with a veiled face. This liar is trying to use agitation. Lin Yinhua immediately understood. Most female anchors consider beauty as the most important thing in their live broadcasting career. This scammer must have decided that he was too afraid to turn off his beauty face so that he could know what to do. But would he himself be easily provoked by him? Immediately, Lin Yinhua said decisively, "Want to see me plain? Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to turn off the beauty filter right now and then I'm going to take off my makeup." The only thing that could be seen on the screen was Lin Yinhua getting up and leaving, disappearing. Surprisingly, she actually did go and take off her makeup. This time, the entire live broadcast room instantly went crazy. The goddess of counterfeiting in the hearts of thousands of geeks. Today even Elemental face out of the camera? There are so few internet celebrities who dare to go out in plain clothes that they are becoming cherished animals, only to see countless pop-up comments instantly brush the screen. Geez, I can't believe I'm about to see Goddess Nono's plain face. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. I hope that after Goddess Nua turns off her beauty face and removes her makeup, she won't be a big mom. Then my beautiful fantasy will be shattered. Su Yan will flip the car if she is not careful. I'm afraid that Goddess Nono's live broadcast of the top 1 Big Brother will have to run away. It didn't take a while, only to see that Lin Yinhua had returned to the live broadcast room. Her plain face, immediately presented on the screen. The moment they saw her face clearly, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in unison. Hiss, this vegan is so beautiful. The veiled Lin Yinhua is no less than after makeup. Instead, it adds a cleanliness that is like a watery hibiscus. Most internet celebrities are simply passers-by in their skins, and Lin Yinhua's skins prove that she is a true beauty. Swish swish swish, only to see all kinds of gifts constantly being rewarded by fans at the head of the live broadcast room. The idol they were rooting for finally lived up to their expectations. Lin Yinhua, on the other hand, glared at Yi Wuchen. "Can we forget about it now?" Yi Wuchen nodded. He then looked earnestly towards Lin Yinhua's face, and this time he finally saw Lin Yinhua's destiny clearly. In the end, Yi Wuchen said, "Your date of birth is 2 minutes past the hour of the day in the month of Xinhai in the year of Nangwu." Lin Yinhua heard this and was disdainful in her heart. Her date of birth can be found on any random search on the internet. Just change the name of the lunar calendar and you want to fool people? Yi Wuchen continued. "When you were 3 years old, your father died prematurely. Your mother took you and remarried, and you had a new stepfather and an older brother. But you've also changed your fortune since then, and your stepfather must be very rich." Lin Yinhua sniffed and frowned. "You investigated me? And they are not even searchable on the internet, or even known by most of the people around her. The only way to find out what happened to her as a child is from someone very close." Yi Wuchen then continued. "You visited your late father once a year and had a flying accident on the day you visited your biological father when you were 15. You're bleeding from a back and back of the head injury. At the end of the year when you were 18 years old, you lost a piece of gold jewelry that was vital to you. 3 months later, that gold jewelry was lost and found. When you were 20 years old, you murdered one of your pets." Lin Yinhua's face finally changed as she listened. It seemed that Yi Wuchen's words had given her a great shock. "Shut up!" She finally couldn't help but scream and yell at Yi Wuchen. Chapter 24, and what a liar. Lin Yinhua suddenly roared this, startling the fans in the live broadcast room. All the fans gazed at Lin Yinhua on the screen, not understanding why she was so out of sorts. Only Lin Inua's eyes quickly moistened and she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. It was as if Yi Wuchen's words had deeply touched some of her hidden sad things. The fans immediately panicked. What's wrong with Goddess Nano? How come she was made to cry by that liar? That liar must have slandered my Nano for killing pets to make Nano cry. Right. Let's websurf him together and let him know that Nua has the support of so many of us behind him. Netstorm him. Humanize him. Make him apologize to Nano. Fans were furious beyond belief. As they watched their beloved goddess being bullied, they were about to vent all sorts of vicious abuse towards Yi Wuchen. At this point, Lin Inua had quickly adjusted her state. She wiped her tears with a tissue and then opened her mouth towards the camera. He's telling the truth. That first sentence took everyone by surprise, and Lin Inua's next words were even more astonishing to the fans. When I was 15, I did get hit in the back of the head and back by a branch outside the cemetery and bled. When I was 18, a gold bracelet left to me by my biological father was accidentally lost, and I found it under the couch 3 months later. When I was 20 years old, the dog that had been with me for 10 years got very sick. I took him to every vet hospital in the city, but all the doctors said he was hopeless. He was in so much pain every day. He kept screaming when he was sick. He couldn't eat or drink because of the sickness, and in less than a month he was so thin that he was all skin and bones. It also seemed to know that it was dying and didn't want to die in the house and make its owner sad, so it often sneaked outside when I wasn't looking, wanting to hide and die silently by itself. I got it back several times, but it always still sneaked outside. Every time it ran, it got so weak that it could only lie on the ground for 2 days without being able to move, and it got thinner and older. I just couldn't bear to see him suffer so much. I was really too heartbroken to want him to suffer from his illness before he died. So, I secretly put sleeping pills in his food. I was the one who ended its suffering and buried it under a tree. Towards the end, Lin Ino couldn't help but cover her face and cry once again. She used to be very attached to the dog she had, but it was she who ended the dog's life with her own hands. Whenever she recalled this past, Lin Ino's heart ached. Her shoulders continued to twitch and you could see the pain she was feeling inside. The fans were silent for a moment, then began to comfort Lin Inuo. After a while, after Lin Inua emotionally stabilized and dried her tears, she stared at Yi Wuchen on the screen. You did the math right. Those are 3 things I've never told anyone. Lin Enoch was frank. She wasn't the type of person who couldn't afford to lose. And since Yi Wuchen was able to calculate the fact that only she herself knew, then she graciously admitted it. That, on the other hand, caused an uproar on the air. For a moment, the pop-up comments swept back in. Asterisk, what's going on here? Is there really such a thing as fortune-telling in this world? It couldn't be that the two are teaming up to sing a double act for live effect, could it? No sister, you can't trust this kind of charlatan. There must be some kind of scientific method to explain it. This must be some kind of profound trickery on his part. This time, Lin Ino couldn't care less about these pop-ups. Her mind was still filled with shock. The deepest secrets of her heart were never known to another person in this world. This man on the screen, on the other hand, was surprisingly able to dredge up this secret that had been buried deep for years. Apart from the supernatural skill of fortune-telling, Lin Inua could no longer think of anything else. How did you figure that out? What's the deal with fortune-telling anyway? Lin Inua couldn't help but ask curiously. Yi Wuchen replied, a person's destiny is like a person's genes, or the annual rings of a tree. All information about people is recorded in their genes, and information about trees is recorded in their annual rings. And a person's past, present and future are recorded in the numerology. Once you learn some special ways to see the information in the numerology, fortune-telling, that's what it is. This comment caused the fans in the live stream to curse away in turn. They simply don't believe that there are such unthinkable things in this world. Liar. Must be a liar. Fans anxiously urged each other, lest Lin Inuo be fooled by this liar. Lin Inua looked at the fans' words and her heart couldn't help but be shaken. I want to count again. This time, I'm not counting the past, I'm counting the future. I don't believe that there are really people who can see things before they happen. Lin Ino decided to properly re-verify it. She's the goddess of counterfeiting, but she can't be countered. Yi Wuchen replied, could be, payment in advance, $100,000, $100,000. That's not a small amount. In particular, the first time the charge was $1, and the second time the charge turned out to be $100,000. This huge gap of 100,000 times was immediately unacceptable to the fans, only to see fans spewing wildly on the air without hesitation. $100,000? This kid really dares to take it? If you are cheated by this crook for $1, then it's just a way to get rid of the caller. But if he is cheated out of $100,000, then this crook's purpose is accomplished. Goddess Nano, you must not give him money. After he takes the money, he will definitely disappear and run away immediately. Lin Yinhua was also a bit hesitant. If the goddess of counterfeiting had been cheated out of $100,000 by a scammer, then she wouldn't have the face to hang around in the live streaming world. Eventually, Lin Yinhua still made a decision. Good. 100,000 is 100,000. Do I transfer the money directly to you? If you're rewarded, the live platform will deduct half of it, and you'll only get 50,000. In this regard, Yi Wuchen did not mind. I'm borrowing the live streaming platform as a place to do business, and it draws money in line with the rules. Lin Yinhua then stopped dawdling and immediately swiped 100,000 gifts for Yi Wuchen. It was a great deal of maneuvering, and fans were saddened to see it. It's amazing how the money just bounties out. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get $100,000 back when it falls into the hands of a scammer. You've been paid. Can we start counting? Lin Yinhua asked. Yi Wuchen was just about to nod. Suddenly, the cell phone that was being used for the live broadcast was surprisingly ringing. Someone called. When Song Zian saw the phone number, she couldn't help but change her face dramatically. It's the hospital calling. She hurriedly reached for her cell phone and answered it. That demeanor was incomparably anxious, completely disregarding the fact that Yi Wuchen was broadcasting live on this cell phone. After the call ended, Song Zian's face was a little pale. My mom had an accident at the hospital. I need to see her at the hospital right away. When Yi Wuchen saw this, he was also aware of the urgency of the situation. He then assured Lin Yinhua in the livestream, "There's an emergency today. We'll talk about the fortune-telling tomorrow. I'll see you on the air this time tomorrow." After saying that, Yi Wuchen closed the live broadcast and returned the phone to Song Zian. The two then hurriedly left the park and headed towards the hospital. And live on air, Lin Yinhua watched Yi Wuchen's live broadcast turn into a black screen, which made her nose crooked with anger. This kid, sure enough, took the money and went offline. The goddess of counterfeiting really cheated. Still got ripped off for a whole 100 grand. Even if Lin Yinhua's temper was good, she couldn't help but break out in curses at this point. Liar. Asterisk 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 ing liar. Chapter 25. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? A girl's boudoir. Lin Yinhua sat in front of the computer and closed the live broadcast with hatred. Downcast, she was even so angry that she almost smashed her computer. As for the screen full of pop-ups before going off the air, she didn't even dare to look at them. It wasn't hard for her to guess that all the fans must be blaming her for not listening. Everyone must be laughing at her. Just transferred $100,000 to the scammer, who immediately went off the air and ran away. A whole $100,000 down the drain. What a way to play with hawks all your life and end up being pecked blind by them. That dead liar. Lin Yinhua hated it with a passion. The goddess of counterfeiting, and literally getting screwed over by a con artist. This shame is deep in the bones. Jingle bells. The cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yinhua picked up his cell phone and saw that it was his brother Lin Han who had called. She had just picked up the phone when Lin Han's voice rang out from the receiver. No, did you really get scammed out of $100,000? Lin Yinhua froze. Brother, you know all this? On the phone, Lin Han's maniacal laughter immediately rang out. Laughing for a while, Lin Han said, "The network is all over the place. The Netflix counterfeiting goddess counterfeiting can't be counterfeiting but was cheated out of 100,000 oceans. And it's even been on the hot search. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize that Nua had been cheated. It's really too funny." Lin Yinhua's face instantly grimaced. Brother, I'm already angry and you're laughing at me? Now I've lost all my face. I won't dare to open the broadcast in the future. It's too much for you as a brother to come and make fun of your sister instead of thinking of helping her out. Speaking in anger, Lin Yinhua even couldn't help but kick the computer desk. Really too angry. She really couldn't afford to lose that in front of so many fans. Lin Han's laughter slowed. Fine. I'll help you out with this one. Although $100,000 isn't much to our family, our Lin family isn't someone to be trifled with. Don't worry Nano. I'm going to investigate that liar. When I find out about him, I'm going to make him look good. Lin Yinhua heard that her brother was willing to help her out, which made her anger subside quite a bit. She said indignantly, "Almost I believed that scammer could really tell fortunes, and I didn't react to the fact that he was a real scammer until the dead scammer took my money and ran off the air." Brother, you start by investigating the people around me. It feels like this dead liar knows a lot of things about me. He might have a mole around me. Let me teach him a lesson before I put him in jail when I find him out. If you dare to lie to me, Lin Yinhua, be prepared to regret it. This shame, she must return it. The other side, hospitals. Yi Wuchen and the two of them had already arrived here in a cab. Song Zian brought Yi Wuchen with her and rushed all the way to a ward in the hospitalization department in a fiery hurry. Only a middle-aged woman tripped weakly on the hospital bed. She had an oxygen mask on her face, a number of medical tubes in her body, and her frame was at a point where she was skinny and bony. It was obvious that she was in a very bad way. Yi Wuchen did not have any surprises about this. He had already calculated that Song Zian would soon lose her mother if nothing unexpected happened. But there are bound to be accidents. Because Yi Wuchen is that biggest accident? Mom, how are you doing? Song Zian cried out and anxiously rushed to the hospital bedside. It turned out that the middle-aged woman on the hospital bed was Song Zian's mother, Zhang Lan. At this time, Zhang Lan was already weak to the extreme. She could only slightly open her eyes to look at her daughter by the hospital bedside, and she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth to answer. And there were a few people standing by the hospital bed. They could tell they were Song Zian's relatives. After these relatives looked at each other, one of the women spoke up. Zian, the doctor has already said that there is little point in saving your mother. It's not only suffering but a waste of money if we keep her in the hospital. As I see it, why don't we just pick her up early and take her home to die? The woman was obese, a stark contrast to the skinny, bony Zhan Lan. She was Song Zian's aunt, Song Huimei. Song Huimei suddenly thought of something and added, wait, we can't just pick her up and take her home to die. If she dies in the house, then that house of yours won't fetch a price. Zian, you go out and rent a house outside and let her simply die in someone else's house. This Song Huimei spoke in a commanding manner, as if she was lecturing Song Zian as if she were a subordinate. Even her words were full of malice, causing Yi Wuchen to frown. The few relatives around them, on the other hand, were indifferent to this, and it was clear that they had the same idea in mind as Song Huimei. Song Zian looked at Song Huimei in surprise. What did you say, great aunt? Song Huimei sneered. Talking about what? Talking about the house. Of course, the house you and your mother live in was left by my brother, your dead father. That's our Song family's property. Since your father has passed away and now your mother is going to die, and since you, a daughter, will have to marry an outsider sooner or later, you won't be a Song family member then. So the house my brother left behind must be taken back to our Song family. When Song Huimei said that, everyone understood. It turns out that Song Huimei sees Song Zian will soon be fatherless and motherless, alone and unsupported. So she plotted on her family property. Song Zian frowned. Big auntie, I can sell the house, but the money we get from selling the house has to be used to cure my mom. Song Huimei sniffed and instantly rolled her eyes. She pointed at Song Zian and cursed. Put your mother ******** ing ass on the line. We, the Song family, decide on the money for the sale of the Song family house. What do you know as a junior? This matter has to be decided by our elders. Saying that, Song Huimei made a wink towards a few relatives around. Those relatives would have understood, and talked about it. Zian, your big aunt is right. Sooner or later you're going to get married. And when you do you can go live in your in-laws' house. This current house in your family will be given to us. Anyway, we can't let you take it away and cheapen it for your in-laws for nothing. Who are you? A girl doll, to be involved in dividing up the family fortune? Now that your mom is dying, that house will have to be left to us. That's right, we are your father's siblings. We can't watch the property your father left behind fall into the hands of outsiders. That's settled for today. You'll leave that house to us when your mom dies, and you hurry up and find someone to marry. These relatives surrounded Song Zian and talked non-stop, completely preventing Song Zian from refuting. Song Zian looked so helpless in the face of this wolf-like group of relatives. Teardrops continued to fall from her eyes, and her thin shoulders trembled. Now that her father is dead and her mother is critically ill, she can't cope on her own. Yi Wuchen couldn't look at it anymore. He shielded himself in front of Song Zian and coldly looked at this group of greedy relatives. People are not even dead yet, and you are thinking of scheming for their family property, and you claim to be Zian's father's siblings? Is this how you treat Zian's father's wife and daughter? Have you all had your consciences eaten by dogs? Chapter 26, Just One Stab. Yi Wuchen's words caused Song Zian to freeze. She looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Little did she realize that it was her employer who stood up for her when she was most helpless, and it was only then that those relatives noticed Yi Wuchen. Megumi Song screamed shrilly. And who are you? What qualifications do you, an outsider, have to meddle in the affairs of our Song family? Yi Wuchen said indifferently. I'm not qualified to meddle in your family affairs, but I can meddle in Zian's mother's illness. Zian, go get a box of silver needles. I will heal your mother. On the spot, everyone froze. Cure? With silver needles? Could it be that this kid, he's a doctor? And an herbalist? Ha 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 ha. Song Huimei and a group of relatives looked as if they had heard some kind of funny joke, and they couldn't stop laughing. Brat, do you have a brain cramp? Do you know who's treating Zhan Lan this time? That's the best doctor in the city. A medical doctor who returned from overseas. Director Su Jie. Even she can't cure a disease. Just you? Don't tease. Besides, do you know what kind of disease Zhan Lan has? Advanced cirrhosis plus multiple complications, including peritonitis and hepatorenal syndrome. which can't be cured. You still want to cure Zhang Lan just by relying on Chinese medicine. Why don't you brag that you're the divine Dr. Li Feng? Not only did the relatives sneer and laugh incessantly, even Song Zian was silent. She also didn't think that she could save her mom by going and getting a box of silver needles and coming back. Yi Wuchen patted Song Zian's shoulder. Trust me, I have a recipe that works wonders in curing your mother's illness. Song Zian looked at Yi Wuchen suspiciously. This guy, not only does he know how to tell fortunes, does he also know Chinese medicine? Eventually. Okay, wait for me. Song Zian still decided to trust Yi Wuchen, and she quickly left the ward to buy silver needles. Inside the ward, only Yi Wuchen was left to face this group of relatives. Song Huimei's eyes rolled, only to see her change her face. She came to Yi Wuchen and whispered, "Hey, little brother, you're Song Zian's boyfriend, right? I advise you to stop. Everyone is seeking money. How about this? You cooperate with us in a play to get Song Zian's house. When we get the money from the sale of the house, we'll split $3,000 with you in return." Song Huimei even wanted to use money to buy Yi Wuchen, so that Yi Wuchen would cooperate in pitting Song Zian together. Instead, she was sitting on a mere $3,000 and you want to buy Yi Wuchen? Yi Wuchen seemed to be smiling. Little girl, I also advise you to do more good and less bullying of widows and orphans. If you are still Zian's late father's own sister, then all the more reason for you to think of your deceased brother's wife and daughter. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Yi Wuchen, Song Huimei's face became gloomy again, especially when he called himself little girl. Was he deliberately scolding himself? Toast to the world. Kid, meddling doesn't end well. Megumi Song threatened viciously. Yi Wuchen, however, said without panic, I don't know if I've had a good ending, but you're close to not having one. Looking at your face, your cheekbones are obscure, your heavenly court is gray, and your ears have no luster. This is a sign that you are going to have bad luck. A word of warning. Be careful of getting hit by a car when you leave this door. Yi Wuchen raised his hand and pointed at the ward door. When Song Huimei heard that this kid dared to curse himself, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The group of relatives around them, on the other hand, shook their heads in amusement when they heard this. This kid is just sick in the head. This is a hospital, and outside the main door of the ward is a corridor. How can there be a car in this place, with all the people coming in and out of the ward? Who got hit by a car again? Funny. A relative stepped forward and pulled Song Huimei to persuade her. This kid is a psycho. Big sister, don't be so familiar with this lunatic. This is a hospital. It's not good to make a lot of noise, and it would be bad to attract those doctors. When Song Huimei heard this, she immediately held back her fire. That's right. They couldn't afford to make a big deal about taking Song Zian's house this time. After all, they can't stand up in legal theory. If we attract some more people to meddle, then this will not be a good thing. Although Song Huimei wasn't continuing to argue, she stared at Yi Wuchen with indignation. It was like a viper looking for a chance to take revenge. Yi Wuchen sighed helplessly. If you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer. You're still stupid. Don't regret it when you go out and get hit by a car later. Song Huimei was so angry that she was about to explode. He hadn't even said anything himself, and this brat had the audacity to yawn? Song Huimei couldn't help but want to have a big fight with Yi Wuchen. But when she thought about the fact that this was a hospital, she could only force herself to grit her teeth and endure. Soon, Song Zian had already run back panting with a box of silver needles. Here, silver needle. She handed over the silver needle to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen took the needle box and came to Zhang Lan's hospital bed. He only saw him take out one of the silver needles inside and pinched it on his fingertips. At this moment, everyone's eyes gathered on Yi Wuchen's sight. By this thing, it can really save my mom? Song Zian asked uncertainly. Yi Wuchen replied, your mother is very sick right now, and the doctors here are right. She has developed very serious health problems. Multiple organs are diseased and her life is on the line. To cure her, you need to rely on a multi-pronged approach of medication, physical therapy, and acupuncture for 7 days to get to the root of the problem. Just now it is very difficult to save with this silver needle alone. Song Zian couldn't help but get exasperated. If you can't rely on silver needles to cure you, then why do you make yourself go through so much trouble to buy them? Song Huimei sneered even more. Yoo-hoo, after all this time it turns out to be a loser too. What were you pretending before? I thought that you could be like those miracle doctors written in novels, where even the most serious terminal illnesses can be cured with just a stab of a silver needle. The rest of the relatives, too, shook their heads. Just now this kid said he could manage Zhang Lan's illness. Farts. It turns out that nothing can be done. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled faintly. You're really right. I'll just stab her with this silver needle and she'll be cured. The crowd was at a loss. Song Zian was also confused. Hey, didn't you just say that relying on silver needles couldn't cure my mom? How come you're now saying it can be cured? What the hell do you mean? Yi Wuduan explained. I mean, it's hard to save with this silver needle alone, but again the means are more than just the needle. Healing, those are mundane means. And I also have the power that transcends the mortal world, and that is innate true qi. As he said that, he only saw Yi Wuchen stabbing the silver needle in his hand into Zhang Lan's heart position on the hospital bed. A mysterious power surged out from Yi Wuchen's body and was continuously transported to Zhang Lan's body along the silver needle. This force was constantly traveling among Zhang Lan's organs, flying to repair the diseased parts. At the same time, Yi Wuchen explained, innate true qi is the original power of this world. It has the magical power to bring decaying wood to life, white bones to life, and the dead to life. Mortals have their own destiny in life and death. Using innate true qi to change one's destiny is supposed to go against heaven. But since I promised you that I would protect you within this year to help you change the destiny of the nine jaded lady, what's the harm in me going against the grain once more? As Yi Wuchen finished speaking, a strand of innate true qi had already been injected into Zhang Lan's body as much as possible. A bunch of relatives looked at Yi Wuchen in disbelief. Ryoko, ha 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 ha, they erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Song Haimi also laughed so hard that tears almost came out of her eyes. Jesus, this kid is nuts. Listen, you guys. He's telling myths, and only a psychopath would babble like that. Song Zian was also filled with helplessness. This employer is so goddamn out of shape all day long. It's just not normal. To be precise, ever since Song Zian met Yi Wuchen, she had never seen Yi Wuchen normal. Yi Wuchen's words and behavior really looked like a madman. However, just the next second, only to hear Zhang Lan on the hospital bed suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. So cozy, it doesn't hurt. All over. Chapter 27, hit by a car on the way out. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, only Zhang Lan's face, which was originally pale, turned rosy and full of luster. In particular, her previous weak and sickly state had completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by high spirits. Even only Zhang Lan removed the raised mask on his face and actually sat up from the hospital bed. Such a scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Mom, how are you? Feeling right now? Song Zian couldn't help but ask in surprise. Zhang Lan felt his body for a moment before answering. It's so strange, my sickness is completely gone, and I feel like I'm now back to the physical state I was in before I got sick. Nah, even better than before I got sick. I feel like I'm years younger. Hearing these words, Song Zian was delighted, but she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yi Wuchen. Could be true? This is the same kid who cured his mother after giving her a needle? This is not too amazing. A bunch of relatives also looked at Yi Wuchen with incredulity and dumbfoundedness. Could it be that this crazy kid is still a deep-seated miracle doctor? Song Huimei couldn't help but shout. Are you all stupid? This lunatic is playing a myth here, and you guys actually believe it? Ha! In this world, where is there any innate true qi? What the hell is going on? Just go call the doctor and find out. When the crowd heard this, it just made sense. It's up to the doctor to determine what exactly is going on with the patient. I'll go. Song Zian hurriedly got up and went to the doctor. She was more concerned about her mother than anyone else. Soon, a doctor in a white coat followed Song Zian in. The doctor quickly began to examine Zhang Lan. Finally, the doctor's examination ended, only to hear him say strangely, "This patient is in good health. No illnesses have been detected. Are you guys mistaken somewhere when you say the patient was admitted because of advanced cirrhosis?" The doctor's words caused the crowd to erupt. Song Zian was shocked and delighted. Could it be that her mother was really healthy? Song Huimei said reluctantly. No way, it was Dr. Su Jia who treated my sister-in-law before. Su Jia is a medical doctor. How could she be wrong? Why don't you ask Dr. Su Jia to come back and examine my sister-in-law again? The doctor couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion when he heard this. His examination had been careful enough to be quite sure that there was nothing at all wrong with the patient's health, and to look for no signs of cirrhosis. But Su Jia has a big name and is the director of the hospital, so her diagnosis can't be questioned by anyone. So the doctor could only explain. Director Su has just traveled and will have to come back tomorrow. Sometimes it's not impossible to produce a misdiagnosis because of a malfunctioning medical instrument. Tell you what, when Director Su comes back from his trip tomorrow, we'll examine the patient even further. If we do have a misdiagnosis in our hospital, we will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Hearing this, Song Huimei immediately came to her senses. She called out of context. Do you hear me? It's a misdiagnosis. That is, the diagnosis was wrong. In fact, Zhang Lan was not sick at all. It was mistaken by the doctor. It wasn't even that crazy man who cured it. Relatives nodded their heads as well. Misdiagnosis. That sort of thing is nothing new and within their understanding. And the kind of thing that Yi Wuchen just did to cure a dying patient with a single needle was too unbelievable for the relatives to believe. On the hospital bed, Zhang Lan, who was a patient, couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, isn't there a cure for my cirrhosis of the liver with a single needle? I'm a patient, and what I felt just now was very real. After this little brother stuck a silver needle in me, I instantly felt better all over." Zhang Lan was the one who could feel the magic of Yi Wuchen's shot just now the most. She'd been sick for so long she'd almost died, and from that one shot she'd quickly recovered. The doctor laughed. "I can assure you from over a decade of experience in medicine that such a thing as curing cirrhosis of the liver with a single needle is absolutely impossible. If you're feeling suddenly physically better, there must be something else going on. We won't know the exact cause until we examine you further." When Zhang Lan heard this, he couldn't help but be shaken inwardly. She didn't know whether to trust the doctor or Yi Wuchen. After all, that so-called innate true qi felt too superstitious. Song Zian pulled Yi Wuchen, hoping that Yi Wuchen would have an explanation. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth indifferently. "Just because you doctors can't do something doesn't mean I can't. The magic of innate true qi is beyond your comprehension." When that doctor heard this, he couldn't help but frown at Yi Wuchen. Only the doctor said seriously, "This is a hospital, a place for science, not those messy superstitions. Please also trust us. Everything will naturally come to a head when Director Su returns tomorrow." With that, the doctor left the room. Yi Wuchen didn't do too much explaining either. He was well aware that the knowledge he possessed was beyond the perception of these ordinary people. No matter how it is explained, they are incomprehensible. Moreover, Yi Wuchen had been running the world for billions of years, so why did he need to explain to these foolish people? Song Huimei, however, came up smugly. "Bastard, did you hear that? Even the other doctor said it was a misdiagnosis. And you're pretending to be a god with me? I think you're just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, and it just so happened that you staked that shot when Zhang Lan's health was improving, and you just hit the big time." She had that look as if she had achieved some great victory. Yi Wuchen let out a light laugh. "I don't see what you have to be happy about. I cured Ziyan's mother, but I just don't like the fact that you guys want to plot against Ziyan's property. Now that Ziyan's mother has recovered, should you talk to her about selling the house?" When Song Huimei heard this, the smile on her face instantly froze. The only reason why she dared to unite so many relatives to plot against Song Ziyan's real estate was because she saw that Zhang Lan was going to die of an illness soon and Song Ziyan was alone to be bullied. And now that Zhang Lan is well, then things are going to suffer. Sure enough, Zhang Lan coldly spoke to Song Huimei. "Megumi Song, we do have to talk about my house, lest some people still think that we, mother and daughter, are really easy to bully. I was too sick to talk before I got you full of. Now come here. I'm going to settle this score with you and see how much guts you have." Now that Zhang Lan was full of energy, she stared at Song Huimei, the culprit, and her aura instantly came up. Song Huimei's heart fluttered. She herself was not in a position of reason. Where else would she dare to reason with Zhang Lan now? Especially Zhang Lan's shrewdness in her youth could be very powerful. Song Huimei knew that if she still dared to rob Zhang Lan's house now, then Zhang Lan would definitely fight her to the death. "I have things to do at my house, so I'll just leave," Song Huimei said as she hurried towards the outside of the hospital room. She didn't dare to stay in this place for much longer, and just wanted to escape immediately. However, the moment Song Huimei had just stepped out of the ward's door, she only heard a sharp cry from outside the ward. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! There's a critical patient with a sudden emergency and needs to be rushed to the emergency room to save his life." Only a few doctors pushing a medical cart were running down the corridor outside the ward in a panic. Song Huimei was in a hurry to go out and didn't see this medical trolley for a while. When the medical trolley arrived at the entrance of the ward, it happened to collide with Song Huimei, who had just rushed out of the ward. Boo! A dull sound came. Song Huimei's entire body was knocked to the ground, her head smashing right into the corner of the wall. Ouch! Only to hear her let out a scream. Her forehead was actually smashed through a gash, and blood was pouring out. That look, so miserable. Such a sudden scene stunned everyone. Inside the hospital room, the relatives couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen in horror. At this moment, all the relatives recalled Yi Wuchen's prophecy just now. He was right. Big sister went out and really got hit by a car. Chapter 28. Do you have any medical ethics? Song Huimei was indeed hit by a car as soon as she left the door of her hospital room. But no one expected that this car is not the car that everyone guessed, but is actually a hospital to transport patients' medical trolley. But no matter what, Yi Wuchen's prophecy really did come true. The gazes of the relatives looking at Yi Wuchen became filled with strangeness. This kid, how evil. They didn't know if Yi Wuchen was really capable of divine calculations or if it was merely a coincidence. Outside the ward, Song Haimi had gotten into a fight with the medics who had accidentally bumped into her. The relatives slipped out of the hospital room in a hurry even as they excused themselves to come up and help. Now that Zhang Lan had recovered from his illness, they were afraid that Zhang Lan would reprimand them for plotting to take over the property. Inside the ward, only Yi Wuchen, Song Zian and Zhang Lan were soon left. At this point, Zhang Lan's attention also shifted to Yi Wuchen. This young man, he's quite a good-looking fellow. The way she looked at Yi Wuchen was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. After all, her daughter Song Zian had never brought a boy to see her since she was a child. This was the first time her daughter brought a boy back, and Zhang Lan couldn't help but think of their relationship in that direction. So, Zhang Lan asked enthusiastically, "What's your name, young man? What's the job?" Song Zian glanced at her mother suspiciously, always feeling that there was something strange about her. Yi Wuchen replied, "Yi dustless. No work." Zhang Lan could not help but stare. "No job? Wouldn't that be a loafing hobo?" Zhang Lan followed up with another question. "So, what's your degree?" Yi Wuchen continued to reply, "I don't have a degree." The smile on Zhang Lan's face started to become a bit stiff. A little undeterred, she continued to ask, "So what do your parents do?" Song Zian finally realized what was strange. Her mother is practically checking the house. Yi Wuchen answered truthfully, "I have no father or mother." Zhang Lan's face began to turn ugly. "So how much do you have in savings?" she asked, holding on to her last glimmer of hope. Yi Wuchen said indifferently, "Penniless." When these words came out, Zhang Lan's face finally couldn't hang on. In her heart, she was originally still full of good feelings towards Yi Wuchen, and always felt that there must be a relationship between her illness being cured and Yi Wuchen. But now, the trace of good feelings she had for Yi Wuchen also quickly disappeared. No education, no job, no parents, no savings. This for nobodies who have nothing are simply the trash of society. How could such a person be worthy of his daughter? "Oh young man, you can't be a man like this. You don't have a family background and you don't study well without a degree. So all the more reason to work hard. How can you not work and save some savings when you're so young and good? Look at my Zian. She's pretty and she's a college student, especially since she now drives a cab, which is also a very stable job. You can't do that now, the way you are." Zhang Lan brought a lofty stance and just counted on Yi Wuchen. Although Zhang Lan was also just an ordinary family, but in her eyes Yi Wuchen was the lowest level of society's garbage. She was perfectly qualified to look at Yi Wuchen in a high profile. Song Zian couldn't look away from this. "Mom, what are you talking about? How can you talk about people like that when they were kind enough to save you just now?" Zhang Lan said without caring. "Who said he saved me? Even the doctor said it could be a misdiagnosis and it's not even conclusive yet." "Daughter, anyway, I will never allow you to be with this kind of man." Song Zian immediately blushed. She realized that her mother was misunderstanding her relationship with Yi Wuchen. Instantly she was mortified to explain. "Mom, Brother Yi is the employer who chartered my car. What are you thinking about?" Zhang Lan was relieved. "So it's just the employer. That's good. Then Mom is relieved." A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Yi Wuchen's mouth. He had already seen through Zhang Lan's mind. For this kind of person, Yi Wuchen had long since become accustomed to it. Ungrateful people abound, and it is better than those who are ennobled. He had only saved Zhang Lan this time to fulfill his promise to Song Zian, so he didn't care what Zhang Lan thought. Only, in the future, when Zhang Lan encountered the disease again, Yi Wuchen would not take any action. "Zian, take care of things here first. I'll wait for you outside the hospital. When you're done, take me to get a cell phone and some of the equipment you'll need for live streaming." After saying that, Yi Wuchen turned around and left the ward. He has observed that in this day and age living cell phones are a necessity and he uses them live. He made his way to the side of the highway outside the hospital and waited patiently. After a while, Song Zian finally appeared. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, my mom didn't mean that just now. She's just a little paranoid." As soon as Song Zian showed up, she hurriedly apologized to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly, indicating that he didn't mind. "Come on, take me to get something I need." So the two of them got into a cab and left the hospital. Soon, the two of them then bought a cell phone, live broadcasting equipment, and even Song Zian took Yi Wuchen to apply for a cell phone card and bank card. This day's stroll down Yi Wuchen was an eye-opener. "I didn't realize that in this day and age, there is such a wide variety of electronics, and many things have been digitized and networked." Taking advantage of this process, Yi Wuchen also learned about the mainstream electronic products of today's era. Yi Wuchen's ability to learn was extremely strong, and especially also had the ability to forget and learn by example, which allowed him to quickly adapt to these devices. By the time the busy day was over, night was falling. Yi Wuchen opened a hotel and stayed there. Song Zian also returned to the hospital and continued to take care of Zhang Lan. That's how the night went. Dawn, hospitals, At the dawn of day, only a beautiful woman in a white coat hurriedly walked into the middle of the hospital. The female doctor looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, just when a woman is at her most mature and beautiful. Especially her face was charming and pretty, with a head of long black hair like a waterfall, revealing a royal lady's demeanor all over her body. "Hello, Director Sue." The medical care along the way greeted her respectfully when they saw her, because she is Hyoji, a medical doctor who has returned from overseas and is already the head of internal medicine at a young age. He is also recognized as one of the best doctors in the city, especially a beautiful doctor. This is even more enviable to countless people. Suje came to the office and sat down tiredly. She was already exhausted from a day's travel, but she rushed back to the hospital overnight for her work and her patients, not even having a chance to sleep. Dr. Lee, you're the one who took over for me today while I was gone, right? By the way, how's the condition of the patient called Zhanglan? Did her family pick her up? Hyoji asked to a male doctor who had come to hand over his work. If Yi Wuchen was present, he would have realized that this Dr. Lee was the very same doctor who had diagnosed Zhang Lan in the ward during the day. Dr. Lee replied, "Zhang Lan, she's still hospitalized." Su Jie sighed slightly at his words. "They haven't given up yet? That Zhang Lan? I'm afraid it's just these 2 days." Su Jie had already diagnosed 2 days ago that Zhang Lan was terminally ill and could not be cured at all. Her lifespan, at best, will be over in a day or two. Even if the treatment continues to be resuscitated, it is just a waste of money and adds to the patient's suffering. She could also see that Zhang Lan's family was in a bad situation, which is why she asked her family for advice on whether to give up the treatment. Su Jie did not expect Zhang Lan's family to be so persistent. This made Su Jie, who was accustomed to seeing life and death part, sigh slightly. Dr. Lee heard this and replied, "You were right in your judgment, Director. That Zhang Lan is now in such a condition that she'll be healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital in 2 more days." Hyoji froze. For a moment she suspected she had heard wrong. Healthy discharge? Dr. Lee, what did you say? Su Jie couldn't help but ask. Dr. Lee was a little unsure, but answered anyway. "I checked Zhang Lan again today, and she's in perfect health and ready to be discharged at any time." Hyoji frowned. Dr. Lee, I'm talking about that Zhang Lan in bed 4 of Ward 302. She was a patient I had been responsible for, suffering from advanced cirrhosis and multiple malignant complications. Sujai is confirming. After all, in hospitals, there are sometimes patients with the same name. Not to mention she was away from the hospital all day yesterday on a business trip and wasn't sure if there was anything new. Dr. Lee hastened to explain. "Director Su, I'm talking about that Zhang Lan. As for her cirrhosis, that's definitely a malfunction of the testing equipment. It must not be a misdiagnosis on your part. Director, don't worry, Director, we'll do a full inspection of all the medical equipment tomorrow." Dr. Lee didn't have the guts to question Su Jie's diagnosis, so he could only dump the pot on the medical equipment. Su Jie, however, instantly raged to the top of her head. Boo! She stood up angrily with a slap on the table and charged at Dr. Lee. "This is nonsense. With all those checking instruments, how could they all be wrong? Even if it were true that the instruments were malfunctioning, wouldn't you have gone to see the patient for yourselves? Zhang Lan is that sick. How dare you still say she can be discharged from the hospital in good health? I've only been gone a day and this is the perfunctory attitude you use with your patients? Don't you realize after all these years in the business how important a doctor's responsible attitude is to a patient? Because of one irresponsible behavior on your part, a human life could be lost. Lives are at stake. Do you have any medical ethics left?" Chapter 29 Medical Miracles. Su Jie was really angry to the extreme, and that's why she gave Dr. Lee a bad name. She couldn't understand Zhang Lan's situation better. Since Zhang Lan was hospitalized a month ago, Su Jie has been trying to find a way to save her life. But since January, Zhang Lan's condition has continued to deteriorate, and Su Jie has exhausted all of her options but has been unable to do anything about it. She knew that Zhang Lan wouldn't be able to hold out for a few more days. And now, this Dr. Lee in front of him was actually saying that Zhang Lan was healthy enough to be discharged from the hospital. This made Su Jie immediately assume that Dr. Lee was negligent in his duties and had jumped to conclusions without figuring out Zhang Lan's situation. Su Jie has extreme contempt for irresponsible doctors. Dr. Lee was also very aggrieved when he was scolded in a split second. He hastened to explain. "Director Su, did you make a mistake somewhere? I've obviously been observing Zhang Lan for the whole day, and all her physical indicators are perfectly normal, and she eats, sleeps, and laughs, so she doesn't look sick at all." Once Su Jie heard that Dr. Lee dared to talk back, she couldn't help but grow angrier. She grabbed Dr. Lee by the hand. "You're coming with me." I'll take you to the hospital room to see Zhanglan's state. Let's just verify for ourselves whether you're wrong or I'm wrong. Immediately, Su Jie grabbed Dr. Li and went all the way towards the ward. The medical nurses encountered along the way were scared to avoid Su Jie when they saw her face of anger, lest they would rush into Su Jie at this time. Soon, the two of them then arrived outside Zhanglan's hospital room. Keep your eyes peeled. Hyoji spoke angrily. She pushed open the door to the hospital room, grabbed Dr. Li and walked in. In the ward, only Zhanglan happened to get up. She had just brought a basin of water to the window and was washing her face. Upon noticing that someone had entered, Zhanglan raised his head to greet the two. Ha, Dr. Su, you're back? You guys are here just in time. I was planning on going out for breakfast, so while I'm at it, I'll ask you if you've had any blood tests today and if you need an empty stomach? Zhanglan's voice was full of air in the middle of his voice. This one. Hyoji herself froze. She looked at Zhanglan somewhat incredulously, continuing to look at her for a minute before she was sure that this was the patient who had been dying 2 days ago. But, at this moment, where was Zhanglan half sick on his body? Such a situation left Su Jie at a loss for words. Dr. Li, who was beside him, said in a condescending novel, Director Su, let's just say that Zhanglan is doing well now. Su Jie, however, remained still frozen. She hadn't been able to recover from her surprise. Ryoko, she suddenly shrieked. I see. It's a flashback. Some people become suddenly lucid and euphoric just before they are about to die. This is called a flashback. Hurry. Arrange for a resuscitation room immediately. Stand by to administer first aid to the patient. Hyoji exclaimed anxiously. Once a patient has a flashback, then it often means that the patient is going to die soon. Sujie is an undisputed authority in the hospital. With her order, Zhanglan, who was still in a daze, was immediately sent into the emergency room. Zhanglan was put on an oxygen mask, and his body was also connected to various medical equipment. 5 or 6 doctors accompanied Su Jie around Zhanglan, ready to resuscitate him. However, the group of people had been busy for more than an hour, but they didn't see Zhanglan look dying at all. Zhanglan is still alive and kicking, still chatting happily with the doctors. Su Jie, on the other hand, was busy non-stop. At times she stared nervously at the data displayed by the medical instruments. At times she kept examining Zhanglan, and at times her brows were furrowed in thought. Time passes slowly. The gazes of the crowd of doctors looking at Su Jie couldn't help but take on a questioning tone. For the first time, they questioned if Su Jie had misjudged. According to the doctor's many years of experience in the field, Zhanglan's current condition was very normal, and there were no signs of dying at all. Finally, after Su Jie gave Zhanglan a full body checkup for the 3rd time, she finally gave up. Strange. It's really weird. How come? It's impossible. It's just not possible. Hyoji mumbled as if she had encountered a puzzle she couldn't solve. Dr. Li couldn't help but ask, Director Su, what are you talking about? When Su Jie looked at Dr. Li again, her beautiful face couldn't help but be filled with embarrassment. Countless facts were proving that Dr. Li's diagnosis was right and her own was wrong. Zhanglan, indeed, is in good health. It was even healthy as hell, far beyond the level of physical health at Zhanglan's age. As soon as Su Jie thought back to the stinky scolding she had given Dr. Li earlier, she only felt her face burning as if she had been slapped in the face. Dr. Li, however, was still talking. Director Su, I told you, this Zhanglan's physical condition is normal. 2 more days of observation at the most, and she can really be discharged. These words, moreover, were like sharp knives stabbing Su Jie's self-esteem. She had never been more humiliated, especially in front of a subordinate she had just scolded. This made Su Jie want to find a crack in the ground on the spot and drill into it. It's a miracle. It's a medical miracle. That's the only way Hyoji could explain it. It is indeed a medical miracle as well. No one can explain, except by a miracle, why a dying patient with advanced cirrhosis plus multiple malignant complications became fit and healthy overnight. Not only did the cirrhosis of the liver and those complications mysteriously disappear, but her entire body quickly regained its health and energy, completely free of the weakness of the first recovery from a serious illness. What is this if not a miracle? Afterwards, Su Jie also confided in Dr. Li, give me all of Zhanglan's data from yesterday, as well as what she did and ate yesterday. I need to know. I must find out what happened to Zhanglan to cause this medical miracle. Hyoji was not willing to do so. She must find out the reason for this miracle. The other side. Tianji Pavilion. Only with the dawn of the sky did Su sneak back into the middle of the Tianji Pavilion. Not only did she not pick up Yi Wuchen from the Dragon Snake Mountain, but instead, she even made a bet with Yi Wuchen. This made Su worry that she was being blamed by her great-grandfather. However, the more you fear something, the more you can't hide from it. Stop. when Su Jia had just entered the Tianji pavilion afterward. A stern cry rang out behind her. Su turned back with a face full of bitterness. Sure enough, Su Shermin grimaced and slowly walked over. Where is the master? Su Shermin opened his mouth and asked. Su made a look of indifference and replied. I made another bet with him. This time, let's bet on whether or not he can compete for $1 billion in a month. I originally just bet 100 million. He was the one who wanted to raise it to $1 billion. If he loses this time, he can't blame me. Su Shermin smiled lightly and shook his head slightly. $1 billion? He said dismissively. Is it hard for your lordship to make $1 billion a month? Su, you still don't understand his lordship too well. You're going to lose again this time. I wonder what your bets are on this one. Hearing this, Su Jiao was very unfair in her heart. She didn't believe that an old fart from 100 years ago who came to the modern world could still make $1 billion a month from nothing. This kind of bet is an impossible task even for the modern business elite. She just didn't understand why her own great-grandfather was ever so confident in that guy. As long as I win this time, I don't have to recognize him as my master anymore. And if I lose, then I'll never be in his presence. Su Sujin replied in an angsty voice. Who knows? When Su Shermin heard the content of the bet, the expression on his face couldn't help but stiffen, followed by a grimace, as if he had lost something important. Su it seems like you've really annoyed his lordship. You still don't realize what an opportunity you missed until now. It seems that our Su family's chance to look down on the old master is going to be completely cut off in your generation. Later, you'll regret it. Chapter 30, You're not gonna drink that water. Day 2. It's finally getting light. Yi Wuchen also woke up early in the morning and began to utilize the smartphone he bought yesterday in surfing the internet. It's not a bad time to be on the internet. The power of the internet to cover every aspect of life. Looks like I'll have to get with the times and learn about the internet. 2. The saying that there is no end to learning is never an empty phrase. 100 years ago, Yi Wuchen had already learned from the heavens. However, 100 years later, Yi Wuchen realized that he still had many new things to relearn. Xian said her mother, Zhang Lan, is being studied by several experts and she can't get away for a while. Not waiting for her, I have to stay on the air and honor yesterday's promise. Yi Wuchen then turned on the live broadcasting equipment and began to use his cell phone to continue the webcast. This time Yi Wuchen was very skillful. He no longer needed Song Xian's guidance and quickly entered the live broadcast room himself. The live broadcast had only begun when Yi Wuchen received a connecting call from an anchor. When he took a look, it was none other than Lin Ino, the female anchor who had linked up with him yesterday. So Yi Wuchen chose to accept. As soon as the streak began, Lin Inua's youthful and beautiful face appeared on the screen once again. In the earpiece, Lin Inua's angry voice also came immediately. Yeah, you dead liar. How dare you continue to be on the air? You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police on you? Not only was Lin Inua cursing Yi Wuchen, her fans were equally swarming. All you see is a pop-up comment that goes wild. Refund the money. Quickly refund Nua's $100,000 to her. Dog liar. Dare not return the money, believe it or not, we human flesh you. It's so shameless. Taking money and going off the air. Aren't you afraid of being poked in the back? Yi Wuchen didn't care about the fans' abuse. He just looked at Lin Inua and said, I'm not a liar. Yesterday was a real emergency, and today I'm here to fulfill a promise. Lin Ino obviously didn't believe this rhetoric at all. She sneered. You're purposely stalling for a day so you can pry more information out of me to complete your deception, aren't you? Having fought counterfeiting for many years, Enoch Lin is of course well aware of the deception of many so-called charlatan fortune tellers. The only reason why some fortune tellers are accurate is that they have their own intelligence channels. The con artists in a place before the fortune telling often will first buy some local people to find out the family's family length, so that they can count the other people think that the private matters of the hidden. In response, Yi Wuchen just said indifferently, believe it or not, we'll know once we try it. Lin Inua sniffed and almost cursed in anger, but considering the image in the live room, she held back her anger. Okay, then you'll do the math for me again. This time, I don't believe you can still count. If you don't get the math right, then you have to give me my money back and never be allowed to scam people live on the internet. Yi Wuchen replied, I promise. Hearing Yi Wuchen's promise, a hint of a winning smile appeared on Lin Inua's face, only to see that she actually took out a glass of water and placed it on the table. She caught a glass of water in a water glass and showed it to all her fans. Finally, she stared at Yi Wuchen. Do the math. Will I be drinking this water in the next minute? When these words came out, the entire live broadcast room was instantly in an uproar. Because, it's an unsolvable puzzle. The glass of water was on Lin Inua's table, and the initiative was completely in Lin Inua's hands. As long as Yi Wuchen said that he would drink it, then Lin Inua could purposely not drink that cup of water so that Yi Wuchen would lose. If Yi Wuchen said he wouldn't drink it, Then Lin Yinhua could likewise intentionally finish the water so that Yi Wuchen still lost. No matter what, Yi Wuchen had lost. Fans were immediately buzzing about it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Goddess Nono is really smart. To think of using such a method to deal with this liar. That crook will lose this time. Let's see if he still dares to mess with our Nua. It feels like you can deal with all the fortune-telling scammers with this approach. Nano isn't too resourceful. I love Goddess Nano more and more. Lin Yinua's heart was also filled with complacency. Such an approach is more or less a bummer. Lin Yinhua doesn't usually use this trick, but she was really pissed off by Yi Wuchen yesterday, so she had to give Yi Wuchen a hard lesson. Why don't you say anything? Mute. You're counting. You only have a minute. Lin Yinhua deliberately prodded. Not only did she want Yi Wuchen to lose, she also wanted Yi Wuchen to suffer humiliation, to kill, and to put to death. She doesn't go soft on crooks. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. I've done the math. In a minute, you won't be drinking that water. Lin Yinhua couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Fooled. This liar, sure enough, fell for it. This time, it's hard for this crook not to lose. Fans are also jeering wildly. He really dares to answer. Ha! With that kind of IQ, how dare he come here to cheat? Let me check the time. 40 seconds left. 40 seconds is when this liar will be revealed. How dare he say that Nua can't drink? Nua quickly drink the water. Let this dog liar lose face. At the urging of her fans, Lin Yinhua flicked her glass of water with the tip of her finger. She laughed softly. You lose. I'll take this glass of water. Yi Wuchen then asked back meaningfully. Yes? You can't always drink it if you want to. Lin Yinhua snorted coldly. This dead liar. How dare he still be arrogant at the end of his life? That's good. No need to bull asterisk 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 him anymore. You're really a dead duck. I'm going to drink it for you right now, so you can see with wide eyes whether I can drink this water or not. After saying that, Lin Yinhua put her hand towards the water cup and was about to pick it up to drink. The fans in the live broadcast room were also excited. They were about to witness the goddess of counterfeiting dismantle a scammer once again. Seeing that Lin Yinhua's jade hand was about to touch the water cup, accidents happen, only to see a gray-blue shadow, unexpectedly whoosh, jumped onto Lin Yinhua's table. That turned out to be a cute, slightly chubby blue cat. It's no surprise to all fans that this blue cat, it is Lin Yinhua's pet Blue, and often in the live broadcast of the head of the camera, harvested a lot of fans of the favorite. And the blue cat actually jumped onto the table at this point and got very close to that water glass. The situation was instantly critical. Blue, Lin Yinhua exclaimed. She reached out and tried to grab the blue cat back, lest it knock over that water glass. However, when Lin Yinhua reached out her hand towards the blue cat was shocked. Meow. Only to see the blue cat back up in panic, right into the glass of water. The water glass immediately tipped off the table. Clunk. With this crunching sound, the water cup was dropped and the water in the cup was spilled all over the place. At this, everyone froze. The entire broadcast room was silent. This cup of water, Lin Yinhua surprisingly really didn't get to drink it. Chapter 31, A Matter of Life and Death. Blue, look what you've done. Lin Yinhua couldn't help but growl at the blue cat. The blue cat yelped in terror, then quickly jumped off the table and fled. Although Lin Yinhua was angry to the point of exploding, she couldn't reason with a pet. She craned her head to glance at the clock. The minute was over. No, not this time. This time it's my Blue who's messing up, and when I get Blue locked up, I'm going to count with you again. Lin Yinhua shouted at Yi Wuchen in defiance. The fans in the live broadcast room reacted to this as well, and they also spoke in favor of Lin Yinhua. That's right, it doesn't count this time. After all, it was just in time for the cat to knock the cup over. That's right, if it wasn't for this cat, Goddess Nono would have won long ago. If that counts, it's not fair at all. The fans kept arguing, but their words seemed so devoid of substance. Yi Wuchen smiled coldly. You have to take care of my business one more time. Yes, but this one just now, why doesn't it count? Did I miscalculate? Or am I just being a scoundrel? You made the request. I did the math, and it turned out to be exactly right. If that doesn't count, then it's you who can't afford to play. These words disliked Lin Yinhua so much that she raised her willow eyebrows. You! Lin Yinhua was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't argue. She knew in her heart that Yi Wuchen was right. This time, no matter what, she was the one who lost. Yi Wuchen won. Count right. But Lin Yinhua was still losing without any conviction. She didn't believe that Yi Wuchen was counting correctly with his real skill. She thought it was all just a coincidence. I want you to count again. Lin Yinhua put the blue cat into the cage, then received another cup of water and placed it on the table. Do the math again and see if I'll drink the water this time, without the blue cat messing around. Lin Yinhua didn't believe that Yi Wuchen could still count right. Yi Wuchen replied. Yes, the usual rules apply. Money first. Lin Eno was bolder this time. $100,000, right? I'll transfer it to you right now. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head slightly. $100,000. That was the price for the second fortune telling, and now it's the third if you want to continue. This one charge. 5 million. The price made everyone suspect they had heard wrong. 5 million? How can you charge $5 million for counting a glass of water? This kid is poor and crazy? Fans have been cursing for a long time. Lin Inua also said in exasperation. I object. This kind of fee you're charging is simply not reasonable. The same thing is counting whether I'll drink a glass of water. You only charged $100,000 last time, but this time it's 5 million. It's a 50-fold difference. It's not fair. Yi Wuchen said calmly. If it doesn't count, it can't count. With these words, it almost didn't make Lin Inua spit out blood. It's just humiliating. But Lin Eno was still partial. $100,000 for a fortune teller's fee. She could pay it in a heartbeat. She's from a good family, and $100,000 isn't a lot of money to her. But 5 million is a different story. Lin Enoch couldn't afford to shell out that much money. Even if she did have $5 million, she couldn't afford to use it for fortune telling. Her money, after all, didn't come from the wind. What's to be done about it? Lin Eno was caught in a dilemma. She couldn't afford to keep telling fortunes, but if she stopped there, then she'd be a total loser. Her years of reputation as a goddess of counterfeiting can be ruined. This scammer, on the other hand, can become famous in one fell swoop so that he can scourge even more ignorant netizens. This result was something that Lin Inua did not want to see. At this point, a pop-up suddenly appeared on the screen. No, let me. This pop-up was golden and different from all the others. Such golden pop-ups are a privilege that only members who have spent up to $1 million on the live streaming platform can have. And this pop-up instantly detonated the live broadcast. It's Nano's Big Brother Pungwon who has spoken. When Big Brother List 1 comes out, the curmudgeons will avoid retreating, with the rich and powerful Big Brother Pungji stepping in. Let's see if this crook doesn't show his true colors this time. The first Big Brother of the list, that is in the Lin Annual live room to send the most gifts to the tycoon. Dominating the live room gift list of the top characters, Lin Inua saw the list of Big Brother out to finish. Also aggrieved. Brother, you must help me out this time. It turns out that this list of Big Brother, but is Lin Annual half-brother, Lin Han. The fans then came to their senses. It turns out that the first Big Brother of the list is Lin Inua's brother. No wonder he has always been very low-key, only know how to brush gifts, and never speak. Follow. The first Big Brother of the list, Lin Han, requested to link up with Yi Wuchen multiple people at the same time. After Yi Wuchen agreed, he only saw another person appear on top of the screen, and it was none other than Lin Han. Lin Han was seen dressed in a suit, and he didn't seem to be broadcasting from a professional live studio, but rather from his office. The fans couldn't help but get excited when they saw Lin Han appear. So Big Brother Pungji is so young and handsome. It's really worthy of being brother and sister. The brother is handsome and the sister is beautiful. Big Brother Pungji make a move and teach this crook a hard lesson. It's a pity I'm not a girl, or I'd marry one of these handsome and rich men on the list. The words of currying favor from the fans kept coming. Lin Han, however, didn't respond half-heartedly. His eyes just stared at Yi Wuchen. How about I come play with you? As soon as he opened his mouth, his tone was filled with oppression. Obviously in reality, Lin Han is also a man of the people, which is why he has an aura that is not angry. Yi Wuchen nodded slightly. Could be. So the $5 million, you pay for your sister? The fans immediately raised a ruckus and told Lin Han to hit Yi Wuchen with money. However, Lin Han was indifferent to the fans' chants. He doesn't even make a living off of live streaming, and he doesn't have to care about the feelings of his fans. Only Lin Han was heard to say, I can afford to shell out $5 million, but I never spend my money where it's not worth it. Paying $5 million to play a drinking game just isn't worth it to me. My sister is too young and ignorant to play drinking games with you. This time, I'm playing you on my own personal terms. The crowd sort of listened. It turned out that Lin Han wasn't trying to help Lin Enuo tell her fortune, but rather, he had come to tell her fortune himself. This was normal. According to Yi Wuchen's charging rules, Lin Inua just had to keep counting, then the cost would be astronomical, and if Lin Han were to do the math himself, then the charges would start at $1, which would certainly save a ton of money. Yi Wuchen replied, okay, same old rules, pay first. Lin Han tapped the screen and a dollar gift was given to Yi Wuchen. I for one like to equivocate. Since it's only a $1 fortune-telling fee, I won't be too hard on you. Do the math. What line of work am I in? Lin Han asked casually. That's a question that's not too tricky, but it caused Lin Inua to be displeased. Brother, This kid must have intel on us. And your information is readily available on the internet. Wouldn't you be asking him that for nothing? Lin Han, however, didn't mind. A mere dollar buys the answer. There's no such thing as a bargain for anyone. But in terms of temperament, he was indeed too much stronger than Lin Enuo. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth to reply. You build houses. Lin Han nodded. Kind of right. I'm a real estate developer. And it's okay if you want to say I build houses. It's time to collect 100,000 next, isn't it? I hope you've done your math and it's worth $100,000. Saying that, Lin Han instantly rewarded Yi Wuchen with a gift of $100,000. Fans immediately said that Lin Han was too impulsive, fearing that Yi Wuchen took the money and ran away again. Lin Han, however, had asked, do the math. What's the thing that's bothering me the most these days? All the fans perked up at that question. Lin Enuo's eyes instantly lit up as well. This is an issue that remains a matter of taking ownership of the initiative. No matter how Yi Wuchen replied, Lin Han only needed to deny it. The only person who can say what bothers Lin Han the most is Lin Han himself. And this kind of thing in the heart is able to exclude all external interference, and will never repeat the mistakes of Lin Enuo again. It's still old brother who's smart, to be able to come up with such a solution. This time, let's see if this dead liar still dares to be arrogant, Lin Enuo said excitedly. Lin Han just smiled at that. He knew he was misunderstood by the crowd. Lin Han is not the kind of person who can't afford to play. At this point, Yi Wuchen had spoken. The thing that disturbs you most is a matter of human life. Everyone was greatly surprised by these words. This kid has some nerve answering. And right off the bat, human life is at stake. Is this an attempt to bluff? It's just that no one noticed. Lin Han's eyebrows jumped after hearing this. Chapter 32, I charge a lot of money. The fans were still up in arms in the live room. Big brother Pengji, quickly deny it. As long as you deny it, this kid will lose. Quickly dismantle his deception and take it out on Goddess Nano. The initiative is in your hands now. You can explain it any way you want. Even Lin Enuo looked at Lin Han with anticipation, waiting for Lin Han's answer. Lin Han's expression, however, slowly became serious. He pursued, can you be more specific? When the crowd heard this, they only thought that Lin Han was trying to find out the cracks in Yi Wuchen's words by asking detailed questions. It's also much more convincing to debunk this scammer this way. Yi Wuchen replied, what's bothering you is the matter of 9 lives. Lin Han's originally tightly frowned, but after hearing this, he slowly stretched out. He leaned back in his chair and laughed softly. You know what? Just for a moment there, I almost faltered. I'm even beginning to think that maybe you have something real. But after hearing you say 9 lives, I knew I was overthinking it. It's not the 9 lives I'm worried about. It's the 7. So, you miscalculated. The crowd couldn't help but get excited when they heard Lin Han's denial. Lin Han, true to form, lived up to his name. Good job, Lao. Well done. Lin Enuo couldn't help but applaud Lin Han as well. No one cared about what was going on with the so-called human life. Everyone still just thought that it was Lin Han deliberately setting up Yi Wuchen. However, Yi Wuchen asked back with a smirk. Really? Lin Han grunted coldly. Are you suspecting that I can't afford to play hard to get? I, Lin Han, am open and honest and have never cared to make false claims. On the contrary, if you lose, you lose. Don't be here. Before he could finish his sentence, the landline on his desk suddenly rang. Lin Han picked up the microphone and answered the phone. However, he didn't listen for 2 minutes, but suddenly his face changed dramatically. Look at his face, as if he had heard something incredible. When he put down the handset, the gaze he looked at Yi Wuchen again was filled with shock. Brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Enuo couldn't help but ask. In her mind, her oldest brother had always been a calm and steady man, and even if something heavenly happened he wouldn't panic. And at this moment, Lin Han's terrified and surprised look was the first time Lin Enuo had seen it. Lin Han, however, couldn't care less about his sister's questioning. He couldn't help but lean forward and stare closely at Yi Wuchen. How the hell did you do that? Could there really be someone in this world who can foretell? Who the hell are you? Answer me. Lin Han slammed the table and shouted. Such a gesture startled everyone. Lin Enuo asked nervously. Brother, what's wrong with you? What the hell happened? You look so scary now. Lin Han also realized that he had lost his temper. He hastily took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Then, he looked deeply at Yi Wuchen. You did the math right, Lin Han said seriously. The moment this finalization came out, the broadcast room directly exploded. Right? That's right. Countless fans went wild with questions. What the hell is going on here? Didn't Big Brother Pengji want to stand up for Nua? How come he admitted defeat instead? That's right. As long as Big Brother Pengji denies it he'll win. What the hell is he thinking? When it comes up like this, isn't it the same as slapping Nano's face? How can he, as a brother, do that? Lin Inua was equally aggrieved. She thought her brother was on her side. But who would have thought that my brother would turn against me? Lin Han, however, spoke the truth. Recently there was a problem with one of the properties developed by our company. On construction sites, there's always one death after another. This was not a security incident because every one of the dead died in an extremely unusual, if not bizarre, manner. 7 dead in a row. In order to avoid triggering panic, the company has been trying its best to block the news, and the police have all been secretly investigating, but they have not been able to get a clue. That's why the death toll is only known to the police and a few of our top brass. Even if this fortune teller really was able to buy our top brass and learn about the 7 deaths, then I wouldn't think he'd really be able to divine the truth. But just now, my subordinates called me to report the situation, and it turned out that 2 more people had died. 7 lives that really turned into 9. The gentleman did his math right. I, Lin Han, sincerely admire the level of face reading and fortune telling of Mr. That's a statement that almost didn't make the crowd's jaws drop? Really? Is there really such a thing as fortune telling in this world? Isn't that a feudal superstition? It's not scientific at all. Even Lin Inua looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. How could this happen? Fans will be skeptical of Lin Han, but not Lin Ino. She knew her brother would never joke about something like that. Does this kid have real skills? Yi Wuchen, however, still had a flat expression. It was as if everything that had happened, he had already mastered. Lin Han said seriously, "This gentleman, I'd like to ask you to count again. This time, I would like to ask Mr. to help me figure out the solution that will solve the trouble I'm in." Yi Wuchen replied, "The math isn't hard this time. I can give you a discount. 1 byte, 3 million. Lin Han did not hesitate and said immediately, "That's a reasonable price. I'll give you the money now." After saying that, Lin Han began to swipe gifts for Yi Wuchen. Brother, Lin Inua couldn't help but yelp. She was still a little uneasy about it now. $100,000 would be fine if they were cheated, but $3 million would be too much of a loss if they were cheated. Lin Han, however, ignored Lin Inua and quickly swiped a full 3 million gifts for Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen then began to answer. "It's not hard to fix the trouble you're in. The best way to fix the problem is to go hire a great feng shui master." When Yi Wuchen finished speaking, Lin Han still suspected that he hadn't finished listening. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Lin Han saw that Yi Wuchen didn't continue to speak and realized that Yi Wuchen had finished. "That's it?" Lin Han asked incredulously. Yi Wuchen nodded. Spare the calm Lin Han. At this time also cannot help but angry almost spit blood. "What kind of tie answer is that? For that answer, you're charging me $3 million? I'll be damned. You're not being too black-hearted." Lin Han didn't care about cultivation and directly cursed. $3 million? Only in exchange for an answer of going to a feng shui master to solve the problem? That's a terrible way to eat. Lin Inua couldn't help it either. "You brat. Just now I thought you had real skills, but it turns out you're really a liar. You pay my brother back or I'll make you look good." The fans in the live broadcast room were even more frantic, and all kinds of curses swept towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen, however, still had a bland expression. Regardless of the wind and rain, Lin Han was angry for half a day, but he finally calmed down gradually. Pissed off is pissed off, but problems have to be solved. The back-to-back murders have scared the builders away from the construction site now. If this matter couldn't be handled again, and the schedule was constantly delayed, then Lin Han's company's losses could be astronomical by then. By now, Lin Han could only beat a dead horse. He asked through clenched teeth. "Okay, I'll admit it just now. Now I'm going to ask you to do the math for me one more time. Where is the feng shui man who can help me with my troubles? This time, please don't charge too much. After all, it's not like my money, or yellow burnt paper." Yi Wuchen had long been waiting for Lin Han to ask this question. He grinned. "I am the best feng shui master in the world. I'll give you a free pass on this one if you ask me to go out and take care of it, but I charge a lot of money to go out." Chapter 33. There are too many rich people online. Liar. He's definitely a liar. Brother, he set you up for half a day in order to get you to spend a lot of money to hire him for feng shui. I've been fighting counterfeiting for so many years, and I know these crooks' schemes best. They'll gain your trust first, but at the end of the day it's all going to cost you money. You can't fall for that. Brother, Lin Inua called out anxiously. She had gradually sensed that her oldest brother was becoming more and more trusting of this con man. Lin Han, however, had calmed down. It's normal to spend money when you hire someone to do a job. When you hire an expert to do a job, you should pay a lot of money. No, I have my own opinion on this matter. You don't need to say anything else. Seeing that Lin Inua was so insistent, Lin Han huffed and clasped his hands together. Lin Han, however, looked seriously at Yi Wuchen. I wonder how much the charge would be to have a gentleman's hand. Yi Wuchen replied. I'll have to go to the site and see what the exact charges are. Simple things for low fees. Difficult things, high fees. Lin Han nodded slightly, indicating that he could understand. Lin Inua, however, couldn't help but call out. Brother, that was intentional on his part. If you don't tell us the price, you will definitely raise it on purpose when the time comes. Yi Wuchen said indifferently. It's okay if you don't want to hire me, you can hire someone else. Lin Inua was even more annoyed at hearing this. Sets. It's a lustful setup. She was all too familiar with the schemes of these scammers. However, Lin Han, replied without hesitation. We don't have to invite anyone else. Just you, sir. Sir, why don't we time it for tomorrow morning? I'd also like you to make a trip to the construction site in the Riverside Gardens neighborhood, and we'll meet then to discuss it in detail. As long as our troubles are solved, then money is definitely not an issue. Yi Wuchen agreed. After the two agreed, Lin Han exited the live broadcast and went offline. Lin Inua also blared fiercely at Yi Wuchen and similarly chose to go off the air. The fans, however, did not leave. They gathered in Yi Wudu's live broadcast room, still enthusiastically discussing the story just now. What just happened? It couldn't have been scripted for live effect, could it? No way. Goddess Nua Nua wouldn't use a script to broadcast live. And the script is used to make money. Just now a few million were spent out. Won't it be a loss? If it's not a live script, then could this guy really be a fortune teller? Fans have been enthusiastically discussing it while enthusiastically wanting to test the waters. As a result, a large number of $1 gifts were slammed into Yi Wuchen. It's only $1, and fans can still afford it. Yi Wuchen also came to the rescue. Even though he only charged $1 the first time, he was just as serious about telling his fans fortunes, as more and more fans began to marvel after counting more than a dozen. Because Yi Wuchen was simply calculating. Many ordinary fortune tellers who tell fortunes are good enough to get half of them right. But Yi Wuchen never made a mistake in every fortune-telling session. Such was the case that it immediately went viral on the internet. More and more fans came here, and they all wanted to find Yi Wuchen for a reckoning as well. At first, fans were only willing to spend $1 to test the waters, but as time went on, there began to be fans who had successfully tested the waters and spent the first 100,000 to ask Yi Wudu to count a second time. After having someone to start with, more and more fans are also all surprisingly actually paying 100,000 to count a second time. In the middle of Yi Wuchen's live broadcast room, all kinds of gifts were also continuously brushing the screen. Such is the case that it makes the jaws of those fans who are still on the fence drop. There are too many people with money on the internet, aren't there? Yeah, that's $100,000, and they spent it without batting an eye? Could this kid be a true master? Or else could there be so many fans with real money to smash? It's so easy for him to make so much money, just by moving his lips. It really makes me envious and jealous. At this moment, more and more people began to feel that this anchor, I'm afraid, has real skills. This also attracted more fans to enter the live broadcasting room and come to find Yi Wuchen to tell his fortune. That math went on until the afternoon. This live fortune telling has also finally come to an end. After Yi Wuchen ended the live broadcast, he looked at his account balance. Is the only money that can be withdrawn $3 million? It's still a little less. According to the rules of the live streaming platform, all the gifts brushed by the platform and the anchor are split 50-50. So in reality Yi Wuchen made $6 million, but only $3 million ended up in his hands. The bet he made with Su Su was to make $1 billion a month. Even if you make $3 million every day, you won't make a tenth of the bet in a month. In response, Yi Wuchen was in no hurry. He is now gradually gaining fame for live fortune telling and will only make more and more money in the future. Especially as he learns more about this era. There will be more ways to make money. Jingle bells. The phone suddenly rang. Yi Wuchen took a look and it was Song Zian calling. As soon as he picked up the phone, Song Zian's happy voice immediately rang out. Brother Yi, I have good news for you. After many diagnoses today, the experts at the hospital can confirm that my mom's illness is really cured. Yi Wuchen smiled. Not surprised by this, Song Zian continued. Brother Yi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It just so happens that my girlfriends are invited to dinner. It's at the Royal Court Hotel, so I'll take you along to rub it in. It's Le Xue. You've met. Yi Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Dine and dash? Is he the kind of guy who needs to rub it in? On second thought, though, he had more to learn about this era. Get out more and you might discover something new. Especially now that there was still the bet with Su Jin. He had to act aggressively as well. So Yi Wuchen promised. Okay, you drive to the hotel and pick me up. Soon. Song Zian then drove a cab to receive Yi Wuchen. Today's Song Zian was extraordinarily well dressed. Instead of wearing her cab driver's work clothes, she changed into a long black dress. The long, slim-fitting dress framed the lines of her figure beautifully. A pair of jade legs, white and slender. She also had a big wave perm, making her more and more charming. Such a dress made Song Zian simply radiant and beautiful. "You're all dressed up today." Yi Wuchen told the truth. Song Zian said triumphantly, "That's for sure. We're going to a fancy place for dinner today. I can't afford to be embarrassed. Get in the car." The two got into the car and sped along towards the center of the city, soon arriving outside a large, opulent hotel. Just from the lavish decoration of this restaurant alone, one would know that the people who are qualified to come here to eat are either rich or noble. Looking at the gorgeous hotel in front of her, Song Zian couldn't help but sigh. The Royal Court Hotel, but it's the best restaurant in our city of Dakan. You don't know yet, right? This Royal Court Hotel is owned by Lu Shue's family. The owner of the restaurant is Lu Shue's father. The spending here, it's just bizarrely high. Spending per person starts at a minimum of 2,000 and goes up. There was once a tycoon who invited guests here for dinner, and 5 people spent $3 million on a meal. And it was a sensation. It was all over the news. If it wasn't for Lu Shue's treat this time, I'm afraid people like me would never have the chance to come here for a meal in my life. Speaking of this, a look of envy and inferiority appeared on Song Zian's face. She spends just over $10 on a meal, and one meal for someone else is hundreds or thousands of times what she gets. The difference between people is simply too great. When she was about to step into the door of this luxurious restaurant, she became even more anxious, as if her whole person had become short, and she didn't even know where to put her hands. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yi Wuchen, who was beside her. However, he saw Yi Wuchen openly and calmly, walking in the middle of the luxurious hall of the hotel as if he was walking leisurely, and did not feel half-rushed. This temperament made Song Zian curious. Could it be that this guy, it's not the first time he's been to this kind of upscale place? Yi Wuchen took 2 steps to himself, but suddenly his heart stirred and he seemed to sense something. He pinched his fingers and projected, his face showing interest. "Tonight, that kid we met in the ancient temple on Dragon Snake Mountain is actually coming to this place as well? Just in time. Let me see if the connection with the Wood of Heaven's destruction and his destiny has been strengthened." Chapter 34 Extreme Rudeness. The two of them, Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, walked through the lobby of the restaurant towards the middle of the private rooms. All the way, Song Zian was beautiful and attractive, with a hot body, causing the male customers around her to be attracted to her body for a long time and not be able to move away. On the contrary, Yi Wuchen, who was on the side, was too inconspicuous. He was dressed in a plain and unassuming outfit, which looked ordinary even on the street, let alone in such a luxurious place where the upper class gathered. This caused the guests coming and going to shake their heads constantly. It just felt like a flower in cow dung. Soon, the two finally arrived at the private room. Entering the middle of the private room, he only saw that several young men and women were already seated on a rosewood dining table. The one sitting in the main seat in the very center was naturally Lu Shue. Only, at this moment, Lu Shue was crying, constantly wiping her tears with a tissue. All the while the young men and women around them, dressed in designer labels, whispered reassurances. When Lu Shuai saw Song Zian arrived, but also raised his head while they cried out, "Zian, you don't even know me. Last night I almost couldn't come back from the Dragon Snake Mountain. Woo woo, I was scared to death last night. I cried a couple times. I was taken by the army to investigate and was not released until I gave a clear explanation today. A lot of people died last night. Wu Tian is dead, Wizard is dead, the bodyguard is dead. And that." Speaking here, Lu Shuai suddenly saw Yi Wuchen beside Song Zian. This scared Lu Shuai, who almost didn't jump up from her chair. That expression was as if she had seen a ghost. You're not dead," Lu Shuai called out in surprise. But she soon seemed to think of something and murmured again, "I see. It must have been that world's #1 expert who saved you. He killed the King of Terror so you could live. General Ling and everyone else still thinks you're dead. So you'd better go to the army and explain the situation so you don't get into trouble later." Yi Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. He didn't have all the time in the world to explain what was going on. Song Zian and the rest of the people looked curiously at Yi Wuchen. They didn't really understand how this guy made Lu Shuai startled. "Who is this kid?" Finally one of them couldn't help but ask. Yi Wuchen grinned at the crowd. "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Wuchen, and I'm currently broadcasting fortune-telling live on the internet. If people need their fortunes told, they can always come to me in my live room." The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Wuchen with an oddly dumbfounded face. Live streaming? Fortune-telling? Fortune-tellers who used to cheat people in the jungle are now actually running to webcasts to cheat people? Put. One of the girls couldn't help but laugh out loud. A boy said in disgust as well. "What bad luck. If it wasn't for Lu Shuai knowing this kid, otherwise I would have blown him out long ago." The rest of the crowd also looked disgusted. They are all famous local rich and famous people. In their minds, such a lowly profession as fortune-telling was not worthy of eating with them at all. Song Zian couldn't help but look embarrassed as she hurriedly pulled Yi Wuchen's sleeve. Cut the crap. For an occasion like this, you shouldn't mention fortune-telling. She then looked at Le Shue with an apologetic expression. Today's meal, Le Shue didn't invite Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen was someone Song Zian had brought in on her own initiative. And now that Yi Wuchen had upset Le Shue's guest, it made Song Zian feel guilty towards Le Shue as well. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry if Le Shue would drive Yi Wuchen away. Le Shue, however, didn't care. Yi Wuchen, Zian, come sit down. All of us here today are friends, no outsiders. At one time, Le Shue was looking down on Yi Wuchen. However, after experiencing the incident at the Dragon Snake Mountain Ancient Temple, Le Shue could be said to be impressed with Yi Wuchen. She had never met anyone who could treat a huge fortune like dirt, especially when facing the King of Terror. Yi Wuchen was even more calm and collected. This boldness and courage alone had already made Le Shue decide that Yi Wuchen was not simple and was worth befriending. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian then took their seats one after another. The food came up quickly, a big table full of them. Le Shue also greeted everyone warmly. What's on today is our family restaurant's signature dish. This time I've been robbed of a great deal of trouble, so I'm just going to call my friends and we'll all have a nice meal together. As Le Shue gave the word, everyone started moving their chopsticks. As the food entered their mouths, a look of enjoyment couldn't help but spread across the faces of the crowd. What makes the Royal Court the best restaurant in the city, apart from the luxury, is the flavor of the food. Every dish here is from a celebrity chef. As soon as the dish entered the mouth, the flavors in it immediately stimulated the taste buds of the crowd, making them all indulge in this gluttonous meal. Song Zian couldn't help but sigh. This place, it's expensive for a real reason. These dishes, they are simply delicious. I've never eaten such good food in my life. I've decided that I'm not going on a diet today. I must let go of my food. Saying that, Song Zian kept on chucking food and couldn't stop eating. But she was afraid that she would eat badly and make others laugh, so she could only hold back her desire for food and tried her best to slow down her eating. This, in turn, made the meal very difficult for her. Not to mention Song Zian's commoner's daughter enjoying the food on the table. Even those rich second-generation people who were accustomed to eating mountainous delicacies and seafood also praised this feast. I have to say that I really can't pick faults with the food at this Royal Court restaurant. In the entire Deccan city, only the meals here are most to my liking. Every time my dad hosts a banquet for distinguished guests from out of town, he'll have the banquet at this place. He can't look at any other place. That goes without saying. The chef of Le Shue Family Restaurant is the best chef in our province. He won first place in the Jian Province Culinary Arts Competition. The compliments from her friends made Le Shue feel good about her face too. She was naturally happy when everyone was eating. Suddenly, Le Shue suddenly realized that one person had actually just casually taken 2 bites. It's Yi Wuduan. He took a chopstick of each dish, but wouldn't take a second one after eating it. At the end of the day, he was just drinking tea quietly by himself, as if he had lost interest in this table full of delicacies. This annoyed Le Shue slightly, but whoever comes to her restaurant to eat, which is not a big feast, gobbling, how can anyone be indifferent to the temptation of such top-notch cuisine? Le Shue couldn't help but speak. Yi Wuchen, why aren't you eating? Is it my restaurant's food that's not cooked well? It's just an all-you-can-eat joke about the host family. However, Yi Wuchen, replied seriously, it really isn't good. The meals here are, well, overly ordinary. At these words, the scene was instantly quiet. Everyone casts an unkind look at the host's table, saying that the host's food is not good. This behavior is, in the extreme, rude. Song Zian was also startled and hurriedly glared towards Yi Wuchen, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. One of the boys couldn't help but slap the table and stand up angrily. People, Le Shue kindly invited you to dinner. Why are you posing here? Who are you? Le Shue waved her hand towards the boy. Wimber, sit down. The rich young man called Wenbai sat back in his chair angrily. Afterward, Le Shue smiled skinlessly and coldly asked Yi Wuchen, as the saying goes, radishes and greens have their own favorites. If these dishes are not to your liking, I can have them changed. But the signboard of this Royal Court restaurant in my house can't be slandered at will. That's a heavy word. Le Shue could accept Yi Wuchen's rudeness, but she couldn't accept someone damaging the reputation of the Royal Court Hotel. A good reputation is extremely important for a restaurant. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. Le Shue, don't be angry. It's not that I don't know how to be polite. When I finish my sentence, perhaps you will become happy, because I came here today to talk to you about a business deal. Chapter 35, This stinking fortune teller is crazy. If Yi Wuchen wanted to win the bet with Su Xia, He had to find another way besides live streaming the fortune-telling. After Yi Wuchen learned about the Royal Court Hotel from Song Zian tonight, he had the intention to cooperate with the Royal Court Hotel. His words, however, caused these rich kids to mock. What do you think you are? How can you talk business with Le Shui? Do you know how rich Le Shui's family is? A fortune-telling and money-cheating trash. I think you see that Le Shui is rich and want to cheat on Le Shui's head, right? Stinky fortune-teller. You've defamed the name of the Royal Court Hotel and you still want to talk business with Le Shui? I think you're crazy, right? These rich kids were all friends of Le Shui, and at this moment, seeing Le Shui being bullied by a fortune-teller, of course they stood out to help Le Shui. Although Le Shui was angry in her heart, she still maintained her composure. Okay, I'll hear what you have to say. If you can't talk me out of it, then you get the hell out of my hotel right now, and you are no longer welcome here after that. She gave Yi Wuchen the opportunity to open his mouth. When Song Zian saw how angry Le Shui was, her heart became more and more ashamed. At the same time, she kept hinting at Yi Wuchen, hoping that Yi Wuchen would stop talking nonsense. Yi Wuchen, however, had already opened his mouth. The cooking here is really sloppy. Even my family's former cook cooked meals 10 times better than here with one hand. Now I happen to be short of money and would like to help your restaurant improve its cooking. Accordingly, I need your hotel to give me enough in return. I don't have that much time to look for restaurants that are good enough to work with me. And it's fate that I happen to be here today for dinner over there, so I can give you guys that opportunity. The crowd simply laughed in exasperation when they heard this. This dog fortune-teller is no longer just belittling the culinary skills of the Royal Court Hotel, but has simply been insulting. His cook can make better food with one hand than the Royal Court Hotel? Isn't that funny? Especially this dog fortune-teller also a powerful coaxing posture, as if he is willing to cooperate with the Royal Court Hotel, but rather the Royal Court Hotel stained how much light. Why should he give the Royal Court Hotel a chance? Who does he think he is? Song Zian also finally couldn't listen anymore. She stood up and said loudly, Big Brother Yi, can you stop saying that? Do you realize that you're being, really rude? The other Le Shui's family's Royal Court Hotel is already the best hotel in our city. It doesn't need you to cooperate. The partner of the Royal Court Hotel is required to be strong enough. Song Zian didn't want to make the words hurtful, but she really felt that Yi Wuchen was too unreasonable. Especially since she was already feeling guilty towards Le Shui because she had brought Yi Wuchen to dinner privately, but instead caused everyone to be unhappy because of Yi Wuchen's nonsense. Now that Yi Wuchen was once again speaking out, Song Zian had to stand up and stop it as well. Song Zian wasn't the only one who couldn't listen. Wen Bai, who had originally sat down, also stood up with a cold smile. This stinking fortune-teller is really a dog's mouth. Do they need to work with a commoner like you when they are the Royal Court Hotel? I'm afraid you're not even qualified to be a waitress here. We and Le Shui are already enough to give you face. You still give face. I think you've come here today to make trouble on purpose. If you don't get lost, believe it or not I'll break your dog's legs, Wen Bai said, rushing to Yi Wuchen to glare at him. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he was about to explode at any time to beat Yi Wuchen severely. This Wen Bai, robust as a small calf, was full of a gangly spirit. He usually likes to play with people who are mixed up, so his body is tainted with Jianghu Qi, and when he opens his mouth, he wants to break his hands and feet. If it was an ordinary person who was glared at by him like that, I'm afraid they would be cowed. Yi Wuchen, however, was not intimidated. He grinned. Young man, don't be so angry. If you have a problem with me, you can come back to me later. Now I'm talking business with Le Shui, so sit down and cool off. With that, he reached out and gently pressed his hand on Wimber's shoulder. The press looked light, so light that it seemed to give Wimber's shoulder a dusting, but Wimber felt nothing like it looked. Wen Bai only felt a huge force coming from his shoulders, and his whole body was pressed by this huge force to the point that he was unsteady on his feet and sat back on his chair. Asshole! Wimber burst into a rage and struggled to get to his feet. However, he exerted all his strength. Even his face was red, but surprisingly, he could not stand up at all. Yi Wuchen's hand that pressed on his shoulder was unexpectedly like a huge mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't move at all. Wen Bai's eyes couldn't help but be filled with horror. The force, it's so strong. It's important to know that Wimber likes to make friends, so he's into combat sports himself. He spends a lot of time in the gym and the fight gym, especially his deep squat deadlift, which can reach 100 kilograms. If it was about physical fitness, he was already too much stronger than an ordinary person. But even so, at this time, he even felt like a child being held down by an adult, not even having any room for resistance. This stinking fortune teller must be a practiced one. Absolute power finally calmed Wimber down. Yi Wuchen smiled, before he pulled back his hand from Wen Bai's shoulder. When this scene fell in the eyes of the onlookers, They only thought that one by really listened to Yi Wuchen's persuasion and stopped there. A girl couldn't help but be indignant. Wimber, you're a grumpy one on a normal day. Why are you so useless today? You really don't care if someone else says two nice things? Get up and get this stinking fortune teller out of here. Wimber, however, turned red and said nothing. If he really had the ability to drive Yi Wuchen out, he would not have waited until now. Lushue spoke up as well. Yi Wuchen, you didn't talk me down. So you can go. Can Yi Wuchen's cooking skills be better than her chef's? She doesn't believe it. Especially Yi Wuchen's posture made Lushue very uncomfortable. So, she gave a direct order of eviction. Song Zian stood up grimly. Lushue, I'm sorry. I'm to blame for tonight. We're leaving. Brother Yi, let's go. Although Lushue's eviction order was not directed at her, she really didn't have the face to stay on either. As she said that, she wanted to pull Yi Wuchen away. Yi Wuchen, said, no one can take away an opportunity one don't want to give. And I want to give opportunities that no one can refuse. Since I'm here, then it's not like I have to walk away just because you tell me to. Call out the best chef you have here and we'll compete. When Lushue heard this, she was so angry that she raised her eyebrows. The chef in her store, can't he just be called out to compete with others? Yi Wuchen told me to have a competition. So what kind of place is this? However, just when Lushue was about to lose her temper, Yi Wuchen's words made her instantly lose her temper. Only Yi Wuchen pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. There's 3 million in this card. If I lose, this money is yours. Chapter 36, Scrambled Eggs. 3 million. It's not a small amount. If one was able to easily obtain $3 million just after a cooking competition, it made Lushue not a little moved. Wimber then sneered. Less bluffing. I don't believe you really have $3 million. Although he had no way to rough up Yi Wuchen, he wouldn't show weakness when it came to his mouth. After a slight hesitation, Lushue immediately made a decision. Waiter, bring the swipe machine. We checked the capital on the spot. Soon the waiter brought the card machine. After some manipulation, it was finally determined that Yi Wuchen's card really had $3 million on it. This result was a bit of a surprise to everyone. When they looked at Yi Wuchen's simple clothes, they just thought he was a poor man. But they didn't expect him to have so much savings. How can a stinking fortune teller have so much money? I don't suppose you sold the house for the money? Wimber said defiantly. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. I'm sorry, but this $3 million is what I earned from today's live fortune telling. If you don't believe me, here's a running breakdown. Saying that, Yi Wuchen took out his cell phone and opened the backstage of the live broadcast, then threw the phone on the table. The group of rich kids immediately came together. Upon taking a closer look, a look of shock couldn't help but spread across the faces of these rich kids. This 3 million is really Yi Wuchen's income for one day of live broadcasting today. This live fortune telling, is it this lucrative? Wimber couldn't help but be filled with dismay as well. Make 3 million a day. I'm afraid this kind of ability can only be achieved by the dads of these rich kids. And most of these rich kids would be lucky to not lose their money, let alone make $3 million a day pure. Lushue couldn't help but become more and more curious about Yi Wuchen. This guy. It was important to know that Lushue could be considered to have outstanding abilities amongst the second generation of the rich. At a young age, she became involved in taking care of the family estate and has made quite a mark. But even so, she's not quite at the level of making $3 million in a day. Okay, I'll agree to this match. Let's go to the back kitchen now. I do want to see just how big you are, daring to be so arrogant in my store. After Lushue finished speaking, she got up and left towards the back kitchen. A bunch of rich daughters naturally followed and went along to watch the fun. Yi Wuchen was just about to leave when Song Zian stopped him. Brother Yi, what exactly do you want? I was kind enough to bring you to dinner. Why did you make Lushue so angry? I'm so sorry, I should have known better than to bring you here. Song Zian was full of grievances. She had the best of intentions, so to speak, and spoiled her relationship with her best friend just like that. Yi Wuchen patted Song Zian's shoulder and laughed. Zian, don't worry. I won't make it hard for you. And I didn't mean to mess with Lushue. After a while, Lushue will be very grateful to me. You'll see. After saying that, Yi Wuchen then also turned around and walked towards the back kitchen. Song Zian, however, was so angry that she stomped her feet in place. Lushue is still grateful to you? Stop it. Will you? I'll be thankful if you don't continue to piss her off. She had no choice but to follow. The group quickly made their way to the back kitchen. It was just a hot place and the chefs were busy non-stop. And a young man supervised from the sidelines with his hands clasped in front of him, while constantly giving instructions to these cooks. The man looked to be no more than in his mid-20s, and he wore the uniform of a head chef with a calm and confident gaze. When the young man saw Lushue, he rushed forward to greet him. What brings you to the back kitchen? Miss? Le Shue then introduced the young man to the crowd. This is the head chef and head chef of our imperial court restaurant, Zhang Yuan. Those few rich kids couldn't help but be filled with respect when they saw this head chef called Zhang Yuan. They certainly don't honor a chef, but they honor the huge financial interests that this chef represents. I didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be so young. He's the treasure of the imperial court restaurant and a money tree. Especially he is the champion of the 3 consecutive Jian province culinary arts competition. His cooking skills are superb. He is extremely good at the 8 major cuisines. Especially a handful of Cantonese cuisine is even more perfect. At first, I don't know how many 5-star hotels in the provincial city wanted to poach him from the Royal Court Hotel, and even offered a sky-high compensation. So it is evident that his value is extraordinary. For such a money tree, the rich second generation is naturally greedy. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan has been loyal to the Royal Court Hotel, and the next person cannot dig at all. Zhang Yuan also looked proud as he listened to the praise from the rich kids. In Jian province, if Zhang Yuan's cooking skills dared to be called number 1, then no one would dare to call it number 2. Le Shue then said to Zhang Yuan, some people say your cooking is ordinary. He wants to have a match with you, so just play along with him casually. Zhang Yuan smiled contemptuously when he heard this. Since my lady has given her instructions, of course I will obey. I just wonder who is so confident and has the guts to want to compete with me? After he was firmly seated as the champion of Jian province's culinary arts, the number of people who wanted to challenge him was like a river of crushing carp. Too many to count. He had long since grown accustomed to such challenges. The rich daughters looked at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen stepped forward and said, "It's me." Zhang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Yi Wuchen. Then he shook his head slightly. Yi Wuchen looked, well, too young. To be young means to be inexperienced and not skilled enough. Although Zhang Yuan was also young, he was a recognized culinary genius in the chef world. Zhang Yuan was born in a family of cooks, and he has been taught by his elders since he was young. So even though he's young, his experience and skills are anything but. How do you want to compare? Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and asked. Yi Wuchen replied, the factors that affect the quality of a dish are just cookware, environment, ingredients and cooking skills. There's not much point in comparing those external things. Cooking is the root of it, and it's the simplest dishes that often show the most culinary skill. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing with Yi Wuchen's words. Okay, so which dish do you want to compare? Zhang Yuan let Yi Wuchen make the decision. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. Scrambled eggs. The whole room froze momentarily. Scrambled eggs? For a moment they suspected they had heard wrong. This stinky fortune teller seeks out the number 1 chef in Jian province to compete in a cooking competition. And he wants to compete in the simplest homemade fried rice? Is this humiliating Zhang Yuan? Le Shue frowned as well. Zhang Yuan, if you don't want to compare this dish, you can completely refuse. Scrambled eggs? Is that even necessary to compare? In Le Shue's opinion, this was also Yi Wuchen's disrespect to his family's famous chef. If you want to compete, then the only way to show off the skill of the number 1 chef in Jian province is to compete in a top-notch meal. Zhang Yuan, however, said seriously, Miss, egg fried rice isn't exactly simple either. In the Book of Food, written by Xia Ti, the head of the royal chefs of the Sui dynasty, it is written that Yang Su, the Duke of Yu in the Sui dynasty, loved a delicacy called broken gold rice. Actually, that's scrambled eggs and rice. It is said that this broken gold rice selection of soft and hard, loose grains of cooked rice to egg fried, so that the grains of rice are coated with egg, fried rice such as broken gold flashes, hence the name, commonly known as gold wrapped in silver, a food that even ancient princes and nobles loved. It's certainly worth taking out for a spin. Let's compare egg scrambles. Today, Le Shue does not know how to cook, but did not expect that there is such a connection behind an egg fried rice. Yi Wuchen heard these words but fell into reminiscence. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Thanks for the irony. This kid, I taught him to cook for 3 months back in the day. I didn't realize that he had made it to the top of the imperial chefs in the palace, and that he had written a book to be passed down for posterity. It seems he has lived up to my teachings. He must have put in a lot of hard work. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Wuchen oddly. What is this fortune teller babbling about? He taught the best imperial chef in Sui dynasty to cook? This is not a crazy talk. Chapter 37, How can you call this cooking? Song Zian had a helpless face. She knew that Yi Wuchen had gone crazy again. This Yi Wuchen, most of the time he looked quite normal, but sometimes he just said crazy things. Le Shue had gotten impatient. Let's start comparing then. Zhang Yuan said magnanimously to Yi Wuchen. The visitor is a guest. After you. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. My time is too valuable to wait for a turn at the competition. There are so many stoves here. I think it's better to just get it together. Zhang Yuan didn't rub it in. Okay, together. The contest has officially begun. Yi Wuchen and Zhang Yuan began to move around in the middle of the kitchen as they picked out the supplies they each needed. Only Yi Wuchen quickly served a bowl of rice and prepared a few eggs, followed by some seasonings and finally the required kitchenware. Yi Wuchen's preparations looked very ordinary and not half as surprising. The rich kids looked at it for half a day, but they didn't see the point. But they didn't dare to jump to conclusions, and instead asked towards Le Shui. Le Shui, what do you think? Le Shui frowned slightly. I don't see that he has the qualities a chef should have. When this came out, the rich daughters immediately came to their senses. Song Zian also came over, ready to wash her ears. Le Shui explained. For fried rice to be good, rice is important. Different types of rice will have different flavors. And professional chefs use overnight rice when making fried rice because freshly cooked rice is too watery to be dry. And Yi Wuchen even served a bowl of ordinary rice steamed in our restaurant directly from the head of the rice cooker, without any semblance of care at all. In the same way, the selection of eggs is extraordinarily important. And what he chose was nothing more than the most common earth eggs. Any way you look at it, he's an amateur. Le Shui's family ran a restaurant, so Le Shui's insight into cooking wasn't bad. You guys take a look at Master Zhang Yuan again. It's simply a heaven and a hell. With Lu Shui's reminder, the crowd's eyes looked towards Zhang Yuan. He only saw Zhang Yuan selecting very carefully and meticulously with a meticulous attitude. When it comes to picking out cookware, he uses only his own professional cookware. The rice was also chosen as Le Shui said, using overnight rice. And when it comes to choosing eggs, he only chooses Kobe aseptic eggs. And he taps and shakes each one to select only the best. What do you mean professional? It's called professionalism. Even if the rich daughters didn't know anything about cooking, the difference between the two men's performances was so obvious that even if their eyes were blind, they could distinguish the degree of professionalism. Le Shui was slightly disappointed in her heart. She thought that Yi Wuchen dared to put down a huge bet of $3 million. So maybe he really did have two tricks up his sleeve. But now it seems that I'm afraid that he has really gone too far in his arrogance. Wimber scoffed. That idiot doesn't know his place. An amateur who dares to challenge our #1 chef in Jin province is really showing off his skills. The rich second generation looked at Yi Wuchen with contempt in their eyes, as if they were looking at a clown. Song Zian's face burned. I'm afraid Big Brother Yi is going to lose a lot of face this time. Not only do you lose face, you lose a lot of money. Song Zian's heart ached just thinking about it. At the same time, she looked at Le Shui with envy in her gaze. She had thought that those rich young ladies were so pampered that they must not know how to cook. And the poor man's child becomes a homeowner early. A girl like Song Zian will cook from a young age, and will definitely be able to outperform those big ladies in terms of cooking. But now it seemed that Le Shui was even better at cooking than Song Zian herself. This made Song Zian feel more and more inferior. However, she also preferred Yi Wuchen to win. But can Big Brother Yi really win? He just looks so casual. Song Zian couldn't help but be a bit irritated. Yi Wuchen's performance was not like a competition at all. If he's not thinking about face, he should at least think about the 3 million. At this point, both Yi Wuchen and Zhang Yuan had completed their preparations. To be precise, it was Yi Wuchen who had finished long ago and had been waiting for Zhang Yuan. The next step is for the two of them to officially get down to the business of cooking. Humph. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly. He was not pleased with Yi Wuchen's perfunctory attitude. It's disrespectful to the cook-off. Let's show you what it means to be a real cook. Zhang Yuan turned on the stove fire and made the first move. He wants to preemptively demonstrate his strong cooking skills, thus putting great psychological pressure on his opponent. This was the technique Zhang Yuan used in the previous cooking competitions. Boo! A flame rises on the gas cooktop. Zhang Yuan placed the pot on top of the stove and started to heat it up. In this spare moment, he was seen removing a small piece of premium ham and pressing it to the cutting board, where the kitchen knife quickly sliced it off. Knock! 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 With a crash of kitchen knives and cutting boards, it was amazing to see that the piece of ham meat was quickly diced in just a few seconds. Each piece of diced ham was the same size and as precise as if it had been cut by a machine. He then even took fresh shrimp out of the basin, which turned out to be high-grade Arctic sweet shrimp. Only a cold flash of light was seen as the knife shook in his hand. Then the shells, tails, heads and threads of the Arctic sweet shrimp have been quickly removed. In just a few seconds, these fresh Arctic sweet shrimp were transformed into shrimp. Le Shui could not help but marvel at the sight. Good knife work. Peeling the shrimp so quickly leaves the maximum amount of freshness in the shrimp. There is no one else in Jin province with this kind of knife work. The crowd of rich kids were also in awe. Zhang Yuan's blade work was extremely fast. They all could only see a piece of cold light flashing. It was hard to even catch the blade. Right in the midst of this cold light, all of Zhang Yuan's auxiliary materials were ready. Bzzz. The hot oil in the frying pan had begun to smoke. Zhang Yuan poured the overnight rice into the frying pan. then took out the egg and knocked it on the edge of the spoon. The yolk within the egg flowed into the spoon while the egg white surprisingly stayed within the eggshell. This skillful technique is even more eye-opening. He sprinkled the egg yolks into the pan on top of the overnight rice, quickly stir-fried. A pungent flavor immediately overflowed and spread. Song Zian was surprised. I can't believe he scrambled the rice first, then the eggs? Shouldn't scrambled eggs come first? Le Shui explained. What Master Jiang is going to make is not ordinary egg fried rice, but golden egg fried rice. It's also the broken gold rice that he mentioned. Chef Jiang likes to study ancient recipes and has already restored many famous dishes that have been lost. It is with this spirit of delving that he was able to become our #1 chef in Jian province. The crowd could not help but be enlightened when they heard this explanation. Sure enough, only to see that the rice inside Jiang Yuan's pot unexpectedly began to become golden, as if it was a grain of ripe wheat. When the crowd looked closely, they realized that it was actually the charred egg liquid that had wrapped around every grain of rice, making the whiteness of the rice disappear and present a golden color. Follow. Jiang Yuan began to throw the diced ham, shrimp and cilantro into the pan, mixing and stir-frying them well. Finally, he served the scrambled egg fried rice on a plate and quickly put on a dinner plate cover, thus locking in the aroma of this egg fried rice. There, Jiang Yuan turned off the stove fire and took off his chef's apron with a look of pride. From the beginning to the end, egg fried rice to do down Jiang Yuan's movements like clouds in water, without a trace of procrastination. Pop, 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 pop. The crowd could not help but applaud Jiang Yuan for this superior skill. Le Shui also praised. Master Jiang, the name is true. Suddenly, dang it, there was a clash of spoons and pans. The crowd had just been so engrossed in Jiang Yuan's superior skills that they had forgotten that Yi Wuchen, who was on the side, was still making egg fried rice. It was only at this time that they came back to their senses and looked towards Yi Wuchen. This look, everyone furrowed their brows and shook their heads in disgust. You call this cooking? Chapter 38 Luxury and Simplicity. Only to see that Yi Wuchen's process of frying rice did not have Jiang Yuan's kind of flowing flow at all. On the contrary, Yi Wuchen's action of frying rice was very slow, and there would be a pause in the middle from time to time. It looked as if he had dozed off. He seemed slightly wooden and shuffling whether he's shaking a frying pan or wielding a frying spoon. Moves like this don't look the least bit skillful, and even give the impression of clumsiness. Does he really cook? Not to mention people like Le Shui who had a deep insight into cooking. Even Song Zian who could only cook home-cooked food couldn't stand to watch. Song Zian even felt that even if she went on by herself, she could do a better job than Yi Wuchen. Soon, Yi Wuchen finally did well too. He was seen serving the scrambled eggs on a plate and shutting off the fire on the stovetop. 2 servings of egg fried rice, covered with dinner plate lids, were brought to the table. The final refereeing session is, naturally, for all to decide. I'll go ahead and uncover the display. Jiang Yuan jumped the gun and said, the plate cover locks in the aroma of his portion of egg fried rice, but once it's covered for too long, it can seriously affect the flavor of the egg fried rice. So Jiang Yuan couldn't care less about being humble in order to pursue the flavor of this egg fried rice of his to the best extent. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing to Yi Wuchen, but rather his pursuit and obsession for culinary perfection. Yi Wuchen didn't mind. Master Jiang please. Jiang Yuan stepped forward and uncovered the dinner plate cover. A rich aroma immediately filled the entire back kitchen. It smells so good. Everyone couldn't help but let out a gasp. The golden egg fried rice on the plate was like a pile of gold grains, glowing brilliantly. Diced ham and cilantro dotted around with red and green, and a couple shrimp were at the top of the egg scramble, bubbling repeatedly white. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. I've never seen egg fried rice that can be fried like this. Is this the broken gold rice recorded in the ancient food scriptures? It's really extraordinary. This isn't an egg fried rice. This is a work of art. This look alone is enough to whet one's appetite. I just finished my meal, but now I want to try this egg fried rice. In awe, the crowd grabbed small spoons. They each took a spoonful of rice and brought it to their mouths to savor it slowly. Soon, shock couldn't help but spread across the faces of the crowd. OMG. This is too good. I've never had such good egg fried rice in my life. Is this really egg fried rice? The flavor is simply amazing. These rich second-generation people who had grown up with fine clothes and food couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the delicious egg fried rice at this moment. They don't know how to taste, but they do know what good tastes like. Le Shui chewed carefully while giving her comments. This egg fried rice has the perfect combination of crispy egg and sticky rice. The addition of diced ham adds to the flavor. These Arctic sweet shrimp are treated with no fishy flavor at all. Instead their freshness blossoms to the fullest. I sense a smell of the sea. I get it. It's cilantro. The combination of these several flavors can produce such a wonderful taste. A variety of delicious flavors washed over my taste buds and it was an excellent treat. This egg fried rice, with all its colors and flavors, is simply delicious. The more Le Chue spoke, the more agitated she became. It was the first time she had eaten the egg fried rice made by Zhang Yuan, and this meal made her just feel that she could not forget this flavor for the rest of her life. Song Zian couldn't help but take a taste as well. With this food, she only thought that Le Chue's description was simply too accurate. This egg fried rice is already this good. Can anyone top it? Big brother Yi this time. I am afraid to lose. Even though Song Zian didn't want Yi Wuchen to lose, she couldn't see the slightest bit of hope in the face of this horrible cooking skill of Zhang Yuan. At this point, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth. Master Yi, it's your turn. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth to remind the crowd as he saw that they were concerned with savoring, because Yi Wuchen's egg fried rice, which was also covered by a dinner plate cover, would definitely become tasteless even after a long time, especially if the crowd is too full. It will also affect the tasting of the dishes. Zhang Yuan also didn't want to take advantage of people in these places, so he reminded Yi Wuchen to open the lid. When the crowd heard Zhang Yuan's words, they also came back from their deliciousness and looked at Yi Wuchen. Good. After Yi Wuchen finished speaking, he also uncovered the lid of his own dinner plate. His egg fried rice, too, was presented to the crowd. Wimber came up for a look and laughed oddly. This kid really does just make egg fried rice. The crowd froze, then couldn't help but laugh as well. Original. The egg fried rice on Yi Wuchen's plate really only had eggs and rice. Other than that, there were no supplementary ingredients visible. The simplicity is dismal. In comparison, Zhang Yuan's egg fried rice contains high-grade Arctic sweet shrimp, expensive Parma fine ham, and even the cilantro is Qingyun large-leaf cilantro, which was used as tribute in ancient times. It's nothing short of luxurious. Wimber was more and more derisive. Kid, look at other people's Master Zhang's egg fried rice, then look at your own. How dare you disgrace yourself with this crap you've made? The crowd laughed again. Song Zian reddened in embarrassment. She also felt that this egg fried rice of Yi Wuchen was too ordinary. Even the ones she made herself were better than this. I'm afraid. Yi Wuchen, however, said indifferently, a mountain is not as high as a fairy, water is not as deep as a dragon. My egg scramble is a little simpler, but because it's made by me, it's a sure winner. The crowd snorted. It's just a big statement. Le Chue also shook her head slightly. I guess there's no point in comparing a dish that is all about color, aroma and taste. As for Yi Wuchen's this egg fried rice, it was ordinary in appearance and lacked in flavor, and he had already lost both right from the start. What's comparable about that? Le Chue's proposal of not competing was also for the sake of her best friend Song Zian, not letting Yi Wuchen lose too badly. Yi Wuchen, however, asked back, no contest? So, it's you who admit defeat? Le Chue was so angry that she almost cursed. This guy, is he deliberately pretending to be confused, or is he really short in the head? He had already given him a step down and he was still getting his way. You still want to compete, don't you? Okay, I'll meet you. I only wish you had realized one thing earlier, that people are wise in their own ways. After saying that, Le Chue picked up a spoon and took a spoonful of Yi Wuchen's egg fried rice. She has the best taste in cooking and is best suited to comment on this egg scramble. Just let me taste if this egg fried rice of yours has any flavor or not. She picked up the spoon and brought the egg fried rice to her mouth. The rice mixed with the egg entered the mouth, and Le Chue's tongue tasted it and her teeth chewed it. Everyone thought that Le Chue, who was extremely picky about food, would spit out this mouthful of egg fried rice. But who knows? Next moment, Le Chue's pupils, however, shrunk violently, her entire being, momentarily frozen. Even her body jolted as if she had winced. Chapter 39, I lost. Le Chue took a bite of her egg fried rice and then just stood there in awe. Her expression was a bit dull and her eyes were tightly closed. Even the spoon in her hand was still held in midair and not put down. Everyone couldn't understand what was wrong with Le Chue. Le Chue, are you okay? Don't be scared. Song Zian was worried about Le Chue and couldn't help but anxiously ask back. Le Chue, however, seemed as if she could no longer hear the calls from the outside world, and her entire being was completely immersed in her own world. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They were completely confused about the current situation. Even Zhang Yuan's eyes were astonished and he couldn't make sense of it. This went on for a full 2 minutes. Suddenly, only to hear Wimber suddenly call out in surprise. Look, Le Chue, she actually, for crying out loud. The crowd hurriedly looked for the sound. Sure enough, only the corner of Le Chue's eyes unexpectedly shed a crystal tear. Follow closely. Tear after tear flowed down her face, as if her whole being was caught up in some intense emotion. Everyone was baffled by the scene, and Le Chue slowly opened her eyes at that moment. She reddened her eyes with tears in her eyes and sobbed. This tastes like the taste of my mom's egg fried rice when I was a kid. Mom, are you okay in heaven? Le Chue only has her father now, her mother having passed away from an illness when she was 9 years old. When she was a child, her father hadn't yet prospered in business, and her family's situation wasn't great, but her mother loved her in a way that she could never forget. My mother was worried that Lishue's nutrition would not keep up when she was growing, so she woke up at 5 a.m. every day before Lishue went to school, and carefully made a bowl of fragrant scrambled eggs for Lishue's breakfast. The young Lishue was happy to eat and her mother was equally happy. That bowl of egg fried rice, simple, no frills. The flavor, too, was very ordinary. With the passing of her mother for more than a decade now, Lishue had also long forgotten the taste of that bowl of egg fried rice. Until today, when Lishue ate this egg fried rice made by Yi Wuchen, she was immediately triggered by childhood memories. His mother's voice and smile also surfaced in Lishue's mind. Lishue hated it so much. I hate that I didn't grow up fast enough to repay my mother. Unfortunately, now, it was too late. A son wants to be raised, but his family does not. Whoa. Lishue could no longer control her emotions and covered her face as she crouched on the ground and cried nonstop. And the bystanders looked dumbfounded. What do you call this? Lishue took a bite of her egg fried rice and then just had an emotional breakdown and cried nonstop? Is this bite of fried rice the culprit? Does it really have the power to move Lishue? I don't believe this. Let me do it. I want to taste what this egg fried rice really tastes like. The man who had squeezed his way up was Wimber. Wimber grabbed a spoon and took a spoonful of egg fried rice. I don't believe this tastes good. With that, he brought the egg fried rice towards his mouth. Today, he was just picking bones out of eggs, but he must also pick out Yi Wuchen's faults. Even if he really couldn't pick any faults, he definitely wouldn't say that Yi Wuchen's egg fried rice was good. Confusing black and white and distorting the facts. That kind of thing can't be hard for him. Saying that, Wimber had already brought the egg fried rice into his mouth. He began to chew a couple bites. Suddenly, only to see his couldn't care less expression suddenly and instantly become surprised. The look was as if he had encountered something shocking. Subsequently, his expression, surprisingly, also began to freeze up as if it were Lishue, and even his eyes similarly closed. Everyone who saw this was once again filled with dismay. What the hell is going on here? Wimber, what the hell? What flavor did you get out of it? Tell us about it. The crowd kept urging, even reaching out to shake Wimber. Wimber quickly opened his eyes under the shaking. Next, only tears glistened in his eyes, and even snot flowed out of his nose. It's too good. No, it's too bad. Wimber sobbed. Then he hurriedly took another spoonful of egg fried rice into his mouth and wolfed it down. It's really awful. He cried a lot more, but also ate more aggressively, as if one less bite would be a loss. Although Wimber's mouth said it was hard to eat, his body movements were very honest. The way he wolfed it down let everyone know he was just being mouthy. Once again, the crowd wondered. It's really strange. Is this egg fried rice so evil? I'm going to give it a try. I don't believe an egg fried rice can play any tricks. Master Zhang Yuan's egg fried rice is already the pinnacle, and I don't believe there can be anything better than Master Zhang's egg fried rice. The rich kids grabbed their little spoons and scrambled to start going for that egg fried rice. But after they brought the egg fried rice into their mouths and tasted it, everyone froze. Their current expressions were the same as Lishue and Wenbai back then. First he froze, then his eyes began to redden. Such a bizarre scene caused Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, to freeze. How come? Zhang Yuan, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly had a bad feeling at this moment. After he saw the portion of egg fried rice that Yi Wuchen had fried, he simply didn't think that such a mediocre thing could compare to the golden egg fried rice that he had carefully made with his own hands. But the current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Zhang Yuan envisioned countless possibilities in his mind, but he could never figure out why an ordinary egg fried rice was able to trigger the strange conditions of these rich kids. I'll try it. Zhang Yuan also picked up a small spoon and took a spoonful. The only way to figure out why is to taste it for yourself. With Zhang Yuan's superior cooking skills, he only needed to taste a bite to understand what ingredients were actually in this dish and how it was actually made. Scrambled egg rice entrance. Zhang Yuan chewed carefully. Suddenly, his entire body trembled violently as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Zhang Yuan's eyes, surprisingly, were also rapidly moist. His hand, holding the spoon, was even shaking slightly. This flavor, inside, it contains a strong emotion. Reminds me of, well, my old mother at the old house waiting for me to come home for dinner on New Year's Day. Why the feelings? Why is it like this? Zhang Yuan's eyes were rounded and an expression of sudden realization spread across his face. It's a kindred spirit. It is the intense love of a mother for her children. He chewed a few more bites, and the intense feeling grew stronger. This deep emotion makes you want to cry. Why does it have this slightly numbing, bitter, slightly pungent flavor? I know. It's pepper. Mother's love, in itself, is painstaking and expressed through pepper. Mother's love, again, is simple and unassuming, like rice. Mother's love, which is a love for new life, and the egg's ability to nurture new life, coincide. It's amazing how accurately and strongly he was able to express this mother's love for her children through food and seasoning. How in the world did he fry this egg fried rice full of motherly love? At this moment, Zhang Yuan was shaken to the core. This situation is unprecedented. He had never met a chef who could use food to convey a strong feeling to his diners. As he looked again at the rich kids who were eating in tears, he finally realized what it was all about. These rich kids, though flamboyant and even bossy in some cases, but they, too, are all children raised by their mothers and have mothers who love them. He may have neglected his mother's love during his weekdays when he was preoccupied with playing, but through this egg-fried rice, the most sincere feelings in this world, which they had neglected at the bottom of their hearts, were aroused. They were moved. Zhang Yuan feebly dropped his hand and put down the spoon in his hand. Cooking, to be able to reach this level? Isn't it the height of culinary art to move diners through their dishes? I had, today, an eye-opening experience. I'm the one who lost. Zhang Yuan disheveled and bowed his head. He admitted defeat. He lost through and through, but it was also a convincing loss. The ending of this bout doesn't even need to be announced either. The highs and lows were deeply felt by all. Song Zian also looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. It was completely inconceivable to her that this man was even a highly skilled cook. It even makes the #1 chef in the province ashamed of himself. Suddenly, snap, pop, pop, pop. A crisp round of applause rang out behind the crowd, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit, who had appeared in the kitchen at some unknown time. The people who were immersed in the deliciousness of the egg-fried rice also woke up and turned back. People were shocked when they got a good look at the middle-aged man. Chapter 40, I'm here to talk about cooperation. Yi Wuchen had long realized that this middle-aged man had entered the kitchen, only that the middle-aged man hadn't made a sound, and had only watched the match silently from the back. He didn't applaud and show up until now when the winner was decided. The rich kids hurriedly greeted the middle-aged man. Hello Uncle Lo, and Le Shui was surprised. Dad, what are you doing here? As it turns out, this middle-aged man is Le Shui's real father. Le Shangsu, Le Xingshu, too, is a legend in the DCH restaurant scene. He started from nothing with a small noodle shop and has worked his way up to become the restaurant king of Dakan City. He opened a chain of restaurants across the province and founded a high-end food brand. In particular, he carefully founded the Royal Court Hotel, is the only champion of the province, resounding southeast. Le Sungwa clapped his hands while walking up. His gaze was only fixed on Yi Wuchen's body. This little brother is truly young and promising. I used to think that I had gotten the best cook in the province. Now it seems that I was a bit too arrogant before. Until just now, I've never seen real talent. Le Shangsu was very complimentary of Yi Wuchen. This caused Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, to be very embarrassed. His boss praises others to his face, which makes him look incompetent himself. Yi Wuchen asked Le Shangsu, "You're the owner of this place?" Le Xingshu replied, "That's right. I'm Le Sung Wook. Little brother has suddenly come to me to compete in a cooking competition. Surely he is not idly doing nothing? I'm the head chef here at the Royal Court Hotel, and I never hire anything but the best. I wonder, little brother, if you'd be interested in coming to my place as head chef?" Le Shangsu was worthy of being a veteran in the mall. He could tell at a glance that Yi Wuchen must have another purpose for coming to his arena to compete. That, however, it caused Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, to raise his head violently. A hint of pain passed over his face. His boss, who was going to give up his position as head chef to someone else. You know, he was loyal to the Royal Court Hotel for 5 whole years. It was through his culinary skills that the Royal Court became the #1 restaurant in the city step by step. But he had nothing to say. Yi Wuchen smashed his field. He lost and just hated himself for not being as skilled as he was. Le Shangsu sensed Zhang Yuan's pain, but he did not make any statement. Businessmen, who value profit over righteousness. If Yi Wuchen was allowed to be the head chef, he would definitely be able to bring the Royal Court restaurant to a higher height and help Le Shangsu make more money. Le Xingshu certainly knows how he takes it. Song Zian, who was on the side, was pleasantly surprised. Big brother Yi, say yes, she advised Yi Wuchen in a low voice. It was a great honor to be personally hired by the owner of the Royal Court Hotel, especially as the head chef of the Royal Court Hotel. The salary is too high to be described, and it is also enough to say that it is dignified. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled and said, "Boss Lu, I'm not here to apply for a job. I'm here to work with you." Le Xingshu froze slightly, then laughed. Young man, with ambition. I wonder how this little brother plans to cooperate? When Zhang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but admire Yi Wuchen's ambition. He Jiang Yuan himself cooking skills are high, but also only dare to life as a chef to work for someone. Never thought of in Le Shang-su such a restaurant giant to talk about cooperation. Yi Wuchen replied, I'm rather short of money this month, so I only want to talk to you for a month. During this month, I will take the time to help you train your chefs and improve their cooking skills, and I only want your turnover for the month in return. Not too much, right? The moment these words came out, a crowd of rich kids showed surprise in their eyes. This kid, he's too bold to ask for a lion's share of the money. Le Shang-su also sneered, is it not too much to ask? The turnover of the Royal Court Hotel in a month is nearly about $10 million, of which the net profit is not much. Do you know how much I'm going to lose if I give you this $10 million turnover? I don't know what kind of training you have, and you dare to charge $10 million for a month of training? Le Shui also shook her head straight as she sniffed. If Yi Wuchen had mentioned some share requirements, perhaps his father would have agreed, but it is indeed outrageous to ask for tens of millions of dollars in training fees this time around. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled faintly. Then I'll have a good talk with Boss Lu about what my training is like. Since I'm going to be busy earning money this month, I'll have less time to train your chef for about 1 to 3 hours a day at most. It's just an estimate, not accurate. Sometimes I get too busy and that day's training is cancelled. But what I can guarantee is that your chef's culinary skills will go up at least one level after my training. Le Shang-su sneered. Training is limited to a maximum of 1 to 3 hours a day. There's no guarantee of daily training yet. This kind of perfunctory words, it was a loss for Yi Wuchen to dare to say. Yi Wuchen continued. Excessive? I don't think it's excessive. That's a lot of money, which is nothing compared to Boss Li's restaurant brand. Le Shang-su's gaze flinched at his words. What do you mean? Yi Wuchen replied. Le Boss goes for high-end food, and it's the value of the brand that counts. For example, you have this Royal Court restaurant, which is claimed to be the #1 in the city. As long as it's #1, then it's highly sought after. And what about #2? The people who ask for it then are less. What if one day, the Royal Court Hotel is reduced to second? Speaking here, Yi Wuchen pointed to the rich second generation around him. Boss Lu might as well guess. If you're not willing to work with me, are any of these people willing to work with me? When the time comes, I'm throwing everything I have into helping your competition build a better restaurant and a stronger brand. I'm afraid that by then Boss Li's losses will be astronomical. More than $10 million. Yi Wuchen's words caused the eyes of these rich second generation to light up. Everyone can see how profitable the Royal Court Hotel is. It's not that no one wants to take the Royal Court Hotel's name, but it's just not competitive. The Royal Court Hotel is extremely difficult to shake with Jiang Yuan, a famous chef. But now that a Yi Wuchen who was a better cook than Jiang Yuan had appeared, the situation was different. Whoever had Yi Wuchen, then defeating the Royal Court Hotel was simply easy. These rich kids were in the way of Le Shang-su's presence and didn't dare to dig in their faces, but their hearts also began to stir, planning to wait a little while before offering heavy money to bring Yi Wuchen in. Le Shui sniffed and panicked. Yi Wuchen, you can't go to our competitors. We have no grievances. You can't harm us. If the Royal Court Hotel loses a lot of money or even goes out of business, then you won't be able to get much out of it. Le Shang-su also had a grave expression. Once such a person with terrible cooking skills became a competitor, then Le Sungwook didn't have much of a bottom line. His biggest card, Jiang Yuan, had lost completely today. If it really came to that day, the loss was something Le Shang-su could not afford. Yi Wuchen said indifferently. Lo Shui, this is legitimate business competition. There's no talk of who's harming whom. If we can't talk, then I'll have to find someone else to talk to. Maybe, someone else is paying a higher price. Le Shui was speechless, unable to retort. The highest bidder gets it. God forbid. She could only look at Song Zian for help. Zian, we are good girlfriends. You must help me. Quickly help me persuade Yi Wuchen to not compete with us. By now, Le Shui could only play the emotional card. Song Zian somewhat. She comes from a poor background, while Le Shui is a rich young lady. This had always made Song Zian ashamed of herself, and she was inevitably a bit humble in front of Le Shui. I never thought that one day, Le Shui would have a time to beg her. She gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. Brother Yi. Her attitude showed, but words of persuasion were not forthcoming. After all, Song Zian herself was not related to Yi Wuchen, so what qualifications did she have to prevent Yi Wuchen from having a better development? But who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, valued Song Zian's attitude. Zian, I understand. Since you opened your mouth, I will definitely give you face. It doesn't matter if we can't talk about cooperation, and I won't compete with the Royal Court Hotel in the future. Your Le family should thank Zian. She helped you avoid a major loss. Yi Wuchen spoke in a breezy manner, and when that fell on the ears of the onlookers, it was like a flat thunderbolt. They could certainly see that Le Shang-su no longer had much leverage in this negotiation. All that was needed was for Yi Wuchen to concede a little to give him a step, and the odds were that he would succumb. A huge sum of $10 million will fall into Yi Wuchen's pocket. Even if Yi Wuchen wanted to start his own business, there would be countless bosses who would throw in large sums of money to work with him. He has a great future ahead of him. Riches are at your fingertips, and just because of Song Zian's words, he would destroy his own future and give up the riches that had come before him? No one can understand. Even Song Zian herself froze. Big brother Yi actually values me so much? She couldn't figure it out or understand it. She had been accustomed to being humble because of her poor background, and now she suffered such great importance all of a sudden, which made her at a loss for a moment. Yi Wuchen waved his hand towards Song Zian. Come on, Zian, it's time to take me back. He took Song Zian, who hadn't regained her senses, and was about to leave. Suddenly, only to see the restaurant manager rushing into the middle of the kitchen in panic and running to Le Sungwook. Mr. Lu, it's not good. Something's going on at the hotel. Chapter 41, give me 10 minutes. To be able to make even the hotel manager so alarmed, then it means that something very serious must have happened at the Royal Court Hotel. Le Shangsu asked hurriedly. Slow down. What's going on? The hotel manager explained under his breath. There are a lot of soldiers coming outside. Outside. The leading one, claiming to be General Ling's adjutant, is named Wang Xiaoyu. General Ling is planning to host a banquet for his honored guests, and Adjutant Wang personally came to our hotel to try out the dishes. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but be surprised and envious. General Ling Ruhan's great name is known to no one in the country, especially this time, because of the change on Dragon Snake Mountain. General Ling Ruhan personally came to Dakan City to solve the problem. I don't know how many people want to take this opportunity to flatter Ling Ruhan. If General Ling is able to host a banquet at the Royal Court Hotel this time, then the reputation of the Royal Court Hotel will undoubtedly reach a new peak by then. Le Shangsu also said joyfully. This is a great thing. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and entertain Adjutant Wang? No, I'm going to receive it myself. This time, make sure you get this done. Le Shuai was equally excited. She had once had a one-sided relationship with General Ling Ruhan at the Dragon Snake Mountain, and counting General Ling still had the grace of saving her life. If she took advantage of this time when General Ling came to her family's restaurant for dinner, and was able to draw a relationship with General Ling in the name of repaying a favor, then it would naturally be a great help for her future. The hotel manager, however, said bitterly, Mr. Lu, I certainly know this, but I've already taken all of the store's signature dishes to ask Vice Admiral Wang to taste them. As it turned out, there was not a single dish that could satisfy Vice Admiral Wang. Deputy Wang said that if my store really can't cook good food, then she's going to go elsewhere. Le Shangsu and Le Shui couldn't help but be shocked. If Wang Xiaoyu left, then the signboard of the Royal Court Hotel would be completely smashed. Especially if General Ling chose to feast in another hotel in Dakan City, then it would make the Royal Court Hotel fall into the land of doom. General Ling's reputation was too prevalent, her status too high, and her every move would have unimaginable repercussions. This time, the Royal Court Hotel is facing its biggest crisis ever. Why is that? Why is it that the best signature dish of our restaurant can't even make it into Lieutenant Wang's mouth? Le Shangsu looked at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, as the head chef, of course had to be directly responsible. Only Zhang Yuan replied helplessly. Mr. Lu, I really can't be blamed for this. General Ling is in a high position and has lived in the imperial capital for a long time. In her position, she usually tastes delicacies made by the top group of chefs in the country. And I am nothing more than the top chef in Jian province. My cooking skills are naturally still a big gap compared to the top chefs in the country. If General Ling doesn't see my cooking, it's only natural. Zhang Yuan's cooking skills, within a province, he was confident. But if it is facing the whole country, Zhang Yuan has no bottom line. Lu Xingshu sniffed and was speechless. That's right. Given General Ling's position, she must usually eat at the best restaurants in the country. Her taste, naturally, is horribly high. The Royal Court Hotel, it's just so much worse. Get this opportunity and the Royal Court Hotel takes off. Lose this opportunity and the Royal Court Hotel is doomed. What to do? What's going to happen now? Le Shangsu was so anxious in this moment that he almost stopped his feet. Suddenly, with a turn of his eyes, he saw Yi Wuchen who was about to leave. Le Shangsu immediately saw hope. Mr. Yi, please wait. His address to Yi Wuchen also changed from little brother to Mr. Yi. Le Shangsu ran forward and stopped Yi Wuchen. Mr. Yi, I'm willing to cooperate with Mr. Yi. I also ask Mr. Yi to help me get through this time. Le Xingshu was worthy of being a restaurant magnate who was able to lay down a foundation, and he was able to put on a begging stance once he started begging. Yi Wuchen, however, shrugged and spread his hands. I only promised to help you train the chefs. Wanting the chefs to raise their culinary skills to a higher realm is not something that can be done right now. It will take at least a few days. Our partnership isn't going to help you get through what's in front of you. This is a truth that anyone understands, even if the gods came down to earth. I'm afraid there's no way to turn an average chef's cooking skills into the nation's top chef in just 1 minute, Le Shang-su said quickly. Then please ask Mr. Yi to cook for us at the Royal Court restaurant for once. As long as we can make General Ling happy with our dishes tonight, everything is fine. Yi Wuchen grinned. Invite me out. No problem, but I charge a lot. There was a slightly tense expression on Le Sung-wook's face. I wonder Mr. Yi, how do you plan to charge? The last time they talked about cooperation, Yi Wuchen had already asked for a lion's share of the money. This time, I'm afraid it won't be any lower. Sure enough, Yi Wuchen laughed. In the past, it was difficult to get me to cook a meal with my own hands when people were begging for thousands of dollars. Today, it's kind of cheap. $10 million, and I'll take care of this dinner for you tonight. Le Shang-su's expression froze. $10 million to pay someone to cook a meal? What a joke. Even a 3-star Michelin chef's annual salary is only $6 million. That's an annual salary, not a meal. The top chef in the country that Le Shang-su knew of charged only $600,000 for the labor to make a meal. And this kid in front of me, he's asking for $10 million? That's just crazy talk. Mr. Yi, you are taking advantage of the opportunity to blackmail. You can't joke with me like this, knowing that I desperately need your help at the moment. $1 million? How about I offer you $1 million for your hand? Le Shang-su said with difficulty. Yi Wuchen shook his head. Boss Lu, I'm really not joking with you. After this month, I won't cook for you even if you get more money to hire me. If you can't take it, hire someone else. After saying that, Yi Wuchen was about to continue leaving. This dominance made Song Zian, who was on the side, secretly feel shocked. This is a man who will either make $10 million or not a penny. Simply magnificent. Le Sung-wook, however, was in a hurry. The Royal Court Hotel, but his life's work, absolutely cannot be destroyed just like that. Yes, I promise. All of Mr. Ye's conditions, I agree to all of them. Le Shang-su clenched his teeth and made a decision. Even though his heart was dripping blood, there was no other way out at this point. Please also ask Mr. Yi to make a move as soon as possible. Lieutenant Wang is still waiting outside. Time waited for no one. If Yi Wuchen's dish had not been made yet, Deputy Wang could not wait to leave. Then the meal would have been wasted. Yi Wuduan replied with satisfaction. Boss Lu, then the kitchen is cleared. You guys go outside and greet the guests and give me 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I'll give you a dish that can satisfy Vice Officer Wang. Chapter 42 Golden Toad and Jade Abalone. The kitchen was quickly cleared, leaving Yi Wuchen alone to use it. In this regard, Le Shang-su could understand. Many master chefs are not allowed to have onlookers when they cook, to avoid having their life's hard-earned skills stolen from them. The Le Shang-su crowd hurried to the hotel lobby. A woman in military attire was already seated in the lounge area of the hotel lobby. She is none other than the female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu said impatiently, "Can you Imperial Court restaurant make a dish to my satisfaction or not? If I really don't have that ability, I'll go to another restaurant. My general's time is valuable and has an unusual guest to feast on. If my general's banquet is delayed, then no one can afford it." When Wang Xiaoyu got angry, no one dared to come up and talk to her. Only Lu Sung-wook went up to the front and kept apologizing and promising to serve a satisfactory dish in 10 minutes. But no one looked favorably on Le Shang-su's words. Lo Shui, Song Zian, and a group of wealthy second generation stood in the distance, also filled with worry. Can Yi Wuchen really make a dish that can satisfy Lieutenant Wang? After all, Vice Admiral Wang's tastes, that I'm afraid can only be satisfied by the nation's top chefs. Lu Shue was very anxious about this. Although Yi Wuchen's egg fried rice just now was unforgettable to her, she was unable to determine whether Yi Wuchen had reached the strength of the nation's top chef. Wimber, on the other hand, stepped forward and sneered. Don't be ridiculous, how could he possibly be okay? I'll admit it, that boy's egg scramble is awesome, but a serving of scrambled eggs is no more impressive than it is on the table. Do you guys think that a big shot like General Ling would entertain his honored guests with egg fried rice? When the crowd heard this, they all kept nodding their heads as well. Even if the egg fried rice is good, it is unlikely to make it to the table of an important feast. It's no longer about flavor, it's about rowdiness and sincerity. Wimber continued, especially that kid, awesome blowing thief, actually trying to make a dish in 10 minutes? He thinks he's making cabbage soup? I didn't have the good sense to talk about him in front of Mr. Lu just now. Now I, when by, will put down my words here. If he can really make a top-grade dish in 10 minutes, I, when by, We'll climb out of this Imperial Court Hotel today. Even Le Shui couldn't refute this. But anyone who knows a little bit about cooking knows that you have to spend a lot of time preparing and cooking in order to make a fine dish that is worthy of being on the table. Those celebrity chefs often pair up two sous chefs to save time and take care of chopping, selecting, mixing ingredients, etc. If Yi Wuchen wanted to finish it in 10 minutes by himself, it was simply impossible. Le Shui couldn't help but lift her watch. 10 minutes is up. Time. It goes by so fast? She didn't realize that without realizing it, 10 minutes had gone by like that. Wimber immediately laughed. I told you, that kid should never be allowed. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud voice. Here's the dish. Only to see that Yi Wuchen had already arrived in the middle of the hall with a plate of dishes. Wimber and the crowd froze on the spot. This kid, he's really done it in 10 minutes? Lu Xingshu was overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to take the dish from Yi Wuchen before respectfully presenting it in front of Wang Xiaoyu. Lieutenant Wang, this is our store's classic dish. Its flavor, which is a masterpiece, is perfect for entertaining VIPs. I would also like to ask you, Adjutant Wang, to not be stingy with your comments and instructions. With that, Lu Shengsu put on his gloves and handed Wang Xiaoyu a pair of clean ivory chopsticks. He doesn't even know what the dish is and he's already bragging about it. Wang Xiaoyu was not suspicious. If I'm not satisfied this time, then I'll leave right away. No nonsense. She reached out and uncovered the dinner plate cover. The moment the dinner plate lid is removed, everyone's heart lifted. Lu Shengsu pinched even more. None of them knew what kind of dish Yi Wuchen had made. If it's as simple, common and low-end as that egg fried rice, then this one's going to be bad. If the dishes didn't have enough looks and aroma, then Wang Xiaoyu definitely wouldn't even taste a bite. The lid just lifted a crack. Suddenly, a strong scent suddenly filled the room. The aroma was overflowing and wafting, as if it could arouse one's endless appetite. Gulp! Everyone couldn't help but subconsciously gulp after smelling the aroma. Wang Xiaoyu also eyed surprise. That's a nice scent. Though, I don't know how the dish tastes. With a movement of her hand, the entire lid was lifted. A faint golden light surprisingly emerged, making the dish look extraordinarily high-class and expensive. The crowd looked closely and finally got a good look at the dish that appeared on the plate. The first thing to make themselves visible were 9 tiny golden toads. These 9 toads were each holding a copper coin in their mouths, as if they were alive, as if they were about to jump out of the plate at any moment. They were sitting on top of a patch of burnt and oozing matsutake silk, with a few white, crystalline pigeon eggs in the center, and a little red cherry at the top that stood out. Le Shui in the distance suddenly exclaimed, "That's not a golden toad? It's bao. It's not copper in their mouths either. It's carrots." She finally saw that all these golden toad coins were carved by relying on strong and skillful carvers. The carvings are overly vibrant and lifelike, so much so that at first glance the crowd thought it was a live golden toad. Wang Xiaoyu was also surprised. Great carving. I've never seen this kind of carving before. This carving alone is enough to prove that this golden toad jade bao is extraordinary. Wang Xiaoyu was worthy of having seen the world with General Ling. She had already recognized the name of the dish. Golden toad in jade abalone is a famous dish in the Manchu banquet, which is exclusively served to the royal family and aristocrats. It involves making puree from shrimp and guppy meat, mixing it with egg white, and sticking it on the abalone to carve it into the shape of a golden toad. Cucumber is then cut into julienne strips to decorate the toad's back. Green beans are used as the toad's eyes, and carrots are used to make copper coins to put in the toad's mouth. Matsutake mushrooms are lightly fried and pigeon eggs are placed on top of the shredded matsutake mushrooms. Such a famous dish of the royal family is good enough to be on the table. I'll taste it. Wang Xiaoyu raised her chopsticks with some impatience and took a slice of abalone into her mouth. She chewed it up and her expression suddenly changed. Only her eyes suddenly took on an unbelievable luster. Suddenly, she seemed to have bitten into something. Ouch! Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out a shriek under the pain. Lu Shengsu was in a big hurry. Lieutenant Wang, what happened to you? Everyone's heart lifted again as well. Is there something wrong with this dish, or what? Wang Xiaoyu said with some embarrassment. This dish is so good. It was so good that I bit my tongue. When the crowd heard this, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Shengsu also wiped his cold sweat. Lieutenant Wang, so, you are satisfied? Wang Xiaoyu, however, suddenly grimaced. This time, Lu Shengsu's heart was hanging in the air again. Only Wang Xiaoyu said unhappily, Mr. Lu, since you have such good dishes, why didn't you send them to me earlier for me to try them? Look at the food you served up earlier. What kind of crap was it? Those previous dishes were like pig food compared to this golden toad and jade abalone. Why waste so much of my time by serving this dish earlier? Lu Shengsu opened his mouth in embarrassment, but he didn't know how to explain. How would outsiders know that Lu Shengsu had put in a lot of blood to beg for this dish? Wang Xiaoyu then eased her expression and continued. The chef who made this high level of dishes must be the top national celebrity chef you poached from Imperial Capital, right? I'm sure he's well known in the chef world. I wouldn't have thought that this small place would be able to hire such a top-notch celebrity chef. General Ling's dinner is scheduled to be at your store. When the time comes, all the dishes must be made by this celebrity chef. Get ready, the general will be here in half an hour. After saying that, Wang Xiaoyu waved his hand and turned to leave with his soldiers. Wait until she's left the hotel. In the middle of the restaurant, the crowd couldn't help but erupt in cheers. Chapter 43 10 times the target. General Ling's dinner party has finally been gotten by the Royal Court Hotel. That's going to make Li Shangsu very happy. Prepare to contact all media outlets. After General Ling's dinner party is over and he leaves, we must publicize this matter greatly. I want everyone to know that our store's strength is recognized by General Ling. Lu Sungwook is no less of a businessman, and he's already planning to maximize the benefits of this so that he can make more money for him. Those who were equally happy, however, were also Yi Wuchen. Only Yi Wuchen said, yes, it should be publicized more. This will increase the turnover this month. Wait until the end of the month and I'll get more money. When Li Shangsu heard this, he was almost so angry that he spurted blood. It took him a moment to react that all the money his store had made this month should go to Yi Wuchen. Turnover is not the same as profit, but also includes various costs and expenses of the hotel. The more the Imperial Court Hotel earned, the more Yi Wuchen got, while Li Shangsu himself lost more. In the middle of the day, he was actually working for Yi Wuchen, and it's still the upside-down kind. Yi Wuchen, however, continued, alright, I have to go prepare the dishes. Hey, it's not easy to get this $10 million for cooking. Li Shangsu's face was now black. This asshole, he's got the advantage. What kind of chef can't be hired for $10 million? This kid, making it sound like he's still at a disadvantage. Yi Wuchen, however, suddenly pointed at Zhang Yuan at this moment. Want to learn how to cook? Come with me, I'll teach you. Zhang Yuan was shocked at his words. You mean, you are allowing me to observe this time when you cook for General Ling's dinner? Master chef with an apprentice usually only teach the rough skills first, and the real skills are hidden, lest the teaching of the apprentice starve to death. Master General Ling's dinner party was extraordinary, and Yi Wuchen would definitely show his true skills to it. If Zhang Yuan could get the chance to watch from the sidelines, it would be tantamount to being able to learn Yi Wuchen's true skills. Yi Wuchen nodded. I promised Boss Lu that I would train you, and of all these cooks you are the most talented and the most serious about cooking. It's easiest to teach you, and you'll learn the fastest. After all, I'm very busy and don't have that much time to train the chefs. That's why I decided to teach you to train regular cooks for me, so I can save myself the trouble. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed, and Lu Sungwook is simply going crazy. He spent a month's turnover on training and this is how this guy trains? Simply irresponsible. Simply unethical. Yi Wuchen, however, continued, by the way, is there any way to increase the popularity of the Royal Court Hotel recently? Zhang Yuan immediately replied. Half a month later, there will be a cooking competition jointly organized by the 6 Southeastern Provinces Chef Associations. The winner is able to earn the title of Southeast King of Cooks. If the chef of the Royal Court restaurant gets this title, then the popularity will be greatly increased. This was a title that Zhang Yuan had also long wanted to fight for. Unfortunately, for 3 years in a row, he failed miserably. Yi Wuchen immediately clapped his hands. Good. This year, you'll take this title. You have me to teach you, so feel free to do so. When the time comes, we must vigorously publicize and expand the popularity of the Royal Court Hotel. My goal, tenfold turnover this month. When this was said, the crowd only thought they had heard it wrong. The Imperial Court Hotel's turnover for a month has reached $10 million. If it doubles tenfold, wouldn't that be $100 million? How is this possible? When Bai even seized the opportunity and was the first to jump out and sneer. A tenfold increase in turnover? How stupid are you to say that? Do you realize that there are only a handful of rich people in Deccan City who can afford to spend money at the Royal Court Hotel? Today the Royal Court Hotel is so far gone that it's basically tapped out the market for those with money. You want a tenfold increase in turnover. That is unless you can get 10 times as many customers to spend money. Although these words were sarcastic, both Li Shangsu and Li Xuan nodded their heads straight after hearing them. They knew that Wimber was right. There's only so much cake, and it's already been divided up. An increase of 1 or 2% in turnover is already a remarkable performance, not to mention the pie-in-the-sky scenario of a tenfold increase. Young man, you speak with no weight. Youthfulness is good, but you can't be too wild. Li Shangsu has long been heartbroken about his money. Now seizing the opportunity, he couldn't help but vent his displeasure. Yi Wuchen laughed. Mr. Lu, you don't believe me? Tell you what, why don't we bet on it? If the monthly turnover of this imperial court restaurant can't be double tenfold, then I don't want this month's turnover back in full. Everyone just thought Yi Wuchen was crazy. Now that the turnover of the Royal Court Hotel has already hit $10 million, Yi Wuchen can easily give up this huge sum of money? Lu Xingxiu was ecstatic. What you said is true? Yi Wuchen nodded seriously. If I accomplish it, then in the future, if I bring someone to eat at the Royal Court restaurant, you have to give me a free bill. After all, cooking is a waste of time, and I just like to eat ready-made. The terms of this bet are not even on the same level. No problem. I promise. There's no need to wait for the bet to be completed. From now on, as long as you bring people here to eat, I'll give you a free bill for everything. Lu Shangsu couldn't wait to agree, as if he was afraid that Yi Wuchen would back out. A few meals are nothing compared to a month's worth of business. Lu Shangsu was in a good mood and was generous. Wimber snorted coldly. You'll be damned if you can do that. Yi Wuchen, however, only smiled faintly before pointing to a group of rich second-generation people. So, this matter has to rely on everyone. With your connections, you will definitely be able to pull in more high-end guests for the Royal Court Hotel. The rich second generation couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect this to involve them. Wenbai was even more unconvinced and said, "Why should we help you?" Yi Wuchen laughed. "Of course it's money everyone earns together. I can work with you not only in the business of the Royal Court Hotel, but also in the business of fortune-telling in the future." Wenbai froze, initially not reacting to Yi Wuchen's last sentence. Then it dawned on him, I almost forgot that this kid is a fortune-teller. The rich kids are also waking up like a dream. They all almost forgot that Yi Wuchen was the one who said that he was live-streaming fortune-telling. This made all of them more and more alarmed. This kid, not only is he a great cook, but he can also tell fortunes? What other hidden skills does he have? Yi Wuchen suddenly stretched out his hand and patted Wenbai's shoulder. "Brother, you seem to have some opinions about me, but that's okay, as long as we can all have fun and make money together. You guys pull in a customer for me and I'll give you 10% of the amount you spend as a kickback. And I guarantee that the meals you pull in for your guests will be handmade by Master Jiang. And the quality is absolutely guaranteed. If you ask me to tell your fortune, I'll even give you a 30% discount." When the rich daughters heard this, they couldn't help but be a little moved. They have money, but they want to save money just the same. It is important to realize that their respective family businesses behind them cost a fortune in PR entertainment for their business every year. It can easily be measured in millions or even tens of millions. The Royal Court Hotel, too, is often their preferred place for socializing and eating. This is not a small amount of money if you can save 10% of the cost of socializing. Okay, we promise. We often treat ourselves here anyway, so it's certainly good to save some money. If you can raise Master Zhang's cooking skills to a high level, I'll have the confidence to invite clients from other cities or even provinces to eat here. After this time when General Ling hosted a dinner party here, if you can get Master Zhang to win the title of Southeast King of Cooks again, then the popularity of the Royal Court restaurant will increase greatly, and I'll be able to pull in more customers. Immediately the rich kids nodded their heads, and Lu Shangsu only felt that his heart was stabbed with a knife, and his heart bled with pain. With the help of these rich kids, the turnover will definitely increase and he will lose more money. Luckily it's only for a month. If it had been another month, he would have gone bankrupt with a broken cash chain. Wimber was similarly impressed. Who would mess with money? He looked at Yi Wuchen somewhat hesitantly. I've just been bad-mouthing you. Are you really not angry? Are you really willing to let me in on this and work together? Chapter 44, Tolerance. Wimber knew that he had offended Yi Wuchen and couldn't believe that Yi Wuchen would still bring him a chance to make money. Yi Wuchen, however, said in a breezy manner, "We don't have a deep grudge. Life is short, so why dwell on trivialities? It's better for everyone to have one more friend and have more fun than one more enemy and have more misery. Wimber, there's plenty of room for us to work together in the future." Yi Wuchen had lived for endless years and experienced countless setbacks, tribulations, and blows, and his heart and pattern had long been as vast as the ocean. Wenbai's few words of mockery were really not worth mentioning to him. What's more, Yi Wuchen had also already seen that although this person, Wenbai, was a bit narrow-minded, he was not a bad person. This tolerance, on the contrary, made Wimber a little overwhelmed. Wenbai looked at Yi Wuchen in front of him, he was able to deeply feel that Yi Wuchen's words were not half false, full of sincerity. Yi Wuchen's temperament also made even Wenbai start to feel a little ashamed. Wimber was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say, and only felt his cheeks start to burn. Shame on you. He had never been so humiliated. Wimber himself has been aggressive and deliberately looking for a fight, and Yi Wuchen not only didn't care about it, but also cooperated with him to make money. This made Wimber so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground on the spot. The group of rich daughters all looked at Wenbai oddly. They had never seen Wenbai in this state before. Yi Wuchen, however, had already beckoned towards Zhang Yuan. Off to do the dishes. The guests will be here soon, so we'll have to get numb. Immediately, he brought Zhang Yuan into the kitchen and started to get busy. It was as if all things were not difficult for him. There was a perpetual surge of dazzling confidence about him. Li Shangsu looked at Yi Wuchen's back, and praise began to well up in his gaze. He had begun to calm down and had a more objective view of Yi Wuchen. This young man is not simple nah. To have such a heart and temperament at his age is truly a rare sight. Rao Li Shangsu, a catering tycoon who had fought his way up from the bottom step by step, couldn't help but praise Yi Wuchen at this moment. There's a great skill in place, as well as a chest pattern, and there's also self-confidence and ambition. This person, he will become a great man in the future. Lo Shui, such a friend is worth making. Maybe it will help your career development greatly in a while. Li Shangsu turned his head and said seriously to Li Shui. Lexi nodded. Yi Wuchen's temperament of treating money like dirt. She had already seen it long ago in the ancient temple of Dragon Snake Mountain. Now that she had even seen Yi Wuchen's abilities and skills, it made Li Shui more and more curious about Yi Wuchen as well. Even if her father didn't say anything, she would definitely go well to know more about this mysterious man. Li Shangsu then laughed again. Instead, I'm the one with the smaller picture, always obsessing over a month's turnover. If he can really multiply the turnover of the Royal Court Hotel tenfold, then what's wrong with letting him earn for this month? After this month, the Royal Court Hotel will bring us more profits, and a team of chefs who are better cooks is likewise a bigger cash cow for us. In the long run, this matter is simply a great thing for our Royal Court Hotel. After Li Shangsu figured it out, he couldn't help but laugh and leave. His pace was brisk and his whole being seemed extraordinarily happy. Li Shui was icy smart and of course quickly realized Li Shangsu's words. Her beautiful eyes turned to look at Song Zian, who was still a bit dumbfounded. Li Shui stepped forward and intimately held Song Zian's hand. Zian, I really thank you for this time. If you hadn't brought Yi Wuchen to today's party, then our Royal Court Hotel would have lost a lot of money today. Song Zian was a bit stunned. She couldn't help but think of what Yi Wuchen had said just a short while ago, that not only would Li Shui not blame her, but would instead thank her. Now, that did come true. This Yi Wuchen, despite the fact that what he said couldn't be more unreliable, it seemed to be accurate at times. Li Shui blinked suddenly. Right, Zian. Yi Wuchen seems to care very much about your feelings. Ha, we're good girlfriends, so you need to be honest with me. What exactly is your relationship with him? Song Zian similarly didn't understand why Yi Wuchen took such good care of himself. She has no money, no family background, no ability or talent, and the only thing she has is her beauty. Could he be looking at himself? Song Zian was also startled by this thought of hers. She hastened to explain. He and I were just hired. Nothing more than that. Li Shui gave a cry, but didn't say any more. Her eyes flickered and no one knew what was going on in her mind. Soon, it's time for General Ling's appointment. Li Xingshu led a group of hotel staff, who had already been waiting respectfully at the front door of the hotel. Only a few luxury cars were seen parked outside the Royal Court Hotel. A soldier came forward to open the car door, and the two silhouettes entered the Royal Court Hotel under the soldier's escort. The first person was a woman in military attire. She was heroic, tall, and her stunning face carried a coldness that rejected people. Everyone would be no stranger to this woman. She was Ling Ruhan. The other person, however, was a man. The man was about 30 years old, looked thin, and seemed to be somewhat malnourished, but his aura was sufficient, and his hands and feet were filled with a sightless arrogance. This man, then, is relatively unknown to everyone. Li Shui and a group of rich kids couldn't help but discuss it in curious whispers. Who is this male? He must also be extraordinary to be able to stand beside General Ling. You guys must not have watched the news 2 days ago. If you did, you'd know who he is. He's the #1 expert in the world today, Zhang Maokai. It is said that Zhang Maokai has practiced a superb martial art, but he dislikes fame and fortune, and has been living in seclusion in the middle of Dragon Snake Mountain. He has never asked about the affairs of the Jianghu, and is a worldly man who is indifferent to fame and fortune. But 2 days ago, the ferocious and powerful King of Terror from outside the country roamed into the Dragon Snake and disturbed Zhang Maocai's secluded life. And Zhang Maokai shot and killed the King of Terror in order to avoid the deaths of innocent people at the hands of the King of Terror to get rid of the harm for the people. Zhang Maokai became famous in one battle, and it took General Ling 3 visits before he was able to invite Zhang Maokai to come out into the world and serve the people. This is truly a fortunate event. As of this moment, in addition to the Martial League Alliance Master and the Protectorate War God, our top powerhouses have another #1 expert in the world. As the crowd murmured, their eyes couldn't help but be filled with endless awe. It was true that only such a character would be qualified for General Ling's personal banquet. Le Shangsu led the way and received Ling Rohan and Zhang Maokai into the private room. The door to the private room was then closed, and soldiers were guarding the door, not allowing uninvolved people to approach. Only the waiter, who is responsible for serving the food, is allowed to enter the private room. No one noticed that Yi Wuchen stood alone in the middle of the corner. His gaze hadn't left since Zhang Maokai entered the Royal Court Hotel. Strange. Why has the connection between Zhang Maocai's destiny and the Wood of Heaven's destruction never been enhanced? Looks like it was a wasted trip tonight. Yi Wuchen shook his head helplessly. The heavenly chance was subtle, and even though Yi Wuchen was a god, he was unable to fully comprehend the heavenly chance. What's more, it's even more difficult to project the whole picture when it's a magical thing like the Wood of Heavenly Destruction, which is a collection of heaven and earth's creations. That's okay, I have plenty of time to take my time and wait. Yi Wuchen had lived for endless years, and he had enough patience to deal with the changes in the world. Just when Yi Wuchen was about to turn around and go back to the kitchen, he suddenly had a slight footstep. Subsequently, he turned sharply and looked incredulously at the door of the Royal Court Hotel. Strange, why has the sense of the Wood of Heavenly Destruction suddenly become stronger? What exactly is affecting the induction between the Wood of Heaven's destruction and Zhang Maocai's destiny? That thing? It's approaching the hotel. Finally, Yi Wuchen got a clear look at the thing that enhanced the sense of the Wood of Heavenly Destruction. Chapter 45, I have a confession to make. Only to see the front door of the Royal Court Hotel. At this time, unexpectedly came a new guest. And the guests, both male and female, old and young. The man was dressed in a casual suit and looked quite handsome, but has puffy eyes, white face and purple lips. At first glance, it's the look of a drunken overdose. As soon as he entered, he enthusiastically opened his mouth at the other three. This Royal Court restaurant, it's the most upscale restaurant in our city. The owner here, I know him well. We're here today, so feel free to eat and drink. The middle-aged woman next to him had a pleasing smile piled up on her face. Sir Liang Jin, you are too kind to be entertained by you personally. Your blind date with my daughter tonight will go very well. Daughter, why don't you thank Mr. Liang? Standing next to the middle-aged woman was a beautiful woman. The woman, however, looked reluctant and ignored her mother's reminder, remaining silent. Obviously, she was very repulsed by this blind date dinner today. Equally repulsed by the blind date was a girl the woman was dragging along. This little girl looked to be 4 or 5 years old, and was very cute with her powdered face. However, the little girl's face had an exasperated look on it, and from time to time, she even glared at the man called Liang Jin. Yi Wuchen's line of sight was always gathered on this little girl's body. He pinched his fingers and then smiled. Half a day. It turns out that the one who influenced the sensing of the Wood of Heaven's destruction was actually this little girl. She, the daughter of Zhang Maokai. I see. As long as Zhang Maokai gets closer to his daughter, the stronger the connection between his destiny and the Wood of Heaven's destruction will be, and the faster he will be able to help me find the Wood of Heaven's destruction. Looks like I'm going to have to help him out. Yi Wuchen had an intention in his heart. Tonight, Zhang Maokai and Ling Rohan were having dinner in the middle of a private room. Instead, his wife, daughter, and mother-in-law are holding a blind date with a man named Liang Jin. It's funny how it all comes together. At this time, Liang Jin and the others had already sat down at the hall dining table, and Yi Wuchen came to sit down at an empty table near them, listening to the idle chatter of a few people. The other side, in the private room, Ling Rohan and Zhang Maokai sat already seated. A table full of food was in place. Elder Zhang, please also move your chopsticks. I've heard from my lieutenant that the meals here are no less than the cooking of the top chefs in the country. You've been secluded in the deep mountains for so long. It's time for you to taste the food of the world. Ling Rohan entertained warmly, and Zhang Maokai looked at this large table of mountain delicacies and seafood, and had long been aroused by the cravings in his stomach. These meals in particular were so aromatic that he couldn't suppress his appetite. General Ling, then I'll be polite. With that, Zhang Maokai lifted his chopsticks and sent a chopstick of vegetables into his mouth. As soon as the dish was in his mouth, his entire body snapped to attention. This is delicious. Zhang Maokai suddenly uttered such words. Ling Rohan was a bit puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with Zhang Maokai. Suddenly, Zhang Maokai actually picked up the rice bowl and started to wolf down the food like crazy, no longer caring about the image. The look was as if he had eaten a heavenly delicacy. Ling Rohan was also surprised to see Zhang Maokai eating so exaggeratedly. Elder Zhang, please also eat slowly, don't choke. Ling Rohan still only thinks Zhang Maokai secluded in the mountains, dining on the wind and drinking dew for many years, and now tasted the fire of the world for a time cannot control. She gracefully took the dish as well, then slowly brought it to her mouth. Ling Rohan was from a famous family, but she was extremely concerned about recuperation and etiquette when it came to eating. She's not going to look like she's wolfing it down. However, in the next second, Ling Rohan also froze violently. It's so good. How did you get such a delicious meal? It was so good it made her want to weep. This roast lamb seasoning, so spicy, but the spice is so refreshing, gives a hearty relief. It reminds me of what it's like to fight in battle. And this dish called Miles and Miles, why does it have a bitter and pungent feeling? I see. It's bitter melon and lemon. But how can it be so uniquely bitter and pungent? The smell makes me want to cry. It reminds me of my comrades who died in defense of our country. Ling Rohan's eyes also grew moist. She couldn't help but move her hands faster and faster to clip the food. Even at the end of the day, she couldn't help but wolf down her food, completely lacking the appearance of a famous lady. Soon, a table of food that had been wiped out by the two of them. They ate with extreme pain and satisfaction. Ling Rohan also marveled. I didn't realize that this place had such a skilled chef. This meal, it's not even remotely close to what those famous chefs in the imperial capital do. Even I think, has the potential to go toe-to-toe with Gusto Chai Man. If Ling Rohan's comment had been heard by an outsider, his jaw would have been dropped. The god of food, that is recognized as the country's top, the best, the most famous chef can play. For the entire 50 years, the only person who has been recognized as the god of food is Chai Man. Zhang Maokai also exclaimed, delicious indeed. He couldn't say so much as critique it, but the flavor was something he would never forget. Seeing that Zhang Maokai was satisfied with his meal, Ling Rohan finally couldn't help but reveal his intentions for this feast. Senior Zhang, truth be told, I have something to ask for this time. We have recently received intelligence that after the death of the King of Terror, another group of criminals from outside the country have infiltrated the territory, and may even have infiltrated the local area. We suspect that someone hired them to come to the territory to carry out illegal and criminal activities, but we haven't been able to find out who's behind it. They are all powerful people with fierce reputation outside the country, committing a lot of bloodshed, and are extremely dangerous. Nowadays, the strongest members of the military are guarding the borders, while the strongest members of the Martial Alliance have suddenly gone into seclusion for some reason, which has led to a severe shortage of manpower. That's why we want to ask Senior Zhang to assist us in eliminating these criminals. Ling Rohan's attitude was very sincere. It's been an eventful time lately, with the King of Terror infiltrating the Dragon Snake Mountain, and then criminals from outside the country violating the border. The conspiracy behind all of this has yet to be cleared up, but Ling Rohan is already facing the dilemma of manpower shortage. That's why she feasted on Zhang Maokai and asked for his assistance. Zhang Maocai's mind, however, panicked. Just kidding. How dare he take on those horrible out-of-state criminals? Although he had impulsively admitted that he had killed the King of Terror that day, and even shouted that he was the number one in the world, but he really doesn't know any martial arts, not to mention offshore criminals. Even two hooligans could take him down easily. It's something I'll have to think about. After all, I haven't been home in a long time. I want to go home and see what's going on before I make a decision. Zhang Maokai could only use a delaying tactic. When Ling Rohan heard this, she was able to understand. She hastily apologized. Elder Zhang, it's me who is being abrupt. This time, Senior Zhang has been left in the army to ask for advice until now, delaying Senior Zhang's personal matters. I'll leave Senior Zhang alone for now. I'll come back to ask for Senior's hand when he's done with his personal matters. Ling Rohan was worthy of being a soldier and acted in a clean manner. After that, she got up and left the private room. In the private room, only Zhang Maokai was left alone. He was so full of apprehension that he couldn't sit still, and even his forehead was oozing with sweat. What's going to happen now? How could I possibly be capable of dealing with those criminals? Those bad guys are killing people. I don't want to die. Zhang Maokai was really scared. Gradually he realized that things were getting out of his control. It made him pull his hair out in agony. After a long while, he seemed to have finally made a decision. Can't pretend now. I'll just have to admit it. I don't want any of the glory and riches, or the world's number one. I just want to go home to my wife, to my daughter who has never been blindfolded. Zhang Maokai stood up, having already made his decision. Yes, I'm going to find General Ling right now to confess everything. I'm going to tell her that I didn't even kill the King of Terror. It was a mysterious young man who did it. That young man, he's the true number one in the world. Chapter 46, The Pain of a Son-in-Law. The Royal Court Hotel. General Ling Rohan suddenly left, and Le Xingshu hurriedly brought a group of people forward to see him off. Even Le Xuan, the rich kids, were all excited to join the farewell party, and they all wanted to take the opportunity to see if there was a chance to climb into a conversation with General Ling. In the hall, Yi Wuchen, however, stayed behind. He was still listening to the conversation at the next table, and the more he listened to it, he only found it more interesting. Xu Huilan, the mother-in-law, was curtly making a toast to Liang Jin. Xiao Liang, this cup is for our family to toast you. In the future, when our Yulong follows you, we can count on you for more promotion. Yulong, quickly toast to Liang Xiao. Don't go home tonight. Follow Liang Xiao out to have fun. Liang Jin was satisfied with his wineglass and waited for Lin Yulong to make a toast. His wife, Lin Yulong, however, frowned. Mom, we haven't heard from Ma Tsai yet, and we're not officially divorced. You're pulling me in for a blind date now, before you're too sorry for Mao Kai. Her daughter, Lin Tongtong, also nodded her head vigorously. She hadn't seen her father since she was a little girl, but she didn't want a stranger to father her either. Xu Huilan, however, said angrily, that punk Zhang Maokai hasn't been heard from in a few years. He must have died out there a long time ago, even if he does make it back. So what? How can he be good enough for you? A poor, talentless loser? If he's coming, I'll make her divorce you. In Xu Huilan's mind, but any man with a bit of ability would never go to be a door-to-door son-in-law either. Door-to-door son-in-laws are only for men who are wimpy and soft. Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet for a moment, only to see the crowd surprisingly looking towards Xu Huilan's back. Xu Huilan turned around in curiosity, only to see a man with an angry face standing at her side. This man is none other than Zhang Maokai. Everyone froze. They completely did not expect that Zhang Maokai, who had disappeared for 5 whole years, would appear at this time. You guys, you actually came on a blind date? I'm not dead yet. Zhang Maokai was so angry that his body trembled and his fists clenched. He had just come out from amongst the private rooms, intending to go and find Ling Rohan to explain himself. But I didn't expect to come out and see my mother-in-law, who I hadn't seen in 5 years, bringing her own wife on a blind date with someone else. It's a shame for any man. Good show. The interest in Yi Wuchen's eyes grew stronger. His eyes had been focused on Zhang Maokai and Lin Tongtong, wanting to see clearly how their fates would affect each other, only to see Xu Huilan violently stood up, raised her hand and slapped Zhang Maotsai's face. Pow! Accompanied by the sound of a crisp slap, only Zhang Maotsai's face had an additional reddish palm print. Waste! What are you yelling for? You disappeared yourself for 5 years. Of course we thought you were dead. So what if you're just not dead? A poor and incompetent man is simply not qualified to be my Lin family's son-in-law. Nor is he worthy of my daughter. Since you're back just in time, hurry up and divorce my daughter and give her back her freedom. With my daughter's good looks, she should marry into a rich family and be a noblewoman for the rest of her life. Xu Huilan was cursing angrily as she pointed at Zhang Maotsai's nose. These scathing words made Zhang Maotsai's face red with anger. And at this time, the male son Liang Jin also figured out the situation, only to see Liang Jin pull out a bank card from his pocket and slap it on the table. Here's $500,000 as compensation for your divorce from Moonlone. $500,000. You won't make that much money if you go out and work and fight for the rest of your life. Take the money and get your ass over there and divorce Moonlone. And get the hell out of Dakan City from now on. And don't allow to pester Moonlong anymore. Liang Jin made a magnanimous gesture. If it wasn't in front of Lin Yulong, in order to leave a good impression in Lin Yulong's mind, he would have compensated Zhang Maokai. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. When Zhang Maokai heard this, he hated it even more. Is it okay to be rich and bully people like that? Don't press me with money. I don't care. Being humiliated by his love rival in such a way. Zhang Maokai was even more so that his teeth were almost clenched. Liang Jin snorted coldly, and an unkind light flashed up in his gaze. Lin Tongtong suddenly asked in a small voice, Mom, is he my dad? Tongtong? Finally a daddy? Although Lin Tongtong was too young to understand the situation, that connection from her bloodline made her feel extraordinarily familiar with the man in front of her. Zhang Maotsai's eyes became moist as he looked at Lin Tongtong. Is this my daughter? That man on Dragon Snake Mountain was right. I really do have a daughter. I'm a dad. I'm really a dad. Men don't shed tears. But Zhang Maokai was so excited and happy at this time that he couldn't help the tears from flowing out. He had been wandering for 5 years and was afraid to go home, and originally had little hope for life. But the moment he saw his own daughter, Zhang Maokai felt boundless joy. This sweet little creature was his flesh and blood. It's the continuation of his bloodline and his life. My daughter. What's her name? He affectionately extended his hand towards Lin Tongtong, wanting to hug his daughter. He's a father. He has to take the responsibility that a father should have. However, Lin Yuelong, blocked Lin Tongtong's way. Zhang Maokai, you're not qualified to be Tongtong's father, and I'll never let Tongtong recognize you. Don't you dare go near her. These words made Zhang Maokai feel incredulous. He asked angrily, do you also think that just because I'm poor, just because I have no power, that I can't even recognize my daughter? Are you also greedy for riches and vanity? Zhang Maokai became more and more agitated. If even his own wife changed her mind, then he really didn't know how to face it. Lin Yulong, however, said with a straight face, "If I were greedy for vanity and wealth, then I would have remarried long ago. I'm saying you're not qualified because you're a coward with no bearing. You've been hiding out for 5 years. Have you done any of your duties as a husband and a father? In these 5 years, I've raised Tong Tong all by myself, working and taking care of the child, being a father and a mother. You know how hard it is. Tong Tong grew up without a father. Do you know how many blank stares and bullying she suffered? The other kids called her a fatherless bastard. You got away with it and got away with it. Who are you to recognize Tong Tong now?" Lin Yuerong's words were like knives, ruthlessly stabbing at Zhang Maocai's heart. Zhang Maocai opened his mouth and was surprisingly speechless. That's right. It was all, really, his fault. He didn't make a name for himself out there and ran off to wander without a face to come home to. He's the one who didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a husband and father. "Mom, Tong Tong, let's go." Lin Yuelong pulled Lin Tong Tong up, turned around and left the restaurant. Xu Huilan also looked at Zhang Maocai with contempt. Useless wimp. She also left with Lin Yulong. Before Liang Jin left, he similarly sneered. $500,000. You'll never get that chance again in your life if you miss it. Think about it, and call me anytime you're connected. I'm the only one who can bring a good life to Moon Long. So trash like you should give up earlier. After saying that, Liang Jin left with a big smile. Zhang Maocai stood still, sad and angry. He watched dumbfounded as the few people left, but he was simply incapable of stopping them. No, I don't want to be a loser. He clenched his teeth in indignation, and he dismissed his original thought and made another decision. If I confess to General Ling, then I'll be completely knocked back to my original form and turned back into that useless bum. How can a tramp that everyone dislikes be qualified to be Yulong's husband? How is he qualified to be Tong Tong's father? I can't confess. I'm going to continue to be number one in the world. I want to excel. I'm going to make money. I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. Chapter 47, Bringing Trouble. Yi Wuchen watched this quietly from a distance. He had become more and more certain that only the more Zhang Maocai and his daughter were together, then the stronger Zhang Maocai's sense of destiny with the Wood of Heaven's destruction would be. He could give Zhang Maocai material help, but emotional disputes had to be resolved by Zhang Maocai himself. "Brother Yi, I'm going back to the hospital to take care of my mom. It's getting late. Do you want me to take you back to the hotel now?" Song Zian came to Yi Wuchen's side and asked. Lo Shui, Le Shangsu and the gang of rich kids all went to see General Ling off, but Song Zian didn't go. Song Zian didn't like to look for opportunities to climb up the ranks of the rich and powerful by all means, and she also knew very well that she was a commoner's daughter, so it was useless to look for such opportunities. Yi Wuchen nodded. "Yes, please give me a ride." The sentence was just finished. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen only saw that a black aura had surfaced on Song Zian's face. This kind of black chi can't be seen by ordinary people at all. Only those who are good at the art of face reading can see it. And people who have this dark aura on their face signify that an extremely dangerous disaster will happen to them, even in fear of their lives. How come? Yi Wuchen was slightly surprised. He hastily pinched his fingers and quickly realized it. This disaster of Ziyan's is actually related to me. It seems that it must be because of that comment I just made. Song Ziyan's destiny is a rare 9-injia female. This kind of destiny not only will be the family, but also easy to attract bad luck. It's also easy to get out of a scourge if it's an ordinary person involved in it. But once the Jiao Yinjie daughter was involved in the scourge, it would lead to the escalation of the scourge and jeopardize the Jiao Yinjie daughter's life. After Yi Wuchen thought about it, he changed his words. "By the way, I just remembered I have a little something else. Ziyan, so I won't trouble you. Go back by yourself. Wait until tomorrow morning before I need to use the car." Song Ziyan nodded. "Well, then, I'll be on my way." Sure enough, with Yi Wuchen no longer allowing Song Ziyan to send it, he only saw that the black chi on Song Ziyan's face quickly dissipate. This means Song Ziyan will be safe tonight. Yi Wuchen deduced correctly. The person who really had to face the scourge tonight was himself. Song Ziyan was bound to suffer if she sent him back. Well, let me see just what it is that wants to harm me. At that moment, Yi Wuchen walked out towards the outside of the hotel. Until the bet with Su Jin was over, he still had to rely on the Royal Court Hotel to make money, so he didn't want to attract trouble for the place to affect his business. Alone, he headed for the remote road, and just as Yi Wuchen left the Royal Court Hotel, Zhang Maocai, who was not far away, inadvertently raised his head and happened to see Yi Wuchen. "It's him! It's the man on Dragon Snake Mountain." Zhang Maocai was violently shocked. He had not expected at all that the mysterious man who had gifted himself a great fortune in the middle of the ancient temple had appeared here. "I've got to go get him. He's the only one who can solve my current predicament." Without stopping, Zhang Maocai hurriedly chased after him toward the outside of the Royal Court Hotel. outside the Royal Court Hotel. Yi Wuchen slowly walked down the street. His eyes glanced faintly toward the darkness in the distance, then withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. Looks like I've been targeted. Hiding. And with such a heavy murderous aura, it looks like they want to play assassination. Then let me see what assassination techniques are like in this day and age. Yi Wuchen continued to walk towards the distance as if he was walking idly. Far away, on a high building about a kilometer away from the Royal Court Hotel, someone was lying on the roof of the building, using high-powered binoculars to observe Yi Wuchen's every move. The target has left the Royal Court Hotel and is heading southwest. 15 minutes and the target is about to enter my visual blind spot. Unit 3, please feel free to relieve me and continue to monitor the target. The man relayed a message through the walkie-talkie toward his companion. Clearly, he was not acting alone. Behind him, there is a very energetic team. And everything that happened here was passed all the way to Mordor. Magic City. Zhao Group Building. In a luxurious office, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair looking at a stack of information. On the information, it turned out to be all of Yi Wuchen's recent movements, as well as a large number of secretly taken photos. The elders, they looked just like ordinary people. I thought. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. The middle-aged man hummed lightly in disdain. He is none other than Qiu Kaiyu, the grandson of the richest man, Zhao Tianji's father. Is it true that Grandpa is getting more and more scared of death the older he gets? Being scared like that by the elders? He actually thought that the King of Terror was killed by the Eldritch. It's simply ridiculous. I've already investigated clearly. That King of Terror was unlucky and bumped into a hidden master in the middle of the Dragon Snake Mountain who was known as the #1 in the world. And that's why he died so miserably. Zhao Jiaya continued to look through the information about Yi Wuchen. When he saw that Yi Wuchen actually live-streamed fortune-telling on the internet again and cooked as a cook in a restaurant, he laughed even more contemptuously. The wealth of my Zhao family is a trip that can't be spent in several lifetimes. And this everlasting one is still scrambling to make money like those pariahs. How can someone like this, who runs around for money, be a match for our Zhao family? Zhao Jiao had completely lost interest in continuing to probe Yi Wuchen. He casually tossed this information on the table, then got up and went to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, lit a cigar, and looked out the window. Zhao Group's headquarters building was the tallest building in Magic City. From the floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhao Jiao's office, he could look down on the night view of the entire Magic City. The neon lights in the Magic City are colorful and brilliant, and the pedestrians and vehicles coming and going on the streets of the ground are like ants that have worked hard and labored all their lives. Zhao Jiao is very addicted to this feeling of being high above, which makes him feel like a god. All he needs to do is to scatter a little money and he can dominate all beings and make the nations follow his whims. Does immortality really exist? If it does, then I'd love to get a taste of that. Grandpa is too old and deserves to die. All the more reason to step aside and let the younger generation take the throne. If that old undead can really live forever and hold the power for eternity, then won't I never have a chance to get ahead in my life? Thinking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed through Zhao Jiao's gaze. In ancient times, if the emperor reigned for a long time, the crown prince would be eager to plot against the throne. Zhao Jiao himself is in his 50s and is increasingly feeling overwhelmed. His dad was already in his 80s, and seeing that he had never had a chance to get to the top in his life, he had all long since retired to his old age. While his grandfather, Zhao was over 100 years old, he was still holding the power of the group, which inevitably made him feel unfair. Immediately, Zhao Jiao picked up the phone and dialed a number. Uncle Huang, you must bring me back the Eldritch alive tonight. Whatever it takes. Listen up. Any price. If you can't bring back a live one, make sure you kill him too. I can't get the chance to live forever, and no one will ever get it. Chapter 48. There really are bad people. Late night, suburbia. There would be very few vehicles coming and going on the moonlit disc road anymore. Yi Wuchen walked on the highway. He walks slowly, but advances quickly. Zhang Maokai trotted after him and chased him all the way, so tired that he was panting and about to get down. But he still couldn't catch up with Yi Wuchen. Please, wait for me. I'm dying of exhaustion. Zhang Maokai could only shout out. Yi Wuchen finally stopped in his tracks. He asked, smiling back, something wrong? Zhang Maokai hurriedly ran to Yi Wuchen, then plopped down and knelt on the ground. Please take me as your disciple. You must be the true man of the world. I want to learn martial arts and become stronger. I want to be as good as you. After Zhang Maokai finished speaking, he kowtowed towards Yi Wuchen. You can tell he's sincere. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head slightly. Your roots are strangely poor and your natural talent is clumsy. You were not born to practice martial arts. If one starts the remodeling exercise from a young age, then even if one can't achieve anything, one can more or less gain something. But you're in your 30s now, and it's just too late to practice martial arts. Zhang Maokai froze at his words. Is he, himself, destined to be a loser for the rest of his life? Yi Wuchen asked at this time. However, I have sent you riches, why don't you use them? Zhang Maokai knew what Yi Wuchen was talking about. One was the credit for killing the King of Terror, and the other was a large amount of heavenly crystal stone fragments. These can make him famous and rich. Zhang Maokai replied bitterly. Gao Ran, truth be told, I don't have the guts to use it. I know I'm a useless man. I grew up too timid to fight anyone, and even conflict is something I try to avoid. It was only when I was in a stupor that I said I was number one in the world. But in hindsight, it scares me. I'm afraid I'll be poked and prodded that day. I don't have the strength without the ability, and I don't dare to take those heavenly crystal stone fragments to sell them, and I'm afraid of being thought of by thieves when I put them on my body. I'm not afraid to laugh at you for saying it, but I'm on edge these days and it's hard. Zhang Maokai is a coward by nature, and when he suddenly gets a large amount of wealth, he can't give it up and is afraid of attracting bad people to rob or even hurt him. This was what made Zhang Maokai chase Yi Wuchen all the way, wanting to become stronger by learning martial arts. But by now, the hope of practicing martial arts to become stronger is considered to be completely lost. Yi Wuchen laughed, then helped Zhang Maokai up from the ground. He patted Zhang Maocai's shoulder and said, a person who wants to become strong and rely on external objects can't do it. First, you have to start changing yourself. As long as your heart is strong enough and confident enough, then you are a strong man. When your inner strength is unrivaled, then you are truly number one in the world. When Zhang Maokai heard these words, he couldn't help but be filled with helplessness. This tall man in front of me is talking about some big ideas. Who doesn't know how to speak the truth? But it's something that's easier said than done. Yi Wuchen could see Zhang Maocai's mind as he laughed. Your life has been changed by me. You are destined to be the number one in the world for the rest of your life. Be at ease as you're number one in the world and use your confidence against all your opponents. If you still can't learn, then I'll teach you by hand tonight. There's just a workout coming up, and you're going to have to take advantage of it. Zhang Maokai was confused. Yi Wuchen, however, wrapped his arm around his shoulder and pointed to the darkness ahead. See what? Yi Wuchen asked. Zhang Maokai hurriedly raised his eyes toward the surroundings. But it's so dark on this disc road. All he could see were the heavy shadows of the trees and the low silhouette of a large mountain in the distance. Nothing else. I can't see anything, Zhang Maokai said nervously. Yi Wuduan explained. It doesn't matter if you can't see it. I'll tell you, there are some people approaching us right now. Those people, each one of them is full of murderous aura and ferocity. They are all outlaws carrying dozens of lives on their backs. Zhang Maokai shivered at his words. His face went white with fear and he couldn't stop his legs from trembling. On a normal day, he could be flustered for half a day when a small hooligan on the street glared at him menacingly. Now that there were some murderous bad guys approaching, it scared the hell out of him even more. He couldn't help but want to turn his head and run. However, Yi Wuchen firmly pressed his shoulders, making it impossible for him to escape. Only Yi Wuchen said, if you still want to salvage your relationship with your wife and kids, then you'll do what I say. Now, you keep telling yourself in your mind that you are the number one in the world. No one in this world can beat you. And those bad guys, all of them are just dirtbags. All you need to do is wave your hand and you can strangle them as easily as you strangle an ant. Yi Wuchen's voice was full of compelling magic. As soon as Zhang Maokai heard about his wife and children, he immediately sobered up his entire body. Right, he could never lose his wife and children. For that, he can go through fire. So Zhang Maokai gritted his teeth and decided to follow Yi Wuchen's arrangement. He followed what Yi Wuchen said and repeatedly admonished himself in his mind that he was number one in the world. This incessant admonition, as if it were self-hypnosis, gradually emboldened him. Yi Wuchen continued. Now, you walk up. As the number one expert in the world, you have to show the aura of a strong man. You walk 20 meters ahead and shout for all those hidden bad guys to come out and meet you. And then you don't have to say anything. And when I wave my hand at you, you can leave for good. Remember, you are number one in the world. You have to be number one in the world. Yi Wuchen patted Zhang Maocai's shoulder, signaling him to do as he was told. Zhang Maokai ghostly moved his feet and slowly moved forward. As he walked, he mumbled in his mind. I'm number one in the world. I'm going to look like the best in the world. I'm number one in the world. I want to look like the best in the world. The more he read, the more excited and exhilarated he became. He even cheated his own sanity in the end, and began to gradually become addicted to the lies woven in the midst of it all. The hardest thing in the world is not to deceive others, but to deceive oneself. And once a person can successfully deceive themselves, then sometimes the lie comes true. Zhang Maocai's legs stopped trembling, and his back straightened and his head held high. His hands were also behind his back, and his eyes became deep and sharp. His current appearance was exactly what the world's number one expert looked like in his mind. Finally, he came to 20 meters away. He was seen standing sternly in the middle of the highway, his eyes coldly sweeping towards the surrounding darkness. He then opened his mouth and shouted, "What kind of hero is it to hide your head and sneak around? If you're brave enough, get your ass out here and meet me." His voice rang through the mountains and the echoes continued. This line, too, was a line that only the number one in the world in his heart had the courage to shout. After shouting this sentence, Zhang Maokai was so confident that he almost really thought that he was the best in the world. However, next, swish, 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 only to see more than a dozen people jumping out from the surrounding dark dense forest. Each one of them was filled with the smell of blood. All of them were tough and strong men, and they half surrounded Zhang Maokai. Zhang Maokai was so scared that he almost didn't collapse. There really are bad people. Chapter 49, Noble in the World. These burly men who appeared out of the darkness were each filled with a tyrannical aura, especially since they were, surprisingly, armed. There are knives. There are guns. Who in their right mind carries these things? Zhang Maokai believes that these are bad people. At this moment, Zhang Maokai's legs couldn't help but start trembling again. His boldness was also rapidly disappearing, and his entire person had changed from being the number one in the world just a moment ago back to that insistent coward. If it wasn't for the fact that his legs were already numb with fear and he couldn't move, otherwise he would have turned around and ran. Can be opposite. Those burly men were similarly filled with apprehension and hesitation. The gaze they looked at Zhang Maokai was even filled with nervousness. It's a wonder they're not nervous. After all, they were facing the man who had killed the King of Terror and was known as the best in the world. A voice suddenly rang out. Senior is worthy of being the number one expert in the world. We've already hidden with enough stealth and care, but we didn't expect to be discovered by Senior even from that far away. Accompanying this voice, one could only see a 70-year-old looking man slowly walk out from behind the burly men. The old man was dressed in a suit. His hair was combed and his hands wore a pair of clean white gloves. However, his aura did not have the arrogance of a superior. Instead it was filled with humility and respect. Look at him. He looks less like a leader and more like a butler. Only to hear this steward-like old man continue. My name is Huang Ming, and I'm here tonight on an errand for my boss. We have no intention of making an enemy of Senior, so please give us face and don't interfere in our actions tonight. The words of the old butler who called himself Huang Ming were soft in nature, but it was obvious that he was full of scorn for Zhang Maokai. Otherwise he would have already made his move. Zhang Maokai was even more flustered. He was clearly aware of the threatening tone in Huang Ming's mouth. Threatened by a bunch of bad guys. This made Zhang Maokai just feel the liver and gallbladder inside him tremble. But he didn't know how to answer. By the way, the higher power told me not to say anything. Zhang Maokai recalled Yi Wuchen's explanation in his mind, so he gritted his teeth and shut up, insisting that he wouldn't vocalize his pleas for mercy. Zhang Maokai's silence, on the other hand, instead caused Huang Ming and the gang of strong men to not be able to help but become more and more apprehensive. What does this Zhang Maokai, who claims to be the best in the world, really mean? Huang Ming's heart couldn't take it. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort as his aura was instantly released. He then took a step towards Zhang Maokai. Does Senior think that I, Huang Ming, am a soft persimmon to be pinched by you? The world thinks that there are only 6 sect masters in the country, but they don't know that I, Huang Ming, am also a hidden sect master. Is a sect master good enough to be a Senior's opponent? Huang Ming carried the aura of a patriarch as he arrogantly asked. Patriarch? That was a top-notch powerhouse strong enough to start a sect. When Zhang Maokai heard that the other party was actually this strong, his heart panicked even more, but he didn't dare to say a word, and could only grit his teeth and continue in silence. This silence caused Huang Ming to raise an eyebrow. This Zhang Maokai is too arrogant, but it's understandable. Even the King of Terror, who is said to have surpassed the sovereign, died at his hands. No wonder he would look down on me. Looks like it's time to show the bottom card. Huang Ming raised his hand and waved it towards the surrounding darkness. Follow closely. Only a silhouette proudly stepped out of the darkness. This time, the one who appeared was actually a blonde foreigner. His body was gnarled with muscles, as if he was made of iron. My name is William, the leader of the out-of-state Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. My strength, by your country's standards, is already at the level of a grandmaster. I wonder if adding me to the mix is enough to be your excellency's opponent? The moment this William appeared, his pugnacious aura swept across the room. 2 clansmen. Who would have thought that there would be 2 great masters appearing together on top of this mountainous highway? When Zhang Maokai heard this, he was even more nearly scared out of his wits. Jesus, 2 patriarchs could destroy him with a casual breath. How could he, an ordinary little person, dare to compete with 2 great masters? But he didn't dare to open his mouth, fearing that one wrong word would lead to death without a burial place. For now, it is only possible to remain muted and silent. Halftime. William still hadn't waited for an answer from Zhang Maokai. Your Excellency, you are too wild. William was instantly enraged. He had already given his name, but who knew that the other party would be indifferent? The Blood Wolf mercenary group, outside the country, was a representative of ferocity and cruelty. They traveled to battlefields outside of the country and killed people. The leader, William, in particular, is regarded outside the country as synonymous with the devil. And in the eyes of the man in front of you, he doesn't even bother to open his mouth? This exasperated William to the point that his muscles rapidly expanded, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Suddenly, only to see another figure come out of the darkness. That turned out to be a man in a cloak. The man was shrouded in a pitch-black cloak that didn't even reveal an inch of his skin, making it impossible to see his face. I have no name. Everyone calls me Death. I'm on the world's killer list. Number 4. If we go by your country's standard of strength, I'm also a powerhouse at the sovereign level. Plus me. Is that enough to be your opponent? The Grim Reaper, a very famous assassin in the international assassin community. No one has ever seen his true face or known his name. All anyone knows is that his presence is often followed by death. And that's exactly why the world calls it death. This name, too, represented his terror and dreadfulness. Zhang Maokai was, at this point, so scared that he was on the verge of crying. Surprisingly, 3 sect masters appeared. The strength of the 3 patriarchs joining forces was incomparably terrifying, and could already directly and easily blast the original king of terror to death. And Zhang Maokai, to his surprise, caused 3 patriarchs to appear at the same time. In this moment, Zhang Maokai had finally been unable to resist any longer. The pressure aura casually released by these 3 great sect masters alone had already caused Zhang Maokai to resist the urge to kneel down to them. He didn't dare stay a second longer. Zhang Maokai couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen behind him. Finally, only Yi Wuchen gently waved his arm without moving. That's the signal. Zhang Maokai was immediately relieved. Thank God it's finally over. He knew that he had completed the exercise and could leave. And so, Zhang Maokai turned around. He turned his back on the 3 sect master powerhouses and moved his legs, walking towards the distance. He walked slowly, really because his legs had gone weak. Otherwise he would have been eager to scramble up and run away immediately. Seeing Zhang Maokai leave, the 3 powerhouses, Huang Ming, William and Death, however, let out a sigh of relief in unison. The 3 of us have teamed up and finally forced the world's first back. Otherwise, if we were to really fight, we wouldn't know who would win and who would lose. It was only when the 3 of them joined forces that they had the confidence to tackle the King of Terror in the first place. And alone, Zhang Maokai killed the King of Terror. This kind of strong strength didn't give the 3 of them much confidence either. Strange, this Zhang Maokai in my eyes. He is as if he is an ordinary person without half of his martial arts skills. I can't detect that he has half of his martial arts skills. It's because it looks ordinary that proves he's not ordinary. It means that his strength has made us unable to see through him. Look guys, the fact that he dares to turn his back to us just like that and isn't afraid of us making a sneak attack from behind shows that he's confident enough to deal with us. This reclusive expert who came out of the deep mountains and old forests is not simple nah. Fortunately, such a strong person is not our enemy. The 3 patriarchs secretly exchanged words. Their hearts all extraordinarily relaxed. Without Zhang Maokai, the number 1 meddler in the world, then they would not be in any danger tonight. All 3 of them were already world-class powerhouses, and it was the right time to enjoy the good life of a powerful man. That's why each of them is extraordinarily life-thirsty and doesn't want to die early. Under the gazes of the 3 of them, Zhang Maokai had finally walked away and finally disappeared above this mountainous highway. This made the 3 powerhouses completely relax. Their eyes then looked to the last person still left, Leaves Without Dust. At the corners of the 3 people's mouths, a cruel smile appeared. Kid, now it's your turn. Chapter 50, Keep Laughing for Me. The 3 major experts, Huang Ming, William and Death, with a dozen of brawny men approached towards Yi Wuchen step by step. On their faces, they were all covered in banter and contempt. Everlasting one, now that you don't have the world's number 1 covering you, you obediently bind your hands. Tell me the secret of immortality so that I can spare my skin. Huang Ming smiled morosely and opened his mouth. He had investigated it long ago. Last time in the Dragon Snake Mountain, the King of Terror was the one who caused the Eldritch to escape because he encountered the first in the world. And today, the number 1 in the world had been forced back by the 3 of them. This time, he didn't believe that the Eldritch could still escape. Yi Wuchen looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. Is there a possibility that the world's number 1? He's actually covered by me. The 3 men sniffed. Subsequently, ha 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 ha, they laughed as if they had heard some funny joke. Yet next, they soon stopped laughing, only to see Yi Wuchen's original spot unexpectedly disappear into thin air. Next, pow, 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 3 crisp slaps rang out, only to see Huang Ming, William and Death unexpectedly fly out of thin air. knocking over the dozen or so strong men behind them. When they came back to their senses, half of their cheeks were swollen high. A moment ago, they were all slapped hard by Yi Wuchen, only to see that Yi Wuchen had appeared in the same place. Laugh, keep laughing for me. What's the matter? Now, with all the smiling? Yi Wuchen's voice was extraordinarily eerie at this time. The three Huang Ming people were all terrified in their gazes at this moment. The way they looked at Yi Wuchen was also as if they had seen a ghost. The three people were easily sent flying out by Yi Wuchen's 3 slaps just like that. Not to mention fighting back. They just haven't even been able to react yet. This kind of strength was something that even the King of Terror could never do. Even the 3 of them, they had never heard of anyone in the world being able to do this. Are you a human or a ghost? Huang Ming couldn't help but ask in shock. I'm afraid that only a ghost could have that ghostly stance just now. At this moment, they finally believed Yi Wuchen's words. The number 1 in the world could really be covered by Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen then laughed morosely. It doesn't matter if you can't figure out if I'm a human or a ghost, but you'll be ghosts soon enough. As he spoke, he rushed towards the trio slowly. His gaze was cold and murderous. Don't look at Yi Wuchen, who was usually kind and polite, but he was only this kind to ordinary people. Yi Wuchen was never polite to those who wanted to kill him. As for Huang Ming, the 3 of them only felt their hairs stand up and sweat at this moment. They deeply felt the terrifying killing intent that Yi Wuchen erupted in this instant. This kind of killing intent could only be possessed by a supreme powerhouse who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Quickly get the mercenaries to shoot. Against this kind of powerhouse, ordinary guns won't work anymore. You have to use a bazooka. Come on. He's got to be killed by any means necessary. Huang Ming couldn't help but yell in horror. He no longer had any semblance of confidence in his own force in the face of this terrifying man. And William and Death, who were beside him, were trembling as if they were chaff at the moment. The other side. This coiled road is far away. A lone man stood on the highway, his shadow held long by the moonlight. It's none other than Zhang Maokai. He kept going for a kilometer before he stopped. He didn't even dare to stop for a moment during that time, lest the group of murderers behind him catch up. Scared the hell out of me. It was horrible. Those bad guys were really horrible. Zhang Maokai was breathing heavily. It wasn't until he was safe now that he realized his back shirt was wet with cold sweat. But I just actually managed to face those bad guys without begging for mercy. I'm bolder than ever. Those bad guys were even too bluffed to make a move against me. Zhang Maokai recalled all this and only found it unbelievable. If it was according to his previous cowardly character and temper, he would have been scared and begged for forgiveness on his knees or run away with his legs spread out. Where else would one dare to face the 3 patriarchs straight on for so long? The higher power is right. If only I am confident enough. If only I am courageous enough. If only I am no longer weak and timid. Then no one can bully me anymore. In Zhang Maocai's mind, it was as if he had been struck with a blow of clarity all of a sudden. After this attempt, Zhang Mao only gradually understood what he should do in the future. I wonder how the higher power is doing now. Can he really take on that many bad guys by himself? Zhang Maocai's gaze into the distance couldn't help but be filled with worry. After all, those were 3 powerful sect masters. Suddenly, ping, 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 ping. A gunshot rang through the night sky. Boom! Another violent explosion followed. Zhang Maocai's pupils shrunk violently. The direction the gunshots came from was exactly where Yi Wuchen and those bad guys were. They have fought. Downtown, 5-star hotels. Ling Rohan, with her female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu, had already arrived in the middle of the hotel to prepare for rest. Lieutenant Wang, you chose a good restaurant today. I was truly surprised to be able to savor such top-notch delicacies in the middle of such a small city. I'm curious about the chef who's cooking tonight. Ling Rohan was still reviewing the deliciousness of the Royal Court restaurant along the way. Wang Xiaoyu said hastily, General, I'll have the owner of the Royal Court Hotel send that cook over tomorrow. Since the general likes it, let that cook for the general every day from now on. Ling Rohan, however, refused. A gentleman does not take a man's love. That chef is bound to be the centerpiece of the Royal Court Hotel, and the hotel still relies on him to run it. How can we rob someone of their financial resources for our own selfish reasons? Wang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Ling Rohan's stunningly beautiful face was showing sorrow at this moment. She sighed. It's a pity that tonight, as delicious as the meal was, it didn't manage to invite Elder Zhang to help out. According to the intelligence, most of those criminals who entered the country this time belong to the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. They can all be mercenaries who have been baptized by countless wars, and are not only well-equipped, but also extremely ferocious. Even the leader of the mercenary group, William, and the famous assassin, Reaper, have infiltrated the territory, and the 2 of them are even at the level of Zhongshi. I really don't know what kind of person could have such a great deal of money to invite so many experts. Still less do we know what kind of important target these powerful people are trying to deal with by entering the country. The fact that so many dangerous people are sneaking into the country is a great concern. And now that Ling Rohan hadn't been able to find help to deal with this hidden danger, she was afraid that she would lose sleep again tonight. At this point, Wang Xiaoyu's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and listened for a while. Then her face changed dramatically. General, something's wrong. Intense gunfire and violent explosions were heard on a national highway on the outskirts of the city. Ling Rohan's spirit, too, instantly tightened. Could it be that those offshore mercenaries have already lurked in Dakan City? Order! Emergency assembly for all. Let's go over to the scene. Chapter 51, A Big Mess. The Disc Road. The sound of gunfire had long since disappeared. It became silent all around. On the road, there were already bodies lying all over the place. Those who died were all those foreign mercenaries. Their guns fell all over the place, and blood flowed slowly on the ground. William and the Reaper, two patriarch-level powerhouses, were already dead at this point. Their eyes were wide and dead. The two murderers who reigned supreme outside of the country were completely surprised that they would die at the hands of an unheard-of kid. Only Huang Ming still has a breath. Don't! Stay away! Huang Ming was already heavily injured, and he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. All he could do at this point was lie on the ground and weakly crawl backwards. Huang Ming's face in particular was filled with horror, as if he had seen something terrifying, and it was the man standing before him that he feared. Leaves without dust. Thermal weapons in this day and age are stronger now than they were 100 years ago. I've heard that there are many more advanced and powerful weapons in this era, so when I have the chance, I'd like to see them. Although these mercenaries were heavily armed, they were still like dirt in front of Yi Wuchen. As for William and Death, they are even worse. Tell me, who sent you? Yi Wuchen looked at Huang Ming and asked coldly. Although Huang Ming had a look of fear on his face, he didn't say a word in the face of Yi Wuchen's questioning. It looked like he wasn't going to betray the man behind the curtain. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. I know if you don't tell me. Last time, in the middle of the Dragon Snake Mountain ancient temple, that fellow known as the King of Terror was sent by you, and there aren't many people in the world who could have known that I would be at the ancient temple that night. If I'm not mistaken, you're Zhao'er's people, aren't you? Huang Ming was shocked at his words, yet he still clenched his teeth, not admitting or denying it. Yi Wuchen continued, Zhao'er thinks I'm old and is testing me by sending a King of Terror, but he's no fool, and after trying it once, he'll never send you losers against me again. If Zhao'er strikes again, it must be when he thinks he can secure a victory. I'm afraid the only people who could be stupid enough to send someone to kill me tonight are his arrogant descendants. An incredulous expression spread across Huang Ming's face as he sniffed. This kid, to his surprise, accurately deduced that the mastermind behind the scenes was Zhao'er's descendant. At this moment, Huang Ming felt horrified. Since you guessed it, then you should understand how powerful our Zhao group is. If you kill me today, our Zhao clan will not let you go. Although you're strong, you're no better than a dog in the eyes of the Zhao family and the Zhao clan. The Zhao family has at least 100 ways to get you killed. It can make you and the people you care about disappear from this world. Now, do you still dare to kill me? By now, Huang Ming could only bring out his own backer in an attempt to deter Yi Wuchen. With the Zhao family's name raised, Huang Ming only felt emboldened. However, Yi Wuchen, laughed out loud. So the Zhao family are also fierce. It's scary. In that case, there's no need for the Zhao family to exist. With that, Yi Wuchen reached out his hand and choked Huang Ming's neck. When Huang Ming saw that Yi Wuchen was not afraid of the Zhao family, his heart rose with boundless fear. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll never know exactly which one of Zhao'er's descendants tried to harm you tonight. You want revenge. You need me. Huang Ming believed that Yi Wuchen would never kill him before asking the mastermind behind the scene. This secret is what keeps him alive. Pity. This time he still guessed wrong. Yi Wuchen's gaze was incomparably cold. What does it matter? All I need to do is kill all of Zhao'er's descendants so that I don't get my revenge. When Huang Ming heard this, his entire body fell into an ice cave. Kill all of Zhao'er's children and grandchildren? Who in the world would dare to have such a big mouth? However, when Huang Ming saw Yi Wuchen's icy cold and incomparable eyes, he couldn't help but believe that the man in front of him really dared to do so. Huang Ming didn't know that over the past 10 million years, the number of people who had died at the hands of Yi Wuchen was uncountable. In ancient times, Yi Wuchen had once destroyed 11 countries at once in a fit of rage, not to mention just exterminating a small family. Such small families are simply insignificant in the long river of history. Spare your life. This was the last voice Huang Ming left in this world. Next moment, click, Yi Wuchen had broken Huang Ming's neck. With a wave of his hand, He threw Huang Ming's body on the ground as if he was throwing a bag of trash. The Zhao family. When really? What a big nerve. Yi Wuchen's head danced with killing intent in his gaze. The Tianji Pavilion Zhao family provoked the first time. The Dragon Snake Mountain provoked the second time. And now they even dared to provoke the third time. These 3 times of provocation had caused Yi Wuchen to completely lose his mercy towards the Zhao family. Suddenly, jingle bells. A cell phone rang from Huang Ming's body. Yi Wuchen retrieved a cell phone from Huang Ming and connected the call. On the other end of the phone, a man's urgent voice immediately came. Uncle Huang, how did it go? Have any of the elders been captured or killed? Yi Wuchen understood that this was the mastermind behind it. Who are you? He asked lightly. The man on the other end of the phone seemed to be slightly stunned after hearing that the one who answered the phone was not Huang Ming. Then only the man was heard to say angrily, I'm Zhao Jiaya. Who are you again? Quickly put Uncle Huang on the phone. Zhao Jiayao still only thought that the one who answered the phone now was some ungrateful little brother under Uncle Huang. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. So it's Zhao Jiayao. I see. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? And ask me who I am? On the phone, Zhao Jiayao's voice finally changed. You're an elder? Uncle Huang and the others did. It wasn't hard to hear that at this moment. Zhao Jiayao was filled with incomparable shock. Yi Wuchen said indifferently, your Uncle Huang is dead. Don't worry. Soon you'll be reunited with him in the netherworld. After saying that, Yi Wuchen hung up the phone. He dropped the phone and stretched. Time to go back to bed. He had to go help someone out of trouble early tomorrow morning. As for the mess here, someone else will clean it up. A night breeze blew. Yi Wuchen disappeared with the night wind. After a while, a footstep came from the distance, only to see Zhang Maokai running over in a hurry. After he saw the dead bodies on the ground, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Oh my god, how many people died? The sight of corpses, weapons and blood brought Zhang Maokai an extremely strong impact. The strong smell of blood made him want to vomit. Right, where's the tall man? Where are the tall people? Higher power. You mustn't be alright. He forced himself to endure his fear and began to search for Yi Wuchen's figure amongst the piles of dead people. He searched for half a day. Blood had stained his clothes and hands red, but he never managed to find Yi Wuchen's body. Couldn't find a higher power? That means, the high man is fine, truly worthy of being a high-ranking person. After killing so many people, he's still able to walk away in one piece. Zhang Maokai was relieved, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be more and more in awe and admiration of Yi Wuchen. But it was at this time, suddenly all that could be heard was the roar of a car. Subsequently, a beam of dazzling light enveloped him, only to see a military vehicle speeding by, from which a heavily armed soldier jumped down. Freeze! Hands up! The soldiers aimed their guns at Zhang Maokai and shouted sternly. Zhang Maokai's head buzzed and became blank. He panicked, now that so many people had died but he was the only one at the scene. It was easy to mistake him for a murderer. Now that's a real mess. Chapter 52, Deeply Hidden Merits and Fame. Just as Zhang Maokai was scared out of his wits by the rows and rows of blackened muzzles, only the door of the automobile opened and 2 old acquaintances stepped out of it. Ling Ruhan and Wang Xiaoyu. Senior Zhang, why are you here? Quickly put away all your guns. And don't be rude to Senior Zhang. Ling Ruhan couldn't help but be shocked after seeing Zhang Maokai clearly. The soldiers hastily put their guns away. Zhang Maokai was relieved and just wanted to explain. Ling Ruhan's line of sight, however, had shifted to the field of dead bodies. The tragic sight now caused Ling Ruhan to suck in a breath as well. Who would have thought that a dozen dead bodies would appear here? They are mercenaries from the Blood Wolf mercenary group outside the country. This is the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, William. This one is the god of death. He actually died here too. Ling Ruhan's tone was filled with endless shock. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. That is the elite division of 100 battles outside the country. Its combat quality is comparable to the regular special forces of many countries. William and Death, on the other hand, were experts at the Zhongshe level. Anywhere in the world these people show up, they can make a mess. Ling Ruhan had even racked her brain to deal with them, and so far she hadn't been able to come up with an effective plan. And now, these people are surprisingly overthrowing the place without making much of a splash? Zhang Maokai hurriedly explained the situation. General Ling, it's like this. Before Zhang Maokai could finish, Ling Ruhan revealed a look of sudden realization. Elder Zhang, I understand. In the next moment, only Ling Ruhan raised her hand and gave a solemn salute to Zhang Maokai. Previously, I asked Senior Zhang to make a move at the Imperial Court Hotel, but Senior Zhang politely declined. At that time, I was still a bit disappointed in Senior Zhang. Now I realize that the reason Senpai refused was because he wanted to solve these criminals by himself silently. I should have thought that since Senior was able to seclude himself in the deep mountains for many years, he must already not care about vanity. That's why Senior is alone and in the dark, willing to be an unsung hero. If we hadn't happened to run into them today, we wouldn't have known who has been silently guarding the people in the shadows. This noble sentiment and character of the Senior is truly a model for my generation. Ling Rohan's eyes were filled with respect. She had already decided that it was Zhang Maokai who had stepped in to solve these criminals. In ancient times, there were chivalrous men who killed a man at 10 steps and left no one behind for 1,000 miles. When the matter is over, he whisks his clothes away and hides his body and name. The Zhang Maokai in front of him is a typical example of the spirit of chivalry inherited from the ancient times. He went out to be chivalrous and righteous, but never publicized his own merits and was willing to remain silent. How could she not admire this quality? Zhang Maokai opened his mouth. He knew that Ling Rohan had misunderstood. But now, he just couldn't explain it with 2 more mouths. Finally, Zhang Maokai could only give up explaining. Sort of a default. He believed that it was all arranged by the higher power. All he had to do was listen to the higher power. At this point, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly came to Ling Rohan's side and said in a low voice, "General, there's a corpse here that you have to see for yourself." Ling Rohan immediately followed Wang Xiaoyu to the corpse, only to see lying on the ground was an old man with a broken neck. It was the dead body of Huang Ming. And why does this old man look so familiar? He seems to be. Ling Rohan abruptly recalled the identity of this old man. She had seen this old man's figure on top of the Zhao group's reception. At that time, this old man was arranging the arrangements at the reception site, just like a butler. Wang Xiaoyu nodded gently. "General, he is the Zhao family's butler, Huang Ming." Wang Xiaoyu had quickly investigated the identity of this old man. Ling Rohan said gruffly, "In this matter, first investigate in secret and don't publicize it. We can't do anything rash until we have hard evidence. The Zhao family, but the richest family. In particular, the Zhao family's power was spread all over the world, and its energy and influence was enormous. If the Zhao family was really involved in these incidents with criminals from outside the country, then Ling Rohan had to be cautious." Wang Xiaoyu led the way. "Don't worry, General. I'll be sure to send reliable people to investigate this matter to the bottom in the shadows." Ling Rohan's eyes looked into the distance, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She couldn't figure out why the Zhao family would collude with these powerful people from outside the country. With the Zhao family's current wealth, is there a need for them to take such a risk? Unless the Zhao family had welcomed a terrifying and powerful enemy. This enemy made the Zhao family feel the pressure. That's why the Zhao family had to bring in strong people to help even at the risk of breaking the law. But what kind of person would be qualified to be an enemy of the Zhao family? This matter, I'm afraid, will not end here. It looks like the city, once again, is facing the elements. In Ling Rohan's heart, a bad feeling could not help but rise. Her eyes flicked to Zhang Maokai, who was not far away. It gradually settled her mind. Fortunately, the city is still guarded by a deeply honorable Jedi Master. With Elder Zhang's help, we'll definitely be able to get through this time. Day 2. Hotel. Early in the morning, Yi Wuchen called Song Ziyan. Not long after, Song Ziyan came to the hotel to pick up Yi Wuchen, and also brought Yi Wuchen soy milk donuts for breakfast. "Brother Yi, to tell you the good news, my mom will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon. By the way, Dr. Su Jia from the hospital asked me to give you a message, hoping that you'll go talk to her sometime." In the car, Song Ziyan said with gusto. Yi Wuchen was puzzled. "I don't know that Su Jia. What is she looking for me to talk about?" Song Ziyan explained. "Dr. Su heard that in the hospital that day. It was after you gave my mom a needle that my mom's condition took a turn for the better. So, she's very curious about you." Yi Wuchen asked rhetorically. "She believes that I cured your mom?" Song Ziyan said truthfully. "Of course I don't believe it. She told me herself that there is no way in the world there is a medical cure for cirrhosis of the liver with a single needle stick. Dr. Su thinks that there must be another reason for my mom's sudden recovery. She just hasn't investigated it yet. That's why she needs to check it out one by one." Speaking of which, even Song Ziyan was puzzled. She likewise couldn't believe that it was Yi Wuchen who cured her mother's illness with a single needle. But the fact that my mother did get better is hard to explain. Yi Wuchen shrugged. "Then what do I have to talk to her about?" "Not going." Song Ziyan revealed a mischievous smile. "Big brother Yi, Dr. Su is a great beauty yo." Yi Wuchen shook his head helplessly. What kind of beauties has he not seen since the beginning of time? I don't know how many national color and beauty of the world had wanted to see him, but couldn't. Did he have to waste time seeing a doctor? Just drive. I have an appointment in the Riverside Garden District. I've got money to make in a hurry, so I can't be late. Yi Wuchen urged. He had, today, promised to help Lin Han solve the trouble at the construction site. Song Ziyan laughed, then stepped on the gas and drove Yi Wuchen towards the Riverside Garden neighborhood. After a while, the two finally reached their destination. What appeared in front of us was a construction site closed off with a green fence. Several residential buildings with the main structure already constructed can also be seen on the site. After Yi Wuchen got out of the car, he glanced towards this construction site and couldn't help but frown slightly. What a heavy resentment. In Yi Wuchen's line of sight, he only saw a layer of grievances like black clouds hanging over this construction site. The source of these grievances is the 7 residential buildings on the site. 7 channels of resentment rose from the bottom of the residential building and filled the site. The feng shui here. There really is something wrong. The grievances are overwhelming. And it's no wonder that this construction site has had a succession of deaths. Only, it's not the natural feng shui that's wrong, but someone has set up a feng shui formation here to artificially change the feng shui of the place. In Yi Wuchen's eyes, the feng shui veins here all became clear, and in a flash, he realized the key here. It's the 7 evil sun and mother fury. Strange, how can there be such an outlawed evil art here? During the Southern Song dynasty, I had already killed all the warlocks who knew this evil art. This kind of evil art should have been cut off from the inheritance long ago. Could it be that, back then, my failure to get rid of the evil led to a leak? The killing intent in Yi Wuchen's eyes flickered. It seems that the only way to know the answer to all the mysteries is to go in and take a look at the eye of the formation. Chapter 53, Master of Feng Shui. The main entrance to the site is nearby. Yi Wuchen explained to Song Zian. Zian, wait for me in the car. It's not convenient for you to go in here. Song Zian was the destiny of the Nining Jade woman and could easily attract trouble. And if she enters this kind of feng shui abnormality and resentment environment, then it's just like lighting a fire into a gasoline barrel, which will surely lead to big trouble. Yi Wuchen also arranged this for Song Zian's safety. Okay, big brother Yi. Song Zian didn't understand, but obeyed. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, came to the gate of the construction site alone. Just see here, there are already 3 people waiting. In a suit, it was none other than Lin Han. There was also a sweet-looking young girl. It's actually the fake anchor woman, Lin Ino. On top of that, yet there was an old man in a Taoist robe. This old man looked like he was in his 60s, but he had white eyebrows and a white beard, and he looked like a Taoist immortal. I'm sorry to keep you bosses waiting. Yi Wuchen greeted him with a smile and a greeting. These people in front of him might be the god of wealth who brought him money. Therefore, Yi Wuchen's attitude towards them was very polite. Lin Han replied politely. It didn't take long, we just got here a little while ago too. Lin Inua, on the other hand, snorted coldly and twisted her head to ignore Yi Wuchen. Apparently, she still had quite a grudge against Yi Wuchen. The old man in the Taoist robe snorted coldly. Mr. Lin, the person you made my old man wait here for half a day is this kid. Ha! Saying that, the old man even looked Yi Wuchen up and down. There's no hair on the side of your mouth. Unsteady pace, flippant and impatient, undressed and ill-mannered. The smile is fake and false. The old man shook his head in disdain as he scowled. Mr. Lin, you even invited this kind of brat to help? If he doesn't come and cause trouble, the old man will thank God. The old man said at the end, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Han's arrangement. Yi Wuchen looked at Lin Han in doubt. I have not offended Lin Han. Do not understand Lin Han find this kind of mouth old man to damage their own why? Lin Han hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi, please forgive me. Things have gotten worse on the site now. And another man died last night, a security guard who was watching the site. If we can't solve this problem, our company will really lose money until we go bankrupt. So to make sure I could handle such a mess, I invited you along with this Master Shi Yanshi. Master Shi's reputation in the feng shui world is very loud, and I spent a lot of money to bring him here from out of town. Yi Wuchen understood as soon as he heard it. It turns out that this Lin Han still cannot trust himself, just in case so also invited another feng shui master. This old man named Shi Yan. He's a competitor. Lin Inua also said in a cold voice. Kid, you cheated me and my brother out of so much money. I won't let you off easily today. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not holding it against you alone either. I've never believed in feng shui fortune telling. I only believe in science. If I find out that someone is faking today, then I will definitely make him lose his reputation and not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Lin Inua's words not only included Yi Wuchen, even Shi Yan was affected. Lin Han hurriedly murmured. Ino, shut up. Lin Inua snorted coldly, and although she didn't say anything, she had a defiant look on her face. Shi Yan laughed. The old man has watched feng shui all his life and has been suspected many times, so how could he have a general understanding with a little girl? Today, I might as well teach you all. In the science of geomancy and geomancy, 10 years to get started, 30 years to understand a little, 50 years to achieve a little, and 70 years to achieve a lot. Why is it taking so long? Because if you want to learn feng shui well, it's not enough to read dead books. You also need to practice what you learn in the books. You must have traveled the world, seen all kinds of mountains and landscapes, recognized all kinds of strange peaks and rocks, flowed through famous rivers, but also tasted the flowing winds and fogs, and even more so, viewed the stars and celestial phases. In ancient times, transportation was not convenient, and feng shui masters often needed to spend more than 10 years in order to find a pulse and explore a cave. It's just that with today's advanced transportation, it takes a long time to make a trip across the country, let alone deep into the mountain wilderness, and that takes even longer. So just by looking at a person's age alone, you can tell how good he is at feng shui. Now it's clear who the liar is, isn't it? Lin Han and Lin Yinhua couldn't help but increase their knowledge by listening. They did not expect that the original feng shui is so difficult to learn to find. In addition to the limitations of talent and effort, it is surprising that it takes a lot of time to travel around to practice. At the same time, the gazes of the two men looking at Yi Wuchen became filled with suspicion. Yi Wuchen, too young, so young that there was absolutely no trace of what a feng shui master should look like. Yi Wuchen, aren't you going to give an explanation? Lin Eno questioned in a loud voice. Yi Wuchen laughed softly. To compare to traveling, then he has traveled too many places. Ordinary people who spend decades of their lives are really limited in the places they can travel. And Yi Wuchen had lived for a long time. What place hadn't he been to? More than that, he has seen flat land turn into hills, and he has seen the sea turn into a mulberry field. Only it was not necessary to say this to those in front of me. By the way, I wonder where the bosses usually eat. Ever heard of a local restaurant called the Royal Court? Yi Wuchen suddenly asked. The three of them were puzzled, not understanding what Yi Wuchen was doing suddenly talking about dinner. Lin Han replied, we're in real estate and we travel around the country a lot and don't really have a regular place to eat. I've heard of the Royal Court Hotel. It's said to be one of the top upscale restaurants in the area. Only, haven't had a chance to taste it yet. Lin Yinhua didn't want to bother with Yi Wuchen at all. She is an anchor by profession and orders takeout more often on weekdays. As for Shi Yan, he's from out of town and doesn't know much about local restaurants. Yi Wuchen, however, pulled out a stack of business cards from his pocket. Several bosses. The meals at the Royal Court restaurant are very tasty, especially during this month. There are very impressive chefs sitting around, and the flavors are guaranteed to please you. When you go to the Royal Court restaurant for dinner, just give my name and there's a discount. Saying that, Yi Wuchen actually started to launch business cards to the three people. These business cards can be last night after he left the disc road specially find someone to order. This time, it caused the three of them to stare blankly, not understanding what trick Yi Wuchen was playing. What's with this guy and selling restaurants? After Lin Han and Lin Yinhua took the business card and confidently took a look at it, the expression on their faces became more and more strange. Hotel chef of the month at the Royal Court Hotel? Aren't you a live fortune teller? How come you're still a chef? The two looked at Yi Wuchen incredulously. There was absolutely no way for them to connect Yi Wuchen with the chef. How many identities does he have? Yi Wudu laughed cheekily. A little bit of skill goes a long way. This master sure. I'll have to give you an extra card. This is my live fortune telling business card with the live room number on it. If your old man comes to me for live fortune telling, I'll give you a 30% discount. Miss Lin and Boss Lin are both my regular customers. You can ask them about my reputation. No one had expected that Yi Wuchen even printed the business card of live fortune telling. Lin Han and Lin Enuo completely froze. This guy, he actually catches a chance to push his business. Shi Yan, on the other hand, was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. How dare someone sell live fortune telling to him? A feng shui master? Ridiculous. Nonsense. Outrageous. Shi Yan roared twice and didn't even take Yi Wuchen's business card. He looked over at Lin Han. Mr. Lin, don't waste your time here. Is your trouble solved by letting this brat run amok? Lin Han awkwardly fetched a few helmets and distributed them to the crowd. Gentlemen, please also follow me into the construction site. Lin Han then led the way in front, leading the crowd into the construction site. This place, it doesn't look much different from any other site. The only difference is that there is no longer a construction worker to be seen here. It was as if there were only 4 people left on the entire site. The crowd had just taken a few steps. Suddenly, Shi Yan suddenly yelled, "Stop! Stop it all!" Chapter 54, The Lion's Bargain. Shi Yan's voice startled Lin Han and Lin Enuo. Master Shi, did you find something? Lin Han couldn't help but ask. Only Shi Yan took out a compass from his pocket. He stared at the pointer on the compass and then walked in all directions as if he was determining his orientation. He then said gruffly, Mr. Lin, this place of yours is full of grievances. If I'm not mistaken, the 10 people who died in your place, their dates of death were on the 4 days of the 9th, 13th, 24th and 28th. When Lin Han heard this, surprise spread across his face. Master Shi really lives up to his name. All the accidents we've strictly blocked out the news. Yet they were still figured out by Master Shi. The dates that Shi Yan had stated were perfectly timed with the dead man's incident. Lin Yinhua was also slightly surprised. It seems that this old man with the white beard has a few skills. Shi Yan held up the compass for a while longer, even pulling out another dragon ruler to help locate it. Then, only his expression became more and more grave. Lin Han asked hurriedly, Master Shi, did you find something? Shi Yan replied seriously, Mr. Lin, you've run into a lot of trouble this time. I'm sure Mr. Lin had a feng shui master look at this property when it was first started. This place to stand to the direction of the prosperous gas is very lucky. Go to the three-pointed octagonal. No airflow rushing break. The east side of the bend embraces the water. The southwest circulation to get the wind. This place is originally a good feng shui land. Once you develop it successfully you are bound to be prosperous. Lin Han's face grew more and more surprised when he heard this. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Master Shi, you are truly divine. That's right. I did have someone look at feng shui in the first place, and that feng shui master said exactly the same thing as you. Lin Yinhua couldn't help but be impressed with Shi Yan as well. To be able to make two different feng shui masters come to the same conclusion, it means that they really do have some attainments in feng shui. Master Shi, if my place is an auspicious place, then why have so many bizarre accidents happened and so many people died? Lin Han pursued in disbelief. Shi Yan explained. That's because the feng shui of your place has been artificially altered by an expert. Someone has set up a very evil feng shui formation here, called the Sun and Mother Bane. As long as this feng shui formation is still in place, then this place will be disturbed by chickens and dogs, the livestock will be frightened, and the 6 gods will not be able to survive. If anyone else lives here permanently, more people will die. Yi Wudu listened with great interest from the sidelines. The old man really has something. He was actually able to know about something like the Sub-Mother Fury. Only Shi Yan could only see the Sun and Mother Fury. But he didn't know that what was being put down here was a more advanced and more evil spell. The 7 evil Sun and Mother Fury. Although there is only a difference of 2 words between the Zimasher and the 7 evil Zimasher, the difference can be huge. A tiny lapse can lead to a huge mistake. Shi Yan made a slight error in judgment. Then it would end up being a different outcome. Lin Han, on the other hand, was completely taken aback. He stated hastily, please also help me, Master Shi, and save the people here as well. As long as Master Shi is willing to make a move, money is definitely not a problem. Lin Han is old-fashioned. He knew that the atmosphere had been baked to this point, so naturally the next step was that it was time to talk about payment. Shi Yan was about to speak. Yi Wuchen, however, suddenly said, I'll charge $30 million, and this matter will definitely be resolved for you. This sudden sentence made everyone freeze. Lin Yinhua immediately said in annoyance, my brother wasn't asking you, so what's your point? And to charge $30 million? You're crazy for money. Lin Han also frowned. $30 million? This guy really has the nerve to ask for a lot of money. Shi Yan also had anger welling up in his chest. He had always looked down on Yi Wuchen, only thinking that Yi Wuchen was nothing more than a scum of the feng shui industry. There is no real talent, yet they come to blight the reputation of the profession. At this time, Yi Wuchen opened his mouth for $30 million, which further annoyed Shi Yan. Shi Yan is a famous senior in the feng shui world. If his charges were lower than this latecomer's, wouldn't it be rumored for people to laugh at? But it would be unrealistic for him to charge more. After all, $30 million, which is already a huge amount of money. Even the top masters in the feng shui world didn't dare to easily ask for so much. Brother, we'll ask Master Shi for help. This Yi Wuchen is simply a liar. He only bluffs and cheats. Lin Yinhua huffed. Shi Yan also clenched his teeth, not caring about his face, and said, Mr. Lin, I'll only charge $3 million. I'd rather give up this face, but I will definitely not let these industry scum have their way. Lin Han's heart fluttered. 3 million and 30 million. That's a tenfold difference. The site has been seriously delayed by the continuous deaths that have led to such a long shutdown. This has made the Riverside Gardens neighborhood project already less profitable. If we really pay $30 million, then this project might even lose money. Lin Han pondered briefly and finally made up his mind. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. $30 million is already really beyond my capacity. I won't let Mr. Yi run for nothing either. There's a red packet of 60,000 here. Please accept it with a smile. Saying that, Lin Han took out a red packet as compensation for Yi Wuchen's trip here. Yi Wuchen, however, refused. A red envelope is not necessary. I don't take money when things don't work out. Since Boss Lin already has someone in mind, I'll take my leave. If Boss Lin changes his mind at any time, he can also contact me at any time. Saying that, Yi Wuchen was about to walk towards the outside of the construction site. but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again and looked at Shi. Master Shi, let me interject one more thing. What this place has been put under isn't a simple Zimmerbane, it's a 7 evil Zimmerbane. You don't have enough kung fu. You mustn't move lightly in the buried corpse site. If you do move, then I'll send you a word of advice. Great evil in the south and great good fortune in the north. 1 step and 3 retrospectives will turn evil into good fortune. After saying that, Yi Wuchen turned around and left. Until Yi Wuchen had already disappeared. Lin Han and Lin Yinhua still hadn't understood Yi Wuchen's words. Lin Han couldn't help but ask, Master Shi, what does he mean by that? Shi Yan grunted coldly. It's just a trick. I've never heard of any 7 evil sons and daughters fury, but since this kid knows how to bury corpses in the ground, it looks like he more or less knows a little bit of feng shui skin. A brat who dares to say he doesn't have enough power. Shi Yan had already decided that after the matter here was resolved, he would definitely ask the National Feng Shui Masters Association to blacklist Yi Wuchen in the industry and make it public. Lin Han hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, but he couldn't help but mutter in his mind. The fact that even Shi Yan said that Yi Wuchen knew something about feng shui, coupled with Yi Wuchen's confident attitude, always gave Lin Han some bad feeling in his heart. Shi Yan, however, had already accounted for it. Mr. Lin, please call a few workers over. We're going to do some digging later. As long as we find the burial site and dig up the skeletons, then we've broken the formation. When the time comes to try to change the feng shui of your place back, it will be a breeze. Lin Han didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly called to mobilize manpower and instruments. The other side. Yi Wuchen had left the construction site and returned to the cab. Inside the cab, Song Zian, who had been waiting, was watching the video on her cell phone. What are you looking at? So serious. Yi Wuchen opened his mouth and asked. Song Zian replied excitedly. Brother Yi, our city has made big news again. Do you remember the man you saw at the Royal Court Hotel last night? It's Senior Zhang Maokai, the one in the world, who dined with General Ling. You are unaware that Elder Zhang did another great thing last night. He went so far as to eliminate a group of criminals infiltrating from outside the country all by himself. The one in there named William and the one named Death are both top-notch powerhouses at the Zhongshu level. Heavens, Senior Zhang is simply too powerful, worthy of being the number 1 in the world. And last night I was able to meet him in person and it was just so exciting. He's now, like, my idol. Chapter 55, Digging Up the Dead. Song Zian, however, did not realize that the number 1 in the world that she admired was actually achieved by this man beside her. And all those credits that the first in the world had made came from this man. Yi Wuchen also opened his cell phone and glanced at the news. Only the news only broadcasted the deaths of those mercenaries, William and the Grim Reaper. As for that Huang Ming, there was no half news. It seems that the Zhao family is now powerful and scary. Yi Wuchen already understood at a glance that someone had hidden the news of Huang Ming's death in order to try to avoid involving this matter with the Zhao family. The power of the Zhao family made some people afraid to do anything rash against them. By the way, Big Brother Yi, aren't you here to help people with feng shui? How come you've been in there not even a few minutes and you're out? Song Zian asked suspiciously. She didn't know anything about feng shui, but she did know that reading feng shui wasn't something that could be fixed in a few minutes. Yi Wuchen replied, the others couldn't see me. They picked an old man named Shi Yan. Song Zian sniffed and laughed. It's not normal for others to not see you. After all, you're so young and you don't look like you know too much about feng shui. And that Master Shi Yanshi is very famous. Many big bosses like to hire him for feng shui. I heard that he is also the disciple of the living god. Yi Wuchen was a bit surprised when he heard this. Shi Yan is actually still Su Shimin's disciple? This is something that Lin Han and Shi Yan themselves have not said. Big Brother Yi, then are we going back? Song Zian asked while preparing to start the car. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his hand. Take it easy. In a little while, they'll be begging me to go back and help. Although the words were like this, but in fact, the trouble in the Riverbank Garden District, even if no one invited Yi Wuchen, he would definitely step in. The 7 evil sons and mothers fiend is an evil technique that harms the heavens and extinguishes human nature. Yi Wuchen would not stand idly by since he had encountered it. Song Zian, however, didn't believe it at all. Big Brother Yi, don't brag. They even invited a famous feng shui master like Master Shi. Would they still need you? Yi Wuchen didn't bother to explain more. Just wait and see. When he finished, he slumped back in his chair and closed his eyes, waiting patiently. Jingle bells. Song Zian's cell phone that was on a cell phone holder rang. She casually picked up the phone and let it go before turning it on externally. As a cab driver, Song Zian knew that it was not safe to talk on the phone with one hand, so whenever she was in the car she preferred to talk through her voice outwardly. Mom, what's up? Song Zian asked. Turns out the caller was, well, it was her mom, Lan Zhang. Zhang Lan's voice soon sounded. Zian, where are you? Song Zian replied. Mom, I'm here at the construction site of the Riverside Garden District. I sent Brother Yi over. Who knew that as soon as these words came out, Zhang Lan's displeased voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. What? You're still with that loser? The kind of man who has no money, no job, no diploma, no family background whatsoever. You'll only pull down your class with him. Men like that are simply the lowest form of trash in society. Zian, Mom can warn you, you should ignore him from now on. Zhang Lan's voice was sharp and piercing. Song Zian's face reddened as soon as she heard it. She awkwardly glanced towards Yi Wuchen and made an expression expressing her apology. She then rushed to the phone to alert it. Mom, what are you talking about? Big Brother Yi is awesome. He cooked a great meal yesterday, and got rave reviews from Le Shui, Uncle Lo, and his head chef, but all the guests who have eaten his food have been raving about it. The other person, Uncle Lo, even asked Brother Yi to help train chefs for his family's restaurant. And today, Big Brother Yi even came to help people with their feng shui. Song Zian was really afraid of her mom's nonsense again, and hurriedly explained that Yi Wuchen was actually very capable, and not as bad as her mom said. Who knows? Zhang Lan became even more angry when he heard this. Isn't he just a cook? What's the big deal? Zian, you're so pretty. You should marry a big boss in the future. But Mom made it clear to you that I will never allow you to marry a cook. He still reads feng shui? Surprisingly, he's also a charlatan who engages in feudal superstition. My God, are you trying to piss me off? Mom will never allow you to associate with such a liar. You cut off all relations with him at once. Zhang Lan's curses were thieving. If she had been there, she could have spit in someone's face. Song Zian really couldn't take it anymore. She could only tell the truth. Mom, you stop it. Big Brother Yi is right next to me. I'm still embarrassed if you're not. She only wished to let Zhang Lan know that Yi Wuchen had heard all of this, thus making Zhang Lan shut up in shame for knowing that he was rude. But Zhang Lan didn't care about politeness. So what if that punk is next to you? Even if that punk was in front of me, I'd curse him just the same. I will never allow such useless men to pester my daughter and ruin her future. Zian, you come back immediately now. Tonight, Mom set you up on a blind date. The man's family is the owner of a gas station, so he's rich. After you've come to see these quality rich kids, you'll surely not be able to look at those trash who do nothing and loaf around all day. Tonight at 6 p.m. at Song Zian finally couldn't stand it anymore. She hurriedly reached out and hung up the phone, lest Zhang Lan would say anything rude again. As the phone hung up and Zhang Lan's voice disappeared, the entire carriage fell silent. Song Zian also took a long breath. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I apologize for my mom. She's just too much of a badass for that one. Song Zian was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled lightly and waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. He had lived for so long, and had long been accustomed to seeing all kinds of mercenary villains, as well as all kinds of snobs, and all kinds of shameless people who were envious of others. People like Zhang Lan were not yet worthy of his heart at all. At this point, only a roar could be heard outside the car. Yi Wuchen twisted his head, only to see a trailer pulling a small excavator was entering the construction site. At the same time a team of workers entered with the trailer with tools such as wind turbines, shovels and hose. Looks like I won't have to wait long. Yi Wuchen understood that Shurian still hadn't listened to Yi Wuchen's advice and had decided to move the buried corpse site. After they had tasted the bitterness, they would naturally come back for Yi Wuchen. Site. Inside an unfinished residential building, Lin Han, Lin Enuo, Shurian and that team of transferred workers gathered in the first floor hall. Shurian finally determined the location by using the dragon-seeking ruler. This is it. Dig towards here and stop when you get something. Shurian pointed to the concrete floor in the center of the hall. Lin Han waved his hand towards the workers, who immediately took action. Rumble. The concrete floor was quickly broken up with the work of the wind cannon machine. The mini excavator then followed, and a large amount of dirt and rocks were quickly excavated. The workers kept working and a large pit 5 or 6 meters deep was soon dug out in the middle of the hall. Suddenly, the workers digging in the deep pit suddenly let out a shriek, and then they were only seen crawling out of the deep pit in terror. Mr. Lin, it's not good. Digging into the dead. Chapter 56, The Land of Great Murder. Accompanied by the shouts of the workers, Lin Han, Shurian, and Lin Enuo looked towards the large pit, only to see a sack appear in the middle of the dirt. The sack was bulging, and it seemed to contain something, while a miserable white human hand unexpectedly stretched out from among the broken holes of the sack. Yikes! Lin Enuo shrieked in fright, and her pretty face was covered in fear. Lin Han said with a frown, No, you go out first. He then rushed to the workers and instructed them, You guys go get some men and bring that bag up to me. The workers looked embarrassed, and it was clear that no one wanted to get into this bad luck. Instead, Lin Han promised 5,000 reward for one person, with money as a reward. The construction workers then let loose. They re-jumped down into the deep pit, then dragged the sack back up out of the dirt to the surface. The two workers lifted the bottom of the sack and lifted it with force, and a ghastly white body fell out of the sack. This time, everyone let out a gasp once again. Although Lin Inua was scared, she insisted on staying and looked curiously. This look left a shadow in Lin Inua's heart. Just the body. It was horrible. It was a woman's body. Her face was contorted, her eyes bulging and widening, and her mouth was wide open and cloaked. In particular, her stomach was surprisingly high, and she was actually a pregnant woman. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. It was now broad daylight though, close to midday, but as the woman's body was dug up, everyone seemed to feel as if their surroundings had become a few degrees more chilly and creepy. Shi Yan came to the female body to check it out, then replied with certainty. The body has been in the ground for at least 2 years, but it is stiff but not rotting. No insects or ants dare to violate it, and it looks as if it has just died not long ago. That's right, it's the Zimmer Fury. Lin Han couldn't stand the corpse odor emanating from the female corpse. He took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, then asked, Master Shi, what does it mean to be a Zimmering Fury? Shi Yan explained, the Sun and Mother Fury is an evil art that harms the heavens and the earth. It requires the death of a pregnant woman with 2 bodies to be refined, to cause a pregnant woman to die a horrible and painful death, and the fetus to die in her womb. When the fetus is in full term and on the verge of delivery, and it has to be forced to die or killed artificially and with a grudge. In this way the pregnant woman and the fetus will become a kind of evil creature called the Zimu Fury, and because the Sun and Mother Bane is so heavy with grievances, once it is applied to the feng shui formation, the effect is very obvious and effective. When the crowd heard this, they only felt a tingle in their scalps. What kind of unscrupulous person would do such an evil thing? Instead, Shi Yan grabbed a handful of soil brought out by the corpse and placed it in his hand for a closer look. He sniffed the soil, then rubbed his fingers together again. Then Shi Yan said, this dirt, too, has problems. Lin Han sniffed and crouched down to check the soil. He's in real estate and is very familiar with building materials. This appears to be swamp sludge. Asterisk. Silt is not allowed to be used as backfill. It will affect the quality of the project. Which backfilled here? Spare the always civilized Lin Han. Also at this time cannot help but burst foul language. Shi Yan said, that's right, the swamp silt is the een-raising soil. As the saying goes, burying a corpse with a son or mother's curse. 100 rebirths of grievances. The wind hides the earth and nourishes the een, and the immortals avoid it 3 times. Using this kind of earth to raise the Zimasher can make the Zimasher resentment continue to accumulate and coalesce, becoming more and more powerful. Again, it's a Zimu siren, and it's a een nourishing earth, and it's also located right at the key place of this feng shui bureau. All of this, it's definitely not a coincidence. Mr. Lin, someone started laying out a plan against you 2 years ago when the earth was backfilled. Did you offend someone? Lin Han seemed to think of something when he heard this. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say a word, as if he had something difficult to say. Shi Yan, of course, had the good sense not to pursue the matter further. He simply said, I don't care what kind of grudge you have against others. People who use evil arts like Zimmer Fury lose their conscience. Now that the Sun and Mother breaks have been dug out of the ground, the feng shui of the place has been restored and the crisis has been lifted. Just call the police for the rest. Lin Han was delighted at his words. Master Shi, are you saying that trouble is close? We're not going to continue to have people die on this site? Shi Yan stroked his long beard and nodded slightly. Of course, with the old man himself, Mr. Lin can rest assured. The Zimmer Fury is full of evil. It's fortunate that Mr. Lin invited the old man to keep an eye on it in the first place. Otherwise, if Mr. Lin invites that brat to solve the problem, I'm afraid he won't be able to solve this problem and will make things worse. When Lin Han heard this, he was also extremely glad that he had chosen the right person. That solved the problem and saved a ton of money. Otherwise, if Yi Wuchen was invited, then whether the matter could be solved or not was another story, and it would also cost 10 times the expenses. This choice, worth it. Okay, everyone out. Get 2 men to cordon off the scene and keep anyone away. I'll call the police later, but don't let anyone spoil the scene. Lin Han began to greet the workers and started to move. He was about to leave with Shi Yan when he turned his head and realized that Lin Inua was still standing in the same place. Only Lin Inua was motionless, her eyes staring straight at the corpse of the pregnant woman on the ground, not even blinking. Lin Han sighed in his heart. The gruesome corpse of a pregnant woman must have struck her sister's simple mind so hard that she was half awake. Enoch, It's okay, don't feel too bad. I believe the police will catch the murderer and do justice to the deceased. Let's get out first. Lin Han stepped forward and patted Lin Yinua's shoulder, wanting to take her away. But who knows? Lin Yinua jerked her head around and looked straight at Lin Han. Her expression, surprisingly, became twisted and terrifying. In particular, her eyes seemed to be filled with endless resentment. Hiss! Lin Han only felt a chill go straight to his head. That look in his own sister's eyes sent chills down his spine. No. What happened to you? He couldn't help but inquire. Next, however, Lin Yinua suddenly raised her hands and ruthlessly choked Lin Han's neck. At the same time, her mouth unexpectedly let out an incomparably mournful scream. Die! Go to hell! Die! Lin Yinua seemed to go crazy at this moment. She desperately pressed hard on Lin Han's throat, as if she wanted to strangle Lin Han alive. Lin Han was pinched so hard that his mouth grew up breathing hard, and his face turned purple. He waved desperately at the workers around him. Quickly! Pull! Her! Come on! The workers reacted and rushed forward to pull Lin Yinua away. Lin Yinua was still struggling desperately, but she was just a little girl. How could her strength compare to that of these construction workers who did heavy physical labor? Go to hell! Dead! The resentment in her eyes was immense, and she screamed repeatedly. The workers who were forcibly pulling her were all a little pale with fear when they heard this scream. Lin Han couldn't help but breathe heavily after getting out of the trap, and he felt shivering as he looked at his sister's crazy look in amazement. Master Shi, how did my sister suddenly become like this? Lin Han couldn't help but ask Shi Yan. He knew that his sister had been mentally normal since she was a child and would never suddenly go crazy. Suddenly, a horrified yelp sounded again. Ghost! There's a ghost! A construction worker was seen with a horrified look on his face, as if he had seen something that no one else could see. Stay back! Don't you come any closer! He then lifted the shovel in his hand and desperately swung it haphazardly toward the air in front of him. The rest of the workers looked at each other in disbelief, no one knowing exactly what he had seen. Shi Yan also had a confused look on his face at this time. How could this happen? He hastily pulled the compass out of his pocket and looked at it carefully. This look caused a fine layer of sweat to instantly appear on his forehead. It can't be. Impossible. The Sun and Mother Fury has obviously been dug out of the place where I buried the corpse. The feng shui here should be normal. Why? Has the resentment here suddenly become 7 times heavier? Why are all the grievances converging towards here? Subsequently, he hurriedly grabbed Lin Han's arm. Mr. Lin, let's go. The feng shui in this building has reversed, and it has turned into a place of extreme evil. The grievances here are so thick and heavy that a person's brain will be victimized by the grievances if they are in such an environment, thus creating all sorts of horrifying hallucinations and leading to dangerous actions. If we don't leave quickly, I'm afraid that we will also meet an untimely end. Chapter 57, Business Card to the Rescue. Hearing Shi Yan's words, Lin Han completely panicked. He hurriedly called out to all of them. Everyone get out with us. Get out now. Take all those who are in hallucinations with you. Make sure you protect my sister. Don't hurt her. With a wave of his hand, Lin Han took a group of people and ran towards the outside of the building. The exit of this rough building wasn't far away, and it was only about 10 meters from the crowd. Everyone spread their legs and desperately ran wildly towards the gate. They were panting and sweating and had been running for almost a minute or so, but when they looked up, the gate was surprisingly still 10 meters ahead of them, as if they had run half a day without even getting one step closer to the gate. What's going on here? We've been running for so long. We should have gotten to the gate long ago, but why? It feels as if we're still in the same place? Whatever. Keep running. Must run out. Although Lin Han was puzzled, he commanded the crowd to continue sprinting towards the gate, but time passes slowly. The crowd had been running for almost 10 minutes or so, and finally everyone couldn't run anymore, and they stopped breathing heavily. However, the gate, remained still 10 meters ahead of them. They, on the other hand, are surprisingly still in place. This bizarre phenomenon made everyone feel an extreme panic. A short distance of 10 or so meters. They ran as hard as they could but couldn't even shorten it by a hair. This has completely gone beyond their knowledge. Master Shi, how did this happen? Lin Han could only ask Shi Yan. Shi Yan's face also became very ugly. This is bad. The grievances that are so thick here as to be terrifying have affected our brains, thus causing all our senses to be disorganized. We were affected by severe hallucinations that caused us to feel like we were desperately trying to escape, yet we remained in the same place. That's what folk often call ghosts hitting the wall. The so-called ghosts hit the wall is a person walking at night or in the countryside, because of some reasons lead to self-perception fuzzy, feel clearly forward, but always in the same place in a circle of the weird situation. It feels as if there is an invisible wall in front of you, making you keep walking but never get out. Once he heard this, Lin Han was truly scared. Sure, Master, sure. What should we do now? Either or I'll call my men to rescue us. He couldn't help the tremor in his voice. How had Lin Han ever encountered such a horrifying and bizarre sight in his life? Shi Yan shook his head gravely. Can't call anyone. Even if ordinary people came in, they wouldn't be able to help us. Instead, they'd still be trapped in the ghostly wall like us. When the time comes, I'm afraid it will lead to more deaths and injuries. Lin Han's head was spinning. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. What the hell are we going to do? Shi Yan continued. Unless, have to call in the professionals to save us. But if even I can't solve the problem, I'm afraid no one else in the world can either. My master definitely counts as one. But my master has been out of the world for years, and I can't reach him at all, Shi Yan said at the end of his sentence. His face was so grave that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. At this moment, he couldn't help but panic. Lin Han, however, suddenly had a flash of insight. Professionals? Isn't Yi Wuchen a professional? He asked hastily. Master, sure. Do you remember when Yi Wuchen left, didn't he say something about how you don't have enough kung fu and that the burial site must not be touched lightly? He also gave you a piece of advice afterward. What did that advice say? Let's just follow that advice and we'll be able to get out of here. Lin Han originally didn't understand feng shui terms, and with this shock, he had completely forgotten Yi Wuchen's original words. However, Shi Yan looked embarrassed. How could the old man listen to the guidance of a brat? What he said, the old man didn't even listen attentively, let alone memorize. Shi Yan was already unhappy with Yi Wuchen, so of course he wouldn't listen to Yi Wuchen's advice. The three people who were in the first three games, Lin Han and Shi Yan didn't remember, and Lin Yinhua had already fallen into a hallucination. So this time Yi Wuchen's advice couldn't be counted on at all. Suddenly, a scream came. The crowd craned their heads to look, only to see Lin Yinhua unexpectedly open her mouth and bite a worker's arm. Hard tore a piece of meat from the worker's arm now. The worker's wound bled profusely and he screamed in pain, while Lin Yinhua still had resentment in her eyes. Her mouth let out a weird laugh. Ha 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 ha. Die. You're all going to die. Blood still dripped from the side of her mouth, and vicious curses issued along with a strange laugh. Such a scene made everyone's scalp numb. Follow. Only another worker suddenly shrieked as well. You're a ghost. You're killing me. I'll kill you first. He was seen swinging his shovel, and then he smashed it hard towards the head of another companion beside him. Boo! The shovel struck his companion hard in the head. Fortunately, the companion with a helmet. This shovel smashed to not be injured. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Apparently the worker, who had gone mad, was also caught up in a horrific hallucination. Seeing this, the rest of the workers were frightened and rushed up to hold him down firmly. The disorders have gotten worse. Yet everyone is stuck here, waiting to die. Don't! Let's not die here. Mr. Lin, we are your workers. You must save us. In a little while, if more people go crazy, we won't really be able to control it. The workers were so scared that they were on the verge of crying out, and they kept turning to Lin Han, their main centerpiece, for help. Lin Han watched this in disbelief. What can he do? Just then, two more workers fell into a hallucination and began to go crazy, wrestling with each other and beating each other's heads off. Things have gotten completely out of hand. Lin Han Fear finally lost his patience and sanity as well. He reached out and grabbed Shi Yan's collar angrily. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The other Yi Wuchen clearly said that you don't have enough kung fu and told you not to move the burial site, but you refused to listen, leading to the current situation. It's all your own fault. I'm telling you, if something happens to my sister and everyone else here today, then the responsibility is all yours. I should have known that I would have paid 10 times the price to hire Yi Wuchen to help me, instead of hiring you, this useless old mallet. Lin Han grabbed Shi Yan's collar and kept shaking it. Shi Yan, a skinny old man, was shaken around and was almost knocked out by Lin Han. If anyone had dared to call him a useless old mallet in normal times, he would have burst into a rage long ago. But now, he also realized that it was his own failure to learn his skills that led to harming everyone. In the midst of their entanglement, a piece of paper was also shaken out of Lin Han's pocket and fell to the ground. Lin Han's eyes snapped open when he saw the piece of paper. He hurriedly picked up the piece of paper and called out excitedly, "This is the business card Mr. Yi just sent me. It's got his contact info on it." Lin Han had previously been in contact with Yi Wudu in the webcast room. If he hadn't relied on this business card, Lin Han really wouldn't have been able to find Yi Wuchen's phone number. Great! We're saved! I'm going to call him and ask him to come and save us. Chapter 58. Just a moment. Inside the cab. Jingle bells. Yi Wuchen's cell phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? He picked up the phone and asked. On the other side of the phone, Lin Han's urgent voice immediately came. Mr. Yi, something's wrong. We've hit a ghost wall and everyone's trapped in building 7. Many people went crazy. Even my sister became unhinged. I was unintelligent before. Please don't forget about Mr. Yi. I'm willing to pay $30 million to ask for your hand. Please come and save us, or else we'll really die here. Lin Han's voice on the phone was on the verge of tears. Yi Wuchen replied, Boss Lin, wait. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Yi Wuchen hung up the phone. He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. Song Zian on the side asked curiously, what are you going to do? Yi Wuchen grinned. It's on. He quickly left the cab and headed quickly into the construction site. Although he didn't know exactly which building was the 7th building Lin Han was talking about. As soon as he looked at the feng shui changes in the middle of this construction site, he immediately locked the location. Only the burial ground under one building had been touched, causing the building to be haunted by an unbelievably strong aura of resentment. This resentment was too thick, even so thick that an ordinary person who looked closely for a moment could find the building surrounded by what seemed like a thin layer of black mist. At that moment, Yi Wuchen accelerated his steps and walked towards the inside of this building. In the middle of the building's lobby, Lin Han and Shi Yan looked around in horror. There were screams and roars all around. Already, more and more workers were falling into hallucinations, and they either started beating each other up, or started hurting themselves, or performing actions that no normal person could even fathom. Everything has been completely messed up. A few people who were caught in the illusion began to turn their attention to Lin Han and Shi Yan. Die! Die! Lin Enual walked at the front, staring at Lin Han and Shi Yan with incomparable resentment. There is no one left to control her today because everyone else has gone crazy. Several workers also held shovels and hoes and surrounded towards Lin Han and Shi Yan with grim faces. What do you want? No, come to your senses. Lin Han couldn't help but yell towards these people. His shouts, however, were so feeble at this time. Go to hell! With a scream from Lin Enuo, she led the workers to pounce towards Lin Han and Shi Yan. The shovels and hoes in their hands, too, slammed ferociously toward the two men. Lin Han and Shi Yan's eyes couldn't help but show thick despair. Suddenly, only a voice suddenly rang out. A clear mind is like water. Clear water is the mind. The breeze does not rise. The waves are not alarmed. You take to sit alone. Long whistling and sounding the chin. Zen silence heart technique, heart as clear as ice. All things are especially quiet, heart desirable for the quietness of the air. Flying flowers and falling leaves. My feelings are overflowing. My intentions are uncontrollable. And the sky is wide open. Meditation decision ice cold for 1,000 years. Share and forget things to enter into the Jing. And the poisonous dragon disappears. I have no tricks in my mind. And the sky is the limit. I am righteous. And the ghosts are frightened. I am overflowing with emotion. And heaven and earth return to me. Aichi Yanda. The water rises. The sky is high and the water is flowing. Freshness governs. The straight path seeks the body. To the nature and to the good. The way is heavenly. Along with this voice, it was as if a power that could stabilize people's hearts filled the hall. The people who were originally still going crazy because they were caught up in the hallucination felt like they were being doused with a handful of water from the head, making them instantly calm and clear. The madness in Lin Eno's and the workers' eyes quickly faded, and they looked around blankly before they began to become lucid. What just happened? It's like I'm seeing so many horrible things that are trying to kill me. I think I was just fighting one of those ghostly things. When did I get the shovel in my hand? The crowd looked around suspiciously. Lin Inua also shivered in fear after she came back to her senses. In a moment just now, she only felt as if her consciousness had turned into another person's. It's a woman. She had a happy family and was pregnant, with a little life on the way. But who knows? But a group of bad people killed her family, and also abused and tortured her all the way to death. Even the little life in her belly was not born before she died. She hates it so much. She's so spiteful. She wants to kill all those who killed her. But she didn't know where the bad guys were, and she then in her resentment just wanted to kill everyone alive. Woohoo! Lin Inua cried at the horrible feeling. All of that woman's feelings, she felt them all. Thankfully, that feeling had now faded as if it were a tidal wave the moment that voice had sounded. Shi Yan, on the other hand, was surprised. This is the meditation spell. It turns out that through the meditation mantra, it's possible to bring people in the midst of a grievance illusion to their senses. I've gained insight again today. Lin Han, on the other hand, turned his head and looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a familiar silhouette that was smilingly walking towards him. It's Yi Wuduan. The moment he saw Yi Wuchen, Lin Han almost cried out, Mr. Yi, you're finally here. If you had come a few seconds later, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen me for the rest of your life. Lin Han couldn't help but cry tears of joy as he walked on the edge of life and death. Yi Wuchen walked over and said suspiciously, Boss Lin, I knew something would happen to you guys before I left, so I've already left you a way to crack it. Why are you guys still screwed up? Lin Han and Shi Yan couldn't help but have embarrassed expressions spread across their faces. They had long forgotten what Yi Wuchen said at that time. Yi Wuchen took a look and roughly guessed the situation. Hey, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll lose out now. Yi Wuchen shook his head inside. Shi Yan was not happy. How dare this young boy call himself old man in front of an old man like him? Kid, even the old man can't crack the feng shui formation here. Could it be that you have the ability to crack it? He asked defiantly. Yi Wuchen returned. If I wasn't capable, then you wouldn't have the life to talk to me right now. Shi Yan was slightly annoyed. He wanted to argue, but had no way to do so. After all, just now, it was indeed Yi Wuchen who had saved his old life by reciting the Jing Xin mantra. A silhouette suddenly ran to Yi Wuchen's side and tightly grabbed his sleeve. It's Enoch Lin. Yi Wuchen, take us out of here. It was horrible. It was really horrible just now. Whoa, Lin Inua cried like a pear, when she fell into the hallucination just now. The pain of being abused to death, the endless resentment of the dead against the living, and the grief and indignation of wanting to take revenge but being unable to do anything about it. All sorts of horrible negative emotions had already left a deep shadow in her heart. Until now, her petite body was still trembling unceasingly. Yi Wuchen nodded. Follow me and I'll get you out of here before you say anything. With that, he was about to lead the crowd away. But it was at this time. Jingle bells. A phone rang. It was Yi Wuchen's cell phone ringing. Just a moment. Yi Wuchen told the crowd to settle down a bit. Then he took out his cell phone and connected the call. The crowd was dumbfounded with anxiety. In such a dangerous time, this guy has time to answer the phone? Hey, who is it? Yi Wuchen had asked at the cell phone. On the other end of the line, however, came a pale voice. Senior, a whole 100 years, didn't get to hear your voice anymore. Chapter 59. Hello, who is it? The voice on the other end of the line seemed breathless. Yi Wuchen said impatiently. I'll hang up without saying who it is. There's work to be done here. From time immemorial, there have been more people who have called him master than I can count. Even those that survive to this day. There are at least a few more. Yi Wuchen didn't care who it was. The voice on the other end of the phone got anxious, as if he knew Yi Wuchen would really hang up. Master, is me, Zhao 100 years ago, Master's bookkeeper, Xiao Zhao. The one who called was, surprisingly, Zhao the richest man in the country. Yi Wuchen let out an "Oh, Cho, what's the matter?" Long story short, I'm busy. And the people around Yi Wuchen heard this and were dying of anger. You know you're busy, don't you? There are so many people here waiting for you to save their lives. I can't believe you're still on the phone. If this group of people knew that Yi Wuchen was talking to the richest man in the world, Zhao then their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Mr. Yi, can you take us out before you call? We don't want to stay in this place for a minute. We're really getting antsy now. Lin Han couldn't help but step forward and ask. Shi Yan, Lin Enuo and a group of workers were in the same mood. Yi Wuchen, however, waved his hand, signaling everyone not to rush. On the phone, Zhao had spoken. Master, my grandson Zhao Jiaya offended you 2 days ago. I apologize to you for him. Yi Wuchen smiled at his words. So it's really your grandson's doing. Little thing. If you're sincere in your apology, just bring his head. His words, though, were spoken lightly. The last sentence, however, was full of harsh killing intent. Zhao knew in his heart that these words were definitely not a joke. His lordship, he never practices what he preaches. Your lordship is joking. Zhao deliberately pretended to be confused. After all, how could he possibly kill his own grandson with his own hands and use his grandson's head but apologize to someone? Master, 100 years ago was like a peak, so that Zhao could only look up. But today, 100 years later, Cho Erha, who has become the richest man in the world, has the ambition to climb to the top of the mountain. This peak was no longer as daunting to him as it had been 100 years ago. Suddenly, a scream exploded. Ah! It's Enoch Lin, only to see her point in horror to a nearby corner. Did you guys see that? There's a woman there. It's the dead woman. In the middle of Lin Inua's line of sight, a long-haired woman with miserable white skin and a big belly was standing in a dark corner looking at her morosely. And when the bystanders looked for the sound, they couldn't see anything. Shi Yan gruffly said, although the meditation spell keeps Ms. Lin safe for a while, as long as she stays longer, she'll still continue to suffer from the effects of her resentment. Now it seems that she's already hallucinating again. We have to get her out of here quickly. Those who are physically strong will resist the resentment for a longer period of time. Lin Inua was the only weak woman present. Plus she had long been scared out of her wits, so the strong resentment here quickly eroded her again. Lin Han hurriedly continued to urge Yi Wuchen. Mr. Yi, please take us away quickly. Yi Wuchen was really annoyed by the noise. He strides toward the outside of the building as he talks on the phone. The crowd rushed to follow. But the spooky ghosting has happened again. Everyone, no matter how they walked, never made it to the front door. Except for Yi Wuchen. As he made the call, he made his way to the outside of the building. It was as if that ghostly wall could have no effect on him at all. When I came outside, it was finally quiet. Yi Wuchen also understood Zhao Er's meaning as he laughed. I'm kidding? I think you're the one who's joking. Cho, you remember, you've got 7 days left. Not a day more, not a day less. 7 days from now, I'll be waiting for you where we first met. Bring your family along. I'd like to see how flighty they really are. Yi Wuchen had asked Zhao Tianji to bring a message back to meet with Zhao Er 10 days later. Now, it is the third day. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Only then did Zhao Er continue to speak. Master, do you really want to drive out all the people? A hint of anger was brought into his voice. Yi Wuchen laughed. Cho, don't talk nonsense. You've been with me for so long. You know me, and I'm a man who leaves things open. Let's put it this way. As long as your Zhao family disperses their wealth, then you can keep a peace. Look, how's it going? Zhao Er sneered twice. The Zhao family had already become the richest family, so how could they possibly dissipate their wealth and give up their riches? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Life in this world is not just a fight for glory and wealth. Who in this world would willingly give up riches and honor? Your lordship, you are joking again. If my Zhao family runs out of money, then I am only afraid that I will die faster. Zhao Er gave a reply. The means by which the Zhao family had amassed their wealth over the years were not honorable and could be described as bloody and dark. They used a lot of shady hooks to make money, and even killed people on a regular basis. This led to the Zhao family making too many enemies. As long as the Zhao family was still the richest family, sitting on a huge amount of wealth, then no enemy would dare to seek revenge. But once the Zhao family lost their wealth, then those enemies would come to their door as if they were flies sniffing out rotten meat. Yi Wuchen said helplessly. Xiao Zhao, I've already given you the opportunity. It's you who didn't want it. You can't blame me. Alright, no more. I have things to do here, so remember to see you in 7 days. After saying that, Yi Wuchen hung up the phone. He turned back around and re-entered the building. Lin Han, Lin Yinhua and Shi Yan and the others just watched as Yi Wuchen smoothly went and returned. This guy, he's really not afraid of ghosts. Yi Wuchen had an apologetic face. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I wasn't expecting a deceased caller to catch up at this hour, so I answered first. The words made the crowd half angry. Catching up? Can it be more important than the lives of the group? Lin Ino exploded straight away. Yi Wuchen, you bastard. I hate you. Are you playing us? Hurry up and get me out of here. I'm really getting scared. If you don't take us out again, I'll make you look good. Just after the words were said, Lin Enua suddenly only felt someone blowing cool air on the back of her neck. She twisted her head slightly, and all she could see in her afterglow was a cloaked woman on her back. Yikes! She screamed in fear and her entire body shrank behind Yi Wuchen. By now, only Yi Wuchen, who was still calm and collected, was able to give her a sense of security. Yi Wuchen comforted. Don't be afraid. It's just an illusion. Lin Inua cursed angrily. I don't care. I'm going out. Come on. Yi Wuchen nodded in agreement. But suddenly, jingle bells. His cell phone rang again. This time it was another unfamiliar number that called. Even Yi Wuchen himself was a bit puzzled as to why there were so many calls today. The crowd had a black face. You don't think so? This guy, he's not going to keep answering the phone at this hour, is he? No answer. Lin Inua and drank. However, how could Yi Wuchen listen to her? Hello? He's already on the phone. Everyone was on the verge of a breakdown. This guy, he really can't tell the difference? On the other end of the phone, however, came a woman's icy voice. Yi Wuchen, you've got some skills, but they're not small. Chapter 60, Time is Precious. That tone of voice from the woman on the phone was anything but polite. Yi Wuchen said impatiently. Who are you again? If you don't tell me, I'm hanging up. Calling without identifying yourself is the most obnoxious behavior. It's the second time today. On the phone, the woman said in a cold voice. It's only been a few days and you can't even hear my voice? Yi Wuchen. I'm Su Jie. Yi Wuchen did not expect that it was actually Su Jie who called him. Why is this woman calling herself out of the blue? Could it be that something has happened to Su Shermin? The other side. The grievances have gotten worse and worse for the congregation. Lin Inua had already been scared to tears long ago, and Linhan was quickly victimized. He saw it. he finally saw the pregnant woman Lin Inuo had spoken of. A pregnant woman with pale skin and cloaked hair stood right in front of Lin Han. The kind of resentment of the dead against the living in her eyes made Lin Han so scared that he couldn't move. Suddenly, the pregnant woman reached out her hand and viciously choked Lin Han. Lin Han just felt like he was going to choke in an instant. He desperately tried to struggle, but realized he couldn't move at all. The strong sense of suffocation made Lin Han feel the imminence of death. Mr. Lin, sober up. Shi Yan's voice came from beside him. Lin Han was startled, and his entire body instantly came to its senses. When he fixed his eyes, where was the pregnant woman in front of him? And it was his own hands that were choking him. He actually almost strangled himself. Lin Han was so frightened that he hastily withdrew his hand from his neck. Mr. Yi, I'll call you now, okay? Just get us out of here. I'm really about to die from the hallucinations. Lin Han completely panicked as he begged bitterly towards Yi Wuchen. Instead, Yi Wuchen said into the phone, I'm too noisy here. Wait till I get out. He then covered the microphone and addressed the crowd. Don't worry guys, with me here today, no one will die. After saying that, he unexpectedly walked towards the main door once again. Once again, he abandoned the crowd in order to take a phone call. Everyone couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. Asshole. He's just a big asshole. Lin Yinhua cried and cursed angrily at the same time. Shi Yan also said indignantly, this kid, he has no work ethic at all. This kind of person doesn't deserve to beg for food in the feng shui world. However, no matter how much the crowd complained, Yi Wuchen couldn't hear them because he had already returned outside the building. The surrounding area was also finally quiet. Yi Wuchen immediately asked over the phone, what do you want with me? Did something happen to Su? Instead, Su replied, my great-grandfather is fine. It's me who's looking for you. Yi Wuchen, I admit that I underestimated you in the past. In just 3 days, you've got $13 million strapped to your bank card account. You do have a lot of power, but I also have to remind you that even if you can make $10 million a day, you won't make enough for $1 billion in a month. You are destined to lose this bet of ours. There was both surprise and disbelief in Su's tone. Yi Wuchen frowned slightly after hearing this. That's all you called me about? Su asked rhetorically. Or what? Yi Wuchen laughed coldly. Su, I realize you really are sick in the head. Please leave me alone in the future and never call me again. I'm too busy to pay attention to a psycho like you. When Su Jia heard this, she instantly raised her willow eyebrows. There is no telling how many men in the world who long to receive a call from Su Jin. And this guy, calling her a psycho? Yi Wuchen, how dare you? Before she could finish her words, Yi Wuchen directly hung up the phone. For this kind of self-righteous woman, Yi Wuchen simply didn't bother to say one more word of nonsense. He turned and headed back inside the building, and at that moment, the crowd trapped in the hall was on the verge of having their spirits broken by those horrible hallucinations. Seeing Yi Wuchen return, everyone could no longer hold back. Lin Yinhua cried out and rushed to Yi Wuchen. ********. You're an asshole. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. She didn't say that because of a hallucination. Rather, at this moment, Lin Yinhua really had the heart to kill Yi Wuchen. Because this asshole answered the phone twice, it caused Lin Yinhua to be tormented by that horrible hallucination for a while longer. She felt like if she was tortured by the hallucinations for 2 more minutes, then she was really going to go crazy. Yi Wudu smiled cheekily. It's okay, I'll take you guys out this time. Here, take my hand and walk with me, Yi Wuchen said, pulling up Lin Yinua's white and tender little hand. Lin Yinhua angrily broke free. ********, and you want to take advantage of me by taking advantage of people. Yi Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. If you don't pull me, none of you will get out of here. Let's pull it or not. Whatever. Lin Yinua's sweet face was furious at this point. She finally gritted her teeth and took Yi Wuchen's big hand. Yi Wuchen's hand was warm. This warmth made Lin Yinua's frightened heart finally settle down a bit. Yi Wuchen said with satisfaction. That's right, Boss Lin. You pull your sister. Master Shi. You pull Boss Lin. All the others, one by one, all of them, pulling their hands together in a chain. Follow me. The crowd hurriedly followed Yi Wuchen's instructions, holding hands with each other and connecting into a long string. Yi Wuchen walked at the front and pulled everyone towards the gate. He admonished as he walked away. Remember, we're going from north to south, and everyone needs to turn back 3 times for every step. As soon as those last words came out, Shi Yan seemed to think of something. He hurriedly pulled out the compass from his pocket and confirmed the location. It dawned on him. I recall your advice. The south is very bad and the north is very good. 1 step and 3 times you look back, and you will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. So it is. I see. The resentment here is not entirely generated from the burial ground. A much larger portion of it has poured in from outside. Between the gaps of multiple grievances, there is a path of life from south to north. Take one step and look back 3 times to avoid the resentment pouncing on your face and also to replenish your yang energy. This way, it does manage to dodge the illusion out of the ghostly wall. Hi, this move is really high. Sure Yen deserves to be a famous feng shui master. A little goes a long way. He couldn't help but marvel at it even after he figured it out. Lin Han, Lin Yinhua, and a group of construction workers, on the other hand, glared at Sure Yen full of indignation. Hindsight is 20/20. This dead old man. If he had recalled Yi Wuchen's advice earlier, how would they have been tortured by hallucinations for half a day here? Sure Yen felt the gazes of the crowd and couldn't help but blush with his old face and hurriedly shut up. Lin Yinhua asked Yi Wuchen in doubt. Why are we going this way? I see you just went out twice and didn't look back 3 times in one step. Yi Wuchen replied. Can we be the same? Lin Yinhua said angrily. Of course we're different. We're at least not like you. Cold-blooded. She was obviously still angry at Yi Wuchen for calling twice even though she was in a critical moment just now. Yi Wuchen didn't bother to explain. Ordinary people take one step and look back 3 times in order to minimize the impact of grievances on one's consciousness, so as not to fall into ghosts and hallucinations. As for Yi Wuchen, he had long since departed from the realm of ordinary people, and this bit of resentment was insignificant to him. Well, aren't you in a hurry to get out? Then stop dawdling and follow me. I'm still in a hurry to make money when we get the trouble here settled. My time is valuable and every second is money. After Yi Wuchen finished speaking, he pulled the crowd towards the front. And the words. It made Lin Yinhua's face go askew with anger. Chapter 61, that's the difference. Lin Yinhua was angry, but she had to admit that Yi Wuchen still had 2 brushes. Under Yi Wuchen's leadership, everyone successfully broke away from the ghostly wall and came to the outside of the building. When they felt the sunlight shining on their bodies, all of them felt that the chilly feeling brought out by the building was cleared away. With an indescribable comfort. It was as if the whole person was refreshed and energized, not at all like the somewhat groggy feeling in the building. As for that horrible hallucination, it also completely disappeared. Without Yi Wuchen saying it, everyone knew that it was finally safe. Mr. Yi, thank you so much indeed. If it wasn't for you this time, we would have really had to account for ourselves in there. Lin Han excitedly held Yi Wuchen's hand and kept thanking him. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed. Boss Lin, don't be in a hurry to thank. It's not quite over here. Once Lin Han heard this, the heart he had just put down immediately lifted up again. May I ask Mr. Yi, what should we do next? Now we all listen to Mr. Yi. We'll do whatever Mr. Yi arranges. Lin Han was decisive and immediately handed over the command of the operation to Yi Wuchen. Sure Yen also couldn't help but come over, intending to hear what Yi Wuchen said. Only Yi Wuchen explained. The 7 evil children's break is the process of burying 7 pregnant women's corpses in a fixed place with a formation eye as the centerpiece, thus creating an evil feng shui formation. The powerful thing about this formation is that once one of the burial sites for the corpses is easily dug up, the defense mechanism of the entire feng shui formation will be triggered, leading to a surge of grievances within the feng shui formation and harming people's lives. Just now it was you who easily moved the buried corpse site and dug up one of the pregnant women's corpses that put you in danger. Hearing Yi Wuchen's explanation, everyone glared indignantly at Sure Yen. If it wasn't for this old man's incompetence in learning the art of commanding, how else would it have resulted in everyone almost being finished just now? Sure Yen reddened his old face and couldn't help but defend himself. What 7 evil son and mother bane? I've never heard of it in my entire life of learning the art. Who knows? Did you boys make up your own bluff? Anyone can hear that Sure Yen is still dying to talk. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed. Yes or no? We'll know once we try. Now. There are 6 other buildings with pregnant women's bodies buried underneath them. All you have to do is go digging and see if I'm lying. With me in charge, you guys feel free to dig boldly. I'll make sure you'll be fine. Saying that, Yi Wuchen pointed to the 6 buildings on the construction site. Lin Han didn't hesitate. He immediately called and mobilized more manpower and equipment to come over and promised a hefty bonus. Workers began to enter the buildings that Yi Wuchen had formulated one after another, and 6 buildings were being excavated at the same time. Soon the digging yielded results. Mr. Lin, a dead man was dug up over here in building 6. A pregnant woman. Mr. Lin, the corpse of a pregnant woman was also dug up on the 5th building side. The same goes for building 1. Building 13 is dug up too. The workers dug up the same situation as Yi Wuchen said. A total of 7 buildings had pregnant women's bodies dug up in them. As these bodies were exhumed, the grievances in these 7 buildings increased dramatically. Fortunately, this time, Yi Wuchen was there to guide them, allowing everyone to complete their work smoothly without suffering from grievances. The crowd's gaze toward Shi Yan was once again filled with contempt. Before, this dead old man led everyone to dig up corpses, causing everyone to almost turn into corpses. Now people are led by Mr. Yip and nothing has happened at all. That's the gap. Lin Han also finally realized that Ji Wuchen's attainments in feng shui were definitely better than this Shi Yan. Immediately, Lin Han pulled out a red envelope and handed it to Shi Yan. Master Shi, it's better to ask Mr. Yi to help me with my troubles this time. It's not easy for you to come all the way here. Here's a $30,000 red packet, please accept it. Lin Han is clearly driving Shi Yan away. With Yi Wuchen as an expert, Shi Yan certainly couldn't use it. High people all have the arrogance of high people. One is enough to hire a high-profile person to do the job. If you hire another one, you'll offend the higher power instead. But all high achievers have their own unique craft. This kind of craft is not afraid to be unknowledgeable ordinary people see, but is very taboo by peers see to steal to learn. That was precisely why Lin Han had let Yi Wuchen leave when he had invited Shi Yan earlier. Today, it's just the opposite. Shi Yan's old face twitched twice. $30,000. But he clearly remembered that the red packet that Lin Han said he would give to Yi Wuchen was $60,000. This was tantamount to saying again in disguise that he was only worth half of Yi Wuchen. Mr. Lin, why are you in such a hurry to drive the old man away? As the saying goes, there is a way to learn the way, and there is a way to specialize. The old man's decades of experience in studying feng shui may come in handy later on. Besides, old me also wants to observe how this Mr. Yi cracked this feng shui formation. Shi Yan, of course, would not accept this red packet. To take it would be to say he dropped the ball. So Shi Yan was unconvinced. He insisted on staying to see Yi Wuchen's next move. Lin Han also didn't expect Shi Yan to actually rely on him. He couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen in a difficult situation. Yi Wuchen didn't mind. Look if you want. It's not like it's something to be seen. Now that all 7 female corpses have been dug up, the grievances within this feng shui formation are just about at their peak. And this is also the time when the eye of the formation is most likely to reveal its position. Speaking here, Yi Wuchen raised his head to look at the sun. It was now 3 minutes past noon, the time when heaven and earth saw only the heaviest yang energy. He then lowered his head and looked at the shadows at his feet. This is it. Dig down from here. Dig 7 feet into the ground, and the eye of the formation will come out. When the eye of the formation is dug out, then this feng shui formation will be completely broken. What Yi Wuchen pointed to was exactly where his feet were. This location, originally intended to be a landscaped pool, fortunately now the site is not yet completed, has not been filled with water. With a wave of Lin Han's hand, the excavators and workers immediately started up. And when Shi Yan heard this, he hurriedly pulled out his compass and kept projecting. He seemed to want to figure out just how Yi Wuchen had figured out that this was the eye of the formation. It's not right. This doesn't make sense at all. Why is this kid so sure? Shi Yan did half a day's math, but remained confused. Soon, the workers then have dug up something. Look, Mr. Lin, we dug up a coffin, only to see the workers sweep away the covering soil. Inside actually revealed a dark coffin, and the coffin was buried in the earth to a depth of exactly 9 feet. Shi Yan barely dropped his jaw. Surprisingly, I actually dug something up. Lin Han hurriedly inquired. Mr. Yi, what should we do now? Yi Wuchen replied with an expressionless face. Open casket. Lin Han waved his hand, and the workers immediately started prying the coffin with crowbars. With a muffled thud, the lid of the coffin was pried open. The interior of the coffin was also presented, and after getting a good look at what was lying inside the coffin, everyone was stunned. This is Chapter 62, The 7 Deadlies of the Golden God. Only to see that what appeared inside the coffin was not a human corpse, but a statue. The statue was half a foot tall, and it was covered in gold, and seemed to be made of gold. It looked like a statue of a god, with a fierce face, tiger-like claws, and an axe. However, it did not have the kind of bright and righteous posture of a god. Instead it looked evil and shady, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling just by looking at it. Seeing this, Yi Wuchen said coldly, so it's the 7 deadlies of the Golden God. With the Golden God as the main focus and the 7 deadly souls as a supplement, they laid such an evil feng shui formation. It looks like this feng shui master wants to kill everyone inside this construction site. As long as this feng shui formation operates for another 7 days, then this construction site will turn into a dead zone. But anyone who stays in this place for more than an hour will be killed by this feng shui formation. When the time comes, I don't know how many people will die. Lin Han and the others were confused and didn't understand what was meant by the 7 deadly souls of the Golden God, but he also understood that he was really in big trouble this time. Fortunately, he had invited Yi Wuchen in time, which did not lead to a major disaster. The heart of Shi Yan on the side shook violently. He said incredulously, Surprisingly, it's the long-lost Golden God's 7 deadly souls from the legend? I've seen this kind of feng shui formation when I was looking through ancient feng shui books. It is said that in the ancient land of Wuanchu, the most appalling feng shui formation there was the Golden God's 7 deadlies. Since the Song dynasty, this kind of feng shui formation has been lost, and no one knows exactly what it is. The Golden God, an ancient god of evil. And I thought the 7 deadly sirens referred to Shinjuku's name, but I didn't realize that the 7 deadly sirens referred to the 7 evil sons and daughters? Yan's shock was something that onlookers had no way of knowing. They also just assumed that Yan was being an afterthought again. Yi Wuchen said to Lin Han at this moment, "Boss Lin, I have to take this golden idol with me. It's too vicious and dangerous, and onlookers will only attract trouble if they get it. Only I can suppress it." Lin Han begged to differ. "Mr. Yi, feel free to take it away." Upon hearing that it was a vicious object that would bring calamity, even if it was made of gold, Lin Han did not dare to keep it. After experiencing what had just happened, Lin Han had long been extremely fearful of these things. Yi Wuchen took the golden idol out of the coffin. The moment the golden god statue was just picked up, Yi Wuchen smelled a faint fragrance on the golden god statue. At the same time, a tingling sensation came to his fingertips. Ian's soul corpse transformation? I can't believe I put poison on it as a last line of defense. Didn't they say that modern people like to use chemical poisons like cyanide? I can't believe there are still people who use this traditional poison. Ian's soul corpse dispersion. A powerful poison that was popular during the Song dynasty. This is a poison that can poison a person through skin contact. A person who is poisoned will have a horrible case of severe ulceration of the skin and muscles. Yi Wuchen shook his head, not thinking about it. He had already been invulnerable to all poisons, and the Ian soul corpse dispersion was not effective against him at all. But soon, Yi Wuchen's eyes showed astonishment. Why is the top of this golden idol actually tainted with the aura of an earth-embracing spirit stone? The scent is long-lasting and very strong. Could it be that it had been in close proximity to the earth-embracing spirit stone for a long time? Yi Wuchen's heart couldn't help but feel happy. Wanting to enter that mysterious abyss, unlock the secret of immortality and retrieve Yi Wuchen's lost memories, one would need to first find the 9 Jedi girl, the wood of heaven's demise, the earth's spirit stone, and the water-immersed dragon armor, which are 4 items that are hard to find in the world. Now that Yi Wuchen had found the 9 Jie female, he had also obtained the clues to the wood of heavenly destruction, and now he had even discovered the scent of the earthly spirit stone. All of these meant that Yi Wuchen was progressing very smoothly. It seems that all we need to do is find the owner of this golden idol, and we'll be able to find the earthly spirit stone along the way. Yi Wuchen glanced at Lin Han thoughtfully. Based on Lin Han's facial features and numerology, his fortune manifests itself, but his blessings plummet. Fate is full of ups and downs. It means he'll make money soon, but then he'll also get into more trouble. And these troubles are inextricably linked to this golden god's 7 deadlies today. It seems that he was able to help me find the owner of this golden idol. After making up his mind, Yi Wuchen did not move. He brought the golden idol to the faucet and used a large amount of water to rinse off the intense poison on the golden idol. As the golden idol left the coffin, the grievances that lingered and coalesced on this construction site unexpectedly dissipated rapidly. At the end of the day, there wasn't even a speck left. Yan seemed to sense something. He hastily pulled out his compass and looked at it for a while, then pinched his fingers and did some quick math. Finally he was surprised. Scattered. All the grievances here are dispersed. This feng shui formation, it's broken too. The feng shui here, surprisingly, is rapidly recovering. Did he really solve the trouble here? He then looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Obviously, he understood that all of this was due to Yi Wuchen. Yan really couldn't imagine that a young brat would be able to solve a problem like himself that Master Changming couldn't solve. Yi Wuchen did not deny it. That's right, if I take the golden god statue, it's the same as breaking the formation eye. From now on, the feng shui of this place will return to normal, and no one will ever die horizontally again. Here's the thing. I'm done. Lin Han was grateful to hear this. He hurriedly thanked Yi Wuchen in a loud voice and said that he would soon have the property call Yi Wuchen with the money. $30 million, not a penny less. Yi Wuchen, however, said meaningfully, Boss Lin, I'll give you a word of advice as well. Knives don't kill people, only people do. Although the troubles here, the golden god's 7 deadlies, have been broken by me, your own troubles have yet to be solved. Boss Lin. Lin Han sniffed and understood Yi Wuchen's words. Breaking the feng shui formation here was just a moment. If the feng shui master who had laid down this feng shui formation was not resolved, I'm afraid that Lin Han would continue to run into trouble. Similar words had been spoken by Yan to Lin Han, but Lin Han still answered, I've taken Mr. Ye's advice to heart. I will leave this matter to the police. I believe that through legal means, Justice can be done to these 7 dead pregnant women and the 10 innocent lives on my construction site. Yi Wuchen looked deeply at Lin Han. He knew that what Lin Han was saying now was nothing more than polite words, and that he had some hidden feelings that he hadn't said. Yi Wuchen wasn't in a hurry either. The last thing he needed was time. In the midst of the long hours, he was patient enough to wait for the moment to arise. Since Boss Lin already has plans, then I won't say any more. In the future, I have to rely on all the bosses to take care of my business. Feng Shui fortune-telling, gourmet meals. You can call me. Goodbye, guys, Yi Wuchen said, holding the golden idol and about to leave. At this time, however, someone stopped Yi Wuchen. It was actually Shi Yan. Kid, is there any interest in being a disciple of the old man and worshipping him as a teacher? Chapter 63, Emotional Intelligence is Too Low. When Shi Yan opened his mouth, he actually asked this. Yi Wuchen looked at Shi Yan suspiciously. Your feng shui attainments can be better than mine? Lin Han and the others were similarly confused, and they all suspected that they had heard wrong. The level of sophistication of the two was there for all to see. If Shi Yan chose to worship Yi Wuchen as his teacher, then they could still understand. But now Shi Yan had turned around and asked Yi Wuchen to worship himself as his teacher. Shi Yan explained, my skill, of course, is no match for yours, but if you want to be in the feng shui circle, you can't just have a high level, you also need connections and popularity. As long as you worship me, I can pull in contacts for you in the feng shui circle and introduce you to big clients, and you'll be able to use my reputation to do things. This way in less than 2 years, you will surely be able to make a name for yourself in the feng shui circle and have a great future. And when you come out on top, the old man can likewise borrow your reputation. It's a win-win option, and you have no reason to refuse. With these words, Lin Han finally realized, today's society is a society of favors. Mixing circles is unavoidable in all walks of life. In the case of the construction industry that Lin Han was familiar with, there were countless excellent people who were proficient in construction skills, but most of the best talents are just because they don't know how to get along with people, so they can't get ahead in life and are destined to be buried. On the contrary, those who have very high emotional intelligence and are able to make a name for themselves in the circle, even if their skill level is a bit poorer, are able to make a name for themselves and make something of themselves. In this world, a high IQ is no match for a high EQ. No wonder Shi Yan wanted to take Yi Wuchen as a disciple. One has fame and status, the other has great skill. If the two work together, it's really a win-win situation. Yi Wuchen suddenly asked, your master, is Su Shimin? Shi Yan did not expect Yi Wuchen to ask this question. He answered truthfully, the old man's teacher is indeed a living god. It's only because I'm not good at learning the art. I've been worshipping under Master Ren for decades, but I've always been just an outer disciple, unable to enter the inner sect to receive Master Ren's true teachings. That's why in ordinary days, the old man never dares to act in a disorderly manner with the master's name. Yi Wuchen laughed lightly in disdain. You really aren't qualified to be Su Shimin's true disciple of the inner sect because you don't have an eye for it. Even your master, Su Shimin, is not qualified to be my disciple. With this skill, you still want to be my master? Go home and get cleaned up. Stop daydreaming. After saying that, Yi Wuchen carried the golden god statue and left. Shi Yan's face turned green with anger. Hubris! How dare this brat be so arrogant as to disregard even the living god? Shi Yan rushed at Yi Wuchen's back angrily. Brat, as long as there's a day when I'm around, you won't be able to get ahead in the feng shui world in this lifetime. We, the Feng Shui Masters Association, will always close our doors to you. Lin Han was also a bit emotional. Yi Wuchen was capable, but unfortunately his emotional intelligence was too low. He doesn't borrow names, for one thing, and he doesn't honor his predecessors. How dare he speak out of turn and degrade even the living gods? I am afraid that even if such a person is gold, he will be buried unable to shine. Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave as well. Shi Yan had lost face one after another today, and had long since lost the face to stay. He arched his hand at Lin Han and left without looking back. Lin Han looked at Shi Yan's departing back and couldn't help but shake his head. This Shi Yan, although he has the name of a master, his temperament is too small. On the contrary, it's that Yi Wuchen, although his emotional intelligence is a bit lower, his temperament is quite a bit higher than these masters. Shi Yan, relying on his high seniority and early fame, despised and hostile to Yi Wuchen one after another. However, Yi Wuchen never calculates, and even more so, he didn't make trouble out of it. This temperament and open-mindedness, even Lin Han was ashamed of himself. Lin Inua came to Lin Han's side and said defiantly, Brother, why are you helping that Yi Wuchen fellow? He's robbing us while we're on fire, and he's asking for $30 million. Are you really going to give him $30 million? Lin Inua was really furious with Yi Wuchen to the point of gnashing her teeth. One was because of the huge amount of $30 million. And the other was because he was angry that Yi Wuchen was actually distracted to make a phone call when he was saving people. Lin Han smiled and said, taking advantage of a fire isn't so bad. Taking advantage of a person barely qualifies. But it can't be helped. Shi Yan is already the most prestigious feng shui master I could find. But you see, Shi Yan can't solve our troubles at all. Only Yi Wuchen can. Expensive is as expensive as it gets. And we have no other choice. And it's not really a bad idea to spend money to save your life. You can continue to earn money if you lose it. But if you lose your life, you really lose everything. Words of $30 million would be able to save the lives of so many of them. Well worth it. Lin Yinhua was still unconvinced. That Yi Wuchen kid. I'm on to him. Don't let me find an opportunity, or I will avenge today. Lin Han smiled helplessly. This sister of his was good at everything, but she was prone to being serious. At this moment, Lin Yinhua seemed to have thought of something. Brother, did you really offend someone? Even if Lin Yinhua was stupid, she could see that this time, it was obvious that someone was targeting the construction site of the Riverside Garden District. It was also directed at the entire Lin family. Lin Han sniffed inside. For his sister, there was no way he could be as perfunctory as he was with Yi Wuchen and Shi Yan. I only heard him say gruffly, No, this is not going to be easy. You don't do engineering. You don't know how deep the water is here. Those 7 bodies in that coffin only had a chance to be buried in when the earth was backfilled. And earthworks are full of profiteering. Not just anyone is good enough to do it. Only people with a deep enough background in the Jianghu path are qualified to be earth squares. When Lin Yinhua heard this, she couldn't help but stand up with her mouth wide open in shock. This time, it actually involves people from the Jianghu Dao? Brother, our Lin family has always done proper business. How could we have messed with the Jianghu people? She asked in disbelief. Lin Han laughed bitterly. It's just a matter of us making more money and attracting greedy wolves. Don't worry, Nano. I'll leave this matter to the police. It's a law and order society now, and the police will definitely bring all those bad guys to justice. Hearing this, Lin Yinhua was also finally relieved. She failed to notice that Lin Han's eyes were filled with deep concern. It seemed that what Lin Han was worried about wasn't just the people in the Jianghu Dao. Right, brother. Things worked out successfully today. Should we go celebrate? Why don't we go to the restaurant where that brat is the cook and try how it really tastes? Lin Yinhua said while pulling out the business card Yi Wuchen sent from his pocket. Lin Han was interested in this. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I finish making arrangements. I'd also like to know what level of cuisine a feng shui master makes. Chapter 64, Song Zian wants a blind date? Off-site. Yi Wuchen had already returned to the cab holding the golden idol. What the hell? Song Zian stared at the golden idol in Yi Wuchen's arms and asked curiously. Yi Wuchen replied casually. It was dug up in the construction site, and Boss Lin gave it to me. Song Zian was shocked to hear this. Antiques, huh? I think it's still gold. Worth a lot of money, right? As she spoke, she curiously took it from Yi Wuchen's hand, wanting to take a closer look. The hug barely missed. It's so heavy. It must be gold. Such a big piece of gold must weigh 3 kilograms. I'm afraid it's worth millions. Song Zian's eyes immediately lit up. She hadn't seen such a large piece of gold since she was a child. It made her cuddle and love it. It was also fortunate that Yi Wuchen had already rinsed out the intense poison on the golden god statue long ago, which allowed Song Zian not to be poisoned. Yi Wuchen said, if you like it, I'll give it to you when I melt this gold down. This golden idol is full of evil, and the only way to prevent it from bringing bad luck to people is to melt it down completely. Song Zian was puzzled. It might still have antique value, so why melt it? Most importantly, why did you give it to me for a good reason? It's so expensive. I don't want it even if you give it to me. After saying that, Song Zian threw the golden idol back to Yi Wuchen as if this golden idol would burn his hands. Her pretty face reddened a bit. Her heart was beating wildly too. She stole a glance at Yi Wuchen. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. This guy wouldn't want to pursue himself, would he? At the thought of this, Song Zian's cheeks burned even more. There were also rich second generation who had pursued Song Zian on weekdays, but they were not as generous as Yi Wuchen. As soon as you come up, you have to give away several kilograms of gold worth millions. This left Song Zian a little overwhelmed. Yi Wuchen smiled. Don't regret it. This Song Zian is not greedy at all. However, it is also Song Zian beautiful body good. She if it is a vain person has long been evening the big money. Where is still to be a cab driver? By the way, Zian, ask you something. Why would someone easily know my phone number and know about my bank card? Yi Wuchen suddenly asked. He inexplicably received calls from Zhao and Su Jiao. Especially Su Jiao actually knew the balance of his bank card. That made him curious. Song Zian explained. You're talking about those harassing calls for sales and loans, right? In this age of big data nowadays, Personal information is leaked very seriously. Those businesses can buy a lot of personal information for just a little bit of money and then keep making sales calls and sending sales text messages. Some powerful hackers, in particular, will also use nefarious means to steal your information and even monitor your life. Yi Wuchen pursued. So what does it take to protect personal information? Song Zian replied. Then you'll have to learn about cybersecurity. You can search on the internet, or you can go to a specialized book, or you can go to a university and further your education. Yi Wuchen listened and roughly understood in his heart. Everything is so new in this day and age. He still has a lot to learn. Song Zian suddenly said with some embarrassment, Brother Yi, I'm afraid I'm a little tied up tonight and won't be able to drive for you. At first, Yi Wuchen didn't care about this. However, after Song Zian finished those words, he saw a dark aura steeply emerge from Song Zian's face. This made Yi Wuchen instantly alert. He knew that Song Zian was going to be in danger. Zian, what's the matter with you? Yi Wuchen pursued. It was a matter of Song Zian's safety, so he had to be cautious. Song Zian replied with some awkwardness. You just leave it alone. Anyway, it's just something. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed. It's not like going on a blind date to meet a cute guy tonight, is it? With Yi Wuchen's intelligence, it was naturally not difficult to guess. Sure enough, Song Zian blushed with a brush. She hastened to explain. Big brother Yi, don't misunderstand. I didn't even want a blind date. It's just that my mom is so annoying, and she called several more times just now when you weren't there to press the issue. She can't stop making noise and I have to accommodate her. But I'm just going to deal with it tonight too. Go through the motions. Other than that, it's really nothing. Song Zian herself froze after she finished speaking. She didn't understand why she suddenly had to explain so much. It was as if in her heart, she was afraid that Yi Wuchen would misunderstand. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed and asked, Tell me, what's the blind date tonight? With whom? He hadn't expected that Song Zian, however, could encounter danger to her life even when she had a blind date. The Jiolin Jia female's physique of inviting cross-currents was true to its name. Song Zian red-faced and annoyed. You can leave these alone. She was very repulsed in her heart to say the details about the blind date in front of Yi Wuchen. How could Yi Wuchen not care? If something really happened to Song Zian, then there would be no way for him to return to the abyss to search for the mystery of eternal life. Yi Wuchen said seriously. I don't feel comfortable with you going alone. What if you get bullied? Why don't I go with you? When Song Zian heard this, her face was even hotter as if she was on fire. This guy, why does he care so much about himself as soon as he hears about his blind date? Why would he accompany himself? Is it because you don't want your blind date to work out? Could he really be interested in himself? Song Zian's heart couldn't help but panic even more. She said hastily, No, I'm not alone. I have my mom to go with me. You don't have to worry about it. I'm really just going to deal with it. Song Zian had already shown a strong intention of not wanting Yi Wuchen to participate in this blind date. So Yi Wuchen didn't force himself. Send me to the Royal Court Hotel then. Just to take the time to train those chefs. Then you go about your business and I won't even need to use the car today. Yi Wuchen had already figured out through observing Song Zian that the time when Song Zian encountered danger was at night. As for the location, he had ways to find out. So Yi Wuchen wasn't in a hurry. Song Zian breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. She hurriedly started the car and sent Yi Wuchen to the entrance of the Royal Court Hotel. She then drove alone to the hospital, where she also had to pick up her mother, Zhang Lun, from the hospital today. Yi Wuchen watched Song Zian leave and then dialed a phone number. Hey, Sue, help me find out where Song Zian will be tonight and with whom she'll be on a blind date? The Tianji Pavilion with Su Shimen as the presiding officer had a great deal of energy in this day and age, and it was easy to get him to investigate this matter. After explaining this matter, Yi Wuchen turned around and entered the Royal Court Hotel lobby. As soon as Yi Wuchen walked into the middle of the restaurant, he met a stylish and beautiful girl. It's none other than Le Shuwei. Yi Wuchen, you're finally here. I've got good news for you. The restaurant has several times more customers today. Even the tables for the next 3 days are fully booked. And now we're all planning to urgently add more tables to accommodate the traffic. Business is, so to speak, very hot right now. Le Shuai strutted a pair of long legs in black silk and ran to Yi Wuchen with gusto. Before Yi Wuchen could speak, he only heard a conspiratorial voice ring out. Humph. It's still not thanks to General Ling and the world's first. The two of them chose to have dinner here last night, and that's what drew the others to it. The one who spoke was actually the rich second generation one by. Looking at him, it was obvious that he was still a bit unconvinced by Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen asked with a smile. So it's young Master One. I don't know if young Mr. One appeared at the Royal Court Hotel. He wouldn't be here for dinner, would he? Wenbai sniffed and couldn't help but blush. Yi Wuduan was the right one. When Bai did come to eat, the deliciousness of yesterday's meal left an everlasting impression on Wimber, so much so that when he got home, everything he ate just felt like pig food, not half as tasty, plus the high kickbacks that moved him, so he immediately called his mom and dad to come here today for a taste. Yi Wuchen laughed. Since young Master Wen has come to support us, then we must treat him well. By the way, where is Master Jiang? I'm going to teach him cooking skills right now, so that the meal he cooks won't disappoint young Master Wen. Before the words fell, a silhouette was seen quickly running to Yi Wuchen. It was Zhang Yuan, who was dressed in a chef's outfit. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan unexpectedly knelt directly in front of Yi Wuchen in public. Chapter 65, recruiting him as a son-in-law. Everyone was staggered beyond belief. No one could understand how this rising star genius of the chef world, the first famous chef of Jian province, suddenly gave someone a knee. Only Zhang Yuan was heard saying excitedly, "Master Yi, please don't call me Master Jiang again. I really can't afford it. After you gave me some pointers yesterday, it opened my eyes. Today I'm pouring my feelings into the dish as you taught me. It turned out to be surprisingly effective. Not only were the guests very satisfied, but my cooking skills have completely elevated to a realm level. Your cooking really amazes me. It's like, opened the door to a new world. It opened my eyes to a whole new world in cooking." At the end of his words, Zhang Yuan was already trembling with excitement. The two of them, Le Shui and Wen Bai, couldn't help but look surprised. It was only an hour or two of instruction yesterday, and Zhang Yuan's cooking skills could be elevated by a realm? This training is overstated. Yi Wuchen said helplessly. "Master Jiang, after all is said and done, there's no need for you to kneel." Zhang Yuan, however, said seriously, "Master Yi, I want to learn cooking from you, and please take me in and teach me the art of cooking." After saying that, Zhang Yuan unexpectedly kowtowed 3 times. It was then that the crowd realized that Zhang Yuan had knelt down because he wanted to learn from his master. This incident even alarmed the restaurant owner Le Xingshu, who also showed up and ran over to check it out. Chef Zhang actually wants to worship his master? The shock in Le Xingshu's heart was far greater than the others. He had been working in the catering industry for many years and knew Zhang Yuan's background much better than anyone else. The Zhang family, however, is a famous culinary family in the southeast. Zhang Yuan's elders, all of them were renowned chefs. Especially Zhang Yuan's grandfather is the top domestic chef. 10 years ago had the honor to take the helm of a state banquet spoon. It was said that even Chaiwan, the god of food, had praised Zhang Yuan's grandfather. It's safe to say, if Zhang Yuan wanted to learn the art of cooking, there were top-notch celebrity chefs in his family to instruct him. And nowadays, such a son of a culinary family, yet he wants to worship an outsider as his teacher? This incident would definitely shock the entire southeastern culinary world if word got out. To be able to receive the first son of a culinary family like Zhang Yuan, I'm afraid this Yi Wuchen is going to be famous in the culinary world in the future. With this name, it will be hard for him to stay out of the limelight in the future. Le Xingshu sighed in his heart. Zhang Yuan's talent is extremely high. He is already a province's famous chef at a young age. And with a few more years of precipitation he is bound to become the king of southeastern chefs, and even ask for the nation's top chefs. Especially the Zhang family behind him was able to provide all kinds of connections, resources and prestigious status in the culinary world. Although Yi Wuchen was a great cook nowadays, he was unknown. But once he became Zhang Yuan's master and hitched a ride with the Zhang family, then he's bound to have a place in the national culinary scene in less than a year and a half. Therefore, Le Xingshu did not think Yi Wuchen would refuse to accept it at all. Le Shui and Wimber, with the same opinion. But who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head. When I take in disciples, I never take in only the supreme geniuses. I demand that every one of my disciples be able to be first in their respective professions without being surpassed, and also to be famous for ages to come. Master Jiang, although your talent is high, it's still far from meeting the requirements for me to take on a disciple. Please also get up, and don't mention this matter in the future. The bystanders heard this and looked incredulous. Yi Wuchen actually rejected Zhang Yuan, a genius who possessed family power and resources, and who could bring more opportunities to Yi Wuchen. Surprisingly, it still couldn't meet Yi Wuchen's requirements for accepting a disciple? How dare you ask to be famous for thousands of years in addition to being number one in your industry? That's funny, right? He's being deliberately disgusting, isn't he? They didn't know that the disciples Yi Wuchen had taken in had all met his requirements. In terms of cooking, Yi Wuchen had only taken on a disciple called Xie Ti during the Sui dynasty, and Xie Irony didn't disappoint Yi Wuchen. Not only did Xie Ji become the head of the palace chefs, but he also wrote a book called The Book of Poetry which has been famous for ages. Although Zhang Yuan had some talent, he was still really far from Yi Wuchen's requirements. He only saw Zhang Yuan with a gloomy face and hung his head. I understand Master Yi's words. He was beyond lost. Being a disciple of a culinary arts family, yet he was actually trying to worship an outsider as his teacher. This was already a violation of the rules. Zhang Yuan had risked a great deal to come and pay homage to his master, but he still suffered rejection. It made him, inwardly, incredibly lost. Instead, he quickly looked up. Only his eyes were actually filled with fighting spirit. Master Yi, I won't give up easily, and please give me some time. I will prove myself. Sooner or later, I will meet your demands. Zhang Yuan's words were loud and clear. Yi Wuchen's eyes showed astonishment. This Zhang Yuan, after all, is a buildable talent. He fixed his eyes on Zhang Yuan's face, only to see that Zhang Yuan's destiny had slowly changed. Fate, it's God's will. But people with great perseverance, great creativity and great talent can change their destiny through hard work. If Zhang Yuan gave up when he suffered a blow, then he would only be able to submit to fate in his life. But he actually rose to the challenge and never gave up. Even with his own ambition, he even slightly changed the trajectory of his destiny by a hair's breadth. This proves that he has what it takes to become great. I'm looking forward to it. If you really get my approval one day, then I will accept you as my disciple. Yi Wuchen gave an answer. He could leave Zhang Yuan a chance in the future. As for whether or not this opportunity could be grasped by Zhang Yuan, it would depend on his own creation. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed at his words and then stood up from the ground. Many thanks to Master Yi. One thank you is enough, because Zhang Yuan already knew what he should do in the future. Yi Wuchen patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Come on, it's time to go to the kitchen to continue your training. After all, I received money from Boss Lu, so I can't not do things for Boss Lu. The two then went into the kitchen together and began to get busy. Le Shangsu kept looking at Yi Wuchen's back, his eyes full of appreciation. He then exclaimed, a talent like that would be great to have at my disposal. As long as he's willing, I can give him half of the shares, and we'll partner together to make a name for ourselves in the restaurant business. But, why did he choose to just have my turnover for a month? Obviously the shares will bring him more. Is he so ambitious that he thinks my store is too small? This is what puzzles Le Shangsu the most. Yi Wuchen's attitude showed that he was only willing to cooperate for a month. When Le Shangsu thought of losing such a great talent in a month's time, it caused him great physical pain and could even be fidgety. His career had long since hit a bottleneck, and Yi Wuchen was an opportunity to take his career to the next level. He did not want to lose such an opportunity. Le Shue did seem to know a little. She opened her mouth to explain. Dad, you don't know him. This Yi Wuchen is the only person I've seen who is not moved by money. There was once a piece of heavenly crystal stone of great value placed in front of him, but he treated it like dirt. Such a person is really unique. The scene in the ancient temple on Dragon Snake Mountain in the beginning was still unforgettable to Le Shue. Le Shangsu was also greatly surprised after hearing this. Someone who treats money like dirt? Is there really such a person in this world? He was thoughtful. If even money can't impress him, then it's all about feelings. If can recruit him as a son-in-law. Le Shangsu's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. If he can become my Lu family's son-in-law, everything will be fine. With that said, he looked over at Le Shue. My daughter, who is beautifully grown and beautiful, and excellent and brilliant. Who among those young handsome men could not be attracted to my daughter? Daughter, the future of the family depends on you. Chapter 66, Behind the Scenes. For a moment, Le Shue suspected she had heard wrong. Father, even wanted to let himself marry Yi Wuchen? Dad, what are you babbling about? Le Shue couldn't help but rant. Le Shangsu, however, had a serious and earnest face. In our position, marriage is not a talk of love, but an alliance of interests. Your husband, too, can only be a comrade in arms in your endeavors. Yi Wuchen hasn't made his mark yet. It's a hit of potential. You still have a chance. Otherwise, if you wait until the day he makes a name for himself, then you'll be missing out. Saying this, Le Shangsu paused slightly. He then continued. And Yi Wuchen, this young man is not only capable, but also handsome and good-looking. You wouldn't be condemned if you bonded with him. If you are able to get such a great talent, then the elders of the family and I will be able to rest assured that we can leave all of the family's business in your hands. Hearing the last sentence, Le Shue couldn't help but be moved. She has long wanted to take charge of the family business. However, she was not able to show the most adequate abilities or hard enough cards, which made a lot of people suspicious of her. If he had the help of a rare chef in the world like Yi Wuchen, none of this would be a problem. Dad, I'll think about it. Le Shue didn't squirm and opened her mouth to answer. Le Shangsu was very satisfied with this answer. He nodded and left. Le Shue looked in the direction of the kitchen and gradually had a plan in mind. Leafless, a slight hint of shyness welled up in her gaze. The other side, outside the Riverside Gardens subdivision site. Far away, a dry, thin, middle-aged man was gazing in the direction of the construction site. Strange, why did the grievances at the construction site dissipate? Could it be that the golden god's 7 furies I laid down have been broken? This middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 50s, he had a dry, thin face, dark skin, and wore a washed-out black and blue Chinese suit. In his hand, he was carrying a dull yellow shiny copper compass. Just who is it? How dare you be able to break my golden god's 7 deadlies? Who else in this world can have such high feng shui attainments besides the living god Su Shimen? I've been laying out for 2 years in order to make the Lin family build a house that collapses and kills everyone who lives in it. I want to see the Lin family fall into ruin and destruction step by step. And now there is someone who dares to spoil my good deed. The middle-aged man's face was filled with hatred and anger as he tried his best to suppress the low roar in his throat. But soon, a cruel sneer appeared on his face again. Whoever it was must be dead by now. I have long ago smeared the golden idol with Een soul transformation corpse scatter. Whoever touches the golden idol is bound to die a miserable death with his whole body festering. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh freely at the end of his words. At this point, a footstep sounded, only to see a group of men covered in carved dragons and phoenixes and flowing in the air walk over. The group of men stopped a short distance away, and then they sidestepped and made way. Master Qin. As the men shouted, they saw an old man clad in a black trenchcoat stride in. This old man who was called Master Qin was about 60 years old. He was stout and tall, and the wrinkles on his face were like knives and axes. He was filled with an extremely strong aura, as if he was used to controlling the power of life and death. Master Qin came alone to the side of the middle-aged man holding the compass. Looking at the appearance of the two already familiar with each other, he lit a cigar and smoked it as he did so. Mr. Lang Ao, I've investigated clearly. That kid, Lin Han, invited 2 people to help this morning. One is the director of the Feng Shui Masters Association, Shi Yen. The other one is a webcast fortune-telling anchor, Yi Wuduan. The middle-aged man known as Cold Arrogance directly ignored Yi Wuchen. A network anchor? Live fortune-telling? People like that are 99% liars. The only thing he heard in his ears was Shi Yen. Shi Yen? That old, bleary-eyed thing? Can that kind of wannabe trash break my golden god 7 deadlies? Unless he has received the true transmission of the living god, Lang Ao said at the end. His gaze couldn't help but be a bit gloomy. The reputation of the living god was too loud, and his skills were rumored to be divine. Although Lang Ao hadn't seen the power of the living god, he knew that there was no such thing as a reputation. Lang Ao didn't want to go up against the living god unless he had to. Master Qin, where did Shi Yen go? Lang Ao pretended to ask casually. If it was really Shi Yen who had broken his golden god's 7 deadly souls, there was a high probability that he had also been poisoned by the poison he had placed. Then at this point, Shi Yen should be lying in the hospital in emergency. Master Qin replied. That guy, who went to the station but didn't leave, instead ran off to chat with his local feng shui counterpart. Lang Ao was shocked at his words. Shi Yen is actually alive and kicking? He's not poisoned? So that network anchor? Lang Ao pursued unwillingly. Could it be that the webcaster cracked the 7 deadly swords of the golden god? Master Qin replied. The kid ran off to the Royal Court Hotel, and my guys asked around. And he's actually a cook. Lang Ao couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. It doesn't seem to be the same web host who cracked the 7 deadly swords of the golden god, either. This time, Lang Ao couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that Shi Yen had really received the true teachings of the living god, and that his eyesight and skills had only improved so much at once, causing him not to be poisoned? Humph. Master Qin grunted coldly as he took a big puff on his cigar. Mr. Lang, you're just too cautious. When I helped you get 7 pregnant women killed, I brought their bodies here to be buried in this construction site. It's not so far. In order to deal with a Lin family, you were able to hold back your layout for 2 years? In my place, revenge never lasts overnight. If the Lin family was my enemy, I would have asked my brothers to exterminate their entire family that night. Master Qin's words were filled with pugnacity and tyranny. The cold and arrogant face was filled with calmness. Only his gaze became more and more gloomy. With that, Master Qin suddenly laughed. Mr. Lang, I appreciate your skills. Do you need any help with that? Your feng shui formation didn't stop the Lin family construction site from starting, but I can. Just send a bunch of minions to deliberately harass and find fault every day, and he won't be able to have peace on this construction site for a day. The Lin family is such a big fat sheep. I'm also interested. Master Qin is not bluffing about this. His favorite tactic is trickery. In the midst of this city, I don't know how many decent businessmen have suffered from Master Qin's extortion. Lang Ao, however, refused. Master Qin, I can avenge my own death. The Lin family can only die by my hands. The Lin family found someone to break my golden god 7 deadly souls, and they thought everything would be fine? Ridiculous. My means, and more. But you're right about one thing, Master Qin. I did waste too much time. This time, it's time for me to use some fast-acting means. In the eyes of cold pride, killing machines danced. For the Lin family, he had a bitter hatred. Master Qin laughed out loud. Mr. Lang, sure is tough enough. I love mean people. There will be more places for Mr. Lang and I to work together in the future. I've recently planned to open a few new casinos, and I'll ask Mr. Lang to go and help me set up the feng shui at that time. After I had Mr. Lang look at my venue last time, I really did have a lot of money. Master Qin and Lang Ao have been working together for more than a year or two. In this city, Master Qin not only holds the entertainment industry, but even has a number of underground industries that are not visible, but where there are some skills and reputation of the feng shui master, simply not willing to go to those underground industry layout feng shui. Not only fear of trouble, but also more afraid of loss of yin virtue. Only a feng shui master like Lang Ao, who walked in the darkness and did things recklessly, would be willing to do Master Qin a favor. Lang Ao nodded slightly. Don't worry, Master Qin, leave the feng shui matters to me. This year, I guarantee you'll quadruple your income. Master Qin was very satisfied with this reply. He laughed freely twice, then threw away his cigar and turned to leave with a group of minions. In place, Lang Ao was still looking in the direction of the Lin family's construction site. His gaze also grew more and more fierce and resentful. Lin family, it's time to end our grudge. This time, it's either you or me. Chapter 67, You're sick. The time was late in the evening. In the kitchen, Yi Wuchen's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, and Su Shimin's voice that came from the inside quickly. Master, the things you asked me to look into have been cleared up. Tonight at 9 o'clock, Ms. Sun Zian will be on a blind date with a young man named Liang Jin at the Mati KTV. Liang Jin's family is in the gravel mining business, with assets estimated to be around $200 million. His father, Liang Shanhu, didn't have a good reputation and was a bully in the countryside when he was young, and that gravel mine was seized by Liang Shanhu relying on violent means. We, the Tianji Pavilion, have also investigated quite a bit of information on the Liang family's unlawful operations over the years. Just now, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. The original purpose was used by Yi Wuchen to spy on heavenly chances. However, after that, the Tianji Pavilion also became an organization that gathered intelligence from all over the world. Intelligence, in many cases, is also a very important force. The reason why Su Shimin was honored by the world as a living god with a high status, in addition to his ability to change his fortune with his face, it also lies in the fact that he is in control of a lot of secrets that are not known in this world. Relying on its powerful intelligence function, Tianji Pavilion was also respected and feared by the world. Yi Wuchen said after listening. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Wuchen pondered. Liang Jin? The name is so familiar. Then he steeply remembered. Liang Jin, isn't he the rich kid who had a blind date with Zhang Maokai's wife last night? Nice guy. Just got done with one blind date and wants another one. Could it be that this Liang Jin is the one who will cause Ziyan to suffer a terrible disaster tonight? It's a matter of life and death. If someone really dares to jeopardize Ziyan's life, then don't blame me for being merciless. The killing intent in Yi Wuchen's eyes flickered. For ordinary people, Yi Wuchen was very kind and generous. But for the wicked, Yi Wuchen would let them know what it meant to be ruthless. Especially those evil people who wanted to harm their friends around Yi Wuchen. They would regret coming to this world. He glanced at the time. In 2 hours, it will be time for Song Zian's blind date. And when he looked at Song Zian's face during the day, the time she was going to have an accident was between 9 and 10 o'clock. Looks like I'll have to prepare early. At that moment, Yi Wuchen got down from his work in the kitchen and left the kitchen. He had just come out of the kitchen. Le Shue was the first to greet him. Yi Wuchen, let me tell you something funny. Isn't that Wimber guy always a yin yang? But when he accompanied his parents to dinner here just now, he ate a table full of food. Even they left with a table reservation for tomorrow. That Wimber guy, he's got no recipe with his mouth, but he's physically honest. Le Shue handed Yi Wuchen a bottle of water while talking about the anecdote. You've been tired all day too. Come and have a drink. I'll take you out for a late night snack. I know a place that has a great late night snack. Her cheeks flushed slightly even as she handed over the water. On weekdays, only men served her tea and invited her to dinner. It was the first time she'd ever shown such kindness to a man. Yi Wuchen replied without looking back. I've got a few things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Bye. As he said that, he had already left the restaurant at a fast pace. Le Shue's hand was still holding the water bottle she had handed out, and she awkwardly retracted her hand. Her mind was slightly exasperated. The first time you make a pass at a man and you're just ignored? The competitive spirit in Le Shui's heart was aroused. Ever since she was a little girl, she never failed to get what she wanted. Men must be the same. This guy who was ignoring himself was going to be dead to him sooner or later. Just then, I just saw a man and a woman come in the door of the restaurant. It was none other than Lin Han and Lin Inuo. Brother, this is it. This place looks like a nice environment. I just don't know if the food is as divine as that kid brags. It was the first time for both Lin Han and Lin Inuo to eat at the Royal Court restaurant, and they looked around as soon as they came in. Not far away, Le Shui's eyes lit up. It's Mr. Lin and Miss Lin from Lin's Real Estate. Le Shui was doing high-end catering, so naturally she was very familiar with all of the city's dignitaries. They're quite a rarity. They've never eaten here before. I must develop these two into steady guests of the Royal Court Hotel. Le Shui made up her mind and immediately walked towards Lin Han and Lin Inuo with a smile on her face. For rich people like the Lin family siblings, Le Shui planned to receive them personally. It was getting dark. Maddie's KTV is a local upscale entertainment venue. Once night falls, the neon lights here are particularly brilliant. Fashionably dressed men and women entered the KTV one after another, and the lights were red and the paper was drunk. Yi Wuchen had also arrived outside the KTV ahead of time. KTV? I heard it's a place to sing and drink. It seems that this is the drinking and singing house of the modern world. It was the first time he had seen a novelty entertainment place like KTV, so he took a step towards the inside, only to see the interior of Maddie KTV. The decoration is very fashionable and gorgeous. All kinds of decorative lights are overflowing with color. The design style of this place was completely different from that of the restaurants, hotels, residential buildings, and other places Yi Wuchen had seen. It was the first time Yi Wuchen had seen such a novel place after coming to this era. Yi Wuchen? An astonished voice came. Yi Wuchen twisted his head to look. It was actually Wenbai. Wenbai was standing in the middle of the hall with his two young friends, and had obviously just discovered Yi Wuchen as well. It turned out that Wenbai had asked two friends to come out to play after having dinner at the Royal Court Hotel, but he did not expect to happen to meet Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen walked up and greeted him. So it's young Master One. What a coincidence. Wimber's face pulled down for a moment. Yi Wuchen, you're really a shadowy soul. How come I can meet you everywhere? He had suffered defeat at Yi Wuchen's hands one after another, so he would not give Yi Wuchen a good face. Wenbai's pride made him not bow down easily, but Yi Wuchen's temperament made it impossible for him to vent his grievances, which made Wenbai very unhappy all the time. Just then, a soft female voice sounded from the sidelines. Wen Xiao, it's been a long time since I've seen you come to play in my store. It was hard to come to the little store tonight, so we must have fun and enjoy ourselves. Only a slender and beautiful woman walked slowly. This woman looked to be around 27 or 18 years old, the most mature and charming age for a woman. She had a pretty face, winking eyes, full red lips, and a head of hair coiled into an exquisite bun. The whole person, giving a seductive beauty. If Song Zian was clear water out of a hibiscus, Le Shui was a rich young lady, and Lin Inuo was sweet and lovely. Then the woman in front of her is the ultimate in mature seduction, able to make people look at a single glance and hit the deepest desires of the heart. In particular, she carries her own momentum, with a spicy force in her eyebrows and a hint of Jianghuqi in her hands and feet. Sister Hong. Seeing the woman approaching, Wimber hurriedly greeted her. Sister Hong is none other than the owner of Maddie's KTV. Only Sister Hong had a smile at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Yi Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. This handsome man looks so familiar, doesn't he? Is he a friend of Mr.? What? I'll get you guys a big deluxe private room so you can have fun together. Wenbai is a rich second generation. Naturally the friends around him will not be poor. Red is very interested in these potentially large customers. Wimber, however, grunted coldly. Who's friends with him? We each play our own game. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed and wrapped his arm around Wenbai's shoulders. Young mister, what? Since we met, let's play together. It's the first time in my life that I've been to a place like KTV. I wonder what some of the fun is here. That's why I still need to rely on Wen Daoxiao to help me grow up. Everyone froze at those words. What kind of era is this where people haven't been to a karaoke bar? It's not a bumpkin from the mountains, is it? Sister Hong was similarly slightly stunned, but after all, she was running an entertainment center and had dealt with all the three religions, so her eyesight was much stronger than the next person. Just by looking at Yi Wuchen's aura alone, Sister Hong didn't believe that he was a bumpkin from the mountains. Since this handsome man is here for the first time, I have to entertain him. In a moment, I'll send 2 bottles of wine to Handsome, as a gift to thank you for patronizing the store for the first time. Sister Hong finished smiling, then turned around and was about to leave. The weight of Wimber's gang was worth coming out to say hello to, but it wasn't worth wasting too much of her time yet. Yi Wuchen, however, suddenly opened his mouth. I, for one, don't like receiving gifts from people for nothing. Sister Hong, you're sick. At these words, the crowd in the room froze in shock. Surprisingly, someone dared to call Red Sister sick? Chapter 68, Is Money So Easy to Earn? Yi Wuchen's words scared the crowd. Wimber hastily whispered a reminder. Yi Wuchen, no one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Sister Hong is Brother Hao's woman. Do you want to die? His two friends hurriedly took a step away from Yi Wuchen, indicating to set aside their relationship. Sister Hong's footsteps stopped as well. Her gaze became icy cold, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed under her eyes. What did you say, little brother? She asked in a tone of voice. Wimber's heart lifted, daring to call Sister Hong sick to her face in her venue. This kind of person is absolutely crazy. Yi Wuchen, however, replied as if nothing had happened. I don't like taking gifts from people for nothing, but if you take it, there's a coming and going, and you don't owe each other anything. Since Sister Hong gave me the wine, then I can do Sister Hong a small favor. For example, for you, Sister Red, to cure a minor illness. It turns out that this kid is going to help cure Sister Hong. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Hong's eyes, however, already had a hint of impatience in them. Little brother, what ails me that I need to rely on you to cure? Could it be that you think that I don't even have the money to go to the hospital? Anyone could hear that Sister Hong was not even half interested in Yi Wuchen's offer. If you know what's good for you, shut up and apologize and leave. Otherwise, if you make Sister Hong angry, it's no joke. Wenbai also blared at Yi Wuchen, signaling Yi Wuchen to keep his mouth shut. But Yi Wuchen continued. Sister Hong runs such a big store. Of course she won't be short of medical bills. It's just that if the doctor you're looking for, Sister Red, is able to solve your problem, then your old injury wouldn't have dragged on and not been healed yet. If I'm not mistaken, the stab wounds left in your abdomen and back years ago had injured the tendons. Every rainy day, your wounds must hurt like hell. Helping you out with this little ailment is enough to repay the favor of bringing you the wine, isn't it? After these words were said, everyone snorted in disdain in their hearts. What's this kid talking about? He and Sister Hong met for the first time. Could he still see that Sister Hong had a knife wound on her belly and back right through her clothes? Are you kidding me? But Sister Hong's gaze, however, became surprised. He's a doctor? Sister Hong asked about Wimber. Yi Wuchen was a bottomless stranger to Sister Hong, and Wimber knew better than to lie to her. Wimber replied dismissively. He's just a cook. He's also a webcaster, by the way. Sister Hong was very surprised at what she heard. The cook? Anchor? What kind of doctor does this kind of person give? However, Wenbai seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. You don't still know anything about medicine, do you? In Wenbai's mind, it seemed that Yi Wuchen was often able to fulfill any bold words that he put down. It even gave Wenbai a feeling that Yi Wuchen was omnipotent. But after Wenbai Gang subconsciously asked, he couldn't help but want to smack himself twice. How can a cook anchor know anything about medicine? What nonsense are you talking to yourself? Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. If it works or not, just try it. This time it's a return favor, and there's no charge. Looking at Yi Wuchen's confident appearance, Sister Hong was a little hesitant. She has an old injury that does hurt on rainy days. Drilling pain. The pain of this old injury had been tormenting Red for many years. Hong has been to many hospitals, but there is only one solution for the doctors to solve the problem. That would be to put Red on painkillers. Treating the symptoms does not address the root cause. She had thought that she was going to have to live with her injuries for the rest of her life, but now that she had heard someone actually say that they could be cured, it had moved her a bit as well. Do I need to prepare anything? Sister Red asked. Yi Wuchen replied. Just bring a box of silver needles. Sister Hong also no longer hesitated. Okay, you guys go ahead and wait for me in the private room. I'll take care of something and come over. After saying that, Sister Hong called a waiter and asked the waiter to take Yi Wuchen and the others to the private room, and she herself turned away. Several people quickly arrived at the luxury private room. The laser lights, jukebox and projection screen in the private room were all very new to Yi Wuchen, and he couldn't help but get up and study them. Instead, Wimber and two friends sat on the couch and made small talk with each other. Wen Xiao, who is this turd? Look at the way he's dressed. How much money can he have in his pockets? Has to be a deadbeat to get our innings together. Is he good enough? The two friends snapped disgruntledly, especially seeing Yi Wuchen hogging the jukebox alone to work on it, resulting in none of them being able to go to the jukebox. This was even more upsetting to the two. A cook anchor is worthy of hanging out with them rich kids? Ridiculous. Wimber, however, replied, don't underestimate him. He has over $10 million in his bank card account. Which one of you has the pockets to pull out this much money? The two friends were wide-eyed. 10 million? Or cash? This stunned the two men. Too rich second generation when there is no lack of money. They if on the assets are not less than 30 million. But when it comes to cash, they can have a couple million on their cards at most. I'm afraid only their dads can afford a cash deposit of $10 million. That good? Looks like we'll have to go toast him and get to know each other. The attitude of the two rich kids immediately changed. Money, the symbol of strength. Yi Wuchen had enough money, which meant that he was qualified to hang out with these rich kids. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen twisted his head and grinned. I'm sorry, you said it wrong, young one. Now in my card, it's over $40 million. It turned out that Yi Wuchen, who had sharp ears, had already heard the three people's conversation. But, Wenbai had just taken a sip of wine, and when he heard this, he choked and couldn't help but spit out the wine in his mouth. He wiped his mouth in surprise and looked at Yi Wuchen, incredulously. It was just over 10 million last night. How come it's 40 million after one day? You kid, you're not going to rob a bank, are you? Other than robbing a bank, he really couldn't think of anyone who had the ability to make $30 million in one day? The other two friends also looked shocked. Yi Wuchen replied with a smile. How could I possibly go on a robbery? But it's just that I helped a real estate owner. Mr. Lin, read a feng shui today. That boss Lin is much more generous than boss Lu, directly giving me a reward of $30 million. Does young Master Wen have any feng shui reading needs? Feel free to find me. I'll give you a friendly price. When Bai's gaze at Yi Wuchen at this moment was as if he was looking at a monster. He settled down, only gradually easing up. You kid, you can still read feng shui? What on earth is there you don't know how to do? You guy? The Lin boss you said who was engaged in real estate. Could it be Lin Han Lin? Wen Xiao still knew quite a few people who had a reputation in Dakan City. Yi Wuchen nodded his head. That's him. What? Doesn't young Master Wen believe it? If you don't believe me, feel free to call and ask. The two friends on the sidelines were full of skepticism. Money, is it that good? You can make $30 million from a feng shui reading? Blow awesome right. Wimber, of course, didn't believe it either, and he snorted coldly. Of course I'm going to fight. I have Mr. Lin's phone number. I'd like to see if you're a swollen face. After saying that, Wenbai took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Han's number. Both friends also had a sneer on their faces. The bigger the bragging rights, the bigger the disgrace when they are poked and prodded. Let's see how this kid ends up when the time comes. After a while, the Wimber call ended. After Wenbai hung up the phone, he raised his head to look at Yi Wuchen with an unbelievable face. Actually, it's true. Chapter 69, this kid is too long in the tooth. Wimber was completely blown away. Lin Han had confirmed on the phone that he had indeed sought Yi Wuchen's help to solve the feng shui problem today and had paid $30 million. The details weren't said by Lin Han, but the answer was 1000% true. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two friends can only express the shock in their hearts with if they had known that feng shui was so lucrative, they would have gone to learn feng shui. And what's the point of playing with their lives to start a business? This brother, my name is Yang Yun. My name is Yuan Yuan. Let's toast to you. The two friends stood up with their wine glasses and began to get to know each other with Yi Wuchen. Rich kids don't like to be friends with poor people, yet they like to spend time with people who are weighty enough and strong enough. Yi Wuchen smiled as he pulled out business cards from his pocket and distributed them to Yang Yun and Yuan Yuan. We're all destined to drink together, so we're friends. In the future, if you have a need for fortune telling or feng shui, you can always find me. If you have a need to eat, go to the Royal Court Hotel and give my name. By the way, I have a new healing business today. It's all at a friendly price for this month. Yang Yun and the two of them took the business card, and their faces showed oddities. This kid, his business is not too mixed up. At this point, the door to the private room opened. A reddish-colored silhouette walked in. The soft female voice followed. What's all the chatter about? All the talking? The person who came was none other than Sister Hong. She waved her hand, and the waiter behind her immediately brought several bottles of high-grade foreign wine. Sister Hong poured a full glass of wine and held it up. Thanks to all of you for visiting the small store today. I'll toast you first. After saying that, Sister Hong drank the full glass of wine in one gulp. I could tell she was a big drinker, and that little bit of wine down her gullet didn't have any effect on her. Lin Han's trio didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly drank a cup as well. Little brother, I bought the silver needles you asked for. I don't know about this disease. What are you going to do about it? Sister Hong stretched out her jade hand and placed a box of exquisite brand new silver needles on the coffee table. Yi Wuchen took out the silver needle and took a look at it, satisfied with the quality of the needle. I'll do your acupuncture first, then a push and massage, and you'll be cured in half an hour, he replied. The bystanders, on the other hand, changed their faces dramatically. Sister Hong also frowned slightly. Massage? That means physical contact. Wenbai hurriedly pulled Yi Wuchen aside and said in a low voice, "Kid, you're tired of living. How dare you touch housewoman?" Yi Wuchen asked rhetorically. "It's not like a massage is an unseemly thing, so why can't you touch it?" When Wenbai saw that Yi Wuchen still didn't understand, he couldn't help but become furious. "Do you know who Howie is?" Yi Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. "Howie? Is it famous? Why should I know?" Wimber was completely speechless. "You hang out in DCH and you don't even know Ho? How did this kid survive this long?" The other side. Sister Hong had become impatient. "What are you whispering about? Start healing." Yi Wuchen's next words, however, caused the crowd to be even more frightened and break into a cold sweat. "Please also ask Sister Red to undo her clothes so that the scarred area can be exposed." Yi Wuchen uttered these words with ease, and the bystanders are nervous as hell. "How dare you ask Sister Hong to take off her clothes? This kid is really tired of living." "No, Yi Wuchen, think about the consequences," Wimber chimed in alarmed. It was Sister Hong who was generous and said with a wave of her hand, Okay, this is normal healing. What's all the fuss about? Don't worry guys, I won't let Hao know." After saying that, she started to unbutton her cheongsam. This startled Wenbai, Yang Yun and Yuan, where they dared to look, much less linger. The three of them hurriedly left the private room as if they were fleeing for their lives, and then closed the door of the private room behind them. Only Yi Wuchen and Sister Hong were left alone in a room together. Sister Hong's undressing action, however, was not the slightest bit squirmy. Full of the boldness of a woman of the jungle, she undid her shirt in a few moments, revealing her jade back, and just on her back, there was a colorful phoenix bird tattooed. The phoenix bird is as if it were spreading its wings. Again, it's like being reborn in a fire. Only this phoenix bird had 2 cuts on its body, which on closer inspection turned out to be 2 long scars. These scars mar the beauty of the phoenix bird tattoo, causing the phoenix bird to look somewhat miserable and helpless. Colorful teal. I didn't think there was anyone else tattooing this kind of phoenix bird. If a teal flies, it falls frost. This phoenix bird as a tattoo is not a good symbol. It represents a person's fate with many twists and turns. Yi Wuchen looked at the tattoo on Sister Hong's back. Despite the beauty's backlessness, his eyes were calm and clear, without any semblance of desire. Sister Hong detected Yi Wuchen's calm eyes, and her heart couldn't help but gain a few more points of appreciation. Other men in this world see her with nothing but lust in their eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen a man like Yi Wuchen who was able to see no evil light in his eyes. "I only heard Sister Hong speak frankly. When I was a child, my parents worked outside all the time, and it was only my grandmother and I who stayed behind in the countryside. Grandma is old and can't control me at all, and in my youthful rebelliousness, I went astray and began to mix with society in order not to continue to be bullied and for the sake of that ridiculous scenery and prestige. In those days, those who came out to hang out liked to have dragons and phoenixes carved on their bodies, and having tattoos could make people afraid. That's when I got the tattoo on my back. I was young and uneducated and I looked at the tattoo as pretty and got it, but I didn't think it was going to stay on me for the rest of my life. It's too late for regrets now." Not only did Sister Hong not care about Yi Wuchen's unlucky words, but she also talked about her own past. She didn't understand why she said so much. She guessed that Yi Wuchen's gentlemanly frankness made her relax a lot. Yi Wuchen pulled out a silver needle. He continued as he placed the needle for Sister Hong. "These 2 scars in particular, severing the head and tail on the teal, have an even more ominous significance. It states that you have had a life-threatening experience when you were 15 and 21 years old, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to get a good death later." Sister Hong felt the silver needles piercing her body, and this slight pain made her eyebrows jump. She then laughed bitterly. "If you come out, you'll have to pay back sooner or later. You're right. I was stabbed in the stomach here when I was 15. Got slashed twice in the back when I was 21. Both attacks nearly killed me. Those of us who are on a path of no return, wanting to turn back is no longer possible. Where can we expect to get a good end?" Speaking here, Sister Hong looked back at Yi Wuchen. "Now I'm convinced that you really know how to tell fortunes." It seemed that Sister Hong had also investigated Yi Wuchen's information when she wasn't around just now. Yi Wuchen had already finished placing the needles at this time. He rolled up his sleeves and spoke. "Okay, now I'm ready to push and massage. It might hurt a little, so bear with me." Sister Hong nodded her head, signaling that she could begin. So Yi Wuchen started to do it. 20 minutes later, Yi Wuchen retracted his hands, then removed the silver needle on Sister Hong's back. "It's done, and those scars of yours will never hurt again." Sister Hong, however, was in no hurry to get dressed, and her face was not as relaxed and gentle as it had been earlier when she had recounted her passing. Instead, a coldness, especially with a flash of ferocity under her eyes. "Yes, if it's not cured, then I'm afraid you're going to run into some trouble today, little brother." Sister Hong rolled her eyes quickly. and her tone was clearly unkind. She didn't mind undressing in front of Yi Wuchen, but she did mind if someone dared to tease her. Anyone who dares to tease Sister Hong will have to pay a lesson in blood, said, only to see Sister Hong violently grabbing a handful of ice from the ice bucket, and then pressing hard on her scar. She has scars that hurt violently when she is cold. At this point she uses ice packs if the scar produces pain. This kid, then, is really going to be in trouble. Chapter 70, You're a Bull. Sister Hong flipped her face faster than a book. She runs an entertainment center and has a deep background, so the harsh words she puts down can be said and done. However, Yi Wuchen had a relaxed and indifferent face. It looks like he possesses enough confidence. After a while, Sister Hong couldn't help but make a surprised sound. She hung her head in surprise at the wound that was being iced. These old wounds, at this time, even in the face of the stimulation of the coldness of the ice, but surprisingly did not have the same kind of pain as in the past. It really doesn't hurt anymore. My injury, you really healed it? Sister Hong raised her head to look at Yi Wuchen, and her cold face quickly eased. Yi Wuchen laughed. Not only will it not hurt now, it won't even hurt anymore in the future. If something goes wrong, Sister Red can always call me. Sister Hong looked at Yi Wuchen seriously, as if she wanted to determine the truth of Yi Wuchen's words. Soon, Sister Hong replaced her face with a smile. Little brother's medical skills are really brilliant. I didn't realize that Western medicine didn't cure me of this disease, but Chinese medicine did. Today, thank you little brother. In the future, if there's anything you need from sister, feel free to tell her, Sister Hong said as she put the cheongsam back on. When she was sure that Yi Wuchen really cured herself, she certainly became polite. Yi Wuchen, however, continued, right, Sister Hong, I have another business here. Your wounds don't hurt anymore, but the scars are still there. How unsightly those scars are, and they ruin your tattoos and affect your destiny. I know a way to get rid of your scars. Sister Hong's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. For a beautiful woman, no one wants to have some ugly scars on her body. Maybe some of the younger girls who are out in the world will think it looks awesome to have scars on their bodies, but Hong had long since passed that age. She was mentally mature and knew what she really wanted. What conditions does brother Yi need? Sister Hong opened her mouth to inquire. Yi Wuchen grinned. This is a big project to get rid of scars and change your life. So, it's not too much for me to charge you $10 million, is it? Sister Hong almost suspected she had heard wrong. How much? 10 million? What a ing joke. Red's mentally expected price is within $100,000. This kid, he's got the guts to yell $10 million right out of the gate? I've got things to do so I'll leave you guys to have fun. Little brother. Sister Hong didn't say anything, got up and left. It's just a scar. She can go to a beauty and cosmetic clinic and throw tens of thousands of dollars at it. Unless she's crazy to spend $10 million to get rid of a few scars. Yi Wuchen didn't mind either. Sister Hong is not willing to cure. There are people who are willing to pay a lot of money for him to cure. With Sister Hong leaving, when Bai, Yang Yun and Yuan re-entered the private room. Yi Wuchen, you kid is bull. You dare to touch and look at any of Hao's women. As soon as Wimber sat down, he spoke. Just now, they noticed that Sister Hong had a look of satisfaction and pleasure on her face as she left, so they dared to return to the private room. If Sister Hong had an angry look on her face, then the three of them would have to run away. Yang Yun also exclaimed, speaking of Brother Hao, that's a marvelous character. He is a famous lord. He has no less than a few hundred under his command. He is even surrounded by beautiful women. And Sister Hong is the prettiest and most capable one. There was once a company boss who got drunk in this MCD-KTV and then dared to molest Sister Hong on the basis of her wealth. And then the person evaporated. Finally after his body was recovered in the river. Even though there was no evidence, everyone knew he was sunk in the river by Hao. As soon as they spoke of Brother Hao, all three of their faces were filled with reverence. When they were young, they grew up listening to stories of Hao's fights in the jungle. Now they are grown men and Hao has become an underground bully. Yuan also said, our city is divided into two major districts in the northwest. The western district is under the control of Master Qin, and our northern district is the territory of Brother Hao. If it's more powerful than which of the two of them, I think it's still Master Qin who's better. Master Qin has wanted to go ashore and clean up his act over the years and has started to get involved in quite a bit of serious business. And Hao has remained ferocious and violent all these years, doing whatever he wants. I'm afraid such a person. Before he could finish his sentence, Wimber violently grabbed a handful of melons and scattered them on his face. I only heard Wenbai angrily say, Yuan, don't even look at whose territory this is? Can you say these things? Nonsense? Yuan also realized that he had said something he shouldn't have. He hastily digressed, lest he get into trouble for himself. Yi Wuchen didn't have half an interest in the gossipy news of these Jianghu people. He called the waiter in and inquired, "Do you know Liang Jin?" The waitress replied seriously, "Mr. Liang is our regular customer here." "Of course I know him." Yi Wuchen nodded, then pulled out 2 bills and stuffed them into the waitress's hands. "Let me know if the beam comes in later." The time was also approaching. Yi Wuchen had to know Liang Jin's whereabouts. The waitress held the banknotes in her hand and said happily, "Don't worry, guest. I'll notify you the first time if Mr. Liang comes." After saying that, the waitress left the private room and went ahead to keep an eye on Yi Wuchen. When Bai was puzzled at his words, "What are you looking for Liang Jin for? That boy is not a good character. We all despise him. He's extremely horny, and all he does all day is pick up girls when he's not doing his job. It's not even if he likes to play with women. He also often uses some dishonorable means. He's simply a pervert." Yi Wuchen smiled and didn't explain. He picked up the microphone and started trying to start singing songs from this era. Outside Maddie's KTV, a luxurious BMW drove up. A man and 2 women stepped out of the car. It was Liang Jin, Zhang Lan and Song Zian. "Auntie, Zian, I've already got a private room here. There's no need to be formal tonight. I'll pay for everything we spend." Liang Jin wore a suit and greased his head. As soon as he got off the bus, he stared straight at Song Zian. Song Zian's face was full of innocence, while her body was hot to the core. Although she was just wearing a simple loose t-shirt, her perfect body could not be hidden, especially her long legs, white and straight, with no flaws visible at all. This made Liang Jin only feel itching to conquer this extremely beautiful woman. Last night that beautiful young woman Lin Yulong he failed to get his hands on. Tonight he said anything he would not let go of this beautiful woman with an angelic face and devilish body. Zhang Lan laughed from the side. "Mr. Liang, you are too polite. Where young people like KTV play, old ladies like us don't go to join in the fun. It just so happens that I'm a little under the weather, so I'll just take a cab home." Zian quickly go in with Mr. Liang. "You young people just have fun." Zhang Lan's purpose was to create time for her daughter to be alone with Liang Jin. Liang Jin's family has a mine, and worth hundreds of millions of dollars. If they could climb into the Liang family, then the mother and daughter would have something to look forward to in the future. Song Zian, however, said, "Mom, since you're not feeling well, I'll send you home. It just so happens that I'm a little sick too, so I won't go in." Knowing that a daughter is not like a mother, Zhang Lan knew the little scheme in Song Zian's heart as soon as she heard it. She pulled Song Zian toward one side and angrily rebuked. "Zian, what are you talking nonsense about? Tonight, no matter what, you must give Duke Liang this face. Otherwise, you won't be coming home ever again." Saying that, Zhang Lan did not care if Song Zian was happy or not, and directly pushed Song Zian to Liang Jin's side. I only heard Zhang Lan curtly smile. "Mr. Liang, my daughter is thin-skinned and embarrassed about things like blind dates, and please take the initiative and quickly take Zian up to play." Liang Jin sniffed and understood. He hemmed and hawed. "Auntie, just don't worry." With that, Liang Jin pulled Song Zian towards the inside of the KTV. Song Zian tried to refuse several times, but Zhang Lan also pushed and shoved behind her back to persuade her bitterly. She could only say helplessly, "Mr. Liang, let's talk first. I'm only going to sit for a while, and I don't drink." Liang Jin, however, agreed readily. "No problem. If you can't trust me, can't you trust your aunt? He has been in love for a long time and has played with many women. There are ways to deal with simple women like Song Zian who do not know the evils of the world. As long as Song Zian entered the KTV with him, then she couldn't escape him." Eventually, Song Zian could only helplessly follow Liang Jin into the KTV. Zhang Lan watched her daughter follow Liang Jin into the inside of the KTV and left in satisfaction. And not far away, 2 silhouettes also walked towards Maddie's KTV. It was actually Zhang Maokai and his daughter Lin Tongtong. Chapter 71, If you don't drink, you don't give face. Tong Tong, this year your birthday daddy helped you. Don't worry, daddy will make this birthday a happy one. I've booked a private room here and have the cake ready. Daddy's here tonight to spend your birthday with you. Zhang Maokai held his daughter Lin Tongtong's small hand with a happy face. He had finally realized that one must have self-confidence since he was instructed by Yi Wuchen last time. Being confident doesn't necessarily mean you'll win, but without confidence you are bound to lose. That's why after Zhang Maokai played with confidence, his whole person seemed to be different. He summoned up the courage to take the initiative to find his wife, Lin Yulong, and after many requests, he finally got the chance to be alone with his daughter today. "Dad." Lin Tongtong suddenly spoke timidly. For her dad, she felt close in her blood, but emotionally alien as well. Now that she's with her dad, Lin Tongtong isn't as relaxed as she could be. Zhang Maokai was puzzled. "What's wrong, Tongtong?" Lin Tongtong hesitantly explained. "Grandma and the guys always said that Dad was talentless loser. But Tong Tong doesn't believe it. In Tong Tong's heart, Daddy will be the best daddy in the world. Daddy's a great big hero too. Listening to his daughter's words, Zhang Maocai's heart was almost melted with warmth, and the corners of his eyes were a little moist. No one ever looked up to him. His mother-in-law, even his wife, including everyone else, disliked him for being useless. But there are daughters in this world who still trust him. Never let your daughter down. Tong Tong, Daddy will prove it to everyone. Zhang Maocai firmly took his daughter's small hand. He took his daughter and headed into the KTV. Inside KTV, in the private room, Yi Wuchen was happily singing when the waiter quickly walked in. Sir, Mr. Liang is here. He's in room 888 with a female companion and a few more friends. The waiter had received Yi Wuchen's tip, so he came to ventilate the situation in the first place. Yi Wuchen heard this and put down the microphone. Guys, I'm sorry, I have to leave. On Mr. Liang's side, I still have to get a game together. Yi Wuchen finished speaking and left the private room. Only when Bai, Yang Yun and Yuan Yuan were left with puzzled faces. This guy is actually going to get into Liang Jin's game? You're not going for a meal or a drink, are you? It's like he's come to rub the innings of his own three. Wen Xiao, what's that kid's origin? Could it be that he is fishing for a side door with Liang Jin's gang? Who else in serious business would have that much cash in the bank? He was able to get along with even a woman of Sister Hong's caliber. Could it be that he's also a member of the Tao? Once Yi Wuchen left, Yuan Yuan and Yang Yun couldn't help but ask questions. For this Yi Wuchen, the two were really full of curiosity. Wimber deliberated for a long time before answering. This kid, I can't see through him either. He is all about wanting to make money among his words, but I feel that his attitude towards money seems not to be so important. I don't know if it's an illusion. Wimber confused even himself. Yi Wuchen, this person, as if simple enough to be able to let a person see through at a glance. But when looked at seriously, it was found to be as if looking at flowers in the fog end up separated by a layer. And this kid always makes big moves whenever he shows up. I even have a hunch that he's afraid he's going to startle a lot of people in this karaoke tonight. 2. Wen Bai voiced out his premonition but caused Yang Yun and Yuan Yuan to look surprised. They are also considered to be rich second generation. But come to this McDonald's KTV, do not dare to make trouble. This place is Sister Hun's venue, and behind her stands Brother Ho. And the people who came here to spend money were from all three religions. And there were many guests who were the existence that the three Wen Bai people didn't dare to mess with. If you want to be a hit in a place like this, then I'm afraid you're going to have to pay a huge price. The other side, private room 888. Liang Jin had already entered the private room with Song Zian. The two, at first, exchanged normal pleasantries. Liang Jin didn't make any excessive moves other than his lustful eyes constantly ogling Song Zian's body. But soon, along with the arrival of Liang Jin's friend, all that changes. Yo, Mr. Liang, changing chicks again? You, boy, are truly a groom night after night. Entered a young man with an inch hair, wearing a black undershirt and a lean muscular body. The young man had a cigarette in his mouth and a tattoo of a dragon could be seen on his arm, especially since he's all sleazy and doesn't look like a good person at first glance. As soon as this youth entered the room, his gaze was fixed on Song Zian's body. This made Song Zian feel very uncomfortable. Liang Jin, however, laughed. Zian, this is my lifelong brother, Pao. Bao is a very righteous person. Last time there was a who dared to not give me face. Bao directly used a knife to cut 10 slashes on that S face. Those cuts were so deep that the skin rolled open and even the white bone inside was visible. Speaking here, Liang Jin laughed out loud. He was deliberately scaring Song Zian. Liang Jin is very good at playing with women, and he has different ways of dealing with different women. Against an ordinary woman from an ordinary family like Song Zian, Liang Jin's favorite thing to do was to bully and seduce. Use of monetary inducements. Use of violence to intimidate. All he had to do was double up and the honest women would obey. Sure enough, Song Zian was obviously a bit scared when she heard this. But all girls are most afraid of being disfigured. Liang Jin took the opportunity to pat Song Zian's fragrant shoulder. Zian, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go and toast Pao and call him Brother Pao again? If anything happens to you in the future, Brother Panther will cover you. Bao understands Liang Jin's mind, and the two of them have been cooperating to conquer women for a long time. Only to see Bao immediately pick up the wine bottle to pour 2 full glasses of wine, and bring one of them to Song Zian's face. He then picked up another glass. Pretty girl, I'll just do it first. Bottoms up. We'll be friends from now on. After saying that, Pao drank the wine in his cup in one go. The full glass of wine was only enough for Pao to quench his thirst. But for a girl, I'm afraid that if this full glass of wine goes down, she'll soon be drunk. Song Zian certainly understood this, and she hastily refused. Sorry, I don't drink. Xiao Liang. We had an agreement when we came. I don't drink. Liang Jin, however, deliberately showed a helpless expression. Zian. Of course I won't let you drink with me. But this drink, it's for you and Panther. Not my business. Look, brother Bao has already dried up. It would be wrong if you didn't drink. Let's do it this way. I'll help you plead with brother Panther. Seeing as you're a girl you don't have to finish your drink. Drinking half of it will always do. You'd be really rude if you didn't drink half a glass. For things like persuading people to drink, Liang Jin had long been familiar with it. At the same time, he surreptitiously tried a wink toward Pao. Pao would understand, and immediately put on a stern face, disguising a look of anger. Beauty, I tell you, I, Pao, have been out here until now, and I'm all about a mutual respect. Now that I've had a drink to honor you, it's a sign of respect. If you don't drink it, you're disrespecting me and not giving me face. I, Pao, have never suffered this kind of humiliation since I was a child. The words have been said. Think about it yourself. Saying that, Bao deliberately stood in front of the sofa and looked down on Song Zian, who was sitting on the sofa, deliberately creating a sense of oppression. Liang Jin also kept urging from the sidelines and pressed on step by step. Song Zian couldn't help but look embarrassed. She didn't drink at all on a regular basis, hadn't experienced much drinking, and didn't know how to resist being talked into drinking. In the face of Bao and Liang Jin's offense, Song Zian was unable to fight for a moment. She gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll drink, but that's all I'm going to drink. Half a glass, no more. Saying that, Song Zian picked up the wine glass and drank half of it in one gulp with her eyes closed. Strong wine down. Song Zian was choked to tears, coughing. Liang Jin and Bao glanced at each other, both of them showing smugness in their eyes. As long as Song Zian yielded the first time, then they had a way to make her yield the second time. At the end of the day, the royally drunk beauty is at their mercy. After Song Zian finished her drink, she forced herself to stand up with the feeling of vomiting. Liang Xiao, I'm leaving. We agreed that I would only sit for a while and then leave. Excuse me for a moment, she said and tried to get out of here quickly. Liang Jin replied with a smile. Of course, we agreed that I personally would not stand in your way. However, Pao stopped in front of Song Zian. This made Song Zian nervous. What do you want? Chapter 72, Ruthlessness, Pao said with a sneer. Since the beautiful woman drank the wine, she is looking up to me. Pao. Of course Pao, won't stand in the way, except that I have another friend coming over soon as well, and he wants to buy the pretty lady a drink as well. As he was talking, he saw the door to the private room open again. Entering, a bald, fat man. The fat man was wearing a black t-shirt with a tiger design and a large gold chain around his neck. A tattoo of a scorpion stretched from his bald head to his thick neck. As soon as the bald fat man entered the room, his eyes gathered on Song Zian's body and couldn't leave it. Young Liang, did you pick up a good deal this time? When do you get tired of playing with it and let the brothers have a taste of it too? This bald fat man has coarse language. Liang Jin and Bao hurriedly glared at him. Fatty immediately understood the current situation. He immediately changed into a smiling face and ran to Song Zian. Sister, my name is Fat Scorpion. Nice to meet you. Come on, let's both have a drink. Saying that, Fatty quickly poured 2 cups of wine, and shoved one of them hard into Song Zian's hands. Song Zian panicked. No, I'm not drinking. The fat man, who called himself Fat Scorpion, however, took it upon himself to pick up his wine glass and drank the full glass in one gulp. Sister, I finished the wine. You can't not give me face. Drink up. I'll recognize you as my sister after this one. If you're bullied outside in the future, my name as Fat Scorpion will work. The moment Fat Scorpion opened his mouth, he was filled with a strong Taoist flavor. It's not hard to see that he and Pao are in the same category. Song Zian, however, hastily shook her head. No, I really can't drink it. I'm leaving, so you guys just let me go. Song Zian then attempted to escape the place by going around the Fat Scorpion. However, the Fat Scorpion's obese body moved slightly, and it was like a mountain of meat blocking in front of Song Zian. Only the Fat Scorpion's eyes glared viciously. What do you mean? You look down on me, Fat Scorpion? Pao on the side also came over, holding a glass of wine and wanting to pour it into Song Zian's mouth. It's just a drink. It's not poison. Come on, drink this one, won't kill you. Pao's movements had been brutal and rough. Song Zian was so scared that she struggled desperately. The Fat Scorpion, however, reached out his hands to firmly clasp Song Zian's arms at that moment, making it impossible for Song Zian to block. Bao shoved the wine glass into Song Zian's mouth, trying to force the wine. Song Zian's helpless gaze looked at Liang Jin. Liang Xiao, you promised me. However, Liang Jin, revealed an evil smile. Zian, it's just a cup of wine for everyone to make friends. So just drink it. Come out to play with more friends. Maybe you'll have a use for friends later. Tell you what, Zian. My brothers won't let you drink for nothing. One drink and $10,000. $10,000. Song Zian just can't earn this much money even if she worked hard for a month. Nowadays a drink is 10,000. But Song Zian wouldn't be half-hearted about this amount of money. Yi Wuchen had once said that he would give her millions of gold, and she had been able to refuse without hesitation. Song Zian was not the kind of woman who would sell her self-respect for money. You guys gotta let me go, or I'll call the police. Song Zian pulled out her cell phone and sternly refused. However, for these guys, can't a single call to the police scare them? Ah Bao violently reached out and snatched Song Zian's cell phone. Giving face. Ha? Do you have to offend us to death by letting you have a drink and calling the police? Fat Scorpion also smiled and reached out his hand, trying to pull Song Zian back onto the sofa. Girl, come on, drink a few more cups with brother and he'll let you go. The Fat Scorpion was so strong that Song Zian was unable to break free. By this moment, she also realized her situation. So she started screaming desperately. Help! Help! However, the soundproofing of this KTV room is extremely good. Song Zian is screaming through the throat outside cannot be heard at all. Liang Jin sat on the sofa and slowly inhaled a cigarette, watching the beautiful prey about to fall into his clutches. Despair also flooded Song Zian's eyes. She suddenly copied a sharp ice pick on the table, then actually aimed it at her neck. If you guys keep pushing me, I'll die for you. If you make a big deal out of this, none of you will be able to finish it. Song Zian roared angrily. The ice pick in her hand was dead center against her aorta, and all it took was a hard stab to end her life. Liang Jin, Ah Bo and Fat Scorpion, however, had disdain on their faces. They don't believe Song Zian would commit suicide, only to see the three exchanging a glance with each other, slowly approaching towards Song Zian, surprisingly looking for an opportunity to try and seize the ice pick in Song Zian's hand. Song Zian sensed the trio's movements, and she also knew that these three hooligans simply wouldn't stop there. In her eyes, there was a flash of determination. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. When she gritted her teeth, she tried to kill herself to preserve her innocence. Just at this critical moment, boom! Only to see that the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open by someone from outside. A silhouette that appeared at the entrance of the private room. Yi Wuchen? Song Zian couldn't help but see the person who suddenly came in, and surprise couldn't help but show in her eyes. She completely did not expect that Yi Wuchen would appear here at this time. Liang Jin frowned. Hey, what are you doing? Wrong private room, right? Get out of here. Yi Wuchen's line of sight scanned around the private room and already understood the situation in front of him. He arrived in front of Song Zian and stretched out his hand to press the ice pick in her hand. Zian, you're doing it wrong. Remember, don't take your life lightly at any time, because if you do, you'll only make the pros suffer. Yi Wuchen said and took the ice pick from Song Zian's hand. He patted Song Zian's shoulder and grinned. His words, in particular, were filled with a special confidence and inexplicable power, causing Song Zian to let go of his hand. Song Zian looked at the man in front of her and inexplicably felt a sense of security in her heart. Brother Yi. It was as if as long as Yi Wuchen appeared, there was no problem that could not be solved. It's a feeling that puts people at ease. At this point, Ah Bao had already rushed up ferociously and pressed down on Yi Wuchen's shoulder. Kid, didn't you hear what Xiao Liang said? Let's get you out of here. Do you want me to pull you out? Ah Bao grabbed Yi Wuchen's shoulders and tried to drag him away. Yet the next second, Yi Wuchen actually turned around suddenly. The ice pick in his hand also pierced into Ah Bao's eye socket in a flash. Bear! Sharp ice picks were deep into the cone shanks. In less than a second, Yi Wuchen pulled out the ice pick. Blood spattered. Ah ha ha ha. Pao covered his eye socket and screamed loudly and miserably. Crimson blood continued to gush out from his fingers. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. No one expected Yi Wuchen to suddenly strike out and hurt someone. And it was done so viciously. In one shot, he actually blinded Pao in one eye. Yi Wuchen shook off the blood on the ice pick and rushed at Song Zian to open his mouth. Instead of hurting yourself, hurt those who want to hurt you. Song Zian stared blankly at Yi Wuchen. Her head went completely blank. The Yi Wuchen she remembered was always a peaceful person, not calculating, and never flipped out with anyone. And at this time, Yi Wuchen was ruthless. Is he doing this for me? That's why he's like this? While Song Zian was horrified, a trace of emotion unexpectedly rose in her heart. At this point, Liang Jin and Fat Scorpion also came back to their senses. Yet. Fat Scorpion was experienced in brawling and he was the first to make a move. He only saw that he copied a wine bottle and smashed it down hard towards the back of Yi Wuchen's head. Song Zian let out a cry of fright at the sight. Big brother Yi, be careful. Chapter 73, Stop? Don't stop. Seeing that the wine bottle in Fat Scorpion's hand was about to hit Yi Wuchen, Song Zian was already scared out of her wits. Liang Jin's face showed his complacency. A ferocious light of triumph had emerged in the eyes of the fat scorpion. However, swish, a shadowy figure flashed by, only to see that the bottle of wine in fat scorpion's hand had unexpectedly disappeared. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. The wine bottle, surprisingly, had fallen into Yi Wuchen's hands. This, fat scorpion couldn't help but be surprised. He completely failed to figure out how the wine bottle in his hand had fallen into Yi Wuchen's hands. Next, the wine bottle in Yi Wuchen's hand had ruthlessly smashed on the fat scorpion's head. Ping! The wine bottle was smashed to pieces, and the fat scorpion's head was opened. Blood mixed with wine continued to flow from the fat scorpion's bald head. Ein Yet! How dare you hit me? The fat scorpion covered his head and glared angrily at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen said indifferently, I still dare to kill you, believe it or not? For a moment, fat scorpion felt a cold killing intent on Yi Wuchen. This killing intent instantly made the fat scorpion's scalp numb and creepy. But soon, the fat scorpion stabilized his mind. He sneered, Kid, don't think that I, fat scorpion, am intimidated. I'm standing here today. If you have the guts, try killing one of my old men. Do you realize that by daring to see blood here, you've already broken a major taboo? If you dare to kill again, then no one can protect you. The fat scorpion had a confident look on his face, as if he was certain that Yi Wuchen didn't dare to kill him at all. Liang Jin also stood up from the sofa at this time. He glanced at Ah Bao, who was rolling on the ground in pain after being stabbed in the eye, and then looked at Fat Scorpion, who had his head opened up, and finally looked at Yi Wuchen. Where did you come from, little Yakuza? Do you know what this place is? Maddie's KTV is Howie's place. You dare let anyone see blood in his yard. You're doomed to go out tonight with only a trip. If you dare to kill again, you'll never see the sun tomorrow, and your whole family will suffer too. Kid, you're in big trouble. A cold light shone straight from Liang Jin's eyes. Ah Bao and Fat Scorpion were his good brothers, and now that the two had been beaten so badly, he couldn't swallow his breath. It was only because of Yi Wuchen's ruthlessness that he hadn't been able to immediately explode. When Song Zian heard these words, she also realized that Yi Wuchen seemed to have really made a big trouble. She hurriedly pulled Yi Wuchen. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Once a person is killed, then things can get out of hand. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. It's not just killing someone. It's not even close to being impulsive. These words made Song Zian not even know how to take them. You've killed someone and you don't call it impulsive? The Fat Scorpion laughed coldly after hearing this. I'm Nima. I've been around for so long, but I've never seen someone who dares to blow his awesome like this. On Brother House Field. If you have the guts, try killing one of my old men. Come on, kill me. I'll give you 10 guts. If you don't dare to kill me, you're an old man's keeper. Come on and kill. Don't just pretend to be a pussy. Kill me instead. The Fat Scorpion said this while sticking his head towards Yi Wuchen, making an appearance of letting himself be beaten and killed. You dare to kill someone in Ho's place? Are you kidding me? The Fat Scorpion was looking at this, and that's why he dared to be so rogue. However, little did he know that he had messed with the wrong person this time. Yi Wuchen smiled morosely. Yeah, meet you. Saying that, Yi Wuchen had raised the ice pick that was still dripping blood in his hand. Song Zian exclaimed. Brother Yi, don't fall for his agitation. Her screams could not stop Yi Wuchen's movements. Only Yi Wuchen's hand was as fast as lightning, and the sharp ice pick viciously pierced into the Fat Scorpion's throat. As the ice pick was pulled out, blood spurted out madly. Fat Scorpion's obese body trembled violently as his eyes stared at Yi Wuchen incredulously. Because of the punctured throat, it became difficult for the Fat Scorpion to speak. You kid, actually, came for real. I don't want to die. Help me. No sooner had he uttered 2 sentences than a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, causing him to choke and spurt blood. At this moment, the eyes of the Fat Scorpion were filled with boundless fear. It was the fear of death. Don't look at him as a rampaging gangster, but he would be equally scared the moment death really came. Beyond fear is regret. Endless regret. If he had known that this kid really dared to lay his hands on him, then he definitely wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and provocative. The strong desire to survive caused the Fat Scorpion to run towards the outside of the private room with the last of his body's strength. Help! He wants to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. He wants someone to call him an ambulance. Song Zian stared blankly at the Fat Scorpion, who pulled open the door of the private room and ran out, already scared out of her wits. Yi big brother. Him. She can't even speak properly. Yi Wuchen replied calmly. Don't worry, he won't survive. I'll do it myself. He's dead. As Yi Wuchen's words fell, the Fat Scorpion, who had just run out of the door of the private room, fell headfirst into the corridor. His obese body was motionless, crimson blood spreading out beneath him. At the same time, a scream resounded down the hallway. Song Zian's head, buzzed blankly. Is it really dead? She stared intently at the fat scorpion, hoping that he would come back to life soon. If someone dies, there's going to be a lot of trouble. Yi Wuchen, however, had already shifted his sight to Liang Jin. He pointed the blood-dripping ice pick in his hand at Liang Jin. Your turn, Mr. Liang. Yi Wuchen smiled morosely and slowly walked towards Liang Jin. Liang Jin was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell back on the sofa. He looked at Yi Wuchen, who was slowly approaching, as if he was watching the arrival of the god of death. We have nothing against each other. Why? There's an injustice. I don't even know you. Liang Jin couldn't understand even now why Yi Wuchen was so vicious and killed him as soon as they met. Yi Wuchen replied indifferently. Anyone who wants to harm Xian must die. If he hadn't arrived in time today, Song Xian was afraid that she would have been forced to die by these people. Yi Wuchen would not be polite to anyone who dared to sabotage his return to the abyss to solve the mystery of longevity. Countless people had died at his hands since the beginning of time, and this one or two more were not much at all. Brother Yi. When Song Xian heard this, she couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen in a daze. There was actually a man who was willing to put his life on the line for her safety. Song Xian was deeply touched in her heart at this moment. Liang Jin, on the other hand, was so scared that he was about to pee. Leave me alone and I'll give you money. Lots of money. My father is called Liang Shanhu. He won't spare you if you kill me. By now. Liang Jin could only use money in background to save his life. However, this move would not work on Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen grinned. So your father will get back at me? Well then, I'll send him down to keep you company soon after I've finished with you. Saying that, Yi Wuchen grabbed Liang Jin's hair with one hand, while the other hand had already raised the ice pick in his hand. Liang Jin had a premonition of death approaching at this moment, and he was so frightened that he let out a terrified scream as if he were a woman. Just then, a silhouette suddenly broke into the private room. It was a burly man in a black suit, and his face changed drastically when he took a good look at everything inside the private room. Little mongrel, stop it. If you dare to make another move, you're looking for death. The burly man rushed at Yi Wuchen in a stern voice. Yi Wuchen, however, replied without looking back. Stop, can't live. As soon as the words fell, the ice pick in his hand had ruthlessly stabbed into Liang Jin's brain. Chapter 74, Martial Master. Liang Jin's eyes were wide and dead. He hadn't thought at all that he would someday bring about a killing by playing with women. Boo! Liang Jin's body slammed heavily on the ground. The burly man who had just rushed into the middle of the private room was first shocked, and then became furious. I told you to stop and you still dare to kill? The burly man angrily rushed to Yi Wuchen and stretched out his hand towards Yi Wuchen to grab him. As his hand moved, the sound of wind brought up by his hand could even be heard. Obviously this burly man had extraordinary hands and wanted to subdue Yi Wuchen with a single strike. However, how could Yi Wuchen be so easily subdued so easily? Only to see Yi Wuchen not looking back. His big hand was swung back. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. That burly man's entire body was directly slapped and sent flying, falling heavily to the ground. As the strong man struggled to get up, his face suddenly turned pale. Put! Only to see the burly man's mouth open. He actually sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Yi Wuchen's casual slap actually caused the strong man to suffer internal injuries. Good boy. The burly man looked at Yi Wuchen with fearful eyes. He was one of the gold medal fighters under Hao, and had practiced grappling for tournaments and gotten rankings. Under normal circumstances, 5 or 6 people couldn't even get close to him. But who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to resist a slap from this kid in front of him? Yi Wuchen didn't even bother to look at the burly man more than once, but instead looked towards Bao on the ground who had been stabbed blind in one eye. Almost as dead, Yi Wuchen said with satisfaction. Only Panther was dying, bleeding heavily as his life slowly came to an end. Xian, let's go. Yi Wuchen pulled over Song Xian, who was still frothing, with the intention of leaving the place. Those who should be killed have been killed, and there will not be a moment's stay when it is time to go. At this point, the burly man, however, struggled to his feet and tried to attempt to block. Stop! You killed someone here and you want to leave like that? Yi Wuchen slightly sidestepped his head. You still want to stop me? His tone was icy. It was as if the strong man's life was like these dead ants on the ground in his eyes. Didn't care about killing one more. You. The burly man's face changed, and he was actually speechless for a moment. Of course, he knew that he couldn't stop Yi Wuchen with his own strength. Kid, it's not that I'm going to stop you. You're the one who broke the rules here. At the very least, you'll have to come with me to meet Hao and let him decide. By now, the burly man could only lift up Hao to try to suppress Yi Wuchen. However, Yi Wuchen said disdainfully, and what's a Hao? Why should I go see him? His rules, and why should I follow them? The burly man froze, even suspecting that he had heard wrong. How dare someone say that Hao is nothing in DCH? Is there really someone who's not afraid to die? The burly man said gruffly. I'll pass on your words to Hao. Kid, you're tough enough. I'll see if you can get out of this McDonald's KTV tonight. After the burly man finished speaking, he turned around and quickly left. Apparently, he was tipped off to go. To this, Yi Wuchen didn't care either. If that Ho really dared to mess with him, then he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree here. He pulled Song Zian over and walked towards the outside of the private room with large strides. The other side. Maddie's KTV. Supreme Private Room 999. This private room, never open to the public, because it belongs to only one person, and that's Han Chang Hao, also known as the famous Hao. At this point, only to see the graceful Sister Hong carrying a bottle of wine, slowly walking into the 999th Supreme Private Room. As the door to the room opened, it was only to see that there were already quite a few people sitting in the private room. The one in the center was a middle-aged man, who was stout and had a country face. Most impressive, in particular, was his pugnacious demeanor. His entire body was sitting on the sofa in a big horse, as if he was a lord, so that people did not dare to look directly at him. This person is none other than Han Xianghao. Only Han Xianghao's eyes emitted a cold light, and in his arms he was tripping over a wonderful woman in a long black silk dress. Howie, let's have a drink. The wonderful woman was very enchanting and charming, and she snuggled into the softness of Hao's broad chest. Sister Hong's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw this scene, but she didn't say a word, just walked up and placed the expensive foreign wine on the table, then walked off to sit down alone. A big man in the jungle like Hao is never short of women and never has just one woman around him. Sister Red, just one of them. Poof. Sister Hong gave a disdainful soft grunt, then lit a female cigarette alone. She is not jealous. The truth is, she doesn't have half the feelings for Hao, but she is a woman, or a very beautiful and no family background of the woman. Often as a piece of fresh fat meat attracted the group of dogs to fight. So, she had to choose a backer. Hao was the strongest backer she could find. With Hao covering her, she was able to make her way in the city. At this point, Howie had already drunk the drink that Myrtle had toasted. He heaved his glass toward the coffee table, then spoke in a cold voice. Master Qin, that old undead, really used every messed up tactic in order to be able to compete and win against me. I've even heard that he's taken up feudal superstition in the past 2 years, and he's hired a feng shui master called Lang Ao to help him. Although he's made a lot of money in the past 2 years, I don't believe in feng shui. As soon as Hao opened his mouth, the entire private room instantly fell silent. His men all bowed their heads slightly and listened respectfully. Master Qin, but Hao's biggest rival in this city. Hao was not in a good temper whenever he mentioned Master Qin. Sister Hong, however, had a change of heart. She thought back to the young man who had just massaged her, who also seemed to know feng shui, only to see Hao suddenly switch to a smiling face and look at the guest beside him. I don't believe in those gods and goddesses. I, Han Xianghao, have traveled all the way to this day and only believe in force. Only force can decide everything. So this time, I have the honor of inviting Martial Master Ding Li Ding. With the help of Martial Master Ding, why would we worry about eradicating Master Qin this time? Hao's words caused everyone in the room to be shocked. Martial artist? Hao actually hired a martial arts master. In this world, there existed some strong people with extraordinary force, who cultivated internal power through practicing martial arts, thus mastering terrifying power far beyond that of ordinary people. The limits of ordinary people are nothing more than various boxing champions, combat champions, special forces, and so on, but these existences were not worth mentioning in the face of a martial artist who possessed internal power. Martial arts realms are categorized into third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, first-rate martial artists, grand martial artists, and grandmasters. The strength of a third-rate martial artist was slightly stronger than such existences as boxing champions, combat champions, and special forces. The strength of second-rate martial artists was already terrifying, but they could still rely on their large numbers to win. But at the level of a first-class martial artist, it was no longer an existence that an ordinary person could contend with. As for martial arts masters, they were strong enough to open a school and take on disciples to teach martial arts. This kind of strong person can fight against all ordinary people with cold weapons with their bare hands, and they can even rely on concealed weapons to some extent to fight against people with hot weapons. No one expected that Brother Hao would be able to invite such a terrifying existence. Who is it? Everyone's eyes, in unison, looked at the man beside Hao. It was a dry, thin man who looked to be in his prime. He was dark-skinned and looked as if he were a farmer who had been working for years, but his hands were surprisingly large, and were covered in iron black, as if capable of being harder than metal. He is Tingli, Master Dingwu. The dry and thin Ding Li smiled slightly. Ahao, I for one don't like to owe favors, but this time, since I owe you a favor, Then I'll help you exterminate that Master Qin's group. When tomorrow comes, I'll kill their lair. How you just need to send someone to prepare for the closing. Ho, anyone who sees Han Xianghao in Dakan City has to call him Brother Hua. But Tingli called him a Hao. But instead of getting angry, Han Xianghao showed a look of humility and acceptance. Martial Master Ding is right. This time it's an honor for me. Ahao. And I have a big gift to give after it's done. Looking at Han Xianghao's pleasing demeanor towards Dingli, Sister Hong, who was on the sidelines, felt a great deal of emotion in her heart. It was the first time she had ever seen such a situation. Han Xianghao was usually overbearing and authoritarian, saying nothing, and even such a lordly tiger, when faced with a strong person of the level of a martial master, became as docile as a kitten. That's what force brings. Suddenly, boo! The door to the private room was opened and a figure hurried in. The one who ran in was unexpectedly the strong man who had just fought with Yi Wuchen. As soon as he entered, he reported anxiously, "How? It's not good for Hao. There's a kid killing people in our field." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Chapter 75, There's always someone who wants to die. How dare someone kill someone in Hao's place? Is this eating bear's heart? No one has dared to do such a thing in many years. As soon as Sister Hong heard this, she knew that things had gotten out of hand. Tonight, there's no telling how many people are going to die. Her mind sighed darkly. This behavior is tantamount to a blatant provocation of Hao's authority. Han Xianghao will surely retaliate wildly so that he can continue to maintain his prestige in this land. Sure enough, Han Xianghao's face was also instantly gloomy. Gongzi, did Master Qin's men do this? The first thing he thought of was Master Qin. He couldn't think of a second person in this city who dared to openly go against him, other than Master Qin. The burly man known as Gangzi hurriedly replied, "Brother Hao, it's not Master Qin's men. It's a very fresh-faced kid. He can fight." Gundam said the last sentence and bowed his head in shame. As one of the gold medal fighters under Brother Hao, he couldn't even catch a single move from his opponent, which made him ashamed of himself. Han Xianghao snorted coldly. "Can you fight? How well can he fight? Every one of the hundreds of brothers under me is a good fighter. Can't he beat hundreds of people on his own? What's more, I still have Martial Master Ding by my side. He has to be coiled even if he's a dragon, and he has to lie down even if he's a tiger." He took this opportunity to elevate Ding Li once again. Ting Li squinted his eyes in satisfaction, obviously very flattered. Han Xianghao commanded, "Go on, get him over here so we can take a look. What kind of a bastard is it that dares to kill people here?" Gundam sniffed and grimaced. "Howie, I called it, but that kid looked down on Hao and said Hao was nothing. Not only did he not come to meet, he didn't take Hao's rules seriously." When Han Xianghao heard this, his eyes immediately turned grim. As he pushed away the wonderful woman in his arms, his eyes stared fiercely at Gangzi. A tyrannical aura emanated from Han Xianghao, and his group of men all lowered their heads, lest they accidentally offend Hao. "Ryoko," Hao sneered. "It's been a long time since I've met someone like that who doesn't care about his little life. Go ask him and see if he even cares about his family's lives. If he still has family and friends, then let him better come and meet me. Otherwise, he won't be the only one to die when the time comes." The burly man was like an amnesty, and hurriedly ran off to do what Brother Hao had told him to do. Han Xianghao, on the other hand, had quickly calmed down. He was well aware of Gangzi's fighting prowess, and if even Gangzi said that his opponent could fight, then I'm afraid that the one who came tonight was someone with a bottom line. With that, Han Xianghao looked at his side. Ding Li, with a smile on his face. "Martial Master Ding, I've always heard of your superior martial arts, but I haven't had the chance to see it with my own eyes. Why don't you let us roughnecks open our eyes and see more in a while? With an expert like Ding Li around, Han Xianghao certainly wouldn't waste it." Ding Li agreed with full indifference. "Little things, well said. I want one thing, though, as an honored martial master." Naturally, he couldn't do it for nothing. Han Xianghao said generously, "Martial Master Ding, feel free to ask, but whatever I have is not a problem." Only to see Ding Li extend his hand, surprisingly pointing at Sister Hong. "Tonight, I want her." Everyone froze at those words. The atmosphere in the arena, too, became tense all of a sudden. Everyone knows that Sister Hong is Ho's woman. At this moment, Ding Li even asked Sister Hong to accompany him for one night, which was simply equivalent to slapping Brother Hao in the face. Sister Hong was also a bit stunned, completely not expecting Ding Li to name herself. She hurriedly turned her gaze for help to Han Xianghao. "How? She's the one who doesn't want to go to bed with her, so she hopes that Han Xianghao will refuse." Hao, however, laughed out loud. "It's a small thing, too, of course, as long as Martial Master Ding likes it, not to mention one night. It's perfectly fine to let her follow you for the rest of her life. Hao deserves to be a kingpin of the jungle." Just like that, he gave his woman away. Sister Hong was nothing more than a plaything to him, whereas a martial artist like Ding Li was a powerful weapon for him that could annihilate his enemies. The trade-offs involved are not something Hao will even consider much. Ding Li smiled with satisfaction as he listened. He had been salivating over this gorgeous boss's wife for a long time. Sister Hong, however, angrily stood up and rushed to Han Shanghao to angrily question him. Howie, I'm not for sale, and I'm not goods that can just be given away. If you do, Before Sister Hong could finish her words, Han Shanghao had already slapped her across the face. Pow! With a loud slapping sound, Sister Hong was whipped and dropped to the ground. She covered her reddened cheeks and looked at Han Shanghao with resentment. Han Shanghao, however, said with disdain, you really think you're somebody when you run a Thai KTV? Listen to Lao Zi and you are a human being. If you don't listen to me, you're worse than a dog. If you don't accompany Master Ding Wu 1 tonight, then I'll let you accompany my hundreds of brothers. If you don't sell today, then I'll make you come out and sell every day from now on. Sister Hong was chilled to the bone as she listened. He knew that Han Shanghao could do what he said, and no one can stop Han Strongho from being punished. Don't look at her weekdays. She is the owner of Maddie's KTV that no one dares to mess with, and she seems to be in the limelight. But in front of a big man like Han Shanghao, she was as weak as a chicken, and could only be at Han Shanghao's mercy. Only her teeth were clenched and her expression was agitated. But in the end, a clear tear flowed from the corner of her beautiful eyes, and her entire body hung her head. I know about it. She had no choice but to give in. After all, her life and body were pinched in Han Shanghao's hands. No one can save her. She can only fall into endless darkness. Han Shanghao smiled broadly in satisfaction. Ting Li was laughing too. Myrtle and all the henchmen were laughing. Sister Hong was the only one whose delicate body was trembling. The other side, Gongzi, who had led the orders out, had hurriedly caught up with Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, who were about to leave. Kid, Hao asked me to bring you a message. If you walk out of this door today, then you better watch over your family and the people you care about at all times, or who knows if something will happen to them. Like this beautiful woman next to you, who knows if she'll disappear one day. Gangzi spoke to Yi Wuchen with a bottomless voice. With Hao backing him up, Gangzi wasn't afraid of anyone. Yi Wuchen stopped in his footsteps when he heard this. He looked back to Gonzo and shook his head slightly. I didn't want to kill too many people, but there's always someone looking for death. Since your Ho is so eager to die, I'll make it happen. Lead the way. Yi Wuchen didn't have that much patience to play with these rogue punks. Just kill them all and be done with it. Gangzi immediately led the way in front. Yi Wuchen brought Song Zian to follow behind, and together they headed towards private room 999, and their commotion soon caused a stir inside the KTV. A large number of guests came out from among the private rooms, surprised and discussing what was going on. How dare someone go against Brother Hao? Who is it that doesn't know how to die? That kid was carried off by Gangzi to see Brother Hao, so I'm afraid he's in a bad way. Who can be blamed for this? It's not because that brat is not smart enough to offend anyone else but Brother Hao. Is he capable of offending a big shot like Brother Hao? In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, two groups of people also walked out of their respective private rooms to see what was going on. One of the groups of people was the trio of Wen Bai, Yang Yun and Yuan Yuan. The other wave of people were Zhang Maokai and Lin Tongtong. Chapter 76, Rinsing Your Mouth. When the three of them, Wen Bai, saw Yi Wuchen and Song Zian being taken away by Gangzi, their faces were all a bit unsightly. How did that kid mess with Kong? Or, he messed with Howie? Didn't he go to rub a bureau? How come it's still rubbing it in? What the hell did he do? The three of them certainly knew very well what kind of person Gangzi was. That's one of Ho's gold medal fighters and Ho's personal bodyguard. There was a time when Gangzi alone, with his bare hands, knocked out a dozen or so of Master Qin's minions. What he represents is Hao. And Hao, the gangster that everyone respects. Yang Yun and Yuan Yuan looked at each other. Wen Xiao, we have something else to do so we'll leave first. We advise you to leave early as well, so you don't get implicated later. To be directly named by Brother Hao to meet with him means that this matter won't be a small matter. Maybe even you will encounter trouble. The two said and quickly left the place. They and Yi Wuchen were merely casual acquaintances, so of course it was impossible for them to help Yi Wuchen. Wen Bai stood in place, his face also filled with gravity. He also did not expect at all that Yi Wuchen would even offend Brother Hao. One is just a small cook, the other is a big man in the jungle. How can two people of different classes be at odds? This puts Wimber in a tangle as well. Go, or stay. After a long time, Wimber gritted his teeth. The boy has been generous and forgiving to me, so I'll put in a word for him. Let's hope that this time, he can save his life. To ask him to lay down his life to help Yi Wuchen, of course he couldn't possibly be willing. But helping Yi Wuchen to say something, he could still do it. Wen Bai also liked to make friends in the Jianghu, and he knew a few people. Immediately, Wenbai also followed Yi Wuchen from afar. The other side. In the distance, at the door of another regular private room, Zhang Maokai, holding Lin Tongtong, also looked curiously in the direction Yi Wuchen left. From the murmurs of the surrounding guests, Zhang Maokai also roughly understood a little bit of the beauty of the matter. The High One seems to be in trouble? Zhang Maokai was puzzled. In his mind, a person as powerful as Yi Wuchen was bound to be the same as the Martial League Alliance leader and the Protectorate War God. All of them were characters who existed high above the mundane world. Such a person rarely dabbles in mortal affairs. If they were to encounter trouble in the mortal world, they would only need one word and there would be countless people willing to go through fire for them to solve everything. And such a high-ranking person, yet he would still be brought in for questioning by a group of hooligan punks? There must be a reason for a high person to do this. I don't understand. And that's just because I'm too short-sighted to see through it. Zhang Maokai found an answer to his doubts. Yi Wuchen was practically a god in his eyes. How can a mortal guess what a god does? The higher power has helped me so much, and I must step forward to protect the higher power as well. A high man must have a high frame of mind. I must say for him what he is not convenient to say, and I must do for him what he is not convenient to do. Zhang Maokai had a firm gaze. Where would he have the opportunity to repay Yi Wuchen on a regular basis? Now that Yi Wuchen was in trouble, he had to step forward. Even if he couldn't help, he still had to own his position. At this point, only one of the guests could be heard running over and exclaiming at the watching crowd. Big deal. I've inquired about the cause of the matter. That kid just now. He actually killed rich kid Liang Jin and his two friends. Among those two friends, one of them, Pao, is a follower of Brother Hao. Accompanying this well-informed person's shout, everyone also let out a gasp of surprise. How dare someone kill someone in Hao's place? I'm afraid we're not going to get away with this tonight. Quite a few agitated guests immediately took a hasty stand, lest they cause trouble in a moment. And when Zhang Maokai heard this, his heart was shocked again. The high man actually killed Liang Jin? Could it be that the higher power already knows about it? About Liang Jin trying to destroy my couple's relationship? The tall man is standing up for me. Zhang Maokai couldn't help but burst into tears. All he could think was that the higher power was just too good for him. Liang Jin has been courting his wife, Lin Yulong, causing his family to be in danger of breaking up. He was fretting about it. However, he did not expect Yi Wuchen to directly kill Liang Jin, completely solving this trouble. If the higher power treats me like this, I, Zhang Maokai, will definitely repay the higher power even if my body is broken to pieces. In Zhang Maokai's mind, there was a decision. He hurriedly brought Lin Tongtong to the side of the road and helped Lin Tongtong call a cab to send her back. He himself returned to the KTV and headed towards the 999th Supreme Private Room. Supreme Private Room 999. Gangzi had already brought Yi Wuchen and Song Zian into the private room, only to see that inside the private room, there were already quite a few people. Han Xianghao sat on the sofa with a big horse, and beside him was Ding Li who was drinking to himself. Sister Hong, on the other hand, sat beside Ding Li. On top of that, there were a dozen or so punks with large tattoos. These punks were playing with steel pipes and machetes in their hands, and each of them had a grimace on their faces as they stared unkindly at Yi Wuchen and Song Zian. It was like looking at two lambs to the slaughter. Song Zian's pretty face turned a little white with fear under such circumstances. Brother Yi. She couldn't help but pull Yi Wuchen's hand for security under her fear. Yi Wuchen gently patted Song Zian's shoulder. Don't be afraid. It's just a private room. It's not a dragon's den. I'm sure they're reasonable people, and I'll reason with them. Fist is the hardest truth. Yi Wuchen just intended to speak hard truths, and when Song Zian heard this, the expression on her face was worse than crying. This Yi Wuchen, he was so confident at all times, but this time, he was overconfident. The people Yi Wuchen met in the past could all be reasoned with, and these guys in front of us are murderers with their heads in their pants. They don't reason. Brother Hao, I've brought the man, Gonzo said, standing sideways towards the side. Behind him, Yi Wuchen and Song Zian appeared in front of Han Xianghao. Sister Hong also got a good look at Yi Wuchen at this time, which caused her to be shocked. Is he? Sister Hong was incredibly puzzled in her mind. Yi Wuchen was a money-grubbing doctor in her mind. She couldn't imagine at all that this man, who could bring out the best in people and always had a smile on his face, was. I can't believe I killed 3 people tonight. And although the identity background of these 3 people was not to say much, it was not simple, and was not something that ordinary people could mess with. Even Gonzo said he could fight. What the hell is he? Sister Hong's gaze lingered on Yi Wuchen's body for a long time. She seemed to want to see everything about this man. Before Hao could say anything, his little brother had already pressed on. A man with dusty yellow hair came straight up. Boy, you're pretty good, aren't you? Get on your knees. Yellow hair suddenly flew and kicked. ruthlessly pushing towards Yi Wuchen's abdomen. If an ordinary person were to receive this kick, I'm afraid that they would be kicked out and not be able to stand up for half a day. However, Yi Wuchen just flicked his body. A flying leg kick lands immediately for yellow hair. He yelped in surprise, and his unsteady weight caused him to fall on his butt. Instead of kicking someone, he dropped himself. I've lost all my face. Yellow hair was infuriated and quickly stood up before wanting to continue pouncing towards Yi Wuchen. But a big hand had already reached out as if it were lightning, grabbing yellow hair's head of curly hair dyed blonde. Yi Wuchen grabbed yellow hair's hair with one hand, and the other hand was already raised high. Your mouth smells so bad. Did you eat poop? I'll get some blood out for you to rinse out your mouth and learn how to speak human when you're clean. After saying that, Yi Wuchen slapped down hard. Pow! The slap was extremely hard. Yellow hair was so whipped that a few teeth flew out, and his lips were even torn open. A mouth full of blood. Chapter 77, Interceding for him. Everyone looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Came in front of Hao and had the nerve to hit Hao's men back? Arrogant. This is too arrogant. And Yi Wuchen's hand didn't stop. He slapped yellow hair in the face one after the other. Pow! 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 Crisp slaps connected. Yellow hair's face was quickly whipped to the skin. The blood in his mouth was even gushing out like a fountain, thoroughly cleaning his mouth. Han Xianghao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This kid, he's got no one in his sights. Dare to disregard him? He raised his hand and was about to order his juniors to finish off Yi Wuchen. Suddenly, the door to the private room was opened and a figure walked in. Surprisingly, it was Wimber. When Wenbai came in, he saw that Yi Wuchen was actually beating yellow hair. He was startled and rushed forward to stop it. Yi Wuchen, what are you doing? Stop it now. Don't make a mess. Wimber then piled on another smile and attempted to walk over to Hao. The two juniors immediately stopped in front of Wimber. Wen Xiao, there's no business for you here. Hurry up. Wimber had quite a few friends in his day, so he was a familiar face here. After being blocked, Wimber could only stand still. He smiled curtly in a high voice towards Han Xianghao. Brother Hao, remember me? Wenbai. I once accompanied my dad Wen Tao to invite you to dinner. This Yi Wuchen, he is young and impetuous and acts too impulsively. He accidentally offended you here today, so I'll make amends for him. And please, Brother Hao, for the sake of my father, be merciful and spare his little life. The moment Wenbai opened his mouth, he was actually pleading for Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. The boy. He knew he wasn't wrong about Wimber. Wenbai is a person who is narrow-minded, good at making a show of himself, and has a stinky problem of being a rich kid. But overall, he's not a bad guy and has moments of righteousness. Han Xianghao smiled coldly when he heard Wenbai's plea. Come here. He waved toward Wimber. The minions immediately moved out of the way. Wimber hurriedly jogged all the way to Han Xianghao and bent down ready to listen carefully to Han Xianghao's speech. However, he saw Han Xianghao violently slapping his face. Pow! Immediately, a reddish palm print was added to Wimber's face. How? Wimber covered his face. Filled with fear, Han Xianghao opened his mouth to curse. Asterisk 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 off your ass. Giving face to your father? Who the hell is your father? If you're not convinced, call your father Wen Tao over now and see if he dares to take this face. Get the hell out of here right now, or I'll do you too. When Han Xianghao got angry, his lordly aura was appalling. Wenbai was given a scolding that scared him so much that his face was pale with fear and he didn't dare to talk back in the slightest. Kung, I'm sorry, I'm outta here now. Wimber nodded his head, then hurriedly turned around in a hurry. When he raised his dad and it didn't even work, he knew the day was out of his hands. As he passed by Yi Wuchen, Wenbai slightly paused. Yi Wuchen, I've tried my best. Next, you're on your own. Wimber sighed, although he sometimes looked at Yi Wuchen with displeasure. He also felt that Yi Wuchen was an interesting person, and I'm afraid such an interesting person is going to disappear tonight. Who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, patted Wenbai's shoulder and laughed. Young mister, have a heart. Don't worry, this slap you received just now, I'll help you fight back and won't let you get beaten for nothing. When Wimber heard this, he was so scared that he almost jumped up and cursed. What do you mean? Help him fight back? Does he still want to slap Hao? Is he crazy? Yi Wuchen, don't you harm me. If you're going to die yourself, don't drag me with you. Wimber finished speaking and hurriedly left without daring to look back. He was afraid that if he stayed for a moment longer, he would really be implicated by Yi Wuchen, a person full of crazy words. Wimber quickened his pace as if running for his life. As Wenbai left, the juniors holding swords, guns and sticks once again approached towards Yi Wuchen. Apparently, they were about to strike at any moment. Song Xian's palms were already sweating with fear. At this point, Sister Hong, however, suddenly spoke up. Brother Hao, can you sell me a favor and leave him alive? Han Shanghao sniffed and looked at Sister Hong unexpectedly. So much for Wimber pleading for mercy. The people on his side are even pleading for this kid? What is he to you? Han Shanghao opened his mouth and asked. Sister Hong replied, I'm not related to him, except that he helped me heal. I owe him a favor, so I'm asking how for him. Sister Hong is perfectly capable of not opening that mouth, but she felt that Yi Wuchen, this person, was just too mysterious and interesting. Sister Hong had a soft spot for him everywhere except for the money-grubbing bit, so Sister Hong didn't mind helping Yi Wuchen to say something. Han Shanghao was slightly silent. He could scold one by for begging for mercy, but he had to think twice about Sister Hong begging for mercy. Sister Hong was about to give it to Dingli, a powerful martial artist. He had used coercion to get Sister Hong to give in, so that Sister Hong's heart would inevitably resent it. Under resentment, if Sister Hong did not serve Dingli well, then it would inevitably affect the relationship between Han Shanghao and Dingli. And if she could make Sister Hong grateful, Sister Hong would be able to serve Dingli to the best of her ability. On balance, Han Shanghao finally replied, You've been with me for years, too, with credit where credit is due. Since you asked, then I'll sell you this face. Tonight, I'll make an exception and allow this boy to live. Sister Hong was delighted at her words. Thanks Howie. Yi Wuchen was a bit surprised. He and Sister Hong had only met once, but he didn't expect Sister Hong to speak for him. Han Shanghao, however, continued. However, I also have to give an explanation to Liang Shanhu and Ah Bao's families. So kid, you can take your life, but you have to leave a hand behind. Speaking here, Han Shanghao reached out and pointed at Song Zian. And your woman, she must stay along with you. When Song Zian first came in, Han Shanghao took one look at her. There was certainly no shortage of beautiful women around Han Shanghao, but those women were full of worldly wind and dust, even as beautiful as Sister Hong. The same is true, but Song Zian was completely different. Her body was so good that it was blood-curdling, and even her wide clothes couldn't hide her proud figure and slender legs at all. Her face and temperament in particular, however, were full of rare cleanliness and innocence. It can be said that she has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. Such a woman is simply a rare and extremely beautiful thing on earth. Since Han Shanghao had encountered it, there was absolutely no way he could let it go. Sister Hong frowned slightly when she heard this. Hey, she sighed darkly, knowing what would happen to any woman who fell into Hao's hands. But, it's better than losing your life. Yi Wuchen, quickly thank Brother Hao for not killing you. Sister Hong instructed Yi Wuchen. Song Zian, however, held Yi Wuchen's hand tightly. Brother Yi, I don't want to. Before she could finish her words, Yi Wuchen patted her palm. Zian, don't worry. I promised I wouldn't let anyone hurt you. When Song Zian heard this, a warmth surged in her heart. The line of sight she looked at Yi Wuchen also became much gentler. Sister Hong couldn't help but advise. Yi Wuchen, listen to sister's advice. If a woman is lost, she has a chance to get it back later. And a life, if lost, can never be found. A great man can give and take. Don't lose your life on impulse. That's simple truth. I hope you understand. Sister Hong fought her way up from the lowest level of society step by step. And how many trials and tribulations she had experienced. In her mind, the only way to have everything is to be alive. So Red will do anything to stay alive. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled faintly. Sister Red, you are not going to know. Sometimes living is torture. After a long life of billions of years, Yi Wuchen sometimes got tired of this endless living. Unfortunately, he was the only one who understood this feeling. Okay, no more bull asterisk with you guys. I don't want to waste my time here either. How is it? I'm due for some reasoning with you. After saying that, Yi Wuchen unexpectedly walked towards Han Shanghao with large strides. Chapter 78, Who Dares to Make a Move? When Yi Wuchen moved, the surrounding gang of fighters immediately tensed up. Dogs, stop. They all shielded in front of Brother Hao and stared at Yi Wuchen vigilantly. A lot of people have been driven out of their homes by Hao over the years. As the saying goes, rabbits will bite when they are anxious. And many of those bullied by Hao chose to explode. There were even some people who didn't know how to die who were so desperate that they wanted to die with Hao. But these people, in the end, were all killed by Hao. Because at Hao's side, there is such a group of battle-hardened brothers who have the experience to richly deal with any unexpected situation. Hao, however, waved his hand. Get out of the way. All of you. Nervous about what? With Martial Master Ding here, are you guys still worried that someone could hurt me? Ding Li smiled. Ahoy! Don't worry. No one in the middle of this room will touch a hair on your head. This is the confidence of a martial artist. Inside the private room, everything was in the hands of the martial artist. Even if a mosquito in the corner made a move, the martial artist would be able to kill it in the first place. This is the power of a martial artist. Upon hearing the words of Brother Hao and Ding Li, The thugs then made way, still allowing Yi Wuchen to arrive in front of Brother Hao. Kid, you're not afraid of me? Han Xianghao asked suspiciously. Yi Wuchen stood in front of him, newly too calm. Such calmness already seems abnormal. There are too many people in this city who are afraid of him. There weren't many who could keep their composure in front of the famous Hao. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. What am I afraid of you for? I'm going to hit you again. I'll have to get that slap in the face that you slapped Dao Xiaowen just now for him. The whole room couldn't help but laugh at that. Ha 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 ha. Han Xianghao couldn't help but crack a smile as well. It's been a while since I've heard a joke this funny. There were indeed people in this city who were not afraid of Brother Hao, but there had never been anyone who dared to slap Brother Hao in front of so many brothers. Sister Hong said in her heart that it was not good. She hastily rebuked. Yi Wuchen, what nonsense are you saying? It was hard for me to get you a chance to live. Don't you dare make a fool of yourself. Yi Wuchen twisted his head and looked at Sister Hong. Sister Hong, it's kind of you to speak up for me today, but I don't appreciate this favor of yours. This ho, I'm set for today. These words made Sister Hong furious. It was rare for her to be kind enough to speak for someone, but she didn't expect to be hot-faced and cold-assed. Since you're looking for death yourself, I don't care about you. Sister Hong coldly finished the sentence and crossed her legs to drink red wine alone. It's hard to persuade the damned. You can die if you like. Han Xianghao's gaze also turned icy cold. I haven't heard of anyone daring to hit me in a long time. Okay, I'll sit here now. If you have the guts, try hitting me instead. Just as the words fell, a group of juniors had already clenched the steel swords in their hands, and it was Dingley, who was on the side, who narrowed his eyes slightly. Boundless might loomed toward Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen grinned. Fulfillment. After that, his hand moved. Just for a moment. Everyone hadn't been able to get a good look at it. Pow! A crisp slap exploded. Han Xianghao's entire body almost didn't fall off the sofa by this slap. When he came back to his senses, he could only feel a fiery pain on his cheeks and a taste of blood filled his mouth. Put! His mouth opened and he actually spat out two bloodied broken teeth from his mouth. Silence in the house. Everyone cringed. Surprisingly, someone actually dared to smack Hao in the face, and smoked so hard. Make a big deal out of it. This whole thing has gone completely off the rails. This kid's whole family can't solve this thing anymore. Sister Hong was also so shocked that the red wine glass in her hand fell to the ground. Her fiery red lips were wide open, her beautiful eyes glaring round. She'd been with Hao for so long. She'd never seen anyone dare to punch Hao in the face. Don't even think about it. He'll die a horrible death. Sister Hong shook her head slightly. Yi Wuchen would not be able to survive without dying this time. The gods can't save him. Han Xianghao also finally came back to his senses. He was completely unprepared for this solid slap in the face, because he never thought anyone would actually dare to smack his face. Master Dingwu? He craned his head to look at Dingley with some annoyance. A martial arts master was right by his side, yet he still let someone else whip his face, causing him to lose face in front of a group of juniors. This caused Han Xianghao to wonder if Dingley was doing it on purpose. Dingley, on the other hand, was equally dumbfounded. Was I careless? Or am I just seeing things? Dingley hadn't even been able to see clearly how that slap had just hit Han Xianghao's face. It must be that he's had too much wine today. He must have been careless. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would never have made such a low-level mistake. In a small place like this, there was absolutely no way there could be an expert who could make a move that he couldn't even see. Never. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, stared at Han Xianghao with a smile. Howie, did you get a good beating? Need another slap in the face? This kind of question is just extremely provocative. If you dare to provoke the city's bigwigs, you'll only end up dead. Get him for me. Han Xianghao finally couldn't help but roar in anger. Getting slapped today was enough to make him lose face. If we still let this kid jump off, won't he become a joke in the jungle? With Han Xianghao's command, the crowd of juniors raised the steel knives in their hands and were about to slash towards Yi Wuchen. Yikes! Brother Yi! Song Zian screamed in fear and couldn't help but cover her eyes. She dared not look at the bloody scene that followed. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, was still looking at Han Xianghao with a smile on his face, as if he was completely unafraid of the brightly shining machetes around him. 1,000 pounds. Suddenly, boom, the door to the private room, surprisingly, was kicked open. The person who dared to kick the 999th Supreme Private Room was enough to cause everyone to look back. Only a man appeared at the door of the private room. This man exuded an overpowering aura, especially when he stepped into the middle of the private room. It was as if each step was extraordinarily compelling. Who dares to do it? The man snapped coldly. His voice, as if from the 9 hells, one could not help but feel a chill in one's heart when listening to it. This man is not a sidekick. It's none other than Zhang Maokai. Zhang Maocai's appearance caused the crowd in the private room to stare in disbelief. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. It seems I'm well liked, and I've had a lot of people come to my aid today. After Ding Li took a good look at Zhang Maokai, his pupils contracted violently. On the other hand, Han Xianghao, Sister Hong and the others were puzzled. Who the hell is this? Why do some cats and dogs keep popping up today? Trying to step on Hao's head and on it? Get it together. Han Xianghao shouted angrily. He didn't care who came. As long as they dared to stand up for Yi Wuchen, they would be resolved together. Hao was angry. So don't mind if one more person dies tonight. The two junior brothers got the order and immediately rushed towards Zhang Maokai with their steel swords. Zhang Maocai's eyes stared, welcoming the two minions to step forward. I ask, who dares to do it? As he drank loudly, an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura rushed out. Those two juniors couldn't help but give a lurch in their movements. They were unexpectedly intimidated by Zhang Maocai's terrifying aura for a moment. Terrible. So scary. They had fought and killed for many years in the Jianghu, and it was the first time they had seen a person who could possess such a terrifying aura. Under such a terrifying aura, the hands and feet of the two junior brothers couldn't stop trembling. Zhang Maokai once again forced a step closer. Answer me, who dares to do it? This bellowing cry was like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the two junior brothers. The two junior brothers were so frightened that their bodies trembled, and the steel swords in their hands unexpectedly could no longer be held. Clunk! The two machetes fell to the ground. Stomp! The two junior brothers were even so frightened that they retreated 3 steps in a row. Their faces ashen. This man in front of me must be some kind of big or strong man. Otherwise, how could one have such a strong aura and confidence? The two little brothers were actually so scared that they didn't dare to make a move at all. Han Xianghao couldn't help but be furious. What are you two losers afraid of? All together. Cut him down for me. The rest of the minions finally woke up. With Hao backing them up, their guts gradually returned. Go to hell! They shouted at the top of their voices, and the steel swords in their hands were raised, then slashed down hard. Eyes are about to cut into Zhang Maokai. Suddenly, dramatic changes have occurred. Chapter 79, he is the #1 in the world. Seeing Zhang Maokai dying under the chaos of knives. But, who would have thought that a silhouette would charge out violently? Phew! A strong, powerful wind whistled. Those minions holding steel swords, one by one, were all slapped and flew out one after another. The minions fell all over the place, and the person who had sent them flying was standing right in front of Zhang Maokai. Upon getting a good look at the person, everyone froze. Master Dingwu? Hao was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand at all why Ding Li would suddenly strike and knock over all of his own minions. That's right. The person standing in front of Zhang Maokai was none other than Ding Li. Only Ding Li said in a loud voice, "You ungrateful brats, do you know who this man in front of you is?" Ding Li's words caused Han Xianghao, Sister Hong, and the others to have a look of one number. Could it be that this guy, he's still a big deal? But yeah, if there's no origin, then why is his aura so powerful? Just 2 words could make those two little brothers so scared that they couldn't even hold their swords. Ding Li gave the answer in a loud voice. This man is a hidden master among the Dragon Snake Mountain. As soon as he came out of the mountain, he killed the king of terror that everyone outside of the country was afraid of. That's a powerhouse that surpasses a grandmaster. Afterwards, he even killed the leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps in the suburbs, as well as the terrorist killer ranked 4th in the world's assassin list, the Grim Reaper. He is also close friends with General Ling, and the two of them work together for the country and the people. That's it, #1 in the world. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. They looked at Zhang Maokai in horror as if they had seen a ghost. The first in the world. This person, it turns out, is the first in the world. Even though Han Xianghao and the others didn't ask about martial arts, they had heard of the name of the first in the world, and as Ding Li himself was a member of the martial arts, he was as familiar with the great events that happened in the martial arts. When he heard that there was a world one out there, he was the first to take control of the world one's intelligence, which was why he was able to recognize Zhang Maokai at a glance today. You ungrateful things, just you little punks, how dare you make a move against Senior Zhang? Luckily, I stepped in just in time to stop you guys and saved you from the ghosts. Otherwise, if we wait until Senior Zhang makes his move, then there will be bloodshed here today. Ding Li's words shocked everyone into a cold sweat. Luckily, it was really fortunate that Ding Li had knocked these juniors who were trying to chop people away in time, so that it didn't lead to a major disaster. Otherwise, if the #1 in the world were to get angry, it would be a monstrous disaster. Subsequently, Ding Li even bowed deeply towards Zhang Maokai. Senior Zhang, Senior has always admired your character and martial arts. The late generation's appearance here today is not meant to oppose Senior. I don't know. Senior, you have a beef with scum like Han Xianghao, and Senior and Han Xianghao's stream aren't even in the same league. If Senior wants to act on behalf of the heavens to destroy this bunch of scum, My junior raises both hands in favor of it. I also ask senior to be magnanimous and not to take into account the unintentional faults of the late generation. In the martial arts, those who reach the top are the first and the strongest are honored. Facing the number one in the world, Dingley didn't even have the courage to make a move to cross swords with him, so he was the first to apologize. Han Xianghao heard this, but he was almost so angry that he spat out blood. Dingley, you. He had spent a tremendous amount of money in order to draw this martial artist in. But who knows that this martial arts master encountered trouble not only did not help himself to speak, but also the first time and his own clear, but also crossed the river to break the bridge. Dingley, however, didn't care about Han Xianghao's attitude at all. The only thing he cares about is the attitude of the world's number one. At this point, Zhang Maokai, however, coldly asked back, "That's enough?" Dingley's heart trembled, and a layer of cold sweat instantly surfaced on his cheeks. Done. The sky is angry, and he's not happy with his apology. If he didn't show his sincerity, I'm afraid that he would only be slapped to death by the world's first. Put. Dingley knelt down at the first opportunity. Elder, senior knows that he's wrong. The latecomer will leave Dakan City now, and will never set foot in this place again for eternity. In the future, but whenever I hear the senior's name, the junior will definitely retreat in order to show respect. I still ask senior to be gracious and forgive my junior this time. Dingley was truly afraid. This number one in the world, killing Zhongsher level powerhouses was like killing a dog. If the number one in the world were to kill Qi himself, a martial artist, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Dingley doesn't want to die. Zhang Maokai snorted coldly. Get out. A single word rolled, but it made Zhang Maokai feel like he was being pardoned. His entire body rolled and crawled in a hurry and hurriedly fled the private room and quickly disappeared. As soon as Dingley left, Han Xianghao and the others' biggest dependents disappeared. This made a road lord like Han Xianghao tremble at this moment. Former seniors, Han Xianghao proved and knelt on the ground as well. Even Dingley had knelt. What qualification did he have not to? Senior, it was because I had eyes and didn't recognize senior before that I was rude to senior. It's only this brat I'm going to clean up. Definitely not you. Senior, I still ask you, senior, to be clear and forgive me for my sins of ignorance. Han Xianghao begged for mercy. As he did so, Sister Hong and all the others who followed him all hastily knelt down. No one dares to stand. This is the terrifying might of the number one in the world. Sister Hong kneeled on the ground and secretly watched all of this with a great deal of emotion in her heart. In her eyes, Han Xianghao was already an unbeatable existence, and in Dingley's eyes, Han Xianghao was nothing more than a little yakuza. But in the eyes of a top-tier figure like the first in the world, all beings were ants. Wouldn't it be nice if I had the honor of knowing such a great man? So that perhaps my fate in this life will not be so bleak. In her heart, Sister Hong was overwhelmed with emotion. But she also understood that it was impossible for a crippled flower like herself to get more than a glance from such a heavenly dragon. The other side. Song Zian also came back from the shock. She spoke hastily. Elder Zhang, I've heard that you are a righteous man, and please save us. These bad guys, trying to bully me and trying to kill Big Brother Yi. Please, Elder Zhang, help us do justice. Song Zian saw hope. With the presence of a righteous man like the world's first, she believed that she and Yi Wuchen could be saved safely today. Everyone's focus was on the world's number one, Zhang Maokai. But who knows? The heart of the first in heaven at this time was actually incomparably apprehensive. He wouldn't dare take ideas for the higher power, much less dare to do it for the higher power. Where else would it be his turn to speak when there are high-ranking people present? If he opened his mouth rashly, what if he accidentally disagreed with the higher power's thoughts and thus offended him? That was why Zhang Mao kept sneaking glances at Yi Wuchen, hoping that Yi Wuchen would make a slight statement. Yi Wuchen laughed. Of course he understood Zhang Mao's thoughts. He came to Han Xianghao and looked at him with a smile. Howie, you haven't answered my question yet? I ask you, do you need another slap in the face? Chapter 80, Bullying People Out of Strength. Han Xianghao looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Did the heavens first is now here to stand up for this kid in front of him? He couldn't help but glance at Sister Hong. Didn't Sister Hong say that this kid is just a doctor? This little brother. I see. No need for it. Han Xianghao could only answer awkwardly in the face of Yi Wuchen's question. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head slightly. No. Needed. I see. After saying that, Yi Wuchen once again slapped his hand fiercely towards Han Xianghao. Pow! This slap could be even more vicious than earlier. Han Xianghao was directly smacked by this slap, causing his entire body to fly out and fall heavily to the ground. When he lifted his head, half of his face was so badly deformed that it looked like a pig's head. Yi Wuchen, however, continued to come to him and asked with a smile, Brother Hao, do you think you need to be slapped again? Han Xianghao screamed lowly in pain. He looked at Zhang Maokai. but saw that Zhang Maokai was simply indifferent to all of this. Sure enough, the first in the world is covering this kid. Otherwise, there was no way he would have let this brat fool around like this. Han Xianghao was filled with bitterness. He knew that he had kicked the bucket tonight. This gentleman, I think, needs it. Han Xianghao replied hesitantly. I was beaten for answering no before, so I won't be beaten again for answering yes this time, right? However, Yi Wuchen nodded. You have the right feeling, brother Hao. I also think that it needs to be. Saying that, Yi Wuchen once again slapped his ear. Pow! Han Xianghao was once again jerked to fly to the other side. This slap smacked Han Xianghao half a day to climb up. His face has swollen as if a pig head. Fresh blood continuously gushed out from his mouth and nose, looking so miserable. The surrounding group of juniors have gradually slowed down, but they all only dare to watch from the sidelines, do not dare to go forward to help. Not to mention do not dare to have half a word of complaint. Just now, Ding Li had slapped everyone over with a single move. If the number one in the world makes a move, then wouldn't everyone have to die? Yi Wuchen, however, still smiled and asked, Brother Hao, do you think you need another slap this time? Han Xianghao wouldn't dare to answer. Say it's needed. Get hit. Say you don't need it and get hit. Any way you answer that, you're going to get a beating. This kid is clearly trying to get himself killed. This gentleman, it is I who have offended you with my eyes. I'll admit it today. I'm willing to give you and Elder Zhang a sum of gift money to make amends, and then set up 18 tables at the best restaurant to apologize to the two of you in public. According to the rules of the Jianghu Dao, to give a gift of money and then a large banquet, is already giving great sincerity to apologize. However, Yi Wuchen, shook his head slightly. Wrong answer. Looks like there's going to be more fighting. At the same time, he slapped Han Xianghao once again. Pow! This slap caused Han Xianghao to fly out again as if he were a broken sack. Han Xianghao almost didn't pass out from the slap. Ah! He finally couldn't help but let out a scream, because the flesh of his face had been drawn and cracked. Even his cheekbones had been cracked. This pain of cracking his bones was too much for him to bear. Yi Wuchen's gaze grew colder and colder. Brother Hao, do you need another slap? Everyone felt fear. This kid is planning to smoke Hao alive. Han Xianghao was shocked and angry. For a moment, he even wanted to fight Yi Wuchen. But, after he saw the world's one Zhang Maokai, who was indifferently watching all of this from the side, he couldn't muster half a thought of resistance again. So, Han Xianghao became afraid. How could he dare to answer Yi Wuchen's question, but instead looked for help to Sister Hong, who was on the side. Yan Hong, help me plead for mercy. I've helped you so much before. You can't be ungrateful. If this keeps up, I'm going to get killed alive. If I die, who will help you fend off your enemies? Sister Hong had helped Yi Wuchen plead for mercy before, and Han Xianghao knew that the two of them knew each other. So right now, Han Xianghao could only put his hopes of surviving on Sister Hong. Sister Hong hesitated. She also didn't expect that Yi Wuchen was really this ruthless. Killed 3 people first, and now he's even going to kill Hao. It's just that he's ruthless, but he also has such a terrifying backer as the one in the world. This man, she had looked away at first. Mr. Yi, can you give me a face? Sister Hong tried to inquire. She still decided to put in a word for Hao. Although Hao forced her to accompany Ding Li for one night today, Hao did give her a great deal of protection on weekdays, allowing her to avoid a lot of trouble. She also thought about getting rid of Hao. The prerequisite is to be able to find a backer who is even more powerful than Hao. But that kind of big backer, it's 80% that he can't look at a broken flower like himself. For example, Yi Wuchen. For example, the world's number 1, Zhang Maokai. They are powerful though, but Sister Hong didn't know them well, and it was impossible to gain their protection, so she can't let Han Xianghao die yet. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. Since Sister Hong has opened her mouth, then I will sell you face. Ho, remember, it was Sister Hong who saved you this time. If Brother Hao still wants revenge in the future, remember to come to me. Yi Wuchen, any time. Yi Wuchen saw Sister Hong's predicament at a glance. Seeing as Sister Hong had spoken for him, Yi Wuchen would spare Han Xianghao's life. Sister Hong's guess was also correct. Yi Wuchen didn't have half an interest in her, and it was unlikely that he would cover her. Being able to sell her face once was already an extra favor. Han Xianghao nodded his head hurriedly. I know. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Only then did Yi Wuchen turn around. I'll be off then, guys. He took Song Zian and left the private room, heading towards the outside of the KTV. Zhang Maokai stood in place and coldly scanned the crowd in the private room. Everyone who was scanned felt as if their entire being had been penetrated by Zhang Maokai. This caused a strong sense of awe to rise in their hearts. For the awe of the world's greatest master, Zhang Maokai revealed a faint cold smile. It seems to be in contempt. Again, It seems to be a warning. He then turned away as well. After the heavens first left, the oppressive feeling that had sunk into the hearts of the crowd finally disappeared. Everyone looked back and realized that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Han Xianghao also gradually came back to his senses. He wiped the blood that kept flowing out of his mouth, and irritation welled up in his eyes. A dog's fight. A fox's fight. Isn't it just relying on having the number one in the world to cover you? What's with the arrogance? If he loses this backer one day, let's see how I'll deal with him then. Han Xianghao wouldn't dare to say that he was looking for trouble from the number one in the world. In his mind even, he was just as powerful as he could be. But he was just an underground lord of a city. And the number one in the world. That's a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. In his entire life, he, Han Xianghao, couldn't compare to a hair on the head of the world. As for Leafless, that's a dogged little man. Han Xianghao was just a tiger being bullied by a dog. Suffering from this kind of villainous bullying, he didn't dare to hate the number one in the world, but he hated Yi Wuchen with a passion. Especially when he thought of his villainous face. It made Han Xianghao want to tear him apart. Yan Hong, do me a favor. After it's done, I'll give you the Golden Glory Entertainment Club. Han Xianghao looked at Sister Hong. Sister Hong couldn't help but be moved in her mind. Jinhui Entertainment Club, that's a high-class entertainment place and a treasure pot. Get it and meet the real high rollers. Both wealth, status, position and reputation will be enhanced. Maybe even get a chance to get rid of Hao. What does Howie want me to do? Sister Hong couldn't help but inquire. A cold light flashed in Han Xianghao's eyes. That villain Yi Wuchen has the world's number one covering him. We can't move him. Yet, we can wreak havoc and kill with a borrowed knife. Hasn't Master Qin been pretty wild lately? Originally, I didn't have the means to eliminate Master Qin for a while, but now I have this rampant villain, Yi Wuchen, to utilize. Let him go and fight with Master Qin, and it's best if he can help me destroy him. Han Xianghao was full of confidence. Borrowing Yi Wuchen's knife to clean up Master Qin could be considered a double win. However, his words had just fallen, but he only heard a familiar voice ring out. Who are you calling a villain? Why should I go and destroy Master Qin? Chapter 81, The Return Shot. Only to see a familiar figure standing there at the entrance of the private room, looking at Han Xianghao with a smile. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. He actually went and came back. Han Xianghao's words just now were heard word for word, and when Han Xianghao saw Yi Wuchen, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was so scared he almost fell right off the couch. Yi, Mr. Yi, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding ah. Han Xianghao stammered a desperate explanation. Who would have thought that this kid would kill another one back after he had already left? Han Xianghao was really caught in the act this time. Sister Hong also spoke nervously. Mr. Yi, Yi Wuchen raised his hand and stopped what Sister Hong was about to say. He came straight to Han Xianghao and patted his face. Remember that, Howie. You are nothing but a dog in my eyes. I've been extraordinarily kind in sparing you once. Better. Stop making me kill people. Although Yi Wuchen had a smile on his face, that boundless killing intent on his body caused the temperature of this private room to drop quite a bit. Han Xianghao's heart pounded in surprise. Even without the presence of the world's number one, this kid was surprisingly able to possess such a strong killing aura. This means that there are definitely more than 3 people who have died at his hands. He's a real killer. Even his aura was able to easily suppress the aura of a Taoist lord like Han Xianghao completely. It also shows that he once had more than limitless power. This kid is not simple. Mr. Yi, no. Han Xianghao hung his head in assurance. At this moment, he no longer dared to move to utilize Yi Wuchen. To rashly offend a powerful enemy that he could not see through would definitely not end well. Yi Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. He stroked Han Xianghao's head as if he was petting a dog. Only then did he turn away. This time, it's really gone for good. Only until Yi Wuchen's back disappeared from the private room did Han Xianghao let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to say something, but then hurriedly closed his mouth, lest another disaster come out of his mouth. When he tried to stand up, he realized that his legs had long since gone as soft as noodles. Aside, Sister Hong couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen's departing direction with a pair of beautiful eyes, but she couldn't help but be colorful. A young, handsome, and domineering man who was capable of overpowering Han Xianghao was undoubtedly extremely attractive to her. Maybe I can try. Sister Hong couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge in her heart at this moment. She knows that opportunities never come waiting. Opportunities that can only be earned by taking the initiative. It's up to this one to get free agency for good. Outside KTV, Yi Wuchen had already arrived in front of the cab with Song Zian. On this journey, Song Zian was still as if she was dreaming. Suddenly, she cried out with a loud voice. Brother Yi, you killed someone. What's to be done now? Murder is punishable by death by firing squad. After calming down, Song Zian finally began to panic. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, was full of concern. I've killed the emperor's old man. What's killing a few little yakuza? Upon hearing this, Song Zian cried even more. She knew that Yi Wuchen was talking crazy again. And so on. Crazy talk? Song Zian's eyes couldn't help but light up. That's right, big brother Yi. I have an idea. You should go to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. In your case you can definitely be identified as mentally ill. There is no responsibility for psychotic killings. Yi Wuchen shook his head helplessly. How deeply did Song Zian misunderstand herself? How dare she think she's mentally ill? Regarding the matter of killing, Yi Wuchen didn't have half a worry. Han Kangho will definitely help him clean up this mess. After all, the current Han Xianghao was half afraid to offend Yi Wuchen again. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Wuchen left him a dog's life in the first place. Zian, wait for me. I'm going over there to meet someone. Yi Wuchen's line of sight turned and he already saw Zhang Maokai in the distance. Song Zian also saw Zhang Maokai, which made her elated. Right. Big brother Yi went to beg Senior Zhang. As long as Senior Zhang is willing to use his connections to help, then we'll be able to get through this time. A figure like the first in heaven was an omnipotent existence in Song Zian's mind. Yi Wuchen smiled, then walked towards Zhang Maokai alone. When he arrived in front of Zhang Maokai, Zhang Maokai could no longer hold back from making a big kneeling bow. The tall man, Yi Wuchen, waved his hand, stopping his big salute. You really are a workable man. It's only been 2 short days since I've seen you, and your self-confidence has already reached this point. Even your aura, it's all starting to condense out, Yi Wuchen said with satisfaction. Just now, Zhang Maocai's incident in the private room, where he relied on his aura alone to scare the 2 juniors into softening their hands and dropping their knives, proved Zhang Maocai's talent in this area. You keep up the good work. If one day you condense enough qi to satisfy me, then I'll teach you a qi enhancement technique then. At that time, you'll be able to achieve the point where your aura is so fake that you won't be able to tell even if you meet a truly strong person. Zhang Maokai had no talent in martial arts and had no semblance of a future to speak of. But who would have thought that his talent in boosting his confidence and condensing his aura would be extremely astonishing? By the way, be nice to your daughter and spend more time with her when you can. Yi Wuchen finished speaking and patted his shoulder before turning around and leaving, and Zhang Maokai stood still, already too excited to speak. The tall man, he was so grateful to the higher power. Not only did the higher power help him shed his bones, but he also taught him the Dharma, and even cared for his family. Such a great favor, he was truly unable to repay it in his entire life. He murmured in his mind, if there is ever a need for me, Zhang Maokai, from the higher power, then I, Zhang Maokai, will do nothing even if my body is shattered. His gaze was firm, and it was clear that what was in his mind was not a lie. The other side, the Royal Court Hotel. In the middle of the private room, Lin Han and Lin Enuo were already seated. Instead, a large table had been set up in front of the two. These dishes, they don't look any more peculiar. That Yi Wuchen fellow, isn't he blowing his cowskin too much? Lin Enuo surveyed these meals in front of her for half a day with a suspicious face. She's from a wealthy family. What kind of delicacies haven't she eaten since she was a child? An ordinary meal would hardly satisfy her. Lin Han laughed from the sidelines. I just asked the hotel waiter about it, and it made me realize something interesting. The famous Jiang Yuan chef who is said to come from a culinary family and uniquely champions the province in terms of cooking skills is actually learning to cook under Yi Wuchen. These dishes are the ones Jiang Yuan made after his recent realization. Although it wasn't made by Yi Wuduan himself, I believe that the dishes made by professional celebrity chef Jiang Yuan will definitely not be worse than those made by Yi Wuduan's kind of non-professional chef who wears many hats. Saying that, Lin Han had already lifted his chopsticks. Now that we're here, let's try it. If it's really mediocre, then the big deal is to never eat here again. Lin Han instantly grabbed a chopstick of the dish and then sent it into his mouth. With slow chewing, the flavor of the dish began to fill the mouth. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. This province's #1 chef cooks something unique. He just wanted to critique it. Suddenly, a special emotion in the dish unexpectedly burst out violently, filling Lin Han's whole body. Lin Han's body trembled, and his entire body instantly froze. Chapter 82, You Won't Live Through the Night. Only Lin Han half squinted his eyes, unable to stop himself from indulging in the delicious flavor in his mouth. His entire body, on the other hand, remained completely motionless, as if any hint of distraction would interfere with his ability to savor the delicacy. So much so, that he was almost on the verge of becoming a clay figure. Lin Inua said in disbelief, Brother, what's wrong with you? Just one bite of food and you froze? Lin Han's eyes didn't open. He just raised his hand to signal Lin Inuo to keep quiet. This was even more confusing for Lin Inuo. Halftime. Phew! Lin Han took a long breath. The expression on his face was one of enjoyment and satisfaction. When he opened his eyes, there was surprise in them. It's so delicious. It's marvelous. I feel like I'm not tasting the food, but the sweetness and bitterness of my life over the years. The flavor returns. March never ends. It's the first time I've ever tasted such a delicious and strange dish. Lin Han was in awe. Lin Inua, on the other hand, looked skeptical. She was aware that this brother of hers, because of his work, caused him to be said to have eaten all kinds of high-end food in the 6 southeastern provinces. His tastes, long ago, had been picky as hell. Now he's only had his first taste and he's able to give such a high rating? It's not right. I'll try. I don't believe it. It can be as godly as you say. Lin Inua used her chopsticks to pick up the dish as well and brought it into her mouth. She ate slowly on purpose, just to savor all the flavors of the dish so she could prove that her oldest brother had overblown it. Yet the next second, an incredulous expression quickly surfaced on her delicate face as well. I'll go. This is also too delicious. How in heaven's name can there be such a delicious meal? You're so right, old man. This dish is simply delicious. The shock on Lin Inua's face was no less than Lin Han's just now. She quickly picked up her bowl and chucked in a lot of food. I'm going to let go of my stomach for a good meal tonight. What diet? I've decided I don't care. I can't resist the temptation of food. Lin Inua began to eat sparingly, completely lacking any semblance of the cyber goddess's usual svelte appearance when she ate. Lin Han also hurriedly raised his chopsticks. Enoch, eat slower. Save some for me. Don't eat it all. Food is meant to be savored slowly, not eaten and drank like you. The siblings just started gorging like crazy. Finally, a table of food was swept away by the two of them, and they just about licked their plates. When they finished eating, the two of them patted their distended bellies comfortably. The two were unable to get up for a long time because they ate too much too fast. Older brother. It seems like that guy Yi Wuchen was right. The meals here are indeed rare and delicious. I'm going to eat here every day for the next few days. Even now. Lin Inua finally recognized Yi Wuchen's recommendation. Lin Han nodded. In the future, the business of public relations entertainment. He had a new choice in mind. That is, this Royal Court Hotel. A place that can make Lin Han himself eat his way back into the restaurant is sure to please its customers as well. Waiter, go and fetch your head chef. I want to thank him in person for making these meals. Lin Han explained towards the waiter. Soon, wearing a chef's hat, Zhang Yuan arrived at the private room. Lin Han got up to shake hands with Zhang Yuan. Master Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. I've long heard that you're the #1 chef in the province, and I'm sure your name is true when I try it today. Thank you for the great feast. Just one thing I'm curious about is how your meals are able to bring out all sorts of emotions through flavoring. Lin Han had tasted food from all over the world, and most of the food just stayed on top of the food. There are very few cuisines in which one can feel a bit of the spirit infused by the chef. And today, each dish is filled with emotion, as if it is no longer just a taste of food, but also a reflection of life. It's a feeling like no other. Zhang Yuan sniffed and replied proudly. It's an honor for us chefs to please our guests. As for your question, Mr. Lin, it simply means that through the most precise cooking and seasoning, the feelings that each dish wants to express are conveyed. This stance, I also recently learned it from Master Yi Wuchen Yi. Lin Han and Lin Enuo looked at each other in surprise at the words. It was actually really because of Yi Wuchen. Only Zhang Yuan then exclaimed. It's a pity that my cooking skills are still shallow right now, and I can't fully comprehend what Master Yi has taught me. Master Ye's cooking standard. That's really out of this world. The siblings were even more surprised to hear this. Lin Inua couldn't help but confirm. Master Jiang, are you saying that Yi Wuchen's cooking is better than yours? Zhang Yuan nodded without hesitation. That's for sure. Master Ye's level of culinary skills. I'll be satisfied if I can catch up to 1/10 of him in my lifetime. After receiving Zhang Yuan's definite reply, the two were even more completely stunned. The reputation of the chef was most important, and they believed that Zhang Yuan could not possibly gamble his reputation to tell a lie. Zhang Yuan seemed to have thought of something. The two of you wouldn't want to taste Master Ye's handiwork, would you? It's a pity that Master Yi doesn't often cook himself, and he charges a lot for cooking. The last time General Ling hosted a dinner party for the best in the world at our hotel, it was made by Master Yi himself. Just for cooking that one meal, Master Yi has charged our hotel owner $10 million. Lin Han and Lin Enuo were so shocked when they heard this that they almost didn't choke on their own saliva. Cooking a meal and charging $10 million? This kind of thing is unheard of. In an instant, Lin Han and Lin Enua both had the heart to change their profession to become chefs. The money was too good to be true. That guy. How does he make a lot of money in any line of work? Lin Enua was completely out of temper. Yi Wuchen seemed to know quite a few things. but they were all lines that were not respectable in the eyes of others. However, when they heard about the money Yi Wuchen made from it, it was shocking beyond words. Lin Han's eyes also lit up, and he found a business opportunity in it. He decided to find Yi Wuchen to talk to him alone sometime. Maybe the two of them can even collaborate when it comes to business. The Royal Court Hotel lobby. Le Shue was listening to the waiter's report. When she learned that the Lin family siblings were satisfied with tonight's meal, she knew that her family's restaurant would have 2 more steady customers. In the last 2 days, as long as one is able to come to my family's store and eat once, one is basically able to develop a steady stream of repeat customers. All of this can be attributed to Yi Wuchen. Looks like Dad was right. It's time to find a way to keep Yi Wuchen. Le Shue went through the accounts again. The turnover of our own store in the past 2 days has indeed multiplied several times. In less than 2 days, I'm afraid that the tenfold goal Yi Wuchen said would really be reached. This made Le Shue appreciate Yi Wuchen more and more in her heart. But just then, a figure was seen running in hurriedly from outside the hotel. It's none other than Wimber. As soon as Wimber saw Le Shue, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Le Shue, it's bad. Something's wrong. That kid Yi Wuchen. I'm afraid he won't live through tonight. Chapter 83, he also knows medicine? Wimber's words caused Le Shue to rush over. Wimber, slow down. What's going on? Le Shue asked urgently. Wimber could only answer truthfully. That kid was in the Matty KTV tonight and somehow offended Brother Hao, and was called over by Brother Hao for questioning. And guess what happened to him? Not only did he not seriously apologize to Hao for his loss, but he even beat up Hao's men in front of him. I went up to plead for him, and got a slap from Hao. And it didn't help that I brought up my father. I can see that Brother Hao is very angry. I'm afraid Yi Wuchen won't be able to get through tonight. Le Shue's heart sank when she heard this. Still holding out for a chance, she couldn't help but ask, which Howie are you talking about? Wimber said helplessly, in our place, besides Han Xianghao, who else dares to be called Brother Hao? You know the temperament of that man Hao. Can anyone who offends him have a good time? After receiving confirmation, Le Shue's heart was even colder. Han Kung Ho, he wasn't your average run-of-the-mill hooligan punk, much less one that could be dispatched by just finding some connections and spending some money. That's a real big shot, doing unseemly deeds. Adding a life or two to his hands is no big deal to him. Offending this kind of person can really put your life in danger. That guy, it's not good to offend others. Why did he offend Han Xianghao? Le Shue was anxious. She hurriedly called a waiter to order. Go on, get my dad. Han Xianghao, that kind of level of characters. Is no longer her status enough to speak of love? Perhaps only her father is also enough to speak. Soon, Le Shangsu hurried over. What happened? Le Shue and Wenbai immediately gave Le Shangsu a rundown of the matter. Le Shangsu's brows also furrowed deeply as he listened. Halftime. Only then did he say, although I kind of know how. I'm in serious business and don't have a deep relationship with him. If even the face of Wenbai's father, Wen Dong, is useless, then I'm afraid my appearance may not be effective. Le Shangsu's words made Le Shue's heart grow more and more anxious and impatient. If even her own father couldn't step in, then she really didn't know who to call to solve this trouble. A few people were talking when 2 people suddenly walked up beside them. It was actually Lin Han and Lin Enuo who had just come out of the private room after eating. Mr. Lu, it seems like you guys were talking about Yi Wuchen just now? Lin Han asked curiously. Le Shangsu twisted his head around and saw that it was Lin Han who hurriedly replied. Mr. Lin, you also know Yi Wuchen? Lin Han replied. I had asked him to look at feng shui for me. Did something happen to him? These words caused Le Shangsu and Le Shue to freeze. Feng shui? Isn't Yi Wuchen doing live broadcasting and cooking? How come he still reads feng shui? He was even able to be invited by well-known real estate entrepreneur Lin Han to look at feng shui. Wenbai was not much surprised at the sight. After all, he still knew about Yi Wuchen's wild profit of $30 million from a feng shui reading. Surprised, Le Shangsu immediately told Lin Han about Yi Wuchen's offense against Brother Hao. Lin Han and Lin Enuo also frowned greatly after hearing this. That's a lot of trouble. Han Xianhao's weight was too heavy, and this matter felt tricky even for Lin Han. Le Shue, however, asked with anticipation. Mr. Lin, you must have a way to help Yi Wuchen, right? Lin Han replied hesitantly. I know Brother Hao quite well, but I'm afraid I can't do it alone if I want to smooth this over. Unless, of course, I ask my father to step in. When the crowd heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Lin Han's father, Lin Zhennan, is the leader of the local real estate industry, with a number of real estate companies all over the southeast, which can be said to be extremely heavy. Lin Han can be called Lin, but also rely on his father Lin Zhennan casually through a company to him to be responsible for the management of the practice hand, exercise to train his management ability. If he could invite Lin Zhennan to come out, then even Brother Hao would have to give some face. This thing, it's in play. But Lin Han's next words threw a pot of cold water on the crowd. It's just that. My father is not a very nice person to talk to. He doesn't understand Yi Wuchen. If he were to step in and cause a favor to be owed to Brother Hao, I'm afraid he wouldn't be willing. Lin Han was well aware that his father was extremely profit-oriented. In Lin Jianan's eyes, Yi Wuchen was nothing more than a nobody. He wouldn't stand up for a nobody. Lin Jianan in particular had always disliked weird things. Even if Lin Han explained Yi Wuchen's feng shui ability to his father, Lin Jianan would never believe it until he had seen it with his own eyes. Now, wouldn't Yi Wuchen be dead? Le Shui couldn't help but sigh mournfully as her eyes became lifeless. It was so hard for her to appreciate a man so much, but she didn't realize that he was going to die so early. The rest of the people also looked helpless inside. But just then, a voice suddenly came. Who says I'm going to die? As soon as this familiar voice rang out, everyone turned their heads in surprise. Sure enough, only a familiar figure was walking in at the front door of the hotel. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. And it's the living Yi Wudu, or the complete Yi Wudu. There are no arms or legs missing from the body. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but be a little taken back. Wimber asked in direct surprise. You okay? Yi Wuchen walked in while laughing. Of course it's okay. Young mister. What? I paid back the slap you received for you. Wimber froze. Returned the slap? Did this kid still really smack Hao in the face? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Wimber doesn't believe it. How the hell did you get out? Wimber couldn't help but follow up. Yi Wuchen came before the crowd and replied. Of course I walked out. Can't someone else carry me out in a sedan chair? Wimber asked with some annoyance. That Hao guy is not easy to talk to. You can still walk out of there after offending him? The rest of the crowd, too, held the same question. Yi Wuchen replied with a smile. I don't know if that Hao guy is a good talker or not, but he's really not a good person. That guy actually likes to badmouth people behind their backs, and I ended up hearing it. I reasoned with him properly, and he realized he had a bad habit and apologized. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. How he badmouthing people behind their backs? How can we reason with each other and apologize? This Yi Wuchen, does he really think that Brother Hao is not a hooligan? Le Shui was a little exasperated. Yi Wuchen, we mean what we said to you. Get a grip and stop being poor. You don't even know how worried we were about you just now. The crowd all looked equally indignant. They were just now trying to help Yi Wuchen think of a way out. But Yi Wuchen was good. With every decent word coming out of his mouth, Yi Wuchen shrugged helplessly. If you guys don't believe me, then just ask Hao yourselves. Everyone almost cursed in anger. If they could go and ask Hao, what's the point of talking nonsense to him here? Especially Le Shui's nose was getting all bent out of shape. She had been worried for so long for nothing. But this Yi Wuchen acted like he was a person who was fine, simply failing to live up to her concern. Yi Wuchen, however, had already said to himself, it's rare that you all happen to be together, and I have something I want to discuss with you. I got something out of this trip tonight. Combining what I once saw at the hospital gave me some insight into a new business opportunity. That is, in this present age, Western medicine is flourishing more and more, while the standard of Chinese medicine is in serious decline. And I happen to be very good at Chinese medicine and can solve many problems that Western medicine can't. I have the medical skills but lack the resources and access. Well, is there anyone interested in making money with me? Except for Wimber. The rest of them froze at the sound of it. This kid, he actually knows medicine? Chapter 84, Overambitious. Everyone was sizing up Yi Wuchen, as if trying to determine if he was lying. It was Lin Han who asked first. Does Mr. Yi need us to make an investment? There were people in the room who were in the restaurant business or the real estate business, but no one in the medical industry. Yi Wuchen needed their resources, and most likely, it was naturally money. Yi Wuchen nodded his head in reply. Exactly. I've learned that it's a pain in the ass to cure people in this day and age, and that you actually need a license to practice medicine, and even to develop a drug. The cycle of approvals and consumption that needs to be gone through is too long, so I'm going to start on two fronts through my medical skills, one for healthcare and one for cosmetics. Both of these things also require high investment if you want to make a lot of money, and I can't play with the tens of millions of dollars I have on hand. That's why I want to find you guys to pull investment. Try investing a few billion in me first. For this impassioned speech, at first the crowd was still listening with great interest, but when they heard the last sentence everyone almost didn't spray a mouthful of spit. Let's try a few billion first? Is this kid serious? That's billions of real money. Does he think it's billions of yellow burnt paper? These people present want to pitch in these billions, and that would really require emptying their family coffers to do so. Wimber was the first to answer. I'm not interested. Not half interested. Le Shangsu also shook his head and laughed. The interlining is like a mountain. And it's better for a caterer like me to be honest about my old job. Lin Han was also helpless. Mr. Yi needs too much money. I can't help you. In the end, they all refused. In the end, they still didn't think highly of Yi Wuchen. Otherwise, if they're sure something is going to make a lot of money, they're going to get on it even if they have to break the bank. Yi Wuchen didn't force himself. It's a shame that people are missing out on a chance to make a fortune. Looks like I'm going to have to go looking for a richer partner. Yi Wuchen had a look of regret, and watching the crowd wanted to laugh even more. And miss the chance to make a fortune? That's the kind of opportunity they don't want. This kid, does he really think he can make money by spending billions of dollars and throwing it in? Healthcare products? Cosmetics? How deep is the water in these two industries? They are roughly clear in their hearts. Not to mention the billions of dollars of investment this kid was able to pull in. Even if he really pulls it in, I'm afraid he'll lose his pants by the time he smashes it in. This kid has some skills though. Making tens of millions of dollars is like playing. But billions of dollars is not something that can be played with by feng shui, live fortune telling and other crooked ways alone. However, Yi Wuchen, acted as if he couldn't see the crowd's contempt. He actually asked with a smirk, I'm new here and I don't know my way around. I wonder if you all know any rich big bosses to recommend me? Wimber said directly. Yes, the richest big boss is, of course, the richest man in the country, Zhao. You go to him. A few billion is a hair's breadth on 9 cows to him. It's not even worth mentioning. Anyone could hear that Wenbai was deliberately deriding people. But who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, replied with a serious face. No, I can't go to him. I promised a woman that I couldn't get money from my former connections for a month. Zhao is my former deceased friend, and it would be a breach of contract to seek him out. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. The nation's richest man, Zhao is his late husband? What a joke. Lin Yinhua even laughed outright, bluffing again. If you knew Zhao why would you need to be a cook here? Yi Wuchen smiled and didn't care. He looked his eyes toward both Li Shangsu and Lin Han. The two didn't hesitate. They took out a pen and paper and wrote down a few names, phone numbers, and addresses, then handed them over to Yi Wuchen, simply recommending a few big bosses. This kind of hand-up smoothie they are of course happy to do. Anyway, the person they recommended. As for whether they could pull in funds, that would depend on Yi Wuchen's own ability. They didn't bother. Thank you both bosses. I'll buy you guys dinner later. Yi Wuchen left with a smile on his face after taking the recommendation list. Anyone can see that he really intends to rely on these lists to pull in investments. And the crowd couldn't stop shaking their heads as they watched his departing back. Lu Xingxiu was even more uncontrollable. Originally a promising young man, now it seems inevitable that he is still a little impatient. It's good to be ambitious, but you have to be realistic and take it one step at a time. What kind of person comes up and moves around and wants to play with billions of dollars? Especially in an industry he's not familiar with. That's being overly ambitious and thinking too highly of yourself. It's a shame. It's a shame. With Yi Wuchen's cooking skills, as long as he operated seriously in the catering industry and settled down for a few years, his future was bound to be bright. But now he's going to cross over to the medical side of things. Then sooner or later he's going to fall on his face. It's fine if he can't pull in the funds, just as a rub for sharpness. But if he really pulls in billions of dollars of investment, then once he fails, it's likely that he won't have a chance to turn his life around. Maybe I was wrong about him. Lu Xingxiu had once viewed Yi Wuchen as a talent with great promise, but now that I look at it, he has a different opinion. Talent alone is not enough to make things happen. It still needs to be honed, accumulated, heart, opportunity and other factors to accumulate before it can take off. Otherwise, the higher you climb the more painful the fall. Lin Han lamented the same about it. This Mr. Yi is being overly bullying. He's so good at what he does, and the money is coming in so easy and so fast that it's making him drift a little. I've seen a lot of people like that, and inevitably they all end up taking a big loss before they come to their senses. Is pulling in investment that easy? Especially with billions of dollars. Who among those big bosses would want their investment to go down the drain? Hopefully, Mr. You will be able to turn back after bumping around. If Yi Wuchen needed investment in live broadcasting and feng shui catering, Lin Han would absolutely invest without saying a word. More than that, $100 million is still his right to make a decision. But if Yi Wuchen wanted to go into another profession, then Lin Han could only refuse. Lin Yinhua echoed. Older brother is right. Some people just can't see themselves. Does he really think he's a jack of all trades and knows everything? If you can, pull in the first investment first. The crowd spoke in a variety of ways, all of which were unfavorable to Yi Wuchen. This caused Li Shui's heart to beat a drum. Was a man she rarely admired really as bad as everyone said he was? If that was true, Was the man still worthy of her continued admiration? Hey, how could he have such a ridiculous idea? Le Shui was also disappointed in Yi Wuchen's performance tonight. It seemed that her attack on Yi Wuchen would have to be slowed down for a while. Only Wimber doesn't care about it. He was concerned with only one question. Then again, how the hell did that guy make it back alive from how? This is something I must inquire about. Chapter 85 Zhao Family Infighting. Magic City. Zhao Group Building. Zhao Er was still lying weakly on the hospital bed, and beside his hospital bed stood the children and grandchildren of the Zhao family. Each of these descendants looked tense, not daring to utter a single breath. And standing at the front was Zhao Er's eldest grandson, Zhao Jiayao. Zhao Jiayao stood out extremely as if he was being shown to the public, and the gazes of all the people in the Zhao family looking at him were filled with anger. Zhao Jiayao himself, on the other hand, stood upright, defiance written all over his face. KO. This time, you made a big mistake. It caused our Zhao family to lose the top level of power that can be utilized. Not only have we lost men and horses and a lot of wealth, but we have also consumed a lot of precious contacts. What do you say? I punish you? On the hospital bed, Zhao Er's voice was weak, but it was filled with an extremely powerful majesty. Because of Zhao Jiayao's self-interest, the Zhao family had lost the three most important Zhongshu level powerhouses, Huang Ming, William, and the God of Death. This led to the loss of all the Zhongshu level experts that the Zhao family could mobilize. A sovereign is already incredibly precious. What's more, it was still the loss of 3 sovereigns in a row. That's a loss that no one can afford. Zhao Jiayao replied reluctantly. As I said, this time, we can only blame Uncle Huang and the others for being unlucky in meeting the world's #1 expert, Zhang Maokai. If the world's #1 hadn't been present, I would have gotten the Elderborn back long ago. Zhao Jiayao had thought that it was the Elderborn who had eliminated Huang Ming in his party. It wasn't until afterward that word came through that it was the world's #1 expert, Zhang Maokai. Who did it? An old man couldn't help but say in pain. It's not about the elders anymore. Our Zhao family is the richest family, sitting on a huge amount of wealth. If we didn't have these experts guarding us, then I don't know how many covetous prying eyes our Zhao family's wealth would attract. Good for you, Zhao Jiayao, destroying our Zhao family's entire guardian force in one go. How does this make our Zhao family? How can we fend off those powerful enemies who want to rob our wealth? The rest of the Zhao family, too, all spoke up vociferously. None of them had expected that Zhao Jiayao would go AWOL and unleash all of the Zhao family's guardian forces. What was even more unexpected was the total destruction of these guardian forces. This put the Zhao family in danger. Zhao Jiayao is still arguing. As long as I'm allowed to recapture the Eldritch and research the secret of immortality, we can still earn back any more wealth. By mastering immortality, our Zhao family will not only be the richest in the country, but can even become the richest in the world. His impassioned speech failed to impress the main man in the hospital bed. Only Zhao Er said helplessly, "It doesn't count that you made a mistake, but you don't even know the strength of your opponent. It's really foolish. Wasted my efforts. Personally called the elders to plead on your behalf. Jia Yao, you retire. The company doesn't need you anymore." When Zhao Jiayao heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He looked up with a pale face. Xiu Kaiyu is in his early 50s and in his prime, and is about to realize his ambitions one step at a time. And his grandfather, surprisingly, wants him to retire now and not to meddle in the company's affairs anymore. How could this be acceptable to him? However, Zhao Er's position in the Zhao family was incredibly high, and his words were like holy orders. No one can resist. But Xiu Kaiyu doesn't want to give up yet. Grandpa, even if you're really convinced that the King of Terror and Uncle Huang and the rest of them were killed by the elders, even if the elderlings are really as powerful as you say they are, then I would like to ask you, how do you plan to deal with the elderlings? Without waiting for Zhao Er to reply, Zhao Jiayao had already opened his own mouth, only to hear him laugh teasingly. You're not, by any chance, still counting on the Martial Alliance's Alliance Master Wang Rui, are you? But I've already gotten the news that 2 days ago you wanted to ask the Martial League Alliance leader and Divine Dr. Li Feng to meet for tea. But the two of them, however, rejected you outright. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Zhao family couldn't help but change. This was the first time they had heard of this news. Many Zhao family members asked in shock. This is true? The Martial Alliance, Divine Healer Hall, and Zhao clan were allied allies. They're each other's biggest draw. It was the sturdy alliance of the three families that allowed them to maintain their monstrous power. And now, the personal invitation from Zhao Er, the head of the Zhao group, was turned down? This kind of signaling releases information that implies that the three alliances could be extremely fractured. Zhao Er smiled faintly. Jia Yao, since you were a child you don't follow the right path. You like to delve into crooked ways. You're pretty well informed. Yes, this is true. Wang Rui and Li Feng, the two old foxes, are trying to wait for my Zhao family and the Everlasters to lose both, before they profit from it. Receiving Zhao Er's confirmation, the Zhao family could not help but be in an uproar. Without the assistance of the Martial Arts Alliance and the Divine Healer Hall, the Zhao family would truly be unable to support themselves alone. Zhao Jiao said immediately, "Grandpa, if you don't have a good way to deal with the elders, then it might as well be left to me to do it. I'll prove that I'm the only one who can get this done." Zhao Er seemed to be smiling. "Oh, what are you going to do?" The Zhao family's crowd similarly cast questions. Zhao Jiao stepped forward and replied, "Abandon ship and save the day. Handsome, it's our entire family and group. The car, on the other hand, is your old man. Grandpa, it is you who the elder one is trying to clean up, and it is only necessary to hand you over to the elder one. As for the rest of our Zhao family, we have nothing to do with the elderly. Grandpa, you won't live 2 more days in this condition. Sacrifice what little time you have left to fulfill all of us in the Zhao family." Zhao Jiao's words caused the Zhao family to be shocked. Who would have thought that a real grandson would say such things to his real grandfather? Zhao Er even sneered. "Abandoning the car to protect the marshal is fake. Getting rid of me to seize power is real, isn't it? Jia Yao, you are really naive and ridiculous. Strong enemy current, not self-aware, but still thinking of competing for power." Zhao Jiao, however, snorted coldly and then clapped his hands. Boom! The door to the ward was kicked open, only to see a large group of bodyguards rushing in aggressively. Each of these bodyguards had an unpleasant look on their faces and surrounded the Zhao family members, also including Zhao Er, who was on the hospital bed. Obviously, these bodyguards were all Zhao Jiao's men. One of the elders couldn't help but rage. "Zhao Jiao, what do you want to do?" However, the next second, the 2 bodyguards pulled out their guns and aimed them directly at his head. The family crowd saw this and dared to speak out. Zhao Jiao replied coldly, "Doing what? Doing what needs to be done. Of course, I've given so much to my family, why should I lose it all? Grandpa, I wouldn't have gotten this far if you hadn't forced me to retire. You made me do all this. Today, don't blame me for retiring you first. Sign this agreement transferring all the positions and shares of the company to me. Then we are still grandparents and grandchildren. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being affectionate." With that, he pulled out an agreement and threw it at Zhao Er. "This is to force the palace." The rest of the Zhao family was angry, but there was nothing they could do under the guns of those bodyguards. Zhao Er reached out and removed his oxygen mask, and his words were clearer. "Not only can you not see the elders, you still can't even see my undercard. Before you dare to force me to abdicate?" Zhao Jiao coldly snorted in disdain. "Even the Martial Alliance and the Divine Doctor Hall have abandoned you. I don't believe you have any more cards?" Yet his words had just fallen, only to see a bodyguard watching the door rush in. The bodyguard ran to Zhao Jiao and reported in horror, "Mr. Lin, it's not good. There's someone outside." Zhao Jiao interrupted impatiently, "Whoever is coming, stop them all before my grandfather signs the agreement." The bouncer, however, was helpless. "Mr. Lin, we can't stop it at all. And we don't dare to, because of the people who came. It's Protectorate War God." Chapter 86, Protectorate War God. Hearing the bodyguard's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The Protectorate War God, Yan Baidian, was the strongest commander in the army. He had a large army under his command that fought in the south and the north. As for Yan Baidian himself, he was regarded as the topmost powerhouse in the world. His strength had long since surpassed the realm of the sovereign, and exactly how strong it was had long since been unknown. The Protectorate War God is in the north, and the Martial League Alliance Master is in the south. Together, the 2 peerless powerhouses formed 2 mainstays, deterring foreign powerhouses from violating the border. Such a character is not only powerful, but also incredibly strong personally. But no one knew that the Protectorate War God Yan Baidian also had a friendship with the Zhao family. Even the Zhao family themselves didn't know. So much so that at this moment, when they heard about the Protectorate War God's visit, all of the Zhao family members were unable to react. "This is impossible. The Protectorate War God. Did you invite him?" Zhao Jiao also looked at Zhao Er on the hospital bed in shock. He had never heard that the Protectorate War God was related to anyone in the Zhao family, including his grandfather. The Protectorate War God, with his high position and power, was very jealous of getting close to a huge wealth like the Zhao family. "But if we don't get close, who has the ability to make the Protectorate War God come in person?" Zhao Er looked at Zhao Jiao with disdain. "There is much to be gained by living long enough to be able to accumulate many treasures in the midst of years that no one can see. That's why I'm so desperate to get the secret of immortality." Zhao Jiao, however, still couldn't believe this fact. Because once it really was the protectorate war god that Zhao had invited, it would mean that he would completely fail enforcing the palace today. Once Zhao had the support of the protectorate war god, then he would be untouchable. Zhao Jiayao roared in exasperation. No way! I don't believe it! It's not true! You're trying to scare me! I'm not going to fall for that! He hadn't even finished speaking when he suddenly felt a majestic aura coming from him. It felt as if a lion was closing in. Everyone in the ward felt it, and they couldn't help but turn their heads toward the door. Stomp! 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 With the sound of heavy footsteps, only a burly figure appeared in the doorway. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was tall and straight, with a country face and a neatly trimmed beard. He stepped on black combat boots and wore a black trench coat with a black cloak that flew without wind. Although he was not in uniform but in civilian clothes, anyone would recognize the face. Protector of War, Yan Baidian. He walked slowly into the hospital room. Everyone in the ward couldn't help but keep their mouths shut. Even those bodyguards were so nervous that they did not dare to utter a single breath. Not to mention the fact that no one dared to stop Yan Baidian. This is the sense of oppression brought about by the god of war. Even though Yan Baidian did not say a single word, his aura was able to press down on everyone present. Yan Baidian ignored no one and went straight to Zhao hospital bedside. He looked at the dying man in the hospital bed and spoke without turning his head. Everyone out. I want to talk to Master Zhao alone. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jiayao's heart skipped a beat. It's time to come. The protectorate war god, indeed, was invited by Grandpa. Zhao Jiayao was not willing. If he left like that today, he'd never have another chance at power within the company for the rest of his life. Even, this life is over. Unfortunately, he couldn't sway this. With Yan Baidian speaking afterward, all of the Zhao family members left the ward. Even those bodyguards brought by Zhao Jiayao didn't dare to resist the war god's order, and they followed the Zhao family as they left. No going. No one's going anywhere. I'll give you guys a raise as long as you don't leave. Zhao Jiayao yelled at his bodyguards. Yet none of the bodyguards dared to stay. Sorry, boss. They bowed and apologized to Zhao Jiayao, and then all of them exited the ward. Not a single one left. This is how terrifying the protectorate war god is. He didn't even need to do anything. He only needed one word to make the people brought by Zhao Jiayao betray him. All it takes is showing up to turn the situation completely around. Zhao Jiayao's body stumbled, almost unsteady on his feet. He knew that he had completely lost. Grandpa, you won. His whole body was disoriented and he stumbled out of the hospital room as well. Since you've already lost, it's better not to dwell on the fact that you can't afford to lose than to meet the fate of your own failure. A loser, naturally, doesn't deserve the attention. When he left, Zhao didn't even bother to give him a second glance. Inside the ward, only Zhao and Yan Baidian remained. Only Yan Baidian reached out his hand and gently helped Zhao put his oxygen mask on. When my father was alive, he used to often tell me that he was able to survive in his youth thanks to Master Zhao's assistance. It's a pity that my father didn't have the chance to repay Master Zhao even until he died. That's why my father told me on his deathbed that I must repay Master Zhao's kindness for him when I have the chance. That's why this time, when Elder Zhao contacted me, I rushed over here at the first opportunity, in order to help my father fulfill his last wish. No one had expected that the original Zhao had saved the life of the protectorate war god's father. It was no wonder that no one knew that Zhao and the protectorate war god had a friendship. Zhao was directly related to the war god's father decades ago. On the hospital bed, Zhao weakly squeezed out a smile. The god of war has a heart. I do have something to ask this time. Yan Baidian, however, did not immediately agree. He just said indifferently, there are some things that need to be said beforehand, so please forgive me. Master Zhao, I have a public position, so there are some things I won't do. First, I don't do anything illegal. Secondly, I don't do anything that goes against public order and morals. Thirdly, I don't do anything with my power. If Elder Zhao can accept it, then please also open your mouth. The protectorate war god is the model and commander-in-chief of millions of generals in the army. His every word and action had a great impact. So even though Yan Baidian had the intention of repaying his father's kindness, he would never dishonor the general's trust in him. Zhao nodded. I understand. Warlord, rest assured. There is a person who has some grudges with my Zhao family, and wants to exterminate the family. I intend to turn the dry sword into jade, but nay, that person has unfathomable martial arts, and I also trouble the god of war to go forward for me, to persuade him to put down the butcher's knife. Yan Baidian nodded slightly as he listened. He roughly understood what Zhao meant, and this matter was acceptable to him. Who is he? Where is the body? Yan Baidian asked. Zhao slowly replied. Jian Province, Dakan City, Yi Wuchen. Yan Baidian nodded. I know. Don't worry, Elder Zhao. I'll go ahead and persuade him in my personal capacity. Regardless of the outcome, I have also repaid Elder Zhao's favor for my father. From now on, you and I owe each other nothing. Yan Baidian finished speaking and got up to leave. True to his military background, he does what he says he's going to do and never drags his feet. In the hospital room, Zhao Er was soon left alone. His cloudy old eyes were deep at that moment. There was a hint of sinister venom. Protectorate war god, peak of martial arts, a wondrous talent for the ages. He is the real, absolute unrivaled powerhouse. Master, this time you should listen to the advice. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 87, Why Bow Down and Beg? Early in the morning, Yi Wuchen's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number called. After connecting, a soft female voice came from the inside. Brother Dust. Brother Hao asked me to give you a heads up. Liang Jin, Fat Scorpion and Abao have already been dealt with. They died in a car accident and it definitely doesn't matter about Brother Dust. Only then did Yi Wuchen hear that the person on the phone was Sister Hong. He hung up without hesitation, too lazy to say another word. For one thing, Yi Wuchen and Han Xianghao, Sister Hong and the others weren't even on the same page. How these rogues and gangsters disposed of the body was their own business, but they had to specifically come to inform Yi Wuchen, making it seem as if Yi Wuchen had asked them to destroy the body. Secondly, he hadn't sent a business card to Han Xianghao or Sister Hong. It was obvious that they had investigated Yi Wuchen's phone number on their own and then called. Yi Wuchen was most annoyed by this kind of inexplicable harassing phone calls. Looks like there's some studying to be done, Yi Wuchen said, and flipped open the bedside book Network Security Technology Basics again. Once he learned that he had nothing to do, he began to learn about this era, especially web knowledge. In this age of the internet, this knowledge is definitely of great use when learned. Originally, Yi Wuchen could have let Su Shimen find someone to take charge of network security, and Ben didn't have to research and learn by himself. But Yi Wuchen was born with a trait of being thirsty for learning. From ancient times to the present, all kinds of new knowledge he is keen to learn. After all, studying was one of the few things he could do to pass the time during the long years. After 2 hours, Song Zian drove a cab to the hotel to pick up Yi Wuchen. As soon as Yi Wuchen got into the passenger compartment, Song Zian couldn't wait to speak. Brother Yi, did you watch the news? There was a car accident last night, and the people who died turned out to be those 3 guys from Liangjin last night. But, didn't you kill all 3 of them? How come the news said they died in a car accident? Could it be that the 3 of them didn't die last night and then got into a car accident on the way to the hospital before they died? Geez, now I'm a little confused. Was what I encountered last night a dream? Song Zian had witnessed Yi Wuchen tackle those 3 hooligans who tried to bully her. She should have been terrified of the ruthless Yi Wuchen, but instead of being afraid, she was filled with a strong sense of security with Yi Wuchen. This feeling of security, like never before. Song Zian's father had passed away early, and she had never met a man who would protect her so unconditionally. This made her once she was with Yi Wuchen. She couldn't help but want to rely on this man and couldn't help but want to care for him. Luckily they died in a car accident. Otherwise Big Brother Yi would be in big trouble. Song Zian finally put her heart down after repeatedly reading the cell phone news twice. Yi Wuchen urged helplessly, Alright Zian, let bygones be bygones. Hurry up and take me to the golf club. I still have to pull investments. One of those big bosses recommended by Lin Han and Lishang Su likes to play at golf clubs. Song Zian hurriedly started the car and drove Yi Wuchen right to the Marriott International Golf Club. Here, too, is the best golf club in DCH. The entire site is situated on a hill with a very scenic view. When Yi Wuchen and Song Zian arrived at the main entrance of the Marriott International Golf Club, they were stopped by the beautiful service lady here. I'm sorry, both of you, but we're members only here. Are you, Song Zian? The service lady in a beautiful uniform looked at Song Zian in surprise. Song Zian obviously also recognized the service lady in front of her. Are you, Li Xin? This service lady was actually Song Zian's high school classmate, Li Qian. The 2 old classmates hadn't seen each other for many years, so they couldn't help but be a little surprised by each other at this time. Yi Wuchen laughed at the situation. Since it's an acquaintance, it's a good thing to do. We'll go in and find someone and be out soon. As he said that, he took Song Zian and tried to head inside. However, Li Qian still stopped the 2 coldly. Stand still. Who's an acquaintance of yours? I said members only here. That's the rule. Don't even look at what kind of place this is. This is a high-class golf club that only receives high-class elites. Not just any cat or dog can leap inside. Li Qian's words were clearly filled with vitriol. Yi Wuchen seemed to understand that the relationship between this Li Qian and Song Zian did not seem to be very good. Song Zian awkwardly whispered an explanation to Yi Wuchen. Li Qian is my high school classmate. She used to not get along with me when I was in school. The 2 really don't get along. but it was not all Song Zian's fault. In the past, in the class, Li Qian herself was not in bad condition, and she was also quite pretty. Unfortunately, Song Zian's overly prominent figure and appearance made her the class flower in the eyes of the boys, and made her the object of envy for a host of girls. Li Qian is the one who is most jealous of Song Zian. Yi Wuchen is able to understand this. There are people who can't get along. There is no need to force this. Li Qian was at that moment looking at the two with a critical eye. She couldn't help but shake her head in contempt when she saw Song Zian in her cab driver's overalls. Song Zian, I've long heard that you're not doing well, being a broken cab driver. Now that I look at it, it's even worse than the rumors. Speaking here, Li Qian again looked her critical gaze at Yi Wuchen. After seeing Yi Wuchen in ordinary clothes, the disdain in his eyes grew stronger. Your eye for picking boyfriends is getting worse too. It's a waste of time that so many excellent boys in the class liked you back then. Look at your current boyfriend. He doesn't even have a watch on his hand, and he came in a cab. Is such a person worthy of being in our club? Li Qian was only a service lady at the golf club though, but because of the usual contact with all kinds of big bosses, so this led to Li Qian's surprisingly high vision. She certainly couldn't look at a female cab driver and a male hanger-on. Song Zian said stiffly, Li Qian, please also be accommodating for the sake of your old classmates. Brother Yi went in for something very important. Please also let him in. I'll treat you to dinner later to thank you properly. In order to help Yi Wuchen, Song Zian also had to bow her head and beg for mercy from this old classmate who couldn't get along. However, Li Qian, said with a cold face, who cares about your meal? Besides, where did you get the face to ask me to accommodate you? Bitches like you who specialize in seducing boys have no shame at all. This kind of high-class place is not for poor people like you. Get the hell out of here in your crappy cabs and don't dirty up the place. The boy that Li Qian used to like, but he liked Song Zian. This was also the reason why Li Qian was jealous and disgusted with Song Zian. Now, Li Qian is able to face a lowly female cab driver as a high-class golf club service lady. It made her feel extraordinarily good. This counting of Song Zian also made her feel extraordinarily comfortable. Song Zian's face changed. Li Qian was no longer just rude to her. One could even say it was abusive. But once she thought about helping big brother Yi, Song Zian forced herself to endure the humiliation and continue to beg. Li Qian, no matter what I have wronged you in the past, I apologize to you. Just need you to help me this one time today, and you can yell at me all you want. Song Zian's humility not only failed to exchange Li Qian's sympathy, but also let Li Qian become more and more condescending. Only Li Qian sneered. Sure is a shameless, poor and cheap. Bah! Li Qian suddenly spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto her high-heeled leather shoes. She stretched out her foot and extended her high-heeled leather shoes to Song Zian. Song Zian, don't say that old classmates don't take care of you. You just help me clean this shoe. Then I might consider helping you. The thick phlegm on Li Xin's shoes was yellow and sticky. Song Zian looked straight up nauseous. Li Qian's behavior has been humiliating to the personality. Despite Song Zian's reluctance in her heart, she decided to give up all her dignity for Yi Wuchen's sake, only to see her grit her teeth and prepare to bend down to wipe it off. Yi Wuchen, however, stopped her. Zian, why bow down and beg? Isn't this place members only? Then we'll get a membership and just go in with a straight face. Chapter 88, If your mouth stinks, you should be beaten. Yi Wuchen's words, however, caused Li Qian to burst out laughing. The way she looked at Yi Wuchen was as if she was looking at a bumpkin who had never seen high society. Get a membership? That's an understatement. Do you know how much it costs us to get a membership here? $500,000. And that's just for a membership. The rest of the monthly spending is separate. $500,000. Enough to buy 10 of your crappy cabs, just you two poor guys. Let alone $500,000. Can you pull out $50,000 from your pockets? Li Qian's words were like sharp knives, deeply piercing Song Zian's self-esteem. On her part, she really couldn't spare $50,000. To even think about shelling out $10,000, she would have to need to take out an online loan. Even if she did have $500,000, there was absolutely no way she would use it for a flashy golf membership. A strong sense of inferiority once again filled Song Zian's heart. Especially this feeling of being humiliated in front of Li Qian made her tremble with anger. At this point, Yi Wuchen, however, said indifferently, and I thought it cost a mountain of money to get a membership? So it's just a mere $500,000. I don't know if I can pull out $50,000 on me, but I can still pull out $50 million. That who? This is enough money to help Song Zian and I get a membership, right? Li Qian heard but was amused. $50 million? For a turd like you? Will you stop being funny? What? You don't want to lose face in front of a woman, so you're beating your face in? Ha! What a childish, cheap, hangdog. Li Qian has also met a lot of rich people because of her work. She doesn't believe that someone with $50 million would dress so poorly. Song Zian, however, knew that Yi Wuchen had made tens of millions of dollars at the Royal Court Hotel. She urged hastily, "Brother Yi, your money is also hard-earned. You can't spend it recklessly. $500,000 for a membership is so not worth it. Even if you do want a membership, just do your own. But don't do it for me. This kind of place is not for the likes of me." Song Zian understood very well that a cab driver like herself would never have the chance to spend money in such a place in her life. Yi Wuchen, however, patted Song Zian's shoulder. "Zian, there's no place you shouldn't go. Follow me, and you'll just have to listen to me. We're going to have a membership today. One for each of us. This Li Qian despises you. I'm going to make her serve you in the future." These domineering words from Yi Wuchen caused Song Zian's heart to be intensely moved. What woman doesn't want a man to take her through the world? Song Zian's gaze towards Yi Wuchen was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Li Qian, however, opened her mouth in disgust. "Let me service the shameless? Don't tease. Who won't blow it if it's great? A hangman in a... What a disgraceful natural pair." As soon as Li Qian's words fell, she suddenly saw a slap coming towards her. Pow! Accompanied by a loud slap. Li Qian's face unexpectedly had an additional reddish palm print. The fiery pain made Li Qian a little dazed. "How dare you? You hit me?" She looked at Yi Wuchen unbelievably, completely not expecting this poor man of hers to slap himself. Yi Wuchen withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "You have a foul mouth and deserve a beating. If you curse Zian one more time, I'll fight back." Song Zian was also taken aback. However, after she realized that Yi Wuchen was defending himself in all of this, her inner warmth grew stronger, and Li Qian's face showed intense malice. It was a slap in the face, and she wasn't going to get it for nothing. Instantly, she covered her face and screamed, "My lord! Somebody! There are poor people trying to cause trouble and beat people up." Amidst Li Qian's screams, the club manager was seen running over with a large number of security guards. This was exactly what Li Qian was aiming for, in order to make a big deal out of it, so that Yi Wuchen and Song Zian wouldn't be able to eat it. What happened? The manager opened his mouth to inquire after arriving with the security guard. Li Qian immediately pointed at Yi Wuchen and shouted, "Manager, these two poor guys are trying to force their way into our club. I stopped the two of them for the safety of the club members, and they were so annoyed that they hit me. Manager, please still do me justice." Li Qian began to turn black and white upside down and fiddle with right and wrong. The manager looked at Yi Wuchen grimly. "Kid, do you know what the consequences are for making trouble here? This high-end golf club serves the high-class elites of DCH. The background of someone who can open such a club naturally goes without saying." Yi Wuchen said indifferently, "I brought my friend here to get a membership, but this waitress of yours spoke out of turn, so I hit her." "What? Is your place open for business and you have to suffer an insult when a guest comes to your door?" The manager hesitated when he heard this. If these two were really guests, then of course the problem could not be found in the guests. Li Qian hurriedly called out, "Manager, they're just two crooks, two paupers. How could the two of them spend $1 million on two memberships? Especially this Song Zian I know, a stinky cab driver who's been poor since she was a kid. There's no way it could be our guest." As soon as her words fell, Yi Wuchen slapped her again. Pow! This slap directly knocked Li Qian to the ground on her butt. Only Li Qian's cheeks were swollen high, as if she was a pig's head. "I told you, if you mouth off again, I'll hit again. If you don't believe me, try again," Yi Wuchen said coldly. The manager and a group of security guards saw this, and one of them took an unkind step forward. "Kid, you've gone too far. To dare to hit someone in front of them was to completely disregard them in this Marriott International Golf Club." Yi Wuchen replied lightly, "Your club doesn't discipline its employees, so I'll do it for you. If she doesn't know any better, don't you know any better? This place, does it even let people have memberships anymore?" The manager stared at Yi Wuchen deeply for a while. It seemed like he wanted to confirm whether Yi Wuchen was here to cause trouble or if he was genuinely here to get a membership. Finally, the manager ordered at Li Qian, "Go get the swipe machine over here and get memberships for this gentleman and this lady. Both of you better be sincere about your membership, or else." The manager didn't finish his words, but the threat was unmistakable. If Yi Wuchen really had a membership, then of course he would treat his customers as God. But if he can't swipe the card later, then of course he won't be merciful to the troublemakers. Li Qian endured the pain on her face and said hatefully, "Don't just brag if you've got the balls. Wait for me to bring the card machine. If you can't swipe the money in a while, let's see how you'll still have the face to pretend." Although she was letting out harsh words, she no longer dared to open her mouth to curse. After all, this asshole kid was really daring to hit someone in front of everyone. Soon, the swipe machine picks it up. "Swipe it." Li Qian coldly handed the card swipe machine to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen took out his bank card, then entered the password. This calm and bland expression of his made Li Qian's heart grow more and more cynical. What makes him still act like nothing's wrong? You're still pretending at the end of your life? Once the swipe failed. When the time came, she was going to make this asshole kid who dared to whip her face pay. The gazes of the manager and the crowd of security guards couldn't help but stare at the display of the card swiping machine. The final result soon appeared. The swipe machine rings. Swipe successful. It's amazing that $1 million membership fee has actually managed to be swiped. Chapter 89 Golf is easy. Really swiped $1 million? Li Qian looked incredulously at the card machine in her hand. She double-checked, wanting to see if there was a problem with the swipe machine or not. Finally, she was sure that the $1 million was really swiped successfully. But she also screamed in defiance. Stinky hangers-on, this $1 million is what you paid for the house, isn't it? To fight for your breath and use your house purchase money to put on a show? You're quite capable. Other people spend $1 million just for pleasure. But you're so good that you wasted your father, your mother and your whole family's savings. I don't know what's so delectable about you being like this. She didn't believe that Yi Wuchen was the kind of person who had $1 million to spend. $1 million. If it was used to buy a small house, or to buy a car, then no one would think it was a big deal. And if it's just used to buy 2 golf club memberships, that's definitely not something the average person would do. Suddenly, a slap was viciously slapped on Li Qian's face. Pow! Li Qian, who received another slap, was completely confused, because the one who hit her this time was not Yi Wuchen, but surprisingly the club manager, only to see the manager pointing at the balance displayed on the card machine and cursing at Li Qian. Blind your dog eyes, without seeing how much money this gentleman has on his card? Is he the one who's missing the $1 million? Li Qian looked toward the balance displayed on the card machine. 50,000? Nope. Seems to have a few extra zeros. Li Qian rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. This time, she finally saw it clearly. $50 million. Hiss. Li Qian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This poor guy has $50 million on his card? The manager, on the other hand, had already smiled curtly at Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, 2 honored guests. Your membership has been successfully processed. From now on, you 2 will be our club's honored members, and I also hope that you 2 will have fun in our club. The 2 of you rest assured that for our waiter Li Qian we will definitely strengthen the training, and never again will there be a similar situation. Wealth that says it all. Yi Wuchen had already shown enough financial power. Then of course the manager instantly reversed his attitude, and when Li Qian saw this scene, she was already crying without tears. She realized that she had received these 3 slaps in vain. The manager would never offend a member for the sake of one of his waitresses. Yi Wuchen asked, "Now, can we go in?" The manager nodded his head in disbelief. "Of course, the 2 of you are our honored members, so of course you can come and go freely." Yi Wuchen nodded. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed to Li Qian, and then to Song Zian. "You, come serve her." Of course he's going to honor what he said. The expression on Li Qian's face at this moment was as wonderful as it could be. She serves the members, which is a duty in itself. But at this time, asking her to serve Song Zian, she was unable to pull her face. You don't think so? There's no way I'm going to serve her." Li Qian is still talking tough, but the manager quickly got her hard. Pow! Only to see the manager was another slap over, ruthlessly slapped on Li Qian's face that had been swollen to black and purple. Either that, or fulfill your job responsibilities. Either that, or get the hell out of here, and you pay in full for any losses incurred by the club as a result. The manager cursed angrily. Li Qian shuddered. She didn't want to lose the decent job that gave her access to rich people, and she was even more afraid of compensating the club for damages as a result. She wasn't in a position to haggle in front of such a high-class club. I got it. Li Qian covered her face, always with 100 unwillingness in her heart, but she could only give in, only to see her come to Song Zian in tears, hanging her head without a face to raise it. "Dear member, I'm here to serve you. Whatever you command, you can. Explain me to do it." These are words she says every day to all kinds of big bosses, but at this point, she had to say it to someone she jealously hated, and it made her feel nothing but hard, especially since the forced professional smile on her face was worse than tears. Song Zian matter. That depression in his heart finally swept away. The whole thing is also soothing. She looked at Yi Wuchen gratefully. She understood that it was Yi Wuchen who had spent $500,000 for her that allowed her to finally get out of this bad breath. Soon, Song Zian looked at the low-browed Li Qian and couldn't help but be embarrassed. She wasn't the kind of person who was a bully, and she knew even less about how to make people. This made her look at Yi Wuchen for help. Yi Wuchen would understand as he waved his hand at Li Qian. "Get lost. Having someone like you serve will only dampen our mood." Li Qian was like an amnesty and hurriedly fled in ashes. The manager, on the other hand, apologized while welcoming Yi Wuchen and Song Zian into the club. Yi Wuchen then asked the manager about the location of the person he was looking for. The manager brought Yi Wuchen to the side of the golf course and pointed to a few guests who were playing in the distance. Obviously the person Yi Wuchen was looking for was among them. The manager also called for a golf cart to specifically send Yi Wuchen and Song Zian over. The two soon arrived at their destination. Four men and women, dressed in professional sportswear, are chatting away while playing soccer. The equipment they were wearing was worth a lot of money, and the clubs in particular were sky high. Four caddies stood near them with clubs on their backs, ready to assist. Yi Wuchen brought Song Zian towards the four to greet them. Hello guys, may I ask which one of you is Mr. Huang Bin Huang? My name is Yi Wuchen, and I want to talk some business with Mr. Huang. Yi Wuchen opened the door and directly stated his intentions. However, the four men and women playing soccer, didn't even raise their heads and didn't even bother to look at Yi Wuchen more than once. For Yi Wuchen's words, they were even more unresponsive. It's as if, given their status, they've long been used to seeing all sorts of people who come to their doorsteps to make sales pitches, and it doesn't win. A caddy immediately stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Yi, several bosses are playing, please don't disturb." Song Zian's face instantly turned red. She knew her duo was being too abrupt and unpleasant. Yi Wuchen smiled, but did not continue to dwell on it. He stood off to the side and watched as several people were swinging at the ball. Only a few moments passed. He spoke suddenly. "So this is golf. The first time I've seen it in my life." This comment caused the four men and women who were playing to laugh lightly again. "Where's the bumpkin from? I can't believe I've never even seen a golf ball." A middle-aged man with a blonde figure even couldn't help but laugh. "Your membership, I'm guessing, was just today, too?" Yi Wuchen nodded and answered truthfully. "That's right, just opened a membership 10 minutes ago." The four men and women burst out laughing again. It's stupid to start a club membership just to sell your business. They've seen a lot of this kind of stupidity over the years they've been in business. It's not your circle, but you insist on being in it. Do you really think that you can really hook up with people in this circle just by being a club member? Ridiculous. Yi Wuchen's next words, however, caused everyone's brows to furrow. Now that looks like an easy golf ball. 2. Watching you guys fight half the time. I really don't understand what's so fun about this light and easy sport. Chapter 90 Hole in One. It's easy? A light workout? These words caused everyone in the room to snort. Arrogant. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The blonde middle-aged boss even directly coldly grunted. A beautiful middle-aged female boss beside him also coldly glanced at Yi Wuchen. I only heard the beautiful female boss say disdainfully, "Young man, since you just got your membership today, why don't you go to the driving range and learn how to play properly before you do? Golf, it's not as simple as you think." The caddies were also covering their mouths and snickering. Song Zian also awkwardly and secretly pulled Yi Wuchen. She didn't know how to play golf either though, yet she understands that no sport is simple. Especially Yi Wuchen was seeing golf for the first time today, and for him to show off in front of these bosses who played golf all year round would be the equivalent of playing with a big sword in front of Guangdong's door. Yi Wuchen, however, did not look half as disgraced. Instead, he grinned and waved at the ball boy. "Bring a club over here. I'll try it." The caddies, however, stood still. They were not serving Yi Wuchen at all, much less listening to Yi Wuchen. The hairy, middle-aged boss reached out his hand and pointed to the other side. "Want to learn how to play? Go over there to the practice field. And please, don't come and influence us." It's obvious he's pissed off and kicking people out. If you don't get the message, then I'm afraid we'll have to call security next. Yi Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and didn't mind. "Alright then bosses, you enjoy yourselves. See you around." He turned around with Song Zian and walked away in the direction of the practice field. Since he was not welcomed by others, he would not be dead set on staying here. Seeing the two walk away, the hairy middle-aged boss couldn't help but make fun of them. "Two bumpkins. Still want to talk business with me? I'm talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of business, and they think they're good enough to talk to me by opening a $500,000 membership? $500,000? It's just a meal for me." It turned out that this blonde middle-aged boss was the Huangbin that Yi Wuchen was looking for. Huangbin didn't want to pay attention to Yi Wuchen, which was why he didn't want to reveal his identity. The middle-aged beautiful boss on the side laughed. "Mr. Huang, why do you need to be general with two small children? Young people, they have to suffer a little setback to grow up. They had a hard time saving up today and wanted to come to this place for the long haul. But in the end they'll realize that they'll only regret it when they grow out of it. Having opened their eyes to the good life of the upper class, they end up not being able to keep up with their own conditions and have to live at the bottom for the rest of their lives. This kind of fall can lead to infinite suffering." After the middle-aged beauty boss finished speaking, she raised her club and her delicate body adjusted into a fit swinging posture. It had to be said that although this beautiful boss looked to be in her 30s or 40s, Her figure was extremely well maintained. Front and back. Not a trace of excess fat all over the body. Obviously often exercise sports. Her beautiful looks coupled with her exquisite figure make her undoubtedly the most beautiful sight on the court. She then swung the club. Pow! A shot was struck and the golf ball flew far away. The crowd raised their eyes and looked away until the ball hit the ground and then hollered in unison. Huang Bin praised Mr. Meng's skill with the ball. It's really getting better and better. I used to hear people say that Miss Meng is not only beautiful, but her ball skills are already equivalent to the professional level. I didn't believe it at the time, but today I see it's true. The middle-aged beautiful boss was none other than the famous Meng Ning. She runs Nimi Cosmetics Company, Inc., which is known as Southeast. Menon handed the club to the caddy behind her, then wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead with a towel. Thank you, but then again, my personal trainer also talked me into going pro and said I could definitely place. Unfortunately, I've been really busy with business and haven't been able to find the time. Menning's face was also filled with pride when he said this. She was full of confidence in her ball skills. And even if she met an ordinary professional player, she would not be inferior at all. Huang Bin laughed. That's real hitting from Mr. Meng. That bumpkin just now, in front of Mr. Meng, dared to say that golf balls are simple? What a class act. Disgraceful and unaware. Menning smiled at his words. Yeah, that young man just now really didn't have any semblance of self-awareness. How dare you belittle the sport when you've never even touched a golf ball? Menning has put so much hard work and sweat into this sport that she herself will understand the grueling difficulties. Suddenly, all that could be heard was a sudden and violent cheer in the distance. Subsequently, boom, the sound of a salute went off, echoing endlessly over the stadium. Such a loud noise startled the playing crowd, who couldn't help but look up in the direction of the cheering. The cheers and salutes, surprisingly, came from the practice field. A flash of surprise could not help but spread across Huang Bin and Meng Ning's faces. Is this someone making a hole-in-one? My god, who's so lucky? Most of the practice field is full of newbies. Did a newbie hit the jackpot today? Both are veteran golf fans and certainly know what the salute just now means. The only time the club celebrates with a special salute is when someone makes a hole-in-one. A hole-in-one is a shot on a par 3 or par 4 that puts the ball in the hole in one shot. The probability of this happening is extremely low. In addition to requiring extreme strength, it also requires extreme luck. A hole-in-one is the ultimate dream of every golfer, because most players struggle to make a hole-in-one in their lifetime. According to official statistics, the probability of a hole-in-one is 1 in 100, 000 for the average amateur and 1 in 500 for a professional. Marriott International Golf Club has been in existence for a full decade now and has only had 3 holes-in-one. You can see how hard it is to get a hole-in-one. Such a low probability has led to the club's rule that whenever someone makes a hole-in-one, not only will they be celebrated with a salute, but their name will be engraved on the club's public board for permanent display. It is a supreme honor. What good luck! I wonder when I, too, will get a hole-in-one. Meng Ning's beautiful eyes were filled with envy. She's also been playing golf for over a decade and hasn't been able to make a hole-in-one once. It became a regret in her heart. Huang Bin and the others were even more unable to even envy them. Being amateurs, they might as well buy a lottery ticket instead of betting on the 1 in 100, 000 probability. A few people were just envious. Suddenly, wow! Another violent cheer rang out across the practice field. This time the cheers were far more intense than the last. It was as if the audience saw something that shocked them even more. Follow. Boom! Another salute exploded. Ribbons of color blown up by salutes can be seen floating in the sky in the direction of the practice field. Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and the others couldn't help but freeze. A strong shock flowed from their eyes. Does it mean that someone hit another hole-in-one? 2 holes-in-one in one day? How is this possible? Chapter 91, want to learn? I'll teach you. 2 hole-in-ones in quick succession. It also all happens on the practice field. Such a situation is highly unusual. The 4 men looked their questioning eyes toward the ball boy. The caddy hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie and asked for information. After making some contact over the intercom, the caddy gushed excitedly at the 4 men. Hole-in-one twice indeed. The first time was a par 3 with an eagle. The second time it was a par 4 and hit an albatross. And it was scored by the same person. I'm told it's also a newcomer to our club, who just got his membership today. Eagles and albatrosses are both names for holes-in-one of varying difficulty. The caddy's face was flushed with excitement as he said this. After a member makes a hole-in-one, often the entire alcohol consumption is paid for and all caddies are given a red packet. This is a joyous occasion for the entire club. And Menon sucked in a breath of surprise as she listened. 2 holes-in-one in a row, both by one person? There's not going to be some international professional star player that comes to our club, is there? Scoring a hole-in-one once can be considered a combination of strength and good luck. And if you can score twice in a row, that's strength and luck against the odds. She couldn't think of anyone other than the top group of golfers in the world who was that good. Go over there. At this moment, Meng Ning, Huang Bin and the others finally couldn't sit still. They were also curious to know who hit the ball with such a small probability. Immediately they rode in the golf cart and headed toward the driving range. Soon, they then had arrived at the practice field, only to see that a lot of people had already gathered here. Basically the entire golf course membership and staff has come together to gather around this rare good shot. A few people from Menning just came up, suddenly, only to see the crowd of onlookers at the front erupt in cheers once again. The crowd of onlookers then continued to applaud as if in celebration. At the same time, a crew member fired another salute. Boom! Salutes exploded and ribbons filled the sky. Meng Ning's few people froze. Another hole-in-one? This is the third time. What happened today can already be called legendary. Who in the world is so powerful? They couldn't hold back their curiosity and rushed into the crowd. As several people fixed their eyes toward the tee, they froze instantly. Just off the center of the tee, a young man was holding a club in response to the crowd cheering for him. And this man is not a sidekick. Surprisingly, it was Yi Wuchen. Is he? Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and the others couldn't help but freeze. The legend who made 3 consecutive holes-in-one is this kid? This dirtbag they just laughed at and looked down on? Anger quickly surged across Meng Ning's face. She walked up and came in front of Yi Wuchen. Kid, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ha, obviously a professional player. But he comes to us and acts like a rookie. Is it fun for you to tease us like this? Meng Ning's pretty face was written with displeasure. She didn't believe that a newcomer to the game of golf for the first time could make 3 consecutive holes-in-one. It's a pipe dream. The only explanation is that this kid is pretending on purpose. Huang Bin also walked up and said coldly, does teasing us make you look good? Do you realize that our identities are also something you can just tease? Huang Bin is also angry. He's not going to be happy when someone steps on his face to make a name for himself. If you dare to step on him, you'll have to pay for it. Yi Wuchen, however, replied with a smile, 2 bosses. You've really misunderstood. I'm not a pro. I'm literally playing golf for the first time. However, Menning and Huang Bin scoffed at this. They don't believe it. What kind of rookie hits 3 holes-in-one in a row? That's something even the pros can't do. At this point, the manager of the club came up. Mr. Huang and Mr. Meng, what this Mr. Yi said is true. I could already tell just now that Mr. Yi wouldn't be able to pick a club, which is why I had a 7-iron sent to him. And Mr. Yi didn't know the rules either. Or I told him to just hit the ball towards the hole. Even Mr. Yi's swing position does not conform to the norms at all. It is completely random. The manager's explanation was well received by the surrounding audience. They all said that Yi Wuchen was indeed the most amateur player they had ever seen. But it's such an amateur who has managed to play like no professional can. This stark contrast was difficult for the audience to comprehend. Meng Ning and Huang Bin listened to the words of the crowd around them, surprise gradually spreading across their faces. Could be true? Instead, their hearts believed. Among so many spectators present, many of them were friends they knew, and it was always unlikely that these people would lie to them as well. And at this point, Yi Wuchen, however, had already picked up the club. He was seen holding the club in his right arm, raising it high, and then swinging it. Boo! The golf ball was knocked out, arcing in midair toward the hole. Meng Ning was surprised to see this. One-handed swing? His posture and movements are really too amateurish. Playing like that, how can you get in? However, before she could finish her words, she only saw that the golf ball in the air had quickly fallen, right in the middle of the hole. Meng Ning's mouth, which was wide open, was immediately unable to close. Another hole-in-one. As they watched and witnessed, the man actually made 4 holes-in-one on the ground today. Seeing is believing. The gazes of the 2 men looking at Yi Wuchen began to become shocked. Not only the 2 of them, everyone in the room was equally shocked. Countless cheers and applause once again thundered towards Yi Wuchen. How did you do that? Menning couldn't help but ask. Yi Wuchen laughed. Want to learn? Come here and I'll teach you. Menning froze. A hole-in-one is something you can't get, and I've never heard of anyone being able to teach it. Menning couldn't help but hesitate, but being in the love of golf, she still took her long legs and came in front of Yi Wuchen. What are you going to teach? Menning asked curiously. Yi Wuchen replied. Strike your favorite pose you usually use. I'll show you which muscles to fire from and you just follow along. Meng Ning immediately tightened his grip on the club, his torso sinking slightly as his arms slowly raised the club up. Yi Wuchen, however, had already arrived behind Meng Ning, and his large hand pressed on Meng Ning's flat belly. Breathe in and tighten hard. Yi Wuchen's magnetic voice rang in her ears. Meng Ning's body couldn't help but stiffen violently. She had been divorced many years earlier and was alone and lonely on her entrepreneurial journey. After all these years, there was still a man who had actually touched her so directly and intimately. Especially a young, handsome man. This made Menning's heart beat faster. As for Yi Wuchen's hands, they had already begun to point at various parts of Meng Ning's body. Arms, small arms, shoulders, back, waist, legs, and so on. Meng Ning only felt that his body was starting to become tingly, but it was as if there was a magical flow of heat and power growing within his body. These acupuncture points I pointed out will allow your body to enhance the precision of muscle control in a short period of time. Now you just have to keep your eyes on the hole and all you can think about in your mind is the hole. Yi Wuchen gave the order. Meng Ning immediately followed what Yi Wuchen had instructed, his eyes tightly staring at the hole, his whole body and mind just the hole. All this is not difficult for Menning who has a professional level. It's now. Swing. Yi Wuchen gave an order. Next moment, Meng Ning stretched his waist, stomped on the ground with his left leg, and swung the club violently with both arms. Boo! The golf ball flew high. With a white curve, the golf ball streaked across the sky. Everyone's eyes were all gathered on that small white ball. Soon, the ball is flying down and is about to hit the ground. Everyone's hearts instantly lifted. Meng Ning was even more wide-eyed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Finally, the ball landed. Eyes on. It's about to go in the hole. Chapter 92. You two are sick. As everyone watched, the golf ball landed on the grass. The small white ball was seen rolling on the ground a few times, then accurately falling into the hole. The ball went in. It really is a hole-in-one. Everyone froze. Next moment, violent cheers immediately erupted from all directions. The staff, who had come back to their senses, also rushed to set off a salute. Boom! Colorful ribbons fill the sky. Everyone is applauding the eye-opening day. 5 consecutive holes-in-one. Something that could be considered a golfing legend. Is not something you see everywhere. Menning also waved his hand in response to the crowd's applause. Her face was flushed with excitement. A long-cherished dream of a hole-in-one. She finally realized it today. Her golf career, too, was finally perfect. This feeling made her mood very pleasant and soothing. Menning is also brash, she said with a wave of her hand. I'll pay for all the club members' purchases today. Every staff member, give out a $10,000 bonus. The crowd cheered more and more vigorously. The club has dozens of staff members and hundreds of thousands of dollars in red envelopes alone. Add to that the basic spending of members today, and it starts at least in the hundreds of thousands. When Menning was happy, millions of dollars were spent without blinking an eye. This atmosphere made everyone present secretly blink. Meng Ning's beautiful eyes turned to Yi Wuchen. Thank you, little brother. Meng Ning knew very well that she was able to get what she wanted today all because of Yi Wuchen. Huang Bin also came to Yi Wuchen at this time and patted Yi Wuchen's shoulder. Boy, there's 2 of them. Not bad, not bad. Huang Bin is in business and still wants to work with Meng Ning. So when he saw Yi Wuchen relying on golf balls to lend a hand this time, he made Meng Ning very happy. This caused Huang Bin to change his attitude instead of continuing to ignore Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen felt Huang Bin's hand patting on his shoulder and suddenly said, Boss Huang, take care of your health during the weekdays. Just now when you patted me, I could already feel your pulse being disorganized. So you're obviously very sick. Huang Bin froze. Snickering ensued. He tapped Yi Wuchen's shoulder and Yi Wuchen finished taking his pulse? What a ing joke. Don't worry. I'm fine. Every day I play golf and I'm fitter than a young man. Huang Bin opened his mouth full of concern. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head slightly. Exercise strengthens, but it does not cure. If I'm not wrong, Boss Huang has been drowsy lately, has lost his appetite, and his mouth gets dry every 10 minutes of midday, and he can't quench his thirst even if he drinks tons of water. The most important thing is that if you drink too much water, Boss Huang's abdomen will produce sharp pains as if they were pins and needles when he defecates. And even Boss Huang's married life also suffered a very serious impact. Hearing this, Huang Bin hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt Yi Wuchen, signaling Yi Wuchen to stop talking, because what Yi Wuchen said was all correct. At first when Huang Bin had this problem, he thought he had stones, but when a trip to the hospital was made, there was nothing wrong with the body. And this daily agony at high noon had long ago made Huang Bin miserable. Do you really know anything about medicine? Huang Bin asked, lowering his voice. Yi Wuchen, however, looked at Meng Ning on the side again. When I was teaching Boss Meng how to play just now, I realized that Boss Meng also has a serious health problem. I believe that Boss Meng has recently had irregular menstruation. Her body is hot and dry at night, and she has severe night sweats. In particular, the muscles in the legs and lower back are sore for long periods of time at night, and in severe cases Boss Meng even has trouble getting out of bed. When Meng Ning heard this, A look of disbelief spread across his face. She replied with a sharp nod. You're absolutely right. I used to suspect overexercise and muscle damage, but I've been treating it for a long time the way the doctor told me to, and it hasn't helped at all. Yi Wuchen finished and smiled without saying anything. Instead, the two of them, Meng Ning and Huang Bin, glanced at each other, and their gazes at Yi Wuchen had become more and more serious. Half an hour ago, the two of them did not even think that they would have any interactions with Yi Wuchen, but who knew that after half an hour, the two of them were paying more and more attention to Yi Wuchen. Little brother, let's take a step to talk. The champagne in this club lounge is pretty good. Why don't we go over and sample some? Huang Bin and Meng Ning sent an invitation towards Yi Wuchen. Both are chairmen of large companies, and their health is related to the growth of their companies. So as far as health issues are concerned, they don't want any outsiders to know. Yi Wuchen agreed, and he asked Song Zian to wait outside before he followed Huang Bin and Meng Ning into a separate lounge. After the three of them sat down on the sofa, Huang Bin also poured a glass of champagne for Yi Wuchen. I don't know, little brother. Your name, ah? Huang Bin couldn't help but ask. Yi Wuchen smiled. Boss Huang is really a nobleman. It wasn't long ago that I said my name was Yi Wuchen. When the two first met, Yi Wuchen did have a self-introduction, but at that time, Huang Bin and the others didn't even put Yi Wuchen in their eyes, so they didn't even keep it in mind. Huang Bin laughed awkwardly. Look at my memory. It's really getting worse. Please forgive me. Mr. Yi. I heard Mr. Yi say earlier that he wanted to talk business with me. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Yi wants to talk about? Menning chimed in. Mr. Yi, still please don't be formal. Just open your mouth. Thousands of dollars of business is just a word to us. Meng Ning wasn't exaggerating. She was rarely happy today. Even if she spent $1,000 or so to accompany Yi Wuchen to have some fun, it was no big deal. Especially after she saw Yi Wuchen's ball skills today. She was also clear that if Yi Wuchen had the intention to develop towards the golf room door in the future, he would definitely become a superstar in the ball field in less than 10 years. When that time comes, Yi Wuchen's worth will be more than $10 million? Yi Wuchen laughed. Is it necessary for me to come to the two of you to talk in person about a $10 million business? Meng Ning and Huang Bin couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that this Yi Wuchen, his appetite is not small. Menning asked tentatively. Then what Mr. Yi means is, Yi Wuchen replied, if you're going to be in business, you're going to be big. I came to you in the hope that through the two bosses threading the needle, I can pull in a few $1 billion of investment for me within a few days' time. Perhaps you think this is a lot of money. This is because I only intend to make enough money in a month that I need to invest a lot of money so that I can produce results quickly. When Meng Ning and Huang Bin heard this, a crying and laughing expression spread across their faces. That's a lot of money. For sure. Billions of dollars is no joke. Even if the two of them could really pull in so much money, they were definitely not confident in handing over that money to Yi Wuchen. Menning politely returned. Mr. Yi, perhaps you're better at playing ball than doing business. Billions of dollars, do you know what that means? Yi Wuduan helps Menning make a hole-in-one and also discerns a disease in her. This made even Meng Ning feel good about Yi Wuchen. But that didn't mean that Yi Wuchen could talk to her about a multi-billion-dollar cooperation. Huang Bin also raised his champagne and laughed. Mr. Yi, let's just drink. Business, we'll have a chance to talk about it later. Apparently, he's likewise in denial. Yi Wuchen was not the least bit surprised by the attitude of the two. He just laughed. I have understood what the two bosses are thinking. I'm here today just to meet the two bosses and get to know each other. Tomorrow I will bring my products to the two bosses and heal them on the way. I'll give a guarantee. If the two bosses can't be satisfied by then I definitely won't bother in the future. Chapter 93, I'm going to play a big game. Both Huang Bin and Meng Ning reacted coldly to Yi Wuchen's assurance. They've come from the mall one step at a time and have seen all kinds of masterful sales pitches and amazing dreams. These two assurances from Yi Wuchen alone. Of course they wouldn't take it to heart. The only thing that made them a bit interested was what Yi Wuchen said about the cure tomorrow. But, also just interested. After all, theirs is not a life-threatening, terminal illness. They also didn't think that they wouldn't be able to find another place other than Yi Wuchen here to cure them. For example, the reputation of the Divine Doctors Hall in the far northern imperial capital was resounding. As long as they were able to go and ask any one of Divine Dr. Li Feng's disciples to heal them, they would surely be able to cure them then as well. As for golf, except that Menning is more obsessed with the sport. Big bosses like Huang Bin are just using golf as a means to use for sport and to expand their network. Meng Ning spoke at this time. Mr. Yi, thanks to your help today, I made my first hole-in-one. I'm so grateful that I'm willing to do you a favor within my power. If you need anything, you can just ask. Meng Ning didn't want to owe favors either, which was why she had asked Yi Wuchen to make the request. Yi Wuchen replied, then thank you. Boss Meng. If it's okay with Boss Meng, I'd also like to ask that when we meet tomorrow, Boss Meng can gather together the richest gang of people you know in Dakin City. When the time comes, I'll show them my product by the way and pull in some more investment. Menon nodded. This favor wasn't hard for her. Instantly she replied, well then, we'll still meet here tomorrow. I'll ask the big bosses I know to come out and play with me then, and you'll get a chance to meet them. But that's as far as I can help. Whether or not we can pull an investment, that's up to Mr. Yi himself. Meng Ning was motivated by her love for golf, so she wouldn't be as cold towards Yi Wuchen as Huang Bin. After all, in the future, she wanted to ask Yi Wuchen for more advice on golf. Yi Wuchen rose with satisfaction. Then thank you, Boss Meng. Bosses, I'm sorry to bother you today. I still need to go back and prepare the product, so I won't bother you too. Boss Huang, Boss Meng, I look forward to meeting you tomorrow. Stay and don't send. After saying that, Yi Wuchen left the lounge. Huang Bin and Meng Ningdong sat on the sofa to bid farewell to Yi Wuchen. In terms of Yi Wuchen's identity and status, it wasn't worth it for the two to get up and see them off. Yi Wuchen quickly left the lounge. Only then did Huang Bin say to Menning, Mr. Meng, you really take this kid seriously? Want to play? Want to heal? We can go to him, but I'm afraid it's not appropriate to approach him if you want to do business. You're helping him out like this. Aren't you afraid if he comes up with a messed up product tomorrow? When the time comes, his own disgrace doesn't count, and even your face won't be able to hang on. Mr. Meng. When Meng Ning heard Huang Bin's words, he also understood that the reasoning was to say so. With a slight hesitation, she replied, when he first came to us, who would have thought we could sit and talk? When he said he couldn't play golf, who would have thought he could actually make 4 holes in one in a row? Who would have thought that he could actually tell what was wrong with us when he was in just a light physical touch with us? So might as well give him a chance. Maybe he'll surprise us with something unexpected. Huang Bin shrugged his shoulders in disbelief when he heard Menning's words. He didn't believe that kid could surprise him tomorrow. Outside the lounge, Song Zian is waiting patiently. A number of people came up to her during that time and struck up a conversation. Of course these people weren't salivating over Song Zian's beauty, but came for Yi Wuchen. Some people came over to congratulate Yi Wuchen on his 4 consecutive holes in one today, while others came over to ask Song Zian about Yi Wuchen, who they wanted to ask to be their private tutor or to ask Yi Wuchen to go to a professional tournament. Everyone knew that Song Zian was the female companion that Yi Wuchen had brought with him, and now that Yi Wuchen was in the lounge talking about things with the 2 big bosses, they could only come to find Song Zian to inquire. Song Zian had to deal with half a day for this. After dealing with everyone, Song Zian took a relaxed breath before raising her eyes to look at this luxurious golf club. Today, it had been a great insight for her. She realized the usual pastimes of these rich people. It's all full of paper and gold. Especially just now. Meng Ning threw millions of dollars to congratulate Song Zian just because he scored a hole-in-one. It was even more shocking to Song Zian. That's millions, just for celebrating scoring a goal and just spending it without batting an eye. These big bosses, they are so rich. $1 million I'd have to work without eating or drinking for a whole decade before I could hope to earn that much. I'm afraid. And other people get to squander it like that just because of a goal. Song Zian sighed greatly. A big boss of that level was simply not something she could look up to. But fortunately, she was able to gain a great deal of insight today because she followed Yi Wuchen. The thought of Yi Wuchen warmed her heart. Right about this time, only to see a woman in overalls running over. It was actually Li Qian who had previously upset her at the gate. Li Qian looked embarrassed and finally opened her mouth after squirming for half a day. Zian, me, I want to apologize to you. I really didn't realize that your boyfriend was so good. Not only do you play well, but you also have such a good relationship with big bosses like Mr. Huang and Mr. Meng. I was wrong for offending you guys before. I'm sorry. Li Qian has been secretly observing. When she realized that Yi Wuchen was actually able to chat with Huang Bin and Meng Ning alone in the lounge, she was truly shocked. It was important to know that Huang Bin and Meng Ning were the highest-ranking platinum members in the club. The number of members at the Marriott International Golf Club is in the hundreds. The number of platinum members, however, is no more than 10. Every platinum member is a member of the city's most elite and wealthy. This kind of person was also in existence that an ordinary waitress like Li Qian simply couldn't afford to mess with. So after Li Qian found this out, she no longer dared to hold a grudge against Song Zian, but hurriedly found an opportunity to come and apologize. Song Zian hurriedly explained. No, he's not my boyfriend. Li Qian, forget it, I forgive you. Li Qian was relieved to hear that Song Zian had forgiven her. She also didn't care if Yi Wuchen was Song Zian's boyfriend or not. After all, many of the successful men in this club are accompanied by beautiful women, and it doesn't matter if they are couples or not. Li Qian had complimented Song Zian a few times with a hint of ingratiation before leaving. Song Zian stood still, her heart growing more and more emotional. Thanks to Brother Yi. If it wasn't for Yi Wuchen today, then she was afraid that she would have to suffer some humiliation from Li Qian and still be helpless. Not to mention having Li Xin come and offer an apology. At this point, Yi Wuchen had already walked out from the lounge. Zian, take me somewhere. I'm still making money at a rate that's too slow for what I'm aiming for. So this time, I'm going to play a big game. Chapter 94, Revenge of the Liangshan Tiger. Airport. A large number of soldiers formed two neat squares and watched as a military plane slowly landed on the runway. Ling Rohan stood at the very front of the group, with female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu following behind her. There was excitement in the gazes of the two men as they looked toward the landing military plane, because today, one of the most important people in the military came to the local area. That man, too, was the most worshipped idol in the hearts of countless generals. The plane stopped and the cabin opened. Salute! Ling Rohan shouted. She led all the generals to stand at attention and raised her right hand in a military salute. At the door of the cabin, a lone figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was tall and straight, with a country face and a neatly trimmed beard. He stepped off the plane with his combat boots on the gangway. He was the first master of the army and was considered one of the strongest men in the world in terms of force. Protectorate War God. Yan Baidian. He had stepped off the gangway to face the countless generals arrayed in neat squares. God of War. It is an honor to meet you. My lord received word that you were coming, so I came to greet you. Ling Rohan walked forward and spoke excitedly. The Protectorate War God, who has not lost a single battle since he became famous. The military preaches that the strongest man is the best. The Protectorate War God was the strongest person in the army and the one that everyone respected the most. Yan Baidian spoke faintly. General Ling. Hard work. I have come this time for two things. The first thing is business. I've learned that you, General Ling, have repeatedly recommended a strong civilian to be the chief instructor of the Special Warfare Team, so I personally came over to see if this strong man is qualified. The Special Forces Unit, the most elite unit in the country. Those who could serve as the chief instructor of the Special Warfare Team were never among the best in the world. The last person to serve as the chief instructor of the Special Warfare Unit was none other than the Protectorate War God Yan Beigui himself. When Ling Rohan heard this, she immediately explained seriously. This supreme expert is called Zhang Maokai, and used to live in seclusion for many years amongst the Dragon Snake Mountain. As soon as he came out, he killed the King of Terror. He then even personally wiped out the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, killing its leader William, the fourth-ranked and well-known kill death on the world's assassin list. Even killed the housekeeper of the Zhao family in Magic City, Huang Ming. Facing the Protectorate War God, Ling Rohan didn't dare to hide it. Yan Baidian couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the last sentence. Huang Ming, from the Zhao family. He didn't expect that this Zhang Maokai, who was known as the best in the world, would have a grudge against the Zhao family as well. It seems that Zhao of the Zhao family has hidden a lot of things from him, but no matter what, since Yan Baidian had promised the Zhao family something, he would definitely go through with it. This matter, I know. Some other day when I have time, I'll personally meet this Zhang Maokai. If he really is a talented person and is willing to serve his country, then I will naturally recommend him here as well. The second thing I'm here for is a personal matter. Yan Beigui said this and headed towards the car that had come to pick him up. Ling Rohan said hurriedly, War God, if you need anything here, please also feel free to inform the last general. I will do my best to help the War God accomplish what is important. Yan Baidian waved his hand. Since it's a private matter, I'll take care of it myself, and you don't need to ask too many questions. To use any military force for private business is to use power for private gain. I, Yan Baidian, don't want to leave behind a reputation. Yan Baidian did not want people to know about what he had promised Zhao. This matter was very sensitive, and it was easy for people to misunderstand that there was some collusion between him and Zhao. That's why he would secretly go ahead and find that person called Yi Wuchen in his personal capacity in private. Then, persuade him properly. Ling Ruhan immediately stopped talking too much as she began to change the subject. In the middle of this Dakan city, there is a royal court restaurant that is very famous. I've personally gone there to taste it, and the dishes there do taste extremely delicious, and they're not even close to those made by the top celebrity chefs in the imperial capital. Just now, I've ordered someone to go to the imperial court hotel to order drinks and food to receive the war god. The two were already at the car as they spoke. Ling Rohan personally opened the car door and welcomed the protectorate war god on board. The car started and headed straight towards the center of DCH, Liang Ka, Haven of Hope. A blackened coffin was placed in the guest hall of the Liang family. The word Daiyin stands out. Cries continued to emanate from the Liang family, and guests coming and going to the white ceremony came forward to express their condolences. It was only that most of these guests were 3 big and 5 thick, and all of them were full of Jianghu Qi, obviously not ordinary people. But that's normal. After all, the Liang family was known as a family of bullies in these 10 miles and 8 villages. Liang family's head of the Liang Shanhu, when it was with a gang of brothers who want money not life to dominate the local gravel mines, thus making a fortune in one fell swoop. The people who came and went from the Liang family were naturally all basically Jianghu people. How did my son, in the end, die? I don't believe he died in a car accident. In the middle of the back hall, a middle-aged man with a cross-faced face was ranting. Although this middle-aged man was dressed in a designer suit, how could he not hide his thuggish temperament and the ferocious hostility? This man is none other than the local bully, Liang Shanhu. Liang Jin is dead. The cause of death was due to a car accident caused by a drunk driver. Liang Shanhu, however, disagreed with the result, because he had heard some rumors from the jungle. Sure enough, a thin man answered shakily, "Big brother, I got some friends in the road from Matty KTV who know the inside story and learn some of the truth." Liang Jin he was said to be on a blind date with a woman called Song Zian when he was killed by a kid called Yi Wuchen. Then the kid was called to the private room by someone sent by Brother Hao, and everyone thought that Brother Hao would do justice to Liang Jin, but no one expected that kid to come out swinging. The so-called car accident that caused Liang Jin's death was actually faked by someone sent by Hao. This man is the first competent general under Liang Shanhu, Wang Fei. Wang Fei has a lot of friends in the Jianghu Road, and he is a good hand at prying for information. After hearing this, Liang Shanhu had a hideous expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with rage. Song Zian, Yi Wuchen, and Han Chunhao, I'll remember you all. My son will not die in vain. You all wait for me. Liang Shanhu viciously kicked over a table. His expression was itching to kill someone. Wang Fei hurriedly advised, "Big brother, that Ho, his power is too big. We can't afford to mess with I'm afraid that Brother Hao has some relationship with that brat Yi Wuchen. Otherwise he wouldn't have broken the rules he set up at Matty's KTV and helped that brat. Before we move Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, I'm afraid that we must also communicate with Brother Hao beforehand." When Liang Shanhu heard this, he grabbed Wang Fei's collar. His eyes glared menacingly at Wang Fei, and it looked as if he wanted to eat Wang Fei, only to hear him roar, "The old man's son is dead. He's dead. That's the only child of our Liang family, the only son of my old man. I just want to take revenge. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to stop me." What's so great about Han Shanhao? He's not the only boss in Dakin City. If he dares to stop me from taking revenge, the big deal is that I'm going to join Master Qin in the Western District. Dakin City is divided into 2 main urban areas, the West and North, with the North under the control of Han Shanhao and the West under the control of Master Qin. Everyone in the Jianghu Road knows that Han Shanhao and Master Qin have always been like water and fire, and sooner or later the two will have to fight. Han Shanhu loosened Wang Fei's collar and ordered, "Send all the brothers out for me to investigate where that Yi Wuchen and Song Zian are. I'm going to bring them back, cut off their heads, and put them on the hearth to honor my son." Chapter 95. These herbs, commonplace, herbal market. Brother Yi, what are you doing buying so many herbs? Song Zian looked at the various medicinal herbs that filled a cart, her face extremely speechless. After leaving the golf club, Song Zian drove Yi Wuchen to the medicinal herb market. Who would have thought that Yi Wuchen started to make a big purchase as soon as he entered the medicinal herb market? All sorts of herbs that Song Zian couldn't name were bought in large quantities by Yi Wuchen. By now, the trunk of Song Zian's cab, including the back seat, was stuffed with large bags of various medicinal herbs. Yi Wuchen explained as he hardened the remaining herbs into the car. "That's what I'm talking to you about. I'm going to play big." Song Zian was puzzled. Buying a cart full of herbs is playing big? She couldn't understand it, so she had to ask, "Then Brother Yi, where do you plan to transport this load of medicine?" Yi Wuchen reached out and pointed at Song Zian. "Your house." Song Zian froze. "My house?" Yi Wuchen replied. "Of course, hotels aren't allowed to keep so many herbs in them, and I have to make medicine and alchemy. When that happens, it will produce a very strong smell, which will seriously affect the hotel's business, and I don't have a good choice of places right now, so I'll have to leave it at your house for now." Song Zian was a bit hesitant. Her mother, Zhang Lun, was not a nice person to talk to, especially since Zhang Lun hated Yi Wuchen very much, but in the face of Yi Wuchen's request, Song Zian really couldn't refuse. Yi Wuchen had helped Song Zian so much, but never asked for anything in return. Now that it was so hard for Yi Wuchen to have a need for Song Zian's help, she couldn't refuse no matter what. "Okay, then I'll drive and haul all these herbs back now," Song Zian promised. Yi Wuchen, however, stopped it. "Don't be in a hurry. There's still work to be done. Boss La had recommended a very rich man to me, the owner of this herb market. I still have to pay him a visit. Song Zian heard it and immediately knew who that person was. Jai Wen Kong. Jai Lao. He's a well-known herb king in this part of the southeast. The herb markets under his name are spread across the 6 southeastern provinces. In particular, he opened a well-known pharmacy, Shaoren Tang, which resonated throughout the country. Shaoren Tang's medicinal herbs were extremely complete, and there were even various rare and exotic medicinal herbs sold from time to time, causing many people from the medical field to come and purchase them. And from time to time, Xiaoren Tang also gave out some free potpourri medicines to help the poor people, leading to praise from everyone. I'm afraid it's not good to see such a big man, is it? Song Zian said apprehensively. After all, Jai, old man a handful of years old, no longer need to stand in front of the stage, has long retired to the background. He was usually so deep in the world that most people couldn't possibly know his whereabouts. Especially Jai Lao didn't have any hobbies like playing golf, and Yi Wuchen didn't have that many chances to get close to him. The thought of going to pay a visit to such a big shot made Song Zian's heart tremble. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed. Don't worry, there's no one who's bad to see. If we don't have a chance, we'll create one. Let's go. Let's go to the filial piety hall first. Song Zian couldn't help but want to retort twice. But when she thought of what she had just seen at the golf club, she couldn't retort out loud. After all, before this, she didn't believe that Yi Wuchen could meet the kind of big shots like Mr. Huang and Mr. Meng. Who knew that Yi Wuchen relied on a skillful hand of golf and immediately got the chance? This was completely beyond Song Zian's expectations. Let's go. Maybe Boss Jai is eager to see me too. Yi Wuchen's face seemed to be forever filled with confidence. It's a confidence that seems to infect those around them. Song Zian couldn't help but follow behind Yi Wuchen, and together they walked in the direction of the main store of Shaoren Tang. Shaoren Tang in Dachang City is also the main store of Shaoren Tang in the whole country, and it is said that Jai Lao meets guests and friends here from time to time. When Yi Wuchen and Song Zian arrived here, they realized that it didn't look like a pharmacy at all, but more like an exhibition hall. The two walked into the lobby, where rows and rows of display cases lined the public eye. Inside these display cabinets, there are cultural relics about the history of Xiaoren Tang, a century-old company, as well as some honorary banners. And what interested everyone the most were the rare medicinal herbs. Many herbalists and unusual customers who buy medicines like to gather in front of the display cabinets of these rare medicinal herbs to observe them for a while. Because the medicinal herbs that were qualified enough to be displayed here were either rare medicinal herbs that had already become extinct, medicinal herbs with a frighteningly large vintage, or rare medicinal herbs that were extremely difficult to mine. Most of the herbs, unique in the country. It's also perfectly fine to call this Xiaorentang General Store a museum of Chinese herbs. Brother Yi, look, these medicinal herbs displayed here look so powerful. Song Zian excitedly plopped down on the display cabinet and stared at the medicinal herbs inside. This place, too, was her first visit. Yi Wuchen asked, "You know herbs?" Song Zian shook her head. "What do I know? It just looks like these herbs must be very expensive. Packed in a display case and specially placed in the lobby of the main store of Xiaorentang for exhibition. Can this kind of medicinal herb not be expensive?" Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head slightly. "These herbs are, in fact, ordinary. I'll take you to see some of the medicinal herbs I collected back then when I have the chance. Those are truly exotic medicinal herbs." As soon as Yi Wuchen's words fell, a disdainful laugh could be heard from the side. It turned out that his words were heard by a nearby old man who looked to be in his 60s, only to see that this old man's hair and beard were already a piece of white. He was wearing a tang suit and a canvas bag on his shoulder. He looked like a guest who had come to buy medicinal herbs. The old man looked at Yi Wuchen with contempt and sneered. "Where's that brat from? He doesn't know the heights of heaven. The medicinal herbs displayed at the headquarters of Filial Piety Rentang are actually commonplace in your mouth? And you dare to say you have better herbs than Xiao Rentang? If you're capable, why don't you bring out your herbs and let everyone see if it's as divine as you bragged?" This old man's voice was so loud that it caused many of the guests in the hall to look over towards this side. Song Zian didn't expect to offend this old man because of one sentence. She hurriedly pulled Yi Wuchen, signaling Yi Wuchen not to argue with an old man. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, my collection of herbs didn't bring it today, so there's no way I can bring it out for you to see." Before falling asleep, Yi Wuchen had once hidden many exotic treasures in the world. It was only because of the betting agreement with Su Jia that Yi Wuchen had not been able to pick it up. The old man revealed an expression of knowing this as he said with disdain, "Figured you'd say that. Young man, don't think bragging next to a beautiful woman will earn you face. I'll give you a word of advice from my old man. You have to be hard on yourself to strike iron. Watch what you say from now on, so as not to embarrass yourself." There was a soft chuckle from the surrounding guests. The way they looked at Yi Wuchen was as if they were looking at a clown. Yi Wuchen, however, raised his finger and gently knocked on the glass of the display cabinet. With a thud, two crunching sounds, everyone's attention was focused on him. Yi Wuchen asked with a smile, "If you don't let people talk about it, then why put it on display?" "Boss Shy, you run such a large pharmacy, yet you don't even have that kind of temperament?" Yi Wuchen's last sentence caused everyone to freeze. This unimpressive old man, the owner of this pharmacy? He's Shai Wenkang, Jai Lao? The old man's face changed as well. "You know me?" Chapter 96, Treating Garbage as Treasure. The old man's words were tantamount to doing him in. All the guests present could not help but be in an uproar. "He's Jai Lao? Geez, if this kid hadn't said it, who would have dared to believe that Elder Jai was beside us?" Elder Jai had retired to the background since 10 years ago and rarely showed his face. It is difficult for ordinary people to get a glimpse of MT. Only those few big herbalists were able to deal with Jai Lao all year round. Who would have thought that an old man loitering in the middle of the halls of Shaoran Hall would actually be the famous Shai Wenkang? Even Song Zian looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. But she knew that Yi Wuchen had never met Shai Wenkang before and wondered why he could see through this old man's identity with a single glance. Yi Wuchen laughed. "As soon as I entered this hall, I realized that the staff here works extra hard and seriously, even a bit too much. This situation is like having the boss present." After hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but admire Yi Wuchen's observation skills. If it wasn't for Yi Wuchen saying this, they wouldn't have been able to discover this at all. The old man pursued, "And with that, you recognize me?" Yi Wuchen replied, "Of course not. I can guess who you are, mostly because I have a good nose. On you, the smell of herbs. All the herbs in these display cases can be smelled on your body. Of course, those with access to the herbs and perhaps the cleaning lady who wipes down the display cases every day. And most importantly, I see that you are facing a full heavenly court, with a bright yellow color and a stagecoach bone with wealth, which means you are a person of great wealth. The only person whose odor, face, and age match and who happens to be in this Xiao Rentang is you, I think, Boss Shy." Everyone looked incredulous. Is there anyone in the world with such a keen sense of smell? You can smell so many herbs on a person from such a distance? As for that face reading, it's even more bizarre. You can judge the rich and famous by looking at a person? I'm afraid only TV would dare to film this kind of thing. Jai Wenkang snorted coldly. "Kid, don't make things up here. You think you can bluff me with your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? You've definitely seen me a long time ago. That's why you can recognize me at once." As for any sensitive sense of smell and fortune-telling, Jai Wenkang didn't believe in it at all. Only Jai Wenkang pointed at the display case. "You brat is talking nonsense today, daring to say that my Shaorantang's medicinal herbs are commonplace. This is destroying my filial piety hall's reputation, and is tantamount to smashing my signboard. Do you think I should scold you?" This Shai Wenkang, although he was a handful of years old, his temper was obviously not small. When he opened his mouth, his tone was extremely impulsive, and he even argued with a red face, looking very agitated. Yi Wuchen replied indifferently, "If I'm wrong, then it's time to scold. But if I'm not wrong, who are you to scold me? Since you're too narrow-minded to allow your reputation to be half impaired, put all these display cases away. Otherwise this behavior of treating garbage as treasure will make a mockery of the world sooner or later." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but slightly change their gazes towards Yi Wuchen. This kid, he's so crazy. Since he had already recognized Jai Lao's identity, it would be fine if he didn't respectfully apologize. But how dare he not give Jai Lao face in public like this? Song Zian was also frightened and hurriedly pulled Yi Wuchen, signaling Yi Wuchen to stop disliking Elder Jai back. And among the crowd, there was a man and a woman who were also watching everything in front of them, only to see that the woman turned out to be a rare and beautiful woman. She looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, the most mature and beautiful time for a woman. Especially her face was charming and pretty, with a head of long black hair like a waterfall, revealing a royal lady's demeanor all over her body. Elder Jai is notorious for his violent temper and can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. And yet today, someone actually disliked Elder Jai in public in his territory? This kid, he's got some guts. The pretty lady shook her head and laughed lightly. She was certainly entitled to a laugh, because she's Hyoji, a medical doctor who has returned from overseas and is already the head of the Department of Internal Medicine at a young age. He is also recognized as one of the best doctors in the city, especially a beautiful doctor. And standing next to her was a man covered in name tags. The man scoffed back, "Just a little yakuza who doesn't know what he's doing." Elder Jai is the famous king of medicinal herbs in our 6 southeastern provinces. His attainments in medicinal herbs are unrivaled. A milquetoast brat. Where did he get the qualifications to dare talk to Elder Jai like that? Just wait and see. In a moment, Jai Lao will definitely hit him hard in the face. The man's name is Lu Wei, and he is none other than Su Jie's suitor. He accompanied Su Jie to Shaorentang today to shop for some medicinal herbs, but he didn't expect to encounter such an interesting scene. While Lu Wei said that, he leaned up towards Su Jie without moving, almost about to stick to Su Jie's delicate and exquisite body. Su Jie, however, moved a step to the side, pulling away from Lu Wei. Her relationship with Lu Wei hadn't reached that level of intimacy. Lu Wei shrugged and was in no hurry. He accompanied Hyoji and continued to watch the good show in the hall. At this point, Zhai Wenkong's old face had risen to a reddish color, and one could even see the veins on his forehead jumping in anger. Unbridled. Brat, you haven't even grown your hair yet, and you dare to say that the medicine that old man used to demonstrate is trash? What makes you so arrogant? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you look good. Zhai Wenkong growled angrily as saliva continued to spew out of his mouth. It was evident that he was furious to the core. Yi Wuchen faced the furious southeastern medicinal herb king, but he remained calm. You want to explain? Okay, I'll give you one. Let me ask you this. If you even get the herbs on display wrong, does that count as treating trash as treasure? Everyone looked puzzled at these words. Confused about herbs? For a top pharmacy like Xiao Rentang, there would be such a low-level mistake? Zhai Wenkong also angrily rebuked. Don't open your mouth. I filial piety haul that kind of medicinal herbs mistaken. You pour out to let the old man see. Yi Wuchen was not in a hurry and raised his hand to knock on the display cabinet beside him. This herb? By your mistake. The crowd looked along, only to see a blackish herb displayed in the display case. According to the nameplate on the herb, this herb was called variant Chuanwu, a very rare herb. Zhai Wenkong sneered. This is a variant Chuanwu, dozens of times more potent than ordinary Chuanwu. In particular, the variant Chuanwu displayed here by the old man has a vintage of a rare 10 years. 10 years worth of mutated Chuanwu. I'm afraid I can't find a second copy in the whole country. Brat, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a Chuanwu and a mutant Chuanwu, would you? Most of the people present were herbalists and were naturally very familiar with herbs. They sweated after hearing Elder Zai's explanation. They had seen too many common herbs like Chuanwu, but a 10-year portion of the mutant Chuanwu was the first time they had seen it. If it wasn't for Elder Zai's explanation and the description of the nameplate, they really wouldn't have been able to recognize that this was Chuanwu at first glance. Even they, the experienced herbalists, failed to recognize it, so it was normal for this brat to misidentify it. I'm afraid that only a medicinal herb king like Zhai Lao would be able to accurately recognize it. Who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, sneered. Mutant Chuanwu, and 10 years worth? Boss Zhai, it's even if you don't recognize this herb, but you also choose to name it randomly. It's a joke. When these words came out, the whole room was stunned. Chapter 97, dare you verify it on the spot? Everyone looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Could it be that this herb is not a variant of Chuanwu? However, the herb merchants present, although not recognized at first glance this rare variant of Chuanwu, but a closer look is still able to determine that this herb is Chuanwu. How is it possible to misrecognize a common herb like Chuanwu? Among the crowd of onlookers, Su Jie and Lu Wei couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this scene. Hyoji sighed. Although I'm a Western doctor not good at Chinese medicine, I know all the basic herbs. This herb, it's Chuanwu. Although there's a slight difference in appearance from a normal kawaii, that's just the mutation. It is what it is, and it won't change half as much. Su Jie had gradually lost interest in this hustle and bustle. It was clear to her that the man had lost. The king of herbs, Zhai Wenkong, will soon make that man lose face. Sure enough, Zhai Wenkong laughed out loud. He had that look as if Yi Wuchen's words were some sort of heavenly joke. Kid, still calling the old man a joke? I don't realize that the real joke is on you. If you dare to try to badmouth the reputation of the Hall of Filial Piety, then I'll let you be completely discredited today. Speaking of which, he only saw Zhai Wenkong pull out a book from within that canvas bag of his. With a lift of his hand, he directly threw that book to Yi Wuchen. Wide your eyes and give the old man a good look. This is the complete book of rare medicinal herbs prepared by the General Herbal Administration. So turn to page 23 and take a closer look for yourself. Look at it clearly and then tell me who's wrong. The Complete Book of Rare Herbs is a specialized book on herbs written by a number of renowned herbal experts in China, on which all kinds of herbs rarely seen in the world are recorded. Many herb merchants also carry this book on their person, thus facilitating their identification of many rare herbs. Immediately, the medicinal herb merchants pulled out the Complete Book of Rare Medicinal Herbs that each of them carried and flipped through it. They couldn't help but let out a gasp after flipping through the 23 pages, because on this page, there happened to be information about the mutant Chuanwu. There is not only relevant information, but also photos. Once compared through the photos, the crowd realized that the variant Chuanwu in the display case was exactly the same as the one recorded in the book. This time, the truth came out. Lu Wei said contemptuously, "It's true that ginger is still hot. Elder Zhai, the king of medicinal herbs, lives up to his name. And that brat, who doesn't know yet dares to question Elder Zhai's vision. This kind of self-righteous person is bound to lose face and flee in disgrace later on. Su Jie, who was on the side, also laughed slightly and lightly. Lu Wei's words are hard to hear, but the truth is this. That kid, he's lost his face today. Song Zian hurriedly took the book, the complete book of rare medicinal herbs, from Yi Wuchen, and after she flipped through it, her face instantly changed as well. Brother Yi, the photos in this book and the herbs in the display case really are the same. We seem to be really wrong. Song Zian's heart panicked. This time Bai Zhai old man ruthlessly hit his face. In the future, Yi Wuchen will certainly be laughed at whenever he enters the medicinal herb market or major pharmacies. However, Yi Wuchen, did not even look at the book. He just said lightly, "It's better to believe everything than nothing." If that's really what's written in the book, then it only means that this kind of book is simply misguided. That was something that completely amused everyone. Zhai Wenkang was even smiling. He hadn't even bothered to come to the defense of that statement anymore. The herb merchants who were on the sidelines couldn't help but stand up and speak out. "Where did you come from, kid?" The complete book of precious medicinal herbs was written by the most famous medicinal herbs experts in the country, and Elder Zhai is also one of them. What it represents is the highest level of medicinal herb research in the country. By questioning this book, you're questioning the nation's herbal experts. Who are you to fart around here? Kid, I think you can't afford to lose. Seeing that you've been slapped in the face by Elder Zhai, yet you're still being a stiff upper lip. The crowd had a word for each other, all of them blaming Yi Wuchen. In the crowd, pity also flowed out of Su Jie's beautiful eyes. That boy's face must be burning from being accused of everything, right? Yi Wuchen didn't have a sore face. He still had the same breezy demeanor. Only to hear him continue. "Doesn't anyone know the truth that theory needs to be tested by practice? Boss Zhai, dare you verify it on the spot?" Zhai Wenkang couldn't help but frown at his words. This brat, why is he still being tough until now? Where the hell did he get his nerve? "How do you want it verified?" Zhai Wenkang asked. Yi Wuchen replied, "If this herb is Chuan Wu, the flavor must be pungent, and it also produces a numbing sensation in the tongue. Boss Zhai, right?" Zhai Wenkang and the group of herb merchants all nodded slightly. Mutant Chuan Wu is also Chuan Wu. Its essence does not change, and its flavor is indeed as Yi Wuchen said. Yi Wuduan continued, "But when I say it, it's not Chuan Wu. It's an herb called Black Ningzi. It has a sweet flavor, and when eaten it can clear heat and detoxify the body, refresh the mind, sweat and relieve fever, and it is a good medicine for treating bee stings and snake bites." The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. Black Ninko? What kind of herb was this? They had never heard of it. Zhai Wenkang also said in a cold voice, "Old me has been making medicinal herbs all my life, and I simply didn't know that there is a medicinal herb in this world called Black Ningzi. You kid is afraid that you're not just making up an herb out of thin air and deliberately trying to confuse people, right?" Su Jie wasn't so sure, pulled out her cell phone and searched the internet, but after searching the internet, there is no information about Korowanoko. She put down her cell phone and looked at Yi Wuchen with an increasingly contemptuous gaze. In her eyes, Yi Wuchen couldn't afford to lose, had already begun to spill his guts and play tricks, and had even begun to do things like fictionalizing herbs. Song Zian, on the other side, had turned red. "Big brother Yi, why don't we just leave?" She really couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. How could Yi Wuchen know about a medicinal herb that so many medicinal herb traders, including Zhai Lao, had never heard of? After all, Yi Wuchen was just a chef and anchor. His attainments in medicinal herbs were definitely not as good as these people in front of him. Yi Wuchen, however, only said indifferently, "Do you people all just like to talk crap and not do real work? Whether this herb is Chuan Wu or Haining Zi, you only need to taste it to know." That was tantamount to cursing the crowd. A medicinal herb merchant couldn't help but stand out angrily. "Bastard, that's easy for you to say. I doubt you have any common sense about herbs at all. Do you? Anyone present here knows that Chuan Wu is highly poisonous, especially this precious 10-year portion of the mutant Chuan Wu. Its toxicity is even stronger to the point of being terrifying. And talk about tasting and knowing? Who tastes? Who dares to taste?" Everyone nodded their heads. Anyone who dares to try a 10-year portion of mutant Chuan Wu is really tired of living. "Who knows?" Yi Wuchen replied directly. "I taste." With that, he pulled Song Zian by his side again. "Zian, let's taste it together." Song Zian was startled to hear this. I taste? That's highly toxic." Yi Wuchen actually wanted her to taste it together? What a joke. Chapter 98, The Taste is Not Right. While facing Song Zian's fear, Yi Wuchen replied seriously, "I'm already immune to all poisons. It would be unfair for me to come and taste it. You come and taste it with me to convince everyone. Zian, don't be afraid. Trust me. Eat this blackeningzy as if it were licorice. The sweet taste is still good for the body. Especially when girls eat it. It helps detoxify the body and has a skin-boosting effect. Song Zian cried and laughed as she listened to these words. She'd rather not detoxify and nourish her face than mess around with tasting a drastic poison. When eating licorice? Look at how serious these herb merchants look. Can this tasting chuanwu be the same as eating licorice? And Yi Wuchen had already stretched out his hand and knocked on the display cabinet once again. Boss Shy. How was it? Dare to verify it on the spot? Although his words were light in tone, they were full of aggression. In the crowd, Lu Wei finally looked away, only to see him step forward and sneer. Validation? Don't you tease, okay? Do you know how much this mutant chuanwu is worth? Jai Lao? Just one piece of mutated chuanwu is worth $200,000. $200,000 for something that was brought to you to chew like licorice? The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Ordinary chuanwu. The wholesale price is just over $10 a caddy. But Jai Lao's 10-year-old variant of chuanwu weighs only a few taels, but the price is as high as $200,000. This kind of precious medicine often still has a price and can't be bought with money. It is precisely for this reason that Jai put this piece of variegated chuanwu in the display case for people to see. Yi Wuchen, however, said, "Isn't it just $200,000? If I'm wrong, then I'll pay for it tenfold." Su Jia couldn't help but pfft, laughing out loud. Tenfold compensation. That's $2 million in damages. How dare someone be willing to lose $2 million in order to verify an accepted fact? This kind of person is not a cutie. What is it again? Su Jia's view of Yi Wuchen couldn't help but see him in cutie. Seeing them as one of a kind. Lu Wei snorted coldly. Still not afraid of the wind. Who doesn't know how to blow awesome? Open your mouth for 10 times compensation. Who knows if you can come up with $2 million? The crowd of medicinal herb merchants all shook their heads similarly. Looking at Yi Wuchen's dress, it didn't look like he casually took $2 million out. This time, Elder Zhai, however, spoke up. Although this piece of mutant chuanwu is worth a lot to me, $200,000 is just a small amount of money to me. If you guessed wrong, I don't want you to pay compensation. To use $200,000 to teach a boy who doesn't know how high he is, and to preserve the reputation of filial piety hall, I think it's worth it, but only if you really dare to taste this mutant chuanwu yourself. Chuanwu is rare and highly toxic. A 10-year portion of the mutant chuanwu is even more horribly toxic. I'm afraid that even just one taste can wreak havoc on one's health, and even, possibly, death. Yi Wuchen, however, didn't care. Don't say just a taste. I'd have no problem eating it. Boss Shy, open the cabinet. Yi Wuchen tapped the display case and urged again. Anger welled up on Zhai Wenkong's face. I don't know what to do. I'll fulfill you today. Zhai Wenkong waved his hand and immediately a clerk came forward. I saw the clerk use the key to open the display case, and then put on rubber gloves to take out the mutant chuanwu inside and put it on a plate. Following that, the clerk sliced off a small piece of mutant chuanwu with a small knife and handed it to Yi Wuchen. The atmosphere quieted down. When it came down to it, everyone couldn't help but be filled with tension. If this kid really dares to taste it, it's not good to say that he'll mess up today, or even cause a death. Su Jie's delicate face also stared. Being a doctor, she was ready to give first aid at any time. Yi Wuchen, however, rushed to the shopkeeper to explain. Cut another piece. Like I said, I'm going to taste it with my friends, so it's only fair. The clerk couldn't help but give Yi Wuchen a hard stare. This asshole kid, how dare he drag such a beautiful girl along to seek death? What a scumbag! Despising it as much as he did, the clerk still sliced off another small piece of mutant chuanwu with his knife. While the clerk can tolerate it, some people can't. In the middle of the crowd, Hyoji stepped forward. She stepped forward to rebuke. Hey, you've gone too far. She's a girl at least. How can you take her to do something so dangerous? Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? Su Jia was furious. She really couldn't look at the actions of the man in front of her. Arrogant, sore loser and a braggart. Now it's even more shameless to bully a girl. Song Zian couldn't help but stare after seeing Su Jia. Dr. Su, she certainly didn't forget that the beautiful doctor in front of her was none other than her mother's primary care physician. Song Zian couldn't help but want to say hello. Yi Wuchen, however, had already spoken. It's like chewing licorice. What's so dangerous about it? Come on, Zian, let's eat for them. I am, of course, responsible for the safety of your life and death. Saying that, Yi Wuchen put a cut piece of mutant chuanwu into Song Zian's hand. Song Zian was originally filled with hesitation, but after she heard Yi Wuchen's last sentence, she couldn't help but feel her heart jump. He's in charge? Yi big brother this is. What does it mean? Song Zian's face turned red with a swish. She then stopped hesitating and pinched up this piece of mutant chuanwu. The two looked to take it. Zhai Wenkong couldn't help but remind. You too. Think it over. How strong the toxicity of this mutant Chuanwu is. Not even old me has dared to personally verify it. If you too eat it, you might die. Yi Wuchen smiled. Then he directly stuffed the slice of mutant Chuanwu into his mouth, and after chewing a few mouthfuls, go to, with a sound, he directly swallowed it. He showed by his actions that he didn't listen to Zhai Wenkong's reminder at all. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. This reckless guy, he actually ate it? With this boldness, I don't know whether to call him bold or ignorant. Zhai Wenkong was so angry that his old age turned red. This kid doesn't listen to the old man's words, and he's bound to suffer. Lu Wei despised. Just because you can't afford to lose to save face, you put your life on the line? What an idiot. While Su Jie's pair of beautiful eyes nervously observed Yi Wuchen's reaction. As soon as the situation is not right, she administers help. When Song Zian saw how decisive Yi Wuchen was, she was also infected by Yi Wuchen's confidence. Out of her trust in Yi Wuchen, Song Zian also gritted her teeth and sent this piece of mutant Chuan Wu into her mouth. Everyone's brows furrowed at the sight. So much for that stupid kid dying. He deserved it, but it would be a shame if such a delicate beauty died as well. Su Jie was even more unable to resist trying to get Song Zian to quickly spit out the mutant Chuan Wu in her mouth. At this point, Song Zian had already begun to chew the piece of herbs in her mouth. She had only chewed 2 bites when her eyes suddenly lit up. Really? So sweet. It's kind of sweet like sugarcane, and kind of cool like mint, and then it ends up being sweet like licorice. This flavor, it's really delicious. Song Zian's exclamation fell clearly into everyone's ears. The whole room suddenly became ravenous, because the flavor description is very off. Chapter 99, The Villain's Gain. What the hell is going on here? The crowd of medicinal herb merchants couldn't help but be filled with confusion. But anyone who knows anything about herbs in general knows that Chuan Wu tastes, well, not good at all. It has a very pungent flavor, and because of its toxicity it also causes a numbing sensation on one's tongue. This is the distinguishing characteristic of Chuan Wu flavor. But in any case, the flavor of Chuan Wu is not tied to words like sweet, cool, or sweet back. So the flavor described by Song Zian was not the flavor of Chuan Wu at all. Lu Wei revealed a look of sudden realization. I know. This woman, she's lying. She's in league with the kid. Of course she's going to help the kid. Even though she tasted Chuan Wu, she deliberately tried to make a load of nonsense. Because what she sees is what no one else dares to savor so easily. This reasoning of Lu Wei's does sound plausible. The crowd of medicinal herb merchants also couldn't help but nod slightly after hearing this. Zhai Wenkong snorted coldly. Still pretending? Let's see how long you can pretend. The toxicity of this 10-year portion of mutant Chuan Wu kicks in quickly. You won't be able to pretend for long. No female Dr. Su Jie also lifted her heart up, her beautiful eyes nervously observing Yi Wuchen and Song Zian. Chuan Wu poisoning can cause nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, blurred vision, numbness of the mouth and lips as well as the limbs, and the patient may also suffer from respiratory distress, hand and foot cramps, confusion, and urinary and fecal incontinence. In severe cases, cardiac arrest, respiratory and circulatory failure leading to death by poisoning and other dangerous conditions can occur. As soon as the 2 men show the slightest symptoms of poisoning, Su Jie will immediately help the 2 men to induce vomiting, gastric lavage and other first aid. She even contacted the hospital to get ready for the treatment. However, everyone waited for half a day, but Yi Wuchen and Song Zian remained intact. Song Zian was still chewing as she said, I'm not lying to you, it's really sweet and flavorful. When she finished chewing, she even couldn't help but swallow the piece of herb in her mouth. So easy, not at all like taking poison. Ruvi, however, rebuked, you're still lying. I urge you to quickly admit that this is the mutant kawaii so we can get you to the hospital for emergency treatment. Otherwise, if you continue to talk tough, you'll be harming your own life and time. Song Zian didn't even know how she should explain herself now. She clearly wasn't lying. She was telling the truth. But these people in front of us, why can't they? Yi Wuchen laughed. You people, not only are your brains bad, but even your eyes? Hasn't anyone noticed that the skin on Zian's face has gotten better? Everyone froze. Is there such a thing? They collectively looked carefully towards Song Zian's face. On this closer look, the eyes of the crowd couldn't help but light up. Only Song Zian's face. Her skin was rapidly becoming rosy and glowing, as well as becoming more delicate and fairer. This made Song Zian look radiant, and the whole person was a bit more beautiful. Could this thing really be a miracle medicine for the face? Otherwise, how can such an amazing change in this beauty be explained? At this moment, the crowd's faith could not help but be shaken. Song Zian also couldn't help but pull out her makeup mirror and observe herself through it. She quickly surprised herself. Brother Yi, my skin has really gotten better. Even some of the tiny spots have disappeared and the pores are finer. The effect of this herb It's too amazing. Love of beauty is a woman's nature. Song Zian's mood at this time is simply beautiful. Now, many of the women present also looked envious and eager. They were even so dumbfounded that they couldn't help but want to try it too. And Jai Wenkang's pair of old eyes were even wider at this moment. This is impossible. Why don't they have symptoms of poisoning yet? This shouldn't be. He was more observant than any of the rest of the audience present. The changes in Song Zian's skin were completely out of character. Mutant Chuan Wu would never have this effect. The two in particular were alive and well, without any semblance of discomfort, which was impossible to fake. I don't believe it. Quickly cut a slice off. I want to taste and verify it myself. Jai Wenkang twisted his head and ordered at the clerk. At this, the rest of the crowd was horrified. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian are two young people. Even if they are poisoned, if they are rescued in time, they still have a chance to survive. And at Jai Wenkang's age, it would be really hard to say if he was poisoned. The clerk was afraid to cut it all with the herbs. The surrounding people even urged Jai Wenkang not to take any risks. However, with Jai Wenkang's violent temper, how could he possibly listen? I'll do it myself. Jai Wenkang suddenly snatched the piece of mutated Chuanwu from the clerk's hand, followed by his action that scared the crowd even more, only to see that he actually put that mutant Chuanwu to his mouth, and then used his teeth to bite off a small piece from the top and chewed it in his mouth. The scene scared the clerk, who called out in a hurry, "Quick! Get ready to call an ambulance! Jai Lao! Spit it out!" Jai Wenkang, however, turned a deaf ear, chewing on his own, and savoring the flavor of the herbs in his mouth. Suddenly, the expression on Jai Wenkang's old face froze. His eyes widened and filled with an incredulous sheen. Everyone thought Jai Wenkang was poisoned and was about to come forward to help. But the next second, only Jai Wenkang was shocked. Sweet, refreshing, it's really, surprisingly true. This herb, it's not Chuanwu at all. I was wrong. Was I wrong? His expression, which gradually changed from surprise to shock and finally to dismay and loss, and the crowd was amazed. None of them expected that after personally verifying it, Elder Jai would admit in public that he was wrong. Jai Lao's words, in the herb industry that is the truth. If he says it's wrong, then it must be wrong. This herb, surprisingly, is not a variant of Chuanwu. Look, Elder Jai's complexion, surprisingly, has gotten a lot better. It's his skin that's gotten glowing and rosy, and even his age spots have disappeared quite a bit. There was a gasp from the crowd. They were surprised to find that Jai Wenkang's appearance had really changed magically. Now that's ironic. Everything, it was as if Yi Wuduan had said. Jai Lao was really wrong. Everyone was wrong. The king of Southeast herbs, plus so many professional herbalists on the scene, could have recognized the wrong herbs? This is simply a low-level mistake. Especially Jai Lao lost the most face. It's not enough that he recognized the wrong herbs, but he actually put the wrong herbs in a display case and even put up a nameplate to show them. This was simply a huge blow to the reputation of Jai Lao and Xiaoren Tang. Both Lu Wei and Su Jie were equally surprised. This kid. They also didn't expect that the herbs that even Jai Lao had misrecognized were correctly recognized by an unknown kid. Song Zian's heart, on the other hand, was filled with joy. Yi Wuchen, indeed, never let her down. She firmly chose to believe Yi Wuchen this time, and she had indeed chosen the right one. Jai Wenkang stared at Yi Wuchen in a daze at this moment. Kid, how do you know this medicine isn't a mutant Chuanwu? Hey Ningzi, what is that herb again? And why has old me never heard of it? Where, exactly, did you acquire this knowledge? Jai Wenkang asked a series of questions. He has been the king of the Southeast medicinal herbs, but also a well-known domestic medicinal herbs experts. Many times participated in the preparation of professional books on medicinal herbs. He, then, is the authority on the herb industry. However, Jai Wenkang at this time, but instead, as if a curious student, to the rich knowledge of the teacher chattering questions, Yi Wuchen replied indifferently. Read more, learn more, study more, practice more, plus a humble attitude. Stick with it like that and you'll gain more knowledge. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. This brat, he actually dared to teach Jai Lao as if he were a teacher teaching a student. He's so young, who is he to say such things? Yet, one cannot refute it. After all, today, it was Yi Wuchen who was right and Jai Lao who was wrong. Villainous. They could, in the end, only come up with this assessment. Jai Wenkang was also so angry that his old face turned red. At his age, this was the first time he had been lectured like this by a brat. There was nothing he could do about it. He was already humiliated enough. He didn't want to be told that he couldn't afford to lose. This made Jai Wenkang only feel like he was holding a huge fire in his heart, and it was constantly surging towards his head. He tried desperately to suppress his anger, his teeth itching. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, sighed with disinterest. Originally, I heard that Jai Wenkang of Xiaorentang is a Taishan Beidou in the medicinal herb industry and is highly respected. And I came all the way here in a hurry to talk to Boss Jai about a business deal. But now it seems that Boss Jai and the Hall of Filial Piety are really disappointing. Zian, let's go. This place. Don't stay. Saying that, Yi Wuchen was about to leave with Song Zian. His words, however, were like a heavy bomb exploding in the middle of the hall of Xiaoran Hall. Every Xiaorentang shopkeeper was furious beyond measure, because Yi Wuchen's words were simply humiliating the Filial Piety Run Hall. However, today, Xiaorentang made such a big scandal of misrecognizing the wrong herbs, but they were unable to release their anger. The one who was most enraged was, of course, Jai Wenkang. One of his old faces was so red that it seemed as if it could drip blood. The veins on his forehead were even more jumpy. Jai Wenkang glared at Yi Wuchen with a scowl on his face. Next, only to see Jai Wenkang's face suddenly change. Put. He actually sprayed a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. Afterward, his body swayed and his entire body fell headfirst to the ground. Chapter 100. Killing a man is also killing his heart. Jai Lao. Everyone shrieked. They didn't expect that Jai Lao would be so angry by this kid that he would vomit blood and fall to the ground. This asshole kid, killing people and putting them to death. The shopkeepers rushed forward. However, they saw that Jai Lao's eyes were closed tightly and he had actually passed out. Get out of the way. I'm a doctor. Let me see. The beautiful Dr. Su Jia rushed up at the first opportunity and checked up on Jai Lao's condition. When Su Jia finished her examination, her face changed dramatically. No good. Elder Jai is suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage. Quickly call an ambulance. We have to get Jai Lao to the hospital immediately. Hioji shrieked as she hurriedly undid Jai Wenkang's collar while tilting his head to the side to keep him breathing. And the crowd was shocked to hear this. Cerebral hemorrhage. That's a very serious sudden illness. If not saved in time, it is likely to kill a person. The clerks were even more panicked, pulling out their cell phones and dialing desperately. The entire hall, immediately, was a mess. Yi Wuchen, who was about to leave, stopped and looked at the unconscious Jai Wenkang on the ground and shook his head slightly. Still too young, youthful and impatient. He's pissed himself off. That's just it. This matter is more or less related to me. So let me save your life. Immediately, Yi Wuchen pulled out the silver needle from his pocket and came in front of Jai Wenkang. He crouched down and raised the silver needle in his hand about to stab towards Jai Wenkang. Su Jia, who was on the side, immediately drank it in. Stop it. What are you doing? Don't you add to the confusion. Su Jia was already anxious at this time, and when she saw that Yi Wuchen was actually going to move Jai Lao, she finally couldn't help herself. Yi Wuchen frowned slightly. Adding to the chaos? I think you're the one who's adding to the confusion. Boss Jai is in such a state that he won't even make it to the hospital before he dies. You are jeopardizing his life by preventing me from saving him. Su Jia sniffed and immediately raised her willow eyebrows. She had been a doctor for many years and had saved countless lives, and it was still the first time she had gotten to the point where someone dared to say that she was harming people when she saved them. She hadn't snapped yet, but someone else couldn't help it. Only Lu Wei rushed over and growled at Yi Wuchen. Asshole, do you know what she is? She's a medical doctor who has studied abroad, serves as the head of internal medicine at the best hospital in the city, and is recognized as the best doctor in the city. You dare to say that she harmed lives with this foul mouth of yours? I'll teach you what respect means today. Lu Wei has been pursuing Su Jia without result. Now that he saw Su Jia being outspoken, he immediately wanted to act as a protector and perform well in front of the beauty. Get the hell away from me. Stay away from Hioji. Lu Wei screamed and reached out his hand towards Yi Wuchen's back collar. He actually wanted to grab Yi Wuchen by the back of his collar to lift Yi Wuchen away. However, before his hand could touch the back of Yi Wuchen's collar, a silver needle had already transformed into a bit of coldness and accurately stabbed the acupoints on Lu Wei's body. Lu Wei only felt a paralyzing sensation fill his entire body, causing him to be unable to exert any strength at all. What have you done to me? Lu Wei asked in surprise. Yi Wuchen reached out his hand and gently pushed Lu Wei. Lu Wei's entire body was instantly paralyzed on the ground, unable to even climb up for fear. This scene almost didn't make the crowd's jaws drop. An inconspicuous silver needle that could cause a grown man to fall to the ground? Is that so divine? Lu Wei, how are you? Su Jia rushed forward to support Lu Wei. Lu Wei exclaimed. I feel tingling and soft all over my body, and I can't make any half strength in my limbs. Su Jie hurriedly checked Lu Wei's body, but even after checking it over, she could never figure out Lu Wei's current condition. Yi Wuchen looked at Lu Wei and Su Jia and opened his mouth. If you guys are Boss Jai's family and won't let me save Boss Jai, I will absolutely turn around and leave. But you are not even related to Boss Jai, so who are you to stop me from saving people? Get some rest until I save someone's life. Yi Wuchen said, turning around and preparing to continue the rescue. Hyoji is still trying to block. Jai Wenkang's current situation was already critical. If he were to be moved around by someone who didn't know how to practice medicine, his life would really be in danger. Song Zian, however, suddenly opened her mouth. Dr. Su, do you remember me? Su Jia looked at Song Zian suspiciously. We know each other? Song Zian explained. I'm Zhang Lan's daughter. You were in charge of my mother, Zhang Lan, when she was hospitalized for cirrhosis of the liver. At the mention of the patient, Hyoji immediately remembered. It's you. But she remembers every patient she has ever healed clearly. Especially Zhang Lan's illness was so unbelievably well that until now, Su Jia still couldn't understand it. Even the hospital held several expert seminars for this purpose, but never managed to find out the reason for it. Song Zian continued. Dr. Su, you once asked me if anything special had happened during the period when my mother's illness suddenly improved. Remember how I answered you then? Of course Hyoji remembered. At that time, Song Zian told her that Zhang Lan got better after someone gave him an injection. Hyoji felt godly about this. It was simply impossible. However, in order to understand, she still asked Song Zian to invite the needleman to talk with her, but the man never showed up. Could it be that he was the one who gave your mother the needle? Su Jia pointed at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Song Zian nodded. That's right, it's Big Brother Yi. Though I don't know if my mother's healing has anything to do with the shot that Big Brother Yi gave her in the first place, but I believe in Big Brother Yi. He never disappoints. And please, believe in him for once, too. Su Jia sniffed and couldn't help but get a little lost in thought. She studied Western medicine and has always been very repulsed by Chinese medicine. Especially cerebral hemorrhage has a high mortality rate. Jai Wenkang's cerebral hemorrhage is very serious now. If he doesn't use Western medical treatment, his life will be in danger if he is delayed for a little longer. At this moment, someone actually wanted to use acupuncture to administer first aid to Jai Wenkang, and Su Jia said she would not agree to anything. But Song Zian's words, however, caused Su Jia to hesitate a bit. Could it be that this man could really rely on silver needles to perform miracles? Within this minute of Su Jia's hesitation and entanglement, the silver needle in Yi Wuchen's hand had already landed on Jai Wenkang's body. 6 silver needles, accurately falling into 6 key locations. Yi Wuchen stood up. Well, Boss Jai's life is saved. I have cured him. Let him trip quietly for half a minute, and he will soon be revived. Su Jia, who was originally still torn, immediately became enraged upon hearing this. She immediately rebuked. I kind of see you clearly. You, this guy, are not a Chinese medicine practitioner at all, but a godly man. If something happens to Elder Jai, you absolutely have to take the primary responsibility. I'm going to call the police right now so that you, a godly man, can't harm anyone ever again. Su Jia was really pissed off. It's only been less than a minute, and this kid dares to say that the first aid has been successful? Even if a patient with cerebral hemorrhage is sent to the ICU unit for resuscitation, the condition is not stabilized overnight. This kind of words that can save a patient's life by just sticking in a few needles is something that no Chinese medicine practitioner would dare to say. Only those charlatans who pretend to deceive people would dare to boast like this. Su Jia pulled out her cell phone and wanted to call the police to arrest her. Suddenly, phew, a long breath suddenly sounded. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, they only saw Jai Wenkang on the ground unexpectedly open his eyes. Follow. Jai Wenkang unexpectedly slowly sat up from the ground. He rubbed his temples and snapped a little blankly. What just happened to me? It feels like I slept through it. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Jai Wenkang. Was he really cured by a few stitches? Chapter 101, The 6 Non-Divine Needle. Let me see. Su Jia was the first to rush to Jai Wenkang's side and began to check up on him. She did not dare to take Jai Wenkang's sudden awakening lightly at all. Who knows if this is Jai Wenkang's flashback before he dies? The people were also talking on the sidelines, not daring to jump to conclusions easily. A few moments later, Su Jia couldn't help but be surprised. Jai Lao's current condition is very stable. Is this another medical miracle? Su Jia's voice was trembling slightly. She couldn't detect any symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage at all from Jai Wenkang's body. Obviously just now, Jai Wenkang had already appeared to be in danger of his life. But now Jai Wenkang is simply a normal and healthy person. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone's gaze towards Yi Wuchen changed slightly. This kid, did he really cure Jai Lao? Su Jia gritted her teeth and continued. But I suggest that Jai Lao go to the hospital immediately. Only after a detailed examination can we finally determine that Jai Lao is fine. Out of the rigor of a doctor, she felt the need to do so, and in her heart, she extremely rejected the unthinkable medical skill of curing a disease by sticking a few needles in it. However, Jai Wenkang, shakes his head and stands up. It's not necessary. I know best whether my body is okay or not. I am, now, thoroughly well. Although herb merchants are not doctors, they know more or less about medicine, especially Zhai Wenkang, an expert in medicinal herbs of this level, was also an excellent doctor himself. He also has a professional judgment about his physical condition. Afterward, Zhai Wenkang came before Yi Wuchen. You saved me? The needles you put in me. What was the technique? Just 6 stitches to cure a sudden cerebral hemorrhage? Zhai Wenkang had an incomprehensible expression. He had just understood roughly what had happened during his unconsciousness from the murmurs of the people around him. Yi Wuchen replied, the 6 nonpareil divine needle. Ever heard of it? The surrounding crowd looked puzzled. The 6 non-divine needle? They had never heard of this kind of needle technique. And even Su Jia had likewise never heard of it. Only Zhai Wenkang's eyes snapped round. It was as if he had heard something incredible. What you say? Is it the Rokunin divine needle? How? This kind of needle technique has long been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Even old me, I've only read a few words about it in an ancient book that was unearthed. This kind of magical needle technique, even in ancient times, only the head of the imperial physicians in the palace were qualified to learn it. It's also right. If it wasn't for the 6 nonpareil divine needle, it couldn't have saved my life today. You are so young. How could you possibly know this long-lost needle technique? Zhai Wenkang was shocked. The surrounding crowd, too, finally understood a little bit about the 6 nonpareil divine needle in general. Although they still didn't understand the 6 nani divine needle, they knew that it was a very powerful acupuncture technique. Yi Wuchen replied indifferently. Like I said, read more, learn more, study more, practice more, and stay humble. Well, we should get going, Yi Wuchen said, bringing Song Zian with him as he was about to continue leaving. Suddenly, Zhai Wenkang rushed up and stopped Yi Wuchen. Wait, you can't leave. Zhai Wenkang's appearance was anxious, lest Yi Wuchen would really walk away like that. The surrounding shopkeepers also aggressively surrounded Yi Wuchen. This brat, villainous and murderous. Zhai Lao's life was almost lost to this kid. So everyone thought that Elder Zhai was trying to clean up this guy who didn't know what he was doing. Yi Wuchen asked indifferently. Boss Zhai, what else can I do for you? The clerks had clenched their fists. As long as Zhai Wenkang gives the order, they will do it. Who knows? Zhai Wenkang, however, went forward and gripped Yi Wuchen's hand tightly, saying excitedly, I'm convinced today. Completely convinced. Convinced. Don't you want to talk business with me, this little brother? Please also forgive me for being rude before and give me another chance. Come on, let's talk in the back room. We can talk about any business. Old me happens to have many things that I want to ask little brother for advice. These words made everyone dumbfounded. Elder Zhai, not only is he not angry, but he admires this kid? The surrounding clerks all looked at each other in disbelief, their fists raised and unsure whether to slam them down or put them down. Zhai Wenkang, however, had already shouted angrily at the clerks. What are you doing? Get to work. This little brother is old man's honored guest today. I'm going to talk to little brother all day today, and I'm not going to see any of the other guests. Zhai Wenkang has a hot temper. When he's angry, he can give himself a brain hemorrhage. But when he is completely folded, he is able to beg with a low profile. This kind of 2 extreme attitudes can only be possessed by people with true character. Yi Wuchen laughed. Okay, Boss Zhai. Then let's go inside and talk. Zhai Wenkang immediately led the way respectfully in front. Although he was a handful of years old, at this time, he really didn't have half a rack when dealing with the 2 youngsters. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, seeing a line of people going away, Lu Wei, who was lying on the ground, was in a hurry. Hey, what am I going to do? Am I going to die? Help me. Lu Wei had been hit by Yi Wuchen's silver needles, and until now he felt paralyzed and unable to use his strength. All he could do was lie on the ground, and it was hard for him to even sit up. Yi Wuchen said without looking back, pull that silver needle out of your body and you'll be fine. After saying that, he had followed Zhai Wenkang to the inner room, but Lu Wei couldn't even lift his hand now, let alone go and pull out the silver needle. Su Jia came to Lu Wei's side, her beautiful eyes staring curiously at the silver needle on Lu Wei's body. Really? Just pull it out? She hesitantly raised her hand and squeezed the silver needle. Follow. With a push of her white fingers, this silver needle was immediately pulled out. As the silver needle was pulled out, Lu Wei couldn't help but hum lightly in comfort. Next moment, only to see Lu Wei surprisingly sit up from the ground. He moved his limbs in surprise and exclaimed in delight. I'm better. I'm really better. Now all over. It has been completely able to make strength. There was a gasp from the crowd. I did not expect. Really, as that kid said, pull out the silver needle. Lu Wei recovered. This shot. It's not too amazing. No wonder that kid was able to convince Elder Zhai and was even regarded as an honored guest. Turns out he really does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. No one noticed that Su Jia was still crouching dumbly in place. She was pinching the silver needle in her hand, while her eyes were filled with shock. Surprisingly true. Is TCM so amazing? This tiny silver needle had once again overturned her medical knowledge. If it wasn't for the fact that she had personally examined Lu Wei today and was certain that Lu Wei wouldn't lie to her. Otherwise, she didn't believe in any way that this single silver needle could paralyze someone and prevent them from moving. And the fact that Jai Lao's cerebral hemorrhage was cured is equally hard for her to accept to this day. She raised her head and her beautiful eyes looked in the direction Yi Wuchen left. Could it be that Zhang Lan's sudden self-healing from advanced cirrhosis is really because of that guy? But that's not scientific at all. It is clear that Western medicine is the medicine that most adheres to the laws of science. And Chinese medicine has clearly fallen out of fashion long ago. How on earth did he do that? Where in the world did he learn this miraculous medical skill? I've got to figure this out. Chapter 102. All the medicinal herbs are given to you for free. Yi Wuchen and Zhai Wenkang both entered the inner parlor. Song Zian, on the other hand, didn't follow her in, knowing that she wouldn't be able to help if she went, so she wisely waited outside. No one knew exactly what contents Yi Wuchen and Zhai Wenkang both talked about. 2 hours passed in this conversation. Su Jie was still waiting patiently in the lobby. It was as if she wouldn't leave until Yi Wuchen came out. Lu Wei couldn't help but advise. Hioji, let's go. That brat didn't know what trick he had performed and tricked Jai Lao around. But sooner or later, he's bound to be broken up. Just now my whole body was paralyzed. It must have been because I was in a bad physical state at the time. It had nothing to do with that brat. Don't let his tricks fool you. You'll lose out that way. Lu Wei was caused to lose face in front of the beauty by Yi Wuchen. He already hated Yi Wuchen in his heart. So naturally, his mouth would not have good things to say about Yi Wuchen. Su Jie, however, said coldly, Lu Wei, if you want to go you go first yourself. Today, I must have a good talk with that person surnamed Yi. There were too many confusions in Su Jie's mind that she couldn't solve. Her quest for medicine makes her prefer to wait in agony for the opportunity to unlock her doubts. Finally, a sharp-eyed herbalist called out, Elder Jai and the others have come out. Everyone looked for the sound. Sure enough, only 2 figures appeared from the inner room. It was none other than Yi Wuchen and Zhai Wenkang. When the 2 of them came out, only the admiration for Yi Wuchen and Zhai Wenkang's eyes grew stronger. Being able to listen to some guidance from Mr. Yi today is really better than reading for 10 years. Mr. Yi, whatever you see fit in my Xiao Rentang, feel free to take it. There's no need to be polite with me. As long as I have something here that can fall into Mr. Ye's eyes, that would be an honor for me. Zhai Wenkang was extremely generous and had a very sincere expression on his face. Yi Wuchen said, Boss Zhai, you're nice, but that said, I've already bought all the unusual herbs myself. If it's not a good herb, I can't look at it. Zhai Wenkang was unconcerned about this. Mr. Yi, you're out of line to say that. As long as my Xiao Rentang has the herbs, you can take them as you please. Even if the herbs are even more expensive and rare, I will definitely not blink an eye. Yi Wuchen laughed out loud. Then I'm welcome, Yi Wuchen said and came in front of those display cabinets. Whenever he stretched out his hand and pointed to the medicinal herbs in one of the display cabinets, Zhai Wenkang would immediately instruct the clerk to open the display cabinet, take out the medicinal herbs therein, and respectfully deliver them to Yi Wuchen's hands. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuchen had already pointed to many display cabinets and obtained quite a few rare medicinal herbs. It was important to know that every single one of the herbs that could be taken out by Zhai Wenkang to display was a heavenly priced herb. The medicinal herbs Yi Wuchen obtained were already worth several $1 million in terms of price. Such a scene directly stunned everyone. Heavens, could Elder Jai have been bewitched by the brat? Why did he give all these precious herbs to this kid? Yes, Jai Lao has never done this kind of thing before. How did that kid make Jai Lao give away millions of dollars in the blink of an eye? Could it be that Elder Jai has gone crazy after suffering a cerebral hemorrhage? If he's not crazy, why would he give away precious medicinal herbs for nothing? Amidst the crowd's puzzled murmurs, Yi Wuchen had already obtained more medicinal herbs. Even Zhai Wenkang ordered the clerk to bring out all the cherished medicinal herbs in the warehouse, allowing Yi Wuchen to choose at will. Not a while later, Yi Wuchen finally chose the herbs he needed, and the value of these herbs had long since exceeded $10 million. When he looked up, he saw Song Zian staring at the piece of black ningxi that had been mistaken for a mutated Chuan Wu. How many women in this world can resist the miraculous effects of skin care? Immediately, Yi Wuchen pointed at black ningxi and said, I'll take this one too. Zhai Wenkang waved his hand and the clerk hurriedly packed the black ningxi and handed it to Yi Wuchen. Song Zian was overjoyed at the sight. Of course she knew that Yi Wuchen had asked for this piece of black ningxi because he saw that she liked it. Boss Zhai, I'll leave first. At this time, Yi Wuchen had already carried a large bag in his hands. Obviously this time, he gained a lot. Jai Wenkang gave away quite a few things, but he didn't half give up. Instead, he had a warm smile on his face, as if he was the one who took advantage of the situation. Mr. Yi, in the future, whenever you need medicinal herbs, just come and find me. There's no medicinal herbs in this country that I can't get. I'll definitely go to Mr. Ye's sales meeting tomorrow. Today, the old man will prepare the funds first, and when the time comes, I will definitely not let Mr. Yi down. Jai Wenkang patted his chest and assured him. Yi Wuchen laughed. Boss Jai, I'll see you tomorrow then. Stay and don't leave. After saying that, he carried various precious medicinal herbs and left with Song Zian. It's a trip that's full on, and the rest of the crowd couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Elder Jai really let this kid just take the herbs and leave for nothing. Ha! Lu Wei couldn't help but step forward and ask, Elder Jai, you just let him go? He has taken tens of millions of dollars worth of herbs from you. Jai Wenkang, however, stroked his beard with his hand as if he looked to be in a very happy mood, only to hear him speak. Strange man, this Mr. Yi is truly a rare and strange man in the world. Although he is young, the depth of his knowledge is as deep and vast as the sea. The old man was deeply impressed by him after talking to him for only 2 hours. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but become more and more curious. Lu Wei also asked, Elder Jai, what did that kid say to you? Your old man wouldn't, by any chance, be fooled by him, would he? Jai Wenkang sniffed and glared at Lu Wei. Lu Wei hurriedly shut his mouth. He also knew that his words were a bit presumptuous, only to hear Jai Wenkang continue to speak. I may be fooled in other industries, but no one in this world can fool me in the herb industry. Let the old man put it to you this way. In the 2 hours of conversation with Mr. Yi, what I gained exceeded the value of the herbs given away by more than 10 times. 10 times? That's hundreds of millions. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a sharp breath. If Jai Wenkang hadn't said this himself, how would they have dared to believe it? 2 hours of conversation and hundreds of millions of dollars? At this moment, everyone was more interested in knowing what Yi Wuchen and Jai Wenkang had actually said. However, this conversation had cost Jai Wenkang tens of millions of medicinal herbs in exchange, so how could he just tell the crowd so easily? Jai Wenkang just said, Old me is really looking forward to tomorrow's meeting with Mr. Yi more and more. I'm sure that when the time comes, Mr. Yi will definitely give old me a surprise. No, it's a shocker. After saying that, Jai Wenkang laughed loudly and left. In the middle of the hall, only a bewildered crowd was left behind. Shocker? What kind of shock is worthy of the word shocking? After Su Jia, who was on the side, heard these words, the anticipation in her beautiful eyes grew stronger. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from Elder Jai means that that man is definitely not ordinary. I must have a chat with him. After Su Jia finished speaking, she dropped Lu Wei and hurriedly chased after him towards Yi Wuchen. Chapter 103, How dare you dislike a beautiful doctor for being poor? Brother Yi, what exactly did you and Jai Lao talk about in the house? On the way out, Song Zian couldn't help but ask curiously. Something everyone was curious about, and she was no exception. Yi Wuchen replied, Oh, I talked to him about some herbal things. That Jai Wenkang, his knowledge in medicinal herbs is simply too shallow. With such a level, he is also actually called the king of southeastern medicinal herbs by the world? Either he's making waves, or people's knowledge of herbs has seriously declined in this era. I just couldn't listen to him anymore, so I instructed him on some of the herbs. He appreciated my guidance, so he repaid me with herbs. Song Zian couldn't help but freeze after hearing this. Jai Lao's knowledge of medicinal herbs is surprisingly too shallow in Yi Wuchen's eyes. It was important to know that Jai Lao had spent his entire life studying medicinal herbs, but he was a well-known expert on medicinal herbs both at home and abroad. Yi Wuchen was so young. How many years could he study the knowledge of medicinal herbs? The one who is really shallow should be Yi Wuchen. Ah, Yi big brother, you can't be kidding. Song Zian was still a bit unconvinced even now. Yi Wuchen shook his head helplessly. If people didn't believe him after telling the truth, there was nothing he could do about it. At this point, a beautiful silhouette chased after him. Mr. Yi, please wait. The one who caught up was none other than the beautiful Dr. Su Jia. Su Jia chased after her very anxiously, running so hard that she was out of breath. Mr. Yi, I want to talk to you. There's a cafe over there. I'll invite you over for a cup of coffee. Su Jia looked at Yi Wuchen with a longing face. Song Zian was a bit puzzled. How come this beautiful doctor even wanted to chat with Yi Wuchen as well? This guy, he's too nice. Yi Wuchen glanced at Su Jia and asked, Do you have a lot of money? Or can you pull in a big investment for me? Su Jia froze, completely not expecting Yi Wuchen to ask such a question. She answered truthfully, I'm just the head of a department in a hospital that pays almost $30,000 a month. As for pulling an investment, I'm sorry, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Su Jia is obsessed with medicine, and in her eyes there are only patients, never distinguishing between the poor and the powerful. This has led to her not being a good drifter and not having any powerful connections. Yi Wuchen shook his head. I'm sorry then, I've had a busy month and I'm afraid I don't have time for small talk. I still have to go and make a lot of money, so I'll see you around. Director Su. After Yi Wuchen finished speaking, he waved his hand politely at Su Jia before turning around and leaving. Now, Su Jia completely froze. Does this man mean that he resents being poor? So just leave without even giving a chance to chat? This pissed off Su Jia enough. You went too far. She didn't have much money, but she had looks and talent. I don't know how many men would like to chat with her on a regular basis but can't, let alone get the chance to have her offer to buy them a cup of coffee. Su Jia's face reddened with anger. As a result, the many words she had prepared could not be used at all, and she could only watch Yi Wuchen leave. Song Zian caught up with Yi Wuchen and couldn't help but whisper, Brother Yi, this is the second time you've refused Dr. Su. Dr. Su is such a beautiful woman, but you're not even a little bit impressed? Yi Wuchen replied, I'm too busy making money this month to bother with pretty girls. Right now, money is the primary goal. Song Zian now also felt that Yi Wuchen was unwilling to chat with her precisely because he disliked Su Jia for being poor. This caused a wave of inferiority to well up in Song Zian's heart. Su Jia was good enough in her eyes. You know that Su Jia is the head of the internal medicine department of a large hospital, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, decent and well paid, and she herself, but a cab driver. A month exhausted the whole few $1,000s. The occupation is not decent to say. Even Su Jia's appearance, compared to Song Zian, cannot be worse, and even more a white-collar temperament and intellectual connotation cultivation. Even an excellent woman like Su Jia is disliked by Yi Wuchen. Then he himself. Song Zian's heart was incomparably lost. Brother Yi, then why are you still willing to take me? I'm poor too. Compared to Dr. Su, I'm really poor. She couldn't help but ask the question she wanted to know the most. So many outstanding women were not qualified to stand beside Yi Wuchen. Why did you have this opportunity for yourself? She herself, obviously, had nothing but beauty. Yi Wuchen smiled and patted Song Zian's shoulder. What's the matter, little girl? Feeling inferior? Don't worry. With me, I'll be able to let you have everything you want. Sooner or later, you'll be better than those women you're envying right now. Song Zian bit her lip and didn't say anything. Yi Wuchen was always able to see through all her inner thoughts, making it impossible to hide her heart. And Yi Wuchen was always as if he was a father and brother, and could tolerate all her little tempers and caprices. Brother Yi, why are you being so nice to me? On impulse, Song Zian finally couldn't help but ask the question she wanted to ask the most. Yi Wuchen replied, You're not going to forget our agreement, are you? Under Dragon Snake Mountain, we had an appointment. Song Zian froze. An appointment? She'd forgotten all about it long ago. Song Zian hurriedly searched her mind for what she had said to Yi Wuchen when she was at the Dragon Snake Mountain. Soon, she finally recalled the agreement with Yi Wuchen. 9 Jedi women. Back then, the two were the ones who agreed that Yi Wuchen would help her for a year and protect her through the 9 Jia female's destiny. And after it was done, she had to help Yi Wuchen do one thing. So, it's because of the agreement. Song Zian couldn't help but laugh. It was because of an agreement that Yi Wuchen treated her so well. She, on the other hand, mistakenly thought that Yi Wuchen was interested in her. That's ridiculous. Although she wanted to laugh, she couldn't help the tears that pooled in her big eyes, causing her to almost cry. In her heart, she was even more incomparably lost. Zian, are you okay? Yi Wuchen opened his mouth and asked. Song Zian hurriedly turned around and quickly wiped away the tears in her eyes. When she looked back, a big smile had filled her face. I'm fine, Brother Yi. Don't worry, I'll do whatever you want me to do when the time comes. Although I have no money, no background, and no skills, I will help you as long as I can. Well, let's get home. In a little while we'll be in rush hour traffic, and it'll waste a lot of your time. Song Zian quickly got into the cab like it was nothing and started the car. She also waved her arm towards Yi Wuchen, telling Yi Wuchen to hurry up and get into the car. Yi Wuchen looked at the relaxed look on Song Zian's face. How could he not see Song Zian's mind? During the long years, Yi Wuchen had too many women come and go around him, and he had no intention of breaking many women's hearts, but he was destined to only fail them. There is no way for him, who is immortal, to go hand in hand with any woman. It was loneliness that was his destiny. He has been alone for endless years. Yi Wuchen knew that all he could do was to try to take care of the girl. Thus, a bright smile also appeared on Yi Wuchen's face. Zian, please, Today, I will first borrow your home to help me stack these herbs, and I will have to borrow some tools from your home when the time comes. Don't worry, I'll pay you. When tomorrow comes, I'll take you with me to get rich. Chapter 104. It's a rumor. The Royal Court Hotel. Siblings Lin Han and Lin Inuo came to patronize again today. The two couldn't get enough of the delicacies they had tasted yesterday, and the siblings couldn't stop drooling at the thought of it. So when they got hungry in the afternoon, the first thing they thought of was the Royal Court restaurant. So the two drove up and continued to savor the deliciousness. While entering the hall, the siblings butted into Le Sungwook's father and daughter, so they sat down together to chat. The topic of casual conversation was naturally the man who had caught their attention the most, Yi Wuchen. I heard something very interesting today. Yi Wuchen unexpectedly went to the Marriott International Golf Club to get a membership. I told him once that a big boss named Wang Bing liked to play there. I was not expecting him to actually go. Lin Han's tone was full of surprises when he spoke about it. It was the first time that the Lu family's father and daughter had heard this news. Lu Shui couldn't help but say, "I've never heard that he can play golf." I'm afraid he didn't go to get a membership to play golf. He went to see Mr. Huang, didn't he? Yi Wuchen's cooking skill was highly skilled, and this kind of cooking skill could not be practiced at all without a decade or even decades of drunken study. The time is spent cooking, not to mention he's studying live fortune telling in feng shui. So in Lu Shui's opinion, Yi Wuchen was afraid that he didn't have time to learn golf. I'm afraid he'll have a hard time squeezing into that circle if he can't play, especially since he's so young. I'm afraid those big bosses of Mr. Huang won't see him. Lu Shui was also considered a rich second generation in Dakan City, but her circle was limited to the young rich second generation circle. That circle in the Marriott International Golf Club is the real top circle of big shots, and Lu Shui is not even qualified to participate. Even her father, Lu Shengsu's weight was still a little lighter compared to that circle. Who knows? Lin Han replied seriously. It's a little unbelievable to say the least. When I first heard this news, I also doubted whether the Yi Wuchen they were talking about was the same person or not, but after I've determined it many times, I can be sure it's him. Lin Inuo, Lu Xingshu and Lu Shui all looked at Lin Han strangely. They didn't know what Lin Han meant by that. As if Yi Wuchen had done something shocking at the golf club? Lin Han settled down and explained. Yi Wuduan, not only can he play, and play very well. Nope, not just very good, but very, very, very good. Lin Han used 3 very in a row to express his surprise, only to hear him continue. He hit a very rare hole-in-one in the game of golf right out of the gate. His name, too, is good enough to be engraved on the club's announcement nameplate. But the next ball he hit shocked everyone. I can't believe he hit 4 holes in one in a row. You know this is a situation that even a world champion might not be able to do. Everyone couldn't help but stare at those words. Although they don't play golf, they know how hard it is to make 4 consecutive holes-in-one in the game of golf. This is nothing short of a miracle. The crowd couldn't help but glance at each other, shock in each other's eyes. Yi Wuchen, that guy, how come he seems to know everything? Even golf, surprisingly, can be played at a world-class level. Then he saw Mr. Huang? Lu Shui couldn't help but ask. Lin Han nodded. With this amazing hand he is certainly good enough to talk and laugh with all the members in the club. Not only did he meet Mr. Huang, but he also helped Mr. Meng Ning Meng to get a hole-in-one as well and get Mr. Meng's favor. The 3 of them, they'd been talking in the lounge for a while. When I first introduced him to Mr. Huang, I didn't even think that he would be able to actually meet him. I didn't think that he would actually do it. Lin Han also felt incredulous when he said this. Although he didn't know if Yi Wuchen had pulled in any investment, the mere fact that he was able to obtain the opportunity to have a private conversation with the 2 big bosses was already very rare. This Yi Wuchen, it seemed that when he decided to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. The people present couldn't help but be slightly silent. They all couldn't help but ask themselves inwardly, if it was them who were as unknown as Yi Wuchen, then I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to seek an audience with a big boss like Mr. Huang or Mr. Meng. Follow closely. Lu Sungwook spoke up. I've heard something too. I don't know if it's true. I recommended a rich big boss to Yi Wuchen last night. Our Southeast medicinal herb king Zhai Lao. I'm just casually recommending it. And I don't think Yi Wuchen can really meet Elder Zhai. But this afternoon, Yi Wuchen really did make a trip to Shaoran Hall to look for Elder Zhai. But for some reason, they got into an argument over herb identification. In the end, Yi Wuchen actually infuriated Elder Zhai to the point that he suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. And Elder Zhai even vomited blood and fell into a coma. The crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp when they heard this. The death rate of cerebral hemorrhage is very high, especially for people of Zhai's age. But once they have a seizure, their lives will be in danger. Yi Wuchen was in big trouble this time. Lin Ino said angrily. Yi Wuchen, what the hell is going on in his head? Mr. Lo recommended Jai Lao to him as a way to pull an investment. If he pisses off Jai Lao for a long time, not to mention not being able to pull in the investment, he himself will get into big trouble. Mr. Lu, how's it going back there? That guy Yi Wuchen, has he been arrested? Lin Han and Le Shui also both looked curiously at Le Shangsu, wanting to know the answer. Who knows? Le Shangsu, however, shook his head. It is said that Yi Wuchen used a few silver needles and woke up Jai Lao. The crowd froze. A silver needle? Could it be acupuncture? That Yi Wuchen, does he even know medicine? But even if you know medical skills, this using a few silver needles to save a patient with a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, this is too much, isn't it? Le Shengxiu's face was also filled with puzzlement as he continued. The two then even went into the back room for a casual conversation that lasted more than 2 full hours. When the two came out, what happened was a little puzzling. Elder Zhai has actually moved out all the precious medicinal herbs of Shaoran Hall, intending to give them to Yi Wuchen for nothing. In the end, Yi Wuchen picked out tens of millions of dollars worth of medicinal herbs and swaggered away. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but freeze in their faces. Everyone had heard about Jai Lao's explosive temper, but he was a big boss who couldn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. And now, not counting the fact that Jai Lao was almost pissed off by Yi Wuchen, he even gave the precious medicinal herbs to Yi Wuchen for nothing? You want to give someone a sweet date after you've been slapped in the face? How in the world can that be true? Mr. Lu, is this thing you said true or false? Why does that sound and feel like a rumor to me? Lin Han couldn't help but ask. Lu Xingxiu replied, to be honest, I also think it's a rumor after hearing what you just said. Mr. Lin, both men couldn't help but frown in silence as they finished. This Yi Wuchen, why did he always do things that other people couldn't believe? At this point, Le Shui suddenly spoke. You guys said, Yi Wuchen, is it possible that we can really pull in billions of dollars of investment? Chapter 105, Refining a Wonderful Medicine. Le Shui's words caused everyone to stare in disbelief. Just yesterday, when Yi Wuchen said that he was going to pull in billions of dollars of investment, he was ridiculed by everyone. Not one of those present last night believed he could do it. But at this moment, they couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Halftime, Lin Han opened his mouth. Not quite possible, is it? After all, that's billions. This kind of huge amount of money is not something that can be solved by being able to meet with the big bosses once or twice. This was deeply felt by the crowd. If it was a few $100 million, they might actually feel hopeful. Billions? That's just too much. Le Shangsu also exclaimed. If we let that kid settle down for a decade, then with his ability, I'm sure he'll be able to do it by then. But now, well, he is just a nobody. I don't believe that he's capable of pulling in that much investment right now. The crowd kept nodding. Yi Wuchen is very capable and will definitely have a future. Unfortunately, right now, he was being a little overambitious. A few people were talking. A waiter approached. Mr. Lin, your dishes have been served, but it's time to dine. The conversation, too, was thus interrupted. Linhan got up from the couch. Mr. Lu, Ms. Lu, we'll just go eat first. I don't think there's any need to continue discussing Yi Wuchen's matter. Wait until tomorrow when I'll personally go and find out about the attitudes of Mr. Huang, Mr. Meng, and Elder Jai and the rest of them. In time, all will be known. The rest of the crowd felt the same. That conversation, too, came to an end. The other side. Suburbs. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian drove out of the city in a cab and made their way to Song Zian's home. Here, although close to the city, it is no longer part of the city but part of the countryside. The village is as far as the eye can see, mostly low-rise houses. A common suburban countryside. Song Zian drove the car into the village and entered a small courtyard. This is my home. Brother Yi, I still hope you don't mind. The expression on Song Zian's face was a bit awkward. This small courtyard looks to be decades old. A common village house. A house like this is slightly outdated. Yi Wuchen laughed. Zian, your home is quite spacious, and you have a small courtyard. This place, it's just what I need. Song Zian couldn't help but feel relieved in her heart when she heard this. She was still afraid that Yi Wuchen would dislike the poor conditions of her home, but she didn't expect Yi Wuchen to be so satisfied with this place. Yi Wuchen continued, by the way, I don't know if you have a cauldron, pressure cooker, gas stove or firewood in your house, and I'd better find me some more bottles and jars. I need to use them, to make some special medicine. Song Zian immediately nodded her head. Yes, big brother Yi, I'll get it for you. Song Zian dove headfirst into the house, then quickly carried the things needed for Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, set up a cauldron in the courtyard and boiled water in it. He then brought the herbs he had purchased for the day out of the car and threw them into the cauldron in order and at the right time. This big pot full of medicinal herbs was simmering like this in the middle of this small courtyard. The rich smell of medicine immediately spread out towards the outside of the small courtyard. Not for a while. The entire village was filled with the smell of herbal medicine. Such a situation soon drew the ire of the villagers in the village. Many villagers found their way outside Song Xian's house by searching for the smell of medicine and opened their mouths to complain. Xian, what are you doing in your house? Why does it smell so strongly of Chinese medicine? Tian, this herbal odor is so bad. It's all over the village now. I can't even open the windows and doors in my house. When I do, it's this smell. The villagers' dissatisfaction was vented towards Song Xian. Song Xian could only keep bowing to the villagers. I'm sorry. Everyone is really sorry. There's really something going on in my family today, so I'd like to ask your aunts and uncles to sympathize. After today, it will never happen again. I'm sorry. Song Xian's attitude was very sincere, coupled with the fact that she was also extremely well liked in the village on weekdays. So the villagers all just complained a couple of times and then dispersed without too much difficulty. Song Xian managed to finish dealing with the villagers, and when she returned home, she only saw that Yi Wuchen had already played a new trick. He actually lifted the pressure cooker out and put it on the stove being baked. Xian, I don't have an alchemy furnace, so I can only temporarily borrow your family's pressure cooker instead. By the way, everyone out there seemed to be complaining just now. Tell you what, I'll pay for it later, and you help me buy some gifts for all the neighbors, as my amends to everyone. Yi Wuchen replied while using the pressure cooker. Song Xian came to Yi Wuchen's side and looked curiously at Yi Wuchen's actions. Pressure cooker instead of alchemy stove? Could it be that Yi Wuchen wants to make pills? Isn't something like alchemy something that only ancient people do? Brother Yi, I'll take care of the folks' side. No need for you to spend money. I'd like to know what you're doing with all this. Although Song Xian roughly knew that Yi Wuchen should be refining some medicinal herbs, she didn't understand that there were still people who boiled their own medicines these days. What kind of medicine can't you get when there are pharmacies all over the street? Yi Wuchen replied, that's what you don't understand. I personally refined these medicines, but they are more precious than gold. I'm going to rely on them tomorrow and make a killing. If you do me this favor today, you'll get your share when it's done. Song Xian sniffed and shook her head in disbelief. How much can this medicine be worth if it's just boiled up in a cauldron and pressure cooker? In particular, some of the precious medicinal herbs were from Jai Lao and were worth a lot of money. The medicine Yi Wuchen boiled out would be good enough to cover the cost. Just then, boo! The gate was suddenly pushed open with force. Xian, what are you up to at home? Why does it smell so bad? I can smell it from a long way off. With a grumble, a figure appeared at the gate. It was Song Xian's mother, Zhang Lan. As soon as Zhang Lan raised his head, he saw Yi Wuchen who was boiling pills and refining pills in the courtyard. This made Zhang Lan's face, in an instant, pull down. Good. Xian, you dead girl. It's even if you hang out with this loser on weekdays. I can't believe you brought even this loser into the house today. Do you even have me as a mom in your eyes? Zhang Lan's fire surged and he couldn't help but swear. This dead girl doesn't even understand her hard work as a mom. Zhang Lan, in order for her daughter to be able to get rid of this poor man and completely marry into a rich family, she did not know how many people she had begged and how many connections she had made. It's hard to get a ride on a rich second-generation Liang Jin, who smoothly arranges a blind date between the two. Zhang Lan thought that the bitter days had finally come to an end. But who knows, Liang Jin is a short-lived ghost. The night of the blind date even died in a car accident. This angry Zhang Lan did not sleep well all night, and at dawn she went to beg for help to introduce her daughter to the rich second generation. She had been running around all day, and her throat had been smoking from all the begging she had done. But who knew that as soon as she got home, she would see her daughter hanging out with that poor guy again. This exasperated Zhang Lan so much that he directly cursed. Song Xian rushed up and pulled Zhang Lan towards the side. Mom, what are you talking about? Big brother Yi is a guest I invited. How can you treat a guest? And big brother Yi is not a waste. He's got 8 figures on his card. Chapter 106, we're going to make a killing. Song Xian originally thought that revealing Yi Wuchen's deposits would make Zhang Lan a bit more polite to Yi Wuchen. But who knows? Zhang Lan disdainfully said, isn't it just tens of millions of dollars in savings? How marvelous can it be? What's a little savings when this loser has no parents to fall back on and no assets of his own? These days, you can buy a suite and go out with a couple $1 million at a drop of a hat. Another car, another wedding, and the $10 million will be spent. There are millions of savings. Fixed my ass. It's not even enough to spend. Let's just say that Mr. Liang Jin Liang, whom I introduced to you last time, his family's assets are worth several $100 million, and his dad, Liang Shanhu, has a high social status and a wide range of connections. If he becomes your father-in-law, our family won't be afraid of being bullied in the future. What big brother Yi of yours? Isn't he a waste compared to Mr. Liang? Ever since Liang Jin and Song Zian went on a blind date, Zhang Lan felt that her daughter was only worthy of a rich second generation like Liang Jin. This made Zhang Lan's eyesight higher and higher, especially after learning of Liang Jin's death. Zhang Lan believes that she will be able to find a son-in-law who is richer than Liang Jin. So for Yi Wuchen, who only had a 10 million level deposit, she really couldn't look at it. Song Zian was completely speechless when she heard this. Mom, you're lucky to have a few $1,000s in your pocket, yet you still look down on big brother Yi who has tens of millions of dollars? Besides, whether brother Yi has money or not, he's still a guest in our house. Also, big brother Yi and I don't have anything at all, so don't you always think that we're going to be anything? Song Zian couldn't bear it, and her volume increased quite a bit. Zhang Lan, however, didn't care about Song Zian's feelings at all as she stretched out her finger and pointed at Yi Wuchen and said, "Whatever you do, get rid of him quickly. Look at that, making a big mess of herbs and making a mess of this house of mine." Song Zian, however, was resolute. "No, big brother Yi is a guest I invited. He's staying here today. You can't kick him out." Zhang Lan was enraged when he heard this. "Good, you dead girl. Leaving this loser here doesn't count. You even want to keep him for the night? Ha, I don't agree. Definitely won't agree." Zhang Lan's attitude was equally resolute. This mother and daughter see the red face of the fight. There is the momentum of the incommunicado. At this point, Yi Wuchen walked over. "I'm borrowing this place in your house, and it won't be for nothing. How about I offer $100,000 to rent your house for a day?" When Zhang Lan heard it, he suspected that he hadn't heard it clearly. "How much?" She couldn't help but ask again. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. 100,000. Zhang Lan heard clearly enough this time. She was as if she had changed her face, instantly smiling playfully. "Transfer the money now. My house is yours for the day. $100,000 for a day's rent." Zhang Lan knew he had made a fortune. The rent for this kind of rural residence is just over $1,000 a month. Nowadays you make $100,000 a day. Cootie. No way. Song Zian wanted to persuade. "Brother Yi, you can't give it to her. You're a guest in my house. It's only right that we entertain you. Where's the sense in paying for it?" Yi Wuchen, however, laughed indifferently. "Zian, it's okay. I'll make the medicine tonight, and tomorrow we can make it back 1,000 times over." With that, he took out his cell phone and transferred the money to Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan saw the money arrive and smiled from ear to ear. "Zian, I'm going to play mahjong. I won't be back tonight if I play all night, but I have to make it clear. You're going to have to stay at the hotel tonight and not be with him. You're still a virgin. How can you be alone in a room with a man and a woman?" Zhang Lan explained several times, and only after getting Song Zian's promise did she happily leave. Song Zian accompanied Yi Wuchen for a while, then she could only follow her mother's explanation to go and open a hotel to stay. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, was alone, not panicking and continuing to boil the medicine in the courtyard. Time passes slowly. Nothing happened overnight. By the next day, Song Zian returned to the farmhouse early in the morning. As soon as she entered, she caught a strange scent. "It smells so good." The scent was very peculiar, and Song Zian sniffed it with extreme enjoyment. Yesterday, the house smelled of pungent herbs. Who knew that what replaced it today was a very nice medicinal scent? She fixed her eyes and saw that the cart full of herbs she had purchased yesterday was long gone. The only thing left were those precious herbs gifted by Zhai Wenkang, and it was from the cauldron that those rich aromas emanated. Song Zian curiously walked up to take a look, only to see a layer of light blue paste at the bottom of the cauldron. "What is it?" Song Zian asked curiously. Yi Wuchen used a spatula to shovel out those blue pastes from the cauldron and then put them into a glass bottle. He replied, "This thing, called Blue Moon Resident Cream, is what I prepared for Boss Meng. Here, I'll show you something else good," Yi Wuchen said, uncovering the pressure cooker on the side. Another medicinal aroma immediately poured out of the pressure cooker. This medicinal fragrance was not strong, like an orchid, but it seemed to have some kind of magical effect. Song Zian merely sniffed for a while, and felt only refreshed and relaxed. She looked towards the pressure cooker, only to see that there were dozens of soybean-sized pills inside the cooker. "Brother Yi, what is this?" Song Zian asked curiously. Yi Wuchen replied, "This thing, it's called the 100 Herbs Wan Lingdan. Don't underestimate it, making big money today depends on it." Song Zian looked to the other side in confusion. The precious medicinal herbs gifted by Zhai Wenkang were all untouched. In other words, this what cream what dan was all refined from ordinary herbs that Yi Wuchen had purchased from the medicinal herb market. "Big brother Yi, how valuable can the medicine made from these cheap herbs be? Isn't it true that the more precious the herbs are refined, the more valuable the medicine is?" In Song Zian's eyes, medicine made from cheap herbs must be cheap, and medicine made from expensive herbs must be expensive. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his head and said, Zian, that's where you're wrong. Those rare herbs, although the medicinal effect is to be more peculiar than ordinary herbs, but whether the finished medicine produced is good or bad, besides looking at the materials, the most important thing, still depends on the refining technique. Song Zian blinked, seemingly not quite understanding. Yi Wuchen went on to explain. It's like when I was in the royal court restaurant. I had a cook-off with Master Jiang to make egg fried rice. Chef Jiang uses high-grade ingredients to create a luxurious bowl of egg fried rice, and I was able to beat him by choosing ordinary ingredients. The reason for that is that my handiwork is so much better than his. The same goes for medicine making. With my refining techniques, even ordinary herbs can be transformed into wonders in my hands, and refined into rare and miraculous medicines in the world. Song Zian immediately understood when she heard it that way. However, she was a bit skeptical that Yi Wuchen's pill refining technique was really as powerful as he said. She had never seen anyone who could excel in more than one field. Big brother Yi. Then wouldn't these precious medicinal herbs gifted by Elder Zhai be of no use? Song Zian felt a great pity when she thought that these precious medicinal herbs had no use. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed. If it didn't work, I wouldn't have taken the herbs. I have another use for these herbs. Okay Zian, take me to the golf club. Today, we're going to make a killing. Chapter 107, If you want to fight, then fight. Ling Family Army Conference Room. Yan Baidian, the Protectorate War God, was high up in the main seat. On his side, sitting on his side was Ling Rohan. Both of them were dressed in military attire and were majestic. On Ling Rohan's shoulder, a dazzling golden star flickered and she was already very beautiful looking, and now she was in formal military attire, which made her look valiant, and had the air of a woman of honor. On the other hand, a mighty golden dragon lay on top of Yan Baitian's shoulder badge, a distinction unique to the Protectorate War God. The two men sat demurely. They were meeting someone today. Squeak! The conference room door opened. The man they were to meet walked in. It's a slim man. He was none other than Zhang Maokai, who was known as the world's #1 expert. Zhang Maokai walked with great strides. Even though he was facing two military powerhouses, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. Looking for me for something? He was seen sitting in a chair in front of the two men, and coldly asked a question. When Ling Rohan saw Zhang Maocai's calm and cool demeanor, she couldn't help but admire him more and more in her heart. Ordinary people would have already been trembling under the might of Ling Rohan and Yan Baidian. Zhang Maokai, on the other hand, was as if he was fine, unperturbed, not bad for the world. Elder Zhang, we asked you to come over today because we have something we want to discuss. Let me introduce to you first. This person beside me is the #1 strongest person in our army, Protectorate War God, Yan Baidian. Ling Rohan opened her mouth to introduce herself to Zhang Maokai. Zhang Maocai's heart jolted when he heard this. Protectorate Warlord? He almost didn't scream in shock. Zhang Maokai had never thought that a commoner like himself would one day be able to meet the legendary Protectorate War God. This kind of living legend, the world's top big shot, was actually really in front of him. The moment, Zhang Maokai almost didn't collapse from his chair in fear. But, the words that the higher power had once said quickly echoed in his mind. Yeah, I need to calm down. The higher power has said that this path can only be followed without turning back. If I reveal myself now, then I'll have lost my life. Even, I'll be sent to jail. I can't be separated from my family. I have to be confident. Confidence. Confidence. I want to be absolutely confident. I am the #1 in the world. The world's #1 that no one can beat. Zhang Maokai kept hinting and encouraging himself in his mind. Soon, a powerful confidence immediately filled his entire body. Yi Wuchen really wasn't wrong in looking at him in the first place. Zhang Maocai's talent in the area of condensing qi was absolutely marvelous. In just a second, Zhang Maocai's body exuded an aura of being the only one. Then he spoke. Oh, merely oh so. When faced with Ling Ruhan's introduction of the Protectorate War God, he did not show any surprise, fear, or respect. Instead, he responded with a flat expression and an oh. Seeing this, Ling Ruhan's admiration for Zhang Maokai grew stronger in her heart. It was important to know that not many people in this world could remain so calm in front of the Protectorate War God. Yan Baidian, who was on the side, saw Zhang Maokai being so open and confident, and his interest in Zhang Maokai couldn't help but grow a few points heavier. He opened his mouth to ask a question. Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. It's like this. I've heard that a hidden master is willing to come out to serve the country, so I've come to meet him. General Ling has always admired you and has repeatedly recommended you to be the chief instructor of the special warfare team. And I, as the examiner, need to give you a little test. Forgive me, Mr. Zhang, this is also in accordance with procedure. Hearing this, Zhang Maocai's heart lifted once again. He hadn't expected at all that serving as the chief instructor of the special warfare team would require the Protectorate War God to personally assess him. The Protectorate War God is one of the strongest people in the world. If he was to be the one to test it, he would definitely reveal himself. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to Ling Rohan as some kind of instructor in the first place. For now, he had to fake it to the end. And so, only to see that Zhang Maocai's bland face suddenly floated up with an expression that regarded the Marquis of 10,000 households as if it were a piece of dung. Humph. From within his nostrils, he let out a cold snort of contempt. He then slightly twisted to face the other way, and his head was angled up, as if he was extremely contemptuous of the Protectorate War God's words. Yan Baidian and Ling Rohan were slightly puzzled, not understanding what exactly Zhang Maocai meant. Ryoko, Zhang Maocai spoke coldly. Chief Instructor of the Special Forces, is that rare? When he opened his mouth, it was a direct rhetorical question. Yan Baidian frowned slightly. He had served as Chief Instructor of Special Operations years ago. Now Zhang Maocai was belittling the position, and he was belittling himself as well. Immediately, Yan Baidian opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid you don't understand how much this position is. He hadn't finished his sentence. Zhang Maocai, however, suddenly interrupted loudly. If it wasn't for General Ling inviting me to be that chief instructor or whatever, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to look at these worldly positions. Ling Rohan was shocked. The Protectorate War God spoke and was actually interrupted? On normal days, when the Protectorate War God spoke, others didn't even dare to make the slightest sound, lest it would affect the War God's words. It was the first time she had seen someone who dared to interrupt the Protectorate War God. An angry look could not help but spread across Yan Baitian's face. And Zhang Maocai is more than that. Only to see him suddenly reach out and slam the table. Ping! The table was slammed straight back at him. Ling Rohan almost didn't scream out in shock. How dare you slap the table in front of the Protectorate War God? What a nerve! Next, Zhang Maocai even directly stood up from his chair and spoke angrily. I'm only giving you this chance because of General Ling's face. Remember, I'm the one giving you the opportunity, not you giving me the opportunity. I didn't beg to be this chief instructor of the special warfare team. You guys begged me to be it. And now, you guys are telling me there's even going to be any more tests? Is this questioning me? These words were not half as respectful to the Protectorate War God. Yan Baitian's eyes could not help but be flooded with a thick coldness. Ling Rohan hurriedly explained. Senior Zhang, we are not questioning you. We are. However, her words were once again mercilessly interrupted by Zhang Maocai. Only Zhang Maocai said in a cold voice, General Ling, you don't have to explain. As for that Special Forces chief instructor, don't do it. After saying that, Zhang Maocai directly turned around and left. Heads don't come back. Ling Rohan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. She knew that Elder Zhang was angry. She also knew that the Protectorate War God must be angry as well. Sure enough, only Yan Baidian had an icy face. His hand, too, slammed down on the table. Boom! There was a loud bang. The marble table, surprisingly, was torn apart by his slap. Yan Baidian also stood up. Mr. Zhang, I heard that you're the best in the world. I, Yan, would like to learn some of your masterstrokes today. As soon as he finished speaking, a boundless aura emanated from Yan Baitian's body. Terrifying pressure filled the entire conference room, and even the doors and windows were shaken and thumped. There has never been any conclusion as to who was the best in the world, because the two men who were recognized as the strongest, the Protectorate War God and the Martial Alliance Master, the two had never fought a duel. And now, someone has come up to claim to be the best in the world. Yan Baidian was certainly not convinced. Especially today, Zhang Maocai was even more rude to him, which made him want to test the true strength of this Zhang Maocai. Ling Rohan was scared out of her wits. If the Protectorate War God were to really engage the world's first in battle, then who knows how much destruction it would cause. Only Zhang Maocai stopped in his tracks. He turned back slightly and glanced at Yan Baidian. You want to fight me? Then, fight. Zhang Maocai, surprisingly, took up the fight. Ling Rohan's heart trembled. She knew that, today, things had gotten out of hand. Chapter 108, both dividing high and low, and deciding life and death. Yan Baidian challenged. Zhang Maocai responded to the battle. For a moment, the Protectorate War God Yan Baitian's aura rushed and surged, his might extremely appalling, and the world's first Zhang Maocai's aura kept releasing. Right in the face. A dragon fight is about to break out. Ling Rohan's forehead could not help but shed a trickle of sweat. She was afraid that if the two of them really fought, this Ling family army's barracks would have to be demolished by them. The destructive power of a duel between two supreme experts was extremely appalling. I don't know. The people who panicked didn't know she was alone. Zhang Maocai's heart at this time, the same batch of panic, is really going to fight? How could I possibly Be a match for the Protectorate War God? I'm afraid the Protectorate War God could crush me to death with one little thumb. His heart was so tense at this point that he could even feel his liver and gallbladder trembling. Zhang Maokai regretted it. He shouldn't have taken the battle in order to build momentum and solidify his image as the best in the world. Especially picked up, but also the challenge of the Protectorate War God. How many people in this world have the guts to accept such a challenge? He knows best how much he weighs. It's over. Absolutely dead this time. Wife, Tong Tong, and Gao Ran. I'm afraid I'll never be able to meet you again in this life. If you make a move with the Protectorate War God, you will surely die. Zhang Maokai was filled with despair. But, at this last moment of his life, Zhang Maokai decided to man up for once. He's been a coward all his life, and he wants to be brilliant. And so, Zhang Maokai kept following the method Yi Wuchen taught him, frantically condensing his qi. In his eyes, endless battle intent burst out. Even, he greeted the Protectorate War God and took the initiative to step forward. Boo! It's a step that hits the ground running. With his stance, he was actually actively provoking the Protectorate War God. Ling Rohan looked dumbfounded. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with shock. So, this is the might of the number one in the world. In this world, there has never been anyone who can still advance on their own initiative when facing the Protectorate War God. Ling Rohan's admiration for Zhang Maokai at this moment was even more like a torrential river flowing continuously. And on the opposite side, the Protectorate War God Yan Baitian's eyes also became grave. This guy, no matter how I look at it, he's an ordinary person who doesn't know any martial arts. But his aura, why is it actually so overpowering and strong? And, the aura is still climbing and getting stronger? If he's really an ordinary person, how could he possess such a powerful aura? This is a situation that is very counterintuitive. If one wasn't a supreme expert, it was impossible to gather such a strong aura, possess such a strong battle intent, and possess such a lofty self-confidence. But in Yan Baitian's eyes, Zhang Maokai was just a soft and ordinary human being anyhow, the kind that can kill a field with one hand. Yan Baitian seemed to have thought of something as his pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Could his martial arts cultivation have reached the point where I can't see through it? Looks like I'm going to have to get serious. Yan Baitian was wary. In this world, there was only one situation for someone who could make him unable to see through his cultivation. That would be someone who was on the same level of power as him. There are also stronger powerhouses than him. Yan Baitian didn't dare to be careless at that moment, as the power in his body gathered crazily. When he strikes, it has to be a killing blow. Only then would he have the confidence to defeat the man in front of him who was claimed to be the best in the world. Suddenly, just as Yan Baitian was gathering his best moves, he only saw Zhang Maokai actually raise his foot again and drop it forward. Boo! He had actually taken another step forward towards the Protectorate War God. Once again, an active challenge. As this step fell, the battle intent in Zhang Maokai's eyes surged once again, like a volcano about to erupt. His aura, moreover, increased dramatically once again. Even, there were signs of pressing the Protectorate War God's aura head-on. It's my honor to die at the hands of the Protectorate War God. The words came out of his mouth. It had been his sincere words, but at this moment, his words fell into the ears of Ling Rohan and Yan Baitian, but they were a provocation. Ling Rohan's heart became even more nervous. Yan Baitian's brows, too, wrinkled slightly. Zhang Maokai's provocation not only didn't make him timid, but instead, it stirred up his wariness more and more. Your aura, it can't overwhelm me. I am the god of war, the undefeated god of war. The qi within Yan Baitian's body steeply and violently erupted. In this instant, Yan Baitian was like an invincible berserk beast that could tear apart any enemy. Zhang Maokai's aura, on the other hand, was strong when it met strength. The two men's auras constantly fought against each other, and they actually had a momentum of separation. To begin, Ling Ruhan's voice was trembling slightly. She knew very well that when the aura of these two decided experts was raised to the extreme, it was the time for them to strike and fight, both high and low, as well as life and death. Two men, about to strike. Sure enough, Yan Baitian said in a cold voice, General Ling, stand down. If I go down with this move, I'm afraid that this conference room will be destroyed, and no one in the room will survive. Ling Rohan hurriedly and quickly backed away, until she retreated beyond the conference room door. She knew very well that the Protectorate War God never joked. At this point, Yan Baitian's killing move had successfully coalesced. His eyes were already bursting with killing intent. He raised his right arm and was about to strike. Zhang Maokai's mind went blank. He was ready to meet death. He wanted to shed tears. He wanted to cry. He wanted to go home. Suddenly, the mutation was sudden. Jingle bells. At this critical moment, a phone rang suddenly. It was actually Yan Baitian's cell phone that rang. No one had expected such a change of heart at this point in time. Yan Baitian's brows furrowed tightly. Such a situation took him by surprise. With a strong enemy and a big battle on the horizon, he couldn't be bothered to answer the phone. The phone call, however, was extraordinarily alarming to his attention. At this point, Zhang Maocai's aura was withdrawn. He rushed towards Yin Baidian and made a gesture of invitation. War God, please also answer the phone first. Zhang Maocai opened his mouth. He was breezy on the surface, but the real situation is best known only to himself. He just couldn't resist. The Protectorate War God's aura was so terrifying that Zhang Maocai had put his life on the line to barely resist it. If a few more moments passed, even if the Protectorate War God didn't make a move, Zhang Maocai would inevitably be pressurized by the Protectorate War God's terrifying aura to the point of vomiting blood. So as soon as he seized the opportunity, Zhang Maocai immediately showed his goodwill, and his gesture of goodwill was misinterpreted by the bystanders. Ling Rohan couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being the number one in the world, Senior Zhang's demeanor is truly admirable. Even Yen Baitian's eyes showed gratitude. Immediately, Yen Baitian also restrained all of his berserk aura. He nodded slightly at Zhang Maocai. Mr. Zhang didn't take advantage of my distraction to strike. This temperament of not taking advantage of a person's danger is admirable to Yen. Please wait for me for a moment. Mr. Zhang, we'll fight again after the call. Zhang Maocai nodded. Yen Baitian also took out his cell phone and picked up the call. No one knew what Yen Baitian had heard from the phone call, and all that could be seen was that the expression on his face had become serious. Finally, the phone hung up. Ling Rohan's heart lifted again. The duel, I'm afraid, is about to open up again. Chapter 109, Only a higher power can save me. Who knows? Yen Baitian, however, did not continue to strike, but instead looked at Zhang Maocai with a slight apology. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. Mr. Yen needs to move immediately and go forward to persuade someone. That man is not simple either. I've heard, I have to succeed this time. So in order to preserve my strength, I can't continue sparring with Mr. Zhang right now. Otherwise it's a small matter of me getting hurt and a big matter of breaking my promise. Please bear with me. Mr. Zhang. Yen Baitian's words were sincere and obviously not false. The Protectorate War God, if he didn't really have an important matter to attend to, he would definitely not avoid war. The one who wanted to fight was Yen Baitian, and now the one who wanted to stop was also Yen Baitian. So Yen Baitian took the initiative to apologize and show his goodwill. Zhang Maocai nodded. May, if you want to fight, I'm ready to accompany you. After saying that, Zhang Maocai turned around and left. Yen Baitian and Ling Rohan watched Zhang Maocai's back gradually disappear. It wasn't until this time that the invisible oppression disappeared. Ling Rohan let out a long sigh of relief as she looked towards Yen Baitian. War God, what do you think of Elder Zhang? Yen Baitian replied. I'm not sure. The only way to understand his true strength is to wait until I return from my errand and have a good sparring session with him. General Ling, I'm going to take care of some personal business first. When I come back from processing, you help me make an appointment for Zhang Maocai to fight at the peak. After Yen Baitian finished speaking, he also turned to leave. Ling Ruhan's heart snapped at his words. She only assumed that even Yen Baitian was unable to see through Zhang Maocai's strength. This Elder Zhang is truly profound. At the same time, she was getting more and more excited about this peak battle between the Protectorate War God and the world's No. 1. Every strong man is eager to see the showdown of the decidedly strong. Outside the Ling family army's compound, Zhang Maocai took a step forward. When he came to a deserted place, he finally couldn't hold on any longer, only to see his legs go limp, his entire body directly paralyzed on the ground. His back, moreover, was already wet with sweat. It's horrible. The aura of that Protectorate War God is too terrifying. I've been relying on what the higher power has taught me to hold on desperately so that I don't get paralyzed on the spot. Just now in the conference room, Zhang Maocai's entire process looked as if he was walking leisurely, but it's really all pretend. His legs had long been weak with fear and his guts were trembling. If he hadn't relied on the methods that Yi Wuchen taught him to continuously strengthen his beliefs and keep holding on strongly, I'm afraid that he would have revealed himself long ago. Luckily, the Protectorate Warlord answered a phone call today, allowing me to escape. Otherwise, if the Protectorate War God strikes, then I will absolutely die without a burial place. What am I supposed to do if he finishes his business and wants to continue the duel with me? I'll be dead by then. I don't want to die. Zhang Maocai couldn't help but fall into deep fear. If he had encountered another enemy, Zhang Maocai might have fled the city immediately with his wife and children and traveled far away. But the opponent was the powerful Protectorate Warlord. No matter where Zhang Maocai fled to, it didn't help. No, I have to go to a higher power. By now, only someone high can save me. Zhang Maocai was like grasping a life preserver at this moment. Marriott International Golf Club. In the middle of a separate parlor, many rich big bosses gathered together. These big bosses are some of the city's most top-ranking wealthy businessmen. The fact that they were able to gather here today was of course due to Meng Ning. A rich man's temper is certainly not small. They had just gathered for a moment and were already complaining in droves. Mr. Meng, what exactly did you call us here for? That's right, we've been sitting here for half a day, and our time is precious. If you want to play ball, play ball. If you want to talk business, talk business. What the hell is the point of calling us here to sit around? The business of the big bosses resounded throughout the hall. As the person involved, Meng Ning couldn't sit still any longer. All she could do was get up and explain it everyone. Gentlemen, please also listen to me. I have gathered all of you here today because I have a friend who would like to discuss a business deal with you. If this deal is done right, odds are it will make money. Meng Ning's words attracted the attention of these rich merchants. Being businessmen, they are of course filled with endless interest in making money. Immediately, a rich merchant couldn't help but ask, Mr. Meng's friends are definitely either rich or noble. I don't know which boss wants to work with us. If it's really a good program, I'd like to give it a try. The crowd of big bosses nodded their heads, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. When doing business, the first thing to look at is the background of the other person's identity. As the saying goes, it's good to be under a big tree. Once the other party is strong enough and has enough resources, then the probability of success is greater when working together. Meng Ning's position in the business world was obvious to everyone. If she introduces a friend, there must be no problem. Hearing this, Huang Bin in his seat couldn't help but have an interested expression on his face. Meng didn't listen to my advice. I wonder if she'll regret it. He knew that this time, Menning was going to make a fool of himself. Huang Bin hadn't arrived today to watch Yi Wuchen push his products, but to see how Meng Ning would end up. Sure enough, an embarrassed look spread across Mening's face. Here's the thing. This friend of mine, he's someone I met playing soccer. His name is Yi Wu Duan. Yi Wuchen? All the rich merchants were stunned. They searched confidently in their minds for information about the name, but ultimately came up empty. Yi Wuchen? What line of business is he in as a boss? Or the son of which family? How come I've never heard that name before? What's his strength? What are the assets? Rich businessmen can't help but ask questions of concern, and Meng Ning's beautiful face couldn't help but blush slightly. She answered truthfully, Yi Wuchen, he is not a boss or a son of a family. As for his strength, I have heard that he has $50 million in savings. Other than that, I haven't heard of him having any other assets. Menning's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Upon hearing this, the rich merchants immediately exploded. What? It's just a nobody. $50 million? How is a person of this level qualified to do business with us? He doesn't even have any assets other than his savings, which means he has poor connections and resources. Mr. Meng, have you been tricked by a scammer? I've heard of some scammers that fit the profile of the person you're talking about perfectly. These rich merchants, already showing their dissatisfaction, they only felt that Menon had played a big joke on them. If it wasn't for Meng Ning's face and status, otherwise their words wouldn't have been so polite. As Meng Ning listened to the complaints of the wealthy merchants, he couldn't help but grow more and more helpless. She knew exactly what she was setting herself up for by saying those words, but in order to fulfill her promise, she had no choice but to tough it out. Today, it's useless to regret. Huang Bin stood up at this moment and spoke at the crowd. Alright, everyone, don't make things difficult for Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng also has his own hardships. Let's not waste time here either. That Yi Wuchen brat isn't worth waiting for. It's not easy for everyone to get together today. I, Huang, invite you to my manor to taste the collection of fine wine. Huang Bin's words were considered a relief for Meng Ning. At the same time, he was able to turn the bureau that Meng Ning had spent his connections to put together this time into his own. It can be a double whammy. A group of rich merchants also got up and prepared to leave. Huang Bin's identity was worthy of their trip. Menon was a little anxious at the sight. Yi Wuchen hadn't arrived yet, and if these rich merchants dispersed just like that, then there would be no way for her to fulfill her promise. At that moment, Meng Ning couldn't help but try to persuade everyone to stay, but she opened her mouth, but she could never get it out. She knew that the fact that these big bosses were willing to take time out of their busy schedules to come over today was already extremely giving her face. If she still let them stay and waste their time waiting bitterly for a nameless person, then her behavior would be really excessive. Yi Wuchen, I tried my best. Menning shook his head helplessly and could only give up. Right about this time. Squeak! The door to the parlor hall suddenly opened. A figure appeared at the gate. At the same time, a human voice came. Guys, just wait. I just got here. What are you guys walking away from? I have brought you an opportunity that could not be found in a lantern. After this village, there will be no more stores. The person who came was not a sidekick. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. Chapter 110. Let's see how it works. Yi Wuchen's appearance caused Meng Ning to breathe a sigh of relief. She had, at least, made good on her promise. As for what happened next, that could only depend on Yi Wuchen himself. He only saw Yi Wuchen carrying a large bag and smilingly walked into the middle of the hall. He set the large bag down on the ground and then faced a group of wealthy businessmen. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Wuchen. Today, I'm here to make you all rich. Everyone just needs to casually throw a few $1 billion at me, and I'll be able to guarantee that everyone will make a fortune. Yi Wuchen's voice was very loud and resonated throughout the room, and the crowd of rich businessmen looked at him as if they were looking at a little cutie. That's right, it's a little cutie. Which of the rich businessmen present are not accomplished big bosses? They, a group of successful people, all have their own way of making money. Where do they need to rely on a nameless kid to bring them wealth, and just throw billions at it? This little cutie. Do you really think these big bosses are as stupid as he is? Immediately, the rich merchants sneered. Where did this brat come from? He's not even fully grown and he dares to speak out? What a laugh. How can you be rich enough to talk to us with your $10 million? If you don't have $1 billion, you're not even qualified to eat at the same table with me. Mr. Meng, this kid you called is definitely a liar. That's why he only has savings and no assets, because he's not capable of fighting for a career at all. What a waste of time. Let's go. I don't care to listen to the nonsense of a nothing. Many wealthy businessmen chose to simply leave the market. They don't want to stay a minute longer, because they make money by the minute. Instead of spending time with this suspected scammer or cutie guy wasting his time, he might as well go make more money. Yi Wuchen, however, still stood in place with a smile on his face, looking at these rich businessmen's stance nor blocking them. Menning couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, the people are almost gone, and you don't say a word? A good salesman is able to capture everyone's heart and sell his wares with all his might as soon as he comes out of the gate. And yet Yi Wuchen was so indifferent, which caused Meng Ning to feel a hint of discomfort. He had spent so much of his own connections to gather these rich merchants, and this hard work and dedication was belittled by Yi Wuchen like this. Meng Ning began to feel unworthy of helping Yi Wuchen like this. Who knows? Yi Wuchen just laughed. Boss Meng, let them go if they want to, because it's their loss when they're gone. They have no idea what an opportunity they're missing out on. At these words, Meng Ning was even more extremely speechless when he heard them. The 6 remaining big bosses on the scene also scoffed even more. Young man, you've gone too wild, haven't you? If you were really that powerful, you wouldn't be so poor with only tens of millions of dollars now. The few of us are willing to stay solely because we're looking at Mr. Meng's face and don't want to embarrass him too much. Not to come and listen to your nonsense. If you're no longer capable of showing us your worth, then I don't see the need for us and Mr. Meng to stay. The last 6 big bosses were all wealthy businessmen who were personal friends or had business dealings with Meng Ning. Huang Bin was among them. He shook his head slightly. Mr. Meng today, I'm afraid he's going to make a joke. In the future, the rich businessman will laugh at her, and it will hurt her connections. I've long said that if you're good at playing ball, you may not be great at business. Unfortunately, Mr. Meng doesn't stop my persuasion. The more pompous and stupid Yi Wuchen acted, the more it proved Huang Bin right. Huang Bin stayed behind, also wanting to see how much Meng Ning would suffer in the end. As for Yi Wuchen, despite suffering from everyone's ridicule, his face didn't fluctuate a bit. You all stay and you will definitely not be disappointed. Next, I'll show you 2 babies. Only Yi Wuchen opened the large bag he brought with him, and what was inside was actually some bottles and jars. The bottles and jars, on the other hand, were so ordinary that they even had some unripped labels on them. These bottles and jars were exactly what Song Xian had retrieved from her home for Yi Wuchen to use. Menning stared at the text on the top of one of the bottles and wondered, is this canned fruit? Huang Bin also got a good look at the label on the other bottle. Shampoo? I know this brand of shampoo. $20 a bottle. This one of yours still looks used. This second-hand stuff, that's your baby? The remaining few rich merchants, even more hilarious. These things that Yi Wuchen took out were simply laughable. Shampoo, canned fruit. This stuff is used too? What a disgrace. Yi Wuchen, however, opened his mouth. There's been a misunderstanding. These bottles are just a temporary fine for a little while, and what's really valuable is what's in the bottle. Saying that, he only saw Yi Wuchen pull out a bottle, and after opening the lid a blue paste appeared inside. Along with it came a strange scent. This thing, it's called the Blue Moon Resident Cream. It was specially prepared by me for Boss Meng. Just apply this Blue Moon Resident Cream on your face, and after 15 minutes you will have a very noticeable effect. It is capable of producing magical effects on one's skin, which simply means that it can make one's skin look at least 10 years younger. This is a product that I only intend to cooperate with Boss Meng. in order to make money and reward him for his hard work in organizing the game today. Yi Wuchen said, glancing his eyes to Meng Ning on the side. Boss Meng, try it. After you've cleaned your face, apply it as if you were applying a skincare product. The effect, absolutely satisfactory to you. As he said that, he handed this jar of Blue Moon Resident Cream to Meng Ning. Meng Ning looked at the jar of paste, a deep frown on her beautiful face, her beautiful eyes. She kept them fixed on the few words on the jar. Canned pineapples. A cream that comes in a canned pineapple bottle for her to apply to her face? Who knows if the jar was cleaned? Does anyone know if this paste is sanitary or not? Meng Ningka was a slight cleanliness freak, and the set of cosmetics she used on a regular basis was worth at least $100,000. Nowadays, she's asked to use such a thing that looks cheap at first glance? Especially since Yi Wuchen meant for her to show the effects? She was also told to clean her face. Is this to make her remove her makeup in public and show her face? This is outrageous. Menin is not young anymore. She is in her 30s. At this age, even with good care, the skin on her face has long since been unable to compete with that of a young girl. Meng Ning, who loves beauty, never shows her face in front of outsiders. So at this point, Meng Ning's heart was 100 times reluctant. I think, is better. Tell you what, I'll just find someone to test it on. I, myself, would have no need to test it myself. Menin politely declined. She then called a cleaning lady from beyond the parlor. The cleaning aunt was in her early 50s. Her face was covered with melasma and her skin looked dark and rough. After Meng Ning gave the cleaning auntie a spending money, the cleaning auntie did not hesitate to agree to come and participate in the demonstration of the effects of the Blue Moon Resident Cream. Yi Wuchen didn't mind. Good. Then I will demonstrate the effects of the Blue Moon Resident Cream on this lady's face. Saying that, Yi Wuchen applied the Blue Moon Resident Cream evenly onto the cleaning aunt's face. The cleaning aunt's face covered with Blue Moon Resident Cream and turned a blue color. Menning lifted his watch and started timing. After a while, Menning opened his mouth. 15 minutes to go. Let's see how it works. Yi Wuchen brought a basin of water, and the cleaning aunt began to clean her face. The results, soon to be presented. Chapter 111, I want to try it myself. As the cleaning lady began to wash her face, she only saw that the basin of clear water had gradually turned blue. Apparently, it was the Blue Moon Resident Cream that had been previously applied to her face gradually being washed down. The crowd of onlookers, however, still had disdain on their faces. This 3-no product with no production date, no quality certificate, and no manufacturer. Thank goodness it doesn't make this housekeeping rot her face. What's not funny about leaving it on for 15 minutes and trying to get any effect? Even the best skincare products need to be used consistently over a long period of time to have a noticeable effect. I'm afraid the effect of this thing he brought is not as strong as a face mask. For rich businessmen many things, as soon as they hear that the results are too exaggerated and outrageous, they know that it must be a scam. Even they find it superfluous to get cleaning ants to experiment with this behavior. Not only did the rich merchants not believe it, even Meng Ning shook his head greatly. Menning was in the cosmetics and skincare business, and she knew more about skincare than anyone else in the room. 15 minutes and you want visible results. Not even hormones are that amazing. She's been in the business for over a decade, and she's never heard of a skincare product that's this good. At this point, Huang Bin spoke up. It's normal to promote products, but exaggerating the effect of products that is suspected of false advertising. Products are like character, and the fact that this Mr. Yi exaggerates his character so much also proves that his products are not good. Well, everyone better get going. We won't have to look at the final result. For the sake of General Meng, let's give this Mr. Yi a step down. Don't let him. Too much of a disgrace. Huang Bin's call to arms was strong, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the last few remaining wealthy merchants responded. They had already given Meng Ning enough face by staying until now. If he stayed behind again, and waited until the effect came out to make it unsatisfactory, then it would be tantamount to looking at Meng Ning's jokes. In order to not make Meng Ning look bad, they all followed Huang Bin along towards the gate. Menin knew that everyone was leaving like this for their own good. She looked towards Yi Wuchen, intending to leave even after giving a final explanation to Yi Wuchen. Mr. Yi, I've done all I can. From now on, we owe each other nothing. I don't think it's necessary for us to see each other again, either. Yi Wuchen caused Meng Ning to expend his connections and lose face, but failed to show any value. Meng Ning had already been completely disappointed in him and did not intend to continue entangling with Yi Wuchen. She turned to leave as well. Just 2 steps away, she turned back. By the way, Mr. Yi, I'll give you one last piece of advice. This is, oh my god. Menning's unfinished words were interrupted by her own exclamation of surprise, because as she looked back, she saw an incredible sight. Huang Bin and a group of rich merchants had already walked to the gate, and when they heard Meng Ning shriek, They couldn't help but turn back. After they took a good look at the situation that made Meng Ning shriek, everyone's expressions froze as well. Hiss! They sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. See only, that cleaning ant had by now washed her face clean, and her head was raised, her face presented to all. What are you all looking at me for? The cleaning auntie didn't expect to usher in a crowd of surprised gazes and exclamations from the big bosses as soon as she looked up, which made the cleaning auntie a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Unbeknownst to her, her face had changed dramatically. Her face of melasma was nowhere to be seen. Her dark, rough skin was now polished and delicate. A cleaning ant in her 50s now looks like she would definitely be believed if she had to say she was a young girl in her 20s. As the saying goes, one white color covers all the ugliness. The cleaning ant's features were ordinary looking, but her pink skin that was reddish-white in color made her charm rise several levels in an instant. Even a lot of rich businessmen, for a moment, actually had their hearts set on it. They all felt a chill of evil when they reacted. These rich businessmen were usually surrounded by all sorts of beautiful women, but now they would even have a short-lived heart attack on a 50-something cleaning ant? Wouldn't it be a laugh to tell such a thing? But the skin of this cleaning ant is really too good. Huang Bin couldn't help but rub his eyes. I'm not mistaken, am I? Is it possible that I've been up late for the past 2 days and it's caused me to be bleary-eyed? A rich merchant beside him was also surprised and dumbfounded. This is also too powerful, isn't it? Is this kid using some kind of makeup? I've heard there are some great makeup techniques that can be compared to plastic surgery. Aside from the makeup, this rich businessman can't believe what he's seeing in front of him. There was also a wealthy businessman who pulled his glasses out of his pocket. His eyesight was somewhat nearsighted, so at first glance he suspected it was a mistake as well. But when he put on his eyes and fixed them, he froze once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did this happen? Is this the same guy? It couldn't be that this kid invited that cleaning lady's own daughter from earlier to show her off while we were turning around. Could it? This kid and this mother and daughter teamed up to do a trick to fool us, right? Only a cleaning lady and her daughter could look so much alike and have such a big difference in their skin. The rest of the rich merchants couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't figure out for a moment whether they had encountered some magic-like trickery or whether the cream of whatever it was really had such a magical effect. But one thing is certain. That means they're not going to leave. They want to see the truth. If we can be sure that the effect of that blue moon facial cream is so exaggeratedly powerful, then this can really be an opportunity to make a lot of money. And it's the kind of opportunity that's amazing enough. Menning was the first to come back to his senses. This is impossible. Being a woman, she is far more sensitive to makeup and skincare than men. Many men, even, can't tell if a woman is wearing makeup or a plain face. And Meng Ning only needed one glance to see through the essence. She could tell before that the cleaning lady wasn't even half made up. At this point the cleaning ant's skin has undergone such an anticlimactic change, and it's definitely not the effect of makeup either. There is only one reason for this, and that is the effect of those blue pastes. After Meng Ning came back to his senses, he hurriedly escaped and stuffed a stack of bills into that cleaning ant's hands. This big sister has worked hard. I'll give you a red packet of $10,000. You have to promise me one thing. When you get out of here, you must never say anything to anyone about what happened here. And you're definitely not allowed to say anything when people ask you what's wrong with your face. Menning gave a serious account. Any great business opportunity must be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, opportunities may be lost. Boss, don't worry. I'll keep my mouth shut. I won't tell anyone who asks me. The cleaning ants got such a big red packet, and their faces immediately beamed with joy. Menning waved his hand, and the cleaning ant then left the parlor. Subsequently, Meng Ning closed the door to the parlor with his own hands, and at the same time pulled down all the curtains. After doing this, she arrived in front of Yi Wuchen. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Meng Ning's eyes were filled with complexity. The man she had despised several times, but who always managed to surprise her. Menning opened his mouth and said seriously, Mr. Yi, I want to try it myself. Chapter 112, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The miraculous effects of the Blue Moon Resident Cream really scared Meng Ning. In order to verify whether the effect of this Blue Moon Resident Cream is true or not, Meng Ning decided to personally test it. She couldn't trust the cleaning lady, only herself. If true, then this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. Mr. Meng, please be careful. Who knows what tricks that boy is playing? Don't let your beauty get damaged accidentally. Huang Bin couldn't help but speak up. A beautiful face is extraordinarily precious to any woman. That's why you have to be careful when using anything on your face, especially when it comes to the use of these 3 products. Menning replied, Mr. Huang, I've decided. This opportunity is important to me. It's not just a business opportunity. It's also a chance for me to get my youth back. Huang Bin then stopped persuading. Yi Wuchen, on the other hand, looked at the rich merchants still remaining, especially glancing at Huang Bin. Bosses, anyone else who wants to leave can do so now. Anyone who walks away can really lose this rare opportunity, Yi Wuchen said with a smile, and this time, none of the group of wealthy businessmen left. They also wanted to see the results of Menin's experiment. A keen sense for money keeps them from moving their feet. Huang Bin's face was a little hard to hang on to. You know, he was the one who first said he wanted to leave just now. But right now, he wouldn't want to leave either. That brat. If Mr. Meng verifies that this so-called ointment is just magic, then see if I don't send him in. He couldn't help but mutter. Yi Wuchen didn't bother with him as he turned to Meng Ning. Boss Meng, please also clean your face first. Menin nodded, then began removing her makeup, following it with washing her face with water. When she was done with everything, she looked up. At this time, she presented herself to everyone with a veiled face. All of the rich merchants couldn't help but look towards Meng Ning's face. They had never seen her plain face before. At this look, many people were a little disappointed in their hearts. Mening has always been a notoriously beautiful boss, and her beauty has always been talked about by outsiders. But the now veiled Mening is not as beautiful as she was when she wore makeup. Meng Ning's features were exquisite, a living, breathing beauty. Her skin, however, is much worse. She was already a middle-aged woman in her 30s, and her skin had long since lost its luster and clean softness, instead looking a little dull. The skin was a bit saggy and yellowish, and you could also see visible hyperpigmentation and even some acne marks and fat grains. Such poor skin makes her appearance greatly diminished when she is veiled. It caused her to look as if she were an ordinary-looking clean-cut middle-aged woman. It's a far cry from the radiantly beautiful boss in makeup. Mr. Meng, it's all that brat's fault, causing Mr. Meng to make such a big sacrifice. Huang Bin couldn't help but shout angrily. In the past, Meng Ning never showed her face, causing her to have an excellent impression in the minds of the people. Now that Mening is showing her not-so-perfect veiled face, it only seriously affects her image. Mening's heart was also a little embarrassed. However, she still forced herself to face Yi Wuchen. Mr. Yi, this face of mine, can it also have the same effect as that janitor just did? Her inquiry was calm, but inside she was filled with intense anticipation. You know, Meng Ning's usual skincare products are more than 100,000 a set. She goes to the beauty salon every time the card is hundreds of thousands of dollars from. Still, as she got older, her skin deteriorated a little. She spent more money than she could save. This made Meng Ning's heart extremely helpless about the easy passing of looks. But after she sees the opportunity to look younger, she becomes extra excited. Yi Wuchen replied, "Don't worry, Boss Meng. Just apply these Blue Moon resident creams to your face. It works well if I give you a facial massage." Meng Ning couldn't help but say hurriedly, "Please also help me, Mr. Yi." Yi Wuchen nodded. Then he had his hand grab a handful of Blue Moon resident cream and began to evenly apply it to Meng Ning's face. Meng Ning's entire face began to turn a blue color. Yi Wuchen then used his fingers again and began to massage on Meng Ning's face. He massaged it without being heavy or light, with just the right amount of intensity. Meng Ning only felt very enjoyable, and even couldn't help but let out a soft hum of comfort in her mouth and nose. A host of wealthy businessmen are also waiting patiently. Huang Bin stared at his watch, watching the time. Once the 15 minutes were up, Huang Bin couldn't wait to speak. "It's time." Yi Wuchen withdrew his finger, and Mening began to use water to wash his face. All the rich merchants couldn't help but cross their fingers in anticipation of the outcome. Soon, Menin had finished cleaning her face and was wiping the water with a facecloth. The crowd held their breath as they knew the outcome was about to be revealed. Finally, Menin had wiped herself clean, and she set the facecloth down, her whole face, displayed for all to see. Shasta, quiet in the room. All of them, as if they were dumb. Even Huang Bin, who had been chattering before, was silent at this time. Everyone's eyes, without moving, stared at Meng Ning's face. Dumbstruck. "Why are you guys looking at me like that? My face, what's wrong with it?" Meng Ning was made uncomfortable by the crowd. She couldn't help but pull out her vanity mirror and start sizing up her face towards the mirror. At this look, Mening also froze. She finally realized why the men were looking at her like that. Because of the beauty. It is just beautiful. The skin on Meng Ning's face at this time was as good as it could be. The skin was white and red, crystal clear, polished and delicate, and could even be described as blown out. Hyperpigmentation, acne marks, cellulite and dullness on the face all disappeared. Even the sagging skin characteristic of middle-aged women is completely gone. Her skin became firm and white as if it were gelatin. Such excellent and perfect skin, combined with her delicate features, made her beauty impossible to magnify. This beauty is more moving than with makeup. It is as natural as a lotus flower. Pure natural beauty, combined with the flair and femininity of a mature woman, is simply stunning. This is me? Menning looked at his face incredulously. At this moment, who dared to say that Menning was in his 30s? It's just that it's absolutely fine to say that she's an 18-year-old girl. Moved. A kind of rich businessmen couldn't help but have their hearts pinging as they looked at Meng Ning's stunningly beautiful face at this moment. They were so moved in the face of such beauty that they simply couldn't resist. Huang Bin also grew his mouth and stayed for half a day. This effect, it is not too obvious. No, it's not just obvious. One could even say it's a world of difference. An ordinary middle-aged woman with a plain face turned into a stunning beauty in the blink of an eye. This of course had to do with the fact that Meng Ning herself had a beautiful base and delicate features. The cleaning auntie just now was ordinary looking, and even if her skin had gotten better, she still couldn't be called a great beauty. But Menning was a rare beauty when she was young. Only as her face aged with age, her plain face only became more and more ordinary. Now that her skin is rejuvenated, her beauty naturally bursts forth all at once, appending everyone's imagination. Get rich. Whoever gets the recipe for this ointment will definitely make a fortune. Women's business is the best in this world. Relying on this kind of ointment can make countless women in the world willing to pay for it. This product is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. At this moment, greed couldn't help but show in the eyes of all the rich merchants. Chapter 113 The Profiteering That Makes You Crazy. Menon was still staring blankly at her face in the makeup mirror. My face, my youth, is finally back. In her eyes, she couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears in excitement. It was difficult for the men in the audience to understand a woman's joy and excitement at the return of her youth. Menon wept with joy, so much so that she was so excited that she couldn't help herself for a moment. The rest of the rich merchants, however, had already flocked forward. When they came to Yi Wuchen's surroundings, the contempt and indifference on each of their faces no longer existed before. Instead they all became enthusiastic. Mr. Yi, I want to talk to you privately about this business. I'm interested in this product. Mr. Yi, how much capital do you want? Just tell me. I hope to work with you exclusively. I possess enough strength. Please also cooperate with me exclusively. I'm much stronger. The factory under my name has the ability to mass produce this product, and my sales channels are all over the world. Mr. Yi, I have sufficient funds and resources. Please also cooperate with me. I won't let you down. The rich merchants were scrambling to be the first, constantly hoping to reach a cooperation with Yi Wuchen. The sizzling eyes they looked at Yi Wuchen at this moment were as if they were looking at a god of wealth. Huang Bin stood aside, his face full of embarrassment. He was also eager to step forward for this rare opportunity to make money, but he couldn't pull his punches for a moment. That brat, the kid that he had just despised and mocked, now he actually wanted him to get together and give him a hot shout out. Where does this make his big boss's face go? Huang Bin's eyes could only be envious and cynical. Yi Wuchen, however, spoke with a smiling face. Everybody take it easy. You've got the wrong guy. I've already said that this Blue Moon Resident Cream is something I made to repay Mr. Meng's favor, and I only intend to cooperate with him at the moment. If you guys want a piece of the pie, you'll have to see if Mr. Meng agrees. The crowd sniffed. Only then did they react to the fact that Yi Wuchen had indeed said such a thing. It was only that none of them took it seriously at the time. After all, no one had expected the effects of this Blue Moon Resident Cream to be so magical. Immediately, the wealthy merchants clustered around Meng Ning. Mr. Meng, please also allow me to join forces with you. You know my strength. I've been friends with Mr. Meng for several years. Mr. Meng will take me to get rich with you this time. Mr. Meng, we've worked together so many times. You know I'm the most honest person. There's absolutely no problem working with me. The rich merchants looked eagerly at Meng Ning, hoping to get his approval. And Meng Ning gradually came back to his senses at this time. She gratefully glanced at Yi Wuchen, and the impression of Yi Wuchen in her heart could not help but completely reverse. Her gratitude towards Yi Wuchen was not just that Yi Wuchen used the Blue Moon Resurfacing Cream to help her return to youth in terms of appearance. Her gratitude, and this arrangement by Yi Wuchen. This man really isn't as simple as I thought before. Meng Ning knew very well that she had damaged a lot of contacts to successfully organize this bureau today, and at first it seemed to be the one with the most to lose. But with such an arrangement, Yi Wuchen could restore her lost connections, and even make her the one who gained the most instead. The commercial value of the Blue Moon Resident Cream is immense. This is true for anyone who is not a cutie. All can see it clearly. Meng Ning is a leader in this industry, far more than the next person to see more clearly. Mr. Yi, may I ask the cost of this Blue Moon Resident Cream? Roughly how much? Menon gets serious when it comes to business. Yi Wuchen replied. The cost of the herbs for such a jar of Blue Moon Resident Cream is around $2,000. That's just the price I pay when I go to the herb market to buy medicine. It must be even lower if you centralize your purchases. And the Blue Moon resident cream is made in a cauldron at my friend's house. It was done in a large frying pan on a gas burner and took about 4 hours. Take your time to calculate these various costs. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That cost is way too low. The cost of the herbs, just $2,000. The other costs of space, equipment, labor, etc. add up and will become very low once mass production is underway. That makes the cost of this jar of Blue Moon resident cream no more than $3,000. That cost is nothing in front of the value of this Blue Moon resident cream. With the miraculous effect of the Blue Moon resident cream, even if it was sold for $3 million, there would be countless people who would go crazy. If you specialize in the high-end route, then it's not a problem at all to sell for $30 million. Even those royal princesses, noble ladies and female rich businessmen abroad, even if they sell $300 million, they absolutely do not even blink. It's a business that's literally $1 million. No, it's a book of countless profits, pyrrhic to enough to drive people crazy. The greed in the eyes of the rich merchants present grew more and more intense. Such a huge profit is enough to make them do anything. Even Huang Bin couldn't help but walk up to Yi Wuchen. Mr. Yi, I was wrong before. I'm ratty and blind, and I've offended you many times. I solemnly apologize, and I ask you to be kind enough to give me a chance to get involved. After saying that, Huang Bin bent down. He actually bowed deeply towards Yi Wuchen. For these businessmen, in front of the interests, face and dignity and other things are nothing at all, especially when it's such an appalling windfall. It makes Huang Bin apologize without hesitation. He knew very well that the product was in Yi Wuchen's hands, and that was what Yi Wuchen said. Yi Wuchen looked at the bowing Huang Bin with a smile and asked with a laugh, "Boss Huang, what's the point?" Huang Bin froze. Yi Wuchen's words didn't have the meaning of a promise. Does it mean he hasn't forgiven himself yet? So Huang Bin gritted his teeth. But he actually dropped to both knees. Such a well-known rich merchant had unexpectedly knelt down to Yi Wuchen just like that. Everyone was surprised, but they were able to fully understand, because if they were in Huang Bin's situation, they wouldn't hesitate to kneel down and apologize. In front of enough profiteering, people can even give up their lives, not to mention just a mere kneeling apology. Only Huang Bin was heard pleading, "Mr. Yi, I'm kneeling down for you, and please don't ostracize me. Please, I'll do anything you say if you agree." Huang Bin was telling the truth. It was Yi Wuchen who asked him to eat poop right now, and he could definitely eat several pounds without hesitation. Yi Wuchen laughed. "Boss Huang, you misunderstood me. Like I said, it's up to Boss Meng to decide whether or not you guys can participate in this business now. So it's useless for you to beg me. It's Boss Meng who should be begging." Huang Bin's eyes lit up. He understood that things had taken a turn for the worse. "Thanks a lot, Mr. Yi. Thanks a lot." Huang Bin thanked Yi Wuchen gratefully and then stood up from the ground. He and Menning had a deep friendship and a lot of business cooperation, and he was sure that Menning would give him this opportunity. The rest of the rich merchants, on the other hand, even looked at Meng Ning with an incomparably eager gaze. Menning took a deep breath, then stood up and spoke. "Mr. Yi, this business is too big. With my Ning Mei Nikkei, I can't eat such a big business. That's why I'm suggesting that everyone in the room be involved. Mr. Yi, I'm still asking for your permission." Chapter 114, 20 days. $1 billion. Meng Ning's words were helpless. There's money to be made. Who wouldn't want to keep it all to themselves? But solo, it also depends on strength. Menning owned Ningmei Cosmetics Company, Ltd., is the sole champion of the Southeast, though, but she wasn't strong enough to eat the Blue Moon resident cream. Greed will only end up holding you up. Who among the wealthy businessmen present would be willing to give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money? If they are not allowed to participate, they will absolutely find ways to sabotage. At that time, Meng Ning would undoubtedly set up many strong enemies for himself and would only end up being played to death. So the best way was to get everyone involved, with Meng Ning and Yi Wuchen both being the most appropriate as the lead. "Boss Meng, if you say it's okay, it's okay. Like I said, the thing itself is meant to repay you." Yi Wuchen agreed with alacrity. Menning breathed a sigh of relief. As her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Wuchen, the more grateful she became. Menning then said, "Then I propose that a new company be formed by a few of us, and that the company be divided into 100 shares of $100 million each. Mr. Yi only needs to contribute the formula, not a penny, and 70% of the shares, and I have 10% of the shares, and the remaining 6 owners, totaling the remaining 20%. I don't know everyone. What do you think?" When the crowd of rich merchants heard this, they couldn't help but keep calculating in their minds. They weighed the pros and cons for a few moments and then agreed. The profit of this business was too great. If they didn't do it, Yi Wuchen could totally find a large number of people to do it. So they agreed quickly. And the wealthy businessmen believed that they could make just as much money even if they only took small shares. Everyone's eyes then looked at Yi Wuchen. It is the man who holds the core technology who ultimately takes the decision. Yi Wuchen, however, replied, I have little interest in setting up a company, and I don't want to be involved in wasting my time. You guys set up your own company, and after the Blue Moon Resident Cream is sold, just split the profits with me. The crowd was amazed. Yi Wuchen, you want to be the boss? Meng Ning hastily reminded. Mr. Yi, you'll be at great risk in that case. It's hard for the law to protect your interests if something goes wrong. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. I've never had to rely on external objects to protect my interests. Because I can defend my interests myself. Anyone who dares to fool me will pay for it. His words were filled with intense confidence. The crowd of rich merchants who didn't know Yi Wuchen's background couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. There are only two kinds of people who dare to say such things. One that is ignorant and rash. The other, those who control great power. The rich merchants couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. Could this Yi Wuchen be the descendant of a noble family? Or a son of a family? Menning could only say, then I'll take absolute control of the newly formed company. Only in this way can Mr. Ye's interests be maintained. Mr. Yi, you can trust me. Menon spoke seriously. Yi Wuchen had brought her such great benefits, and she would definitely not fail Yi Wuchen. In response, Yi Wuchen nodded his head. And then there's the split ratio. I can share less of the profits from the Blue Moon Resident Cream. The eyes of the rich merchants shone brighter. Yi Wuchen had less to share, which meant that the benefits they received would be greater. However, Yi Wuchen's next words caused the crowd to be confused. Only Yi Wuchen said, I have only one request. That's what's going to bring me the most bang for my buck this month. I just want to make this month's money. It doesn't mean much anymore how much I share after this month. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look puzzled. None of them knew what Yi Wuchen had in mind. No one believed that anyone would give up such a huge benefit. Unless, of course, there's a trap in there. This time, the gazes of the rich merchants looking at Yi Wuchen could not help but be filled with vigilance. Menning asked, I wonder Mr. Yi, how much money do you plan to earn enough within this month? A month is too short a time. Short to the point where the crowd was able to put the company together successfully. It would be even less realistic to try to realize a large profit in a month. Yi Wuchen replied, $1 billion. I need to have $1 billion in personal income within this month. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, it's only $1 billion. If Yi Wuchen asked for a lion's share of the money, then the crowd was really in trouble. Menon replied after a moment of reckoning, $1 billion? That's not too hard for the likes of us. I can guarantee that within 20 days all of us present will definitely be able to raise $1 billion in cash for Mr. Yi. This $1 billion. Consider it an advance profit for Mr. Yi. 20 days to raise $1 billion in cash. This question was not difficult for the 7 wealthy businessmen present. Yi Wuchen nodded. If you guys can really do it, then after this month, I'll only take 30% of the profits. The remaining 70% will be split between the 7 of you. When the rich merchants heard this, surprise couldn't help but show in their eyes. Who would have thought that Yi Wuchen's concession would be so big all of a sudden? This was simply uncountable amount of money that Yi Wuchen let out in the long run. For $1 billion, the 7 of them will be able to make dozens of times that in the long run. This business, it's so worth it. Then, but he only heard Yi Wuchen's tone suddenly become icy cold. But the ugly word is out. The deal was to give me $1 billion in 20 days, so you'll have to do it. Don't blame me for flipping out on anyone who fools me. The rich merchants hastily nodded their heads in assurance. If one of them had to be 100% guaranteed to have $1 billion in cash ready in 20 days, it might still be a little difficult. But 7 rich businessmen joined forces. Then this really isn't too difficult. Menning answered even more seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I can guarantee that I will absolutely complete the mission. If something goes wrong, I'll definitely have this $1 billion ready for Mr. Yi even if I sell the company. The Ningmei Cosmetics Corporation under Meng Ning's name was worth at least $4 billion. If she really used the company as collateral, then $1 billion really wasn't that hard to come by. Yi Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. Menon was more worthy of his trust than anyone else. At this point, Huang Bin's line of sight again looked towards some other bottles and jars that Yi Wuchen had brought with him. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, I wonder what is contained in these bottles again. Could they also be a money-making miracle drug like Blue Moon Resident Cream? Anyone could see that Yi Wuchen had brought 2 types of strange medicines this time. In addition to the Blue Moon facial cream, which was in the form of a blue paste, there were also some bottles containing elixirs that were as if they were the size of soybeans. They had already learned the magic of the Blue Moon resident cream. At this time, they also couldn't wait to find out if this other elixir would also be able to make money for them. Yi Wuchen laughed. I've brought this thing. It's not worse than the Blue Moon resident cream. It's even better. But I'm not alone in this business with you. I'm going to bring my friend, Song Zian, to talk with you. When the rich merchants heard this, light continued to emerge from their eyes. A miracle drug that's even stronger than the Blue Moon resident cream? Days. How much money would that make for them? This caused the rich merchants to stare at those soybean-sized pills, their mouths almost watering. Yi Wuchen was about to introduce these pills. Suddenly, boom! The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open from outside, only to see Song Zian running in a panic. As soon as she saw Yi Wuchen, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Brother Yi, something's wrong. My mom has been kidnapped, and I'm still asking you to do something about it. Chapter 115, Everyone help Mr. Yi. At this time, Song Zian was filled with fear and nervousness, and the entire person was already disoriented. Her tears continued to flow as she looked helplessly at Yi Wuchen. But whenever she encountered a problem, her first thought was to look for Yi Wuchen for help. At some point, she had become extraordinarily dependent on this man. The expressions of the rich merchants in the parlor basically didn't change much when they heard this. They don't know Song Zian, so Song Zian's old mom was kidnapped, and it didn't have anything to do with them. Only Yi Wuchen asked, Zian, what's going on? Take your time. Song Zian cried. I got a call from my mom just now, but it wasn't my mom's voice on the phone. It was a strange man. That man said his name was Liang Shanhu, and that his son Liang Jin died because of me. So he sent someone to kidnap my mom. Liang Shanhu told me to bring you with me to meet him within the hour, or he'll chop off one of my mom's fingers for every 10 minutes over. And he wouldn't allow us to call the police, saying that if we dared to try to call the police, he would have my mom killed. Song Zian eagerly told everything that had just happened. Yi Wuchen heard and roughly understood. Liang Jin was killed by Yi Wuchen himself for trying to bully Song Zian, and Liang Jin's father investigated the real cause of Liang Jin's death, so he came back for revenge. Brother Yi, I don't know what to do. I'm so scared now. Please do me a favor. I don't even know who to talk to about this right now. Song Zian couldn't help but sit paralyzed on the ground and keep crying when she said the last. Her mother, Zhang Lun, although she disliked the poor and loved the rich, but after all, she was her real mother and her only family in the world. She couldn't let anything happen to her mother. The rich merchants present all frowned slightly when they heard this kind of thing. A rich merchant spoke up. That Liang Shanhu guy, I have heard of him. People like me who are in construction have dealt with him. Mr. Yi, I can make a call to him and mediate from there. Only, if this young lady and he really have a son killing revenge, I am afraid that mediation is not so easy. Avenging the murder of a son is a mortal sin. Although this rich businessman and Liang Shanhu knew each other, if it was a small matter, he could solve it with a phone call to Liang Shanhu. But when it came to such a great feud, he was not sure of the success of the mediation. Another wealthy businessman said, Mr. Yi, it's fine. That Liang Shanhu was from the northern district, and I happen to know Han Shanghao, the local snake in the northern district. I'll give a greeting to Brother Hao. With his presence Liang Shanhu wouldn't dare to act out. However, only after this rich businessman had finished his words, another rich businessman was already shaking his head. You're out of date. Now I'm afraid Hao can't hold Liang Shanhu. I did hear that last night. Liang Shanhu brought gifts of great value to the full moon wine of the grandson of Master Qin, the boss of the western district. That Liang Shanhu obviously wants to change his family and join his new big brother. And I happen to know Master Qin as well, so I can step in and ask for his help. These rich merchants were extremely well connected, and they offered advice to Yi Wuchen. As for Song Zian's matter, of course they were too lazy to care. But since this matter involved Yi Wuchen, the god of wealth, then they were happy to use their connections to help Yi Wuchen. If Yi Wuchen owed them a favor, then he would speak better in terms of distributing benefits in the future. Yi Wuchen, however, refused with a cold smile. This matter, which started because I killed Liang Jin, so I'll settle it myself. I was originally going to clean up Liang Shanhu a long time ago, only that I've been busy and delayed lately. Since he's going to mess things up, I'm not going to make it easy for him. When the people present heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Yi Wuduan killed Liang Jin? This guy in front of me, he's carrying a human life on his back? It doesn't look like it. This guy was gentle and polite in his speech, and although he looked a little overconfident and arrogant, he didn't look like a murderer. The rich merchants couldn't help but look at each other. If Yi Wuchen was really involved in the murder case, then it might affect their cooperation this time. This caused a cloud to rise in the hearts of the rich merchants. Yi Wuchen assisted Song Zian from the ground to a chair at this time. Zian, take it easy. That Liang Shanhu, Asking us to meet somewhere? Is there anyone else you've talked to about this? Song Zian replied. At the gravel plant north of town. I also talked to Le Shui, and she knows someone who might be able to help me come up with something. Le Shui is Song Zian's best friend and the most energetic person Song Zian has ever known. So apart from Yi Wuchen, Song Zian had only told Le Shui about this matter. Yi Wuchen nodded. Well then, I'll walk you through this. Didn't that Liang Shanhu want to meet me? I want to meet him too. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. He had already made an undying enmity with Liang Shanhu, so this time he made sure to settle Liang Shanhu once and for all. He then turned back to look at the group of wealthy merchants. Gentlemen, excuse me, I have to take care of something first. When there's a problem, we'll talk about it later. With that, Yi Wuchen led Song Zian towards the outside of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was only a group of rich merchants left. The rich merchants looked at each other with their respective businesses on their minds. Ryoko, Huang Bin opened his mouth. This Mr. Yi, it looks like he's in trouble. Homicide, kidnapping, any one of these here is enough to make a man drink. I'm worried about whether or not this deal we talked about is still going to work out. The crowd of wealthy merchants nodded their heads. Huang Bin voiced the most worrying thing in their hearts. After all, this time, they are investing billions of dollars. If there is the slightest problem, then the huge amount of money they have invested is likely to go down the drain. Menning said at this point, this opportunity that Mr. Yi has brought to us is plainly profitable. Since we have been given this opportunity, we must know how to cherish it. My suggestion is that we mobilize our respective connections to help Mr. Yi. As long as Mr. Yi can get through this, then our business will be stable. The rich merchants were greatly in favor of the idea. The profits that the Blue Moon Resident Cream brought them were too great, so big that they simply can't give it up. Nowadays, only by preserving Yi Wuchen could this business with a huge profit be able to sit down. So the wealthy businessmen took a stand. Mr. Meng is right. Nothing can happen to Mr. Yi. If something happens to him, we won't be able to make any money. We're in the same boat now. We have to find a way to help him. I'll contact Brother Hao now and see if I can help. I'm contacting Master Qin now. Liang Shanhu has to give Master Qin face. Let's also contact our respective people and put pressure on Liang Shanhu together. I don't believe that a little yakuza in the gravel business can fight against so many of us. So the wealthy businessmen started picking up their phones and dialing. This time, they can't stay out of it for the sake of profiteering. Chapter 116, let's talk about the gravel plant if there's something wrong. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian hurriedly arrived at the club's parking lot. Instead, they realized that a man had been waiting for them for quite some time beside Song Zian's cab. It was a stout middle-aged man with a country face and a neatly trimmed beard. He was wearing a pair of black combat boots and a large black trench coat. His entire body was leaning against Song Zian's cab, and although his posture was lazy, his aura was like a sharp sword, the unrivaled sword of the Protectorate. As Yi Wuchen appeared, a pair of his sharp eyes rested on Yi Wuchen's body. Excuse us, please, we need to move the car. Yi Wuchen walked over and spoke at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, however, did not make any movement to get out of the way. Instead, he looked Yi Wuchen up and down. I've always been curious as to what kind of person it would be that would be worthy of Master Zhao asking me to personally persuade him. I didn't realize it would be someone so young. Are you worthy of my Yen Baitian's personal persuasion? This middle-aged man was unexpectedly the Protectorate war god Yen Baitian. Now that he didn't wear a military uniform but a civilian uniform, it meant that he was coming to Yi Wuchen in his private capacity. Yen Baitian had thought that Yi Wuchen must have been at least a few moments of surprise once his name came out. But who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, spoke impatiently. Do you hear me? Please move over. We're in a hurry to use the car. It seemed that he knew nothing about the name Yen Baitian. Instead, it was Song Zian on the side whose heart jumped in shock. Yen Baitian? The famous Protectorate warlord. Song Zian sized up Yen Baitian with suspicion for a few moments. This middle-aged man in front of you is the legendary Protectorate war god? It must be impossible. Definitely just the same name. How could a big shot like the Protectorate war god, who had a lot of work to do day in and day out, come to such a small place? You don't recognize me? Yen Baitian was slightly surprised. He could also see that Yi Wuchen didn't seem to have any reaction to his name. Yi Wuchen asked rhetorically, do I have to know you? Yen Baitian laughed twice in embarrassment. So he explained, I was entrusted by the Zhao family's old man, Zhao and came to you because I wanted to talk to you. Speaking here, Yen Baitian glanced at Song Zian beside Yi Wuchen. I wish we could talk alone. Obviously, he wanted Song Zian to avoid it. Yen Baitian's words were filled with an undeniable flavor. His entire body remained leaning on the cab, obviously intending to get this over with today. Yi Wuchen grew more and more impatient. I have even less time to meet the people of Zhaoer. Now get out of the way of the car. There are lives at stake waiting for me. With that, Yi Wuchen reached out his hand towards Yin Baitian and pushed. Obviously, he was planning to push Yin Baitian away from the car door. Yin Baitian's eyes flinched at the sight. There has never been anyone. When that was so disrespectful to the Protectorate War God. I've been polite enough. Trying to push me? Let's see if you can push it. Yin Baitian's entire aura sank as he didn't move, just remained leaning against the automobile. At this moment, he was like a big mountain. With his strength as the #1 expert in the army, even if a tank was allowed to push him right now, it wouldn't be able to push him the slightest bit. Yin Baitian also intended to show his hand slightly so that Yi Wuchen would calm down and talk to him. But who knows? Yi Wuchen's hand pushed onto Yin Baitian's body. Next moment, Yin Baitian was surprisingly pushed into a stagger, directly moving away from the car. He was not only pushed away, and almost got pushed on his butt. The Protectorate War God was pushed away with a gentle push. What? Yin Baitian's expression changed dramatically. That push by Yi Wuchen just now seemed easy, but Yin Baitian instantly felt a powerful force. This power was so completely beyond his expectations that it made him unable to resist it for a moment. Seeing this, Song Zian, who was on the side, was greatly relieved. Sure enough, it's just someone with the same name as the Protectorate War God, or even, it could be a fraud who wants to take on the name of the Protectorate War God. If he was really the Protectorate War God, how could he be pushed so hard that he almost fell down? The Protectorate War God, that is an invincible existence. Let's just say his strength is enough to destroy a division with one person. How could Brother Yi push a powerhouse of that caliber? Interesting. After Yin Baitian was slightly surprised, he quickly calmed down. In his eyes, endless battle intent began to burst out. As the Protectorate War God, he was strong when he met the strong, and fighting was his mission. Now that it was rare to meet an expert who could push him, it was even more exhilarating. Just now, it was me who was gullible and careless. I didn't expect that just such a small place would have crouching tigers and hidden dragons, producing strong men like Zhang Maokai and you. No wonder Elder Zhao asked me to step in. You really deserve my personal persuasion. Today, I would like to have a good fight with you, Yin Baitian said as he began to slowly take his stance. The power in his body was crazily condensed, and it was obvious that he had already planned to fight Yi Wuchen. Just now, although he was pushed away by Yi Wuchen, but he thought that was only because he was too proud and gullible. He had underestimated Yi Wuchen and didn't expect Yi Wuchen to be a deep-seated powerhouse, which was why he had suffered a loss without defense. But once he was on full alert, he didn't believe that Yi Wuchen could still take advantage. Yi Wuchen, however, had already pulled Song Zian into a cab. I mean, can you people even understand human language? I've told you, I've got urgent business to attend to, and I don't have time for you. If you really want to talk to me, then go to the gravel plant north of the city. If there's anything to be said, I'll hear you out slowly after I've settled things there. After saying that, the cab started and sped away carrying Yi Wuchen and Song Zian. Yin Baitian frowned as he watched the two leave, but did not make a move. The Protectorate War God is bright and honorable, and has never cared to sneak up from behind. This guy is so rude. The gravel plant north of the city? Okay, I'll meet you there. I'm not going to let you mess around when we get there, Yin Baitian said, getting into the SUV on the side. He started the car and headed in the direction of the north of the city as well. Cab. Song Zian was in a hurry, causing her car to drive fast. She was afraid that if she went slowly, her own mother would suffer. Yi Wuchen was very calm on the side. Zhang Lan's kind of snobbery, if it wasn't for the fact that she was Song Zian's mother, otherwise Yi Wuchen wouldn't bother much. At this point, jingle bells. Yi Wuchen's cell phone unexpectedly rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, an eager voice came from the middle of the call. Gao Ran, you must save me this time, or I'm dead. I'm in a big trouble. I'm really going to die. The one who called turned out to be Zhang Maokai. Last time, after Yi Wuchen told Zhang Maokai his phone number, he also instructed him not to call and bother him unless his life was in danger. Who knew that so soon Zhang Maokai would call? Yi Wuchen replied, can we move now? If you can get it, meet me at the gravel plant north of town. I'm in a hurry. We'll talk more about it when we get to the gravel plant. Chapter 117 Alarming All Parties. North City. Maddie's KTV. 999 Supreme Private Room. Han Kung-ho was on the phone. He had a warm smile on his face, and it was obvious that the person he was talking to on the phone was of an unusual status as well. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Huang. I'll take care of this matter. I'll call Liang Shanhu right now and ask him to release them quickly. Han Xianghao hung up the phone and the expression on his face began to become serious. It's really strange. Why did so many big bosses call me today and ask Liang Shanhu to release them? This matter is related to Yi Wuchen. Could it be that all those big bosses are helping Yi Wuchen? Yi Wuchen's connections are so extensive? Han Xianghao looked surprised. He hadn't investigated what local connections Yi Wuchen had. But who would have thought that as soon as something happened, many big bosses would call Han Xianghao and ask him to help. If it was an ordinary businessman, Han Xianghao wouldn't even bother. But these people who called him were all really rich businessmen, and their energy was something even Han Xianghao didn't dare to underestimate. On the other couch, the gorgeous Sister Hong was holding a tall glass. When she heard the words Yi Wuchen, Sister Hong immediately became energized. Howie, what happened? She asked immediately. These days, thanks to the fact that she used to be considered a bit of a friend to Yi Wuchen, Han Xianghao was far too polite to her. So for any information about Yi Wuchen, Sister Hong paid extra attention. Han Zhouho replied, that dog Liang Shanhu. I don't know where he inquired that his son was killed by Yi Wuchen. He actually kidnapped the mom of the woman named Song Zian, who was with Yi Wuchen, in order to get revenge, trying to coerce Yi Wuchen to show up through this method. Right now, their people are at the sandstone factory in the north of the city, and it is estimated that Yi Wuchen is also on his way to move over. Sister Hong couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. That Liang Shanhu was so bold that he dared to touch the people around Yi Wuchen. Could it be that this Liang Shanhu wasn't afraid that Yi Wuchen would invite the world's #1 to destroy him? Sister Hong suggested after a brief thought. Howie, why don't we go check it out too? Let's see what kind of result Yi Wuchen and Liang Shanhu will have this hard encounter. When Han Xianghao heard this, he also became interested. He thought about it briefly and immediately had an intention. Yeah, let's go check out the action too. Liang Shanhu, that two-faced boy, has always been eyeballing with Master Qin, that old undead. Lately, he's developed a rebellious heart. If Yi Wuchen could destroy him today, it would be a relief for me. When the time comes, we'll make a show of going forward to help, and we'll also be able to make Yi Wuchen feel good about us. Right, that's it. Prepare the car. We're going to the gravel factory in the north of the city now. The two of them, Han Xianghao and Sister Hong, said and got up to leave. The other side, the Royal Court Hotel. Dad, it's not good. Zian's mother was kidnapped by Liang Shanhu. Le Shui hurriedly rushed to the hotel and found Le Shangsu. Once Song Zian called her for help, Le Shui thought of her father first. Le Shangsu froze at his words. Liang Shanhu, the owner of the gravel factory in the north of the city? Zian's mother. How did she mess with such a person? Le Shui also had an incomprehensible look on her face. I heard Zian say that it was Liang Shanhu who felt that his son's death had something to do with the two of them, Song Zian and Yi Wuchen. That's why Liang Shanhu kidnapped Auntie Zhanlan, to force the two to meet at the sandstone factory in the north of the city. Le Shangsu became more and more confused. He also heard about Liang Jin's death, but Liang Jin died because of a car accident. So how come Song Zian and Yi Wuchen are still involved? Could Liang Jin's death be something else? Le Shangsu's face gradually became grave. Liang Shanhu's reputation has been rotten for a long time. He relies on violence to bully the city, and is simply a bully who roams the countryside. Song Zian and Yi Wuchen, those two young men, messed with him. I'm afraid that they would provoke a life-threatening situation. After pondering for a while, Le Shangsu made a decision right away. In this case, I'll make a few phone calls and trust my relations to Liang Shanhu, and see if this matter can be resolved peacefully. You call that girl Zian again and tell her to never be impulsive. She must not go to the gravel factory in the north of the city. Liang Shanhu's group of people are ruthless. Zian would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth if she went, and she would definitely meet an untimely end. Le Shangsu said, pulling out his cell phone and preparing to contact his contacts. Song Zian, that girl is her daughter's best friend. Le Xingshu of course will not stand idly by. However, Le Shui already had a bitter face. It's too late. Song Zian has already headed towards the sandstone factory in the north of the city with Yi Wuchen. Le Shangsu froze, then became furious. Nonsense. What nonsense? Ziyan doesn't know any better, but Yi Wuchen doesn't know any better either? This time they go, who knows if they'll come back alive? Le Shui had panicked at this point. She asked with tears in her eyes, Dad, so what do we do now? Le Shangsu said immediately, I'll contact a friend to intercede first, and you go get all the security guards in the hotel and go to the bank and get $1 million in cash. Just in case, let's take the security guards and money to the gravel factory in the north of the city, and say whatever it takes to keep Ziyan and Yi Wuchen. The reason for bringing security guards is to deter Liang Shanhu. The reason for bringing cash was to use the money to send Liang Shanhu to buy the lives of Yi Wuchen and Song Zian. Le Shui understood and was about to turn around and leave immediately. At this point, instead, he saw a young man run up to him with gusto. I can't believe it's Rich Kid Wimber. As soon as Wenbai saw Le Shui and Le Shangsu, he immediately said mysteriously, Mr. Lu Snow, do you know what I've inquired about? I've already inquired about it. That night in the Matty KTV, that kid Yi Wuchen actually killed someone. It wasn't just anyone he killed. It was Liang Jin. When Le Shui and Le Shangsu heard this, they were shocked at the same time. They had bitter faces, finally realizing why Liang Shanhu had to clean up Song Zian and Yi Wuchen. This is a son's murder. Not together. This time, I'm afraid that Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, two people, are unable to escape. Wimber hadn't noticed the change in the two men's expressions, and he was still gloating and showing off that he was well informed. I've wasted a lot of effort to inquire about this. That boy Yi Wuchen was really lucky that night. Somehow he managed to please Sister Hong. What kind of person is Sister Hong? She's a popular person beside Brother Hao. Yi Wuchen was able to get away in one piece that night. I think 80% of it was because Sister Hong helped to intercede. It was only with Sister Hong's help that Brother Hao released Yi Wuchen and faked Liang Jin's death as a car accident. I'll tell you about this. You mustn't spread it around. Wimber spoke with gusto. As for Le Shui and Le Shangsu, they had long since grown more and more somber. It was only after half a day that Wimber noticed that the two were abnormal. What's wrong with you guys? Why the face so ugly? Wimber asked suspiciously. Le Shui, for her part, replied helplessly. We're going to the gravel plant north of the city to save lives. Liang Shanhu wants to avenge his son. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian both have already passed. Wenbai was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this. He also realized the seriousness of the matter. Song Zian and Yi Wuchen, they went to the gravel factory in the north of the city? Are they going to die? Chapter 118, Kick the Iron Plate. Ling Family Army Residence. Ling Rohan was sitting in his office, reviewing today's documents. Her bright face was like the moon, and the way she looked when she was meditating revealed a gentle bookishness in the midst of her valor. Especially with her long legs folded together, they formed a graceful curve. Ta-da! Ta-da! Da! The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, hurried into the office. General, I just got intel. The Protectorate War God and the World's know. 1. Both of their movement routes unexpectedly designated an area at the same time. North of the city, the gravel plant. Wang Xiaoyu's voice was urgent. When Ling Rohan heard this, she also instantly put down the papers in her hands. Her face was as frosty as ice, and she obviously realized the gravity of the situation. Could it, by any chance, be a coincidence? Ling Rohan pursued. Wang Xiaoyu shook her head. We have drones that have been identified many times. The two men are taking different routes, but they are getting closer and closer to the sand and gravel plant in the north of the city. It's definitely not a coincidence that they went to one place at the same time. General, do you think they may have privately agreed to a duel? Ling Rohan took a deep breath. The likelihood of this? Great. She hurried to the map and searched for the area of the sand and gravel factory in the north of the city. The gravel plant north of the city is open and sparsely populated around it. All that's needed is to get rid of the workers in the gravel plant, and then this will be a no man's land. If a supreme expert were to battle here, it would not attract attention or cause a ripple effect on innocent people. Where is a very suitable place for a duel? Ling Rohan's gaze became extraordinarily grave. Today, the two of them, Yan Baidian, the Protectorate War God, and Zhang Maokai, the no one in the world, had almost competed against each other at the Ling family's military garrison. Thanks to a phone call, the dragon fight was interrupted, but Ling Rohan believed that the duel between the two would definitely begin again. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. They would definitely make another appointment for a place to have a proper match to verify who is the true supreme expert. I just didn't expect that the duel between the two of them would come so soon. Order an emergency general assembly. We'll leave immediately and head to the gravel plant in the north of the city to prepare for the unforeseen. In case they do duel there, then we must evacuate the crowd and cordon off the surrounding area so that innocent people don't get in by mistake. Ling Rohan quickly ordered. She also wanted to see the Protectorate War God Yan Baidian and the world's know one Zhang Maokai. Who was the more skillful of the two of them? General, my subordinates lead the way. The female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, saluted and then quickly went forward to set up. Magic City, Zhao Group Building. The old man, Zhao was lying in his hospital bed, surrounded by his children clustered around his bedside. The only thing missing is Chiu Kaiyu. Zhao Jiaya has been completely exiled. He lost all his wealth, power, status and fame, and was even expelled from his family and driven out of Mordor. Since then, this highly promising heir of the Zhao Group had completely disappeared. After the failed attempt to seize power by Zhao Jiaya, the rest of the Zhao children were extraordinarily filial to their old master, Zhao. They guarded Zhao side at all times, bending their heads and ears. Extraordinarily obedient. Great-grandfather, over in Dakan City, the Yen war god has already sent word. He and the elders have agreed to meet at the gravel plant north of the city. I guess in another half hour they'll be touching. Zhao Tianji reported toward Zhao Er in the hospital bed. At this moment, Zhao Tianqi, where was the flighty and domineering person he had been when he was in the Tianji pavilion? Instead, he became trembling as if he were walking on thin ice. His father, Zhao Jiayao, had already been exiled, and he wouldn't dare to offend his great-grandfather in any way. The rest of the Zhao family, on the other hand, spoke up. This time, with the Protectorate War God himself. Let's see how that Eldritch can still jump. The Protectorate War God has never been defeated in his life. Everlasting One, he is a dragon that must be coiled even when he comes, and a tiger that must lie down even when he comes, with victory out of the way. I'm afraid that Eldritch will never dare to make a move again in the future. I'm afraid he'll have to walk around when he encounters our Zhao family. The Zhao family members were all beaming. They may not have confidence in others, but for the Protectorate War God, they were confident. The Protectorate War God is one of the most powerful people under the sky. There are even many rumors that he is the strongest. Where is there a trouble that cannot be solved when the strongest man in the world strikes? On the hospital bed, Zhao Er listened quietly. It was a long time before he spoke. Keep poking around again. As soon as there is any news. The first time. Report to me. His voice was weak and his pale face made no statement. When the Zhao family heard the command, they hurriedly did as they were told. Only after the crowd had dispersed did Zhao Er's ancient face reveal an expectant smile. Protector of War, I believe in you, the Everlasting One. Master, our feud is almost over. Zhao Er closed his eyes again and began to fall asleep. The older he gets, the more likely he is to pass out. Before falling asleep, he hoped that when he woke up, he would have good news. DCH, City North, Sand and Gravel Plant. This is the route of Liang Shanhu's wealth and his lair. All the workers in the gravel plant, today, have been on vacation. In the middle of the huge factory building, there was just a gang of fierce and strong men. These strong men are all Liang Shanhu's life brothers. And in the middle of the plant, there was a chair. A middle-aged woman was tied to a chair, unable to move. She was none other than Zhang Lan, Song Zian's mother. At this moment, Zhang Lan had a face of fear, and her eyes were streaming with tears nonstop. Her mouth was stuffed with a ball of rags and she could only make mumbling noises. And on the far side opposite her, a couch was set up. A middle-aged man with a cross-faced face was sitting on the sofa, ranting frantically at the cell phone in his hand. I said, you don't have to plead your case to me anymore. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, I won't give this face. The middle-aged man finished his rant and angrily hung up his cell phone. He was none other than Liang Shanhu, Liang Jin's father. At this time, Liang Shanhu looked extraordinarily impatient. The phone in his hand kept ringing as he answered call after call. At first he was kind, but later he lost patience and ranted loudly at the phone. After Liang Shanhu hung up the phone, he glared viciously at Zhang Lan. Dang, dang, dang. With a few big steps, he rushed to Zhang Lan's front and grabbed him by the hair. Say, what exactly is the identity of that Yi Wuchen? What background does he have? Why do so many big shots speak for him today? How many people does he really know? What other connections does he really have? Liang Shanhu questioned with a burst of anger. This scared Zhang Lan, who was tied to the chair, and couldn't stop shivering. She did not know that at this time Liang Shanhu's Xinzhong had been depressed to the extreme. From an hour ago until now, Liang Shanhu's phone calls haven't stopped. All of them called and asked him to release them. And many of these callers are big names that Liang Shanhu would not dare to mess with on a regular basis. If it were usual, Liang Shanhu would have already conceded and let go. He's just a bully in the township. How can he fight the powerful big shots? And such a big group of big people at that. Any one of this group of big shots could easily press him to death. But this time, it involves the killing of a son. He was able to keep gritting his teeth and not give in until now. But on his body, he was under immense pressure. He could foresee that after avenging his son's death this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to continue to survive in this city. At this point, a thin man came to Liang Shanhu's side. He was none other than the first general under Liang Shanhu, Wang Fei. Wang Fei, on the other hand, had a bitter look on his face. Big brother, I've gotten dozens of calls too. None of these people who called are to be messed with. All they called and said was for me to release them, and for me to advise you. Big brother, we are, this time, I'm afraid, kick the bucket. Chapter 119, this kid is so crazy. Liang Shanhu glared at Wang Fei. This guy, how dare he disturb the army? But then, Liang Shanhu looked at the group of brothers around him, only to see that the brothers also looked hesitant and apprehensive, and many of them were holding cell phones in their hands, so it was obvious that they had all been called by someone as well. As for the content of the call, it's not hard to guess. The call they received was bound to be similar to the one Liang Shanhu and Wang Fei received. These juniors are not like Liang Shanhu, who has an unshared hatred for killing his son. The minions panicked when they realized that they had messed with the unimaginably big man. They can still have to continue to establish a foothold in this city, and they don't want to follow Liang Shanhu to the grave. The gazes of all the juniors looked towards Wang Fei. Wang Fei would understand, and he spoke stiffly. Big brother, we've really planted ourselves this time. Who would have thought that kid would know so many big shots? It's safe to say that right now. Black and white. Both are pressuring us. Even Brother Hao and Master Qin have put down words for us to release them quickly. Big brother, why don't we accept the peace talks? Let's charge the kid a large sum of money, and then let him set up a banquet and invite us to dinner to give us a leg up. That way, we don't lose face. The crowd of minions nodded their heads as well. They are not afraid of chopping and fighting or kidnapping for ransom, but they are afraid of facing the pursuit of various bigwigs in the black and white. Liang Shanhu's teeth clenched as he glared angrily. You guys, are you still talking about Jianhu morality? I'm your boss. You all hang out with me and eat after me. What are you doing now? Are you trying to revolt? He growled at the top of his voice. After all, Liang Shanhu had been the boss for a long time and had accumulated authority for a long time. His angry growl caused a group of minions to cower in fear and lower their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Then, Liang Shanhu was filled with puzzlement again. That kid, what the hell is he? I investigated him a while ago. He clearly doesn't have any background. How is it that as if overnight, he's become someone who can't be messed with? He originally thought that Yi Wuchen brat was at most somewhat related to Brother Hao. He had even sent his little brother to investigate properly just in case. Originally, he thought that everything was fine. But who would have thought that he had just kidnapped Zhang Lan and immediately attracted pressure from both the black and white? Liang Shanhu at this time, can be really difficult to ride the tiger. Brothers, everyone, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll fight it. Liang Jin is my only child. I'm just going to give up this old life today to avenge my son. Liang Shanhu spoke in a loud voice to stabilize the heart of the army. When the gang of juniors heard this, they could only remain behind. Right about this time, suddenly all that could be heard was a call from the boy on sentry duty outside the plant. Big brother, someone's coming. Hearing this, everyone in the plant was shocked. Liang Shanhu asked hurriedly, how many of them are coming? The sentry boy answered in a loud voice. Only saw one car, a cab. When I saw the car, there were only those two guys, Yi Wuchen and Song Zian. The crowd was relieved to hear that there were only two people in one car. Liang Shanhu's eyes, on the other hand, bubbled with hatred. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian, whom he was waiting for, had finally arrived. His revenge for killing his son will finally be avenged. Open the factory gates. Let those two guys in. We, for one, shall treat them well. Liang Shanhu commanded in a loud voice. The minions moved quickly. With a dull sound, the door of the plant was slowly opened. Everything outside the plant was presented to the crowd. This gravel plant was built at the foot of a hill, half of which has been dug up for gravel extraction, and you can see the yellow sandy soil exposed on the dug-up wall. The environment here has suffered so much damage that large areas of vegetation have been destroyed by machines extracting sand and gravel. Whenever a gale blows, it can raise yellow sand that covers the sky. The sand and gravel plant is surrounded by large mountains, with only one road leading directly to the outside world. And at that moment, on that road, a cab with a trail of sand and dust was speeding in the direction of the plant. The cab sped on until it reached the gate of the factory before stopping. The door opened and a man and a woman stepped out of the automobile. The men are handsome and tall, and the women are beautiful. It was none other than Yi Wuchen and Song Zian. Mom! As soon as Song Zian stepped out of the car, she saw Zhang Lan, who was bound to a chair in the factory building. Zhang Lan's mouth was gagged with a cloth ball, and when she saw her daughter, all she could do was cry out, tears streaming from her eyes. Yi Wuchen looked at Zhang Lan, only to see that there were still bruises and reddish palm prints on Zhang Lan's face, so it was obvious that Zhang Lan hadn't been slapped much. He didn't have any sympathy for Zhang Lan's miserable state. Zhang Lan is a nasty person. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Lan was Song Zian's mother, he wouldn't have even bothered to come to the rescue. But now that it's here, it's time to save it. At that moment, Yi Wuchen brought Song Zian and walked in towards the middle of the plant. Liang Shanhu led a group of juniors, holding swords, guns, sticks and clubs towards Yi Wuchen and surrounded him. Only Liang Shanhu had a sardonic smile on his face. Kid, you've got some guts. I didn't expect that you would actually dare to come. Today, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. That woman next to you, I'm going to let my brothers take turns with. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly just saw a slap getting closer and closer in his line of sight. Slap. Hard on his face. Pow. Accompanied by the sound of a crisp slap, Liang Shanhu almost fell to the ground from the slap. He only felt that his eyes were blazing. Blood was constantly gushing out of his nose and mouth, and half of his face was even more hot and painful. Everyone froze. This kid is so wild. Surrounded by a dozen people. How dare he make a move? Song Zian was also taken aback. She completely didn't expect Yi Wuchen to make a move when he said he would. Zhang Lun, who was tied to the chair, was even more frightened with his eyes rounded. This punk, how dare he make a move in front of so many of Boss Liang's minions? Doesn't he know how ruthless and cruel Boss Liang is? Done. This time it's going to be this punk. The more Zhang Lun thought about it, the more scared she became, so scared that she couldn't help herself. Finally, Zhang Lan's eyes closed and his entire body went limp. She was so shocked that she fainted. However, at this moment, no one bothered about whether Zhang Lan was unconscious or not. Liang Shanhu also looked incredulous. You, brat, how dare you? Before he finished speaking, Yi Wuchen had already slapped him again. Fear. This slap caused Liang Shanhu's entire body to fall directly to the ground. He just felt his head spinning, and he couldn't get up for half a day. A foot on his face. Yi Wuchen looked down on Liang Shanhu as if he was looking at a dog. You're full of crap. Really? Yes, I killed your son. Because he deserves to die. Don't you dare kidnap and threaten and try to hurt us. So you deserve to die too. His words were as cold as if they came from the nine hells. One couldn't help but get goosebumps at the sound of it. Song Zian, who was on the side, looked at Yi Wuchen in surprise. Ever since the last Maddie KTV, Song Zian hadn't seen Yi Wuchen show such a cold look for a long time. She knew that Yi Wuchen had already moved to kill, but with so many fighters here today, could Yi Wuchen really handle it? Sure enough, Liang Shanhu tried to struggle out under Yi Wuchen's feet while he roared madly at Wang Fei and a bunch of his juniors. Give it to me. Chop this little scumbag to death. What are you all waiting for? What the hell are you doing? Get on the old man. Get him. Song Zian's heart couldn't help but lift at the words. However, Wang Fei and a bunch of his juniors looked at each other with a look of hesitation and struggle in their eyes. But none of them did. Chapter 120, Go Boss. What are you guys waiting for? Do it. Chop this brat to death. Liang Shanhu was still growling. His head was stepped on the ground by Yi Wuchen. And despite struggling desperately, but Yi Wuchen's feet were like a huge mountain, stepping on him so that he could not break free at all. The crowd of juniors were carrying swords, guns, and clubs in their hands, but they were still standing still. They're hesitating. They also have their own little minds. This Yi Wuchen, too crazy, wildly over the top. It's also wild enough to give the impression that he seems to have a great deal of backbone. He certainly has a bottom line. Zhang Lan had just been kidnapped by them not long ago, and bigwigs from all sides of the black and white world had called them to put pressure on them to release him. Even Liang Shanhu didn't have such a big face. How can you afford to mess with someone with such a bottom line? If you're a gangster, you'll get the benefits from your big brother, and you'll get the death penalty from your little brother. These juniors also knew very well that if they touched Yi Wuchen today, they were afraid that they would suffer crazy retaliation from the black and white in the future. Where would a bottom-feeding minion like them have the life to resist? Fei, what should we do? The crowd of juniors all looked at Wang Fei. Liang Shanhu was the boss while Wang Fei was the number two. So the little brothers, they all wanted Wang Fei to give them an idea. Liang Shanhu sniffed angrily. What are you guys asking Wang Fei for? I'm the boss of you all. You all have to listen to me. Wang Fei was also hesitating. He knew that even if Liang Shanhu really avenged his son's murder today, there would be no way to gain a foothold in this city in the future. I'm afraid that Liang Shanhu will have to spend the rest of his life on the run, running for his life. But Wang Fei's family can be in this city. He can't afford to say run away. Brothers, let us wait and see. It's now a personal feud between Boss and Yi Wuchen. According to the rules of the Jianghu, they belong in single combat now. Let's wait until they're done with their one-upmanship. After a slight hesitation, Wang Fei opened his mouth to command. The minions sniffed with relief. They then raised their swords, spears and clubs in their hands and cheered for Liang Shanhu with their mouths. Boss, go for it. Boss, go for it. Boss, go for it. The cheering was deafening as every punter was screaming their lungs out, but their feet didn't move a single step, and they clearly didn't have the slightest intention of stepping forward to help. Seeing this, Liang Shanhu was furious. Assholes. You assholes. I usually take you guys to eat and drink, and this is how you repay me? Do you still talk about the morals of the Jianghu? Do you still have me as your big brother in your eyes? If you guys don't make a move, when I get up in a while I'll definitely kill you. Liang Shanhu was all but trampled underfoot at this point, and his ranting could no longer affect the crowd of minions. The minions all pretended that they hadn't heard Liang Shanhu's ranting, and they were still constantly yelling for their boss to cheer. This was even more so as it almost didn't make Liang Shanhu angry. But Song Zian, who was on the side, was amused by this scene. At first, she felt scared at the sight of such a gang of vicious minions, but now that she saw this ridiculous look on their faces, Song Zian was also happy. Unfortunately, Zhang Lan had already been stunned into unconsciousness long ago, but he could not see this scene. Yi Wuchen also shook his head slightly. Liang Shanhu, now you can be considered a traitor to all. Don't blame anyone. If you do, blame yourself for being vicious and violent, and for having a stupid son who forgets what he wants when he sees it. By now, Yi Wuchen was already too lazy to continue wasting time here. After solving Liang Shanhu, he had more important things to do. Liang Shanhu's heart could not help but feel sad and desperate. I'm not convinced. He was really not happy about it. Originally, he thought that by holding Zhang Lan as a hostage today, he could easily get Yi Wuchen. But who knew? Yi Wuchen brought a woman with him and smacked himself over with 2 slaps. Then the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and Liang Shanhu didn't even have any room to resist. This makes Liang Shanhu, who will not rest in peace even after death. Suddenly, divergent mutations appear out of nowhere. An infinite aura enveloped the entire plant. This aura was like an indestructible sword breaking through the air. The people in the plant immediately felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. What's going on? The crowd craned their heads in surprise. They unanimously looked towards the outside of the plant, where the direction from which the aura surged, only to see an SUV with sand and dust. Speeding up, the SUV sped all the way to a stop in front of the plant in full view of everyone. The car door opened and a middle-aged man got out and walked up. Black trench coat, black combat boots. With each step, the momentum was like a rainbow, able to set off shocking waves in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone had a feeling. This man, invincible. He, none other than the protectorate war god, Yan Baidian. There was no room for anyone else in his eyes, whether it was those ferocious minions, or the grieving and unwilling Liang Shanhu, or the unconscious Zhang Lan, or the stunningly beautiful Song Zian. They don't fit in his eyes. There was only one person in his eyes. Leaves without dust. Yan Baidian stepped forward, and before the person arrived, his voice had already come first. Yi Wuchen, I've come by appointment. Can we, now, have a proper talk alone? Earlier, at the golf club, he had crossed swords with Yi Wuchen but suffered a loss. This made Yan Baidian unconvinced. At the same time, his battle intent, too, had risen to a peak, highly lonely. From time to time, a supreme expert like Yan Baidian's heart grew silent because he was grateful for the lack of enemies. At one time, he thought that under the heavens, only the Martial League Alliance master Wang Rui could compete with him. And today, he found one more. This caused Yan Baidian's blood to boil all over. This battle is inevitable. Finally, Yan Baidian had already walked into the plant. Do nothing, people. Retreat quickly. He spoke in an angsty voice, but still didn't look at the bystanders. This reminder from Yan Baidian was good for everyone. The ripple effect of deciding a showdown between masters was huge. Ordinary people who stayed at the duel site would only be harmed by the terrifying power and even lose their lives. Yi Wuchen also said toward Song Zian, Zian, take your mom and drive away. I'll come find you when things are settled here. Song Zian understood that she couldn't help much at all by staying here. Brother Yi, you must be careful. Call me when things are settled and I'll be waiting for you. Saying that, she immediately rushed to Zhang Lan's side and untied the ropes from Zhang Lan's body, then set Zhang Lan up in a cab to quickly leave. Wang Fei and a group of juniors were still a bit hesitant. Although they didn't know who Yan Baidian was, they were able to sense that this person was very much not to be messed with. But even though he was not to be messed with, he was still just one person. Could it be that this one person could still threaten the dozen or so strong men present? Liang Shanhu, however, seemed to see hope. He shouted loudly at Yan Baidian, you, help me. I'll give you money if you save me. $1 million. I'll do what I say. If you don't believe me, you can ask about my name. Liang Shanhu, if 1 million isn't enough for you, I'll add more. Help me. His cry, however, was soon muffled by a roar. Rumble. The voice, as if from all directions, even the heavens were similarly roaring. The sound was so loud that the entire plant seemed to be literally trembling slightly, and the sand and dust fell off the roof at a rapid rate. The crowd was shocked, not understanding what was happening. A junior ran out of the plant to take a look, then twisted his head in fear and ran back. Fei, it's not good. There are a lot of tanks coming from outside. Outside, even in the sky, there are so many armed helicopters. Chapter 121, The Great War opens. Tank? Helicopter gunships? The crowd inside the plant, still only suspecting that they had heard wrong. What the hell are you talking about again? Think it through for me and then say it again in all seriousness. Wang Fei drank at the little brother. The little brother had a bitter look on his face. Faye, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. With that, the little brother opened the windows around the plant. The crowd looked toward the window in unison. This look left everyone dumbfounded. Only a tank overwhelmed the grass and trees and appeared in all directions on top of the hills around the plant. The densely packed gun barrels, too, turned toward this plant. Numerous soldiers also appeared around the tank, heavily armed and murderous. And in the distant sky, only rows and rows of armed helicopter formations also appeared. These helicopter gunships began circling around the plant with a roar and an aggressive air. These juniors present had never seen such a big scene. They were all scared and trembling. This isn't a military exercise going on here, is it? A junior couldn't help but ask. But no one answered him. If it was a military exercise, then it would certainly have been notified in advance and would not have been so sudden at all. The formation of these soldiers was completely intended to surround this gravel plant. Is it because of them? Everyone's eyes coincidentally looked towards Yi Wuchen and Yen Baidian. No wonder. It's no wonder they told uninvolved people to evacuate quickly. Who would have thought that they would be able to make so much noise? What else do they have in their background? Wang Fei had a pleasing smile floating on his face at this moment, but it was a smile that was worse than crying. Both of you, we dare not meddle in your affairs. We'll leave you two to take your time if you have anything to talk about, Wang Fei said and immediately led a group of minions away. By now, where do they have the guts to stay here? Neither Yi Wuchen nor Yen Baidian had the time to pay attention to these juniors. Only the Liangshan tiger, which had been trampled underfoot, was still roaring in grief. Assholes! You assholes! Once the moment of danger arrives, you guys don't even care about the boss? I will not let you go even if I die and turn into a ghost. The mournful cry of the Liangshan tiger was extraordinarily piercing. Yi Wuchen said indifferently, Liangshan Hu, it's time to end our feud. With that, his feet began to push. At this moment, Liangshan Hu only felt that his head was about to be stomped on by Yi Wuchen. It hurt so much that Liangshan Hu couldn't stop screaming. With his eyes, he looked towards Yen Baidian for help. Help me. If you don't save me, you'll be involved in a hit. Help me. Kill Yi Wuchen. I'll give you all the money. Liangshan Hu knew very well that this Yi Wuchen was a ruthless person who would never bypass himself. Right now, only the man in the black trench coat in front of him might be able to save himself. Yen Baidian frowned slightly. He certainly didn't care about Liangshan Hu's property. However, it would not be appropriate to still allow Yi Wuchen to break the law and kill someone on the spot in front of him. So Yen Baidian spoke. Let him go. If he is guilty, leave it to the king's law. It's not your turn to kill in front of me. Yi Wuchen heard this, but grinned. Then his foot came down hard. Click. A crisp rattle of bones breaking issued. With this kick, he actually stomped Liangshan Hu's neck hard. Liangshan Hu didn't even have a chance to utter a word before he had already turned into a dead body. His eyes were round and dead. Yen Baidian raised an eyebrow when he saw this. On his face, a look of anger emerged. When did the Protectorate War God's words become so bad? Although he had come to Yi Wuchen in a private capacity, he could not be treated so lightly or even ignored by Yi Wuchen. Killing someone in front of him, this was completely disregarding him. Yi Wuchen also laughed. I'm going to kill someone, and it's not your turn yet. I don't know who you are, but I can see you've got some skills. This time, Zhao finally sent someone decent to kill me. Yen Baidian's anger did not subside. He pushed down his anger, ready to do what needed to be done first. Old Mr. Zhao sent me here, not to kill you, but to persuade you. I hope that the feud between you and old Mr. Zhao can be put to rest. Of course, I won't let you quell the feud for nothing. I'll pay you, as long as you want, just ask. With my ability, I definitely won't let you down. The reward of the Protectorate War God is definitely beyond one's imagination. However, Yi Wuchen didn't need this. Then I advise you, too, not to waste your breath. I don't want others to interfere in the feud between Zhao and me. Go back where you came from. Yi Wuchen finished and waved his hand to send off the guests. Yen Baidian hadn't arrived first. Yi Wuchen was so difficult to talk to. He gritted his teeth and directly exposed himself. You probably don't know who I am. I wasn't really supposed to say anything, but I had to tell you the truth in order to be able to persuade you. Yen Baidian. The world calls me the Protector of War. As long as I'm around for a day, I'll do my best to stop you from finding trouble with Zhao. But as long as you're willing to listen to persuasion, then I'm also capable enough to fulfill any conditions you have. Think about it. As Yen Baidian finished speaking, his aura was violently released. He came from the ranks and had been in the military for many years, and knew that if he wanted to convince a person, he had to be both kind and powerful. And it was that he was willing to fulfill one of Yi Wuchen's requests as the Protectorate War God. That is, He was enough to dispel any unrealistic thoughts in Yi Wuchen's mind by virtue of the intimidating power of the Protectorate War God. Yan Baidian had thought that after he had revealed his identity, Yi Wuchen would be able to give his proposal some thought. Who knows? Yi Wuchen smiled contemptuously. Protectorate War God? That sounds majestic. Unfortunately, throughout the ages, I've seen too many powerful people who are called war gods, but of all the war gods, not one of them dared to ask me to give in. Saying this, Yi Wuchen extended his index finger, pointing at Yan Baidian. You, too, are no exception. Yi Wuchen's words were filled with an undeniable flavor. His attitude, too, was resolute enough. Yan Baidian let out a helpless sigh. He knew that in the end, he would have to fight with his hands. It was only after he defeated Yi Wuchen that he could let Yi Wuchen see his powerful force and also calm down and listen to him. In that case, then let me learn your honor's mastery. It's just the right time to verify whether or not I have the qualifications to be able to persuade your excellency to stop. Yan Baidian stored up his strength all over. Terrifying power, it coalesced crazily within his body. Yi Wuchen shrugged indifferently. He was never afraid when others wanted to fight. This great battle is about to open in the middle of this plant. Chapter 122, Ling Ruhan's arrival. And it wasn't that long ago that a lot of people came outside the plant. A line of luxury cars sped by and stopped at the top of a hill. The site opening here overlooks the entire plant. In the luxury car, a group of richly dressed men and women walked down. It was none other than Meng Ning, Huang Bin and the few remaining big bosses. They stood on the top of a hill and looked out over the sand and gravel plant surrounded by mountains. We've done what we need to do. Next, it's up to Mr. Yi, Liang Shanhu and Mr. Yi, after all, have an undying hatred. Even if we collectively put pressure on Liang Shanhu, I'm afraid Liang Shanhu may not be soft. Through today, it's just right that we can also see what Mr. Yi is capable of. If Mr. Yi is able to solve this matter smoothly, it means that he's not bad in terms of ability. If Mr. Yi died in the hands of Liang Shanhu, then it is that he is not well thought out. A childish, impulsive and unplanned person is afraid that even if his project makes money, it will end up going badly wrong or even heading for failure. A crowd of big bosses were talking. Each of them was worth billions or even tens of billions, and this life of his was extraordinarily valuable. That's why they also just stood and watched from a distance, instead of directly entering the gravel factory to help Yi Wuchen. After all, Liang Shanhu had just lost his son, and no one could guarantee that he would not do anything impulsive under the loss of his sanity. These big bosses can be incredibly concerned about the safety of their own lives. Huang Bin answered a phone call at that moment, then he shook his head and said, I just got the news. Yi Wuchen brought that girl called Song Xian. Just the two of them drove a car right into the gravel factory. And in the gravel factory, Liang Shanhu was ready with a dozen minions waiting for him. Huang Bin was very well informed. Not only did he know Yi Wuchen's whereabouts, but he also knew exactly what was going on in the middle of the gravel factory. As soon as his words came out, the crowd of big bosses paled. What? Mr. Yi, he actually really risked his life? If Liang Shanhu was really determined to avenge his son's death, then where would he have the life to come back after going like this? This Yi Wuchen, how can he do this? If he dies, how can we still carry out the project of Blue Moon facial cream? The big bosses can't help but pound their chests. An opportunity to make a lot of money is just going to be lost. They were incomparably remorseful in their hearts. Had they known that they would have stopped Yi Wuchen even if they had said anything in the first place. Huang Bin couldn't help but sigh as well. Young people, after all, are still too impulsive and do things recklessly. He has not yet made a great deal of money, or he would love his life if he had tried the taste of great wealth. Only poor people don't take their lives seriously. Huang Bin's words caused the crowd to nod their heads. Rich people are afraid to die. Only poor people who can't survive can trash their lives. Menning, however, said, I do think that Yi Wuchen doesn't seem like an impulsive person. Maybe we'll look again. Maybe he really does have a solution to this dilemma. Yi Wuchen brought surprises to Meng Ning one after another, which always gave Meng Ning a feeling. That was Yi Wuchen, who would continue to create miracles, and that immediately suffered a snort from Huang Bin, only to hear Huang Bin laugh. Mr. Meng, you're still holding out hope for that kid, aren't you? Now in the factory building, but there are more than a dozen fighters. How can that kid fight with them? And that Liang Shanhu guy is not a good guy. He's ruthless. Yi Wuchen killed his son. He said he would take revenge to kill Yi Wuchen no matter what. Otherwise so many of us would have mobilized our contacts to pressure him, and he would have released him long ago if he had gone soft. I don't believe that Yi Wuchen still has a way to walk out alive. It's useless for him to even call the police now. A host of big bosses nodded their heads. Even if they racked their brains right now, they couldn't think of any possibility of Yi Wuchen surviving. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted steeply in this mountain. Rumble. Even the entire earth seemed to be trembling slightly. What happened? Everyone looked around in horror. Instead, they saw a tank moving through the nearby mountains. A large number of soldiers, following the tanks, slowly advanced. And in the sky, a helicopter gunship unexpectedly appeared. The crowd raised their eyes and the number of soldiers that appeared was at least a few thousand. It's like a whole army. With such an army showing up here, is there going to be a war? The big bosses looked at everything in front of them with incomparable shock. But soon they realized something. Look at the flag of the army. It's the Ling family army. Jesus, look at that command chariot. That means that General Ling Ruhan himself has arrived. The rich merchants present were far more knowledgeable than the others. They had already discerned the origin of this army when they saw the fluttering military flag in the middle of the military formation, and an imposing commanding chariot. Ling Ruhan, she's the youngest female general in the country. Her exalted status made the rich merchants present feel overwhelmed with fear. Even though these rich merchants could talk and laugh in the mall on a regular basis, when they were faced with a powerful figure like General Ling, they also seemed so small. My God, the Ling family's army has actually surrounded that gravel factory? What the hell is going on here? Even if a kidnapping or a murder is involved in the gravel plant, a few police cars coming by will solve the problem. Do we need to use a whole army? Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here? Cold sweat ran down the foreheads of the rich merchants. Although they have thrown into a headache up to now, they are clear in their minds. Something big must have happened. And it's something that has a very huge impact. If it wasn't a major event, there was absolutely no way that the Ling family's army would be alarmed to show up here. Could it be related to the Mr. Yi in the plant? The minds of many wealthy merchants began to fly with associations. In the plant, there were no more than two groups of people. A gang led by Liang Shanhu. For Liang Shanhu, these rich merchants were too familiar with a bully who roamed the countryside. There was no value in alarming the Ling family army. Then the only possibility left was Yi Wuchen's group. Yi Wuchen, of mysterious origin. Many of the wealthy merchants present had privately sent people to inquire about Yi Wuchen in order to secure this project. But the information they have access to is very limited. It was as if Yi Wuchen had suddenly appeared all at once. With such a mysterious origin, it naturally seemed extremely unusual. Huang Bin's brow furrowed. Maybe it's not because of Yi Wuchen, but because of that girl called Song Zian. It was her mother who was kidnapped that provoked the Ling family army? That, too, makes sense. After all, besides Yi Wuchen, there was also a Song Zian. Song Zian was extremely beautiful, and if she was willing to climb up the ranks of the powerful, she could indeed make friends with a lot of big shots. But General Ling, the commander of the Ling family's army, is a woman. If General Ling were a man, he might still be able to punch the redhead. But since she was a woman, it was unlikely that she would mobilize an army for a beauty. Menning said at this point, I rather think that there's a higher probability that this is all related to Yi Wuchen. Anyway, let's keep watching. I guess soon, we'll know the truth. Chapter 123. Something big will happen to the sand and gravel plant. Outside the gravel plant, the only road into the gravel plant, several vans are speeding down the road. In these vans, there were a number of strong men sitting. They were either security guards from the Royal Court Hotel or friends from the road called by Wenbai and Le Shui. Le Xingxiu, Lo Shui, and Wenbai sat in the first car and sped towards the gravel plant. They had only one goal for this trip, and that was to save Yi Wuchen's life. Le Shangsu had an anxious look on his face. Let's hope that Liang Shanhu was a little slower with his hands, and Yi Wuchen can hold out until we rush over. Nowadays, the Royal Court restaurant is thriving under Yi Wuchen's training. If something happens to Yi Wuchen at this time, then the future of the Royal Court Hotel will be over. The main reason why Le Shangsu was worried about Yi Wuchen was still worried about his business. With Yi Wuduan, Le Xingxiu saw a major opportunity for himself in the restaurant industry. By getting this opportunity, he could take his career to the next level and be among the city's truly top wealthy businessmen. And if he loses this opportunity, I'm afraid he'll be standing still for the next 30 years. So Yi Wuchen absolutely cannot die. On the other hand, Lo Shui, who was on the side, looked quite complicated. Driver, go faster. She occasionally prodded the driver, followed by mostly silence. Yi Wuchen was more than just a booster for her in the family business, especially after she decided to take her relationship with Yi Wuchen further. Her thoughts about Yi Wuchen changed too much. Instead, Wimber's idea was simple. The whole time, he was holding his cell phone to make a call. Hey, Brother Li, call a dozen brothers over for me. There's something going on at the gravel factory in the north of the city. Brother Zhao, call all the brothers on your side over. The gravel factory in the north of the city. That dog Liang Shanhu is going to mess with my friend. Let's go save him. Zhang Laoshi. It's me, Wenbai. Quickly and immediately contact someone to come to the gravel factory in the north of the city and that asshole Liang Shanhu. Wimber kept calling and shaking people. Lu Xingshu is active for business. Wimber's positivity, on the contrary, has nothing to do with profit. After the call, Wimber said excitedly, although I don't feel good about that guy Yiwuchen, I have to admit that that guy is still quite nice. He and I are at least somewhat friends, so I can't just ignore it when I see something happen to him today. Liang Shanhu is a bully with many minions, but I'm not afraid of him, because my family has more money than him, and I have fewer friends than he does. Wimber spoke with fervor. As a young man, he was extremely righteous and happy to stand up for his friends. This was something that surprised Le Shangsu and Le Shui. They didn't expect that one by actually treated Yi Wuchen as a friend in his heart. A group of people were just like this fast, straight towards the sand and gravel factory in the north of the city. Soon, in their line of sight, they could already see the sand and gravel plant at the foot of the mountain in the distance. It made everyone nervous and excited. The destination is about to be reached, and I'm afraid it will be another big battle then. Him. Wimber had already gripped the steel pipe in his hand and had pressed on all the hot blood, but it was at this time the anomalies popped up. Rumble! A huge boom suddenly arose behind them. Even the window panes of the vehicle they were traveling in were shaken and clanged. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look behind them. Only a large cloud of dust billowed up from the rear. Such a situation only arises when a large number of heavy vehicles are speeding by. Wimber was so angry at the sight of it that he screamed. It must be that dog Liang Shanhu, calling the transportation team from his sandy field. Only that many heavy trucks driving together would make it that dusty. Looks like I need to call more brothers over to deter Liang Shanhu. Wimber had just finished screaming, only to see a war machine rushing out from the sky of smoke behind him. That surprisingly was the tank. Only countless tanks were seen speeding along with a roar, and at the back of the tanks were a large number of troop carriers, with uncountable soldiers sitting on them in full armor. Everyone in the van was dumbfounded at the sight. I'm not mistaken, am I? Is this a ING tank? Wimber was so shocked that he just exploded. Le Shangsu and Le Shui were equally surprised. They were also apparently completely surprised that so many tanks would show up. These tanks and troop carriers were driving fast. They quickly sped around the vans, brushing past them on either side and charging toward the front. The vans, immediately, were swept into this torrent of steel. So many tanks were marching around that it shook the van. The crowd in the van looked around at the tanks in all directions and shivered and paled. What the hell is going on here? It feels like these tanks, they're headed for the gravel plant. They're not coming to get us, are they? Wimber's voice trembled with fear. At the end of this road is the sand and gravel plant north of the city. Now that there was about to be a bad fight at the gravel plant in the north of the city, it was hard for Wimber to think much more than that these troops were here to stop them from fighting. Buzz 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 buzz. A boom also resounded in the sky. Le Xingshu and the others poked their heads out of the car window and looked towards the middle of the sky. All that could be seen was an armed helicopter, flying low over their heads. The airwaves raised by the helicopter gunship propellers even blew smoke and dust, causing several people in Le Xingshu to be mesmerized by the wind and sand. They rubbed their eyes and retreated back into the car, their insides having long since raised a shock wave. Mr. Lu, should we still move on? Even the driver of the van was at a loss for words and opened his mouth to ask. Le Xingshu saw such a scene, and no longer have the courage to go to the gravel plant. He didn't have the guts to fight and cause trouble under the eyes of this army. Just as Le Shangsu was about to answer, only a few soldiers were already waving at the front, signaling the van to stop. Le Shangsu hurriedly ordered, "Stop the car." The driver slammed on the brakes and the van had stopped. Only the soldiers came over to the car window and spoke at the crowd in the car. "There's an emergency operation here for our Qi army, and a 3-mile radius around the gravel plant has been set up as a restricted area. This road has been blocked off, and we'll be setting up a barrier here soon, and please leave quickly or suffer the consequences." The soldiers' voices were icy cold, and they had made it clear enough. How dare Le Shangsu and the others refuse? They hurriedly told the driver to turn the car around and head back toward the same road. The vehicle traveled a long distance and did not stop until it was completely away from the raging army. The crowd looked in the direction of the gravel plant in shock, only to see that a large number of tanks, soldiers and helicopter gunships had already surrounded the gravel plant. What's going on in the gravel plant, anyway? How does this even mess with the army? This matter? It shouldn't have anything to do with Yi Wuchen, right? The people in the car glanced at each other, and each other's hearts were overwhelmed with astonishment. Le Shangsu said gruffly, "Let's just watch here for a little while longer and see how the situation develops. Why do I always feel that something big is going to happen in the gravel plant?" Chapter 124, The Big Man Comes. Ling Family Army. In the middle of the military formation, Commanding chariot. Ling Rohan was valiantly standing on the chariot, holding up the binoculars towards the middle of the gravel factory in the distance. Her sword brows were furrowed in concentration. Here, it's a good place to duel and cut. For ordinary martial artists to spar and compete, an unusual martial arts center or a ring would be able to satisfy. But when it came to powerhouses at the level of the Protectorate War God and the world's No. 1, their every move and style was capable of causing great destruction. Even to a certain extent, their combat power alone was comparable to an army. Only this kind of remote place surrounded by mountains and sparsely populated could limit the damage of their battle to a minimum. War God and Elder Zhang. Why did they choose to have a private duel without informing me? If I had been notified in advance, I could have prepared them well in advance at the duel site. The fact that they're duking it out like this will only make it very difficult to carry out my job of maintaining local security. Ling Rohan still couldn't figure it out. The God of War and Elder Zhang had clearly agreed to fight again on a later date when they were at the Ling family's military camp. But who would have thought that the two had just left not long ago, but they were in a posture to start a duel? Could it be that, both of them, they don't want the outcome of this duel to be known? They prevent the destruction of a reputation that has been built up over a lifetime? In the martial arts, private duels do sometimes occur. This is often the case when highly respected celebrities in the martial arts world have a private duel, and neither of them is sure of victory. Those famous martial arts old-timers were extraordinarily fond of their feathers, and no one wanted to lose face in front of the world. That's why sometimes they keep the results of duels secret, with both sides agreeing not to reveal them to the world. In the end, only the two people on both sides of the duel knew clearly in their hearts, and outsiders were simply unable to pry out. This way, there is no winner or loser, and then both sides are able to keep their reputations intact. The Protectorate War God and the world's No. 1. Nowadays, the two of them could be said to be in the sky. They will be able to get away with it for the rest of their lives on that reputation alone. But if word gets out who lost today's duel, then whoever's reputation will hit rock bottom. If the God of War loses, he's not qualified to be called a God of War anymore. If the number one in the world loses, then naturally he doesn't deserve to be called number one. It would certainly be a fatal blow to their reputation. Therefore, Ling Ruhan guessed that the reason why both of them made a private date to fight was inevitably for the sake of caring for their reputation and loving their feathers. They did not want outsiders to know the outcome of this duel. Ling Ruhan, who had awakened, hurriedly ordered, "All hands on deck. All of you, give me martial law on the hill. No one is allowed to come within a 3-mile radius of the gravel plant, and the use of binoculars, cameras, cell phones, etc. to spy on the gravel plant is strictly prohibited." With Ling Rohan's order, the generals quickly passed the order on. It didn't take long. Female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu came to report, "General, we've put the entire gravel plant under complete lockdown. Near the gravel plant, there are still some loiterers. According to our investigation, there are roughly 3 sets of people. 1 set of escorts who left from inside the gravel plant, 1 set of well-known local wealthy businessmen, and 1 set of managers and security guards led by the Royal Court Hotel." Ling Rohan listened, not half interested in these irrelevant people. "Any sign of the target?" Ling Rohan asked in a deep voice. All she wanted to know was the traces of the Protectorate War God Yin Baidian and the world's first Zhang Maokai. Wang Xiaoyu nodded and pointed to the gravel plant. "General, we have discovered the seat of the Protectorate War God. We can be sure that the God of War has entered the plant." Ling Rohan raised her binoculars and looked in the direction Wang Xiaoyu was pointing, only to see in the gravel plant open space. There is indeed a black SUV. Yes, that's the God of War's automobile. This person, the God of War, is extremely punctual. All his life, he was never late, only early. It seems that the God of War is already waiting for Senior Zhang in the middle of the gravel factory. Now I just don't know when Senior Zhang will be able to make the appointment. Ling Rohan's words just fell. Suddenly, only Wang Xiaoyu pointed behind her. "General, look, that's Elder Zhang's automobile." Ling Rohan hurriedly looked for the sound. Sure enough, a car was seen bringing up a cloud of sand and dust and was rapidly approaching from a distance in the direction of the gravel plant. Ling Rohan raised her binoculars and took a closer look towards the car. That's right, it's Elder Zhang's automobile, and the driver of the automobile is none other than Senior Zhang. Elder Zhang, as expected, has come to the appointment. Ling Rohan's heart perked up. With both sides arriving, this rare and unprecedented battle was about to begin. Immediately, Ling Rohan hurriedly ordered, "Everyone make way. No one is allowed to hinder Senior Zhang's automobile from approaching. We have to make sure that Elder Zhang is able to pass through unhindered." The generals moved quickly, but wherever Zhang Maocai's automobile drove by, all the barriers were open to release the passengers. There were even 3 tanks in formation on the ground, and 3 armed helicopters leading the way in the sky to escort Zhang Maocai. The generals along the way even stood in formation, raising their hands in salute toward Zhang Maokai whenever his automobile passed by. Such a great array. In the first moment, Zhang Maocai's car became the center of attention. Even the crowd near the gravel plant saw the scene. On top of the mountain, Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and a group of wealthy businessmen also watched in amazement as the automobile drove unimpeded through the military formation toward the gravel plant. I'll go. This battle is too big. What exactly is the identity of that person sitting in the car? I'm afraid it's only generals that are entitled to this kind of treatment, right? But in our place, it's not easy for a General Ling to come. Could a new general be arriving? Why would a big shot of the general's caliber come to this remote gravel plant again? A small kidnapping case is worth the general's personal attention? The rich merchants looked at each other. No one could understand the situation. They all felt that the situation in the middle of this gravel plant was getting more and more complicated. Even if they racked their brains, they could not penetrate the mystery. The other side. On the far side of the military formation, several vans are parked here. Inside the van, Lu Shangsu, Lu Shui, and Wen Bai were staring at the car that was passing through the military formation with the same surprise. My God, is this a row for the big man? Today in this gravel factory, isn't it Liang Shanhu who wants to find trouble with Yi Wuchen? How come the army isn't enough to come? It seems like there's a real big brother coming? Neither that Liang Shanhu nor Yi Wuchen have the qualifications to lure such a great person to arrive. What's going on here? The three men in the car, equally confused. If Liang Shanhu had this kind of big man cover, it would have been the existence of crushing what Ho, Master Qin and other streams. If Yi Wuchen could enlist the help of such a big shot, why would he need to work so hard to make money? So what is the reason for such a great man? Just as the crowd was speculating about the big man in the car, inside that car, Zhang Maojie is driving, and in his mind, he had already panicked. Chapter 125, Berserk Heavenly Fist. Zhang Maokai drove his car through the military formation with trepidation. He looked around at the soldiers standing at attention and saluting, at the tanks leading the way, and then at the helicopter gunships escorting him in the sky. This made his heart even cooler. What's going on here? How come all the Ling family's troops have come here, and they seem to know I'm coming? But I've come here, obviously to find a higher power to save my life. It was the higher power who informed me to come to the sand and gravel plant in the north of the city. Why here? Is there so much movement? The further Zhang Maokai went, the more alarmed he became. He drove apprehensively and finally left the military formation. Sand and gravel plant, just around the corner. As far as the eye could see, it was all bare gravel. The gravel mining equipment has been shut down, and the whole gravel plant is quiet. When a gust of wind blew, the sand and dust raised was able to cover the gravel plant by half. It makes the gravel plant look as if it were a beast cloaked in an earthy yellow veil. The surrounding tanks and helicopter gunships began to pull back quickly, as if they had received orders not to approach the gravel plant. Only Zhang Maocai's automobile was still moving forward alone. This situation made Zhang Maocai's heart grow more and more uneasy. What's going on here? Could it be that there's something else terrifying in the middle of this gravel plant? Zhang Maokai almost couldn't help but want to turn around and leave in place at this moment. However, he turned his thoughts. What is even more frightening is not frightening when there are people in high places. If the higher power asked me to come here today, he will definitely preserve my little life. So, Zhang Maokai continued to step on the gas. He drove his automobile all the way to the door of the plant. Parking the car and opening the door, Zhang Maokai walked towards the plant. The wind and sand were so strong here that Zhang Maokai was blinded by the sand before he took a few steps. All he could do was grumble as he rubbed the sand from his eyes. This hole. I wonder how the environmental protection audit got through. Aren't the workers who work here afraid of getting pneumoconiosis, too? After complaining, Zhang Maokai also finally rubbed the sand out of his eyes. It immediately made him feel lighter, and with his eyes, he was finally able to see clearly around him. Only now did Zhang Mao realize that he had entered the plant. When he got a good look at the two people inside the plant, he was even more surprised that his mouth couldn't close. Yi, Mr. Yi, War God? Zhang Maokai was stunned. He knew that he would be able to run into Yi Wuchen here, but it was completely unexpected that the protectorate war god Yan Baidian was actually here as well. Zhang Maocai's line of sight turned and saw Liang Shanhu's body on the ground again. Hiss! Zhang Maokai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He was even more surprised that he had intruded on the scene of a murder. The same. Yan Baidian was also stunned. He was originally about to launch an attack on Yi Wuchen, but his moves were hardened by Zhang Maocai's sudden appearance. Mr. Chang? What brings you here? Yan Baidian looked at Zhang Maokai in amazement. Then at Yi Wuchen. How could he not hear that Zhang Maokai seemed to know Yi Wuchen? This caused Yan Baidian to become more and more vigilant, and he could not help but stare at his guard. These two. Are they a gang? If so, then Yan Baidian knew that he was afraid that his situation today was dangerous. He had already fought with Yi Wuchen at the golf club, and although it was only one move, he already knew that Yi Wuchen was strong, and he had likewise fought with Zhang Maokai in the middle of the Ling family's military camp. In terms of qi, although he didn't know the depth of Zhang Maocai's strength, he didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Maokai from his aura alone. Yan Baidian was confident in dealing with any of them, but if it was a one-on-two, this made Yan Baidian feel the pressure. At this point, Yi Wuchen, however, opened his mouth. That what's his name protectorate war god. Wait a little while if you want to compete. An acquaintance came to see me, and I had to run some errands first. Yan Baidian nodded. He was silent, keeping his guard slightly back. Yi Wuchen stepped forward and pulled Zhang Maokai towards the side. What do you want with me? Yi Wuchen directly opened his mouth to inquire. Earlier, Zhang Maokai called him and said he was in big trouble. Zhang Maokai came back to his senses and immediately replied bitterly. Higher power. That's the one I'm in big trouble with. That guy had to fight me. But how can a rookie like me beat the protectorate war god? Immediately, Zhang Maokai told Yi Wuchen everything that had happened to him as it was. Yi Wuchen listened and understood everything. It's a coincidence that it all just happened to collide today. He patted Zhang Maocai's shoulder and laughed. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything here. I'll fight that guy first. I can guarantee that by the time I'm done with him, he'll never have the strength to challenge you again. Zhang Maokai looked surprised. A high-ranking person who was actually going to face off against the protectorate war god? Although Zhang Maokai knew that the higher man's strength was unfathomable, he didn't think that the higher man could steadily win against the protectorate war god. The protectorate war god. That's the #1 expert in the army. The same name as the master of the martial alliance. This is the world. One of the two most powerful people. Is the Highlander really capable of dealing with such a strong enemy? Without waiting for Zhang Maokai to react, Yi Wuchen had already continued to speak. Only Yi Wuchen deliberately said in a loud voice, Don't you want to kill a chicken with a knife? Honorable Senior Zhang, the first in the world. Why is it necessary for you to personally take action against the protectorate war god? Just please also wait a moment. And let me teach this bull ***** war god who dares to challenge you a lesson for you. Elder Zhang, who is a martial artist. Please avoid going farther away and wait in the middle of the warehouse over there. But don't let the dust of this mortal world stain your noble body. Yi Wuchen deliberately said these words in an extremely respectful manner. It was as if he had great respect for Zhang Maokai. The moment these words came out, the heart of Yan Baidian, who was on the side, jolted. He gave Zhang Maokai a surprised look. Even an expert like Yi Wuchen has such respect for Zhang Maokai? Could it be that this Zhang Maocai's strength is still far above Yi Wuchen? This time, Yan Baidian no longer dared to underestimate the suspicion of Zhang Maokai. Rather, he regarded Zhang Maokai as a rare and formidable enemy in this life. Zhang Maokai didn't react at first. It wasn't until he saw Yi Wuchen scowling at him that he abruptly woke up. Ahem! Zhang Maokai hurriedly coughed dryly twice to hide his disorientation. He then held his head high and continued to make a show of being a recluse. That, shout ya, you're right. To teach a lesson to a district protectorate war god, it is indeed not necessary for my father to personally take action. I see that you're quite resourceful, little Yi, so I'll leave this little matter to you first. If you get it done, this honored one might teach you a trick or two more if he's in a good mood. If you fail, don't say you know my father in the future. These words are full of pizzazz. Yi Wuchen was directly called Xiao Yi. Anyone who heard it would misunderstand Yi Wuchen as Zhang Maocai's little follower. Yan Baidian's heart grew heavier. This Zhang Maokai, he really isn't simple. One of his little followers was so powerful. Then wouldn't Zhang Maocai's own martial arts be unfathomable? No wonder. He dared to claim to be the best in the world. Sure enough, there is responsive capital. Immediately, the battle intent in Yan Baidian's eyes grew more and more intense. He laughed brightly. Painful. What a pain in the ass. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet an expert like Yi Wuchen today. What's more, I didn't expect that Elder Zhang's strength far exceeded my expectations as well. Every martial artist, fearing the loneliness of an expert, longs to meet a strong enough opponent. How lucky am I to have met the two of you today? Yes, today, I'll fight Yi Wuchen first. After I win the fight, I'll give my advice to Senior Zhang. Yan Baidian raised his hands and arched towards Zhang Maokai. It's a sign of respect for a Jedi Master. Zhang Maokai nodded indifferently. Then this honored one will go to the Pure Land first and wait for the results of your fight. This place is too dusty and dirty, and my father hates dirt. He then picked up his hands behind his back and took a step towards the far side of the warehouse. He walked faster and faster, desperate to speed up his escape. As for Yan Baidian at this moment, he had also turned back and stared at Yi Wuchen. Zhang Maokai has left. Now, it's one-on-one. Yan Baitian had no more scruples. Only Yan Baitian's right arm was slowly raised, his palm clenched into a fist. The berserk aura immediately converged on top of his fist. It was as if this punch contained the might of being able to pierce through a huge mountain. This punch of mine is called the Berserk Heavenly Fist. I have relied on this punch to kill 92 strong enemies. I would also like to ask your honor to give me some advice. With that, Yan Baitian threw out a fierce punch. Strong and incomparable power ravaged the entire field, rushing and surging towards Yi Wuchen, as if it was going to smash Yi Wuchen to pieces. The Great War finally opened. Chapter 126, The Power of One Move. This Berserk Heavenly Fist of Yan Baitian was mighty. As he swung out this punch, berserk power filled the entire plant. Ping! The glass in the factory was shattered under the agitation of the terrifying power. Countless glass shards were spilling down, like a rain of glass. The sand on the ground, moreover, was rolled up to fill the air, as if an earthy yellow gale filled the entire space. With this punch, Yan Baitian did not hold back in the slightest, nor is there the slightest temptation. Once you're up, it's a kill shot. Yan Baitian had suffered a loss from Yi Wuchen outside the golf club, and he knew that Yi Wuchen was strong. The lion wrestles the hare with all its might. What's more, dealing with a strong enemy, Yan Baitian certainly wouldn't take it lightly. In a flash, this punch had then arrived in front of Yi Wuchen. Such a strong punch was enough to blast a heavy truck directly into parts. How could a mortal body of flesh and blood resist? It looked like Yi Wuchen was about to be hit by this punch blast. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen moved, only to see him slowly raise his arm and gently wave it. This swing was like swinging and sweeping a falling leaf. Easy enough to be cozy, but it was this swing that brought up a strong and unrivaled force. The two forces instantly collided together. Boom! A terrifying explosion was immediately born in the entire plant. A strong shockwave, centered on the two people, swept towards the surroundings. The mechanical equipment inside the plant was shattered into a pile of parts by this power rush. The four walls and roof of the factory building were even directly shattered amidst this terrifying force. The worst is Zhang Maokai. He's still strutting around. In order to maintain the image of being the number one in the world, it caused Zhang Maokai to leave for the warehouse next to the plant to move much slower. He had just stepped out of the side door when all he heard was a loud boom from behind him. This startled Zhang Maokai and he hurriedly turned to look, only to see that the walls of the plant were instantly swept away by the terrifying force, and the strong shockwave was still rushing towards Zhang Maokai after it broke through the wall restraints. OMG! Zhang Maokai was scared out of his wits when he saw the scene. He hurriedly stepped away, desperately trying to escape, trying to duck into the warehouse to avoid being hit by the shockwave wave. At this moment, he only hated that his parents had given him two less legs. However, how could he run faster than the speed of the shockwave? The shockwave arrived in an instant and ruthlessly crashed into Zhang Maokai's body. Zhang Maokai just felt like he was hit by a car, and his entire body immediately flew out. It's over. In the midst of the prancing clouds, this was the only thought Zhang Maokai had. Afterward, his entire body was blown far away by the gusty wind as if it were a leaf, and then he landed heavily into a sandpit. His eyes closed and he unexpectedly passed out. It was also his luck. The force of the shockwave had been mostly resisted by the plant walls, and he had landed right in the middle of a soft sandpit. This was what allowed him to merely be shocked into unconsciousness without his life being in danger. The sand that had been mined throughout the gravel plant was even more agitated and filled up in all directions. It was like a large mass of yellow fog that enveloped the entire gravel plant. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of bystanders as well. The first to notice it was naturally the Ling family's army, who had been following the situation. As the explosions went off, all the soldiers of the Ling family army stood on guard, thinking that they had encountered an unexpected situation. Ling Ruhan and the female adjutant, Wang Xiaoyu, also both hastily gathered their sights and looked towards the distant gravel factory. They could vaguely see from the sand and dust that filled the sky that the main plant of the sand and gravel factory had been razed to the ground, and because the sand and dust stirred up was so large, it resulted in the details, but it had been hard to see. Wang Xiaoyu looked surprised. The explosion just now was very powerful. It would have to be a heavy bomb hitting that plant at least to level the whole thing. Could it be that someone detonated a high explosive in the middle of that plant? As a soldier, Wang Xiaoyu was naturally the first to look at the situation just now from a military perspective. Ling Rohan, on the other hand, shook her head, only to hear Ling Rohan explain, "Your insight is still a bit too shallow. You have no idea whatsoever. The fighting power of those Jedi Masters." Wang Xiaoyu sniffed and looked incredulous. "General, are you saying that the explosion just now was?" Ling Rohan nodded. "The explosion just now was not caused by explosives at all. Rather, it's the power generated when the truly top-tier powerhouses in this world fight. This is also why the God of War and Senior Zhang chose to have their duel in such a remote place. As the battle goes on, I'm afraid the destruction they're creating will increase. Ling Rohan had a grave expression on her face. She didn't know what kind of fight the two would end up in, but she knew the gravel plant was doomed to be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Wang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, inhaled a deep breath of cool air after hearing this. She completely did not expect that the fighting strength of a top expert would be as terrifying as this. It's a good thing the general had the foresight to have us set up our defenses 3 miles away from the gravel plant. Otherwise, if we get too close to the gravel plant, won't we get caught in the wave and have casualties? As Wang Xiaoyu said this, her gaze turned back to the plant that was filled with sand and dust. Truly a protectorate war god. Truly the best in the world. The two talents shocked the entire audience as soon as they went into battle. Hilltop, Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and a group of wealthy businessmen were also so frightened by the explosion just now that they almost didn't go weak in the knees. They stared dumbfounded at the sandy and dusty plant, at the might of the terrifying shockwave that had just swept across everything. Did that just army open fire? Why are they shelling the gravel plant? Inside the gravel factory, Liang Shanhu, Yi Wuchen, Song Zian and her mother, so many people are still inside. How come they were shelled? Everyone thought it was the Ling family's army firing towards the gravel factory. In their cognizance, only the explosion of an artillery shell could produce such a terrifying power, and after Meng Ning came back to his senses, a hint of sadness couldn't help but show in his eyes. I'm afraid everyone can't be spared from that kind of horrible explosion, right? Yi Wuchen he is afraid that. She had a good impression of Yi Wuchen and was looking forward to working with him. However, he completely did not expect that Yi Wuchen was about to lose his life on the spot. This caused Meng Ning's heart to be filled with sadness. Huang Bin also lamented. It's a pity. Yi Wuchen would have been an outstanding young man as well. He was on the verge of greatness, but he died at a young age. It's all so inexplicable. It's just a kidnapping. Is it worth opening fire with cannons? The rest of the rich merchants were even as if they had lost their parents and were crying. If Yi Wuchen dies, then their chance to make a lot of money is lost. How can this make them not feel bad? The other side. Sand and gravel plant on the far side. Lu Xingxiu, Lu Shui and Wenbai also stared wide-eyed at the smoky gravel plant. Is this a war? Wimber asked in surprise. While Lu Shangsu and Lu Shui's expressions were still in shock, it was obvious that the two of them hadn't been able to come back to their senses. Ryoko, Lu Shangsu couldn't help but be indignant. What the hell is going on here? What the hell was that explosion? Did that dog Liang Shanhu use the explosives used to mine gravel to blow people up? Or did the army fire toward the plant? This is inexplicable. Lu Shangsu's eyes were filled with anxiety. He knew that the explosion just now was so violent that he feared many people would be killed or injured. Lu Xue was still staring blankly at the gravel plant. She looked sad, a little disbelieving and a little hard to accept. Leafless, out of the corner of her eye, she actually shed a crystal tear. Chapter 127. You don't deserve the name of war god. The large factory building is now in ruins. Under the diffuse yellow sand, there were all the broken walls. And in the midst of all these broken bricks and tiles, there were two people still standing. That terrifying power just now hadn't even caused any damage to the dueling parties. Yan Baidian looked incredulously at the opponent in front of him. Yi Wuchen, my berserk heavenly fist, you just easily resisted it? Such a situation is unprecedented. Yan Baidian had roamed the world for decades, and his berserk heavenly fist could be said to have struck the world. Even on top of the battlefield, Yan Baidian had relied on this berserker heavenly fist to slay countless enemies. It can be invincible. For this punch, Yan Baidian was also full of confidence. But who knows? The punch he was so proud of was unexpectedly cracked by Yi Wuchen as if he was swinging a fly. This caused Yan Baidian to have a hard time accepting it for a moment. No way. This is absolutely impossible. There is no one in this world who is still so calm and relaxed in the face of my berserk heavenly fist. I'm afraid that even the Martial Alliance Master would have to be afraid of this punch of mine. You're so young. How could you possibly be so strong? Murphy, you're just putting on a strong front. Yan Baitian's gaze condensed as he made a judgment in his heart. On the battlefield, it's all about giving up without a fight. Sometimes, bluffing and pretending to be strong can be effective against the enemy. Yi Wuchen, 80% had already been injured, but deliberately still made a breezy expression. For the sake of it, it's a blow to your own momentum. As Yan Baidian thought to this point, his aura and battle intent instead became stronger and stronger. Who knows? Yi Wuchen just shook his head in disappointment. With this amount of strength, you are also able to become the war god of this era? It seems that there really is a generation that is not as good as the next, and the god of war in this world is becoming more and more disreputable. By your generation, it's simply the weakest war god, even not worthy of the name of god of war. During the long years, Yi Wuchen had seen the war gods of all the dynasties. For example, Shi Yu, the god of soldiers, Bai Qi, the god of killers, Xiang Yu, the king of Chu, Hua Zhaodi, the god of horsemen, Guan Yu, the saint of martial arts, Li Jing, the god of war of the Tang dynasty, and Yu Fei, the god of war of the Song dynasty. He had seen all sorts of war gods, shining bright and rampant in the times that belonged to them. Yan Beitian's strength was far from that of the ancient war god, yet it was not even worth mentioning. This kind of strength people also presumptuously called the god of war. I really do not know whether it is the god of war, this title of sadness, or the sadness of this era. For this reason, Yi Wuchen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Yan Beitian, on the other hand, was enraged by these words. How dare you? He rushed at Yi Wuchen and glared angrily. Never. No one dared to underestimate him. No one, moreover, dared to question his unworthiness to bear the name of war god. At this moment, Yan Beitian's aura surged wildly. It could be clearly seen that the veins all over his body continued to burst, and even his skin began to turn red. It was a sign that he was desperately working his inner strength. I originally only came here today to persuade you. I never intended to kill you, because I am not a dog that works for the Zhao family. But today, you insulted me. This matter, then, is not just a grudge between you and the Zhao family, but also between me and you. To wash away this insult, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Speaking of which, it was only to see that the yellow sand that filled the surroundings unexpectedly seemed to be pulled by some sort of force, as if it had begun to rotate continuously around Yan Beitian's circumference. This caused a terrifying tornado to be created around Yan Beitian. This yellow sand tornado whistled madly, connecting heaven and earth, and the wind was so powerful that even fist-sized rocks were sucked up into the sky by it. Yan Beitian's entire body stood in the eye of the wind, yet he was not affected by this tornado at all. It was as if he was the master of this tornado, only to hear him speak with an angsty voice and arrogance. This move of mine is called the Mad Dragon Battle Fist. This is my strongest move, and my surefire kill move. But ever since I practiced this killing move, no one has ever had the chance to see it, because none of them could last long enough for me to use it before they died. This move was originally prepared by me for the Martial League Alliance Master. In my plans, sooner or later, I would have a peak battle with the Martial Alliance Master. I originally thought that only a supreme expert like him would be worthy of this move of mine. But today, for the sake of my honor and glory, I will use this move on you early. Whether or not you can survive this move is up to you. The Protectorate War God, honored beyond measure. His honor is not to be challenged half-heartedly. In defense of honor, he struck out brazenly, only to see the whistling tornado. It unexpectedly charged ferociously towards Yi Wuchen. This appearance was like a wild dragon striking directly at Yi Wuchen. It was as if it was a giant dragon that wanted to mercilessly devour Yi Wuchen and leave his corpse without bones. As soon as this tornado moved, the destruction around it was even more terrifying, only to see that wherever the tornado turned into a huge dragon passed, the ground was actually plowed into a deep furrow. The surrounding debris, moreover, was uprooted by the gusts of wind, swept into the wind, wrapped together and bombarded towards Yi Wuchen. As long as Yi Wuchen was struck, it was as if he was hit by countless debris, and he was bound to be pulverized. Even those huge stones in the gravel plant rolled, and those vehicles and equipment were blown up. This was the power of the Protectorate War God's strongest move, Mad Dragon Battle Fist. If an army dared to face this move head-on, then that army would inevitably be massacred on the spot. In the face of such a terrifying power, Yi Wuchen still had a bland expression. Last move, a mess. That's a sloppy move, but alas, it's still weak. This power, it's still weak. Even if you strike this move, you're still not qualified to be called a war god. Yi Wuchen gently shook his head. These words like knives, ruthlessly pierced into Yan Beitian's heart. The always arrogant Yan Beitian. How had he ever suffered such a bad review? Yan Beitian said angrily, "Call me weak? Let's see if you survive." After saying that, Yan Beitian's entire body moved. He rushed into the tornado that was like a wild dragon and became the leader, only to see him raise his right arm and slam his fist towards Yi Wuchen. Along with this punch, it was as if all the power in the sky from the tornado had converged on top of his fist at this moment. One punch, boom, phew. The howling of the gale was also sharp to the core. Yi Wuchen still had a bland expression in the face of this fist whose power seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was as if Yan Beitian's fist was nothing more than a tiny flying insect. He, once again, raised his hand. Another gentle wave, as if to drive away the flying insects in front of him, and a force as deep as the sea, as vast as the sea, also arose steeply. This power cascaded and continued, constantly rushing towards that yellow sand mad dragon. With one swing, slap the dragon. Chapter 128, The End of the Great War. On the outskirts of the gravel plant, a crowd of onlookers, at this point, were all shocked as if they were wooden. In their gazes, they watched in horror as the tornado rose up from the ground, wrapping countless yellow sands and rocks, sweeping across the entire gravel factory. The powerful winds even affected the crowds of onlookers in the distance. Their sleeves and hair were blown about by the gale. In the midst of the gale, the crowd's surroundings were filled with fallen leaves and yellow sand carried up by the wind. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky is clear and the sun is shining, but it was on such a sunny day that such a ferocious tornado was produced. Such an anomaly also happens in the middle of a gravel plant. This made everyone couldn't help but feel more and more a burst of unimaginable. In the middle of the Ling family army's military formation, commanding the chariot, Ling Rohan and Wang Xiaoyu, too, were looking at the tornado that connected heaven and earth. General, this natural phenomenon is too abnormal. And this tornado appeared impartially in the gravel factory at this exact time, right at the place where the world's first and the protectorate war god dueled. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but be surprised. Many of the things that happened today in the middle of this gravel plant were too bizarre. Ling Rohan said gruffly, "That's not a natural phenomenon, much less a coincidence. That tornado, created by the churning of overpowering forces." When Wang Xiaoyu heard this, she couldn't help but almost drop her jaw in shock. "General, you mean?" Speaking here, Wang Xiaoyu no longer dared to say anymore, because she couldn't imagine that the power of an individual could do this. It completely turned her perception upside down. She only felt in this moment that someone who could possess such power could already be called God. Only a god can have such a terrifying ability. Ling Rohan's tone, too, was slightly agitated. "That's why it's a triple blessing for us to have the opportunity to see such a duel today. Regardless of who wins or loses today, we will be able to witness the birth of a truly supreme powerhouse. This battle will surely make the world famous." Wang Xiaoyu's eyes couldn't help but show her fascination as well. It was truly worth it to see such a great showdown. Suddenly, only to see that things have changed in the middle of the gravel plant. That tornado unexpectedly transformed into a yellow dragon and ferociously rushed in a certain direction. The dragon's head was hidden. It looked as if this person was the embodiment of this berserk dragon, the master of this berserk power, high and mighty, supreme beyond compare, unbeatable. Who's that? Is it the first in the world? Or the protectorate war god? Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to get a clear look at the godlike silhouette at the faucet position. However, the wind and sand filled the sky, and their eyesight simply could not penetrate the wind and sand, nor could they see who that person actually was. But, in their hearts, they all just felt that the person in the leading position was sure to win, just by his supreme stance, just by his power to stir up tornadoes, just by his aura as if he were a god, and he must be invincible. Go for it. There were even a number of spectators who couldn't help but cheer and applaud the man. It has been human nature since the beginning of time to worship the strong. Especially the Jedi are highly sought after. In the midst of the crowd's excited gazes, that silhouette was already riding a giant dragon made of gale force winds, smashing down headfirst towards a certain location on the ground. This move was bound to be the ultimate killing move. No one can stop it. However, just as all the spectators were ready to cheer the figure's victory, the situation suddenly changed dramatically. Only a terrifying force suddenly rose up to the sky. In the sight of the crowd, only a yellow sand was suddenly raised above the ground. It was yellow sand stirred up by a terrible force. Such a large expanse of yellow sand almost enveloped the entire gravel plant. They were layered and constantly surging, looking like a sea of yellow sand. Slammed! This sea of yellow sand suddenly broke open, and an invisible force abruptly broke through. Amidst the yellow sand stirred up by this power, it could be vaguely seen that this power resembled a huge palm. This huge slap swung towards the giant yellow wind dragon. It looked as if it was a flick of the wrist, a careless stroke, but when the two collide with each other, the effect produced is truly astounding. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook. A horrible explosion was created in the middle of the gravel plant. The entire gravel plant was leveled in a flash. The yellow sand that was stirred up was more than enough to cover the sky. Even the earth stood trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. Even though the crowd was separated by more than 3 miles, they could still feel the trembling coming from the soles of their feet. Many people couldn't help but let out shrieks of terror at this horrifying sight. But the next moment, they saw something even more horrifying. "Look!" I don't know who called out, and everyone rushed to look toward the gravel plant, only to see that giant hand. It unexpectedly shattered that yellow wind dragon with a single swing. That's right, it's just slapping and shattering. The entire giant dragon was slapped into countless fragments, and these fragments were transformed into clear wind and dissipated. As the giant dragon dissipated, the terrifying gale naturally disappeared into thin air. Sand, gravel, and masonry, wrapped in the gale, also fell from the sky. It made it seem as if a downpour of gravel had fallen within 3 miles of the gravel plant, and the person in that dragon head position suffered the greatest force from that giant hand. That silhouette, as a whole, was directly slapped out by the giant hand. It was like a little flying insect that was slapped in the face. Not even a little bit of power to fight back. It's simply miserable. How did this happen? Wang Xiaoyu saw this scene and had trouble accepting it. The god of her heart was jerked away so easily? So how powerful will the one who smokes the gods be? Ling Ruhan was also filled with surprise. My insight and imagination. Still too weak. I had thought that the one in the leading position was already an unrivaled supreme expert, but I didn't expect that the other party's power would still be so much stronger. It was wonderful. This duel is simply brilliant. I just don't know who was the one who swung that slap in the end. At this point, among the gravel factory, it gradually calmed down. The loud noise from earlier quickly disappeared, and the gravel storm had finished raining down. It was as if it was all over, except for the fact that there was still a drifting dusty shroud of sand. They're done fighting. Ling Ruhan's heart fluttered. Obviously, the fight between the giant hand and the giant dragon just now had been the final showdown between the two sides, and now the showdown is over. At this moment, everyone is concerned with this one question. Who wins and who loses? Everyone's heart lifted. They watched the gravel plant without moving, waiting for a moment for someone to come out of it still standing. The one who comes out standing is, naturally, the final winner. He will be honored in countless ways, suffer the limelight, and be successful from then on. This man, it's the Protectorate War God? Or number one in the world? Who, exactly, could it be? Chapter 129. Smoke filled the sand and gravel plant. There is no plant to be seen here long ago, and the place is devastated. On the ground, a thick layer of yellow sand fell. A figure stepped on the yellow sand, walking slowly. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. He came onto a sand pit, then reached out and poked his hand deep into the yellow sand. Follow closely. His hand seemed to grab hold of something in the yellow sand and then jerked upward. Wow! Amidst the yellow sand, he unexpectedly raised a person. This person is none other than Zhang Maokai. Zhang Maokai had long been stunned in the battle just now, and at this time, he was buried by yellow sand, and his mouth and nose were stuffed with sand. If Yi Wuchen had raised him out of the yellow sand a little later, he was afraid that he would have suffocated to death. Only Yi Wuchen reached out his hand and tapped twice on several acupoints on Zhang Maokai's body. Cough cough. Accompanied by a violent cough, Zhang Maokai immediately woke up from his coma. He coughed loudly, clearing the yellow sand from his mouth and nose. It took a while before he gradually slowed down. Hi, so I'm not dead yet? Just now, really scared me. I thought that I would never see you again. Hyman. Zhang Maokai pounded his chest after coming to his senses and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Yi Wuchen patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, with me around, where is it so easy to let you die? Zhang Maokai gradually calmed down. He raised his eyes towards the surroundings and was immediately shocked by the devastation in front of him. Where is this? This? Are we still in the gravel plant? All that plant and equipment, how come it's all gone? This scene, it's like there's been a war. Zhang Maokai was unconscious, so he didn't have the chance to witness the great battle just now. Now if it wasn't full of gravel, otherwise he couldn't help but wonder if he'd been moved out of position. But of course, with his imagination, he couldn't guess that the entire gravel factory was razed to the ground as a result of a duel between two men. By the way, higher power, where is that Protectorate War God? Didn't you guys just want to fight and kill each other? What was the final result? When he thought of the patron war god, that demonic god, Zhang Maokai broke out in a cold sweat. He hastily jumped up from the ground and searched hard for the Protectorate War God amidst the sand and dust that filled the area around him. Yi Wuchen was just about to reply when he only heard a burst of footsteps ringing nearby. He then laughed. Speak of the devil. The Protectorate War God you were looking for has come. As the words fell, only a figure stumbled out amidst the smoke that was like a fog. It was Yan Baitian. Only, at this moment, Yan Baitian looked wretched. He was covered in blood and covered in scars. Even his clothes were on the verge of becoming rags and rags. At this moment, he was staggering when he walked, and there were still traces of blood around his mouth. So it was obvious that he had already suffered considerable internal injuries. Zhang Maokai was once again startled when Yan Baitian appeared. He could not have imagined in any way that the high and mighty Protectorate God of War would become in such a sorry state. Yan Baitian's eyes, on the other hand, had been staring at Yi Wuchen dead in the face. I have used my life's learning and unique techniques, yet why am I still unable to defeat your excellency? Who exactly is your excellency and what is your division? Why is it that I've spent decades of my life traveling across the world, yet I never knew that there was even an expert like your excellency in the world? Yan Baitian's voice was filled with incomprehension and shock. He had just made a move with the Berserk Dragon Battle Fist, and his entire body was like transforming into a giant dragon and pouncing towards Yi Wuchen. As a result, Yi Wuchen only gently waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the entire yellow wind giant dragon. As for Yan Baitian's entire person, he was even slapped so much that he flew straight out, not landing on the ground until he flew a mile away. He struggled on the ground for a long time before he could retrace his steps back into the middle of the gravel plant. Yi Wuchen looked at Yan Baitian and asked, "What? Are we going to keep fighting?" Yan Baitian trembled when he heard this. His eyes were filled with resentment, anger, and helplessness. Eventually, he sighed slightly. "No more fighting. If we continue to fight, I will also lose. It seems that today, there is no way for me to persuade you to let go of your grudge with the Zhao family. I'm limited in my ability, but I've put my best foot forward. I've also returned the favor to the Zhao family." Yan Baitian was indeed powerless to fight anymore. With a wave of his hand, he was defeated. The defeat was so complete, there was no way to fight back. Even this wave of his hand caused Yan Baitian to be seriously injured, and his fighting strength was even reduced by 70% to 80%. On the contrary, Yi Wuchen was unharmed. The gap was so huge that Yan Baitian had already come to his senses long ago. He took one last look at Yi Wuchen and then at Zhang Maokai on the side. "I originally thought that the only person in this world who can compete with me is the Martial Alliance Master. I didn't realize until today that I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. There are already crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the middle of one Dakan city, let alone the entire world. The name of victory, I am indeed not ashamed to call it again." After Yan Baitian finished speaking, he sighed and turned to leave. His back was extraordinarily lonesome and silent. Obviously what happened to him today hit him hard. His figure gradually faded into the roiling sand and dust, eventually disappearing. Zhang Maokai had been watching Yan Baitian disappear before he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Tall man, he's not going to ask me for a duel again, is he?" Zhang Maokai asked with his heart still in his mouth. If Yan Baitian finished fighting Yi Wuchen, he would have to fight him again. Then he just doesn't have enough to fight even if he has 9 lives. Yi Wuchen replied, "Don't worry, his injuries won't heal for a year and a half. After being defeated by me, his confidence has suffered a heavy blow. He won't have the guts to keep competing against people until he rebuilds his confidence. For a person practicing martial arts, the most important thing is a forward-looking sharpness, and once that sharpness is thwarted, the whole person will inevitably be depressed for a while." After hearing this, Zhang Maokai finally patted his heart and put it down. Yi Wuchen, however, continued, "How are you getting along with your daughter? Be nice to her and take her out more often in her spare time. Maybe she'll meet someone noble or have some strange encounter." Yi Wuchen helped Zhang Maokai in this way in order to get clues about the wood of heavenly destruction from Zhang Maocai's daughter, Zhang Tongtong. Now that he had helped Zhang Maokai enough, the payoff should be ready to reap the rewards. Zhang Maokai sniffed and hurriedly said yes. "Don't worry, higher power, even if you, higher power, don't say so, I'll still be good to my daughter out of my heart." Yi Wuchen nodded. Then his sight seemed to penetrate through the yellow sand that filled the surroundings and looked farther away. "It's such a big crowd out there. I don't have time to deal with those loafers. I've got a lot of work to do. Leave yourself. I have to go too." After Yi Wuchen finished speaking, his body flashed. Afterward, his entire body disappeared from Zhang Maocai's eyes as if he had vanished out of thin air. This scared Zhang Maokai so much that he almost didn't sit on his butt, if it wasn't for the fact that he had already seen Yi Wuchen's divine presence. Otherwise he would have thought that he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "This place, I'll hurry up too." Zhang Maokai no longer hesitated and hurriedly left the gravel factory. He, however, did not realize what kind of shock he would bring to the crowd waiting painstakingly outside the gravel plant by walking out like this. Chapter 130, The God of War 1? Outside the gravel plant, everyone was watching the final outcome of this great battle. Ling Ruhan and Wang Xiaoyu, in particular, were staring intently at the situation in the gravel plant. After a while, the female deputy king suddenly pointed to the only road leading out of the gravel plant and called out, "General! Look, someone's coming out of it." Ling Ruhan fixed her eyes and saw a silhouette gradually appearing from the diffuse smoke and dust. She ordered hastily, "Get the binoculars and see who it is. The first person to come out of the gravel plant is likely to be the one who wins the final victory. And now that the Great War is over, there's finally no need to worry about compromising someone's reputation by peering through binoculars and other devices." Wang Xiaoyu hurriedly raised her binoculars as she looked at them for a while before answering, "It's our protectorate war god." After Ling Ruhan learned of this answer, but there was no unexpected expression on her face. After all, that was still what her mind had guessed as the outcome as well. The protectorate god of war, who has not lost a single battle in his entirety. So true, he has been through countless trials of blood and fire, and has faced countless brutal killings. He really deserves it for getting this win. And Elder Zhang, he's still no match for the god of war in terms of experience in dealing with vicious battles. Senior Zhang has been secluded in the mountains and forests for too long. and he has just come out of the mountains to meet such a strong enemy as the god of war. So even if he loses, it's justifiable. Speaking of this, Ling Rohan let out a slight sigh. It's just a pity that I'm afraid there's no way to use Senior Zhang's title of #1 in the world anymore. In the future, if he wants to return to the top again, it's bound to be difficult. Since ancient times, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. There could only be one person who was the topmost powerhouse in this world, the true #1 expert in the world. Since Zhang Maokai had lost, he was no longer #1 in the world. The title of #1 in the world would also be born among the two of the Protectorate War God and the Martial Alliance Alliance Master. Whoever wins is truly the best in the world, and I'm afraid that Zhang Maokai will no longer be able to call himself a top expert in the future, but only a first-class expert. Ling Rohan couldn't help but feel deeply sorry for such a hermit who had resolutely come out of the mountains to serve the society. At this point, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, "General, war got his state. It seems not quite right." Ling Rohan fixed her eyes suspiciously, only to see that Yen Baidian was already very close, and even without using the binoculars, she could probably see his state clearly. In his case, something is really not right. Only Yen Baidian was walking step by step. Only his steps were staggering, as if he would fall at any time, and he was covered in blood and his clothes were in tatters. At this moment, Yen Baidian, where was the previous aura of the black trench coat and black combat boots, so stern that it was like a sharp sword? On the contrary, he looked depressed and forlorn, even like a beggar. Hiss! Ling Rohan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a grueling duel! It seems that even if the god of war wins, it will be a miserable victory. Even if Senior Zhang loses, his strength should not be underestimated. Wang Xiaoyu, the female adjutant at the side, also nodded her head repeatedly. Looking at the Protectorate War God's wretched appearance at this moment, one could tell that he had not won this duel easily. From those horrifying sights seen on the battlefield just now, one could guess that this duel was bound to be a vicious battle fought to the death. And this time, Yen Baidian had also entered the military formation of the Ling family's army. The soldiers looked at this invincible Protectorate God of War, and like Ling Rohan, they thought that Yen Baidian had achieved victory. All the soldiers, then, could not help but cheer loudly. God of War! God of War! God of War! Every soldier, hissing for their war god to be victorious. Their cries resounded through the heavens and the earth, echoing for a long time, unceasingly. Such cries were likewise heard by the rest of the onlookers. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by the cheers that were like waves of waves. On top of the mountain, when Meng Ning, Huang Bin and a group of wealthy merchants heard such a shout, they couldn't help but glance at each other. They were able to see intense shock in each other's eyes. Huang Bin spoke with a trembling voice. "Warlord, I'm afraid there is only one person in the entire world who was worthy enough to deserve this title." Although he didn't say who that person was, all the rich merchants already had an answer in their minds. Protector of War, Yen Baidian. No one other than him is qualified enough to be called the God of War. Meng Ning also said in a shocked voice. Is it any wonder that a whole army appeared to show up here? So many soldiers, airplanes, tanks, making such a big show. So, surprisingly, it's because of the God of War. Could it be that the Protectorate War God is really here? And he came to our city, to the middle of this gravel factory in the north of the city? The rich merchants couldn't help but feel a strong sense of awe. With their status, they already felt chills when facing a general like Ling Rohan, and when they now knew of the arrival of the Protectorate War God, it was even more so that each and every one of them only felt their foreheads sweating. The Protectorate War God, that's a dragon that truly soars to the 9 heavens, and they were as small as ants in front of the giant dragon. Huang Bin's body trembled steeply, just now in the middle of the gravel plant. That terrible tornado, that terrible explosion, that terrible long dragon of yellow wind. So, it was actually triggered by the Protectorate War God fighting here. Such power is so terrifying. But here's the problem. Who in this world would be qualified enough to fight the Protectorate War God? The minds of the crowd were similarly baffled. With their insights, they really couldn't imagine that there was anyone else in this world who could fight against the Protectorate War God. They didn't know who that person was though, but they knew that the identity of that person must be very scary. The other side. In the van, Lu Shangsu, Lo Shui, and Wenbai were similarly horrified as they listened to the soldiers' mountainous cheers. They also roughly guessed a shocking fact. God of War. That's the Protectorate Warlord. Yen Baidian, the Protectorate War God, had actually come to this remote place. Lu Shangsu couldn't help but be shocked. Crap, that kid, Yi Wuchen, happened to break into the battlefield where the War God is fighting today. Why is he so unlucky? The entire gravel plant has been destroyed, and he's afraid that his bones are gone. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but panic. Yi Wuduan, It's really too much of a coincidence. The god of war is here today for a grueling battle, and the battlefield happens to be in the middle of this gravel plant. Yi Wuchen must not have known this before he ventured inside the gravel factory and was caught in the middle of the war god's battle. If Yi Wuchen was killed by the waves of the battle, then there was really no place for reasoning. Now, there's really no way out. Wimber also looked frustrated. If he was facing Liang Shanhu, he could still use his identity and connections to go up and say a few words. But if he faced a powerful big shot like the Protectorate War God, Wenbai didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. When Le Shui heard this, her heart couldn't help but clench. Yi Wuchen. Xian. Le Shui's face was sad. Since Yi Wuchen was finished, I'm afraid Song Xian was the same. She didn't realize that she had lost 2 friends in one day. Chapter 131, I'm the one who lost. The cheers, deafening. God of war. God of war. God of war. Each soldier hissed as hard as he could. Yen Baidian listened to these cheers for him, but only felt extraordinarily ironic. Everyone thought he had won, but in reality, he lost. Lost to a nobody. Yen Baidian sighed, then raised his hand towards all the soldiers. All the soldiers stopped cheering and looked at Yen Baidian with anticipation. They waited for the words of the god of war. Ling Rohan and Wang Xiaoyu also arrived in front of Yen Baidian, ready to listen to Yen Baitian's sentiments. The god of war's victory speech was bound to become the most sensational news tomorrow. However, one could only hear Yen Baidian say despondently, War God? This is a name I can no longer bear. In the future, no one will ever call me that again. Those words made everyone freeze. How is it that instead of being exciting, the victory speech of the Protectorate War God seems a little demoralizing? Ling Rohan hurriedly said, War God, you are too modest. Under the heavens, who else but you is worthy to be called the god of war? Wang Xiaoyu also followed and agreed, General is right. Today you have won a great victory again. Your fame is bound to spread far and wide, and everyone in the world is bound to praise your great achievements. Now you are no longer just the Protectorate War God, but the invincible, the undefeated War God. Everyone couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they heard this title. Undefeated Warlord. Those who hold this title are bound to enjoy the highest honors. Immediately the soldiers lifted their breath, ready to shout out the loud title. Who knows? Yen Baidian, however, let out a bitter laugh. A great victory? Who told you that I won today? These words caused the soldiers who were ready to shout to almost turn off their breath. And Ling Rohan and Wang Xiaoyu also looked shocked. Did Yen Baidian not win today? Ling Rohan came to a realization. Yen Baidian had inevitably said this in order to estimate Senior Zhang Maocai's face. It was because of the face and reputation at stake that Yen Bei Genius denied the victory. I understand. This battle for the god of war today is a draw. Ling Rohan thought she had comprehended everything. Wang Xiaoyu also understood for a second and immediately followed. Since it's a draw, it's undefeated. The god of war, still the undefeated god of war. The god of war could say he didn't win, but would never say he lost, because if the god of war said he lost, then it would be a fatal blow to his reputation. However, Yen Baidian, however, shook his head and replied, a loss is a loss. What do you mean by a draw? Lost? Who lost? If the god of war didn't lose, then his opponent must have lost. To be able to lose in the middle of a match with a war god, that's justifiable. Since it was the opponent who lost, then the god of war still has no need to be humble. Ling Rohan was a bit confused as to why Yen Baidian said that he hadn't won one moment and then said that he had lost the other, but she believed that the loser was bound to be Zhang Maocai. Yen Baidian, however, spoke in a disheveled manner. General Ling, you've heard wrong. The one who lost was me. These words were like a heavy bomb landing in the middle of the crowd. Inside everyone's hearts, waves of shock were instantly set off. The god of war actually said he lost? Can a losing god of war still be called a god of war? Ling Rohan also recalled in a flash the images of the great battle she had just seen. A giant hand rose up from the ground, piercing through the sky of smoke and dust and yellow sand, and slapping that giant dragon to pieces. The silhouette at the head of the giant dragon was also viciously jerked away by the giant hand. Could it be that that silhouette is the Protectorate War God? God of war. This is no joke. Ling Rohan hastily reminded. The god of war had lost, and this matter would have very huge repercussions. Wang Xiaoyu also had a serious and grave face, and she also had a feeling that this matter was slowly moving in the direction of getting out of control. Yen Baidian took a deep breath. I used to conquer for the greater good, and today's duel with someone is for personal gain. There is no justice in this fight, and I deserve to lose. After this match today, it also made me realize that there are people outside the sky, and at the same time, it also made me feel deeply and learn a lot of things. After I go back, I will definitely close my eyes and practice hard. Maybe this is a chance for me to break through the bottleneck of martial arts. Yan Baitian's words had made it very clear. He really wasn't kidding. He really did lose. This answer made everyone freeze in their tracks. The Protectorate War God had really lost? The people present had grown up hearing about the Protectorate War God, who was invincible in battle. And today, their faith was crushed. Ling Rohan and Wang Xiaoyu were even as if they had been struck by lightning, and they could not regain their senses for half a day. Yan Baitian, however, had already taken a step and continued walking towards the distance. I'm going back. General Ling, there's no need to see me off. Let me walk in silence on this ride and let me reflect. Yan Baitian faded away. His back looked so forlorn and silent. Ling Rohan watched Yan Baitian slowly walk away, eventually disappearing from sight. The whole time, she couldn't help but want to say something, but in the end, it was hard to know how to speak. The entire Ling family army was like a dead silence. Everyone's head was in a whirl and their minds were solidified as if cement had been poured over them. God of War loses. Their faith, too, collapsed. The wind blew and whistled. The sleeves and hair of all the people were disheveled by the wind. This time, however, a human voice rang out. General Ling, are you waiting for me here? I am truly ashamed to have kept you waiting. This human voice woke everyone up. They hurried back and saw a familiar figure, the first in the world, Zhang Maokai. Only Zhang Maokai walked over with some apprehension, a somewhat heartfelt smile on his face, and on him, just a lot of yellow sand and dust scattered. He had no semblance of blood, and it was evident that he was not injured at all. Even the clothes on his body were not torn in the slightest. Such an intact image was a far cry from the bloodstained and ragged Protectorate War God just now, and this fact also shows that the ultimate victor of this great battle is him. He didn't win that hard. One could even say it was easy. It was precisely why the Protectorate War God was in such a sorry state, while he managed to stay so neat and intact. Hiss! In everyone's mind, they were violently shocked. Ling Rohan also spoke in shock. Senior Zhang, you are fine? Zhang Maokai laughed. I'm not in trouble. I'm fine. Ling Rohan couldn't help but have her thoughts cluttered in this moment. This expert who had been in seclusion for many years kept defeating strong enemies as soon as he came out of the mountain. Now, he had even defeated the Protectorate War God. Such strength is truly worthy of being number one in the world. Ling Rohan settled down and couldn't help but feel happy for Zhang Maokai from the bottom of her heart. Elder Zhang, as expected, lives up to his name. Before, it was me who was blind and still had doubts about whether or not Senior Zhang could win. And after this battle today, I finally know the strength of Senior Zhang. I still ask Elder Zhang to forgive my ignorance. After saying that, Ling Rohan respectfully bowed towards Zhang Maokai. After today's battle, Zhang Maokai was bound to be amazing in one battle. He defeated the Protectorate War God and gained great fame. After this, the title of No. One in the world. The name is true. Chapter 132, Who Says I'm Dead? Everyone looked at Zhang Maokai with awe. This man who was able to defeat the Protectorate War God was still so easygoing, without a trace of sharpness in his body. Now that's masterful. He had gone back to basics and looked as if he were an ordinary person. There are not many people in the world who can do this. Ling Rohan and Wang Xiaoyu had seen many masters. The moment those masters came out, they were eager to let everyone know that they were strong. And to be able to be an ordinary-looking expert like Zhang Maokai was to be a true deep concealer. Female adjutant Wang Xiaoyu also said excitedly, this great battle today has truly allowed us to learn the world's topmost supreme masters that Gaijin martial arts. From now on, Senior Zhang is the true number one in the world. After Wang Xiaoyu finished speaking, she raised her hand and ordered toward the crowd. The crowd of soldiers took a deep breath and then began to cheer for Zhang Maokai. Number one in the world. Number one in the world. Number one in the world. Their shouts resounded through the mountains. It was able to be heard clearly within a mile radius. In the midst of such cheers that were like a tidal wave, Zhang Maokai only felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. Misunderstood again. In his heart, he was extremely helpless. The truth of that battle just now was known only to him. How could Zhang Maokai possibly beat the Protectorate War God? He couldn't even beat a single hair on the Protectorate War God's body. But today, there is no turning back for him. I've got a few things going on. General Ling, Adjutant Wang, I will leave first. You guys go about your business. No need to see me off. Bye. Zhang Maokai didn't know if the Protectorate War God had told these people in front of him about the battle just now, so he didn't even dare to continue answering. He was afraid that if he said more, it would cause their words to match. Zhang Maokai, in order to prevent revealing himself, so he said hello and then left in a hurry. Ling Rohan watched Zhang Maokai's figure fade away and sighed more and more in her heart. No arrogance, no excitement in the face of our praise. Even his footsteps were hurried, and it was evident that he disliked all this fame and fortune very much, and could not wait to get out of it sooner. This kind of light-hearted person is worthy of being a supreme expert who has lived in seclusion for many years. This is the true number one in the world. Ling Rohan knew that Zhang Maokai didn't like names, but she couldn't help but express her reverence for Zhang Maokai. So she waved her hand towards the entire Ling family army. The cheers of all the Ling family army members immediately became higher and higher. Number one in the world. Number one in the world. Number one in the world. Such a cry resounded through heaven and earth. Such cries also traveled around and fell on the ears of other onlookers. On top of the mountain, Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and a group of wealthy merchants heard such a shout, and their eyes widened once again. The first in the world. What does this title mean? And how do they not know? They were well informed, and had long heard that a hermit from Dragon Snake Mountain had come out into the world, killing the mighty king of terror as soon as he appeared, and then even more so, as if he were a god of killing. Such a supreme expert had even become General Ling's esteemed guest. And such a big shot has come to the city's North Gravel Factory? Could it be that the person who just fought with the Protectorate War God is Senior Zhang Maokai, who has been in the limelight recently? Oh my god. This small gravel factory has gathered two major renowned experts today. It's no wonder that even the army has been drawn to martial law, so it's actually the two of them fighting. Huang Bin couldn't help but be appalled too. It was already a great honor to meet the Protectorate War God. Who knew that in addition to the Protectorate War God, there was even a world's first as well? Today's insight is enough for Huang Bin to go out and brag about his awesomeness for a year. Menning also lamented. Senior Zhang and Yan War God, they are both the top experts in this world. They want to compete for first place in martial arts, so it's normal for them to cut and compete. I just didn't realize that they chose the venue for the duel to be inside the gravel plant. A group of rich merchants also gasped for air. Luckily they chose to stay on top of the hill and watch. If they had chosen to enter the gravel plant, I'm afraid they would have died in it by now. They also spoke up. It's a pity that Brat Yi Wuchen ventured in. Now he's afraid that he would have died inside already. Moss can blame anyone but his own bad luck. Yes, who would have thought that Senior Zhang and Yin Wargod would duel here? Everyone opened their mouths without stopping, all of them just assuming that Yi Wuchen had died a long time ago. It's not easy for anyone. They, after all, lost an opportunity to make a lot of money. Meng Ning's eyes also showed regret and sadness. A young man with a bright and promising future has fallen because of bad luck. It's really too bad. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who said I was dead? The voice, it was so familiar. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. A familiar figure appeared before their eyes. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen hung a smile on his face, and after not knowing what he had actually arrived behind the crowd, all the rich merchants looked at Yi Wuchen with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. You're not dead? Huang Bin couldn't help but ask first. Yi Wuchen laughed. I still have to do good business with a few bosses. How can I die? Huang Bin then realized that he had asked a stupid question. Yi Wuchen was alive in front of his eyes. Of course he wasn't dead. So Huang Bin pursued the question. Yi Wuchen, what exactly happened just now inside the gravel factory? Why were you able to come back in good shape? How is Liang Shanhu doing? And that Protectorate War God and the worlds know. 1. Why are they fighting right here? Huang Bin was eager and asked a bunch of questions in a row. And these are all questions that a host of wealthy businessmen want to know. Now that such big names as the Protectorate War God and the world's first were in this city, every move concerning them would attract the attention of countless people. At this time, whoever can learn more about these top bigwigs may be able to have more opportunities. Yi Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. Boss Huang, you have too many questions. Let me put it to you this way. My troubles are over. And the rest, I see no need for you to know. Instead, let's go back and talk business. Yi Wuchen's ambiguous reply caused Huang Bin to be a bit irritated, but there was nothing he could do about it. In a way, Yi Wuchen was right. The rich merchants present were all powerful figures in the city, but it was still a far cry from someone as high and mighty as the Protectorate War God and the world's first. Ants on the ground really don't need to know about the giant dragons in the sky. They might as well live the life in front of them. Menning spoke up. Mr. Yi is safe and fine. That's the greatest luck. Mr. Yi, please also get in the car. I'll send Mr. Yi back to continue chatting about business. Yi Wuchen, however, stood still. His eyes looked in the other direction. Boss Meng, you guys go back first. I'll be right behind you. I've got a couple friends coming over, and I still have to go over and say hi. Chapter 133, I'll keep it in my heart. Inside the van, Lu Shangsu, Lo Shui, and Wen Bai likewise heard the earth-shaking shouts clearly. The first in the world. All the shouting. All those 4 words. Lu Shui was surprised. Could it be the world's first Senior Zhang who ate at my family's restaurant? The person General Ling invited to the banquet in the first place was him. But all the big shots who had come to eat at the Royal Court Hotel, Lu Shui remembered them all. Li Shangsu was also surprised. I didn't expect that today. Not only has the Protectorate War God appeared, but even the number one in the world has come. Could it be that the two of them have made an appointment to duel here? The power that was able to level the gravel factory just now was caused by the two of them in a fierce battle? That kind of power. It's so terrifying. Li Shangsu still has palpitations until now. He felt nothing but deep fear for the kind of power that destroyed everything in an instant. On the other hand, Wen Bai, who was on the side, was hot. Asterisk is awesome. The Protectorate War God and the world's no. 1. The duel between these two world's top experts. We're actually fortunate enough to bump into it. How lucky are we to be able to witness all this? This simply burns me up watching it. I'm going to go back and learn martial arts in the future. If I could possess 1/10 of the power of these two great experts, I would be enough to show off. Wen Bai was a young man after all, and was far more interested in martial arts than the next person. He had long ago been captivated by the utter shouting to the heavens, fantasizing about himself that day if he could be the one being shouted at. How awesome would that be? Soon, Li Xue's mood slumped again. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Just now, the two Jedi Masters fought so ferociously that even the entire gravel factory was destroyed. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian are inside, and they're afraid that they're also. By the end of the day, Li Xue was sobbing so hard that she could no longer speak. The atmosphere inside the van quickly became subdued. Even Wen Bai, who was still hot-blooded just a moment ago, couldn't help but remain silent. What happened today was too much for anyone to expect. They originally thought they were here to deal with Liang Shanhu, but who knew that they were facing two of the most powerful martial artists in the world? It makes them, the little people, powerless. A deep sense of frustration pervaded the minds of all. Suddenly, dang, 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 a knock on a car window sounded. The crowd was getting annoyed, but they didn't expect a knock on the glass. This made Li Shangsu very upset, and he thought it was the security guard he had brought to annoy him. He instantly turned his head and cursed. What the hell? But before Li Shangsu could finish cursing, his entire body instantly froze. For he had seen clearly that it was not a bystander who had knocked on the glass window, but it was the man whom they had just been remembering with sorrow. Leaves without dust. Li Shangsu hurriedly rolled down the window glass of the car, and Yi Wuchen's smiling face was clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone in the car. Li Xue called out in surprise. Yi Wuchen? You're okay. Really good. Wimber froze for 2 seconds as well. Then he bristled. This kid, his life is really big. He didn't die even like this. He was nonchalant, but he could still see joy in his eyes. Yi Wuchen, who was standing outside the car, laughed. Of course I'm fine. Not only am I fine, even Zian and her mother are fine. I've already called Zian just now, and she's already safely returned home with Zhang Lan. The news, no doubt, is exciting. The purpose of their visit today was to save the three. Now that they had learned that all three were safe and sound, their hanging hearts finally fell. Get in the car and say it. Li Shangsu came back to his senses as he hurriedly opened the car door, signaling Yi Wuchen to come in and talk. They really had a lot of questions that they wanted to ask Yi Wuchen. For example, what's going on with Liang Shanhu now? For example, how did Yi Wuchen and Song Zian get out of their trap? Even they wanted to know about the duel between the Protectorate War God and the world's first. Yi Wuchen, however, shook his hand in reply. I won't be up here. There are quite a few big bosses waiting for me to talk business. Whether we can pull in billions of dollars in investment depends on today. I'm coming over now, just to check on you guys. I, Yi Wuchen, have kept all of you in my heart for coming to help in such a righteous manner today. When the crowd heard this, their faces were a little embarrassed. They came today, but they were not able to help half as much as they should have. On the contrary, he didn't pay much attention to the fact that Yi Wuchen was able to pull in billions of dollars of investment today. Take it all as a joke. After all, can't you just pull in that much investment? Yi Wuchen then waved his hand. Okay, I'll go first. There's something to be said for that later, after I've been to the royal court hotels. After saying that, Yi Wuchen turned around and left. The people in the car glanced at each other. They had a lot of things they wanted to say to Yi Wuchen, but Yi Wuchen came too suddenly, causing their words to be unprepared. Now Yi Wuchen was even more decisive in leaving. It was hard for them to think of something to say, but Yi Wuchen had already left. Yi Wuchen, wait! Li Xue hurriedly jumped out of the van, wanting Yi Wuchen to wait a moment, but after she got off the bus, she raised her eyes and looked around. Where was Yi Wuchen around? Li Shangsu and Wen Bai also got out of the car. They looked around the car and similarly failed to see Yi Wuchen. Around the van, the line of sight was still open. Yi Wuchen and the crowd waved and left, which was only a dozen seconds of sight. Logically speaking, even if Yi Wuchen ran wildly all the way, It was unlikely that he could run so fast that people could not see him in this short period of 10 seconds or so. However, at this point, Yi Wuchen was truly gone. Is it possible to see a living ghost? Could it be that just now, it was the ghost of Yi Wuchen who came to bid us a final farewell? Wimber spoke in horror. He only felt a chill run up the back of his head in this broad daylight. Li Shangsu doesn't believe in ghosts and gods. He didn't say it in a nice way. Don't be ridiculous. Where in the world are ghosts? Although I don't know how that Yi Wuchen brat ran out of sight, I can be sure that he's a big living man. Hearing Li Shangsu's words with such certainty, Wen Bai's heart settled down. Just then, rumble rumble rumble, a loud noise came from the distance. It turned out that with the end of the Great War, the Ling family army, which had originally blockaded the gravel factory, had begun to withdraw, only to see countless chariots, tanks and soldiers all start to return towards the original path in droves. When the army started, the sound was so horrifying that the entire ground trembled slightly. These vans brought by Lu Xingxiu were right in the way of the army's retreat. In a few moments, they were going to encounter the army again. Forget it, let's just go. If you have anything to say, go back. Now, let's not get in the way of the army. As Li Shangsu watched the Ling family army's group getting closer, he urged towards the crowd while returning to the car himself. When Bai and Li Shui and the others also understood that now was not the time to talk, so they, too, had to get in the van and start leaving toward the Royal Court Hotel. Chapter 134, The Zhao family is going to die. Magic City. Zhao Group Building. Old Master Zhao was lying on the hospital bed. His eyes were closed and he had obviously fallen into a deep sleep. His children were gathered around his bedside. Despite the crowds, they were all quiet. No one dared to disturb Zhao's dreams while he was sleeping. Suddenly, boo! The door to the room was violently pushed open. A figure ran in hurriedly. Grandpa Zhang! Grandpa Zhang! Something's wrong. Something big has happened. The person who ran in was none other than Zhao Tianqi, who had gone out to spy on the news. At this moment, he was only seen to have a panicked face, and even his footsteps were a bit unsteady. Zhao Tianqi's shout exploded amidst this quiet environment. Extraordinarily abrupt. The elders of the family couldn't help but cast angry gazes towards Zhao Tianqi. Gross! Quickly shut up! Don't disturb the housemaster's sleep. The crowd lowered their voices and drank towards Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi's gaze, on the other hand, looked at the hospital bed in horror. The crowd turned back, only to see that Zhao, who was originally sleeping on the hospital bed, had opened his eyes. His cloudy old eyes, however, flashed with a fine light. Zhao weakly said one word. Although it was a breathless word, it instantly made all the Zhao family members shut their mouths. Only then did Zhao Tianqi say in a panic, Great-grandpa, I've gotten the latest news just now. The Protectorate War God, he left Dakan City. It was only after the words were spoken that the rest of the Zhao family revealed a look of delight. The Protectorate War God left his destination, which meant that his business was done. When the Yan War God set out, there was nothing that could not be done, and no enemy that could not be defeated. It wasn't hard to make Yan Baidian defeat someone else. What was difficult was how one could invite Yan Baidian to make a move. The Zhao family unanimously looked towards Zhao on the hospital bed, and their gazes couldn't help but be filled with reverence now. In this world, I'm afraid that there would be no more than two people who could ask the Protectorate War God to make a move for a private matter. One of them, a high and mighty lord of the land, who was ranked on the 9th and 5th, and was honored beyond measure. The other, on the other hand, was the head of their family. A look of relief also spread across Zhao's face in the hospital bed. It seems that the God of War has solved my Zhao family's worries for me. He let out a long sigh of relief, as if some large stone that had been building up in his heart had finally fallen to the ground. His children, too, were ready to congratulate him. Who knows? Zhao Tianqi, however, said bitterly, Great-grandpa, the Protectorate War God didn't win. On the contrary, he lost. At these words, the ward, which was still celebrating, instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhao Tianqi in surprise, unable to believe what Zhao Tianqi was saying. The Protectorate War God is one of the strongest people in the country. There was no one other than Martial Alliance Master Wang Rui who could match him. Such a man would fold in a small place? Who would believe this? Tianqi, don't talk nonsense in front of the family head. The Protectorate War God, invincible in battle, has never lost a battle in his life. How could he possibly lose? Tianqi, is there something wrong with your source? You'd better go and verify it clearly before you come and report back to the family head. The Zhao family members had accused Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi, however, stood helplessly with a sobbing face. He was equally disbelieving when he first learned the news, but he continuously went through several channels to verify the authenticity of this news, and the final conclusion forced him to face this fact again. Zhao, however, spoke coldly. Go on, What's going on? Could it be that Wang Rui, that old ghost, betrayed me? He went out to compete with the protectorate war god. When the Zhao family heard this, their hearts sank. The last person in this world who could possibly defeat the protectorate war god was only the Martial Alliance master Wang Rui. Is it really him? Zhao Tianji, however, shook his head. It wasn't Wang Rui who struck out. It's the recently popular, so-called no one in the world, Zhang Maokai, who has made a move. That Zhang Maokai, he fought and defeated the protectorate war god in the gravel factory. After the protectorate war god failed, he left Dakan City in disgrace. When these words came out, the Zhao family could not help but show their anger. They were no strangers to the world's first Zhang Maokai. It's this Zhang Maokai again. Why does he always spoil things for our Zhao family? Back in Dragon Snake Mountain, he was the one who killed the King of Terror. Then the time Huangyan stepped in, he was also defeated by his group. Now, he even defeated the protectorate war god. Our Zhao family has not offended him in any way. Why does he always go over no with our Zhao family? The Zhao family members opened their mouths and cursed angrily. They don't mess with the world's number one, Zhang Maokai. But this dog always relies on powerful forces to go against the Zhao family. This left the Zhao family with no choice but to hold a deep grudge against Zhang Maokai. Except for Zhao. Zhao shook his head slightly. It can't be him. He has no motive. It must be his lordship. I'll make a call to the protectorate warlord. After Zhao finished speaking, the Zhao family hurriedly took out his cell phone and then dialed the protectorate war god's number. The cell phone was then placed by Zhao's ear, making it easy for Zhao to answer it. All of the Zhao family members quieted down once again, lest they interfere with the family head and the protectorate war god speaking. Soon, phone call connected. On the cell phone, the voice of the protectorate war god came out. Master Zhao, I've been waiting for your call. I'm betting my whole life's fame and honor to help you persuade that man, but I really don't have the power to persuade him. Even I couldn't get past 2 moves under him. I've done my best, and I've paid back the favor my father owes you. The grudge between your Zhao family and that man, you settle it yourselves. From now on, don't contact me again. Yan Baidian hung up the phone after saying this. Zhao's face turned blue after hearing this. What followed was a deep chill. The coldness surged through his entire body, and even though he was lying in an air-conditioned room with a thick blanket, he couldn't stop shivering from the coldness all over his body. Sure enough, it's him. That man is still so unfathomable. Zhao originally thought that even if the protectorate war god couldn't, even if he couldn't, he would still be able to hit him hard enough to make him too scared to venture in. But who could have thought that the protectorate war god would not even be able to pass 2 moves under him? If even the protectorate war god couldn't stop him, who else in this world could? Senior. Zhao uttered this epithet. Then his face changed violently. Put. Only to see that under his fear and shock, he was so anxious that he sprayed a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. Bright red blood that immediately stained the sheets. The Zhao family was terrified. They didn't know what the protectorate war god had said to Zhao, so much so that they had actually rushed to the point where the ever-steady Zhao spat out blood. Grandpa sang, "Master of the house, what the hell happened?" The Zhao family inquired in horror. They had never seen Zhao like this. Even if the sky was falling, Zhao was able to calm down and show his bottom card to completely turn the tables. Something that could make the head of the family so anxious was bound to be something heavenly. And in the face of this matter, the head of the family had run out of cards. Can't do anything about it. Only Zhao's face was as pale as white paper, without a trace of blood. He weakly and languidly scanned all his descendants and grandchildren with a deep sense of helplessness and sadness in his eyes. The Zhao family. 2. Be dead. Chapter 135, The Alliance Master's Wrath. Shenandoah. Above Green Mountain, a lofty manor stood, Tianwu Villa. This is the core of the Wushu Union and the holy place in the hearts of martial arts practitioners in the world, because the supreme martial arts master, the head of the martial arts alliance, the martial arts wizard, Wang Rui, lives here. At this point, in a corner of the mountain village, in the middle of a small, remote courtyard, a crane-haired old man was sitting cross-legged on top of a stone platform to meditate. This man, it was Wang Rui. Wang Rui is too old for that. His hair was as white as it could be, and he was said to be over 100 years old. But it was hard to imagine that such an old man could dominate the martial arts world for half a century. The 2 people who are considered to have the highest martial arts skills in this world. One was the protectorate war god, Yan Baidian. The other one was Wang Rui, the head of the martial alliance. They hadn't had the chance to fight, and it was quite controversial as to who was truly the best in the world. Some say it's the protectorate war god. Although Yan Baidian had accumulated less sedimentation, he was in his prime, and his body's essence, energy and blood were at their most vigorous. As the saying goes, the fist is afraid of the young, and Yin Baidian has a great advantage in terms of age and body. Others say it's the head of the martial arts alliance. Although Wang Ruwei is old and late, but he can be called the living dictionary in the martial arts. Not only the ancient and modern, but also pioneered a variety of advanced concepts in martial arts. Although he hadn't made a move in many years, too many people believed that when he made a move he would inevitably blow the world away. Countless people, too, were looking forward to this ultimate battle between the Protectorate War God and the Martial Alliance Master. But this much anticipated battle is not coming anytime soon. Jingle bells. The phone rings. Wang Ruwei, who was meditating, opened his eyes. He knew that the news he had been waiting for had finally come. He was seen reaching out his dry hand and picking up the phone. Who knows what he heard from the middle of the call, but the news that came from the middle of the phone caused Wang Ruwei's eyes to jolt. Phew! In the middle of this small, calm courtyard, a gale had unexpectedly arisen for no apparent reason. And this gale was extraordinarily strange. It whistled in all directions with Wang Ruwei as the center. A moment of flying sand. Boom! Wow! Rumble! Everything in the courtyard was swept away by this gust of wind. Those stone tables and stone piers were all blown away by the gale. Even the houses of the small courtyard unexpectedly collapsed in the midst of this terrifying gust of wind. Even the large trees planted in the courtyard were uprooted by the gale. Such a terrifying power immediately startled those who were highly skilled in martial arts among the Tianwu Mountain Villa. Next, swish, 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 several silhouettes instantly appeared above the ruins of the small courtyard. They looked at the destroyed small courtyard in horror, and finally looked at Wang Ruwei, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform. Put! The crowd knelt in unison. Allied Lord, I wonder what has happened. A few people asked in shock. They, all of them, were the best group of martial artists among the Tianwu Mountain Villa. At the same time, they were all Wang Ruwei's beloved ones. At first, when they heard the commotion, they thought that someone was attacking Tianwu Mountain Villa. It wasn't until they saw that Wang Ruwei was unharmed that they realized that Wang Ruwei must have been angry. However, they hadn't seen Wang Ruwei move for decades. I wonder what kind of news could provoke Wang Ruwei to be so angry. Wang Ruwei slowly closed his eyes and the phone in his hand had been put down. Protector of War. From now on, Yen Baidian will no longer be able to bear the name of War God. In DCH, he was defeated. The moment Wang Ruwei's words came out, it immediately made the people present dumbfounded. The Protectorate War God, surprisingly defeated? This news was completely unexpected by everyone. Those present, too, never carried the prejudice that the Protectorate Warlord would not fail. However, they believed that the Protectorate War God would only lose in the hands of one person. That would be Wang Ruwei. Under the heavens, other than Wang Ruwei, there would be no one else who would be able to defeat the Protectorate War God. However, nowadays, Wang Ruwei was still practicing at the Tianwu Mountain Villa, the Protectorate War God, yet he was actually defeated by another person in Dakan City? This means that, between the world, there is another terrifying expert. Alliance Master. Just who was able to defeat the Protectorate War God? How can there still be such an expert in the world? Who is he? Who the hell is he? The crowd couldn't help but ask what was on their minds. Wang Ruwei slightly opened his eyes and gave the crowd a meaningful look. He then replied, sources say it's a reclusive master who came out of the Dragon Snake Mountain. He is known as the best in the world and his name is Zheng Maokai. Everyone's eyes glazed over. Is it actually him? A rising star who has been on the rise lately in the martial arts world. The people present, too, had heard of his name. However, they never took this Zhang Maokai seriously. How dare you claim to be the best in the world? Simply arrogant. Even the Protectorate War God Yen Baidian and Martial Alliance Master Wang Ruwei had never called themselves number one in the world. A newcomer who just entered the martial arts world and killed a few powerful men. Does he really think he can be lawless? But at this moment when they heard this news, the people no longer dared to underestimate this Zhang Maokai. I thought that guy was just a person who deceived the world. But I didn't expect him to be so powerful. A young woman in the crowd couldn't help but marvel. She looked extremely beautiful. Her body was full of a kind of fitness and vitality, especially the unique temperament of the Jianghu woman in her body, which made people never forget it after taking a look at her. She, the great-granddaughter of Wang Ruwei, Wang Zisheng. On the stone platform, Wang Ruwei looked at the crowd's surprise with an indifferent face. His next words, however, made everyone's jaws drop even more. Once this battle is over, the Zhao family, its destruction is imminent. Prepare yourselves first, and when the Zhao family perishes in a couple of days, be the first to seize the Zhao family's wealth and territory. Subsequently, the whole army was prepared for war. Next, it's probably going to be the turn of our Tianwu Mountain Villa. Wang Ruwei said these words flatly, and the hearts of all the people were startled by the waves of the sea. There would only be one Zhao family in Wang Ruwei's mouth, and that was the family of Zhao Er, the richest man in the world. Such a family, after nearly 100 years, had already flourished and had deep roots. How could it possibly perish after a day or two? And the heavenly martial villa was actually going to meet its demise as well? Who dares? Master Shuang. Who is the enemy? The one who was able to overthrow the Zhao family and dared to attack our Tianwu villa. Could it be the Kingdom Lord? There was a slight pause as the crowd spoke. There is only one person in the world with such energy. That's the Lord of the 9.5. The Supreme Lord of the land. Who knows? Wang Rue, however, shook his head slightly. The State Lord was able to sit on the dragon chair without the support of the Zhao family and the Tianwu villa. He won't touch the Zhao family easily. Our enemies, they are more terrible than you can imagine. This time, everyone was puzzled. If it's not the Lord of the land, then who can it be? Had to guess one. And it was the Protectorate Warlord. But the Protectorate War God had only now returned from a disastrous defeat and was at the lowest point of his reputation. Where did he get the sharpness and will to fight against such strong opponents as the Zhao family and the Tianwu mountain villa? Wang Rue, however, had already spoken. That man. You should not speculate. Next, you just need to follow my instructions. Wang Feng, my son, my father has something important for you to do. You go to the Divine Healer Hall and look for Li Feng. He is about to refine a divine pill for me. Make sure you bring the divine pill back safely. In the crowd, an old man in his 70s or 80s replied respectfully. Father, yes. This old man was none other than Wang Feng. Wang Rue then looked at his great-granddaughter. Wang Zisheng, purple shirt. There is another important thing I need to give you. You leave for Dakan City immediately and keep an eye on someone for me. I want to know everything and anything about him, in huge detail. Wang Rue's words hadn't even finished, but Wang Zisheng had already revealed a look of sudden realization. She snaps to answer. Great-grandpa, I know who it is. It's that world's #1 expert, Zhang Maokai, isn't it? Wang Rue, however, coldly snorted in disdain. #1 in the world? He's not worth mentioning. Now Wang Zisheng froze. A man who can defeat the Protectorate War God is still not worth mentioning? Wang Rue, however, continued. The person I want you to keep an eye on is a very scary person. Remember, you just need to keep an eye on him and never have any contact with him. That man, he has a terrible magic. Once you come into contact with him, you will inevitably be seen through by him, thus risking your life. You must take my words to heart. His name is Yi Wuchen. Chapter 136. Yi Wuchen is really a liar. Imperial capital. The Church of the Divine Healer. Here, it is the center of medicine in the world. And in the very center of the Divine Healer Hall was situated a factory building that covered a huge area. This was the Divine Healer Hall's pill refining room and the centerpiece of the entire Divine Healer Hall. The pill refining room, which was exclusively used by Divine Dr. Li Feng alone. Over the decades, Li Feng had refined a batch of miraculous pills out every year in the middle of the alchemy room. These pills were each capable of curing a variety of diseases, and once they were introduced, they would be able to stir up the world and attract countless people to fight over them. At this point, in the middle of the pill refining room, Li Fengjing answered a call with his cell phone in hand. After this call was listened to, Li Feng's originally pale face seemed to look a few more points older. Hey, he let out a long sigh. This sigh is filled with countless despondency, disappointment, and even with fear. Dr. Li Feng, the miracle doctor, is the only one who has the best medical skills in the world, and his reputation is even broadcasted at home and abroad. To think that even the Protectorate War God was defeated. It seems that his lordship is even more terrifying than we thought. The Zhao family. I'm afraid it's going to die. Li Feng finished his sigh and stood frozen for a while. Afterward, he turned around and came in front of the advanced pharmaceutical equipment in the pill refining room. These are pharmaceutical facilities that use the most sophisticated technology in the world today. They were combined with Li Feng's secret method of pill refining to be able to create various elixirs. At this moment, Li Feng looked at the data on the equipment's computer screen and was lost in thought for a while. Then, the data on the computer suddenly changed dramatically. This meant that the mystery of a divine medicine had been cracked by Li Feng. This made Li Feng's eyes light up. It finally worked. This divine medicine has finally been refined by me. Li Feng rushed to the pharmaceutical equipment. One could only see that an unknown divine medicine was being continuously refined in the midst of the pharmaceutical machine. As Li Feng watched the gradual birth of this divine medicine, a rare trace of joy appeared on his face. I'm afraid I can't refine an immortality pill with my abilities in learning. However, I was able to refine another divine medicine. With this divine medicine, I'm just as capable of changing the world. With a roar from the machine, that divine medicine was finally refined. Within the vessel, what appeared was a black elixir. On the black elixir here, there was a strange luster, as if it contained a magical and special power within it. Li Feng put on his sterile gloves and cupped the elixir in his hand. viewing it carefully. His obsessed and intoxicated appearance was as if he was not admiring the elixir, but a perfect work of art. The protectorate war god has lost. The Zhao family is doomed, and I'm just a doctor. The only person in the world who has any hope of stopping the old master is that old ghost Wang Rui. But with Wang Rui's little skill, I'm afraid it's not much better than the protectorate war god. But it's different now with this divine pill of mine. Li Feng placed the elixir into a special pill box. This pill box is able to completely lock in the potency of the medicine and ensure that the elixir will not undergo any deterioration. The cost of this palm-sized pill box alone would be hundreds of millions. And the pills that were good enough to use this kind of pill box were bound to be priceless as well. Wang Rui, I'll give you this divine pill for free and for nothing. Lips die and teeth go cold. After the Zhao family perishes, I'm afraid it's going to be you and I's turn. Now that we're on the same boat, that's why I'm so expansive to send you the divine pill. I hope that by utilizing it, you will be able to block his lordship. Otherwise, our end is near. Li Feng carefully placed the pill box into the safe, then turned to leave. Building the province. DCH. Marriott International Golf Club. A luxury car drove into the middle of the club, and Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and a group of wealthy businessmen got out of the car. They joined hands and entered the club, ready to wait for Yi Wuchen to arrive to discuss business matters together. But at this moment, it was clear that their enthusiasm for business had dissipated considerably. All of this was because of what they had just witnessed on their trip to the gravel plant in the north of the city. They saw the power that was like a god. They witnessed the duel between the two top experts in the world. They have also seen the grand and unparalleled row in power. This caused a huge drop in their hearts and minds. Originally they were content. They were already the richest people in the city. But today, they met a higher level, seeing a wider world. This made the little sense of superiority they had in their hearts vanish. Everyone had a touch of loss, because they knew very well in their hearts that it would be impossible for them to reach that height no matter how much they struggled and worked hard in their lives. Just as a group of wealthy businessmen were silent and ready to walk into the parlor, suddenly, a laugh came. Yo, Mr. Meng, Mr. Huang, and all the bosses, why do they all have such ugly faces? We've only been to 2 games and back, and why are you all getting all gray? Could it be that something bad has happened to all of you? Along with this flirtation, a group of people were seen walking over. This group of people was certainly not unfamiliar to Meng Ning and the others. They were none other than the wealthy merchants that Meng Ning had invited over to listen to Yi Wuchen's sales pitch today and had left the venue right in the middle. These rich businessmen all felt that Yi Wuchen was a liar. So after listening to Yi Wuchen say a few words, they immediately left the parlor and ran to play on the golf course. Now that they were back from playing soccer, they happened to meet up with Meng Ning and the others, so they immediately came to the nature. Only a rich merchant was heard laughing. I see, Mr. Meng, you guys must have also finally seen clearly that the kid named Yi Wuchen is a liar, right? You guys wasted all that time with him and finally realized you were lied to, so you got screwed, right? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Meng, if you guys had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have suffered this anger. This rich merchant, named Dong Qiu. Dong Qiu was extremely strong, much stronger than Meng Ning and Huang Bin even. He was also the first rich merchant to come out and call Yi Wuchen a liar. As soon as Dong Qiu opened his mouth, the rich merchants standing with him all burst out laughing one by one. They gloated a bit. Even they felt that these few people from Meng Ning were too stupid, so obviously clumsy a scam that they had seen through it a long time ago. But Meng Ning, the 7 people, couldn't even see through it, and had been fooled by that scammer for so long. It's so stupid. Meng Ning, Huang Bin and the rest of the 5 glanced at each other. On their faces, their expressions became very odd, and when Dong Qiu heard that Meng Ning and the others didn't say anything, he thought that they were deceived by default. This made Dong Qiu even more amused. What else did that liar named Yi Wuchen say back then? They say that those of us who leave are our loss, and talk about us losing an opportunity to make a lot of money? Ha 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 ha. It's almost laughable. I've been away from home since I was 15 years old to make money in the business world, and I've made more money by now than that crook could make in 10 lifetimes. I don't know where he gets the courage to dare to teach us about making money, dare to say we lost an opportunity to make a lot of money? The rich merchants around him, too, sneered. In their eyes, Yi Wuchen was like a clown. And the other side, Meng Ning, Huang Bin and the rest of the 5. The smiles on their faces grew weirder and weirder. Even the corners of their mouths were tinged with a hint of an inscrutable smile. The gazes they looked at Dong Qiu and the others were filled with pity instead. Finally, Meng laughed. Mr. Dong is right. That Yi Wuchen is indeed a liar. We've been lied to and it's really sad and heartbreaking. Hearing Meng Ning admit to being duped, Dong Qiu and the rich merchants around him gloated even more. Their sense of superiority in front of Meng Ning's 7 grew stronger. Huang Bin followed at this time. Mr. Meng is right. Yi Wuchen is really a liar. He's so hateful. Mr. Dong, next time you guys meet him, don't listen to him. There's not a word of truth coming out of that kid's mouth. What he said about a chance to make money is nonsense. It's simply just a scam. It's still you guys, Mr. Dong, who are smart enough to spot this crook. Chapter 137, Suffocating to Make a Fortune. Hearing Huang Bin also admit that he had been duped, the people around Dong Qiu couldn't help but laugh softly out loud. I didn't think that you guys, Mr. Meng and Mr. Huang, who are so shrewd, would also make this kind of mistake. Ha! I've seen too many low-level scams like that just now. Those scammers come up with some bluffing words, but in the end they can't get anything out. Mr. Meng, you 7. You should learn from your mistakes and not be cheated in the future. Huang Bin and Meng Ning, both leaders in the local business community. Now that the crowd saw that they also had a chance to be defeated, they all couldn't help but feel a strong sense of superiority rise in their hearts. So what if Huang Bin Menning makes a lot of money? They even make such cheap mistakes. At least, one wouldn't be as stupid as the two. The crowd looked at the gullible and pathetic septet and gloated more and more. In the crowd, only Dong Qiu's mind was flooded with suspicion. It's fine for Meng Ning to admit it, but how come Huang Bin also admitted that he was cheated? Huang Bin is a man who is extremely good at saving face and has a very hard mouth, never admitting fault even when he knows he is wrong. He's not going to just casually, in front of everyone, admit that he's at a disadvantage. Dong Qiu had been in contact with Huang Bin for many years in the shopping mall, and he really knew Huang Bin too well, and now Huang Bin's behavior was very abnormal, which made his heart suspicious. And at this point, the 5 rich merchants behind Meng Ning and Huang Bin also exuded a look of chest-thumping regret and kept complaining. Yes, you're all right, we're just so pathetic. In the future, when you guys see that brat Yi Wuchen, no matter what he says to you, you must never believe it, otherwise it would be a shame to fall for it like we did. These 5 rich merchants lamented continuously on the surface, but in their hearts they were happy. All 5 of them had the same idea as Meng Ning and Huang Bin. They are playing dumb. Don't choose gang. Look at them like little cuties. They just pretend to be cute on purpose. Why? Because smothering is the way to go. The 7 Meng Ning people all clearly understood in their hearts that the business opportunity brought by Yi Wuchen was very huge and would bring them vast amounts of wealth. No one resents the fact that they make more money. So of course the 7 of them wanted to have the cake all to themselves, and were not at all willing to let anyone else have a piece of it. At this time, whoever explained clearly to Dong Qiu and the others that they were not deceived and that Yi Wuchen was really able to help them make money would be truly foolish. The mall is like a battlefield, and competitors in the mall are like greedy wolves. If Dong Qiu and these people had known about the business opportunity Yi Wuchen had brought, they would have definitely tried to do everything they could to divide the cake. That's why the 7 Meng Ning people coincidentally covered up the truth and misled Dong Qiu and the others. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before Dong Qiu and the others absolutely regretted it. 7 of them, to have the last laugh. Okay, Mr. Dong, you guys don't have to look at our jokes. We have business to discuss inside the parlor first, so we won't remain here to make a fool of ourselves. Meng Ning smiled and hugged an apology towards Dong Qiu and the others. Then, she led the remaining 6 rich merchants along with her towards the inside of the parlor. As for the crowd around Dong Qiu, the smiles on their faces became harder and harder to hide. As the 7 Meng Ning people left, they even sneered behind their backs. It's true that pretty-looking women don't have good brains. This kind of low-level liar can also fool Meng Ning, a woman. When the scam first started, we, the smart ones, chose to leave. Afterward, 7 of them with low IQs stayed to listen to that scammer's nonsense. I really don't know how they make so much money with this kind of IQ. Let's see. 80% of it is relying on luck or connections. I used to think that Meng Ning, Huang Bin and the others were excellent entrepreneurs. Nowadays it seems that they are no better. The crowd's words were filled with contempt. They spoke to each other and grew bolder. They had even begun to prepare for a good competition with Meng Ning and the other 7 in the mall. Except for Dong Qiu. The suspicion in Dong Qiu's eyes grew thicker and thicker. Something's not right about this. Meng Ning and the 7 of them, why does it feel like they've made an appointment to hide us together? Could it be that there's something fishy going on here? The more Dong Qiu thought about it, the more he felt there was something wrong. The crowd around him, on the other hand, didn't see it the same way. A jewelry owner couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Dong, you're too paranoid. Don't you really believe that a nameless kid is really capable of taking us big bosses to make money? The crowd laughed out loud at this statement. The way they looked at Dong Qiu also changed a bit. Could it be that this famous big boss Dong Qiu Dong's IQ has also begun to go offline? Dong Qiu was also a little embarrassed by the crowd's laughter. He just wanted to explain a couple of things. Suddenly, his eyes turned and he was surprised to see a scene that surprised him. only to see a large number of waiters begin to bring in all kinds of fruits, desserts, and beverages outside the distant parlor. There were even some secretarial-looking people heading toward the head of the conference room with file folders and briefcases. Instead, the 7 wealthy businessmen, Meng Ning and Huang Bin, stood at the entrance of the parlor, directing the waiters and secretaries. Such a scene made Dong Qiu more and more puzzled. Look, you guys, what are the 7 of them up to? That looks as if you're preparing for some honored guest? Dong Qiu's words also caused the crowd to look sideways. They looked at it closely for a while and nodded their heads as well. Mr. Dong is right. It does seem like they are preparing to welcome their honored guests and making a grand gesture. It's a look as if you're getting ready to negotiate some big contract or some big deal. What kind of person would be the honored guest who could be greeted by all 7 of them together? Could it be that some big shot from out of town is here? In this small place of ours, who is worthy of such a welcome from the 7 of them? After all, the people had been in the shopping mall for many years, and they all knew the mall etiquette. At this point, the parlor had already been wrapped up by Manning and the others, and their actions had indeed made too much of a spectacle. This also brought the crowd to the table. They've been hanging around so long that they've basically reached their ceiling in this city. Want to go further unless you get a rare opportunity. This kind of opportunity can be a business opportunity. It can also be knowing someone big and getting a boost from a nobleman. So at this moment, the crowd couldn't help but be filled with curiosity regarding the object that Meng Ning's 7 wanted to greet. And so the crowd stayed away. They just stood still, wanting to see just who was worthy of such a big row. Not a moment too soon, only a silhouette was seen walking straight towards the direction of the parlor. Dong Qiu and the others hurriedly fixed their eyes on it. This look, however, made the crowd freeze. Isn't that the crook? Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare he show his face? It looks like he's rushing towards Mr. Meng and the others. Isn't he afraid that Mr. Meng's 7 will tear him alive? Dong Qiu and the others all just felt incredulous, because the man who appeared was not a sidekick. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. Chapter 138, Inviting the King into the Urn. Amidst the astonished gazes of Dong Qiu and the others, only Yi Wuchen, with a brisk pace and a smile on his face, was slowly walking from the distance. The direction he was advancing in was the very parlor that the 7 Meng Ning had set up near the end. Are all the crooks nowadays so bold? The crowd looked incredulous, but they soon realized that there was going to be a good show. With the crooks showing up, the 7 gullible victims of Menning are afraid to vent all their anger on this crook. Even in order to prevent that liar from escaping from the battlefield, Dong Qiu called out directly at Meng Ning. Hello, Mr. Meng. Look, who's coming over there? After seeing that he had attracted Meng Ning's attention, Dong Qiu pointed towards Yi Wuchen, who was walking not far away. The people around him were also laughing and joking, looking as if they were watching the fun. And as Meng Ning and Huang Bin's 7 people twisted their heads, they also saw Yi Wuchen, who was coming face to face. Immediately, only to see Meng Ning's 7 people lined up, smilingly facing the approaching Yi Wuchen. This appearance made the crowd of Dong Qiu onlookers wonder. That's still funny? Shouldn't there be gnashing of teeth when they see the liar who cheated them? Dong Qiu's group couldn't help but look at each other with confused faces. And that's when Yi Wuchen had arrived in front of Meng Ning's 7 people. A few bosses. I've kept you waiting. You guys are still having a welcoming ceremony here, aren't you? Yi Wuchen looked at the parlor that had been carefully decorated, and instantly also understood what Meng Ning and the others had in mind. Menning laughed. Mr. Yi, we're just... Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Bin, who was on the side, hastily waved his hand to interrupt. If there's something to say, let's go inside. As Huang Bin spoke, he glanced without moving toward the Dong Qiu crowd not far away. Menning immediately understood. Now that Dong Qiu's gang is still around, this really isn't the place to talk. So Menning laughed. Yes, Mr. Yi, let's go inside and talk in detail. Yi Wuchen nodded and immediately walked into the parlor. And again, Menning whispered to the waiter and the secretary. We're going to talk about important things inside, and we can't be disturbed by outsiders. You guys guard the door and absolutely no one else is allowed in. The waiters and secretaries rushed to reassure each other. It was only then that Meng Ning walked into the parlor together with Yi Wuchen. When the 7 of them entered, the door to the parlor was immediately closed tightly, and the door was guarded, so you couldn't even try to eavesdrop outside the door. This scene, however, made Dong Qiu and the others even more puzzled. Meng Ning and the others. It's like they're welcoming that crook. It's not like they're going to clean up that crook at all. A man couldn't help but say. The crowd was just about to agree. The other one had a bright idea. I see. This is a brilliant plan by Meng Ning and the others. This move is called inviting the king in. If they look like they're raising hell, the crooks would have been scared off long ago. Where would they dare to come back? It was their deliberate act of welcoming that made the crook let his guard down and dare to come back thinking there was still money to be swindled. And now that crook is locked up inside the parlor, and there are so many people outside guarding him that he couldn't run away if he wanted to. If I'm not mistaken, the police must be on their way by now, and that crook will soon be taken to jail. These words brought the crowd to a realization. What a brilliant plan to invite the king in. Now, that crook can't get away with it. They had previously thought that Meng Ning and the others had low IQs, but it seemed that Meng Ning's and their IQs had gone offline only temporarily. After all, they are all savvy businessmen who have been in the market for a long time, and immediately after reacting, they can use a brilliant plan to make the scammers throw themselves into the net. Only Dong Chio was still frowning. Really? I'll have to look again. He waved his hand and the club attendant brought up a chair. Dong Chio sat in his chair, staring intently at the closed door of the parlor. He wanted to see how things would really turn out. As for the rest of the crowd, they were all in the mindset of watching the fun, and they also waited along with Dong Chio. It had been a long time since they had seen a big show of catching crooks. Time passes slowly. The crowd had been waiting for almost half an hour, but the big arrest they were expecting was long overdue. Something's not right. It's been half an hour. If the police were really catching crooks, they would have been there already. There's no movement at all in that parlor until now. Not to mention the sound of a fight. Not even an argument. By now, the crowd was gradually realizing that things were beginning to go beyond their expectations. Dong Chio, on the other hand, keenly smelled a hint of intrigue. No wait, I'm going to find out for myself. What the hell are they up to? As he spoke, he stood up from his chair and stepped towards the parlor. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd hurriedly followed. Such a large group of people came to the door of the parlor in great numbers. Menning's secretary rushed forward to block it. Mr. Dong, a few old bosses, our boss is having a meeting inside, and please don't interrupt. If there's something you can talk to me first. How could the honorable Dong Chio sell the face of a small secretary? Only to see Dong Chio ask back with a cold face. Go ask your boss, Meng Ning, yourself if I, Dong Chio, need an appointment to see her or not. Get out of the way. We're going in to get her. Saying that, Dong Chio pushed away the secretary and led a group of people to break into the meeting room. The waiter guarding the place was also quick to explain. Mr. Dong, I'm really sorry. Now that the parlor has been chartered by General Manager Meng, she has instructed us not to be disturbed from the meeting. Please don't make it difficult for us subordinates. For the waiters, Dong Chio would even less give them a good face. Dong Chio said in a cold voice. So Manning is a member here and I'm not? So, if Meng Ning can afford the parlor, I can't? Get the outta here. He turned toward the attendant who had spoken and raised his hand to slap him. Pow! Crisp slaps rang out. The waitress received a slap and covered her face as she scurried away. In the face of a big boss like Dong Chio, a small waiter like him wouldn't dare to be half angry. The rest of them finally stopped daring to block Dong Chio when they saw how fierce he was. Dong Chio led a group of people and pushed open the door of the parlor with force and walked in. With the parlor door open, the scene inside was also finally presented to the crowd. Amidst the astonished gazes of Dong Chio and the others, only to see Yi Wuchen sitting in front of the parlor table in the parlor, and Meng Ning's 7 people were enthusiastically surrounding Yi Wuchen, placing the contracts and signing pens in their hands in front of Yi Wuchen. Anyone could see that they were getting ready to sign the contract. Hearing someone barging in, Menning looked up. The smile on her beautiful face quickly faded and became cold as frost. Mr. Dong, what do you mean by barging in? We're in the middle of a meeting. Anything can wait until we're done. Now. Also, please get out. Mening's words were heavy. On weekdays, she was always pleasant, and would rarely speak in this tone to someone of status like Dong Chio. Dong Chio, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Mr. Meng, I still want to ask you what you mean. Isn't it enough that this liar has deceived you? How dare you all hold him up like a guest of honor? We're here now because we're afraid you'll continue to fall for it. But it's for the good of you 7. Mr. Meng. Saying that, Dong Chio walked forward with great strides and grabbed the contract on the table that he was about to sign. Here, let's see. What's this con man up to again? With me around, this crook won't be able to fool you. Chapter 139, I'll do this project with you. Dong Chio claimed that it was for the good of Meng Ning 7, but he had other plans in mind. He is now grabbing the contract to view it for nothing more than to figure out the truth. He always felt that the men in 7 were playing a trick on him. Dong Chio had always prided himself on his shrewdness. How could he stand being teased? Immediately, he fixed his eyes toward the contract, but this look left him instantly dumbfounded. Blue Moon Resident Cream. Within 20 days, raise 1 billion in cash to Yi Wuchen to buy 20% of his shares. A total investment of $10 billion. With Yi Wuchen exclusively holding 50% of the shares? The clauses in the contract made even Dong Chio, who had seen the world. Stunned at the scene, he then shrieked even more. "Oh my god? Menning, are you guys crazy? Is this some kind of joke? Take $10 billion out to play with this crook? And a huge amount of money, $1 billion, is casually going into that crook's account? What the hell are you guys doing?" Along with Dong Chio's roar, it also attracted the attention of the group around him. Immediately, the crowd swarmed around and also looked closely at the contract in Dong Chio's hands. As they took this look, they also finally figured out what was going on. Original. Today, in the middle of this parlor, Mangning's 7 people were actually going to sign a business contract with Yi Wuchen. They are joining forces to form a company with Blue Moon Resident Cream as their main product. That in itself is not too much of a problem. And the most bizarre thing is that the scale of their investment this time is very huge, even reaching the terrifying level of $10 billion. Moreover, Yi Wuchen unexpectedly occupied a large share in it. Especially Mengning 7 even had to give Yi Wuchen $1 billion in cash within 20 days. This kind of thing is just being an ingrate any way you look at it. Mr. Meng, you guys can't be serious, right? Mr. Meng, Mr. Huang, it's not too late to stop before the contract is signed. This $10 billion is no joke. Mr. Meng, you guys have to calm down. The crowd was persuaded. They were really shocked by this contract. How can such a huge sum of money be so casually taken out to be cheated? Even if they wanted to see the hilarity of Meng Ning and the others, they couldn't look this big. If Meng Ning's 7 people were really cheated out of $10 billion, then this would be a serious loss for the entire business district of Dakan City. As the saying goes, a fire in the city gates is also a calamity for the fish in the pond. And when the time comes, Dong Chio's gang will more or less suffer. At this point, Meng Ning rushed over and snatched the contract from Dong Chio's hands. She said coldly, "We don't need you to mind our business. Dong Chio, you are not qualified to read our contract either. Now, also, please get out immediately." Menning held out his hand and pointed to the door of the parlor. Huang Bin also looked unhappy and glared at the Dong Chio crowd. "Mr. Meng is right. Please also leave now. Even if we are duped, it is our willingness. No need for you to talk." When Huang Bin finished speaking, the 5 wealthy businessmen beside him also stood with him in an unwelcoming gesture. They are going to sign the contract soon. The contract will be sure, and then they will wait to make a lot of money. But it was Dong Chio and the others who barged in at this time, ruining their good deed. This naturally upsets them. Seeing that Meng Ning 7 were unhappy, the crowd that had intruded already had thoughts of leaving. After all, they didn't want to turn their backs on the Meng Ning 7. Harmony is the only way to make money. However, Dong Chio, had a turn of vision and seemed to have an idea in his mind. He suddenly laughed out loud. "I've known you all for many years, Mr. Meng and Mr. Huang. As the saying goes, we share the same blessings and difficulties, and now that you're going to be cheated, I can't miss it. This program of yours, I also put money in to accompany you to be cheated." When these words came out, everyone looked at Dong Chio in surprise. In this world, where is the competition to be cheated? Why would a big boss like Dong Chio, the standard bearer of the business world, say such shocking things? They, however, were unaware of Dong Chio's thoughts. In his heart, Dong Chio had his own plans. He had sensed something was wrong. Even savvy businessmen are deceived at times. It's not unusual to be scammed out of millions or even tens of millions of dollars. But, those tens of billions of dollars are not so easy to fool. With so much money and so many implications, anyone would be cautious. Especially with the mobilization of so much money. The 7 Meng Ning people will definitely do a detailed investigation and only allocate funds when they get the most accurate information. A crook who could fool the 7 big bosses of Menning on small sums of money, but would find it hard to fool them on such huge sums of money. When things go wrong, they go wrong. That's why Dong Chio also wanted to get involved and try to see the truth. Who knows? Menning refused outright. "Sorry, we don't need Mr. Dong's participation." Seeing Meng Ning's resolute attitude, Dong Chio directly threw out heavy money. "Mr. Meng, I'm not kidding. Though I don't move tens of billions of dollars like you guys do. But for tens of millions of dollars, I can still shell out for fun. Most importantly, my connections and channels are not covered." Dong Chio's words stunned the crowd once again. With tens of millions of dollars to fall for it? Spending so much money on lessons? Is this Dong Chio's money really coming from the wind? However, instead, the 7 Huang Bin replied coldly. "Mr. Dong, we don't need your investment. Our own investment is enough. That's right, we don't need to bother you with our business. You should just stay wherever it's cool. We don't really care about your tens of millions." Where would Huang Bin Meng Ning's 7 men want Dong Chio to come in and share the money? They have taken a strong stance and are even ready to turn the other cheek. And the attitude of these 7 people made Dong Chio more and more certain of what he had in mind. Here, there must be something wrong. Immediately, Dong Qiu was about to continue trying. At this point, Yi Wuchen, however, stood up from the chair and then stretched. I didn't realize that signing a contract was such a hassle. Take your time if you want to argue. I have to go run my errands after I sign, Yi Wuchen said lazily, taking the contract from Meng Ning's hands and was ready to sign it. The contract was about to be signed. Suddenly, Dong Qiu pressed on the contract with one hand. Can't sign, he droned on. Ning frowned. Dong Qiu, what do you mean by that? We sign contracts and you need to be in charge? Dong Qiu pointed at Yi Wuchen, then said to Meng Ning, Mr. Meng, if you guys want to engage in that Blue Moon Resident Cream project, we can do it ourselves alone. There's no need to bring this kid along. This kid doesn't have a dime to throw in, and he doesn't have contacts or channels. So what qualifies him to participate? Might as well be me instead. I'll do the project with you guys. It turned out that Dong Qiu was actually trying to ostracize Yi Wuchen. The crowd that broke in with Dong Qiu felt more and more that something was wrong. The 7 Meng Ning people were not right, and neither was Dong Qiu. The crowd could see the problem now, even if they were stupid. Menning, however, replied coldly, Dong Qiu, we only intend to work with Mr. Yi. Anyone other than that, we don't cooperate. It was thought that this remark would make Dong Qiu angry. Who knows? Dong Qiu laughed out loud. I've been tried out, and I finally kind of get it. Mr. Yi is the heart of this project, and all 7 of you, Mr. Meng, want to make money off of him. Speaking here, Dong Qiu turned his head and looked at Yi Wuchen with an eager face. Mr. Yi, I want to talk to you. How about this project? I'll do it with you. Chapter 140, this time, do you hear me? Dong Qiu is an old fox who has been in the business for many years. He tried out this Blue Moon Resident Cream project in a few words. Yi Wuchen was the key to mastering the core technology, while Huang Bin and Meng Ning's 7 people were merely providing funds. In this day and age, there is no shortage of money at all. What is lacking is technology. Businessmen of Dong Qiu's level, they worry every day that there is no suitable place to invest their large sums of money, pinching it in their hands and constantly depreciating its value. Now that there was a project that could be unanimously recognized by 7 big bosses such as Huang Bin and Meng Ning, and was willing to spend a huge amount of money to invest in it, it showed that this project was definitely a rare business opportunity. Business opportunities, for businessmen are like hungry dogs seeing fat meat. They simply cannot let go. Even, they will rob. Good business opportunities are only available by fighting and gunning for them. That's why Dong Qiu was the first to step forward. He came to Yi Wuchen with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, let's formally get acquainted now. I am called Dong Qiu. My prowess in the business world is, to put it mildly, one of the few in the city. The channels that Mr. Meng and the others have at their disposal, I will only have more than them. The funds that Mr. Meng and the others have promised, I can invest more, and the contacts that Mr. Meng and the others can provide, I can just as well provide them with a wider range. Simply put, you can make more money by having me work with you, and still more big money than you can imagine. The project of Blue Moon Resident Cream in the hands of Huang Bin and Meng Ning stream, that's just a waste. Dong Qiu had already made his words so clear. How could those present not understand the reasoning? Huang Bin and Meng Ning's 7 faces turned green with anger. Robbery. This Dong Qiu is simply robbing in the open, or in front of all 7 of them, robbing them of their chance to earn money. And the rest of the businessmen who were on the sidelines also came to a realization at this moment, only to see them gather around as if they were a swarm of flies, clustering around Yi Wuchen and shouting with their mouths agape. Mr. Yi, add us to this project. We also have sufficient funds. This is my business card. Mr. Yi, we can talk about it in detail. My terms will definitely not let you down. Mr. Yi, let's exchange a call. Mr. Dong is right. Working with us is definitely better than working with Meng and the others. This group of people were so excited that their faces turned red as they kept shouting, lest Yi Wuchen couldn't notice them. Just now, they had regarded Yi Wuchen as a liar, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Wuchen had become their god of wealth instead. I can't tell you how ridiculous that face is. In particular, they surrounded Yi Wuchen, and even Huang Bin and Meng Ning's 7 people were squeezed in the outermost part. Seeing the situation, Meng Ning and Huang Bin tried to squeeze into the crowd to deal with Dong Qiu, but the merchants were already as if they had gone mad, not allowing Meng Ning and the others the chance to come forward and speak. This made Meng Ning and the others yell out in a hurry as well. Unfortunately, the shouts of the 7 of them were instantly drowned out by the shouts of such a large group of wealthy businessmen. This made the 7 people even more anxious, as if they were ants on a hot pan. Mr. Meng, think of something. This is killing me. That Dong Qiu is indeed stronger than us. Mr. Yi would definitely be able to earn more if he worked with him. Now that Dong Chio has intervened strongly, we'll be kicked out if we don't make a move. It's not easy for us to get such a rare opportunity to make money. We can't just miss it. They all looked at Meng Ning expectantly, hoping that Meng Ning would be able to solve the problem at hand. However, Meng Ning's beautiful face was also filled with helplessness at this time, only to hear her sigh. It's useless to say anything when the contract hasn't been signed. Dong Chio's advantage is stronger than us, especially he is assembling such a large group of people. Our conditions are still really better than others. Speaking here, her beautiful eyes looked slyly towards the young man who was surrounded by the crowd as if he were a star. The only one who can make the decision is Mr. Yi himself. But, Mr. Yi did the Blue Moon Resident Cream project to make money, and there's no reason why he can't make more money. Hey! Menning was getting less and less confident by the end of his speech. Above the shopping mall, it is always cruel, and it is only about interests and not feelings. What's more, the 7 of them didn't have any feelings to speak of with Yi Wuchen. When Huang Bin and the rest of the 6 heard this, they all couldn't help but look deathly pale. Even Meng Ning said so. It seems that this time the business opportunity to make money is really going to be snatched by Dong Chio's gang. Not willingly, they gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, their chests filled with grief and indignation. But there is nothing to be done about it. At this point, Dong Chio stood in the middle of the crowd, confidently raising the contract he had almost signed in his hand and said, "This contract, there would be no need to sign it. Mr. Yi, let's go to my company's office and sign another new contract while drinking tea. A contract that will allow us to join forces and make a lot of money together." Ha 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 ha. Dong Chio laughed confidently, then was about to tear up Meng Ning's copy of the contract. He didn't even consult Yi Wuchen, because he believed that Yi Wuchen had no reason to refuse. He, Dong Chio, and so many others were able to help Yi Wuchen make more money. In the face of benefits, Yi Wuchen would absolutely reject Meng Ning and turn to work with Dong Chio himself. That's the power of money. Seeing that Dong Chio was about to tear up the contract, suddenly, a hand reached out and pressed the contract. Dong Chio looked at the owner of this hand with some surprise and disbelief, because the owner of this hand was no one else. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. Mr. Yi, any more questions? Dong Chio asked suspiciously. Yi Wuchen looked at Dong Chio with a smile, then took the contract from Dong Chio's hands, which had already been pinched and crumpled a bit. Then, Yi Wuchen looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. "Have you all forgotten what I said?" The crowd looked at each other, confused. Where did they remember what Yi Wuchen said? Previously, they all treated Yi Wuchen as a liar and didn't even listen attentively to Yi Wuchen's words, only to hear Yi Wuchen continue. "The chance to get rich, I've already given you. Unfortunately, you don't cherish it yourselves. An opportunity that will not be missed." The whole room couldn't help but stare at those words. Everyone couldn't help but close their mouths and wonder if they had heard wrong. The entire parlor hall, too, fell silent in an instant. Dong Chio's brows, too, could not help but wrinkle slightly. "Mr. Yi, I didn't understand. What do you mean by your words?" He wanted to be sure again. Yi Wuchen, however, smiled faintly. Then he stepped on the table with one foot and stood with his whole body on it. He towered over these topmost rich merchants amongst Dakan City. Finally, he spoke. "Then I'll be more direct. Blue Moon Resident Cream. I'll only be looking for 7 of them to work with Mr. Meng. As for you," he stretched out his hand and pointed at Dong Chio's group, "you have missed your chance, so I am not going to continue to make you rich. I won't let any of you participate in the Blue Moon Resident Cream project. No matter what promises and conditions you make, I will not let you get your hands on them. This time, do you hear me?" Chapter 141. So what if I have offended you? Yi Wuchen's words resounded throughout the entire arena, falling clearly into everyone's ears. Everyone froze. This guy, even, refused? This is completely out of line with common business sense. Even Huang Bin, Meng Ning and the others were greatly surprised. They thought they had completely lost hope, but who knew it would turn around? Dong Chio grimaced and said in an angsty voice, "Mr. Yi, don't joke. I don't believe there's anyone in this world who doesn't like money. I also don't believe that there is anyone in this world who is too rich to be bothered with money. Only by following Dong Chio could Yi Wuchen make more money." This was Dong Chio's basic logic in thinking that Yi Wuchen would not refuse. However, Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. "Boss Dong, that only means you're too short-sighted. Money doesn't mean anything to me at all. The reason why I took out the Blue Moon Resident Cream to make money with Boss Meng and the others was simply because I was trying to fulfill a bet. Having lived for billions of years, Yi Wuchen had long since seen through the red dust. Money, beauty, fame, power, status, and so on, which were incomparably precious in the eyes of mortals, had long been as if they were dirt in Yi Wuchen's eyes. There are so few things that are truly meaningful over the long span of years. There were even fewer things worth pursuing for Yi Wuchen. These words were Yi Wuchen's sincere words. However, when the onlookers heard it, they felt that Yi Wuchen was deliberately pretending. Dong Qiu then sneered back. Well, Mr. Yi, you're noble. You're amazing. You treat money like dirt. You can stop making this money and you can stop working with us. But I just want to ask you one thing. Have you thought through the consequences? Dong Qiu's words were full of threats, especially when his aura as a business tycoon was released. It was extremely oppressive. While Yi Wuchen asked with a slight smile, "Oh, I'd like to know what the consequences can be." He looked as if he didn't care about the threat at all. Dong Qiu snorted coldly. In the mall, if you're not a partner, then you're a competitor. If you don't choose to work with us, you're working against us. Have you considered the consequences of offending the likes of us? I dare say that in the future, you will not be able to move an inch in the business world of Dakan City. As soon as Dong Qiu took a stand, the rich merchants around him stood by his side. There's a lot of people. The power created by so many people together was even greater. There is also a greater sense of compulsion. The rich merchants all spoke up as well, rushing at Yi Wuchen in a soft and hard manner. Mr. Yi, you can't afford to offend so many of us alone. You'd better think it over. That's right, Yi Wuchen. If you reject us today, you'll become our enemy. No one in this city has dared to go against our gang yet, so you need to think about it. These rich businessmen have lost even their faces in order to gain business opportunities. Today, they made a move to force Yi Wuchen to submit. If they were to be rejected by a powerful person today, then they would not dare to have any complaints. But today, they were rejected by a nameless person, which made them lose face. Packing up a nobody, these guys have a lot to offer. Seeing this, Meng Ning couldn't help but look worried. This is bad. The gang is twisted into a rope under Dong Qiu's fanning. If we let things go on like this, Mr. Yi is going to suffer from the suppression from the business community in Dakan City. No, I have to go and put in a word for him, Menning said, about to step forward. However, a hand stopped her. It was Huang Bin who stopped her. Only Huang Bin shook his head slightly. Mr. Meng, calm down. The gang is angry right now, and even if you come forward now, you won't solve the problem and you'll implicate yourself. Even though you have a big family, Mr. Meng, there's no way you can fight against so many rich businessmen. Huang Bin's words were extremely in line with the rules of the mall. Never go against the majority, but unite with the majority. Only then will you be able to gain a foothold in the mall. Menning couldn't help but hesitate as well. Of course she knew that Huang Bin's words made sense, but she couldn't just sit back and watch. After all, Yi Wuchen was willing to cooperate with them on such a rare and lucrative project as the Blue Moon facial cream. Wouldn't it be tantamount to ingratitude if she sat back and did nothing now? No, I still have to help Mr. Yi. Meng Ning gritted his teeth and was about to go forward. And this time, only Yi Wuchen suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. In the face of the persecution of so many rich businessmen, he did not have the slightest fear, but instead laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Such a big laugh instead made all the rich merchants look at each other. Dong Qiu asked in displeasure. Yi Wuchen, what are you laughing at? As Dong Qiu asked the question, Yi Wuchen's laughter only slightly curtailed. He was seen looking contemptuously at the group of wealthy merchants, the disdain in his eyes undisguised. Do you think that being your enemy scares me? Ridiculous. I was, once, the enemy of the world. Just the few of you. So what if you're offended? What's the point of being hostile when it comes to people like you? If you're not convinced, just come. Yi Wuchen, take it through and through. Yi Wuchen stood on the table and looked down at the crowd. Though he was alone, facing a crowd of rich and wealthy businessmen, his aura, however, was not weak at all. It has an air of looking out of the corner of one's eye and looking down on the crowd. This aura completely suppressed the aura of the crowd of rich businessmen. The rich merchants were disliked back one by one. They completely did not expect that Yi Wuchen would give them so little face, that he would directly look down on them like this. Huang Bin sniffed and frowned. This is really the end of Yi Wuchen. If he softens his tone and says a couple of nice things, then saying no can still ease the situation. But now he has actually fought hard with this group of rich businessmen and disliked them to their faces, which makes these big bosses simply unable to get off the ground. They're all big shots who have been running the mall for years, and now that they've been disliked by a young scion, they'll surely retaliate fiercely back. This is a complete offense. Meng Ning couldn't help but become more and more nervous in his heart when he heard this. She also understood that Yi Wuchen offended so many people at once, and was afraid that it would really cause big trouble. Sure enough, Dong Qiu's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Yes. I don't know whether to call you a hero or a newborn. Now that you've said that, it would seem inappropriate for us not to clean you up. Alright, Yi Wuchen, I'll remember you. We'll see. Hopefully, you won't regret your words and actions today. Dong Chio finished speaking and twisted his head. Businessmen are not punks. They don't clean up after people by beating them up to their faces, but behind their backs by all means. As soon as Dong Chio left, the rest of the rich merchants also gave their tough words and followed Dong Chio to leave. Yi Wuchen, however, didn't have the slightest worry and instead waved his hand at the crowd. Bosses, take care. Chapter 142, there must be a big shot helping Yi Wuchen. Dong Chio left the hall with a group of rich merchants huffing and puffing. By the looks of them, they weren't just going to let it go. In the parlor hall, only Yi Wuchen and Meng Ning were left. Menning walked up and said worriedly, Mr. Yi, be careful. That Dong Chio is a man of narrow-mindedness. He will definitely make a move if you publicize him like this. Yi Wuchen did not take this warning to heart. He just asked rhetorically, I'm not afraid of that. Boss Meng, are you guys scared? You guys aren't afraid of being implicated by me? So you want to give up on this project, are you? Meng Ning, Huang Bin, and the other 7 looked at each other before shaking their heads. How could they possibly give up? The Blue Moon Resident Cream program is a huge mountain of gold. If they get this mountain of gold, then their careers will undoubtedly reach a new height. It can be a flight of fancy. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. People die for money and birds die for food. And their group of businessmen would absolutely fight for everything for such a huge profit. Huang Bin spoke directly. Mr. Yi, since you're partnering this project with us, then feel free to rest assured. Although Dong Chio's gang is very powerful, the 7 of us aren't just eating our words. We will definitely do our best to make this project a success. The rest of the crowd nodded. If they give up the opportunity to make money because of someone else's threat, then they have fought for nothing for so many years in the mall. Yi Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then we'll come together and do a good job on this project. Remember, bosses, my billions will have to arrive soon. Saying that, Yi Wuchen picked up that contract and signed it. With the successful signing, the project of Blue Moon Resident Cream has finally started. Outside the golf club, Dong Chio and a group of rich merchants walked out with faces full of iron. Seeing their bad faces, even the club attendants did not dare to come forward to cheer them. This little brat doesn't know any better. Dong Chio cursed angrily as he walked away. The rich merchants around them were also filled with righteous indignation. Mr. Dong, we can't just let it go this time. Look at that kid giving a wild ride. That's right. A fledgling rube dares to look down on so many of us big bosses. Who does he count? Mr. Dong, how to clean up that brat? You just open your mouth. We'll contribute money and effort to get out of this bad breath. The rich merchants kept agreeing. They missed a good opportunity to make money, and their hearts have been upset for a long time. Dong Chio coldly grunted. I'll take out $100 million and just play with this kid. I'm going to snipe that Watson Blue Moon Resident Cream in every channel so that it can't sell a single product. If I can't earn this money, neither can that kid. $100 million. Enough to beat him out of business. When Dong Chio said this, he seemed to have thought of something and hesitated slightly. Unless that kid's product is really a rare explosive divine product in the world. If this kind of pop-up really comes out, then I'm afraid my 100 million won't be enough. Dong Chio has been fighting in the shopping mall for many years and knows the vagaries of the mall. There is the emergence of a breakout product that can often disrupt an entire industry. And explosive products combined with the business trend is able to go all the way like a cracker, knock down some of the obstacles. Unstoppable. This kind of pop-up is filled with too much uncertainty to be spotted by the average eye. If this kind of explosive product really appeared, with Dong Chio's ability, he really might not be able to suppress it. And a rich merchant laughed. Mr. Dong, you're being overly concerned. Where in the world do you get so many godly explosions? With that kid's decrepit appearance, does he look like he could make a hit to you? Another wealthy businessman chimed in. That's right, even if there really is a pop-up, it definitely won't fall on the heads of Yi Wuchen and Meng Ning's gang. If those guys could make a pop-up, this pop-up would have sucked a long time ago. If they're that lucky, we can all go buy lottery tickets. The rest of the rich merchants laughed out loud at his words. After hearing this, Dong Chio also felt that he had been overly concerned. Pop-ups are available. How many big bosses have invested huge amounts of money trying to create a hit product, only to lose their money in the end? There are also some people who were just playing around and ended up unintentionally making a hit instead. It can be said that if you plant a garden, you can't plant a flower. But if you don't plant a flower, you can't plant a flower. The probability of such a thing is too small and too dependent on chance. Immediately, Dong Chio put his heart down and laughed. That's right, and I don't believe that kid can hit the big time and make a hit. If you all want to have some fun, why don't you join me in screwing that kid hard? Businessmen are not rogues. After all, they want to mess with someone, not by using violence, but by bankrupting them into debt and ultimately into bankruptcy. To kill, No blood is seen and no knife is used. The rest of the rich merchants were filled with interest as well. I'm not as wealthy as Mr. Dong to directly take out $100 million to play, but I'm also willing to give a few million to help Mr. Dong. I can help with the channels, and I have a few points of influence in the channels of that daily chemical company in Menning. Mr. Dong, I'll offer $5 million as well, and at the same time, I have some contacts that can come in handy as well. The rich merchants have taken Dong Chio's side. This made Dong Chio more and more magnificent, only feeling that his influence was still powerful. Relying on such a strong influence and appeal, this time he was bound to be able to press Yi Wuchen to death in the shopping mall. It's like crushing an ant. It's getting late. It was also slowly getting dark. In the midst of the Imperial Court Hotel, yet the lights are still shining brightly. In the restaurant lounge area, a group of people are sitting together. These people were all old acquaintances of Yi Wuchen. The four people, Lo Shui, Song Zian, Lu Xingshu, and Wen Bai. They are, it seems, focusing on something very peculiar. That's probably what happened. At that time, Big Brother Yi took me into the middle of the gravel factory and saved my mother. That bad guy, Liang Shanhu, fought Big Brother Yi one-on-one, and was finally knocked over by Big Brother Yi, and was even stepped on by Big Brother Yi. Big Brother Yi at that time, don't say how handsome he was, followed by another man. At that time, when Big Brother Yi told me to take my mom and leave first, I understood that things were afraid to get out of hand. In order not to hold back Big Brother Yi, I'll take my mom home. As for what happened back there, I don't know. It wasn't until Brother Yi called me to keep me safe that my hanging heart dropped. Song Zian was glowing and told the crowd what she had seen and heard in the middle of the gravel factory. The crowd had been stunned to hear it. What Song Zian said was simply too bizarre. Wimber was even more alarmed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Yi Wuchen brat is surprisingly even wilder than I thought. In front of dozens of juniors, he just made a direct move on Liang Shanhu, and even knocked down a famous bully like Liang Shanhu. Could it be that Liang Shanhu was still concerned about the morality of the Jianhu? A single fight is a single fight. Not allowed to intervene in the little brother? Wimber, after all, was a young man, and the point of concern was still stuck on fighting and killing. Lu Shangsu, on the other hand, was much calmer, and he seemed to hear something deeper. Only a slight frown was seen on his brow as he opened his mouth in a grave manner. From what I know about Liang Shanhu, he's not at all a man of Jianghu morality. On the contrary, he is devious and despicable and will do anything, so it's impossible for him to fight Yi Wuchen single-handedly. It must be that his little brothers betrayed him, and Liang Shanhu ordered not to move those little brothers. That's why such a situation has occurred. And what was it that made my little brother betray? Lu Shengsu's words seemed to make the thoughts gradually clearer, followed by his serious words. I see. Someone must have put a lot of pressure on Liang Shanhu's gang. Liang Shanhu can do anything to avenge his own son, but the minions couldn't do that, so they chose to betray. The influence of just a few of us is surely not enough to make those juniors betray. There must be a big brother with enormous energy exerting pressure. It seems that there must be a big person behind the scenes helping Yi Wuchen. Chapter 143, I really killed him. When the crowd heard Lu Shangsu's words, they couldn't help but instantly become clear. That's right. It was only the big shots who pressurized Liang Shanhu's gang that caused Liang Shanhu's minions to turn against him. Otherwise, Yi Wuchen was afraid that he would have been swarmed by the gang of juniors and slashed to death. I didn't expect that Yi Wuchen had a backer as well. I just don't know. What's that big shot that's covering him again? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have this question rise in their hearts at the same time. Everyone felt that Yi Wuchen was a fledgling kid with no background or backing at all. Yet today it seems otherwise. Lu Shue couldn't help but ask. Zi Yen, you and Yi Wuchen are together every day. Do you know what that big shot behind him is? Song Zian shook her head. Regarding Yi Wuchen, she actually didn't know much. Lu Shangsu changed the way he asked. Zi Yen, you've been with Yi Wuchen recently, so you probably know what kind of person Yi Wuchen turned out to right? Who are the people he has met? Who are of the highest status? This question, on the contrary, made Song Zian ponder. After a long time, Song Zian replied. To say that among the people that Big Brother Yi has come into contact with these days, the one with the highest status should be. I see. It's the big bosses he knows at the golf club. I know of one called Huang Bin and another called Meng Ning. By the way, there's another old man who's also very powerful. He's Zhai Lao who makes medicinal herbs. No one in the room was too surprised to hear this. They had all heard these words from Lin Han. Now that it was confirmed by Song Zian, their hearts still couldn't help but shake as well. This Yi Wuchen, it's really beyond my expectations. Lu Shangsu couldn't help but sigh greatly. For a moment, he even felt old. What was simply impossible in his eyes? That young man Yi Wuchen actually did it in a short period of time. Le Shui marveled as well. If it's really Mr. Huang, Mr. Meng, and Elder Zhai giving Yi Wuchen a backing, then the two of them pressuring Liang Shanhu at the same time could possibly make Liang Shanhu's little brother hesitate. But I just can't figure out where on earth Yi Wuchen got his magic power to get the favor of these bigwigs? This query was not answered by the crowd. Yi Wuchen. It seemed that he was always able to do things that seemed impossible to others. At first, everyone just thought he was a good cook. But next, it turns out that he is highly accomplished in feng shui, can play world-class golf, and his understanding of Chinese herbs is on the altar. This man, it seems, is an all-rounder, but it simply defies common sense. Ordinary geniuses who wanted to be extreme in one of these fields would often take even a lifetime. And Yi Wuchen was so young, yet he had actually made it to the top in so many industries. It was no longer enough to describe him as a genius, but could be called a demon. Right, Xian, do you know what happened to that Liang Shanhu in the end? Wimber couldn't help but ask. Liang Shanhu was a vicious and despicable person, and he is extremely vindictive. This time he was able to kidnap Song Xian's mother and wanted to ambush Yi Wuchen at the gravel factory. Next time, who knows what horrible things he will do. This is a great potential danger. Once this question was asked, the crowd was also extremely eager to know the answer. The sand and gravel factory had been blockaded by the Ling family army, and it was even destroyed in the duel between the two great masters, the Protectorate War God and the World's No. 1. I'm afraid that the only people who know the whereabouts of Liang Shanhu are the people involved. Apart from the Ling family army, Song Xian shook her head helplessly. When I left, Big Brother Yi was still stepping on Liang Shanhu. As for what happened after that, I really don't know anything at all. Why wouldn't she want Liang Shanhu to disappear from this world so that her family could be spared? But she also knows that today's society is a society governed by the rule of law. She also didn't want Yi Wuchen to kill Liang Shanhu, otherwise this would cause Yi Wuchen to suffer from imprisonment. When the crowd heard this, they were all inevitably a little disappointed. Just then, a man's voice suddenly rang out. Liang Shanhu, he's dead. The sound came so suddenly that everyone couldn't help but turn their heads toward the direction the sound came from. Only a man and a woman were walking towards the crowd. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was stylish and beautiful, and their features were vaguely similar. Mr. Lin, Miss Lin, what brings you here? Le Shui asked suspiciously. This man and woman who walked over were none other than Lin Han and Lin Inuo's siblings. The siblings made their way to the lounge area and sat down. Then, Lin Han opened his mouth and continued. I have a friend who has connections in the Ling army, thus giving me some information. It is said that among the ruins of the gravel plant, a body was dug up in a miserable state of death. After DNA testing, it can be determined that the deceased is none other than the owner of the gravel factory, Liang Shanhu. Hearing that Liang Shanhu was certain that he was dead, the crowd was first shocked and then relieved. Such a scourge. It's good to be dead. Wimber couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lin, did you find out who killed Liang Shanhu? The crowd also pricked up their ears. They prayed in their hearts that it must not be Yi Wuchen who moved. Otherwise, I'm afraid Yi Wuchen would be out of luck. Lin Han shook his head in reply. That's an answer I can't pry into, and I don't dare to pry deeper, especially since it was during the duel between the Protectorate War God and the World's No. 1. It's possible that Liang Shanhu died under the ripple effects of their battle. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The Protectorate War God and the World's First, both of them were top-tier powerhouses. It was indeed better for ordinary people to pry less into their affairs. Hopefully it wasn't Yi Wuchen who did it, Le Shangsu said in self-relief. Lin Han, however, expresses a different opinion. That's hard to say. The ripple effect of the battle between the Protectorate War God and the World's First was huge though. Even the gravel factory was destroyed. But Yi Wuchen hasn't walked out of the gravel factory intact? That Liang Shanhu, it doesn't make sense that he died tragically in the gravel factory. Lin Han's words punctured the worst fears in the hearts of the crowd. It made the atmosphere instantly silent. If it was as Lin Han said, then Yi Wuchen would be in big trouble. Le Shui rounded off the conversation. Everyone doesn't need to worry. I'm sure Yi Wuchen won't kill anyone. That Liang Shanhu just died by accident. Everyone smiled and nodded, intent on digressing from the topic. And this time, yet another man's voice came. No, you guys guessed wrong. That Liang Shanhu, I really did kill him. I stomped him to death in front of whatever war god that was. This voice was very familiar to the crowd. They turned their heads to look and saw the man. Leaves without dust. Chapter 144. I've really gotten an investment. Only Yi Wuchen walked into the Royal Court Hotel and walked towards the crowd. Seeing Yi Wuchen, the crowd froze. Le Shui spoke hastily. Yi Wuchen, you can't talk nonsense about such things. Killing someone in front of the Protectorate War God is no joke. Even if it's not in front of the Protectorate War, you can't kill people indiscriminately. If you kill someone, you're liable. Li Shangsu also hurriedly got up to round off the conversation. Yi Wuchen must have been joking with us just now. Little brother Yi looks like an honest person. How could he possibly kill someone? Don't take that joke of his to heart, people. Everyone understood Li Shangsu's words, regardless of whether or not this person was killed by Yi Wuchen or not. But this killing thing could not be said casually. Song Zian also hurriedly ran to Yi Wuchen's side and pulled the corner of Yi Wuchen's coat. Big brother Yi, let's not mention this matter anymore. Liang Shanhu is dead, which is good for everyone, but how he died, that matter is not important. Especially since the place where he died was the same place where the Protectorate War God and the World's Know One had dueled. When the time came, it would be said that Liang Shanhu had suffered from the waves of the duel and died, which became the responsibility of the Protectorate War God and the World's Know One. So who is going to pursue this matter? Yi Wuchen shook his head helplessly. He understood that these people had his best interests at heart. At this point, Lin Yinhua stood up and glanced at Yi Wuchen. She asked with some contempt, Yi Wuchen, I heard that you also met Mr. Huang and Mr. Meng while playing at the golf club. You ran off to pull investment on the recommendation of my brother and Mr. Lu, didn't you? How's it going? Did you pull in your billions of dollars in investment? Lin Yinhua always felt that she had some grudges with Yi Wuchen, so whenever she caught the opportunity, she had to hit Yi Wuchen. Lin Han hurriedly glared at Lin Yinhua. Enoch, you're really going nowhere. Sit down and drink your tea nicely and stop talking. Lin Yinua's words were obviously a bit of a squeeze on the others. Yi Wuchen and Huang Bin, Meng Ning and their acquaintances had only known each other for a day or two. At best they were acquaintances, and they couldn't even talk about having a friendship, let alone building trust between each other. This is a situation where it's just impossible to get people to pull in billions of dollars of investment. Why didn't Lin Han know that Lin Yinhua was deliberately trying to embarrass Yi Wuchen by saying this? This kind of forcefulness was not something that Lin Han could see. Lin Yinhua heard her brother's reprimand, but she didn't collect herself. She just snorted coldly. If you don't pull in an investment, you don't pull in an investment. It's not something to be ashamed of. The real shame is saying a bunch of big words and blowing a bunch of bull and then not being able to deliver in the end. It's that kind of behavior that's disgraceful. Lin Han couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he saw that his sister didn't give him any face at all. The crowd also didn't expect Lin Yinhua to intentionally try to embarrass Yi Wuchen, and for a while, they didn't know how to deal with it. Yi Wuchen, however, only smiled gently. The person Ms. Lin is talking about. It's not me, right? After all, I never brag. Even if I say something, I can always make sure to honor it. Lin Yinhua frowned. She didn't expect Yi Wuchen to be so thick-skinned, deliberately pretending to be confused while trying to understand. However, Lin Yinhua wouldn't let Yi Wuchen muddle through just like that. I did hear that some of them are trying to pull in billions of dollars of investment. If those investments aren't pulled in, it's not like bragging about not being able to deliver. As for who this person is, I don't need to tell you that everyone knows. Lin Yinhua was conspiratorial and had no intention of letting Yi Wuchen go. When she thought of Yi Wuchen's reliance on fortune-telling, feng shui, and other means to earn so much money from herself and her brother, she was very upset. So, she's going to step up to the plate. Lin Han finally couldn't help himself and raised his volume to rebuke. Enoch, that's enough. It was obvious that Lin Han had gotten a little angry. After saying that, he had a somewhat apologetic look at Yi Wuchen, wanting to apologize for his sister's rudeness. Everyone also glared at Yi Wuchen, signaling Yi Wuchen not to bother with Lin Yinhua. Yi Wuchen laughed. What's everyone looking at me for? It's not as if everyone thinks that the person Ms. Lin is talking about is me, is it? The crowd was speechless. If not you, then who? Everyone was listening to you when you bragged about it, and no one felt that Yi Wuchen was able to realize that hitch. If Yi Wuchen gave a harumph at this point and let it go, then this matter would have been put to rest. But Yi Wuchen had to deliberately play dumb, which made this matter not end well. Li Xingshu coughed dryly twice, then advised, Brother Yi, let's just drink tea. I happen to want to talk to you, too, about the chef training aspect of our hotel. Li Shangsu was digressing and giving Yi Wuchen a step down. Who knows? Yi Wuchen, however, did not take this step at all. He was only heard to say helplessly, I kind of get it. You guys are just talking about me. Thinks I'm, like, bragging about it and not being able to fulfill it, right? Everyone present could not help but helplessly shake their heads. This Yi Wuchen, his emotional intelligence is really too low. Emotional intelligence is so low that he can't listen to others when they help him diffuse his embarrassment. Lin Yinhua was even more complacent. You can't blame me for being right. The rest of them shook their heads. They had the intention to help Yi Wuchen, but they couldn't help at all. Yi Wuchen, however, still had a smiling face. It really does seem to be talking about me. Then I can only say that you're wrong. MS. Lin. I really did pull in investments from Boss Huang, Boss Meng and a few other bosses, and invested a little more than I expected. Not just a couple billion, but 10 billion. The whole room stood still at those words. Everyone didn't say anything, but were full of oddities. After a while, Lin Inua finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't tease. And $10 billion? Don't you have any concept of money? Do you know what $10 billion means? Really laughed my ass off. Lin Inua was as if she had heard some great joke and almost even laughed out of her eyes. The rest of the crowd, too, were helpless. Still bragging. This Yi Wuchen. You're addicted to bragging, aren't you? How long is he going to brag? How much more will he brag? If he was able to pull in billions of dollars in just a day or two, that would be enough to be called a genius at pulling in investments. And with an investment of $10 billion, I'm afraid that this scale would be impossible for the richest man in Dakan City to pull off in a day or two. This bull, it's really blowing up. Le Shui also said helplessly. Yi Wuchen, let's just sit down and drink tea. Don't say these irrelevant words. Wimber chimed in. That's right. If you pull in $10 billion of investment, wouldn't that be like salting the fish? No, one could simply call it carp. Won't you become a big boss in the future? Do I have to call you Mr. Yi as well? When Bai's words were full of frivolity, and he was obviously deriding Yi Wuchen as well. For his part, Le Shangsu shook his head helplessly. He was no longer willing to say anything. There was nothing more he could do about words exaggerated to such an extent than to be speechless and silent. Lin Han also felt in this moment that he shouldn't have yelled at his sister just now. Although my sister was a bit rude, this Yi Wuchen was really blowing it out of proportion. For this kind of afterward credulous and boastful person, disrespect is also disrespectful. Yi Wuchen, however, did not blush half-heartedly, but looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. It seems that everyone doesn't believe me. Subsequently, he was seen pulling a contract out of his pocket. Here's the contract I just signed with those owners today. I wonder if this contract will prove that I'm not bragging? With that, he slowly placed the contract on the table. Lin Inua contemptuously picked up the contract and flipped through it. She didn't believe that Yi Wuchen was really that capable. But, when she read the contents of the contract clearly, but she was shocked to see her eyes round. That look was like seeing a ghost. How is this possible? Chapter 145. This contract is a fake. Lin Inua's shriek immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Lin Inua face unbelievable appearance. Her smiling peach mouth is now even longer greatly. Eyes are staring straight at the contract in the hands. Enoch, what's wrong? Lin Han had never seen his sister look like this before and couldn't help but ask with concern. Lin Inua slowly raised her head. Shocked. No way. That's impossible. This guy, how could he actually do it? It's not $100. It's $10 billion. Lin Inua's exclamation still left the crowd confused. Lin Han couldn't help but step forward. Let me see. He took the contract from Lin Inua's hands. As a result, before he could look at it for a few moments, the expression on Lin Han's face quickly froze as well. How is this possible? Meng Ning, Huang Bin, Niu Tianrui, Wu Yuanjia, Du Xia, Chai Sha, and Yu Bin Hai. These 7 people are all well-known wealthy merchants in our Dakan city. They actually, really put money into Mr. Yi, and also invested $10 billion? Oh my god, did I read that right? Even the always calm Lin Han could not help but look at Yi Wuchen in shock at this time. The rest of the crowd sniffed and gathered around. They grabbed the contract in Lin Han's hand and flipped through it together. But when they read the content of the contract clearly, all of them were as if they were wooden. Total investment, $10 billion. Raise $1 billion in cash within 20 days to Yi Wuchen to buy 20% of his shares. Yi Wuchen exclusively owns 50% of the shares? What the hell is this? Everyone looked at the contract and also looked at Yi Wuchen in shock. This guy, did he really pull in tens of billions of dollars of investment in a day or two? And he's got 50% of the shares? All of this is as if it were a mirage. Not to mention the young people like Le Shui and Wenbai. Even middle-aged men like Le Shangsu who had been in the shopping mall for a long time had never heard of such a situation. Yi Wuchen, did you really sign a contract with these 7 big bosses? Are they really willing to give you that much investment? But when did they become so nice? He could be said to be familiar with the rich businessmen who had a reputation in Dakan City. Now he is even more familiar with the 7 wealthy businessmen on the contract. These 7 rich merchants. Usually Le Shangsu wants to have a meal with them is extraordinarily difficult, let alone want to cooperate with them. Being able to pull investment from the hands of these 7 wealthy businessmen is not something that can be done by ordinary people. For this reason, he is also extraordinarily aware of the weight on this contract. Yi Wuchen nodded. Yeah, they're great to talk to. We've only been in contact once or twice and they're willing to invest. On top of that, there's a guy named Dong Chiu with a dozen or so merchants who also want to join in. Hearing this, the crowd was even more astonished. Dong Chiu? That's the famous Mr. Dong. There's no one who does business in DCH who doesn't know Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong is not only rich and powerful, but also has a significant position in the business community of Dachang City, with a very high seniority. Even such a big shot wanted to get into Yi Wuchen's business? The crowd thought the news was shocking enough. However, Yi Wuchen's next words were even more shocking to the jaws of the crowd, only to hear Yi Wuchen say with full concern, "Of course, I turned them down. I gave them a chance a long time ago. It was they who didn't appreciate it. I'm not going to spoil them when they end up dead set on trying to get me into a partnership." The crowd only felt their hearts being hammered hard. To be able to get investment from such an evergreen in the business world as Mr. Dong is an opportunity that many businessmen can only dream of. Especially when it was an investment that Mr. Dong had pulled a bunch of rich businessmen to want to participate in. It meant that he could get almost half of DCH's business community's money, connections and channels. Such a heavenly opportunity. Yi Wuchen turned it down? This guy, is he stupid or what? At this point, Lin Yinhua suddenly sneered. Don't tease, I kind of get it. This contract is simply a fake. You forged it, didn't you? You got a fake contract in order to pretend in front of us. In order to fulfill the bull you've blown. In order to salvage your poor pride. Yi Wuchen, is it interesting? Relying on falsehoods for self-satisfaction. You're only making me look down on you more. Lin Yinhua was even less confident that Yi Wuchen could pull in a $10 billion investment. So this contract, in her opinion, is absolutely fake. The crowd was silent. For once, no one argued back, because the thing itself, it's incredible. Let a fledgling, nameless kid, within a day or two, be able to find 7 well-known rich businessmen in Dachang City to pull the head of $10 billion, and he himself still exclusively owns 50% of the shares. This is the kind of thing that no one else would believe. In the minds of those present, they wouldn't believe it either, because they know that trying to do such a thing is not as likely as going to the lottery and winning the jackpot. When things go wrong, there is a demon, so there is only one outcome. It's as if, as Enoch Lin said, there's something wrong with the contract itself. After thinking clearly, everyone looked at Yi Wuchen and all shook their heads. Disappointment. Their hearts no longer had the shock they had just felt, and all they had was disappointment in Yi Wuchen. Only Song Zian expressed a different opinion. I believe in Big Brother Yi. Big Brother Yi is not going to cheat us. But I saw with my own eyes that those big bosses in Big Brother Yi are very close. Song Zian's words were ignored by the crowd. Good feelings? It's useless. Today's society is all about profit. Who's going to talk to you about your feelings if you don't have money? Can you get someone to invest $10 billion just because you're more affectionate? How is that possible? Lin Yinhua even sneered. The most important thing for a big man is to be honorable. Instead of being good-natured in falsifying and lying for the sake of a little vanity. If you can fool people for a while, can you fool them for a lifetime? Your behavior today is so beneath you. Lin Yinhua's words were enough to sting any man's pride. It was especially hurtful when a big beautiful woman said something like that. The people tried to persuade, but in the end no one spoke. Yi Wuchen was too young, too good at face and love of vanity. If he was to be allowed to continue like this, sooner or later he would suffer a great loss. Although Lin Yinhua's words were unpleasant, if she could scold Yi Wuchen and wake him up, it might not be a good thing. However, Yi Wuchen, still looked like he didn't care. Only a slight shrug was seen. It seems that none of you believe me. It doesn't matter. I, Yi Wuchen, do things and I never care about other people's eyes. After saying that, Yi Wuchen took back the contract from the hands of the crowd and raised his hand at them again. I'll leave you all alone as I continue to make money. After saying that, Yi Wuchen turned around and left. The crowd stood still. No one to see them off. Only Song Zian chased after him. Brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go drive you. Chapter 146 Amazing Reversal. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian left the Royal Court Hotel under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Yinhua looked at Yi Wuchen's departing back and said even more disdainfully, "See, I told you this contract was a fake. That guy no longer has the face to remain here after I broke him up, so he could only leave in disgrace. If that contract was real, that guy would have rebutted me by now. How could he have run away?" Lin Han. This time, rarely did he reprimand Lin Yinhua. After all, something like counterfeiting is so dishonorable. The rest of the crowd shook their heads slightly inside. Le Shangsu sighed even more. Hopefully, after experiencing this disgrace, Yi Wuchen will be able to grow up. He could have been a very talented young man, but was just too impatient and overambitious. If he learns his shame and keeps his feet on the ground from now on, then the future will surely be a great one. And if he hasn't learned his lesson, then I'm afraid it's going to be hard for him to ever do anything about it. As an elder, Le Shang-Su had read countless people, and his words were naturally echoed by a group of young people. Within Le Shui's pair of beautiful eyes, they also became somewhat gloomy. She originally thought that Yi Wuchen was a very excellent man and an excellent candidate for choosing a spouse. Even, for a time, she was moved by Yi Wuchen. But at this moment, it seemed that Yi Wuchen's parallel was highly problematic. In order to save face, he went so far as to fake it. Fake also create a reliable, but the result is too fake, resulting in being easily dismantled. Not only did this disgrace Yi Wuchen, it also caused Le Shui to lose face and suspect that something was wrong with her vision. Perhaps I should reconsider other young talents. In Le Shui's mind, she began to lower Yi Wuchen's status and was still picking amongst the crowd of young talents who were pursuing her. On the sidelines, Wimber was less emotional. If everyone says it's true, he thinks it's true. When everyone says it's false, he thinks it's false. He didn't have much of an opinion, and at this moment, he saw that everyone was belittling Yi Wuchen, so he naturally looked down on Yi Wuchen as well. And this time, suddenly, jingle bells, Lin Han's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his cell phone and laughed. "It's my dad on the phone. Excuse me." With that, he picked up the phone, putting it to his ear, and was about to leave. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but stand in awe. Lin Han's father, Lin Zhennan, is the leader of the local real estate industry, with a number of real estate companies all over the southeast, which can be described as a real estate tycoon with a very heavy weight. Such a senior and powerful business tycoon naturally deserved the respect of the crowd, so the crowd had the good sense not to disturb Lin Han, leaving Lin Han to get ready to leave to answer the phone. However, Lin Han had only taken 2 steps, but suddenly stopped violently. "Dad, what are you asking me? You're asking me if I've ever heard of a man named Yi Wuchen? Are you sure that the person you're asking is called Yi Wuchen?" Lin Han snapped into the phone, surprise in his tone. Hearing the name Yi Wuchen, the crowd couldn't help but quiet down and perk up their ears to listen carefully. Since Lin Han hadn't gone far, the human voice coming out of his phone receiver was faintly audible to the crowd, only to hear Lin Zhennan's majestic voice coming from the middle of the phone. "That's right, it's Yi Wuchen that I'm asking about." "What? You know him? That would be great. Help me snoop around on him." A real estate big shot like Lin Zhennan would actually be interested in Yi Wuchen? Lin Han couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what do you want to know about him?" This query is what everyone wants to know in their hearts. Only on the phone, Lin Zhennan answered, "I've never heard of this man before, but today, I got some news that this guy actually did something amazingly great. I'm afraid this matter is going to make waves in our Dakan City business community. I'm even afraid that it will affect the business pattern of Dachang City. I need to find out where this person is coming from first in order to prevent any changes that may occur at any time." Lin Zhennan has always been well informed. The business community in Dakan City, but wherever there is a bit of wind and grass, never hidden from his ears. Lin Han asked hurriedly, "Dad, what the hell did he do?" At this time, Lin Han's heart had already vaguely felt bad. Lin Zhennan replied, "He called a meeting of our dignified and wealthy businessmen in DCH at the Marriott International Golf Club to sell his project. When I first heard about this, I didn't take it seriously at all, but who knew the end result would surprise me." The people in the Royal Court Hotel heard this as if they were even more surprised than Lin Zhennan on the phone. Yi Wuchen, to have the ability to gather the top rich businessmen of Dakan City for a sales meeting? Since when did he have such a wide network? And Lin Zhennan's next words made them feel even more incredulous. I only heard Lin Zhennan say, he actually convinced the 7 big bosses, Meng Ning, Huang Bin, Niu Tianrui, Wu Yuanjia, Du Xia, Chai Sha, and Yu Bin Hai, to put up money to invest in a project called Blue Moon Resident Cream. Their total investment amount is as high as $10 billion. That's about right. About to empty the funds available to these 7 owners. The most unbelievable thing is that Yi Wuchen, that person with little fame, could have a monopoly of 50% of the shares. That makes me wonder how on earth someone who came out of nowhere managed to convince those 7 big bosses? Everyone's mouths grew big enough to fit into a fist when they heard this. What Lin Zhennan said was actually exactly the same as what Yi Wuchen just said. What is this all about? Could it be that Yi Wuduan's contract? Lin Yinhua could no longer sit still at this time. She hurriedly snatched the cell phone in Lin Han's hand. Then she rushed to her cell phone to ask anxiously, "Dad, was what you just said true or not? That Yi Wuchen, did he really pull in a $10 billion investment?" At this time, the one who was most eager to know the answer was none other than Lin Yinhua. Lin Yinua's voice clearly caused Lin Zhennan to be a bit surprised. "So Enoch and your brother are together? You're following this too? That Yi Wuchen, Not only did he pull in an investment of $10 billion, he even rejected Dong Chio's gang of rich businessmen's intention to join him. For this reason he also offended Dong Chio and the others. Dong Chio even let out the word that he wanted to offer $100 million to sabotage Yi Wuchen's project, and that he wanted to make the Blue Moon Resident Cream project lose money to the point of bankruptcy. All those business partners of Dong Chio have also sided with Dong Chio, threatening to go to the end of the commercial war with the 7 big bosses who invested in the Blue Moon Resident Cream. Everyone was dumbfounded to hear it. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Right on. What Yi Wuchen said. And Lin Jinan surprisingly matched up perfectly. Lin Yinhua doesn't want to believe this yet. She trailed off. Dad, have you figured it out yet? Could this whole thing be a lie? Maybe it's someone who's fudging and deliberately cheating. Obviously, Lin Yinhua still thought that Yi Wuchen's contract was fake. So this matter was definitely fake as well. On the phone, Lin Jinan replied, like you, I was incredulous when I first heard the news. Where did an unheard of young man get the ability to pull in $10 billion of investment? I even wondered if the news was not a falsehood deliberately spread to my ears by a competitor as a way to confuse me. So I took personal command and sent out more of my cronies to find out about this. I visited one of those 7 bosses involved to find out in person. Ultimately, I just made sure the news was true. That Yi Wuchen, it's not simple nah. With his own power, he's going to shake up the business community in this Dakan city. Chapter 147, Shame on You. Lin Jinan's words came out from the cell phone. It was a small voice, but everyone listened intently. There was silence in the room. Even the sound of a pin dropping on the floor could be clearly heard. Everyone froze. It was as if their minds were solidified by cement, and they were no longer able to think normally. Really, it was all, surprisingly, true. No one would doubt whether Lin Jinan's information was true or false. After all, this was something that Lin Jinan had personally sought to prove, and there was absolutely no way it could be false. Yi Wuchen really pulled in $10 billion of investment. Such an incredible thing to actually happen. Days. How can you really do something like that? Halftime. The crowd just couldn't get back to it. Instead, on the phone, Lin Jinan had gotten impatient. Honor, Enoch, can you guys find out Yi Wuchen's bottom or not? I need to know the details of this person as soon as possible, so that I can easily prepare in case he's the son of some worldly family, or has some sort of unknown but powerful identity, then the impact he could be huge. Only with Lin Jinan's urging did the crowd wake up. Lin Han hurriedly took back his cell phone and answered, Dad, that Yi Wuchen is just an ordinary person. He, is a fortune teller who broadcasts live on the internet and has helped me with feng shui. By the way, he's got an identity as a chef at the Royal Court Hotel now. Other than that, he's ordinary and has no identity background. After hearing Lin Han's words, Lin Jinan felt incredulous. If he doesn't have an identity background, how could he get those 7 rich businessmen to spend so much money to invest in his project? Could it be that Blue Moon Resident Cream of his really has some magical power? Well, I'll figure this out on my own. For now. After saying that, Lin Jinan hung up the phone. Even Lin Jinan couldn't figure out the problem. The rest of the bystanders naturally couldn't figure it out either. They glanced at each other, confusion and shock in each other's eyes. That Yi Wuchen, where on earth did he get the ability to accomplish this impossible task? What other skills does he really have that no one else knows about? Everyone, starting to feel their ears burning. Not long ago, they were mocking Yi Wuchen, questioning Yi Wuchen, and despising Yi Wuchen, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Wuchen had instead become an existence that they looked up to. $10 billion of investment, 2 days to pull in. There is no identity background. It even has an exclusive 50% share. Who in the room was able to do that? I'm afraid I've never even heard of it, let alone done it. And yet there are people who actually do it, and they, in turn, think others are faking. This time, they had really lost face. Le Xingshu took the lead with 2 dry coughs. Ahem, I really did. Look away. I didn't expect Yi Wuchen. This kid, he actually, is quite capable. It seems that I guess I am old, a little unable to keep up with the times, and can't understand the young people nowadays. I still have to go over the hotel accounts, so excuse me for a moment. Le Sungwook awkwardly made an excuse for himself and then quickly left. He had just put down so many words and had been saying that Yi Wuchen was young and impetuous and would hardly become a great man. But in the blink of an eye, Yi Wuchen's achievement was confirmed. At this point, Yi Wuchen was no longer a clown. Instead, Le Shangsu appeared as if he was a clown. He was, after all, the highest in seniority among the people present, and he really couldn't afford to lose that person. Now his cheeks were burning with pain, and his whole body was flying away even faster. The rest of the bystanders were, likewise, groundless. Linehan's hands didn't even know where to put them. Really don't think that Yi Wuchen actually really pulled in so much investment. He's really surprising. Linhan could only say these two words after thinking for half a day. Whatever he said now was inappropriate. As for Le Shui on the side, the color in her beautiful eyes was even more complicated. He actually made such a big achievement? There is no young talent I know around me that can match a tenth of him. In Le Shui's heart, it suddenly became inexplicably difficult. Her best friend, Song Zian, the girl who was ordinary to the core except for her appearance, who had no money, no ability, no smarts, and no family. However, Song Zian was able to keep standing by Yi Wuchen's side because she was able to keep believing in Yi Wuchen. As for Le Shui herself, she had felt that Yi Wuchen was a bad character just a moment ago, and was faking for the sake of face. How did this happen? Le Shui couldn't figure it out. Although she and Song Zian were close girlfriends, she never felt that Song Zian could surpass herself somewhere. But now it seems that Song Zian did win for once. Le Shui herself, on the other hand, lost very hard. Wimber, however, marveled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Wuchen is awesome this time. He's really going to be Mr. Yi this time. Shall we invite him to dinner tomorrow and see if he can make us rich together? Wen Bai himself had no opinion. And just now, everyone thought Yi Wuchen was faking. So he followed suit and belittled Yi Wuchen. At this moment, when he learned that Yi Wuchen was really powerful, he also immediately marveled. Although Wen Bai is a rich second generation, but rich second generation also need money. Yi Wuchen directly pulled in $10 billion of investment this time, and if Wen Bai could also participate in this project, he might make a fortune. As soon as his words fell, Lin Yinhua by his side was immediately unhappy. Lin Yinhua called out, so what if he can pull in $10 billion of investment? Yi Wuchen, he's just a cook who can tell fortunes. How can he do business? Just wait and see. It won't be long before he loses his investors' money. His company won't be open for 2 years. It will definitely go bankrupt. The crowd could hear that Lin Yinua's shouting was somewhat defeatist. How fiercely she despised Yi Wuchen just now. How furious she was now. Yi Wuchen's achievement was like a slap that ruthlessly smacked Lin Yinua's face. Lin Yinua's exquisite face had even turned red at this point. Everyone could only pretend they didn't hear her shouting, in order to prevent her from being even more embarrassed. Lin Yinhua was even more furious when she saw that no one was paying attention to her. This time, even if Yi Wuchen really is a bull for once. But so what? What's the name of that program he's going to do? Blue Moon Face Cream, right? If you don't believe me, just wait and see. This project will just end up being a joke. After saying that, Lin Yinhua angrily stepped on her high heels and left. She really didn't have the face to stay here either. Because she, of all people, is the biggest clown in the room. Lin Han had no choice but to apologize at the crowd. Sorry, my sister is spoiled and a little short-tempered. I'm going to check on my sister and come back some other time. After Lin Han finished speaking, he also took the opportunity to leave the Royal Court Hotel. Wimber, of course, got his feet wet and just slipped away. Only Le Shui is still standing still, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Chapter 148. Don't blame me for my despicable means. Tianji Pavilion. Even though it was already nighttime, in the middle of the study, a pretty beauty was still working. She had a beautiful but frosty face, giving off a haughty and cold aura. She had fair skin and her hair was black and straight. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses on her face, and her whole person appeared to be full of intellectualism. The professional suit on her body couldn't hide her marvelous figure, and there wasn't half a bit of ambiguity in the places that should be convex and curved. She, the great-granddaughter of the living god of Tianji Pavilion, Suzanne. Tianji Pavilion is the place where the world's intelligence converges. The reason why Su Shimen was honored by the world as a living god with a high status, in addition to his ability to change his fortune with his face, it also lies in the fact that he is in control of a lot of secrets that are not known in this world. However, whenever there was the slightest breeze in this world of people, the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity was often able to receive accurate intelligence quickly. And today, Su was going through a crucial piece of intelligence. The world's number one, Zhang Maokai, protects the country and fights in Yanbaidian. The two of them actually made an appointment to fight at the Dakan City North Sand and Gravel Factory. According to eyewitness accounts on the spot, the duel between the two was so violent that it even destroyed the entire gravel plant. Afterward, Yan Baidian admitted his defeat. The protectorate god of war, who has never lost a battle in his life, has been defeated? When Su saw this, even though she had already gained insight into the many secrets of this world, she couldn't help but be greatly shocked at this moment. She knew better than anyone how strong the protectorate war god was. At one point, she even thought that the only person in the world who could fight the protectorate war god was probably the martial alliance master. But who knows? A mysterious master. Zhang Maokai, who is known to be the best in the world, has suddenly appeared in this world. It is rumored that this Zhang Maokai had married and had a daughter, but chose to avoid the world because his life didn't go well and secluded himself in the Dragon Snake Mountain. He has been living in seclusion for many years, and I don't know what kind of strange encounters he has gotten in the mountains all these years, but he has actually practiced a gaijin martial art. It was only as soon as he appeared on the mountain that he killed the mighty King of Terror and became famous in one battle. Subsequently, he killed multiple top-tier powerhouses and became extremely popular. Now, he actually defeated even the Protectorate War God? It seems that aside from the Martial Alliance Master, he already has no more opponents in the world. This Zhang Maokai, what exactly happened to him in the Dragon Snake Mountain? What Su Jia was flipping through was the information about Zhang Maokai that Tianji Pavilion had just collected. The more she looked, but the more puzzled she became. Zhang Maokai's intelligence before his seclusion in Dragon Snake Mountain could be described as mediocre. Just an inconspicuous ordinary person without any semblance of worthwhile attention. But he was able to startle the world since he came out of the Dragon Snake Mountain. I have to figure out the mystery. If I can obtain the secret of Zhang Maokai's transformation from an ordinary man to a supreme expert, then my Tianji Pavilion won't have to suffer from the bullying of the Martial Alliance, Divine Healer Hall, and the Zhao family anymore. Resilience danced in Su Jia's eyes. Although Tianji Pavilion was powerful, it had been suppressed over the years by the three joint efforts of the Martial Alliance, Divine Healer Hall, and the Zhao family. Even the three families have made many excessive moves. The resentment in Su Su's heart had been accumulating for a long time. At this point, a footstep came. Su Li twisted his head to look, only to see a crane-haired old man slowly walking in. Grandpa sang. After seeing the person who came, Su Jia hurriedly greeted him. This old man was no one else but the living god, Su Shimin. Su Shimin walked over and asked with concern, "Still awake?" Su nodded. "I'm looking at the intel on Zhang Maokai, who's been on a roll lately. Great-grandfather, you'll definitely be interested in this one, too," Su said, intending to share Zhang Maokai's information to show his great-grandfather. After all, it was rare for such an amazing dark horse to appear in this world. However, Su Shimin, had little interest in this, and he shook his hand and said, "That Zhang Maokai's intel is not as interesting as this intel I just got. You would definitely be more interested in this information." Hearing this, Su was puzzled instead. Could it be that something more important than the matter of defeating the Protectorate War God had happened in the world? Sushma went on to say, "It was a business in the middle of Dakan City with an investment of $10 billion. When Su Jia heard this, her eyebrows frowned slightly. A small business of a mere $10 billion was not worthy of her personal attention. Who is she? She's the great-granddaughter of the living god. It was also regarded as the future mistress of Tianji Pavilion. The ones that deserve her attention are the ones that can change the world. Especially this matter was not worth mentioning in front of such a big event as the defeat of the Protectorate War God. Don't worry, Grandpa sang. I'll have someone handle this information," Su replied, reaching out to take the intelligence folder from Su Shimin's hand. Following that, Su casually placed the intelligence folder on the table without even opening it to look at it. Su Shimin, however, seemed as if he had long since seen through Su, and he smiled faintly. "Do you find this intelligence insufficient? Then I'll tell you that the business is the Lord's. This business, in particular, is a matter of a bet between you and his lordship." Hearing this, Su finally moved. Gamble. This wager was a bet that involved Su's personality and dignity. She hastily picked up the folder and flipped it open to read it slowly. But the more she looked, the more incredulity grew on her face. Not a moment later, only a layer of fragrant sweat surfaced on her forehead. Obviously, she had been surprised by the contents of this intelligence. Su Shimin said from the sidelines, "According to the contract, those 7 businessmen must pay his lordship $1 billion in cash within 20 days. In that case, it looks like his lordship is close to winning the bet, and you, on the verge of losing." Su inhaled a deep breath of cool air. She feebly put down the contract in her hand, and her pretty face became a little pale. How possible? She just couldn't understand it and couldn't figure it out at all. In Su's opinion, it is difficult for a person without fame, connections and backing to make big money, especially trying to get such a person to start from nothing until they make $1 billion in a month. It's simply impossible to do. Never. It was precisely for this reason that Su Jia would feel comfortable with Yi Wuchen making a bet against him. She was sure that she was definitely going to win. But who knows? It's only been a few days. Yi Wuchen is so quick to see that he can earn $1 billion. The speed. It's appalling. It's a miracle. No, it's a myth. Yi Wuchen, surprisingly, created a myth. Su Jia's fists were clenched so tightly that her nails were about to pierce into her flesh. Su Shimin sighed softly. "Su, I've said long ago that master's skillful aptitude is beyond your imagination. I've never seen anything in this world that his lordship couldn't do. Put your mind at ease before it's too late and get ready to serve his lordship. That's not a bad thing. For you." After Su Shimin finished speaking, he glanced at Su Jie, then turned around and left. In the study, there was only Su Jie left alone. Her stunningly beautiful face couldn't help but be filled with indignation. "Ryoko." Su's expression became decisive. "No, I haven't lost yet. Isn't that $1 billion in cash not yet in Yi Wuchen's hands? There is still a period of 20 days, which is enough time for me to do a lot of things." When Su thought of this, the panic in her eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by confidence. She put down the folder in her hand, and her whole body became the proud daughter of heaven who could reign supreme again. "I can't just sit back and wait for death. I have to take the initiative and make it impossible for that billion to fall into Yi Wuchen's pocket. Yi Wuchen, don't blame me for my despicable methods. After all, our bet didn't say I wasn't allowed to wreak havoc." Chapter 149. The neon lights at night in Dakan City are very colorful and gorgeous. Song Zian drove the cab and Yi Wuchen sat on the passenger seat. "Big brother Yi, it's time to go find Elder Zhai tomorrow, isn't it? When the time comes, I'll drive you there." Song Zian opened her mouth and asked. Yi Wuchen nodded. "Good thing too. I still need to get some more money from Jai Lao. The bet between him and Su Susan is still alive." Although Meng Ning and 7 other rich businessmen had signed a contract that would raise $1 billion in cash to Yi Wuchen within a month. In this way, Yi Wuchen's bet seemed to have been stable, but Yi Wuchen had lived for a long time, and he knew very well that there was no absolutely sure thing in this world. The only constant in this world is that it is constantly changing, so Yi Wuchen wouldn't put all his hopes on Meng Ning and the 7 of them. In order to avoid risks, he also needed to make early preparations from other places as well. Eggs are not put in the same basket so as to ensure that his bets go through. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen's ears suddenly twitched. "Stop the car," he bellowed without warning. Song Zian hurriedly slammed her foot on the brake. Squeak! With a harsh, sharp braking sound, the car stopped at the curb. It's a good thing there are so few cars on this road at night now that it didn't cause a rear-end accident. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Song Zian thought something had happened on the road. She looked around but saw nothing. Yi Wuchen, however, seemed to be listening to something. "Did you hear that?" he inquired. Song Zian listened carefully for a while, but didn't hear any unusual ringing. She shook her head and looked at Yi Wuchen in doubt. Yi Wuchen pointed to the trunk of the car. "There's business on the inside." Saying that, Yi Wuchen got out of the car and walked towards the rear of the car. Song Zian hurriedly opened the car door to follow as well. Only Yi Wuchen had opened the trunk of the car, and in the trunk, there was only one thing. It was a statue made of gold. The statue has a fierce face with tiger-like claws and holds an axe. Especially its entirety, it exuded an eerie and evil aura. This idol was the golden idol that Yi Wuchen had recently obtained. He broke the evil feng shui bureau of the 7 deadly souls of the golden god in the middle of Lin Han's construction site and obtained this golden statue from it. "That's what it's ringing." Yi Wuchen pointed at the golden idol and said. Song Zian suspiciously put her ear to the golden idol and listened carefully again and again, but she could never hear anything. "Brother Yi, are you hallucinating? It's just a cold, dead thing. How could it possibly ring?" Song Zian could be certain that she hadn't even heard the golden idol make half a sound. Yi Wuduan explained. "That's the kind of sound you can't hear. Although the poison on this golden idol has been made clear to me, it has long since seeped into the Tao of the feng shui master who used it inside. As long as it is close to the feng shui master by a certain distance, it will be able to produce a sense. This kind of induction, even that feng shui master may not be able to detect it. It has to be a person with very deep Taoist skills. And I, of course, can easily hear that sound." Song Zian blinked after hearing that. She was confused and couldn't understand what Yi Wuchen was saying. Yi Wuchen also knew that Song Zian couldn't understand, so he didn't bother to continue explaining. Instead he began to look his eyes around. Since this golden god statue has created an induction here, it means that the feng shui master who set up the golden god's 7 deadly feng shui bureaus at Boss Lin's construction site is within a mile. "Zian, what is that place?" Yi Wuchen said and stretched out his hand to point to a piece of building not far away. The building was extraordinarily old and gloomy, looking full of decay and dilapidation. It looked as if it was an old town. The old town is dimly lit, with a jumble of wires running between poles. The houses here are low-rise and there is not even a single high-rise building. In this obscure old city, however, there is a building brilliantly illuminated with colorful lights, which looks out of place with the whole old city. What Yi Wuchen was referring to was that building. Song Zian looked at it and replied, "That's the notoriously old part of the south side. And I guess in a few years that area will be demolished and remodeled. If you're talking about the place with the colored lights on, that's the dark bar. It's famous in this part of the south side, and there's not a cab driver among us who doesn't know it. A lot of men who want to come out for a night of fun go to that dirty place. Even a lot of people from out of town, they come here. Anyway, I never take my guests to that bar. Song Zian's words were filled with contempt. Apparently that dark bar, it's not a nice place. Yi Wuchen understood after hearing this. Zian, take me there, he said. Song Zian froze. Ha, brother Yi, you wouldn't also be the kind of a modest man who only thinks with his lower body, right? If you really want to do that, I'm going to have to cut you off. A look of contempt and anger spread across Song Zian's face. Yi Wuchen laughed. What are you thinking about? I was going to find that feng shui master. The golden god's 7 deadly formations, cruel and vicious, require the death of 7 pregnant women in order to be set up. And this feng shui formation was put in place to kill more people. There are a lot of bad people in the world, and I wouldn't have been able to manage that many, but now that it's come to me, I can't just sit back and do nothing. In the long years, Yi Wuchen has seen all kinds of tragic things, and has also seen all kinds of inhuman things. He had long since been able to look at these things with equanimity, but he also has his bottom line. He's not a messenger of justice and doesn't have time to go around the world dealing with bad guys, but he doesn't allow bad people to do evil in front of him. But none of the bad guys he runs into will be spared. Song Zian only realized it when she heard this, and she replied awkwardly. So that's how it is. I was almost wrong about Big Brother Yi. But, Brother Yi, that place is not a peaceful place. There, it's an important venue for Master Qin, the underground overlord of the southern district, and it's full of fish and dragons and all sorts of people. Master Qin has a very bad reputation. He's not even afraid of the North District's how. No one can rule him in this city. It is said that he has thousands of minions, all of them outlaws. I'm afraid if you want to go messing around somewhere. As a cab driver, Song Zian naturally knew that that place was not the place to make trouble. There were still some things she hadn't told Yi Wuchen, for fear of scaring him. She had then heard from other cabmasters that there had once been a rich businessman from out of town who had gotten drunk and made a mess in the dark night bar and offended Master Qin. As a result, the next day the rich businessman evaporated. It took 6 months before his body was recovered from the lake. This shows the menace of the dark bar. Yi Wuchen, however, laughed. If you're scared, just wait for me outside. There's no place in the world that I, Yi Wuchen, wouldn't dare to go. Go. Song Zian had no choice but to drive Yi Wuchen towards the dark night bar. Chapter 150, I want the Lin family to die out. The dark bar. There are 3 levels here. The hall on the first floor was a dance floor and a card table, and under the illumination of the laser lights, one could only see a crowd of people. Numerous men and women desperately shaking their heads, either dancing wildly or drinking and having a good time. The second floor is a private room, and those who can enter and spend money here are not ordinary people. The third floor, on the other hand, is strictly off limits to anyone, because the entire third floor belongs exclusively to the overlord of the western district of Dakan City, Master Qin. Only Master Qin's inner circle is qualified to come to the third floor. At this point, on the third floor, a middle-aged man held onto the railing and coldly watched the first floor hall. The hall on the first floor is a mishmash of fish and smoke. Many unseemly deeds are carried out in the shadows and smoke. It is filled with human desire, indulgence, sin and depravity. The dark night bar is where all the dirt is hidden in the south side of town. It's also where the worst of human nature is most present. Life is ugly in every way. The middle-aged man looked at everything in the hall and let out a cold smile. This middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 50s, he had a dry, thin face, dark skin, and wore a washed-out black and blue Chinese suit. In his hand, at all times, he held a dull yellow shiny copper compass. It seemed that this compass meant a lot to him. It wasn't long before the middle-aged man's words fell, only to see a group of people already coming up to the third floor. A dozen tattooed burly men flanked an old man in a black trench coat. Mr. Lang Ao, see anything yet? The old man came with a big smile. He was about 60 years old. He was stout and tall, and the wrinkles on his face were like knives and axes. He was especially imposing, as if he was used to controlling the power of life and death. He is the sky of this southern city. Master Qin. Master Qin arrived in front of the middle-aged man known as Lang Ao, a gracious smile on his face. Cold pride asked back, Master Qin is asking me about the feng shui improvement of this dark night bar? Or ask me, the man? Master Qin laughed. I'm certainly relieved to have Mr. Lang Ao take care of the feng shui matters. I'm asking, of course, about the man. Mr. Lang insisted on meeting him in person, so I arranged for my brothers to lure him here. Mr. Lang has been watching here for half a day, so I think he must have already seen him. Saying that, Master Qin turned his sight to a shadowy corner of the first floor hall. There, on the card table, were the people that Master Qin and Lang Ao had mentioned, only to see that it was an old man with white eyebrows and a white beard, looking like a Taoist immortal. Instead, the old man was surrounded by 4 beautiful and enchanting women, rushing at the old man and continuously toasting. If Yi Wuchen was here, he would have realized that this old man was still an acquaintance. Master Shi Yanshi, who had botched the construction site in Linhan and almost got killed by the 7 deadly fears of the Golden God. Only at this time Shi Yan, where is the previous appearance of a high priest of the way? Instead of wearing a do-rag, he changed into a young-looking floral shirt, and he also kept pulling the hands of the beautiful women over. His mouth said to the beautiful women to read poems, but the hand is holding the beautiful women's catkin small hand is not willing to let go. No one had expected that this reputable feng shui master would still like to hang out with young girls. Only Shi Yan did not realize it this time. On the 3rd floor of the bar, Lang Ao and Master Qin had long been staring at him and observing him for a long time. Lang Ao replied with some disappointment. This man Shi Yan, I've known him for a long time. He used to be nothing more than a prodigal waste of space, with a big reputation but not much skill. Seeing this determination of his today, he is really still as wasted as he was back then. That makes me wonder, with this old waste of space, how did he break my Golden God 7 deadlies in the first place? Could he really have gotten the true transmission of the living God? But it doesn't make sense. The living God's eyes are extremely high. How could his ghostly skills be passed on to this kind of trash? But if Shi Yan didn't receive the true teachings of the living God immortal, then how in the world did he break my Golden God 7 deadlies? Lang Ao had a puzzled look on his face, as if he had been unable to figure out the crux of the matter. Master Qin said with a sense of concern, Mr. Lang wants to know the answer. I'll have my brothers go and arrest that old man called Shi Yan. Beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. I don't believe he won't talk. I have 2 brothers who specialize in cleaning up traitors and insiders, and they have the means to pry people's mouths open. Master Qin is worthy of being a gangster, and when he opens his mouth, he likes to use violence to solve problems. Lang Ao, however, sneered, Master Qin, you're the one no one dares to mess with in this Dakan city, but when you look at the world, you're nothing. Before you want to touch Shi Yan, you have to ask his master, the living God, if he agrees. As soon as he spoke of the living God, scorn couldn't help but flash through Lang Ao's eyes. A living God, true to his name. Lang Ao used to think that there was no one else in the world who could match him in feng shui metaphysics. Knowing that he had had the honor of seeing the means of a living God once, he couldn't help but be amazed and completely awestruck. Since then, Lang Ao finally understood the truth that there are people outside of people, and no longer dared to be arrogant. Master Qin was not angry when he was belittled by Lang Ao, and he laughed. A big shot at the level of the living God immortal. Of course a punk like me wouldn't dare to mess with him. What I said just now was just a joke. Professional things, of course, must still be done by the professional you, Mr. Lung. And the Lin family's matter is also a personal matter between you, so I will not interfere. You just stay here and take your time studying that old man Shi Yan. I'll go in and do my business first. Saying that, Master Qin waved his hand at the gang of juniors under him. Bring her up to my room. With Master Qin's order, he only saw 2 of his juniors walking up with a young woman. The first time Lang Ao saw this woman, even his ancient heart could not help but move, because this woman, she was extremely beautiful. The woman was in her early 20s, and she had a slender figure, too fat if she gained a point, too thin if she lost a point. It was perfect. Her face, in particular, was exquisite as if it were porcelain, and stunningly colorful. Such a beautiful woman. A man would be moved. Even an old man like Master Qin would not be an exception. Even the surrounding minions couldn't stop stealing glances at the beautiful woman. The dark bar houses a number of beautiful women from all over the country, but none of them, however, could be compared to what this woman in front of her could do. Even the warblers here are not even a tenth as good as this woman. In the envious eyes of all the men, Master Qin took this woman into the middle of the room alone. The door to the room then closed. Lang Ao withdrew his eyes and stopped paying attention. He knew that this was Master Qin's personal matter, and it was not appropriate for him to ask about it. Lang Ao resees his attention on Shi Yan in the hall on the 1st floor, as if he wants to see clearly whether Shi Yan has received the true transmission of the living God or not. At the same time, his gaze gradually became cold. Surnamed Lin, you won't live for 2 days. I'll feel out Shi Yan tonight. As long as I'm sure that he hasn't received the true transmission of the living God, then, then I will want the Lin family dead. Chapter 151, Acting for Heaven. The Dark Bar. Yi Wuchen and Song Zian quickly drove here. After arriving, Yi Wuchen placed the golden idol in his backpack and got off the bus with his backpack on. Wait for me outside. You're liable to get into unnecessary trouble if you go in there. Yi Wuchen instructed Song Zian before he left. Song Zian was a Jiao female, extremely prone to incurring cross-currents. If you come to this kind of place where fish and dragons are mixed together, you are even more prone to disasters. Song Zian nodded, and she certainly didn't want to go to such a filthy place. Especially Song Zian is pretty. Going in is even easier to attract trouble. Brother Yi, go in and don't make any trouble. I'll wait here for you. If something happens, message me anytime and I'll call the police right away to save you. Song Zian somewhat nervously barked at Yi Wuchen. She was really afraid that Yi Wuchen would offend someone who shouldn't be offended. None of the people in the dark bar are good people. Yi Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yi Wuchen walked towards the bar. In his eyes, he had taken on a hint of coldness. The person who had laid down such an outlawed formation as the 7 deadly fears of the Golden God. How could he let it go so easily since he had encountered it? Upon entering the bar, there was a deafening blast of music. The bar was very dimly lit, with dazzling laser lights constantly flashing. Many men and women were in the middle of the dance floor, constantly striving to shake their heads and dance passionately. Yi Wuchen took one look and sensed something was wrong. There's something wrong with these people, like they're on some kind of drug that makes them hyper. The men and women on the dance floor, desperately shaking their heads as if intoxicated by some kind of pleasure. They were in a state that was already completely different from normal people dancing. However, Yi Wuchen didn't bother with these things. He continued walking for 2 more steps before his footsteps gave way again slightly. The feng shui here. Interesting. It seems that this place had invited someone with a few Taoist skills to set up a feng shui formation, which also means that I've come to the right place. The door to the dark bar doesn't look out of place on the outside, but once you enter it, you will realize that the inside of the gate is like a lion's maw, and on the screen of the bar's front door, an extremely ferocious tiger is painted. In feng shui, a lion swallows wealth and a tiger guards it. This lion's mouth and fierce tiger echo each other, alluding to the fact that the belongings of guests who come here to spend their money will be mercilessly devoured by this bar. Yi Wuchen's words had just fallen, when suddenly only a conspiratorial voice could be heard ringing around him. Bastard! It's you again! Yi Wuchen twisted his head and looked for the sound. Just an old man in a flowered shirt striding up. Yo! So it's Master Shi. Yi Wuchen recognized at a glance that the old man with the flowery shirt was none other than Shi Yan. Following that, Yi Wuchen saw Shi Yan followed by an enchanting beauty. I didn't realize that Master Shi, on the contrary, is an old man with an old heart. That's a lot of years to come to a bar for a good time. Yi Wuchen lightly laughed and flirted. Shi Yan's old face turned red and waved his hand at the enchanting beauty beside him, driving the beauty away. He then resumed the Taoist look and explained with a straight face. I was specially invited by the mighty local Master Qin to help him with his feng shui. Master Qin promised that he'd pay for all of old man's spending here tonight. I am merely coping with the etiquette in the spirit of not letting down my host family's goodwill and not wasting it. Old me is pure in all 6 roots. How could I possibly be that kind of frivolous person? Shi Yan didn't even frown when he said this, showing how thick his skin was. Yi Wuchen smiled helplessly. So Master Shi, how do you feel about the feng shui here? Shi Yan was originally prepared to blow a bunch of nonsense so as to emphasize his own greatness, but he was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly realized that the feng shui attainments of the young man in front of him were even better than his. Bragging in front of professionals within the industry will only backfire, so Shi Yan could only tell the truth. If you boys saw it all just now, why do you have to ask more? Master Qin, this venue had a high-ranking person come and look at it earlier. The feng shui bureau here, too, is as well laid out as it can be. The old man was invited here, but of course at most he was just the icing on the cake, adding some minor feng shui bureaus. That's true of Shi Yan. The feng shui of a dark bar is extremely money-sucking. Even when Shi Yan came, he didn't find anything that needed to be improved here. Speaking of which, Shi Yan's eyes grew contemptuous again. What are you doing here again, kid? The old man sees that you are young, and it is the time when your blood is fresh. It's not possible that you want to come here for fun, too, is it? Then I have to give you a piece of advice. Young people should know how to exercise moderation. Don't catch some unclean disease at that time, can ruin your life. Shi Yan had managed to grab a chance to be able to taunt Yi Wuchen, so of course he wouldn't let it go. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly, then removed the backpack and opened it to Shi Yan. Shi Yan was shocked as soon as he saw the golden idol in his backpack. Brat, you have perverted tastes, out looking for a woman to play with, and you actually brought this damn thing with you. Shi Yan had seen the evil nature of the golden idol a long time ago. In order to make the golden idol work, the gang behind it had killed 4 pregnant women, and had nearly caused Shi Yan's gang to die on the construction site as well. Now that he saw this thing, Shi Yan still only felt a chill down his back. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly. Old man Shi, can't you hear the sound coming from this golden idol? Its owner was here. so it developed a sense. Shi Yan's face became serious when he heard this. As a professional, he certainly knew what Yi Wuchen said meant, only to see him look at Yi Wuchen oddly and ask incredulously, "The sound you're talking about is a response to mana resonance. You're actually able to hear it? That's just not possible. This sound is no longer audible to mortal ears. Under the heavens, I'm afraid that only Lao Fu's mentor, the living god, possesses this magical ability. And how could you, a brat, possibly possess such divine abilities? You're not bragging here." When Yi Wuchen heard this, he didn't even bother to explain. He glanced around and opened his mouth to ask, "From the Feng Shui Bureau here, it can be seen that there is a fairly good Feng Shui master here." Old man, sure. If the Feng Shui master here is the one behind the deployment of the 7 deadly souls of the Golden God. So, what shall you do? Shi Yan first frowned when he heard this. He then replied firmly, "If the Feng Shui master who laid down the Golden God's 7 deadly swords is really here, then of course old me must act on behalf of heaven. Enshu had educated us that we should never use Feng Shui to harm people, and when we see those evil Feng Shui masters who have done things that hurt the world, we can't just sit back and do nothing. We have to resolutely root them out. I have always kept the teachings of my benefactor in my heart and mind at all times. What's more, as a director of the National Feng Shui Association, it's even more incumbent on me to rectify the industry's scum." Shi Yan has a number of character flaws, though he is greedy for money and sex, and is a good sport and a vain man. But though he has lost the small things, he has never been ambiguous about the big things. If he really let him know the whereabouts of the evil Feng Shui master who had killed so many people, he would definitely find a way to make sure that this kind of scum got the downfall they deserved. Yi Wuchen saw the firmness in Shi Yan's eyes and knew that Shi Yan wasn't lying. He nodded approvingly. "Old man, sure. You impress me. Good. Since I have such a word from you, then I will take you to eradicate the scum today and do justice to heaven." Chapter 152. This kid is really daring. Shi Yan listened to Yi Wuchen's words, but his face showed disdain. "Bastard. Cut it out. How can you be so sure that the evil Feng Shui master must be here? On the basis of what you say, the voice heard on the golden idol? I don't believe it. And," Shi Yan lowered his voice slightly as he spoke, "and, this is Master Qin's territory. Master Qin only has his hands in this place. Even if that Feng Shui master is really here, what can the two of us do with him? Those of us who are engaged in Feng Shui research are also flesh and blood. Dozens of other people with dozens of knives and dozens of guns can kill us in a single glance. Justice is to be presided over. But to act rashly, that's recklessness. That's death. That's stupidity." Although Shi Yan recognized Yi Wuchen's high attainments in Feng Shui, he scoffed at many of the things Yi Wuchen said. In his opinion, Yi Wuchen was just like making a big deal out of a bit of skill. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly and was not angry. He opened his mouth. "You're asking the equivalent of 2 questions. First, is that Feng Shui master here or not? Secondly, do we have a solution for that Feng Shui master or not? Okay, we'll take it one problem at a time in order." Saying that, Yi Wuchen took a step forward. He held out his hand and gestured to the interior of this dark bar. "Master, sure. We've already talked about the Feng Shui of the gate and screen just now. As the saying goes, a lion swallows wealth and a tiger guards it. But this lion and tiger have extremely heavy aura, and although they are able to devour wealth, this aura can easily backfire on the owner of this place. The Feng Shui here needs to be otherwise in order to quell the fury. I wonder what Master Shi has to say about this?" Yi Wuchen finished and looked at Shi Yan with a smile. Shi Yan grunted coldly. "Brat, don't think about quizzing the old man. Wouldn't the old man understand the reasoning here?" Saying that, Shi Yan pointed in all directions while traveling between the men and women in the hall. "As you look within the building, the beams don't run through the center, but are scattered around. Horizontal beams weighing down the roof are prone to accumulate the demonic energy. But adopting this layout where the beams are dispersed will allow the bad luck to dissipate easily. In addition to this, there is the location of the bathroom. Leaving a window in the bathroom is most likely to lead to the discharge of the breaks, and its orientation is of the utmost importance. Look at the bathroom here. Built in the position of the 5 yellow stars and the 2 black stars and the 9 palaces of flying stars, the bathroom is built here to best dissipate the bad chi of this place. The most powerful and crucial, on the other hand, is this pillar in the center, which is the tiger crouching coiled dragon pillar. This pillar has definitely invited a high person to open the light. The dragon has to coil when it comes, and the tiger has to lie down when it comes. With this pillar sitting in the town, the bogey can be suppressed to the greatest extent. Shi Yan walks around and explains a bit about the feng shui around him. This instruction from him also caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. Even many of the crowd who were dancing hotly stopped and looked at the old man strangely. Finally, someone spoke up in alarm. "Look, I recognize him. I've heard of him, the famous feng shui master in China. Master Shi Yan. Sure, When the crowd heard that this old man was some kind of feng shui master, they didn't take it seriously at first. After all, most of the people who like to come to bars to have fun are young people. The young people, on the other hand, are the ones who don't believe in the whole feng shui thing. So for any feng shui master, the young people just think he is just an old man who plays with words. The charlatan. But the next thing that caught the attention of the crowd was not until the next exclamation of surprise from the one who recognized Shi Yan. You people, you have eyes. Master Shi, that's a disciple of the living god of Tianji Pavilion. This cry of alarm made the noisy hall feel as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in its midst. Who among the people present had not heard of the great name of the living god? A disciple of a living god. That must be at least a half immortal. Definitely has real skills. For a moment, everyone's eyes became respectful as they looked at Shi Yan. Even the noisy music stopped at this time, fearing that it would disturb Shi Yan's feng shui instructions for this place. There were also quite a few young men and women gathered around Shi Yan, chattering away. Master Shi, are you really a disciple of the living god? Master Shi, is feng shui real? Master Shi, can you give me an autograph and a group photo later? The young people were filled with intense curiosity about these strange and weird things, even though their hearts were half convinced. At this point, bar third floor, Lang Ao, who had been secretly observing, also had doubts in his eyes. What the hell is Shi Yan, this punk, doing? In order to help Lang Ao determine whether Shi Yan had received the true transmission of the living immortal, Master Qin had previously sent someone to entice Shi Yan to come here to look at the feng shui. By then Shi Yan had seen all that needed to be seen and said all that needed to be said. At this time, Shi Yan suddenly made a big fuss in public, which made Lang Ao could not understand what Shi Yan was doing. He seems to have gotten suddenly agitated after talking to that young man. Lang Ao turned his eyes to Yi Wuchen, pondering. He then beckoned. One of the minions quickly ran over. Mr. Lang, any orders? Junior asked respectfully. Lang Ao pointed at Yi Wuchen in the hall on the first floor. Go check him out. That junior brother sniffed and immediately quickly went forward to investigate. Lang Ao, on the other hand, stood by the railing and continued to watch all the movements in the middle of the hall on the first floor. First floor at this time, Shi Yan enjoyed the adoration of the crowd immensely. After he finished talking about the feng shui of this place, his eyes glanced at Yi Wuchen again. Boy, how's the old man talking? Shi Yan knew that Yi Wuchen was deliberately testing him, and he was confident that he had gotten an absolute perfect score on this answer sheet. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Wuchen. In everyone's hearts, they all speculated about Yi Wuchen's relationship with Shi Yan. Yi Wuchen walked up and replied, most places, you're right, but there is one place where you are wrong. And, still, it's a big mistake. Yi Wuchen's words immediately caused the entire room to clamor. The crowd exploded. Who is this kid? Not very old, but his breath is not small. How can Master Shi's reputation in the feng shui world be allowed to be questioned recklessly? In this industry of feng shui, the older you get, the more powerful you are. This brat, he dares to say that Master Shi is wrong. Does he deserve it? The crowds was filled with contempt. Shi Yan also looked unconvinced. When he was on top of Lin Han's construction site, it was true that he had miscalculated by not taking a closer look, but now in this dark bar, he didn't believe he could be wrong again. Because of the feng shui of this place, he had personally checked it room by room with the dragon-seeking ruler. Absolutely no problem. Where did I go wrong? Tell me if you can. Shi Yan pointed at Yi Wuchen and opened his mouth to drink. Yi Wuchen smiled faintly before walking to a huge pillar. This master was the crouching tiger coiling dragon pillar that Shi Yan had just mentioned. It's also the key centerpiece for calming the fury. Afterward, only Yi Wuchen explained. If it's just an ordinary place of entertainment, then the crouching tiger coiling dragon pillar that you mentioned, Old Man Shi, is indeed enough to suppress all the fury. But Old Man Shi, there's one place you've overlooked, or see but are afraid to say. That's just it. This isn't a proper entertainment venue. The crouching tiger coiling dragon pillar is righteous, but once it is tainted with filth, it will easily lose its effect. And this dark night bar is filled with lewdness and filth everywhere. The crouching tiger coiling dragon pillar stood here, long ago tainted by obscenity, has lost its usefulness. The moment Yi Wuchen's words came out, everyone was taken aback. This kid, he's got a lot of nerve. Anyone who was present knew what this dark night bar was, but how can such words be said in public? This is equivalent to exposing Master Qin's shortcomings. This brat, he's not here to cause trouble, is he? As soon as Yi Wuchen's words were spoken, some burly men had begun to appear in the surrounding darkness. They are the thugs who watch over the scene in this bar. Once someone dares to cause trouble in a bar, these thugs will teach them how to behave.